I transmigrated into a world invaded by the beast-taming game. But all I got was a useless parrot that only knows how to curse, completely ruining my future prospects. In my moment of despair, I activated the ultimate talent system, gained the ability of mythical grade bloodline awakening, and directly evolved my parrot to possess Vermilion Bird bloodline and heaven-defying golden skills. Everyone mocked my pet as trash. But when my parrot, glowing with red light, descended upon the examination site in a mythical form, the entire venue was stunned. However, this was just the beginning. The ultimate secret of the system and the true crisis of this world had only just begun to unveil a corner. Chapter 1, The Ultimate Beastmaster System. Ouch, my head hurts. Did I drink counterfeit liquor yesterday? Feels like I drank so much my brain's swelling. Yang Chen heavily patted his head. Yesterday, he had been drinking with friends until midnight and ended up completely wasted. In his dazed state, it seemed like he saw an angel in white, and then, nothing after that. After regaining his senses, Yang Chen looked around and found himself in an unfamiliar, extremely dilapidated room, with a pool of dried blood at his feet. Yang Chen panicked inwardly, immediately associating it with the white-robed angel he had vaguely seen the previous night. Holy shit, could it be that I got drunk last night and someone harvested my kidneys? Where are my kidneys? Yang Chen quickly felt around his waist, both kidneys were still there. Before Yang Chen could even react, a vast stream of memories suddenly flooded into his mind. In the first year of the beast-taming era, the globally popular beast-taming game merged with reality. Spatial wormholes appeared, and magical beasts and beastmen invaded the human world, plunging it into crisis. 1/3 of Blue Star's population perished at the hands of these beasts. Half a month later, an anomaly occurred among the human race, and job changers emerged to turn the tide and save the human world. In the second year of beast control, as magical beasts and orcs grew increasingly powerful and job changers declined, the world once again fell into disaster. After 3 years of beast taming, the job changers evolved into beast tamer job changers, driving the demonic beasts and beastmen back into the wormholes, bringing the dawn of hope to mankind. A vast ocean of memories flooded in, flickering like a film projection, indelibly imprinted in Yang Chen's memory. It took more than 10 minutes for Yang Chen to recover from this vast surge of memories, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Did I really transmigrate? From the memories he had just experienced, Yang Chen was certain that he had transmigrated, and not just anywhere, but into the body of a high school senior who shared his name. The original Yang Chen was a senior at Beicheng No. 1 High School. 10 years ago, his parents died, and he was taken in by his uncle, Yang Xiao. Initially, Yang Chen thought he might finally experience the warmth of a family, but little did he know that Yang Xiao and his family were malicious, adopting him only to seize his inheritance. In the end, Yang Xiao seized Yang Chen's property and decisively drove him back to his hometown. Left with no support and penniless, Yang Chen found solace in the fact that after the world changed, the Dragon Kingdom vigorously cultivated beastmasters. For impoverished students, education not only required no tuition fees but also provided living allowances. Just like that, Yang Chen relied on financial aid to complete his studies, achieving outstanding academic results. 3 days ago, Yang Chen got his wish to participate in the Senior High Third Year Beast Tamer Assessment. The Beast Tamer College Entrance Examination consists of 3 rounds. In the first career transition, Yang Chen successfully became an attack-type Beastmaster. In the second Beastmaster Power Test, the higher the Beastmaster power, the more beasts one can control. With a base of 100 Beastmaster power, this attribute grows with level progression. For every 100 additional Beastmaster power gained, one can control an additional beast, though level requirements apply. Yang Chen's Beastmaster power reached 398, earning him the 3rd highest score in the school and a top 30 ranking in the entire city, marking an exceptional performance in the assessment. Next, all that remains is the final practical combat assessment. Upon completion, Yang Chen will officially become a revered professional Beastmaster. The practical combat assessment has 2 prerequisites. The first is completing the previous 2 assessments, and the second is possessing one's own tamed beast. The assessment was postponed for 2 days to give participating students time to prepare. Do not underestimate beast taming. In this world of beast tamers, they are jokingly referred to as beast daddies. What does this mean? As the name suggests, beastmasters reign supreme. Anything related to beast mastering comes with a single defining trait: exorbitant prices. What's more, everything related to beast taming, such as the strange fruits used to level up tamed beasts, the transformation fruits, and so on, was incredibly expensive. For families with sufficient financial means, it's entirely possible to spend millions or even tens of millions without hesitation. So, what is beast taming? Beast taming is the ultimate power. Ordinary people simply can't afford to keep beast companions. However, the Dragon Kingdom is exceptionally supportive in this regard, offering subsidies where ordinary families can't afford them. As long as one's beast controlling aptitude exceeds 100, the government provides a beast companion. Moreover, if the beast controlling aptitude surpasses 300, students are granted a free epic bloodline beast companion along with additional enrollment subsidies. The strength of beast companions is classified by bloodline, categorized into common, elite, remarkable, epic, Hall of Fame, legendary, glory, and mythical. Ordinary level bloodline beasts range from $30 to $100,000, and as the level increases, the price becomes even more expensive, multiplying or even several times over. Moreover, beasts with epic level bloodlines are so scarce that they are practically unavailable at any price. Beasts with epic level bloodlines are considered extremely rare. Of course, the substantial subsidies provided by the Dragon Country come with conditions. Once one becomes a senior beast tamer, they must serve the country by guarding the borders for 3 years. After that, every year, they must dedicate 1 to 2 months to either garrisoning wormholes with the military or carrying out other tasks. Originally, with Yang Chen's outstanding performance, it could be said that as long as he completed his tasks, his future would be boundless. However, just yesterday, Yang Chen's uncle Yang Xiao learned of this news and personally visited Yang Chen to apologize. Initially, Yang Chen had refused to accept the apology, as Yang Xiao had acted ruthlessly. If not for Dragon Country's favorable policies, Yang Chen might have starved to death on the streets. Yet Yang Xiao knelt down right in front of Yang Chen, explaining it was a move of desperation. Crying with snot and tears, he sincerely repented, nearly willing to tear out his own heart to prove his sincerity. Unable to bear it, Yang Chen finally forgave Yang Xiao for his past actions. Yang Xiao seized the opportunity to invite Yang Chen for a meal, getting him thoroughly drunk until he was unconscious, then forcibly made Yang Chen sign a contract with his pet myna. Just like that, the myna bird became Yang Chen's sacred beast. When Chen Yang woke up and realized this fact, his mentality shattered. The myna is just a pet, not even comparable to an ordinary tier bloodline beast. This top student was completely ruined in an instant. Moreover, this move essentially severed Yang Chen's last lifeline. The state would no longer provide him with an epic level beast as subsidy. Although Yang Chen could sign contracts with other beast companions after leveling up, if he failed his third assessment, he wouldn't be admitted to the beast-taming academy and would lose access to financial aid. If only Yang Chensheng had been born into a wealthy family. But he was just an 18-year-old boy with no one to rely on and nothing to his name. How could he possibly afford to support a foster father? His future was essentially destroyed. Yang Chen couldn't accept this fact, so he slit his wrists and committed suicide. Uncle is really too much of a scoundrel. Devious and cunning. Not only did they seize someone else's family property, but they also drove them to death. After merging all the memories, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a hint of pity in his heart. A teenager who hasn't experienced the harsh realities of society being toyed with like this. How utterly desperate the original owner must have been at that time. Even Yang Chen would feel despair. This is a world where beast mastery reigns supreme. Without a beast companion, one can only remain an ordinary person at the bottom of society, forever without hope of rising above. Wait, that's not right. The original owner died, I transmigrated over, but my contracted beast is still a myna. Holy shit, isn't this totally screwed up? Shocking, the real clown turns out to be me. Yang Chen once again looked at the myna beside him. The myna bird on the perch also gazed disdainfully at Yang Chen. Eyes meet. Trash, trash, trash. The myna kept repeating these two words incessantly. Yang Chen's lips twitched slightly. Was he just insulted by this damn bird? Such a sharp tongue? Yang Chen opened the myna's attribute panel. Beast, Parrot, myna, quality, unranked, bloodline, none role, support type, level, tier 1 star 1, exp, 0/50, attack, 0 defense, 0 agility, 20, spirit, 1 active skills, none, passive skill, none. Yang Chen's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. What the hell is this piece of junk? King of trash talk? Even an ordinary tier beast tamer's pet should have at least 20 points in attack, defense, and agility stats. What kind of joke is this 00 crap? This isn't just slightly worse, it's light years behind. Damn, am I screwed now? Just thinking about taking this thing to fight fierce magical beasts and orcs, Yang Chen was completely broken. What use is this useless piece of trash, damn it. A disastrous start. Just as Yang Chen was on the verge of tears, a heavenly female voice rang out. Ding! Detected host's rebirth. The strongest beast master system has been successfully activated. Host, would you like to activate the strongest beast master talent system? Chapter 2. No, you have no brain. It's coming, here it comes, treading upon the rainbow clouds. When Yang Chen was on Earth, he often stayed up late reading novels, so he naturally knew what a system was. From the moment Yang Chen merged with the memories, he knew the original host was no ordinary person. Ding! Host, would you like to activate the strongest beast taming talent system? Bring it on! Yang Chen shouted excitedly. Ding! Loading in progress, please wait. As the voice faded, Yang Chen felt a momentary dizziness. Ding! Loading complete. Host, you have successfully bound the strongest talent beast taming system. Ding! First time binding with the host, gifting a mythical level beginner's package. The grand gift package has been delivered to the system warehouse. Please check it out, host. Mythical level package. Mythic grade is the top tier configuration. The system is truly impressive. Yang Chen enters the system warehouse and opens the grand package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the grand gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the mythical grade talent, Bloodline Awakening. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired the skill, Gold, Unyielding Vanguard. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the beast-taming auxiliary skill, Golden, Burn the Boats. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the beast-taming passive skill, Gold, Enhanced Beast-taming. Before Yang Chen's eyes, 3 golden shimmering illusory talents and skills materialized. All mythic grade skills. In this world of beast mastery, not only do beast masters and their beasts have levels, but skills also come in different qualities and grades. Whether it's beast master skills or beast skills, the maximum level is 10, and skill qualities can be divided into 4 tiers. Gold, purple, blue, and white are the 4 qualities. Gold is the highest quality. It's also referred to as mythical grade quality. It's the skill quality that every beast master dreams of obtaining. The main reason golden skills can be called top-tier skill quality is because leveling them up significantly enhances their buff effects. For the same skill, different qualities result in varying base effects. Moreover, when comparing the upgrades of golden and white quality skills, the golden version provides multiple times the buff enhancement of the white one. This is the formidable power of a golden skill. Ding! Host, would you like to fuse talents and skills? Fuse. Yang Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest. Ding! Host skill fusion successful. Ding! Host, should the beast-taming auxiliary skill, All or Nothing, be fused with the tamed parrot? Hearing this, Yang Chen froze for a moment, fusing such a top-tier beast-taming skill with this piece of trash? Yang Chen hesitated slightly. The mina seemed to notice something and said disdainfully, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before?" The corner of Yang Chen's mouth twitched violently. Fine, so this is how you want to play? If he had any other spirit beasts, Yang Chen wouldn't give this trash the time of day. Watch how I carry you, you dog. Yang Chen cursed back, fuse. Ding! Fusion in progress, please wait. As the system's cold voice fell, Bagua trembled all over. Done for, gonna die. The mina rolled its eyes continuously, as if feeling something was about to sprout from its head. Its expression appeared somewhat human-like, almost as though it were trying to convey something. In an instant, Yang Chen looked at the mina's expression, and its current appearance was not just similar to when Yang Chen had just woken up, it was exactly the same. This guy seems to be saying, "I feel like I'm about to grow a brain. My brain is almost fully grown." Yang Chen sighed softly, gently stroking the mina bird's head and whispered, "No, you don't have a brain. Don't be afraid." The mina seemed to understand, angrily flapping its wings as it flew up into the sky. "Piece of shit, watch me carry you to victory. You damned bastard." The mina flew while mimicking Yang Chen's tone to curse. Yang Chen's lips twitched violently, the damn thing learned human speech frighteningly fast. "Quiet." Yang Chen blared fiercely at the mina. The mina copied perfectly, "Quiet." The mina bird was like a repeater, flying around and around above Yang Chen, making his head spin with all the noise. Yang Chen realized he was wrong. Arguing with this guy was just asking for trouble. Ignoring it is the wisest choice. Otherwise, I'll be driven mad by that mina sooner or later. Yang Chen took a deep breath to calm himself and opened his attribute panel. Character, Yang Chen. Beast-taming power, 398. Class, Offensive Beast Master. Level, Junior Beast Tamer, 1 star, EXP, 0/50. Attack, 18 plus 10. Defense, 18 plus 10. Agility, 18 plus 10. Spirit, 300 plus 20, recovers when out of combat. Talent coins, 0. Talent, Mythical Bloodline Awakening, possesses the ability to randomly alter a tamed beast's bloodline once, ensuring the beast's quality reaches legendary tier or above, with no level restrictions. Cannot be used on beasts not owned by the host, cannot be upgraded, and the same beast cannot undergo a second bloodline alteration. Skill, Gold, Unyielding will LV.1, EXP, 0/50 consumes 60 spirit, increases attack, defense, and agility by 18% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The percentage of attribute increase will rise with skill level. Yang Chen's character panel displayed an additional talent section compared to other Beastmaster character panels, a unique feature absent in his peers. Holy crap! No wonder it's the strongest talent beast taming system, it's absolutely amazing. It can directly change the beast's bloodline to a mythical level bloodline. After reading the talent introduction, Yang Chen was extremely excited. This talent is simply invincible. As is well known, a beast's bloodline is extremely important. Not only does it determine that the beast's initial attributes are a cut above those of other beasts, but the four-dimensional attributes gained upon leveling up are also significantly higher than those of beasts with inferior bloodlines. This can be said to have the power to defy fate and alter a beast's destiny. Let's try it out on the mina first. Bloodline Awakening. Yang Chen activated his talent, and a beam of light immediately emerged, landing on the mina above. Ow! I'm done for. The mina let out a pig-slaughtering-like wail, its eyes rolling back as if it were on the verge of death. Then, the mina's body trembled violently, its eyes bulging like lanterns, as if it had undergone some kind of transcendence. Chapter 3, Taking the Assessment. Boom! A muffled rumble emanated from the magpie's body, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. In an instant, the magpie's demeanor seemed to shift slightly, growing more imposing. Its body also appeared altered, becoming slightly taller and more formidable. Could altering the beast's bloodline actually change its form? Yang Chen's entire body trembled. Yet, aside from growing slightly larger, it remained the familiar magpie. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your beast-taming parrot has altered its bloodline to the mythical tier Vermilion Bird bloodline. Vermilion Bird bloodline? Yang Chen froze. What would this creature become in the future? A divine beast Vermilion Bird? Or Brother Zhu? Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen opened the parrot's attribute panel. Yang Chen was stunned. The magpie's skill bar had undergone a significant transformation. Beast-taming, parrot magpie. Quality, mythical. Bloodline, Vermilion Bird bloodline 1%. Role, support. Level, tier 1, star 1 experience, 050. Attack, 25. Defense, 20. Agility, 90. Spirit, 720. Active skill, golden support skill sink or swim level 1, consumes 60 spirit power to cast on a designated target, trapping all creatures within 10 meters in a sinking ground. Increases the target's attack, defense, and agility by 10%, while reducing attack, defense, agility, and skill percentage bonuses by 20% for all other creatures in the area. Bonus percentage increases with skill level. Passive skill, Golden Enhanced Beast Control LV.1, upon entering combat, grants an 8% overall boost to all beast control attributes. The percentage bonus increases with skill level. This sinking the boats is absolutely insane. Dual-sided buffs. Absolutely insane. Truly worthy of a gold skill. Passive skills are innate to each Beastmaster, with a maximum of 4 passive skills per Beastmaster. Golden Enhanced Beasts undoubtedly possess the top-tier passive skills among all passive abilities. Holy crap! Yang Chen jumped to his feet in excitement. Unfortunately, Magpie was a support-type beast, so its attack and defense boosts were modest. However, its spirit points surged to 720. That was downright insane. Consider that ordinary grade beasts rarely exceed 60 spirit points, a difference of over tenfold. Naturally, distinguishing between support, attack, defense, or agility-type beasts primarily hinges on attribute emphasis. High spirit signifies the ability to cast skills multiple times, a defining trait of support beasts. The ultimate talent system truly delivers. Yet, Yang Chen still harbored one lingering question. System, what the heck is that 1% behind the Vermilion Bird bloodline? Yang Chen voiced his question. Ding! Host, to fully transform a beast's bloodline into Vermilion Bird lineage, you must feed it with its own crystal core. So that meant, the Magpie bloodline had transformed into the Vermilion Bird bloodline, yet it hadn't fully changed. Yang Chen was utterly flabbergasted. The same beast? Same hammer, my ass. The Vermilion Bird is a legendary divine beast, mythical tier. Whether the Vermilion Bird even exists in this world is uncertain. Where on earth is he supposed to find such a beast to tame? Besides, even if the Vermilion Bird existed, Yang Chen was just a greenhorn who hadn't even stepped into the ranks of beast tamers yet. How dare he go tapping a divine beast on the head? That'd be like lighting a lantern in the toilet to find death. A thought flashed through Yang Chen's mind: should he voice it or not? Host's current strength detected. System recommends acquiring talent coins for exchange in the system store. I knew the system wouldn't let me down. Yang Chen hurriedly opened the system and located the system store. Clicking into the system store, a dazzling array of items appeared before Yang Chen. These items were primarily for feeding and nurturing beasts, such as exotic fruits used to level up beasts, exotic fruits, exotic crystal fruits, exotic spirit fruits, exotic divine fruits, and more. They ranged from low to high tiers. There were also transformation fruits for upgrading Beastmaster skills. Keep in mind, these items were extremely rare in the real world, and the higher the grade of the fruit, the more expensive it was. Within the system store, they required talent coins. System, what are talent coins? Yang Chen inquired again. Ding! Host can obtain talent coins by hunting demonic beasts or orcs, which can be used to exchange for items. Hunting monsters or orcs yields corresponding talent coins. 1-star monsters yield 1 talent coin, 2-star monsters yield 2 talent coins. A Tier 1, 10-star monster yields 10 talent coins. A Tier 2, 1-star monster yields 21 talent coins. A Tier 2, 10-star monster yields 30 talent coins. A Tier 3, 1-star monster yields 41 talent coins, and so on. Higher level monsters or orcs yield more talent coins. Killing monsters or orcs 2 stars lower than the host's own level yields no talent coins. So that's how it works. Yang Chen searched through the items and found the Vermilion Bird bloodline fragment. Ha! Fragment? Each fragment increases beast taming bloodline by 1%. Yang Chen's mouth twitched a few times. Beast taming really is the daddy. Raising a beast companion is practically like raising a father. Fortunately, Vermilion Bird bloodline fragments weren't expensive, just 10 talent points could buy one. That meant killing 10 level 1, star 1 beasts or beastmen would earn 1 fragment. Not too outrageous. Yang Chen calculated the overall ratio between talent coins and real currency at roughly 1 to 1,000. Based on that, awakening and activating all the magpie bloodline fragments would only cost 990 talent coins. Converted to real currency, that meant he could complete it for just 990,000 yuan. Could 990,000 yuan buy a mythical tier beast in real life? Not even a single hair? Mythical tier beasts were priceless. So Yang Chen still considered it a pretty good deal. Besides, as a beastmaster, he'd inevitably have to fight monsters and beastmen on the battlefield to level up. Now he could earn talent coins killing two birds with one stone. Pretty sweet. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen pressed on, "System, how can I acquire more talents?" Having tasted success, Yang Chen realized that acquiring more talents would allow him to become invincible in no time. And that skill was top tier too. Ding! Each time the host advances a tier, they will randomly obtain one legendary grade or higher talent or skill. Yang Chen froze for a moment. Beastmasters had distinct tiers: Junior Beastmaster, Intermediate Beastmaster, Senior Beastmaster, Master level, Grandmaster level, Sovereign level, Saint level, and God level. Each tier was further subdivided into 10 stars. The system's mention of one tier referred to advancing from Junior Beastmaster to Intermediate Beastmaster as one tier. Moreover, the reward might not be a talent, it could also be a skill. Does that mean I have to reach Intermediate Beastmaster next time? This made Yang Chen feel a surge of anticipation, wondering what kind of talent or skill he might gain next time. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, his phone alarm rang, shrill and piercing. Yang Chen pulled out his phone and glanced at the memo on the screen, which reminded him of today's third assessment. Damn it, I almost forgot today's the third assessment. Gotta go take the exam first. Yang Chen quickly stowed his phone away, hurriedly washed up, grabbed his parrot, and rushed out the door. Downstairs, he grabbed some steamed buns and soy milk from a street vendor before squeezing onto the bus headed for school. North City wasn't very large, and after a half-hour bus ride, Yang Chen arrived at North City First High School. Today was the third and most crucial assessment for the senior class at Beijing No. 1 High School, making it exceptionally important. When Yang Chen arrived, the school gates were already packed with parents waiting for their children. After all, passing this assessment determined the future and destiny of every senior student. Becoming a beastmaster was highly coveted. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were heroes, even exalted beings. "Excuse me, everyone, please make way. I'm a student taking the assessment." Yang Chen pushed his way through the crowd, trying to get inside, but there were simply too many people, he couldn't squeeze through at all. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. It's Yang Chen. Yang Chen? The one who ranked third in the entire school during the first 2 rounds of assessments at First High? That's him. My son is in the same class as him. I've seen him. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd instantly gathered around. Many men dressed in suits and ties, looking like business owners and elite professionals, rushed over. "Yang Chen, do you have a girlfriend? If not, I have twin daughters who are also single. Here are their photos. Take a look, any interest?" A middle-aged man with an oily, flushed face looking like a nouveau riche waved a photo in front of Yang Chen. The photos showed 2 beautiful girls around 20, both strikingly attractive with an uncanny 7/10 resemblance. Their figures were incredibly curvaceous, with one wearing black stockings and the other white. Standing together, they radiated an unconventional allure. Chapter 4, This really is my beast. Could these really be his biological daughters? Yang Chen shot a glance at the greasy-faced, obese middle-aged man, his mind buzzing with doubts. After 3 years at First High, Yang Chen had grown accustomed to such things. In today's world, beast tamers reign supreme. These wealthy merchants, lacking beast tamers in their own families, sought to gain influence through marriage alliances and investments. Yang Chen, I have a daughter too. She's only 20, stands 168 centimeters tall, with legs 1.20 meters long. She's quite beautiful. Care to consider her? Dude, your daughter's got some serious 9-point proportions. Don't ask me why it's a 9, because 6 flipped upside down. 168 centimeters tall with 120 centimeters legs, what kind of ratio is that? Get lost. I meant her height is real, but her leg length is from photos. Yang Chen, I don't have a daughter, but I can fund your beast training. I can even get you an epic tier beast. Look at me, look at me. A crowd of middle-aged men swarmed over, waving photos and chattering excitedly. One after another, photos of scantily clad beauties appeared: black-stocking dominatrixes, sharkskin pants, twin ponytail Lolas. It was dizzying to look at. I already have a girlfriend and a beast. Yang Chen politely replied, "Thank you all for your kindness, but please make way." Yang Chen responded to each person in turn, finally managing to squeeze his way out of the crowd. The men still tried to cling to him, but fortunately, the school security arrived just in time, allowing Yang Chen to escape. The third assessment wasn't held on campus. Instead, participants first came to the school for a beast inspection before heading to the actual assessment site. When Yang Chen arrived at the playground, it was bustling with activity. Yang Chen began searching for his class, Senior 37. Yang Chen, over here. Our class is right here. A girl waved at Yang Chen. Tall and slender, she stood about 5 feet 9 inches, clad in a blue school uniform. Though slightly oversized, the uniform did nothing to conceal her mature figure. Her appearance was flawless, delicate features, fair skin, and a neat ponytail that radiated youthful energy. Yang Chen instantly recalled this girl's identity. Zhang Shuer, the school beauty of North City First High School's senior class, was in the same class as Yang Chen. Their parents had known each other since childhood, and the two had grown up together, even sharing an arranged marriage promise. What surprised Yang Chen was that during his toughest times, there was no melodramatic breakup of the engagement. On the contrary, over the years at North City First High, Zhang Shuer's parents had shown him considerable kindness. Throughout his 3 years of high school, it was largely thanks to Zhang Shuer's companionship and encouragement that Yang Chen had persevered. It must be said that Zhang Shuer was an exceptional girl, beautiful and kind-hearted, as if she had been tailor-made for this role. Even deep down, Yang Chen felt a touch of envy. If this had happened on Earth, breaking off an engagement wouldn't be melodramatic, it would be reality. Yang Chen's admiration for Zhang Shuer, sort of girl like her, was truly one in a million. "Oh my, what took you so long? And you brought the parrot along? Old Ban said you didn't come to the academic affairs office yesterday to claim your beast. The assessment is about to start, and Old Ban is frantic. Hurry over." Zhang Shuer jogged over, glancing at the parrot perched on Yang Chen's shoulder. Without a second thought, she grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the class assembly point. Soon, Yang Chen and Zhang Shuer arrived at the class gathering point. Most of Class 37's students had already gathered. The affectionate way Yang Chen and Zhang Shuer held each other drew envious glances from many, hearts breaking all around. The school beauty of North City First High, how many hearts did she steal as the dream lover? However, standing at about 185 centimeters tall, Yang Chen wasn't bad looking himself. With his refined and scholarly demeanor, he and Zhang Shuer made a rather well-matched pair, exuding the aura of a golden boy and a jade girl. Meanwhile, a bald, bespectacled middle-aged man was inspecting the students' beast companions. Several students lacked contracted beasts, and the bald man was instructing them on how to tame them. "You lot. You're about to enter university, a microcosm of society, and you still cause such trouble? I emphasized repeatedly before the exam how to control your beasts, how to control them. This final assessment determines your future prospects. It's the first major turning point in your lives. How can you not take it seriously? Once you're in college, your professors won't have the time to micromanage every little thing. Right now, your teacher can still help you, but once you're on the battlefield, you'll have to rely entirely on yourselves." The bald man scolded them verbally, yet his hands never stopped. He meticulously taught the students how to contract with their beasts, carefully inspecting each one afterward to ensure nothing was overlooked. The students hung their heads, meekly nodding in embarrassment. This bald man was none other than Class 37's homeroom teacher, Li Jian. He was notorious throughout the school for his sharp tongue and soft heart, a man who never held back with his words. Many students feared him. "Teacher Li, Yang Chen is here." Zhang Shuer pulled Yang Chen before Li Jian. "Yang Chen, why did you take so long? The assessment is about to begin. After the second round, didn't I tell you to come to the school office yesterday to pick up your beast? Why didn't you come yesterday? Come on, hurry up and follow me to the academic affairs office. I've already spoken to the dean of students. You can go pick it up as soon as you arrive." Li Jian looked utterly frazzled. Not a single one of these kids gave him a moment's peace. Seeing Li Jian's worried expression, Yang Chen felt a faint warmth in his heart. It reminded him of his own high school graduation in his previous life. Throughout 3 years of high school, his homeroom teacher had been nothing but strict, never once smiling. Yet at the graduation ceremony, he had cried like a child. Li Jian's concerned expression deeply moved Yang Chen. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen spoke slowly. "Teacher, I've already tamed a beast." "You have a beast companion? Where is your beast?" Li Jian looked at Yang Chen with puzzlement. He had always paid close attention to Yang Chen, not only because of his academic excellence but also partly due to his impoverished background. Yang Chen pointed to the parrot perched on his shoulder. "This is my beast." "What? That's your beast companion?" Li Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wasn't this just a pet?" The other students all turned their gaze toward them. It was common knowledge that a beast companion was a beast companion, and a pet was a pet. The two were entirely different matters. Of course, some impoverished students couldn't afford true beasts and used pets instead. But no matter how promising the pet's beast-taming potential, it always ended up ruined. That was precisely why the Dragon Kingdom had enacted such policies to subsidize beast-tamers from impoverished backgrounds. There had been far too many bloody lessons learned. Zhang Shuer grew anxious and hurriedly said, "Yang Chen, stop joking around. Isn't this just your pet?" "I wish I were joking, but this is my beast-tamer beast," Yang Chen said helplessly. The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding area erupted in an uproar. Chapter 5, Watch me take you flying, you little brat. Has Scholar Yang lost his mind? Doesn't he know that while pets can contract with beast tamers, their stats are basically zero? Even if they have any, they're not high. This parrot probably has 0 attack and 0 defense, right? What the hell is Yang Chen thinking? The surrounding students buzzed with murmurs. Yang Chen, You're such a top student, don't you know the difference between a beastmaster and a pet? Your first 2 assessments were outstanding. If you just pass the 3rd one, you'll get into the top-tier academy. Tell me, what were you thinking? Li Jian looked utterly heartbroken, slapping his thigh in frustration. He'd always assumed the most troublesome students were the usual troublemakers, but Yang Chen had just dropped a bombshell using a contract pet as a beast tamer. Even after 20+ years as a homeroom teacher, Li Jian felt an urge to spit blood from sheer frustration. With Yang Chen pulling this stunt, could he even get into a top-tier academy? Yang Chen felt utterly helpless. He hadn't wanted this either. But having traveled through time, this was his reality. He couldn't possibly reveal these secrets. He feared he'd be cut into pieces if he did. Teacher, I just thought taming beasts was so amazing back then, so I wanted to try it with my pet. Yang Chen offered a half-hearted excuse, his face full of resignation. Try it? Amazing? For fun? Li Jian was so furious his chest ached, nearly choking on his own breath and fainting. You! What on earth should I say to you? You lot are the worst class I've ever taught. Li Jian rubbed his chest, feeling utterly defeated. Yang Chen, is it because taming beasts is too expensive? No, the state even subsidizes you with an epic tier beast. Why would you? Zhang Shuer grew anxious too. This was a matter of their future prospects. How could Yang Chen treat this like a game? Zhang Shuer didn't even know what to say. Amidst the crowd, a youth with dyed blonde hair sneered, Yang Chen, with your pitiful beastmaster power, you pick this crappy bird? Guess you'll never get a chance to level up, huh? Even if you do level up your beast, you can't afford a decent mount anyway. How about this, once I get into the top academy, you come be my study buddy, serving me tea and running errands. Since we're classmates, I'll pull some strings and get you a basic tier beast. What do you say? At this, many onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, young Master Yang is so generous. That's a solid plan. Young Master Yang's a rich kid, his family's loaded. If he says he'll buy you one, he really will. If young Master Yang doesn't buy it for you, we'll chip in. I'll chip in 500. The crowd erupted in laughter. Those mocking Yang Chen were all boys. They had no personal beef with him. It was just that for 3 years of high school, the school beauty Zhang Shuer had been inseparable from Yang Chen. They'd been jealous and envious of him for 3 whole years. Now that Yang Chen was down on his luck, how could they resist kicking him while he was down? The ringleader of the heckling was Yang Hua, a rich kid from North City. While the other classmates merely harbored secret crushes, Yang Hua was different. He'd pursued Zhang Shuer relentlessly for 3 whole years, only to be met with cold indifference. Yang Hua and Yang Chen had never gotten along, and Yang Hua had harbored resentment toward Yang Chen for 3 years. Zhang Shuer couldn't stand it anymore. Enough already, she snapped. We're all classmates. Is this really necessary? Class monitor, I wasn't mocking Scholar Yang, I'm serious, Yang Hua said with a grin. Yeah, we're serious too. We're willing to chip in to help Yang the Scholar buy his beast. Who doesn't know Yang the Scholar is broke as a joke? Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Zhang Shuer's face flushed crimson with anger. Just as she was about to say something, the myna bird perched on Yang Chen's shoulder seemed to sense the mockery directed at it. Fluttering its wings, it took flight. Watch me fly you, you mutt. You little dog. Soaring into the sky, the myna bird mimicked Yang Chen's tone, parroting his words as it hurled insults at Yang Hua and the others, repeatedly calling them mongrels. Holy crap, this thing can curse? The group's expressions shifted slightly. You dare curse me? Get down here. I'll stew you tonight. Yang Hua's expression darkened further as he reached out to grab the myna bird. But the magpie was incredibly agile, darting swiftly out of reach. Not only did Yang Hua fail to catch it, but the bird even taunted him, plunging downward the instant his hand missed. Useless! 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 The magpie continued its taunts. Yang Hua looked utterly ridiculous, his face twisted in fury. You beast! Get down here! I'll kill you! Yang Hua roared with fury, about to summon his beast. Stop it! Li Jian snapped. Have you had enough of this? You're all classmates. Instead of helping Yang Chen, you're mocking him. If you keep this up, I'll cancel the assessment for all of you. The jeering students immediately lowered their heads at his words. Even those who hadn't joined in pointed fingers and whispered among themselves. Yeah, that's too much. We're all classmates. Yang Chen's already suffering enough, and now you're mocking him like this. Young Master Yang sure is petty, isn't he? Many classmates couldn't stand by and watch, directing their criticism at Yang Hua. Yang Hua's expression darkened, but he dared not utter a word. After all, he hadn't even taken the final assessment yet. Li Jian had the authority to disqualify him. Compounded by his classmates' disapproval, Yang Hua snorted coldly, shot Yang Chen a fierce glare, and retreated. Seeing this, Zhang Shuer didn't bother arguing with Yang Hua and his group. Resolving Yang Chen's situation was the priority now. She turned to Li Jian and asked, Teacher, is there any way we can negotiate with the Beastmaster Academy? Could we inform them about Yang Chen's situation and request they make an exception, allowing him to skip the assessment? Ah. Li Jian sighed and shook his head. I'm afraid not. The Beastmaster Academy won't make exceptions lightly, unless Yang Chen's Beastmaster power reaches over 400. Then he could be admitted to one of the 4 top-tier academies without taking the exam, just like you. Unfortunately, his Beastmaster power is only 398. Zhang Shuer's heart sank. She knew better than anyone how much effort Yang Chen had poured into mastering beast taming over the past 3 years to become a qualified beast tamer. Yet Yang Chen aimed for a first-class academy or higher, and first-class academies required entrance exams. Li Jian paused, then abruptly changed the subject. However, with Yang Chen's Beastmaster power, I think if he applies to a second-tier academy, perhaps this old teacher could pull some strings on his behalf. Chapter 6, Young Master Yang backtracks. In the Beastmaster world, strength reigns supreme. Therefore, one's talent in beast taming directly determines their treatment in education. Academies were strictly tiered. Across the entire Dragon Nation, there were 4 super elite academies. To gain admission to one of these, a student's beast taming power had to reach at least 400. Not only were tuition fees waived, but the academies also provided exceptional educational resources and even bestowed upon each student an epic tier or higher beast companion. Below the top tier, institutions are further classified as first-class and second-class academies. These institutions hold considerable prestige within the Dragon Nation, though they cannot match the grandeur or educational resources of the top-tier academies. Moreover, significant differences exist between first-tier and second-tier academies. Beyond educational resources, the most crucial distinction lies in Dragon Nation's regulation. Only mid-level beastmasters rated 5 stars or higher are permitted to enter battlefields. This means those below mid-level 5-star rank cannot engage in combat against true magical beasts or beastmen, leaving them without practical combat experience. Both first-tier and second-tier academies provide magical beasts or beastmen for students to engage in combat training. The difference lies in the origin of these creatures. First-tier academies use beasts and humanoids captured directly from battlefields, while second-tier institutions primarily rely on artificially cultivated specimens. Even when second-tier schools acquire battlefield-captured creatures, their numbers are exceedingly limited. Artificially bred magical beasts and beastmen naturally lack the ferocity of their battlefield counterparts, and consequently, the quality of instruction differs significantly. Consequently, second-tier academies typically set their admission standards lower than ever. As for institutions beyond these 3 tiers, they are considered subpar. Yang Chen's beast control power had reached 398. If he could pass the practical combat assessment, he would absolutely qualify for a first-tier academy. If he chose not to take the assessment, entering a second-tier academy with Li Jian's assistance should pose no difficulty. Yang Chen, how about you try Red River Academy first? Red River Academy is the top institution below the first-tier level. If you go there, I'll arrange for you to transfer to Ivy Academy as an exchange student when the opportunity arises. What do you think? Zhang Shuer suggested cautiously. It must be said that Li Jian's words had reminded Zhang Shuer, while passing the assessment now was unlikely for Yang Chen, there were still alternative paths. Qingting Academy was one of the 4 top-tier institutions, the very one Zhang Shuer intended to attend. With her Beastmaster power rating at 620, securing an exchange student spot shouldn't be too difficult. That's a great idea. Though exchange students aren't full-fledged students, they still enjoy certain educational benefits. Li Jian nodded and smiled. At that moment, Manhwa snorted derisively from the side. Teacher, you always teach us that as beast tamers, we must rely on ourselves. Are you now teaching Yang Chen to live off others? TSK Tisk, who'd have thought our top student at first high would stoop to freeloading? How embarrassing. Li Jian's face flushed with unease as he snapped, shut up. This is called mutual support among classmates. Zhang Shuer was equally furious. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she glared at Yang Hua. Yang Hua, what's wrong with me helping Yang Chen? Even if he really is ruined, I'd gladly support him for the rest of my life. Yang Hua felt as if a thorn had pierced his heart at Zhang Shuer's words. So even if you're with a good-for-nothing, you still wouldn't choose to be with me? That's right. Zhang Shuer declared firmly. I'd rather be with a dog than with you. Yang Hua's face twisted into utter agony. It was all because of Yang Chen's existence that Zhang Shuer treated him this way. Yang Chen, if you're a man, stop hiding behind a woman. Have the guts to step out and fight me fair and square. Yang Hua glared viciously at Yang Chen. Ha! Yang Chen has now contracted a beast as his pet. You call fighting him honorable? Zhang Shuer was so enraged she laughed. I despise cowards like you the most. Yang Hua's face darkened further. Zhang Shuer had completely humiliated him, but it only fueled his hatred for Yang Chen even more. If not for Yang Chen, how could Zhang Shuer treat him this way? Ignoring Zhang Shuer, Yang Hua fixed a cold, menacing stare on Yang Chen. You dare? Why wouldn't I? Yang Chen chuckled lightly. But this fight is pointless. I plan to apply to Yinglong Academy. If you've got the guts, apply with me. Either I'll make sure you score a big fat 0, or you'll make sure I don't get in. Do you dare? At these words, Zhang Shuer, Li Jian, and the others visibly stiffened. Yinglong Academy is the finest institution beneath the 4 top-tier academies, known as a minor top-tier academy. I hear they're even applying to become the 5th top-tier academy in recent years. Yinglong Academy's entrance exams are brutal. I heard you need an excellent in the combat assessment just to get in. Yang Chen contracted a pet as his beast master. He must be crazy to even apply to Yinglong Academy. The surrounding students murmured in astonishment, a ripple of commotion spreading through the crowd. Getting into Yinglong Academy was no less difficult than entering one of the 4 top-tier academies, except the former didn't require an entrance exam. A hint of worry flashed across Zhang Shuer's pretty face. To her, it was clear that with Yang Chen's Beastmaster situation, passing the Yinglong Academy entrance exam was utterly impossible. Yang Chen, don't be impulsive. Don't let those petty people get to you. Zhang Shuer urged. Li Jian, flustered, added, Yang Chen, this is jeopardizing your future. Take my advice. You're still young. If you miss this chance, there will be plenty more opportunities. Sure, teacher, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Yang Chen offered reassurance before turning his gaze back to Yang Hua. What's the matter? You don't dare? Yang Hua's expression darkened. He truly didn't dare, for the Yinglong Academy assessment was brutally difficult, requiring an excellent grade or higher. It involved battling actual beasts and orcs captured from the battlefield. The slightest misstep wouldn't just cost him passing the assessment or achieving an excellent grade, it could cost him his life. Yang Hua did aspire to enroll in a first-class academy, but not the Yinglong Academy. Yang Chen had contracted a pet. Did Yang Chen dare? Yang Hua didn't believe it. He thought Yang Chen was just throwing caution to the wind. At this thought, Yang Hua's expression softened slightly as he sneered, Yang Chen, if you've got the guts, go ahead and apply to one for me to see. You're a lost cause, throwing caution to the wind. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I won't stoop to your level. If you dare apply to Yinglong Academy, I'll admit you've got guts. His words drew a burst of laughter from the surrounding students. Young Master Yang's backing down. He's backing down. Young Master Yang, backing down is no shame. Ha ha. Many classmates, who had long disliked Yang Hua's aggressive attitude, joined in the laughter. Yang Hua's face darkened, his expression grim. Shut up. If you're so great, why don't you apply to Yinglong Academy yourselves? Yang Chen, just say whether you dare or not. Chapter 7, Yang Chen's gone mad using pets as beast masters? Yang Chen, don't listen to him. He's just trying to provoke you. Zhang Shuer watched Yang Chen anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. She knew all too well that pride ran deep in his veins. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life. Attention all senior class homeroom teachers, recruitment mentors from all colleges have arrived. The third assessment for seniors will commence immediately. Please maintain order. Students, proceed to your respective college assessments in an orderly fashion. Disruptions will result in immediate disqualification, and all scores from the previous 2 assessments will be invalidated. All eyes turned toward the open space at the center of the field, where the admissions tutors from every college had taken their positions. Under the guidance of their homeroom teachers, students from each class proceeded in an orderly fashion to take the assessments for their respective colleges. Seeing this, Li Jian quickly gathered Class 37 for a final pep talk. Students, I've watched you all grow. Those of you here for the third assessment are essentially prospective beast masters. I believe in you. Stay calm during the test, no panic. Now, follow the students from Class 36 to your respective colleges for the assessments. I wish you all success in the entrance exams. May each of you soar like dragons. Under Li Jian's organization, Class 37 began to disperse in an orderly fashion, heading to the assessment locations of their respective academies. Li Jian took Yang Chen's hand and said, Yang Chen, take my advice, start at a second-tier academy. Once you become an intermediate beast master, you can contract other beasts later. Your beast-taming power isn't low either. Your future remains bright. Teacher makes a very good point, Yang Chen agreed wholeheartedly. Li Jian's eyes suddenly brightened. So you agree to go to the second-tier academy? Yes. Yang Chen nodded. Li Jian and Zhang Shuer both breathed a sigh of relief. They'd finally persuaded Yang Chen. Great. Go pick out a second-tier academy for yourself first. Once I finish up here, I'll come negotiate with them. Li Jian said with a smile. Zhang Shuer's mood brightened considerably. She winked playfully at Yang Chen and encouraged him, go endure a bit of hardship at a second-tier academy first. Wait for me to carry you to the top. Fine, but don't say I'm freeloading later, Yang Chen teased. Zhang Shuer froze. In her memory, Yang Chen had always been a quiet loner. When had he learned to tease her like this? A blush spread across Zhang Shuer's pretty face, like peach blossoms in full bloom, making her look absolutely stunning. Yang Hua, watching the two flirt from the sidelines, gritted his teeth so hard his molars nearly shattered. Yang Chen, you're the one who keeps calling me a coward for not daring to take on the Dragon Academy. Don't chicken out now. Yang Hua gritted his teeth. Zhang Shuer shot Yang Hua an annoyed glare. He was such a chatterbox. Yang Chen merely glanced at him dismissively. Trash. Get lost. With that, Yang Chen exchanged greetings with Zhang Shuer and Li Jian before turning to head toward the assessment grounds. Only then did Zhang Shuer and Li Jian finally relax, relieved that no further complications had arisen. However, Li Jian soon realized something was off. Yang Chen was heading in the wrong direction. That direction is the recruitment area for first-class academies. The second-class academy recruitment area is in the other direction. Li Jian instantly realized what Yang Chen intended to do. Holy crap! Yang Chen is trying to apply to Yinglong Academy. Even as a teacher, Li Jian couldn't help but let out a curse. Zhang Shuer finally caught on too, stamping her foot in frustration and anger. She fumed inwardly. I knew this would happen. She had wondered why Yang Chen had been so easily persuaded to switch to applying for a second-tier academy. But now that it had happened, there was no point in saying anything. Zhang Shuer felt both furious and worried about Yang Chen. Suddenly, something occurred to her. She sought out her best friend, Ouyang Lanlan, and said, Lanlan, I remember you were planning to apply to Yinglong Academy too, right? Yes, why? Ouyang Lanlan's beautiful willow brows furrowed slightly as she guessed, Shushu, you wouldn't be asking me to help your Yang Chen, would you? I don't have that kind of influence. That's the toughest exam in the college entrance exams. Ouyang Lanlan and Zhang Shuer had always been close friends, and she was also quite familiar with Yang Chen. She knew all about his family situation and felt deeply sympathetic toward him. But the college entrance exam was a different matter entirely. Sigh. I know. If you can help him, please do. Zhang Shuer sighed and pleaded, please, Lanlan. I know this puts you in a tough spot, but you should understand Yang Chen too. He has his reasons for doing this. Ouyang Lanlan gave a bitter smile. Don't worry. Even if you hadn't asked, I'd help him if I had the chance. Lanlan, you're the best. Zhang Shuer happily hugged Ouyang Lanlan, her joy radiating like a child's. Ouyang Lanlan felt a headache coming on as she couldn't help but wryly remark, I really don't know what kind of love potion that Yang Chen has given you. Helping him this much, I wonder if you owe him from a past life. Manhwa, standing nearby, overheard every word between Zhang Shuer and Ouyang Lanlan. His heart ached. Especially when he heard Zhang Shuer actually pleading with Ouyang Lanlan to help Yang Chen, the pain in his heart grew even more intense. His pain stemmed not from Ouyang Lanlan aiding Yang Chen, but from Zhang Shuer's unwavering support for him had made him bitterly jealous. Way too sour. But Manhwa didn't think Yang Chen could pass the assessment. The first-class academy's evaluations were incredibly strict. Forget helping others, you had to tread carefully just to get through it yourself, or you'd fail in a heartbeat. Damn it, you bastard Yang Chen. Let's see how you keep up the act when you come out. Yang Hua muttered curses under his breath. Meanwhile, as everyone expected, Yang Chen arrived at the Yinglong Academy recruitment site, signed up immediately, and submitted his personal information to the academy. The admissions advisor, Wu Xian, was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Wu Xian pushed his glasses up, glanced at Yang Chen's personal information, and frowned when he saw Parrot listed under Beastmaster's Beast. Student Yang Chen, parrots are pets. Are you certain your Beastmaster's Beast is a parrot? Once your application is submitted, it cannot be altered. Should you present a different beast during the assessment, your results will be invalidated. Only then did the surrounding students notice Yang Chen. Isn't that Yang Chen from class 37? He's crazy. Using a parrot as a beast to take the Yinglong Academy assessment? Rumor has it he just wanted to mess around and accidentally ended up contracting a parrot. I think he's just book smart. Anyone knows using a pet as a beast is practically impossible, yet he dares to take the Yinglong Academy exam. Whispers swirled around them. Yang Chen was this year's renowned top student and a prominent figure. Naturally, many recognized him. Chapter 8, thinking Yang Chen cheated, only to discover it was an ace up his sleeve. That's right. May I participate? Ignoring the surrounding murmurs, Yang Chen politely addressed the instructor. Wu Xian wasn't unfamiliar with students like Yang Chen. Every year, he encountered many who came hoping to take a shot at luck. But without exception, they all failed. Wu Xian despised such opportunistic shortcuts. Even if they somehow passed the assessment through trickery, what good would it do? Once they entered the battlefield, ventured into wormholes, could they still rely on tricks against ferocious beasts? You may take the assessment. Wu Xian cautioned, but let me advise you, young man, this assessment is no game. There are no second chances. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, if you fail this time, you'll have to wait another year. Mentor, I've made up my mind. I'm applying to Yinglong Academy, Yang Chen insisted. Seeing Yang Chen's resolute stance, Wu Xian ceased his persuasion. Every year during the entrance exams, there were always a few who refused to believe in the odds. Wu Xian cut to the chase. Place your beast on this testing platform. We'll verify its bloodline and confirm its identity. The purpose of testing the beast was to prevent cheating. In the past, some candidates had brought someone else's beast into the exam hall disguised as their own. This test only verified the beast's species, bloodline, and whether it shared a contract bond with the examinee. It did not display attributes. The testing platform was a jade-carved platform engraved with numerous incomprehensible runes. Yang Chen beckoned the parrot to fly onto it. Watch me take you flying, you little rascal. The Manhwa bird mimicked the words, squawking loudly as it flew onto the testing platform. Take you flying? That damn bird talks a big game. This guy's all talk, isn't he? 666. The surrounding students burst into laughter, none taking the minus seriously. But the very next second, everyone was utterly stunned, their eyes glued to the testing platform. As soon as Wu Xian activated the testing platform, a swirl of ethereal runes erupted from its surface, radiating a crimson glow. Test complete. Beast-taming Parrot, mythic tier bloodline. Contract relationship confirmed with examinee Yang Chen. The mechanical voice boomed from the platform. Wu Xian and the others were instantly dumbfounded. It was common knowledge that while pets could be contracted, most lacked both offensive and defensive attributes, let alone bloodlines. Pets definitely don't have bloodlines. What the hell is this mythical grade bloodline nonsense? Holy, I've never heard of anyone having a mythical tier beastmaster, not in real life, not even online. This damn bird actually has a mythical bloodline. Is the system glitching? Mythical tier pets are impossible. Yang Chen must be cheating. If Yang Chen isn't cheating, I'll eat my detector. The surrounding students were all stunned. A mythical bloodline actually appeared in a pet. Is this even a pet anymore? Wu Xian was momentarily stunned. Having served as an admissions mentor at Yinglong Academy for over a decade, he'd seen at least 8,000 students if not 10,000 and encountered plenty of cheaters. Using pets as beast tamers wasn't exactly unheard of, but damn it, he'd never seen a pet with a mythical bloodline. In fact, he'd never even heard of such a thing. Wu Xian had every reason to suspect either a malfunctioning device or Yang Chen cheating. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Xian consulted with several other instructors. He retrieved a larger detector from his spatial ring, its surface engraved with far more intricate runes. There was no doubt this was a far more sophisticated device than the previous one. Student Yang Chen, I'm confirming once more, is this parrot truly your tamed beast? Have you engaged in any form of cheating? Wu Xian stared sternly at Yang Chen. If you are found to have cheated, not only will your exam results be invalidated, but you will also be permanently barred from taking the college entrance exam in the future. You could even be blacklisted by the Beastmaster Guild and the National Beastmaster Organization. The Beastmaster College entrance exam was essentially a national talent selection process, a matter of utmost gravity. Once blacklisted, forget about becoming a Beastmaster. Even finding ordinary employment would be nearly impossible. Yang Chen remained unperturbed. Mentor, I did not cheat. Please proceed with the verification. Wu Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Very well. Since that is your stance, I shall grant your wish. But do not harbor any illusions. This testing platform will reveal the bloodline and passive skills of your contracted beast. Prepare yourself mentally. With that, Wu Xian prepared to activate the new testing platform with his assistant's help. Yang Chen must have cheated. Yeah, if he hadn't cheated, how could a pet possibly have a mythical grade bloodline? Who would have thought Yang Chen was this kind of person? He's bringing shame upon North City First High. Disgraceful. Yang Chen, get down here immediately. Stop disgracing North City First High. Many indignant students hurled accusations at Yang Chen. Yet, in the very next moment, crimson runes once again appeared on the new testing platform. The mechanical voice sounded once more. Retest complete. Beast-taming Parrot. Golden passive skill, enhanced beast-taming. Mythical grade bloodline. Confirmed contract bond with examinee Yang Chen. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Holy! Yang Chen didn't cheat. This parrot actually has a mythical grade bloodline. And it even has a golden passive skill? Enhanced beast-taming is top tier among passive skills. Holy crap, this is clearly just a pet. Why would such a bloodline and passive skill appear on a pet? If only it were on my own beast tamer. Students from nearby assessment areas erupted in excitement, casting envious glances at Yang Chen. Many stared at the magpie with bloodshot eyes, consumed by jealousy. If they could strip the passive skill and bloodline from magpie, they'd probably be charging madly toward him right now. After all, a golden passive skill was something you could only dream of encountering. And a mythical tier bloodline. A legendary rarity. And to find them in a mere pet. What kind of insane luck did Yang Chen have? Everyone thought Yang Chen was cheating, but he just pulled out the ultimate trump card. This is insane. Chapter 9, the assessment begins. How could this be? Mythic tier bloodline? A golden passive skill? Wu Xuandu was stunned. Such a thing happening to a mere pet was unheard of even for a mythical tier beast master. The probability of possessing such a passive skill was extremely low. It was utterly unheard of. It felt like a dream, utterly surreal. Ouyang Lanlan, who had just arrived to register, had barely steadied herself when she heard the testing platform announce the data. Am I still asleep? Pet. Mythic tier bloodline, awakened golden passive skill? Ouyang Lanlan's pretty little mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg inside, utterly astonished. What the heck is this? Does this even fall under the category of beast taming or pets? Yang Chen gave the magpie a pat on the butt, shooing it off the examination table. Watch me take you flying, you little mutt. The myna flapped its wings and flew off. Yang Chen. Yang Chen turned to Wu Xian and asked, Mentor, can I take the third assessment now? Ha? Oh, right. Wu Xian snapped out of it and quickly replied, yes. Thank you for your help, Mentor. Yang Chen smiled and walked into the assessment waiting area. Wu Xian watched Yang Chen's retreating figure, his expression oddly unsettled. He still hadn't figured out what was going on. Instructor, I have a question. What's the deal with Yang Chen's pet? How can a pet possess a legendary grade bloodline? A student participating in the assessment looked at Wu Xian with confusion. Ouyang Lanlan and the others all turned to Wu Xian. They too wanted answers. This touched on a knowledge gap. They'd studied extensive beast-taming knowledge throughout their 3 years of high school, yet nothing covered pets possessing legendary grade bloodlines. Wu Xian froze. This was also a gap in his own knowledge. After a moment's thought, Wu Xian cautiously replied, that's an excellent question. Based on my years of teaching experience, it appears this pet of Yang Chen's underwent some sort of mutation, leading to the bloodline transformation. Mentor, if this is indeed a mutation, would its attributes then resemble those of a legendary tier beastmaster's pet? This question further piqued the curiosity of the surrounding students. The most prominent feature distinguishing mythical tier bloodline beasts as the strongest lies in their distinct 4-dimensional attributes. A mythical grade beast's initial 4-dimensional attributes could easily surpass those of an ordinary grade beast at stage 10 or above. The gap was staggering. If pets could undergo mutations and gain stronger attributes, that might be a promising path. Wu Xian was sweating buckets. He had no answers to these questions. But so many students were watching him. He represented Yinglong Academy. If he admitted ignorance, wouldn't that bring shame upon the academy? This Yang Chen hadn't even enrolled in Yinglong Academy yet, and he was already causing trouble. Stay calm. Wu Xian secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After a moment's thought, he carefully replied, based on my experience, even if it enhances attributes, the boost wouldn't be significant. After all, it's a pet, not a tamed beast. Oh, I see. Seems Yang Chen's beast mastering isn't all that great either. A useless legendary tier beast mastering, what a waste of that golden passive skill. It's practically god tier. If only it had been on my beastmaster's pet. Upon hearing that even a mutation wouldn't yield significant enhancements, the students lost interest in Yang Chen's beast. Instead, they grew envious of its passive skill. So jealous. Wu Xian secretly wiped away a cold sweat. Thankfully, they hadn't pressed further, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known how to respond. Wu Xian cleared his throat. Ahem, let's continue the assessment. Next candidate, step forward for testing. The testing resumed. About half an hour later, all assessments were completed. Only 93 students had participated in the Yinglong Academy assessment. Ouyang Lanlan's beast companion was an epic tier 3-tailed raccoon cat, and she passed the test without issue. Yang Chen, how did you get that mutated parrot? Ouyang Lanlan walked straight over to Yang Chen, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafting from her. As Zhang Shuer's close friend, Ouyang Lanlan's looks were naturally impressive. Her features were exquisitely refined and remarkably pleasing to the eye. Yang Chen chuckled. No idea. Just messing around, and it turned out like this. It must be said, Yang Chen's response wasn't exactly dismissive, it was more like he couldn't be bothered to even bother. Ouyang Lanlan pondered thoughtfully for a moment. Everyone had their secrets, and she wasn't one to pry. After a moment of silence, she murmured, once we enter the assessment area, follow me. We'll hunt the beasts together. Yang Chen felt a flicker of warmth at her words and chuckled. Shushu sent you to help me, didn't she? Better not. If we're discovered, your assessment results will be invalidated. I can't drag you down with me. Ouyang Lanlan looked anxious. Yang Chen, what time is it now? Why are you still worrying about that? Without my help, do you think you could get into Yinglong Academy? Fine. Even if your pet mutates to a mythical bloodline level, it still doesn't change the fact that it's a pet. The fundamental difference between a pet and a beastmaster lies in attributes. Even if your Vermilion Bird mutates further, what level will its attributes reach, ordinary or elite? So what if it's exceptional? What difference does that make? Given the difficulty of Yinglong Academy's assessments, if it hasn't reached epic tier, don't even think about it. Yang Chen chuckled. No, my beastmaster attributes have reached mythical tier beastmaster level. Ouyang Lanlan's expression froze, and she snapped angrily, you're just bragging. Yang Chen, you need to understand you're already trailing behind Shu Shu after the first 2 assessments. Shu Shu is guaranteed admission to a top-tier academy. You should know exactly what a top-tier academy means. From now on, Shu Shu will receive more beast-taming resources and higher quality instruction than you. If you can't even get into Yinglong Academy, the gap between you and Shu Shu will only widen. At North City First High, you're considered outstanding. But Qingting Academy is filled with geniuses and prodigies. Do you really think you can compete with them? Think about it, Shu Shu will be spending every day with those people. What do you think she'll start to think of you? Why are you so stubborn? Ouyang Lanlan looked at him with disappointment, as if she were frustrated with an uncooperative child. She had even risked cheating to help Yang Chen. After all, she'd witnessed Yang Chen's relentless efforts over the past 3 years. She didn't dislike him, and naturally hoped he and Zhang Shuer would end up together. Just as the two were talking, Wu Xian entered the waiting area. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, and announced, "Fellow students, I'm delighted you've chosen Yinglong Academy. Now, I declare the Yinglong Academy assessment for Beiqing No. 1 High School officially begins." Chapter 10, The Frenzied Wild Rabbit. Now, I will announce the assessment rules. The rules for our Yinglong Academy assessment are straightforward. Enter the assessment space and, within 3 hours, hunt down 10 level 1, 1-star demon beasts. Obtain their crystal cores but do not remove the demon beast carcasses from the assessment space. 10 crystal cores equal 100 points. Team hunting for crystal cores or assisting others in hunting is strictly forbidden. Any violations discovered will result in immediate disqualification. Participants may report each other, and informants will receive bonus points. Additionally, I'll add 2 points. First, these beasts and beastmen were captured from battlefields, not artificially bred. Second, this year's academy assessment allows a maximum 30% mortality rate for first-class academies. I remind all students, the exam grounds are a battlefield. Those wishing to withdraw may do so now. Wu Xian explained the rules to the crowd. What? Hunt 10? Wasn't it only 5 last year? They doubled it this year? That's way too hard. And the death quota? It's way too high this year, isn't it? Many students paled. The level 1, star 1 monsters were the lowest tier among beasts and orcs. These students were mere newbies who had just completed their class change. They lacked combat experience, and even their encounters with beasts or orcs had been limited to seeing them in enclosures. Those beasts and orcs captured from the battlefield had seen real combat far more vicious than their artificially bred counterparts. This could kill people. Especially the death quota, only 15% in previous years, but doubled this year, making it even more terrifying. This means that unless the death rate reaches 30%, Yinglong Academy won't send instructors into the assessment space to intervene. Once you're in dire straits, you're on your own. Only when it surpasses 30% will the Academy intervene. This assessment tests not only strength but also luck. Though the students felt a hint of dread, none were considering withdrawal. After all, those who made it to the Yinglong Academy assessment were the cream of the crop. After waiting about 10 minutes and seeing no one was about to withdraw, Wu Xian added, "One final point, once inside the assessment space, no one is permitted to attack any other participant. Any violation will not only result in disqualification from the assessment but also legal consequences. Students, please remember this. This will be the last time you experience such leniency after leaving high school. Once you enter the battlefield, there will be no such rules, only survival of the fittest. Alright, the assessment officially begins now. Students, line up to receive your life tokens from me. Simply activate the life token with your psychic energy to enter the assessment space. Once inside, use your psychic energy again to exit. The life token serves not only as the key to the assessment space. Should a participant die, the token will immediately be transmitted to Yinglong Academy." After Wu Xian finished speaking, he brought out another square jade token, roughly 1 square meter in size. Numerous mystical runes were carved into its surface, giving it an air of profound mystery. After collecting their life tokens, the students queued up one by one to enter the assessment space. Though nervous, the moment they held their tokens, their expressions betrayed not only anxiety but also excitement and anticipation. For after this assessment, they would become true beast masters. Soon, Ouyang Lanlan and Yang Chen both received their fate tokens. Yang Chen gazed at the warm, jade-like token in his hand, his eyes flashing with excitement. It was finally beginning. To enter the battlefield, one needed to reach the rank of a 5-star intermediate beastmaster. Before that, hunting demon beasts and beastmen wouldn't be easy for Yang Chen. This time, entering the assessment space, Yang Chen had only one goal: to hunt down enough demonic beasts or beastmen. Yang Chen, don't go off on your own once you're inside. Ouyang Lanlan tried to caution him, but before she could finish, the token in Yang Chen's hand emitted a faint glow. He vanished before her eyes. Yang Chen! Ouyang Lanlan felt a surge of irritation. She immediately channeled her spiritual energy into the life token. A flash of white light made her instinctively close her eyes. When Ouyang Lanlan opened her eyes again, she found herself in a completely different world. Here, mountains rose in layered peaks, and trees stood lush and verdant. Were it not for the occasional roar of demonic beasts echoing through the forest, this place could easily be called a paradise untouched by the outside world. Ouyang Lanlan had no time to admire the scenery. She wanted to find Yang Chen, but all she saw was his retreating figure heading southwest. That Yang Chen! If I hadn't promised Shu, I'd never have agreed to help you cheat. Ouyang Lanlan stomped her foot in frustration, muttering under her breath before setting off in pursuit. Deep within the forest, Yang Chen darted through the trees with lightning speed. Before long, a sudden rustling sound erupted from the thicket ahead. Caw caw! A shrill cry pierced the air. A massive white beast burst out, blocking Yang Chen's path. This white beast resembled a rabbit in appearance, but its massive size rivaled that of an adult human. Worse still, its eyes glowed an intense, blood-red color as if they might burst from their sockets, radiating a savage, violent aura. Moreover, its limbs and two large incisors were markedly different. Its claws were razor-sharp, and those two massive incisors were incredibly pointed. It looked utterly bizarre. A frenzied wild rabbit? Yang Chen recognized this demon beast instantly, having encountered it in his studies. Unlike ordinary rabbits, this beast was ferocious, possessing a rank of first tier, 1 star. Gurgle. The frenzied wild rabbit launched its attack first, leaping forward on all 4 limbs and pouncing toward Yang Chen. Its massive front claws lashed out at Yang Chen. This was the frenzied wild rabbit's first skill, frenzied claws. Blazingly fast. So fast. Yang Chen's expression changed. The frenzied rabbit's speed was truly astonishing, so fast that in the blink of an eye, it closed to within a meter of him. Yang Chen had no time to think. He instinctively blocked with both hands. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the frenzied rabbit's massive paw slammed down. Yang Chen felt as if he'd been struck by a speeding car, sent reeling backward over 10 steps. What immense strength! Yang Chen stared at the 3 deep gashes torn across his arms. Had he not already become a transferee, that single blow could have killed him outright. This was Yang Chen's first battle against a magical beast. Lacking experience, he had suffered a minor setback. Gurgle. The frenzied hare let out another shrill cry and charged toward Yang Chen. Bring it on! Perfect practice for me! Yang Chen chuckled softly. Chapter 11, The Abnormal Golden Skill. Charge of the Vanguard. As the words fell, a golden glow instantly enveloped Yang Chen. In an instant, his attack, defense, and agility all received comprehensive enhancements. The ferocious wild rabbit, which had been moving with blinding speed, suddenly appeared sluggish in his eyes. No! More accurately, Yang Chen's sensitivity to speed heightened, making his own movements even faster. Yang Chen unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Yang Chen's fist collided with the frenzied rabbit's sharp claws. In that instant, a faint crackling sound emanated from the feral rabbit's claws. Its furry paws bent backward slightly, and its massive body was violently sent flying backward. Boom! 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 The frenzied hare crashed through several trees, its mouth emitting a piercing scream. Truly worthy of a golden skill, it's incredibly powerful. Yang Chen was overjoyed, clearly sensing the transformation occurring within him. Don't underestimate this 18% boost. If you really broke it down, it essentially increased Yang Chen's strength by half a star. Remember, for a novice beast master, each star upgrade only increases the 3 primary attributes by 10 points. Now, Charge into Battle boosted his 3 attributes by 18%, which translated to an increase of just over 5 points. This alone demonstrated just how absurdly powerful a top-tier skill like Charge into Battle truly was. Golden tier skills were already top tier, with an extremely high acquisition difficulty. Passive skills for beast tamers were even rarer. One might not even find a single passive golden skill among 10,000 beasts. Let's try magpies next. Yang Chen suppressed his thoughts and shouted toward the magpie in the sky, Magpie, help me take it down. You little bastard, watch me take you flying. The magpie flapped its wings, diving downward before spitting a beam of light that landed on Yang Chen. Sink or Swim Level 1 consumes 60 spirit power. Casts a skill on a designated target, trapping all creatures within a 10-meter radius in a sinking ground. Increases the target's attack, defense, and agility by 10%. Reduces the attack of all other creatures within range by 20%. Yang Chen's body trembled as he felt his strength, defense, and agility surge once more, this time layered atop his own battle will. Moreover, a black aura instantly rippled around Yang Chen, forming a boundary 10 meters wide. The frenzied wild rabbit seemed to sense something, shrieking in terror as it tried to flee. Alas, within the sunken ship's domain, the frenzied rabbit was as if trapped in an invisible swamp, its speed drastically slowed. Trying to escape? Die! Yang Chen lunged forward in a single stride. Not only was his speed far superior to the frenzied rabbit's earlier, but with its attributes now diminished, the rabbit's speed was simply no match for his. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chen closed the distance and slammed a fist into the rabbit. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Yang Chen's fist slammed down hard on the frenzied rabbit's skull. The beast's skull instantly shattered like a watermelon, scattering into fragments as blood spurted forth. It collapsed instantly, dead on the spot. Holy! Holy! Yang Chen was stunned, staring at his fist in disbelief. The frenzied rabbit, which had been faster than him and had even managed to injure him earlier, had been instantly killed. Truly a golden tier skill. This is insane. With these 2 gold tier skills, wouldn't he be able to walk all over this assessment ground? Passing the trial would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Ding! Host has hunted a level 1, star 1 magical beast and obtained 1 talent coin. Yang Chen glanced at the information panel. The talent coin column had finally broken 0, and his motivation surged. The hunt has only just begun. I'll slay more and earn more talent coins. Yang Chen licked his dry lips, swiftly cleared the battlefield, retrieved a thumb-sized crystal core from the frenzied rabbit's skull, stuffed it into his bag, and continued forward with his magpie companion. Not far behind the woods, Ouyang Lanlan had long since heard the commotion and was rushing over at full speed. Yang Chen, you fool! I told you not to wander off, but you wouldn't listen. Ouyang Lanlan's pretty face was filled with worry and exasperation. If Yang Chen encountered a demon beast or a beastman, it would be extremely dangerous. If Yang Chen had a powerful beast companion, it might be manageable. But the problem was Yang Chen's beast companion powerful? Ouyang Lanlan certainly didn't think so. When Ouyang Lanlan finally reached the spot where the frenzied rabbit lay dead, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. A demon beast killed so quickly? Ouyang Lanlan felt a chill run down her spine. After all, from the moment she heard the commotion to arriving here, it hadn't taken more than 5 minutes. Was it Yang Chen? A bold thought flashed through Ouyang Lanlan's mind. But the moment the thought surfaced, she remembered Yang Chen's foul-mouthed parrot and shook her head. It must have been another beast master who happened to pass by. Ouyang Lanlan muttered to herself, Yang Chen sure has some luck. A frenzied wild rabbit that size? It must be close to reaching the first tier, second star level, right? Still, whoever killed that frenzied wild rabbit must be incredibly powerful. Ouyang Lanlan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Even she wasn't confident she could take down that frenzied wild rabbit within 5 minutes. North City First High School truly was a place where hidden talents lurked. Beasts are already appearing here. The deeper we go, the more there will be. We should hurry and find Yang Chen. Suppressing her thoughts, Ouyang Lanlan glanced around and chose a random direction to pursue. Though her direction wasn't exactly the same as Yang Chen's, it wasn't far off. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, moving ahead with the boost from his dual layer skills, was advancing at an astonishing pace. He soon encountered another Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. With the dual golden skills boosting him, Yang Chen instantly killed the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf in a single encounter. Ding! Host has hunted a Tier 1, Star 1 Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, earning 1 talent coin. Yang Chen collected the crystal core with practiced ease and pressed forward once more. It must be said that the assessment space teamed with beasts and beastmen, one could find them nearly every few dozen meters. Ding! Host has hunted a level 1, Star 1 Crimson Porcupine, earning 1 talent coin. Ding! Host has hunted a level 1, Star 1 Swiftwind Beast, earning 1 talent coin. The system announcements kept coming. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Chen had hunted down 5 beasts, obtaining 5 beast control crystals and 5 talent coins. Compared to his classmates, Yang Chen was undoubtedly the fastest. Boom! Just as Yang Chen finished stowing the Swiftwind Beast's crystal core, a thunderous roar erupted ahead. A bespectacled male student, mounted on a silver wolf, charged madly toward Yang Chen. Following close behind was a saber-toothed tiger over 2 meters in length. The beast was ferocious beyond measure, its claws slashing like blades. Wherever it swept through, trees shattered like tofu. That saber-toothed tiger was incredibly ferocious. Another crystal core delivered right to my doorstep. A gleam flashed in Yang Chen's eyes as the corners of his mouth turned up in a faint smile. With a swift leap, he charged forward. Chapter 12, Little First Middle School, A Den of Hidden Talents. Classmate, be careful. That saber-toothed tiger. The bespectacled boy, seeing Yang Chen charging forward, was horrified and shouted urgently. Whoosh! 2 golden streaks erupted from Yang Chen's body as he shot past the bespectacled boy like a golden meteor. Thud! Another dull thud echoed, followed by the sound of something thudding to the ground. The bespectacled boy turned to see the ferocious saber-toothed tiger lying motionless on the ground. A gaping hole had appeared in its hideous face, blood gushing out relentlessly. The saber-toothed tiger's wide eyes were filled with terror, as if it couldn't believe it had been instantly killed. Yang Chen reached out and retrieved the crystal core. The bespectacled student was dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Yang Chen stowed the crystal core away, turned to the bespectacled classmate, and asked, what were you about to say? It took the bespectacled classmate a long moment to recover. Swallowing hard, he stammered, I was trying to warn you that saber-toothed tiger has reached peak Tier 1, Star 1. It's on the verge of advancing to Tier 1, Star 2. It's incredibly powerful. Yang Chen froze for a moment, glancing at the saber-toothed tiger's corpse. Is it really that formidable? You must have been startled earlier. This saber-toothed tiger isn't that formidable. Yang Chen said with deadpan seriousness, too timid. Not cut out to be a beast master, classmate. Your mental fortitude needs work. Glasses-wearing classmate. Without lingering, Yang Chen turned and walked away. The bespectacled student stood frozen in place, questioning his existence. Could it really be that his mental fortitude was lacking? But when he'd clashed with that saber-toothed tiger just now, its strength had been terrifying. His beast, the snow wolf, still bore a gruesome wound on its abdomen. Holy crap! Could it be that this guy was just too strong? The bespectacled student suddenly snapped out of his daze. Watching Yang Chen's retreating figure, he felt a sense of familiarity, yet the name eluded him. Excuse me, did you happen to see a guy in a black hoodie pass by here just now? At that moment, Ouyang Lanlan approached, her voice sweet as honey. The guy in the black hoodie she was referring to was none other than Yang Chen. The bespectacled boy turned and froze. Wasn't this Ouyang Lanlan, one of the top 10 beauties of First High? He had a secret crush on Ouyang Lanlan. Seeing the smile on Ouyang Lanlan's delicate face, the bespectacled boy felt his own face flush slightly. He scratched his head awkwardly and pointed in the direction Yang Chen had disappeared, saying, "He went that way just now." "Thanks." Ouyang Lanlan nodded politely, then set off in the direction Yang Chen had left. As she passed the saber-toothed tiger's corpse, Ouyang Lanlan's beautiful eyes widened slightly. This saber-toothed tiger was likely approaching the level of a stage 1, 2-star beast, wasn't it? At stage 1, saber-toothed tigers were easily distinguished by their teeth. This one was already developing 4 sharp, spike-like fangs. This signified that the saber-toothed tiger lying on the ground was nearing the rank of stage 1, 2-star. Ouyang Lanlan stared at the bespectacled boy in utter disbelief. First, a mysterious student had slain a demon beast in under 5 minutes, and now another male student had killed a saber-toothed tiger on the verge of reaching 2 stars. And judging by the battle traces at the scene, it was practically an instant kill. Truly terrifying. Ouyang Lanlan considered herself quite talented at First High, with strength definitely among the top ranks. But now, she was starting to question her own abilities. How could such a small school as First High produce multiple beast masters this powerful at once? Looks like I still have a lot to learn. Ouyang Lanlan silently admonished herself before quickly departing. The bespectacled boy watched her retreating figure and murmured to himself, "That look Ouyang gave me when she turned back, could she possibly be interested in me?" 1 hour later. Yang Chen successfully hunted down the 10th demon beast and collected its 10th crystal core. The trial is complete. Don't waste any more time collecting crystal cores. Hunt monsters at full speed. Yang Chen glanced at his character information panel. Talent coins, 10. Just 10 more to purchase a bloodline fragment. Keep going. Yang Chen closed the panel and was about to move forward when he noticed a figure in the woods behind him. It was Ouyang Lanlan, searching for him. Her face twisted with resentment as she muttered curses under her breath. "Damn Yang Chen, are you an idiot? You just followed someone else the whole time. They killed everything in sight and you tagged along the entire way. Now I didn't get to kill a single beast. I'll wait another half hour for you. After that, I'm done with you." Ouyang Lanlan gritted her teeth, her pretty little face puffed up with anger, looking utterly adorable. Yang Chen heard every word, unable to help but fall silent. This silly girl, still following me. She's so adorably foolish. After a moment's thought, Yang Chen decided against going out to explain to Ouyang Lanlan. This silly girl wouldn't believe him anyway. Rather than waste time on explanations, he'd be better off hunting more monsters. At worst, he could leave a few for Ouyang Lanlan. Suppressing the thought, Yang Chen pressed onward. Not far ahead, within the forest. A tall female student, accompanied by her beast-riding flying tiger, was locked in fierce combat with a demon bear. The clash was fierce. Both the female student and her beast-tamer mount bore numerous injuries, clearly indicating she had endured many battles. The demon bear fared even worse, its belly torn open by 3 gash wounds from the flying tiger, flesh and blood exposed. The longer the fight went on, the faster the demon bear bled and the weaker it grew. There was no doubt that it wouldn't be long before the female student and flying tiger wore the demon bear down completely. After all, not everyone possessed golden skills like Yang Chen, making the fight far from easy. Yet, just as the female student and flying tiger were attacking with all their might, suddenly, a dark figure swiftly darted past the female student. Yang Chen charged straight for the demon bear's head. The female student froze for a moment, then her expression turned grim as she exclaimed, "Oh no, he's trying to steal the kill." She'd been in the dungeon for over an hour, and she'd never seen anyone try to steal a monster kill before. How utterly shameless. She'd been battling that demon bear for over 10 minutes here. It seemed like with just a little more effort, she could finish it off. Who would have thought a third party would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Before the female student could react, Yang Chen delivered a fierce punch, smashing it hard into the demon bear's head. Roar! The demon bear let out a pitiful growl as its massive body slowly collapsed. Ding! Host has hunted a tier 1, star 1 demon bear, earning 1 talent coin. Shameful. You shameless bastard, your mother. The female student lost her composure, about to unleash a torrent of curses, only to see Yang Chen kill the demon bear and dash past its corpse without a glance back. He hadn't even retrieved the crystal core. The female student froze in utter shock. What was going on? Doing good deeds without seeking recognition? Overwhelmed with joy, the words that had been on the tip of her tongue transformed completely. Your mother must be a beautiful, kind woman to have raised such a handsome and dashing son. You're such a good person, classmate. The girl happily tucked away the magic bear's crystal core. Chapter 13, One dares to speak, one dares to believe. Ah! Yang Chen, don't let me catch you. I'll slap you silly. Ouyang Lanlan had followed the entire way, yet not only did she encounter not a single demon beast or beastman, but all she witnessed were others hunting them down. Ouyang Lanlan was on the verge of breaking down. Holy, run! There's a lunatic over there who's drawn 5 beasts. That's 5 beasts. Taking down one is tough enough. 5 at once? We're dead meat. Suddenly, a group of students began scrambling toward Ouyang Lanlan in a panic. Holy crap! Is it that bad? Ouyang Lanlan froze in shock upon hearing their shouts. When did North City First High produce such a ruthless individual? Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Ouyang Lanlan knew she couldn't do it herself. They were here for the assessment, not to hunt monsters. Watching the other students scatter in all directions, Ouyang Lanlan hesitated, should she go investigate or just make a clean getaway? But then she remembered Yang Chen. With so many beasts around, what if Yang Chen, that clumsy fool? I owe you big time. Ouyang Lanlan stamped her foot, determined to find Yang Chen and drag him to safety. Before she could move, a deafening roar erupted ahead. Ouyang Lanlan startled, thinking the beasts were charging toward them. She looked up and saw that indeed, a beast was approaching. A giant red porcupine. But it wasn't running, it was flying. Boom! The giant red porcupine crashed heavily at Ouyang Lanlan's feet. It died instantly. Holy! Did that badass who lured 5 beasts take it down? That's brutal. Ouyang Lanlan was stunned. Before Ouyang Lanlan could process it, 4 more beasts flew out of the forest ahead, all already slain. Ouyang Lanlan stared in disbelief. Through the trees, she could only make out a dark figure still locked in combat with the beasts. Not just 5. More. Ouyang Lanlan was at a loss for words. In the blink of an eye, another large red porcupine, already dead, plummeted to the ground. Then another, and another. An hour later, 10 slain beasts lay scattered before Ouyang Lanlan. Moreover, Ouyang Lanlan noticed that the crystal cores of these beasts were still intact. Ouyang Lanlan didn't make any rash moves, because these all belonged to that ruthless person. She certainly didn't want to offend anyone. However, after waiting over 10 minutes, no one emerged. The surroundings remained eerily quiet. A thought kept surfacing in Ouyang Lanlan's mind. Could that ruthless person have abandoned these beast cores? Holy crap! Ouyang Lanlan was suddenly alarmed. She had followed Yang Chen all this way, wasn't it to help him level up? Now she was the one being carried along? Shocked, the fool turned out to be herself. But Ouyang Lanlan couldn't figure out why someone would send her a beast crystal core. Could it be that ruthless guy secretly admires me at school but is too shy to say it, so he resorted to this? As Ouyang Lanlan pondered, 2 blushes blossomed on her pretty face like peach blossoms, and her heart began to race wildly like a frightened deer. In the Beastmaster world, might reigns supreme. Everyone admired the powerful beast tamers. Ouyang Lanlan was no exception. Anyone capable of slaying 10 beasts in an hour was undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse. And most importantly, this fierce person had hunted so many beasts for her sake, risking getting caught cheating. Silent devotion. Ouyang Lanlan felt a flicker of emotion. A scene from an urban romance drama flashed through her mind. A quiet, reserved male classmate silently followed her from behind. Seeing she hadn't hunted a single demon beast, he then risked his life to lure demon beasts capable of meeting her assessment quota, hunting them down one by one. The quiet romance. At this thought, Ouyang Lanlan's pretty little nose grew suddenly sore, and she felt moved to tears. Bad guy, you jerk. If you like me, just come out. Ouyang Lanlan wiped away her tears. Why make it so sentimental? It was making her want to cry. The playground of First High School. Zhang Shuer nervously scanned the direction of Yinglong Academy's recruitment booth, her fists clenched tightly as worry for Yang Chen gripped her. Behind her, a burst of joyful laughter erupted. Bro Yang, you're awesome. You actually got into the top-tier recruitment academy. Bro Yang, you gotta look out for us guys from now on. Manhwa held his admission letter to Zhouying Academy, his face beaming with pride. Many classmates surrounded him, offering congratulations and envious glances. Although Zhouying Academy ranked outside the top 20 among first-class academies, it was still an excellent institution. Shushu, I got into Zhouying Academy. It's not as prestigious as the Ivy League school you got into, but at least I'm one step closer to you now. Manhwa grinned as he leaned toward Zhang Shuer. How about I treat you to dinner tonight to celebrate us both getting into great schools? Could you please not be so disgusting? Zhang Shuer said with a look of contempt. And don't call me Shushu, we're not that close. Yang Hua's smile froze, his expression turning slightly awkward. Just then, a commotion erupted within Yinglong Academy as students who had taken the assessment began streaming out. Some left with heads bowed in gloom, others ran joyfully to find their mentors, while a few students remained forever trapped within the assessment space. This time, 10 people had perished within the Yinglong Academy's assessment space. Yang Chen was among the crowd. He didn't rush to open his system panel to check his talent coins, there were simply too many people around. Ouyang Lanlan spotted Yang Chen immediately and exclaimed, Yang Chen, where did you disappear to? I thought you were dead. As long as you made it out alive, there's no need to be so downcast. Even if you didn't get into Yinglong Academy, it's okay. If you ever need any help in the future. Yang Lanlan, assuming Yang Chen had failed the assessment, rattled off a string of consoling words. Yang Chen cut her off. I passed the assessment. He held out his palm, revealing 10 crystal cores resting in his hand. Yang Lanlan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How did you pass? Yang Chen rolled his eyes. What a stupid question. I picked them up. Yang Chen blurted out. He expected Yang Lanlan to be furious, but instead, she froze upon hearing his answer, then felt a jolt in her heart. Could it be that mysterious, ruthless figure who'd been secretly following her had given it to Yang Chen? The thought stirred a wave of emotion within Yang Lanlan, her mind racing with possibilities. That ruthless person must have known she intended to help Yang Chen cheat. Unwilling to let her take such a risk, the ruthless person had silently assisted Yang Chen in hunting it down as well. That person's thoughts were so incredibly thoughtful, so considerate it made her wanna cry. How deeply must that person care for her to quietly do so much? Yang Lanlan's admiration for that mysterious assassin surged within her. Unfortunately, she had no idea who this mysterious person was. But she was determined to find him. A man who would sacrifice so much for her, who was so gentle and considerate, had to be incredibly handsome. Yang Lanlan sniffed her reddened nose and whispered urgently to Yang Chen, Yang Chen, you absolutely must not tell anyone about this. Otherwise, my assessment results will be invalidated. Holy crap? What the hell? Yang Chen was stunned. He casually claimed he found it, and Yang Lanlan actually believed him. Staring at Yang Lanlan's earnest expression, Yang Chen was at a loss for words. Chapter 14, Parting. Hey, I've got a question for you. Did you happen to see someone really strange hunting a demon beast but not taking the crystal core? Yang Lanlan nudged Yang Chen's arm. Yang Chen frowned. Wouldn't that be me? Yang Lanlan froze for a moment, then shot Yang Chen a disapproving look. Stop messing around. I'm not even going to bother arguing with you. I'm off to pick up my acceptance letter. With that, Yang Lanlan stormed ahead. Yang Chen scratched his nose. Why didn't anyone believe him when he was telling the truth? After collecting her acceptance letter, Yang Lanlan rushed out of the assessment hall in a hurry. Lanlan. Zhang Shuer had spotted Yang Lanlan long ago and hurried to meet her. How did you guys do on the exam? Of course I passed. Yang Lanlan held up her acceptance letter triumphantly. Congratulations, Lanlan. Zhang Shuer offered her congratulations. Not seeing Yang Chen anywhere nearby, she grew anxious and asked, where's Yang Chen? Well. Yang Lanlan leaned closer to Zhang Shuer and whispered, Shushu, let me tell you our first high school is full of hidden talents. Yang Lanlan proceeded to recount everything she had witnessed in the assessment space, along with her analysis, telling Zhang Shuer the entire story. Zhang Shuer was stunned. She never imagined their school harbored so many hidden masters. So that means the person secretly crushing on you was secretly helping you and Yang Chen each hunt down 10 demon beasts. Zhang Shuer covered her mouth in astonishment. Yang Lanlan was right, that person was seriously formidable. Yes. Yang Lanlan shot angry glances at the male students emerging from the Yinglong assessment ground. Every student holding an acceptance letter looked like that formidable figure to her. Whoever it is, hiding like that's so infuriating. Yang Lanlan fumed. Don't get so worked up. Since we're in the same academy now, we'll have chances to confront him later, Zhang Shuer consoled her. Just then, Yang Chen emerged from the assessment grounds. Young Master Yang Chen's out. Someone called out. Before Zhang Shuer and Yang Lanlan could speak, Yang Hua's mocking laughter echoed from behind them. Oh, look who's here, our very own academic prodigy Yang. I wonder if our studious Yang made it into Yinglong Academy. Yang Hua had just been rebuffed by Zhang Shuer, and now he was seething with resentment. He wanted to see if Yang Chen would still have the nerve to cling to Zhang Shuer if he hadn't made it into Yinglong Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, the sycophantic classmates surrounding Yang Hua chimed in. Yeah, Mr. Smarty Pants, young Master Yang got into Zhouying Academy. You didn't fail, did you? No way, no way. Yang Scholar looked so confident when he went in just now. Yang Scholar, why aren't you smiling anymore? Don't you like to smile? Ha ha. The surrounding classmates eager to kiss up to Yang Hua burst into laughter. Yang Chen sneered and said, what kind of college is Zhouying College? Never heard of it. Yang Chen, do you even have a shot at getting in? Yang Hua sneered coldly, with your pathetic bird, you should count yourself lucky you didn't die in the assessment space. Of course I didn't get in because I got into Yinglong Academy. Yang Chen grinned as he pulled out his Yinglong Academy acceptance letter. Yang Hua and the others stared wide-eyed, fixated on the golden Yinglong totem blazing across the admission notice in Yang Chen's hand. He actually got in. Whoa! The group sucked in sharp breaths, utterly stunned. Wasn't Yang Chen supposed to be a pet contractor? Wasn't it said that the entrance exams for Yinglong Academy had become even more difficult this year? How did Yang Chen pass? Yang Hua found it utterly unbelievable. At that moment, he was speechless. No wonder Yang Chen had been so cocky compared to Yinglong Academy. Zhaoying Academy was nothing. And he had mocked Yang Chen as a clown. The more they had mocked him earlier, the more awkward they felt now. Yang Hua, why aren't you laughing anymore? Don't you like to smile? Yang Chen retorted. Yang Hua's face turned ashen, his embarrassment reaching its peak. Not only had he hit a wall with Zhang Shuer, but he'd also made a fool of himself in front of Yang Chen. He'd lost all face. Yang Hua grunted under his breath, stormed off angrily, and burst through the crowd. The other classmates who had been fawning over Yang Hua stood frozen in awkward silence, looking like a bunch of clowns. Yang Chen, don't be so showy. Zhang Shuer approached and whispered, after all, your crystal core was found. Keep a low profile. If word gets out, your results could be invalidated. Ha? Yang Chen looked utterly bewildered. He'd only joked about it with Ouyang Lanlan and she'd believed him, fair enough. But now even Zhang Shuer thought he'd passed the Yinglong Academy assessment with a found crystal core? What was going on? After speaking, Zhang Shuer added earnestly, also, once you're in the academy, try not to get into conflicts with others. Keep a low profile. Yang Chen was at a loss for words. He had earned his place in the academy through his own abilities, yet now it was being rumored that he had simply picked it up. Oh, and one more thing, we're heading to Qingtang Academy soon, Zhang Shuer suddenly announced. So soon? Yang Chen was taken aback. Wasn't the semester supposed to start in September? It was only late June now? I just received the notice myself. Also, here's the pocket money I've saved over the past 2 years. Once you're at Yinglong Academy, the provincial capital isn't like our little town, there'll be plenty of places where you'll need money. Zhang Shuer pulled out a Citibank card and pressed it into Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen instinctively wanted to refuse. Over the past 3 years, Zhang Shuer had often offered him financial support, but Yang Chen, out of pride, had mostly declined. Zhang Shuer had never pressured him before, but this time she was adamant. No refusing. She forced it into his hand and added, also, you must video call me every day and report your whereabouts. Once you're at Yinglong Academy, no flirting with other girls. I'll come visit you at the academy when I have time. If I catch you flirting with other girls, I'll castrate you. Zhang Shuer made a scissor hand gesture toward Yang Chen, her face a mix of playful menace and fierce determination. Yang Chen instinctively clamped his legs together and quickly forced a wry smile. I wouldn't dare. Only then did the exquisite little face of Zhang Shuer break into a beaming smile. I doubt you'd dare anyway. My beast control power is stronger than yours. If you actually tried, I'd beat you to a pulp. Zhang Shuer raised her delicate little fist, threatening Yang Chen. Before Yang Chen could utter a word, Zhang Shuer suddenly cupped his face and pressed her soft, red lips against his. Yang Chen froze stiff as a board, feeling as if he'd been electrocuted. He was utterly flustered, unsure where to place his hands. The surrounding classmates whistled in response. This was the first time in all the years he'd known Zhang Shuer that she'd been this intimate with him. Before, they'd only ever held hands at most. Let's go. When Zhang Shuer released him, her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, a sight that was utterly captivating. In the end, Zhang Shuer left Yang Chen with only her retreating figure. Yang Chen watched her retreating figure, savoring the lingering fragrance on his lips, feeling a slight pang of reluctance. Chapter 15, The Harvest. Northwest of North City First High School, amidst a range of rolling mountains. While North City First High School was in the midst of its intense assessments, atop a mountain peak, a man clad in a black cloak stood on a clearing, gazing downwards with a sinister expression. If one looked closely, the half-face visible beneath the hood bore black scales, an unsettling sight that sent shivers down the spine. Behind him stood a yellow-haired youth clad in black leather. Whether ill or otherwise, the youth was deathly pale, devoid of any hint of blood in his face, looking distinctly sickly. Xiao Bai, look at the students below. Do you think any future great figures might emerge from among them? The cloaked man remarked with a hint of amusement. Luo Bai pondered for a moment before replying, I heard North City produce 3 prodigies with 400 beast control power this year, and over a dozen more with 300 or above. This cohort has far more geniuses than ours did. So we should see some remarkable beast masters emerge? Indeed, remarkable beast masters will emerge. It's just a pity they won't pledge allegiance to the holy cult to contribute to humanity's future, the cloaked man mused. What a shame. Luo Bai remained silent. Xiao Bai, how are preparations coming along? After a moment of reflection, the cloaked man abruptly changed the subject. Luo Bai frowned slightly. We've only gathered a few E-rank fugitives. Snake Steward, must we insist on selecting this year? Couldn't the Holy Order send more powerful individuals? The cloaked man scoffed. Over the years, the Dragon Nation government's crackdown on us has only intensified. If this continues, the Holy Church will face ever greater hardship. We cannot sit idly by and wait for our demise. North City is merely a minor town in Xiaonan. This time, the Holy Church's primary targets are the major provincial capitals of the Dragon Nation. We're short-handed. I must depart North City shortly for another mission. This place will have to rely on you. Luobai's eyes widened slightly as he hurriedly replied, Deacon Snake, my current strength is only comparable to a 5-star novice beast tamer. You're entrusting me with such a crucial mission? I fear I'm not up to the task. Snake Steward's cold eyes swept over Luobai as he chuckled, what are you afraid of? Those students are mere novices. Not a single one of them has even reached a 2-star Beastmaster rank. What is there to fear? This isn't about killing anyone from the Inspection Bureau. I have a list here. These are the most promising students in North City, aside from those heading to the 4 great academies. Kill them all. Luobai took the list. It contained few names, only a scant 2 or 30. Luobai scanned it at a glance, his eyes finally settling on the name at the very end. Yang Chen from North City First High? His Beastmaster is a pet? And he passed the Yinglong Academy assessment? A sneer crossed Luobai's face as he remarked, the Yinglong Academy's entrance exams are getting weaker by the year. After completing the assessment, Yang Chen headed straight home. The moment he arrived home, Yang Chen eagerly tapped open his information panel. At this moment, his interface showed little change except for updates in the level and talent coin columns. Level, Junior Beastmaster 1-star experience, 40-50. Talent coins, 40. Besides gaining admission to Yinglong Academy, these talent coins were Yang Chen's greatest reward. I was so close to leveling up. If only I'd had 1 more hour for the assessment. Yang Chen silently lamented the missed opportunity. The assessment time was simply too short. Though he had completed the assessment, what he truly desired wasn't the crystal core, but the opportunity to hunt. In the next 2 months before heading to the academy, it would be difficult to obtain more talent coins. After all, one was not permitted to enter the wormhole battlefield without reaching the strength of a 5-star intermediate beastmaster. This meant Yang Chen would need to devise a plan to hunt beasts and beastmen for talent coins in the near future. I'll have to use these talent coins sparingly. Yang Chen muttered under his breath. He'd have to carefully calculate how to maximize the value of these 40 talent coins. Every single talent coin had to be spent on the blade, no, the cutting edge. Yang Chen couldn't use talent coins himself, as Beastmasters could only level up through combat experience including skills, and the system shop offered no items to enhance Beastmasters. Yang Chen had long wanted to rant about this. It felt like Beastmasters could just eat and get stronger. What a ripoff! Magpies, however, are different. They can enhance 4 aspects through items: level, bloodline, skills, and passive skills. Yang Chen first ruled out leveling up. Levels could be gained through feeding or accumulating experience in combat. Spending talent coins on exotic fruits was simply not worth it. Exotic fruits cost more than their real-world counterparts. Next was bloodline. As a support-type mythic tier beastmaster, magpies could only enhance their bloodline by purchasing fragments from the system store for now. The benefits of enhancing bloodline are limited to the 4 core attributes. For support-type beasts, only mental power matters among the 4 attributes. Magpie's current mental power stands at 720 points. Casting a skill consumes only a few dozen points of mental power, which is more than sufficient for now. There's no rush to enhance bloodlines or similar features. We'll address that when resources allow. Strike through. Second, regarding passive skills, the primary benefit of this golden skill also lies in enhancing spirit power. Its value is comparable to bloodline enhancement, making it an unwise investment. Crossed out. Finally, only the skill remains. Upgrading a golden skill by 1 level grants an 8% boost. With these 40 talent coins, upgrading it by 2 or 3 levels should be manageable, right? That means a 16% boost to skill power. Combined with the base attributes, the overall gain is significant. Worth it. Yang Chen had figured out the general direction for nurturing his beast companions: primary skill, secondary bloodline, and 3 passive skills. As for levels, he wasn't exactly rolling in cash, he'd just grind monsters and level up steadily. This thought couldn't help but make Yang Chen sigh inwardly. If only he had money, how much faster beast taming would be. Suppressing that thought, Yang Chen opened the system shop and used all his talent coins to purchase transformation fruits. 4 fruits, each emitting a faint white glow and resembling green dates, appeared before him. These 4 transformation fruits alone, at the exchange rate between talent coins and real currency, cost him 40,000 yuan. Yang Chen didn't feel the pinch. This was merely an appetizer. Advancing a skill from level 3 to 4 required 2 transformation fruits and 2 transformation holy crystals each. Transformation sacred crystals were even pricier. Moreover, the further along one progressed, the more precious the materials became. Prices skyrocketed exponentially, and the quantities required increased as well. Just for the beast taming skill alone, Yang Chen hadn't calculated the exact cost to reach level 10, but it would easily run into the millions. With 10 active skills and 4 passive skills, he'd need to prepare over 100 million. And that doesn't even include feeding to level up. If one relied solely on feeding, the costs would be incalculable. Where could an ordinary family possibly afford that? Thus, the nickname Beastmaster Daddy for these practitioners wasn't without reason. Magpie, come here. Yang Chen beckoned to Magpie. This time, the usually aloof Magpie seemed to sense something good was coming. Without a word, it landed directly on the table. Eat them. Yang Chen pointed at the illusion fruits on the table. Without a moment's hesitation, the magpie dove right in. Chapter 16, A New Way to Acquire Talent Coins. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of white light erupted from the magpie's body. Watch me take you flying, you little rascal! As the light faded, the magpie flapped its wings wildly, darting around the room with a repetitive, excited chirping that sounded like a broken record. Yang Chen couldn't help but smile. This little rascal really does bite the hand that feeds it. Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with the Manhwa bird and directly opened its attribute panel. Beast, Parrot, Magpie. Quality, Mythical. Bloodline, Vermilion Bird, Bloodline 1%. Role, Support. Level, Tier 1, Star 1 Experience, 40-50. Attack, 25. Defense, 20. Agility, 90. Spirit, 720. Active skill, Golden Support Skill Sink or Swim Level 3, consumes 180 spirit power to cast on a designated target, trapping all creatures within 10 meters in a sinking ground. Increases the target's attack, defense, and agility by 26%, while reducing attack, defense, and agility by 36% for all other creatures within range. Skill percentage bonuses scale with level. Passive skill, Golden Enhanced Beast Control LV.1, upon entering combat, grants an 8% overall boost to all beast control attributes. The percentage bonus increases with skill level. Magpie's active skill, Sink or Swim, has been upgraded to level 3. The buff effect has increased from 10% to 26% for the target, and the area of effect debuff on enemies has also risen from 20% to 36%. When Magpie's all-or-nothing combines with Yang Chen's own skill, Charge into Battle, the stacked attribute boost reaches 44%. This translates to over 12 points of increased 3-dimensional attributes. This effectively grants Yang Chen the power of a 2-star Junior Beast Master for 10 minutes. Moreover, with Sink or Swim reducing enemy stats by 36% and the reverse buff effect, Yang Chen might even be able to take on a 3-star Beginner Beast Master during this 10-minute window. Before upgrading Magpie's skill, stacking both abilities would only marginally surpass a 1-star Novice Beast Master. By this calculation, Yang Chen's power surge was no small feat of full 2-star increase. Of course, this only lasts for the 10 minutes the skills are active. Yang Chen was satisfied, but his only complaint was that the improvement was too slow. If he could raise the skill to level 10, that would mean an 80% increase. Just imagining that figure was terrifying. I need to find a way to get talent coins. Yang Chen was brimming with determination. Growl. Yang Chen's stomach growled. Forget it, let's eat first. I'll figure out how to get it after I eat. If all else fails, I'll just find a job to start with. With that thought, Yang Chen beckoned his magpie into the beast-taming space and hurried downstairs to eat. Yang Chen's neighborhood was in the Old City district. Though not as bustling as the North City pedestrian street area, it was full of lively, everyday energy. As dusk fell, the streets below were already lined with food stalls, bustling with people and lively activity. Yang Chen found a familiar little eatery and sat down. "Aunt Wu, 2 bowls of dumplings, please." Yang Chen called out toward the kitchen. "Coming right up. Just 5 minutes." Aunt Wu, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, wore a warm smile. She looked both capable and kind. Whenever Yang Chen didn't eat at school, he'd usually come here for a quick meal. They were quite familiar with each other. Aunt Wu knew about Yang Chen's family situation and often gave him a small meat dish or something as a treat. "Young Yang, I heard you had exams today. How did you do?" Aunt Wu greeted Yang Chen warmly. "I got into Yinglong Academy." Yang Chen replied. "Wow. Yinglong Academy? That's a top-tier academy. Young Yang, you're something else. You're going places now. What would you like to eat today? Your auntie's treating," Aunt Wu declared with great generosity. "Thanks, auntie, but no need. I feel bad always eating your food." Yang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Just as Yang Chen and Aunt Wu were talking, a sudden scream echoed from outside. "Help! Someone's stealing a baby! Help! Help!" The commotion caused a stir. Yang Chen and Aunt Wu rushed out together to see what was happening. Across the street, a crowd had gathered beneath a residential building. Amidst the commotion, a woman in her 30s wailed with heart-wrenching anguish. As soon as Yang Chen stepped outside, he saw a young man in long-sleeved black clothing charging through the crowd, clutching a little girl around 1 year old. The infant in the young man's arms appeared drugged into unconsciousness, utterly still and silent, not a single cry escaping her. Yang Chen acted with lightning speed, kicking over the small wooden table at the restaurant entrance to block the young man's path. The young man instinctively halted his steps, nearly stumbling and falling. The surrounding crowd instantly gathered around. "Put the child down, or you won't be leaving here today." The crowd formed a wall, blocking him completely. Leading the charge were several gaunt, skeletal-looking young men. "Damn it, mind your own business." The young man glared fiercely at the crowd, threatening, "I'm a transferee." As the words fell, the young man's body suddenly trembled, erupting with a surge of azure light. This startled the crowd, who instinctively parted to make way. Most present were ordinary people. How could they possibly stand against a transferee? The young man sneered contemptuously, turning his head toward Yang Chen. "You little brat, don't let me catch you again. Or I'll break your legs." Before his words had fully faded, his eyes widened abruptly. Golden light flared within his rapidly shrinking pupils. Yang Chen's fist slammed toward him, unleashing a torrent of golden light. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the young man felt darkness engulf his vision. His entire body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. The child he held in his arms let go in pain, flung violently away. The child! The surrounding crowd gasped in horror. But at that critical moment, another flash of golden light erupted. Yang Chen planted his foot firmly, sprinting forward to catch the little girl. The crowd erupted in cheers. Good! The crowd applauded enthusiastically for Yang Chen. Yang Chen glanced at the child in his arms. She was as delicate as a porcelain doll, with plump cheeks and an adorable face. Her breathing was steady, and even it seemed she had nearly fainted. Just then, the little girl's mother arrived. "Thank you. Thank you." Taking the child from Yang Chen, the mother knelt before him on the spot, tears streaming down her face like rain. "It's nothing." Yang Chen gently helped the mother to her feet. "Oh no! The kidnapper is trying to escape!" Someone suddenly shouted. Yang Chen turned to see the kidnapper had somehow scrambled to his feet and was frantically running off in another direction. Yang Chen had initially decided not to pursue him, but a bold thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "System, can killing that man earn me talent coins?" Ding! As long as the prey is either higher in rank than the host or within 2 stars below the host, killing it will yield talent coins. Yang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He seemed to have discovered a new way to obtain talent coins. To Yang Chen's eyes, that fleeing trafficker wasn't merely an escaping villain, he was pure talent coin running away. Chapter 17, Those Legs. Halt! Yang Chen bellowed, lunging forward with lightning speed. His body soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the trafficker's back. The trafficker let out a pained scream as he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Enraged by the blow, the trafficker drew a dagger from his waist and slashed at Yang Chen. "You little bastard, I'll kill you." The knife slashed through the air, the situation growing perilous. The surrounding crowd paled in horror. "Watch out!" the crowd shouted. But instead of dodging, Yang Chen thrust his stomach forward. SSSSHHH. The dagger sliced through Yang Chen's clothing, tearing a long gash across his abdomen as blood spurted forth. "Ah! Murder!" The surrounding crowd screamed in horror. The trafficker instantly froze, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He had seen clearly it was Yang Chen who had charged right into him. It had nothing to do with him. Yang Chen stared at the blood gushing from his abdomen, his face contorting in agony. "He tried to kill me. He's trying to kill me." Yang Chen screamed, feigning utter terror as he kicked viciously at the trafficker's head. Yang Chen poured every ounce of strength into that kick. Empowered by the battle charge technique, the kick itself whistled through the air. The trafficker's eyes widened in shock. "Holy! I wasn't trying to kill you." The trafficker was utterly terrified. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the trafficker's head was kicked sideways, sending him flying through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, dead on impact. Ding! Host has killed a 1-star junior transferee, earning 1 talent coin. The system's cold voice chimed. Yang Chen rejoiced. It worked after all. "Young Yang, are you okay?" Aunt Wu and the others rushed over when they saw the trafficker had stopped moving. Yang Chen quickly suppressed his excitement, clutching his stomach with a feigned look of weakness. He called out weakly, "I'm fine. Quick, call the police and an ambulance." "I can't make it." Right. Call an ambulance." Everyone scrambled into a flurry of activity. Some dialed the emergency number, others tended to Yang Chen's wounds. Within 15 minutes, the wail of sirens pierced the street. The ambulance arrived first, and the doctor and nurse carried Yang Chen into the vehicle. Soon after, the inspection bureau officers arrived. Leading them was a female inspector named Li Susu, dressed in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, her dazzlingly white, long legs particularly striking. Li Susu glanced at the chaotic scene and asked, "What happened here?" "Officer, someone just tried to steal a child here." Aunt Wu, the victim's mother, and the surrounding crowd hurriedly explained the situation. When Li Susu heard that students from Inglong Academy were involved, her heart skipped a beat. This was serious business. The college entrance exams had just ended today, and now a top student from North City had been hacked to death in broad daylight. Wouldn't this be tomorrow's headline news? However, upon learning that the victim was not Yang Chen but a human trafficker, Li Susu felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, it was just a trafficker who had been killed. As long as no other fatalities occurred, it was acceptable. "Who's willing to come with us to the station for a statement?" Li Susu asked, scanning the crowd. "I will." I witnessed the entire incident firsthand. Aunt Wu and the victim's mother were the first to step forward, followed by several enthusiastic onlookers who also volunteered to assist. "Then let's all head to the station," Li Susu said with a wave of her hand, signaling for the witnesses to be taken away. Then, a young inspector hurried over to Li Susu and whispered a few words in her ear. Li Susu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She nodded, then lifted her long legs and strode toward the ambulance. At that moment, Yang Chen's abdominal wound had been bandaged, but his face was pale and his breath faint. He lay on the stretcher, seemingly unconscious. Through his hazy consciousness, Yang Chen caught a flash of dazzling white before his eyes. Opening them, he found himself staring at a pair of long, white, perfectly rounded legs. Those legs. Yang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Long, white, and slender. Want to touch them? Li Susu clapped her hands, her voice clear and pleasant. Holy! Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Were women in the beast-taming world this bold? Li Susu's face was as full as a moon, flawlessly fair, her eyes like autumn waves. Every glance carried a mature charm. Her tall figure, though clad in a snow-white, loose t-shirt, couldn't conceal her impressive curves. From top to bottom, she was full and proudly upright. Below the waist, her waist was slender and graceful, and further down, she was plump and pert. Her denim shorts stretched taut and bulging. The most eye-catching feature, however, were her legs long and shapely, with perfectly proportioned bone structure and flesh. The smooth, full skin invited endless imagination. Compared to Zhang Shuer's fresh, innocent beauty, Li Susu possessed a more mature allure, like a fruit ripened to perfection. Yang Chen glanced at the faint smile playing on Li Susu's lovely face, waved awkwardly, and said, "Another time." "Oomph." Li Susu nudged Yang Chen's leg with her long, slender one and said, "Get up." "Ha!" Hearing this, Yang Chen immediately feigned weakness, lying back down and moaning, "I'm badly injured." "Stop pretending. It's just a few scrapes. Looks scary, but it's nothing more than a few cuts. Come back with me to give a statement." Li Susu cut straight to the chase, exposing Yang Chen's lie. "If you keep pretending, I won't mind making sure you really lie down and recover properly." Li Susu flexed her fist at Yang Chen. "I was just acting heroically." Yang Chen tried to argue, but before he could finish, he scrambled to his feet. Li Susu had raised her long leg, poised to kick him between the legs. Yang Chen instinctively clamped his legs together and sat up straight. "Aren't you supposed to be badly injured?" Li Susu asked with a smug look. All right, it didn't feel that bad just now." Yang Chen waved his hands repeatedly. "You little rascal." Li Susu shot him a glare. Then, Li Susu led Yang Chen off the vehicle and back to the investigation department. She asked him for his basic personal information and the full details of the incident before leaving him in the interrogation room. Yang Chen wasn't worried. He'd deliberately taken that knife wound earlier precisely to create the illusion of self-defense. It should be fine. Out of boredom, Yang Chen tapped open his information panel. Talent coins, 1. He noticed the talent coin section had gained an additional digit. Yang Chen instantly felt that getting stabbed hadn't been in vain. This seemed like a promising way to acquire talent coins. He could definitely keep doing this. His mind began to race with possibilities. If killing ordinary people or class changers yields talent coins, what about slaughtering livestock? Yang Chen murmured softly to himself. Could it be possible? What if he became an apprentice at a slaughterhouse? Wouldn't he have as many talent coins as he wanted? Wouldn't that be a fortune? Ding! Host detected attempting to exploit system bug. Warning, host must not attempt this. Consequences will be borne solely by the host. Chapter 18, The Spirit of Chivalry. The system's voice felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over Yang Chen's head. Alright, the path just got narrower. Yang Chen sighed in resignation. He'd have to hunt down other criminals instead. When it came to scum like human traffickers, Yang Chen felt no remorse whatsoever about eliminating them. Just then, the door opened. Li Susu strode in, her long, shimmering legs on full display. She pulled out a stack of cash in a form, slapping them down in front of Yang Chen. "This is a reward for your act of bravery, 5,000 yuan, Li Susu explained. Yang Chen's heart leapt with delight. He hadn't expected a reward. This was a pleasant surprise. "Inspector Li, how long before I can leave?" Yang Chen tucked the money away. "You can leave after signing this," Li Susu said, her red lips parting as she looked at Yang Chen with a hint of amusement. "Mr. Yang, I never expected you to have such a strong sense of justice. Stopping evil and protecting the innocent is the responsibility of every one of us. I'll keep doing my part." Yang Chen signed the papers with a cheerful smile, his face radiating righteous conviction. Li Susu smiled faintly, her regard for Yang Chen rising. In these times, selfless, righteous young men like him were rare indeed. After seeing Yang Chen off at the inspection bureau, Li Susu returned to the duty room. "Susu, was that Yang Chen really a student from Yinglong Academy?" Several young women in the duty room immediately gathered around, gossiping. Yinglong Academy ranked 5th nationally, a student with boundless potential. "Of course he is. He hasn't even officially enrolled yet. What's the matter? Are you girls all flustered and interested?" Li Susu's beautiful eyes swept sideways at the girls, her words laced with playful teasing. "Yeah, Sister Susu, why don't you introduce us to him? We don't have boyfriends anyway. That young guy is pretty handsome. Heard he kicked that human trafficker to death with one blow. Man, why wasn't I there? That must have been even cooler." The girls all looked utterly starstruck. "Oh my, look at you girls. I don't think Yang would be into your type," Li Susu teased. If he doesn't like us, then what kind does he like? The girls asked curiously. Someone like me, of course, big boobs, a curvy butt, and long legs. Lee Susu stuck out her chest proudly, her face beaming with confidence. This drew a burst of giggles from the girls in the duty room. Ha, Sister Susu, I think it's not us who've got spring fever, is it? You're the one with the spring fever, aren't you? Susu, I think you and that Yang guy would make a great couple. Should I give him a call and ask for you? Ha ha. A burst of cheerful laughter filled the duty room, brimming with joyful energy. Just as everyone was chatting, an inspector rushed into the duty room, panting, "Chiefly, another murder case." Another one? Lee Susu's delicate brows instantly furrowed. What was going on tonight? They'd just taken down a human trafficker, and now this? Let's go. We need to head to the scene immediately. Lee Susu immediately stood up. No need. We've already brought the suspect back, the investigator said with a peculiar look. That fast? Lee Susu was stunned. Had their efficiency improved this much? Soon, Lee Susu found herself back in the interrogation room. Yang Chen sat leisurely in a chair, his arm still wrapped in bandages that showed traces of blood. Hey, Officer Lee, we meet again. Yang Chen greeted Lee Susu with a smile. Hadn't they just released him 15 minutes ago? Did you kill someone again? Lee Susu glared at Yang Chen, her expression darkening. Officer Lee, watch your language. What do you mean you killed someone again? I was just being a hero again. Yang Chen corrected. Lee Susu. Spill it. What happened? Lee Susu demanded. Yang Chen proceeded to recount the entire incident. It turned out that just after leaving the inspection bureau, Yang Chen had encountered a man tailing a young girl in a secluded alley. When they reached a deserted spot, the stalker attempted to drag the girl into the bushes to assault her. Officer Lee, tell me, could I just stand by and watch something like that happen? So I stepped in to stop him. But instead of backing down, that predator actually dared to fight back. My life was seriously threatened. Left with no choice, I fought back to save that innocent girl and accidentally killed him in the process. That's the whole story, Yang Chen stated. Lee Susu wore an expression that clearly said, yeah, right. She had already seen the case file and knew the entire story. The stalker abuser Yang Chen mentioned was actually a repeat offender, having been arrested multiple times before for stalking. A repeat offender. As for Yang Chen's claim of life-threatening danger, Lee Susu found it hard to believe. After all, the stalker was just a regular person. Yang Chen was a beast master. Not just one stalker, even 10 or 20 of them wouldn't stand a chance against Yang Chen. Clearly, Yang Chen was lying. As for the wound on his arm, Lee Susu now seriously suspected it might have been deliberately inflicted as well. Seeing Lee Susu's expression, Yang Chen suddenly adopted a righteous tone. Officer Lee, if what I did was wrong, then please punish me. However, I can assure Chief Lee that should I encounter such a situation again, I will step in just as I did this time. Acting courageously in the face of injustice is a tradition passed down for thousands of years in our dragon nation. It's the fiery spirit in our very bones. Yang Chen spoke with righteous indignation, radiating a noble spirit of self-sacrifice for justice. Lee Susu was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Yang Chen to harbor such lofty ideals, and this unexpectedly stirred a sense of admiration within her. Her expression softened slightly. Earlier, she had merely thought Yang Chen possessed a sense of justice, but now she saw glimpses of a knight-errant spirit within him. She re-evaluated him, and inexplicably, the words of her colleagues back in the duty room surfaced in her mind. Yang is actually quite handsome. Earlier, Lee Susu had dismissed him as just a student and hadn't paid much attention. But now, looking closely, he really was quite handsome. Standing at 6 feet tall, Yang Chen possessed sharply defined features, sword-like brows and starry eyes radiating heroic spirit. Though his face retained a hint of youthfulness, it was undeniably refined. He actually looked quite suitable for her. If they were to date, the few years difference in age shouldn't matter much, right? She was just over 20, and Yang Chen was 18. A woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. Wait a minute. What about this case? What am I thinking? Lee Susu felt her cheeks flush. If she kept thinking like this, she might even start naming the child. 2 lovely blushes spread across Lee Susu's cheeks. For some reason, her tone toward Yang Chen softened. Mr. Yang, these scumbags deserve to die, but you can't possibly kill them all yourself, can you? Lee Susu said with a wry smile. Chapter 19, Little brother, you're not going to fail, are you? Officer Lee, I'm truly sorry. The righteousness and fervor within me make me lose all reason. I find it difficult to control this sense of justice and passion. Yang Chen said with solemn earnestness. Lee Susu stared blankly for a moment before praising, Mr. Yang, it seems your sense of justice and passion run deeper than I imagined. If you encounter such a situation again, will you still be unable to suppress the righteousness and passion within you? If I suppress it, where am I supposed to get talent coins? Yang Chen silently protested in his mind before replying, Officer Lee, you know my sense of justice and passion won't let me turn a blind eye. Lee Susu looked at him with renewed respect. Mr. Yang, I recognize your sense of justice. If you truly are as you claim, I'd like to invite you to join our North City Investigation Bureau as a special agent. Would you be interested? If you accept, perhaps your sense of justice and passion could serve a greater purpose. Oh no, I overplayed it. Yang Chen's heart sank. He had no intention of joining the authorities now their restrictions were too numerous and would hinder his growth. Of course, joining an official organization wasn't entirely out of the question unless it could secure him more talent coins. If I become your special agent, will I still be able to kill criminals? Yang Chen countered. Ha! Li Susu was stunned. What kind of reckless talk was this? Suddenly, Li Susu realized wasn't Yang Chen doing all this with some ulterior motive? This sly little fox probably wasn't driven by justice or passion, was he? Noticing Li Susu's expression, Yang Chen quickly caught on and hurriedly explained, Officer Li, you know me. Your sense of justice and passion are overflowing. You're afraid you won't be able to control yourself, aren't you? Li Susu shot Yang Chen a disapproving look. Yang Chen scratched his head sheepishly. Chiefly, you really see through people. Li Susu fell silent, deep in thought. Though she didn't understand why Yang Chen felt compelled to kill those scum, she knew that if she let him continue unchecked, more and more of them would likely meet their end at his hands. Li Susu despised those scum, but she couldn't let Yang Chen kill them with such reckless abandon. What would be the point of the inspection bureau then? If everyone acted like this, wouldn't the Dragon Nation descend into chaos? Yet she found no way to stop him either, for Yang Chen's actions did not violate the laws of the Dragon Nation. Rather than letting Yang Chen run amok everywhere, it was better to keep him close at hand. She could observe his character while he was at it. If he proved trustworthy, perhaps she could even consider dating him. At this thought, Li Susu suddenly snapped out of her reverie. What on earth was she thinking? Put. What relationship nonsense? She was trying to stop Yang Chen from disrupting public order. Right. It's absolutely not about assessing character or getting to know his personality. With that thought, Li Susu said calmly, if you can become one of our special agents, I'll personally approve you to kill the fugitive. But only if you can actually do it. Let me remind you, our special agents don't target ordinary people. Mostly we deal with transmuters, magical beasts, or even beastmen. It's not impossible. You may wish to consider this carefully. Yang Chen fell silent upon hearing this. It must be said that Li Susu's offer held considerable appeal for Yang Chen. First, Li Susu represented the official authorities. Their resources far surpassed what Yang Chen could muster alone, offering him more combat opportunities, a crucial test for his growth. Additionally, it provided a legitimate means to acquire talent coins. Especially the mention of magical beasts and orcs that held even greater appeal for Yang Chen. If possible, Yang Chen would rather hunt beasts and orcs than kill scum. It carried far less psychological burden. Yet one thing puzzled Yang Chen: Dragon Nation regulations forbade anyone below a 5-star intermediate beastmaster from entering battlefields or wormholes without authorization. So where exactly were the demon beasts and orcs Li Susu spoke of? Could there be other places besides battlefields and wormholes where beasts and orcs roamed? This thought stirred something within Yang Chen. He desperately needed to hunt monsters and orcs. Officer Li, before I accept your invitation, could you answer one question for me? Yang Chen asked. Li Susu crossed her long, fair legs and leaned back comfortably in her chair. Go ahead. Is there any place other than battlefields and wormholes where one can hunt magical beasts or orcs? Yang Chen inquired. No comment. It's classified information. Li Susu paused, a faint smile curving her lips into a beautiful arc. Of course, if you become one of our special agents, I can tell you. So, what do you say? Consider it? Yang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This woman, she really had him cornered. I have to go back to school in 2 months. You won't force me to stay, will you? Yang Chen asked hesitantly. Of course not. After 2 months, you can go back to your studies. When you return, you can choose to join or leave our inspection department. It's entirely up to you, Li Susu replied. That sounded more reasonable. If he couldn't attend school, Yang Chen would have to seriously reconsider. Alright, I accept. Yang Chen exhaled slowly. Now, can you tell me where we can hunt beasts and beastmen? I'll tell you about that, but I'm about to clock out, sigh. You sly little devil, you've kept your sister busy all night long. Li Susu pouted, you don't know how to treat a lady gently. Do you want to wear your sister out? Li Susu's voice was soft and sweet, her pitiful expression stirring something deep within him. This crazy woman drives like a maniac. Using this to test officials? Who could possibly endure it? It hit Yang Chen right where it hurt. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Yang Chen wasn't fazed in the slightest. He chuckled and replied, Officer Li, your combat prowess is lacking. This is nothing yet. You little rascal, just wait till you see what your big sister's got. After I get off work, come home with me. Don't you dare beg for mercy on your knees then. Li Susu narrowed her eyes seductively, her tone laced with challenge. Are you serious? Yang Chen's eyes widened slightly. He'd only been trash talking. Little brother, you're not going to back down, are you? Li Susu's almond-shaped eyes, full of allure, fluttered as she fixed them on Yang Chen. Yang Chen's anger flared. How could a man admit defeat? I'm afraid you'll be the one begging me on your knees. Yang Chen retorted stubbornly. Alright, I'll remember that. Lee Susu shot Yang Chen a defiant look, as if she had him figured out, and said with a smirk, just wait. I'll go handle your business first. With that, Lee Susu turned and walked out of the interrogation room. Chapter 20, I asked if the knife was sharp, you talked about a swollen battery? At 6 o'clock sharp, Lee Susu clocked out. After grabbing a quick breakfast at a roadside stall, she took Yang Chen home. Her home wasn't in the city center but in the suburbs. Riding her motorcycle with Yang Chen on the back, she sped along the road. In less than 30 minutes, they pulled up at the gate of a villa. We're here. This is my home. Mr. Yang, you're the first man to ever come to my house. Surprised? Unexpected? Doesn't it feel like quite an honor? Lee Susu teased. I really can't tell, Yang Chen retorted, not buying a word of this old fox's nonsense. If you don't believe me, forget it. Come on, follow me inside. Lee Susu opened the iron gate with practiced ease and drove the motorcycle inside. Lee Susu's villa was spacious, with a large open area in the courtyard. She didn't seem to care for greenery, having planted neither flowers nor trees, only laying down some sod. The villa itself was decorated in a minimalist style. The furniture and furnishings were equally unadorned, all quite simple. Follow me upstairs. Lee Susu called out. Yang Chen's face paled. This crazy woman was serious. So blunt? She's taking me upstairs without even offering a sip of water? This left Yang Chen feeling a bit overwhelmed. It was all happening too fast. They'd barely known each other for a day. When Yang Chen reached the villa's second floor, his eyes widened in surprise. The entire second floor spanned 200 to 300 square meters, devoid of any rooms. It was a training hall. The walls were lined with all manner of weapons, swords, spears, sabers, staffs, and more. Additionally, in the far corner, there was a substantial collection of fitness equipment. Yang Chen scanned the room and noticed no bed. Only then did he realize he'd been overthinking it. This is where I usually practice martial arts and work out. Take a look around while I change into something else. Lee Susu gave Yang Chen a quick nod before heading toward a separate room nearby, which appeared to be the bathroom and changing area. Yang Chen examined the weapons on the wall with keen interest. Knives and swords dominated the collection. He stopped before a long blade. It measured about 70 centimeters in length but was only a few centimeters wide. Unlike typical blades, this one wasn't a broadsword or a curved blade. In fact, only the very tip of the edge showed a slight curve. Clang! Yang Chen couldn't resist drawing the blade from its sheath, and the sharp clang of metal meeting metal echoed. The blade gleamed with an almost blinding brightness, radiating a chill. What a fine blade! Yang Chen couldn't help but praise it. Though he knew little about weapons, he could tell this blade wasn't some cheap market stall knockoff. It was a genuine killing tool. You have excellent taste, Yang. This is a genuine Shochuan sword. I hunted high and low to find it. At that moment, Lee Susu's voice came from behind him. Yang Chen turned to see Lee Susu already dressed in a form-fitting outfit. Her upper body was clad in a form-fitting tracksuit top, while her lower half was covered in shark skin leggings that accentuated every curve of her figure. Where it should be tight, it seemed ready to burst at the seams, stretchy yet resilient. Where it should be hollow, it formed a beautiful, graceful curve. Her ponytail added a crisp, decisive touch, giving Yang Chen the distinct impression he was looking at a different person. Her maturity and allure were displayed to perfection. Standing confidently before Yang Chen, Lee Susu parted her red lips and asked, "Do you like it?" "It looks good, but the battery's a bit bulgy." Yang Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. This woman was killing him. Lee Susu froze for a moment before flaring up. "You sly fox. I was talking about the knife." "Ha? You meant the knife?" Yang Chen instantly caught on, his face unflushed and heart unstirred as he replied, "It's beautiful. If you like it, it's yours." Lee Susu waved her hand dismissively. "Consider it a gift for becoming my special agent." What a generous gesture. Yang Chen didn't hesitate, accepting it immediately. "Thank you, Commander Lee. Don't call me officer anymore. Call me sis. Lee Susu sat down casually on the floor and gestured, "Sit down." Yang Chen nodded and mimicked her, settling onto the smooth floor. "You wanted to know where you could still hunt beasts and orcs, right? Tell me what you know about the wormhole battlefield," Lee Susu inquired. Yang Chen pondered for a moment before replying, "My knowledge of the wormhole battlefield is actually quite limited. Most of it comes from textbooks." Yang Chen wasn't lying. Before becoming a beastmaster, his knowledge of beast-taming, the wormhole battlefield, magical beasts, and beastmen had all come from textbooks. But that knowledge was limited to the most basic level. "So you believe magical beasts and orcs only appear in the wormhole battlefield?" Lee Susu glanced at Yang Chen and said, "Did you know that magical beasts and beastmen also roam our current reality?" Yang Chen frowned. He hadn't known about this, nor had he ever seen or heard of it. "Don't doubt it. I can assure you, magical beasts and orcs do appear in the real world. They're just extremely rare. And even if they do appear, they're immediately exterminated. There won't be any news reports about it. Our task at the Investigation Bureau extends far beyond maintaining public order." Should magical beasts or orcs appear within our jurisdiction, we are responsible for eliminating them. Your task is to assist us in investigating potential locations where magical beasts and beastmen might appear, verifying whether the reports are accurate, Lee Susu stated calmly. Why would magical beasts and orcs appear in the real world? Yang Chen struggled to comprehend. It's simple. Think of the battlefield beyond the wormhole and the real world as two interconnected game worlds. The wormhole is merely a passageway to the real world. Beyond these interconnected passages, certain vulnerabilities exist, what gamers call bugs. Under certain specific conditions, those monsters and orcs can bypass the wormholes and directly enter the real world. At this point, Lee Susu paused and smiled. Mr. Yang, you must be extra careful. Avoid certain places out of curiosity. Otherwise, monsters and orcs might appear in the real world, and you might end up falling into the World of Warcraft. Every year, just in Xiaonan alone, we have over 10,000 missing persons cases. You don't think they're just getting lost, do you? But it's understandable that you wouldn't know about this. To avoid causing panic, such incidents are generally not made public. Yang Chen's expression tightened slightly, his heart racing with alarm. It seemed the Beastmaster world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. The danger wasn't confined to the wormhole battlefields alone. Alright, Yang, I've answered your questions. Next, we'll be doing something else entirely. Are you mentally prepared to kneel before me and beg for mercy? Lee Susu smiled sweetly, her eyes glancing at Yang Chen like autumn waves. It seemed as if she had 1,000 words to say, yet hesitated, leaving one's imagination running wild. Yang Chen was caught off guard. Huh? So sudden? Right here? This doesn't seem quite right, does it? Chapter 21, Little Brother, are you a one-minute wonder? Shock. On her first day on the job, a subordinate encounters an unscrupulous boss demanding favors. Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Tell me about your class change details, what profession, and what elemental type is your beast? Lee Susu's voice came again. Yang Chen's expression turned peculiar. Did they even ask these questions during the unspoken rules? And ask about the beast? How does this even work? Does the beast join the battle? Is Beastmaster World this extravagant? Yang Chen's horizons of exploration instantly expanded. I'm an offensive class transfer, a Beastmaster support type. Yang Chen exclaimed with a skip in his step. Lee Susu watched the excitement flickering in Yang Chen's eyes, utterly baffled. What on earth was this little rascal so excited about? Well, we're alike then. I'm also an attack type class changer, but all my beasts are pure attack type. With that, Lee Susu summoned her beasts from her beast space. Thud. 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 Two muffled thuds echoed, causing the entire floor to tremble. Two beast tamers, each over 2 meters tall, appeared before Yang Chen. One was a three-tailed silver fox, stunningly beautiful with silky smooth fur and 3 silver tails swaying gracefully. The other was a black flame blood wolf, baring its teeth menacingly with blood-red eyes, radiating pure aggression. You're an intermediate beastmaster? Yang Chen asked, slightly surprised. Take a guess. Lee Susu gave a mysterious smile, avoiding the question as she changed the subject. Summon your beast for me to see. Alright. Yang Chen nodded and immediately released the magpie from his beast tamer's space. You little mutt, watch me take you flying. You little brat. The magpie flapped its wings and flew out, seemingly displeased at being confined to Yang Chen's beast space, protesting with a string of curses. Yang Chen. That's the difference. Look at other people's beasts, either docile and endearing, or fierce and terrifying. Now look at this magpie. No comparison at all. Yang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Lee Susu's lips twitched slightly. This is your beast? Isn't it a pet? Mr. Yang, how did you even get into Yinglong Academy? Lee Susu's expression was rather peculiar. Had Yinglong Academy's admission standards really fallen this low? Everyone else has beast tamers, but Yang Chen has a pet? Is that even allowed? If Lee Susu remembered correctly, this year's entrance exams for Yinglong Academy were supposed to be extremely difficult. Officer. Just as Yang Chen opened his mouth to speak, Lee Susu interrupted him with a correction. Call me sister. Alright, sis, let me explain. Don't underestimate my beast, it's a pet, but its bloodline has reached mythic tier. Yang Chen declared proudly. Mythical grade bloodline. Do you know what mythical grade bloodline means? Surprised? Shocked. Lee Susu shot Yang Chen a look as if he were mentally challenged, her eyes seeming to say, yeah, right. Yang Chen sighed inwardly. If Lee Susu didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do. Fine. If you say it's a mythical bloodline, then it's a mythical bloodline. I have no idea how you passed the Yinglong Academy assessment, but let me remind you, if you want to go out on missions, you still need to complete training. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Letting you go out on missions without proper training isn't leniency, it's sending you to your death. I hope you understand. Lee Susu's expression suddenly turned stern as she said earnestly, I don't want to hear someone tell me one day that they're going to retrieve your body. Yang Chen froze for a moment, feeling a faint warmth in his heart. For some reason, observing Lee Susu's expression, he sensed something peculiar. Though she appeared to be around his age, she seemed to carry the weight of having endured countless trials. Understood. Yang Chen nodded. How do you want to proceed with the training? Simple. Lee Susu smiled. Without using my beast control or skills, defeat me or hold out for 30 moves without being defeated. That's passing. I was going to use my beast to spar with you, but since yours is support type, I'll skip that. Of course, you can use your skills including your beast, and you can use weapons too. Yang Chen froze, his face flushing crimson. He recalled his earlier assumption that Lee Susu was hinting at something else entirely, never expecting she meant this kind of challenge. How humiliating. Still, Lee Susu was looking down on him a bit, wasn't she? Asking him to team up with a magpie? How utterly contemptuous. This only fueled Yang Chen's competitive spirit. He was determined to make Lee Susu understand one thing: why the flowers were so red. Fine. No problem at all. Yang Chen stood up with a smile, taking a few steps back. Little brother, are you ready? Lee Susu's lips curved into a faint smile. Ready. Yang Chen stood confidently, assuming a fighting stance. Actually, this magpie's appearance was quite effective. It could make Lee Susu underestimate him and end up at a disadvantage. Then here I come. As the words left her mouth, Lee Susu's foot suddenly pushed off the ground. Her seemingly delicate, smooth little foot erupted with terrifying power, propelling her forward like a sharp blade. So fast. Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, before he even drew his Shou-chun sword, Lee Susu had already closed the distance, her fist crashing down from above. Yang Chen instinctively raised both hands to block. But the next instant, Yang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Lee Susu bent her left leg, driving her knee upward with tremendous force, slamming it into Yang Chen's chest. Thud. A dull thud echoed through the air. Yang Chen was sent flying 5 or 6 meters backward. A searing, gut-wrenching pain shot through his chest. Pain. It felt like his heart was about to burst. Yang Chen's face flushed crimson. The excruciating agony reminded him of a notorious figure, Snake Brother. At 22, Snake Brother had stepped in to defend his 7th-grade nephew, only to be beaten by 5 or 6 middle schoolers until he knelt begging for mercy. The pain was unbearable. Brother, didn't you say you'd make me beg for mercy on my knees? Didn't you say sister's fighting skills were no good? You went down after just one move? Brother, are you a one-hit KO guy? Lee Susu crossed her arms, smiling with amusement. Yang Chen's face flushed even redder. He wasn't talking about that kind of fighting ability. He wasn't talking about this kind of kneeling down to beg for mercy. Who said he was beaten into begging on his knees? Again. Yang Chen gritted his teeth and stood up defiantly. This time, Yang Chen hesitated not a moment. The instant he rose, he activated his skill. Battle Charge. Golden light instantly surged around Yang Chen, boosting all his attributes. Lee Susu couldn't help but show surprise. I didn't expect you to have a golden grade skill. No wonder you got into Yinglong Academy. You've got something. But not many. Chapter 22. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Huff, huff. A fist came hurtling toward him. Yang Chen ducked instinctively, dodging the punch. Empowered by the battle charge resolve, Yang Chen's agility had visibly increased. Compared to before, the effect was undeniable. You bastard, help me! Yang Chen shouted at the magpie. A golden light shot from Magpie's beak. Sink the boats. Yang Chen's attack, defense, and agility surged by another 26%. A desolate wasteland formed around them, instantly reducing Lee Susu's 3-dimensional attributes by 36%. Lee Susu's body faltered for an instant, as if frozen in place. Her bright, beautiful eyes flashed with a brilliant gleam. Another golden tier skill. Lee Susu was taken aback. She finally understood why Yang Chen had passed the Yinglong Academy's assessment. That little rascal sure had luck on his side. Lucky for Magpie that it's a support-type beast tamer. Otherwise, if it were an attack type, it would have been crippled instantly. Even a golden skill wouldn't have saved it. Brother, your Beastmaster skill is truly impressive. Before Yang Chen could fully bask in his joy, a melodious laugh rang in his ear. Instantly, a wave of motion blurred his vision as Lee Susu stepped forward, nearly brushing against him. She swiftly shifted her fist into an elbow strike, delivering a heavy blow to Yang Chen's shoulder. Instantly, excruciating pain shot through Yang Chen's shoulder, forcing his entire body to bend forward. Before he could react, another cry rang out. Lee Susu's fist slammed into his left eye socket, sending him flying backward. His left eye socket turned black, making him look like a giant panda. Lee Susu gave Yang Chen no chance to catch his breath, continuing her assault relentlessly. Yang Chen had almost no capacity to fight back, forced to endure the blows passively with only his 2 skills to rely on. 10 minutes later. Both of Yang Chen's eyes were now panda eyes, and his face was swollen from the blows. Stop. I won't hit you anymore. The moment Lee Susu's sweeping kick raised his face, Yang Chen immediately shouted for a halt. Lee Susu stood on one leg, slowly withdrawing her leg that had been poised to strike Yang Chen's face. With a teasing smile, she remarked, "Little brother, your fighting skills are pretty weak. Yang Chen felt utterly frustrated. It's not that I'm no good, it's unfair. Yang Chen retorted, his face twisted with resentment. After fighting you this long, I realize it's not that I can't beat you, it's that I don't know how to fight. My combat experience is nowhere near yours. Lee Susu tilted her head. Haven't you guys studied combat or fighting techniques? Sis, I just graduated high school. Martial arts, combat techniques, and weaponry, those are college-level courses. Yang Chen retorted. Ha? Lee Susu looked at Yang Chen, now sporting panda-like bruises from her beating, and couldn't help but laugh. Sorry about that. I've been out of school too long. I forgot about the curriculum reforms, they only teach combat and fighting techniques starting in college now. No wonder you're such a weakling, you look completely inexperienced, relying only on brute force. Ha ha. Yang Chen's face darkened. Listen to this. Is that even human speech? Have you forgotten that you beat me up for over 10 minutes right here? Doesn't your conscience hurt at all? Yang Chen glared at Lee Susu with a look of deep resentment. This woman was no good. Yang Chen seriously suspected Lee Susu was deliberately messing with him. Sorry, I forgot. Seeing Yang Chen's pitiable expression, Lee Susu burst into laughter, clutching her sides. My deepest apologies. Your sorry means I just took a beating for over 10 minutes for nothing. Yang Chen felt like crying, but there was no one to complain to. It wasn't for nothing. Lee Susu chuckled. If you don't believe me, check your base stats. They should have improved slightly. What the heck? Yang Chen's face was so swollen his speech was slurred. He hurriedly opened his personal attribute panel. Character, Yang Chen. Beastmaster power, 398. Class, Offensive Beastmaster. Level, Junior Beastmaster 1-star experience, 40/50. Attack, 18 plus 11. Defense, 18 plus 11. Agility, 18 plus 11. Spirit, 300 plus 22. Talent coins, 2. Talent, Mythic Bloodline Awakening, grants the ability to randomly alter a beast's bloodline once, elevating its quality to legendary or higher. No level restrictions apply. Cannot be used on non-host beasts. Bloodline cannot be upgraded. Cannot alter the same beast's bloodline a second time. Skill, Golden Battlefront Resolve LV.1 EXP, 40/50, consumes 60 spirit to increase attack, defense, and agility by 18% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The percentage boost increases with skill level. It really worked. Yang Chen rejoiced. Since experience points hadn't increased, it must be that only hunting beasts or orcs would allow a beastmaster to level up. Battling alone wouldn't suffice. However, all 4 of his core attributes had increased. Attack, defense, and agility each gained 1 point, while spirit gained 2 points. Consider this, at the beginner stage, advancing 1 star only grants a 10-point boost. 1 point might not seem like much, but it was incredibly valuable. And that was just from 1 beating. If he endured several more beatings, wouldn't he skyrocket? The thought crossed Yang Chen's mind, and he quickly closed the information panel. Come on, let's do it again. Better not. Lee Susu waved her hand. If I teach you combat techniques early on, you'll improve much faster. Getting beaten up is too slow. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. Lee Susu explained, to put it plainly, once you learn combat techniques, your offensive and defensive abilities, along with your evasion skills, will all improve. Your corresponding attributes will naturally increase as well. But it's not your fault you didn't know this is part of your university curriculum. Beastmasters universities don't teach book knowledge, they teach real combat and killing techniques. There's also combat tactics, but that's all part of your university curriculum. I won't go into detail now, you'll learn it once you're at Yinglong Academy. Don't underestimate its importance. While a beastmaster's greatest asset is their beast, there's one prerequisite: you have to stay alive first. The beasts and beastmen in the wormhole battlefield aren't the isolated few you encountered in the assessment space, they come in hordes. This is especially true when facing other beastmasters. If you become a liability to your beast, you're finished. And most crucially, as an offensive type beastmaster, once you acquire skills, you'll need to fight alongside your beast. Without any combat techniques, you won't even get the chance to unleash your combat skills. Yang Chen wholeheartedly agreed with Lee Susu's assessment, nodding. So how should I start learning? Lee Susu glanced at him and scoffed. Start with the basics, of course. The foundation is learning to control your power. Air strike. Yang Chen looked utterly confused. These concepts were completely foreign to his memories. Like this. Before Yang Chen could ask, Lee Susu raised her fist and slammed it forward with force. Though there was nothing in front of her, the moment the punch connected, a sharp thwack echoed as if Lee Susu's fist had slammed into solid air. Holy! Damn awesome! Yang Chen was utterly amazed. He couldn't pull off a move like that. This is nothing. Even if you mastered it, it'd only be the absolute basics. Lee Susu chuckled. Keep studying hard, little brother. Chapter 23, Old Sijie. Yang, consider this your early college class. In the first phase, during your freshman year, you'll primarily practice fist techniques, leg techniques, and footwork. No sooner had Li Susu finished speaking than Yang Chen blurted out, "Hold on a second, you just gifted me the Shou Chun sword, and now you want me to practice fist techniques? That's the foundation. You can't even control your own strength yet. How can you learn anything else? So you'd better focus on mastering the fist techniques, leg techniques, and footwork first. Come on, watch closely." With that, Li Susu wasted no words and began demonstrating. Her foot stepped forward instantly, her body moving with her fist as she demonstrated for Yang Chen. Combat boxing isn't about flashy tricks. The fundamental movements aren't numerous, mainly straight punches, uppercuts, hooks. Leg techniques target high, middle, and low areas, including side kicks and flying kicks. And these must be coordinated with footwork, advancing and retreating steps, lateral steps, left lateral steps, right lateral steps. Li Susu explained to Yang Chen while continuing her demonstration. Her movements were crisp and decisive, executed with great efficiency, though not at breakneck speed. Every punch and step was clearly visible to Yang Chen. Even so, it was dizzying to watch. Fearing he might forget the sequence, Yang Chen immediately pulled out his phone to record it. 10 minutes later, Li Susu finished her demonstration and said, "Little brother, don't you dare share this video. This is our private video, just between us. Sis, what you're wearing now is practically like wearing nothing at all." The veteran actress is at it again. Yang Chen was in for it. "Alright, next, I'll teach you through it carefully again. First, go through the sequence again exactly as I taught you before." Yang Chen nodded and began practicing. To be honest, this was Yang Chen's first time trying it, so he was understandably a bit clumsy. "That won't do. Your punches must be fast, precise, and fierce, only then can you concentrate your power. Also, make sure to clench your fist tightly, that's how you build power." Li Susu instructed while guiding his movements. Whether intentionally or not, her two balloons kept brushing against Yang Chen from time to time. While Yang Chen's fists weren't hard yet, other parts of his body certainly were. After practicing for just a short while, Yang Chen was drenched in sweat, feeling as though he'd run a 5-kilometer race. His face was flushed. Li Susu, already well built, wore a tight-fitting outfit. Teaching him so close felt like she was practically naked. Who the hell could stand that? Li Susu didn't press him. With a charming smile, she said, "Alright, you keep practicing. I'm going to take a shower, I'm drenched in sweat. Once you can strike the air without hitting anything, that'll be your entry point. Then I'll teach you a sword technique." With that, Li Susu turned and headed downstairs. Yang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he could focus on his training. He began his practice with intense focus, moving like a finely tuned machine. His arms swung and punched in precise rhythm, his feet shifting constantly beneath him. Meanwhile, Li Susu returned to her bedroom, opened a drawer, and retrieved a notebook. She flipped to a random page containing someone else's basic information. She flipped directly to a blank page and began writing. Yang Chen, student of Inglong Academy, Beastmaster Magpie. Possesses 1 personal golden skill and 1 Beastmaster golden skill. A pretty lucky guy. Personality, focused and earnest, possesses a sense of justice and chivalry. Note, questionable. Weaknesses, prone to lust. Note, has stolen glances at my legs 50 times, my hips 75 times, and my chest 60 times. High libido. Note, during boxing lessons, he has. Evaluation, top-tier aptitude, acceptable for contact. Li Susu paused after writing this, then crossed out the final note. Li Susu scrutinized the page several times, satisfied that the original text was unreadable. She nodded contentedly, tucked the notebook away, and headed to the bathroom to shower. About an hour later, Li Susu emerged from the bathroom wearing a tracksuit, drying her dripping wet hair. She applied a face mask and washed her face. After spending another hour or so on her routine, Li Susu felt hungry. She headed upstairs to check on Yang Chen's training progress. As soon as she entered the training room on the second floor and saw Yang Chen, surprise flashed in her eyes. He was still relentlessly practicing his punching motions into thin air. The movements no longer felt awkward to him. It was clear that over the past 2 hours, Yang Chen hadn't taken a break. Otherwise, such rapid progress would have been impossible. Though he hadn't yet reached mastery, Yang Chen was intensely focused, executing each movement with meticulous precision. Even if many of his movements appeared to Li Susu as having form but lacking spirit, it was still evident that Yang Chen was striving diligently toward the most standard combat techniques. Almost every punch was executed with such precision. Even as sweat drenched his temples, Yang Chen seemed oblivious. This left Li Susu feeling strangely dazed. In Yang Chen, she seemed to see another familiar figure. Back then, that person had been just as dedicated. In truth, since the Beastmaster system had matured, few could dedicate themselves so single-mindedly to self-cultivation. Most relied almost entirely on their beasts. Yet Li Susu's master had once told her, while beast taming is valuable, one must never neglect personal cultivation. Li Susu had always adhered to this principle. Even after many graduates abandoned the combat techniques taught in school, some academies had even scrapped student combat classes entirely, replacing them with Beastmaster warfare courses. Li Susu never forgot this lesson and maintained the practice. She had trained many newcomers, most of whom were reluctant learners. After all, with beasts at their disposal, who would willingly endure such hardship? Yet some who started diligently would abandon it once the novelty wore off. Many even questioned her methods. In the end, few persisted. Lee Susu sighed. I wonder if this one will stick with it. I hope he's different from the rest. Suppressing her thoughts, Lee Susu approached Yang Chen and said, don't keep training like this. Your muscles won't be able to handle it. By tomorrow, you might not even be able to stand up. Hearing this, Yang Chen finally stopped. He too felt a creeping ache spreading throughout his entire body. How do you feel? Lee Susu asked. A bit tired, muscles are sore, but otherwise I'm okay, Yang Chen replied after a moment's thought. That's enough for today, Lee Susu said calmly. Go take a hot shower downstairs, rest a bit, then head back. Alright. Yang Chen nodded and started to head downstairs, but paused and asked, where's the bathroom? It's in my bedroom. It's right there. I just used it, so it's very clean, Lee Susu replied with a charming smile. Yang Chen's expression changed. Is there no other option? What's wrong? You're disgusted by a bathtub my sister used? If your sister's bathtub were put up for auction online, who knows how many people would want to buy it? Brother, don't take your blessings for granted. Lee Susu teased, her red lips curling up. Oh, and don't you dare do anything with the clothes I take off. Oh no. Yang Chen nearly stumbled and fell down the stairs. Put. Old pervert. I'm a decent person. Yang Chen spat angrily and hurried down the stairs. Lee Susu watched his retreating figure and smiled meaningfully. Chapter 24, Stumbling into the Red Light District? 7 o'clock in the evening. Yang Chen stirred groggily on the sofa as the parrot packed at millet grains on the nearby table. Hey, you, wake up, wake up! The magpie circled Yang Chen, chirping excitedly upon seeing him awake. Get lost. Yang Chen rubbed his shoulders, feeling stiff and sore. After his shower, he'd intended to rest on the sofa for a bit, but before he knew it, he'd drifted off into a drowsy sleep. Achoo! Yang Chen's nose itched and he sneezed. Almost caught a cold from the chill. Yang Chen instinctively reached into his pants pocket to wipe his nose. But the moment his hand entered the pocket, something felt off. It seemed like there was a string inside. He pulled it out to take a look. A black loop of string, with a nearly transparent triangular piece of fabric hanging from the front, barely visible. Holy! Where did this thing come from? Yang Chen froze, his face flushing crimson. Just then, Lee Susu's voice came from behind him. You're awake? I'm heading to work. You can go home and practice what you learned today first. Wait. Before Lee Susu could finish, she saw Yang Chen holding her undergarments in his hand, and her words abruptly stopped. Yang Chen stared blankly at Lee Susu, his heart sinking. This was like mud falling on your pants. Even if it wasn't, it might as well be. If I say I didn't take it, would you believe me? Yang Chen tried to explain, hastily placing the item on the table. Of course I would. Sisters like me totally understand impulsive behavior from young boys going through puberty. Lee Susu approached Yang Chen with a warm smile. But doing this makes your big sister very unhappy. As soon as Lee Susu reached Yang Chen, she swung a fist straight at his head. Thud. A thud on his skull. Ouch. Yang Chen immediately grimaced in pain. 10 minutes later. Already sporting two dark purple panda eyes, Yang Chen's face now bore several new bruises and distinct handprints, adding insult to injury to his already battered appearance. Yang Chen swore he really hadn't taken it. He hadn't even touched it. He couldn't fathom how Lee Susu's undergarments ended up in his pocket. Ouch, that crazy woman. This really hurts. Yang Chen rubbed his left cheek, grimacing in pain. In Lee Susu's home, only Yang Chen and Lee Susu were present. If Yang Chen hadn't taken it, then there was only one possibility. Lee Susu had deliberately stuffed it into his pants pocket to frame him. Damn it. Crazy, you're a total psychopath. If you wanted to beat me up, just say so. Why go through all this trouble to frame me? Just you wait, I'll remember this. Yang Chen cursed under his breath. This beating was utterly undeserved. Useless. 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 The parrot's untimely voice chimed in. Tell me, did you see it? Did that crazy woman slip it into my pocket? Yang Chen shot an annoyed glare at the magpie. You took it, you took it. The magpie circled Yang Chen, squawking incessantly. Get lost. Scram, you good-for-nothing mutt. Not a shred of loyalty. Yang Chen slapped the magpie hard, sending it flying. Soon, Yang Chen arrived at the bus stop. On the bus, he opened the panel attributes once more. Character, Yang Chen. Beastmaster power, 398. Class, Offensive Beastmaster. Level, Junior Beastmaster 1-star experience, 40/50. Attack, 18 plus 12. Defense, 18 plus 12. Agility, 18 plus 12. Spirit, 300 plus 24. Talent coins, 2. Talent, Mythic Bloodline Awakening, grants the ability to randomly alter a Beastmaster's bloodline once, elevating its quality to legendary or higher. No level restrictions apply. Cannot be used on non-host beasts. Bloodline cannot be upgraded. Cannot alter the same beast's bloodline a second time. Skill, Golden Battlefront Resolve LV.1 XP, 40-50, consumes 60 spirit to increase attack, defense, and agility by 18% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The percentage boost increases with skill level. All attributes receive a further boost. Attack, defense, and agility each increased by 1 point, spirit increased by 2 points. The gains weren't substantial. Though the gains were modest, Yang Chen remained quite satisfied. At the very least, he was steadily growing stronger. Most of his classmates were probably still clueless about where to play. At least Yang Chen had made some progress. The only regret was not knowing how long it would take for that scheming madwoman to assign him a mission. Acquiring talent coins was the ultimate goal. Looks like I need to push myself harder, at least enough to last 30 moves against that scheming madwoman, Yang Chen thought to himself. Before he knew it, the bus had pulled into the old town stop. Yang Chen got off with his Parrot, feeling a bit hungry. Since the old city district was still a distance away, he decided to take a shortcut home and quickly entered a nearby alley. The pitch-black alley was lit only by a dim old lamp casting flickering orange light. Suddenly, whoosh! A sharp whistling sound echoed from the mud brick wall beside Yang Chen. Yang Chen looked up and saw a slender figure leaning against the wall in the darkness. As the light flickered, Yang Chen made out the figure's appearance. It was a woman dressed provocatively, wearing a pink, form-fitting mini dress that hugged her curves. Her long legs were encased in black stockings. She wore heavy makeup, her face painted snow white, and her lips coated in bright red lipstick. "Hey, little brother, wanna play?" The woman beckoned to Yang Chen with a suggestive flick of her finger, her flirtatious nature unmistakable. Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat, his face turning pale. He'd never heard of a red light district in the old city. No, I'm still a student." Yang Chen waved his hands frantically. "No charge. I'm just bored and want someone to chat with." The woman flashed him a seductive glance. "What do you say?" Yang Chen paled even more, quickly backing away from her. Panic spread across his face as he stammered, "No money? You're not sick, are you?" No way. I'm going home." The smile froze on the woman's face, her expression darkening instantly. "Ha! 12, I told you your approach wouldn't work, but you wouldn't listen." At that moment, a loud, arrogant laugh echoed from behind Yang Chen. A burly middle-aged man with a thick beard and a ruthless expression slowly stepped forward. "Kid, we've been waiting for you all day. You finally came back?" The man sneered coldly. The woman known as 12 spoke in a deep voice, "Enough talk. Kill this kid." As soon as the words left her mouth, 12 instantly opened her beast summoning space. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed as a fiery wolf, its entire body engulfed in white flames, materialized before Yang Chen. It bared its teeth, its face twisted in savage ferocity. Chapter 25, You told me he was easy to kill? Huff! Huff! Blue flames instantly surged over the man behind Yang Chen as he flexed his muscles, a savage grin spreading across his face. A beast master. A transferee. Yang Chen's expression darkened as he snapped, "I refuse to play, and now you're blocking me? That's too much. Think you're the only ones with beast tamers? I'm a beast tamer too." Yang Chen raised his left hand high, and the magpie flew down from the sky, landing on his arm. Both 12 and the man froze in shock. The next second, the man burst into uncontrollable laughter. "You call this thing a beast? When I saw your profile, I thought it was a typo. Turns out it's real. Ha!" The man's face was thick with scorn. A faint curve lifted the corners of 12's mouth. The pity in his gaze toward Yang Chen was palpable. Was this guy a little off his rocker? "Cut the nonsense! Firewolf, kill him!" 12 roared. The blazing firewolf opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of flames. A white fireball hurtled toward Yang Chen. Charge of the vanguard. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chen unleashed his skill. Instantly, Yang Chen's agility surged by 18%. His senses sharpened as he fixed his gaze on the white fireball. Darting to the left, the fireball whizzed past, grazing the side of his ear. Boom! A dull thud echoed. A large hole was blasted through the earthen brick wall beside him. A golden tier skill? Shire froze in surprise, utterly astonished that Yang Chen possessed a golden grade skill. What a lucky bastard to possess a skill of this caliber. Too bad you're just a one-star rookie who just became a beastmaster. Today, you die. At that moment, a cold laugh suddenly echoed from behind Yang Chen. A fist radiating blue light struck violently from behind Yang Chen, the bearded man's face twisted into a savage grin. Killing Yang Chen and completing this contract would net them 100,000 bounty. How hard could it be to take down a student who used a pet as his beast tamer? This was practically a free kill. Especially since Yang Chen was still standing there, facing away from him, seemingly completely unaware. This was clearly the behavior of a greenhorn with no combat experience. Even easier. A sure thing. But just as the bearded man began to gloat, the mythic bird on Yang Chen's arm suddenly opened its beak. A golden light shot forth, landing on Yang Chen's body. The golden light on Yang Chen's body intensified, extending into a dark glow. Another golden grade skill. This kid's beast control. No. The man with the bushy beard suddenly saw Yang Chen turn around, flashing him a dazzling smile. The next instant, Yang Chen's feet planted firmly on the ground, and he shot forward like a sharp arrow. So fast. The bearded man's face paled with shock, but he quickly regained his composure. It wasn't just Yang Chen's speed that had increased, his own seemed to have slowed down. Could it be that golden grade skill for taming beasts? That's a support type skill. Before the bearded man could fully process it, Yang Chen had already closed the distance. A powerful uppercut slammed into the man's midsection. The man felt as though his stomach had been struck by a piece of steel. Wah! The man's mouth opened wide, spewing bile as his eyes widened. His mind instantly flashed back to yesterday, to that sickly pale young man who had handed him a list. Your mission is to kill Yang Chen. His beast master is just a pet. He has no background, no combat experience, a lowly one-star novice. Easy pickings. You're in luck, this golden opportunity has fallen into your laps. These words echoed relentlessly in the bearded man's mind, as if they were being whispered directly into his ear. At this very moment, the man with the bushy beard was questioning his entire existence. A 3-star novice transferee like him had been beaten so badly his gallbladder water was spilling out he couldn't even fight back. You call this a rookie? You call this an easy kill? Boom! A dull thud echoed as the bearded man was blasted backward like a coiled bowstring, slamming into the brick wall. He embedded himself into the wall like a boiled shrimp, dead on the spot. Ding! Host has hunted down a 3-star novice transferee, earning 3 talent coins. A 3-star novice class changer just got killed like that? Seeing this, 12 was utterly stunned. And this was a rookie beastmaster who'd just finished his college entrance exams? This was beyond absurd. It was absurdity itself, absurd to the extreme. Without a second thought, 12 turned and ran. Think you can just run away now? Not so fast. Stay right there. Yang Chen wasn't about to let 12 off the hook. He closed the distance in a single stride. 12's face drained of color as he cried out, "Firewolf! Stop him!" The blazing firewolf obeyed the command, instantly opening its massive jaws to spew 3 white fireballs at Yang Chen. Boom! 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 The white fireballs slammed down with tremendous force, yet each time they were a split second too late, exploding behind Yang Chen. Yang Chen seized the moment to leap onto the wall. The wall continuously shattered, sending up a cloud of smoke. To 12's eyes, however, a massive visual distortion occurred. It seemed as though Yang Chen was stepping on the exploding fireballs, propelling himself forward to catch up. It was utterly breathtaking. As the final fireball slammed into the wall, Yang Chen leapt upward. 12 had no time to react before Yang Chen grabbed her hair, showing no mercy whatsoever, and slammed her violently into the ground. Thud! 12's head made intimate contact with the floor, shattering the tiles beneath. The sound of cracking bones echoed as blood flowed freely. Ding! Host has hunted down a 3-star junior beastmaster, earning 3 talent coins. This is a 3-star beastmaster? How weak is that? Yang Chen muttered to himself. Not far away, the flame wolf, upon its master's death, suddenly gasped for air as if something had seized its throat, collapsing to the ground. Before long, the blazing firewolf ceased all movement. Ding! Host has hunted down a level 2 beastmaster, the blazing firewolf, earning 2 talent coins. Yang Chen looked at the flame wolf's corpse, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that even a beastmaster killed indirectly by him could yield talent coins. Didn't that mean killing a beastmaster would yield even more talent coins? That would be even more cost-effective. Yang Chen pondered silently. He hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall after returning home this time. He'd obtained a total of 8 talent coins, far more than he'd managed after working all night yesterday. Yet one thing puzzled Yang Chen: how could this heavily made-up woman, who was clearly a beastmaster herself, stoop to such underhanded schemes? What was she thinking? Put! What a disgrace to beastmasters! Yang Chen spat viciously at the corpse of the woman at his feet. Chapter 26, The Mysterious Assassin. Ding-a-ling! The phone suddenly rang. A call came in from a contact labeled "perverted old bitch." I was just about to call this crazy woman myself, and now she's called me first. Yang Chen answered immediately. Yang Chen, are you being hunted down? Before Yang Chen could speak, Li Susu's stern voice came through. Under normal circumstances, Li Susu would never address Yang Chen by his first name. Yang Chen keenly sensed something was amiss. I haven't been hunted down, but I did run into a lady earlier who wanted me to pee. When I refused, they beat me up. They tried to force me to do it. I was just about to call you to send someone over to handle it. I never realized how bad the security in North City was before. Today really made me see how bad it is. Even the ladies are this brazen. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Yang Chen exclaimed indignantly. Is there no law? No justice? Li Susu froze upon hearing Yang Chen's words. What the hell? She'd heard of past incidents. But she'd never heard of forcing someone to do it. This was beyond absurd. Oh, and they're also job changers, beast tamers. Yang Chen added. Li Susu froze on the other end of the line. A thought suddenly struck her. Then, is it possible they were sent to kill you? Kill me? Yang Chen pondered for a moment before replying, unlikely. They're so weak, both just low-level 3-star. They're no match for me. They're too pathetic to be assassins. What the hell? Lee Susu was stunned. What kind of outrageous claim is that? Come on, you're only a low-tier level 1 beastmaster yourself. Lee Susu was almost certain Yang Chen had indeed encountered assassins. What surprised her, however, was that those 2 assassins weren't even a match for Yang Chen. During their sparring session, Yang Chen had only used his personal skills, not his beastmaster abilities. Although Yang Chen's personal skills were golden ranked, their power was limited. Therefore, Yang Chen's victory over the 2 assassins must have relied on his beast-taming skills. This piqued Lee Susu's curiosity: what exactly were Yang Chen's beastmaster skills? But for now, Lee Susu had no time to dwell on such questions. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Where are they? Suppressing her thoughts, Lee Susu hurriedly asked. You know my sense of justice. Yang Chen began. Stop. I get it, you killed them, didn't you? Lee Susu cut him off urgently. If they're dead, that's that. But now I have something far more important to tell you. Your special assignment is being activated early. Here's the situation. Lee Susu briefly recounted the sequence of events over the phone. It turned out that throughout the entire day, every student in North City who had been accepted into first or second tier universities had been targeted by assassins. Yang Chen instantly realized he hadn't encountered a pimp but an assassin. What do you need me to do now? Yang Chen immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. I'm short-handed right now. I need you to go to several students' homes in the old city district. I'll give you the addresses. Go there immediately. If you're outmatched, prioritize your own safety above all else. Lee Susu stated concisely. Got it. Send me the addresses now. I'm heading out immediately. Yang Chen agreed without hesitation. Just as Yang Chen was about to hang up, Lee Susu paused and said, Wait a moment. What is it? Yang Chen asked. According to our intel, it seems a 5-star junior beastmaster is involved this time. Be careful. Make sure you come back alive. If you make it back alive, I'll forget about you stealing my underwear. Lee Susu instructed with deadpan seriousness. Holy! Yang Chen was stunned. He'd been feeling quite touched until that last line completely shattered his defenses. I didn't. You deliberately. Before Yang Chen could finish, Lee Susu hung up. Unbelievable. Yang Chen was speechless. This crazy woman was seriously twisted. Before long, Yang Chen received a text message from Lee Susu. 3 locations. One was at number 6, 3rd Street in the Old City District, the closest to where Yang Chen was currently located. Yang Chen planned to check that one out first. Stowing his phone away, Yang Chen immediately harnessed the boost from his 2 skills and sped toward 3rd Street. What would normally take 15 minutes, he covered in just 5. By then, a crowd had already gathered on the street, surrounding the entrance to number 6. As Yang Chen approached, he saw that the outer wall of number 6 had collapsed, and all the window panes were shattered. People nearby were still discussing the incident. Someone had broken in to rob the place and even summoned a beast. It's so tragic. I heard Xiao Ming just passed the first-class academy exam, and now this happens to him. Yeah, I wonder why the investigation bureau hasn't arrived yet. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Yang Chen's heart sank slightly. Oh no! He was too late. Yang Chen hurriedly pushed through the crowd and ran into the house. As soon as he reached the doorway, Yang Chen saw a middle-aged woman collapsed at the entrance, a knife wound in her chest, blood pooling on the floor. It was clear she had been killed instantly by the intruder the moment she opened the door. Stepping into the living room, the entire space was in utter chaos. Tables, televisions, and even the walls had been smashed to pieces. On the sofa lay a middle-aged man with his neck snapped, his eyes wide open as if he had died with unresolved grievances. Yang Chen's expression darkened further. A gaping hole had been blasted through the wall connecting the living room to the side bedroom. A young girl in a new red dress lay on the floor. Her waist was bent at an angle exceeding 90 degrees, wedged into the shattered wall. Blood poured from her mouth. She was already dead. Beside her lay a bloodied crimson-coated hound, its 7 orifices bleeding, collapsed on the floor. Yang Min? The moment Yang Chen saw the girl, a shy, smiling face flashed through his mind. This was Yang Min, his classmate, an introverted, shy girl from a poor family who studied diligently and achieved excellent grades. In Yang Chen's memory, Yang Min had never worn such a new dress before. It must have been a special gift from her parents after she passed the entrance exam for the prestigious first-class academy. The smashed cake on the table made it easy to imagine Yang Min's family celebrating just moments ago. Perhaps they had been rejoicing that after a lifetime of hard work, they finally had a chance to change their fate. Yet in the next instant, assassins had suddenly stormed their home. Yang Chen felt a deep ache in his heart, especially when he saw Yang Min's body twisted at a 90-degree angle, her head hanging over the broken wall. Her eyes were wide open, as if she were staring straight at Yang Chen, as if she were telling him how horribly her entire family had died. Yang Chen's heart ached even more. What kind of grudge could possibly be deep enough to slaughter an entire family? These mysterious assassins truly deserve to die. Yang Chen stepped forward, gently closing Yang Min's eyes. With a sorrowful expression, he whispered, Yang Min, I'm sorry I came too late. But rest assured, if I encounter those mysterious assassins, I will avenge you. Chapter 27, Students This Powerful? Old City District. Number 27, 4th Street. Inside a dilapidated house. The room was in utter disarray, with tables and cabinets overturned across the floor. A youth with an inexperienced look, resembling a student, knelt halfway at the bedroom doorway, gasping for breath. His chest and arms bore deep gashes from a sharp blade, flesh torn open and blood flowing freely. Beside him stood a tamed beast, a rat with a docile expression, rabbit-like ears, and a squirrel-like build, yet capable of standing upright. The beast was also covered in wounds, its back suffering an unknown injury that emitted black smoke. Facing the youth stood a gaunt man. A thin scar across his brow gave him the appearance of a third eye, adding an eerie, sinister aura to his already ruthless and vicious demeanor. At the three-eyed man's feet lay a pitch-black, two-headed beast riding serpent. The serpent flickered its forked tongue, poised to strike at any moment. Zhang Xiao stared at the man and beast before him, his heart filled with bitter sorrow. His parents had died at the hands of demonic beasts when he was young, leaving him and his sister to fend for themselves. He had worked tirelessly for years, finally achieving his dream yesterday by gaining admission to Yinglong Academy. He had planned to take his sister out for a fun day today, but who could have predicted this three-eyed man would suddenly burst in? If not for his quick reflexes, he would likely be dead by now. Brother, are you okay? The bedroom door opened a crack. A delicate, porcelain-skinned girl peered out, her large eyes filling with tears at the sight of Zhang Xiao outside. Zhang Xiao knew he was no match for the three-eyed man. Their confrontation had lasted less than half a minute before he was injured. Three Eyes was definitely a 3-star beginner beast master or even higher. Zhang Xiao couldn't fathom why Three Eyes wanted him dead, but he knew today's fate was inescapable. The only thing weighing heavily on Zhang Xiao's mind was his little sister. Little sis, when I charge in to distract him, you open the door and run. Don't look back, got it? Zhang Xiao whispered urgently. But what about you, brother? His little sister's nose stung as she looked at Zhang Xiao with worry. Just then, the three-eyed man caught Zhang Xiao's subtle movement. A cold smile curled his lips as he interrupted them. You don't need to leave any last words. I'll send both of you on your final journey together. You can go to hell. Xiao Xuan, go. Kill them. The three-eyed man sneered coldly, taking a step forward, ready to launch his attack. Seeing this, Zhang Zhao's heart trembled violently. Forgetting everything else, he shouted urgently, little sister, now. Run. Xiaoshua, come with me. Tie them up. With that, Zhang Xiao prepared to charge forward with Shuashu to block San Yen. But just as both sides were locked in a tense standoff, poised for their final showdown, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Knock knock. Hello, your takeout is here. The voice came from outside the door. Zhang Xiao and Three Eyes, both men and their beasts, froze stiffly. An eerie silence descended upon the scene. San Yan's expression darkened. He hadn't expected this kid to order takeout. Zhang Xiao was utterly baffled he hadn't ordered any food. But this gave Zhang Xiao a glimmer of hope. How he wished the delivery guy outside would notice something was off. San Yan's expression turned cold. He didn't care about any delivery. Zhang Xiao had to die. But just as Three Eyes prepared to strike, the knocking at the door sounded again. Knock knock. Delivery here. Could you please open the door to sign for it? Is anyone home? Holy. Three-Eyed was completely thrown off guard. I'm killing someone right now. Finally, the thrilling moment of the hunt is here. You're out there delivering food in packages. How annoying. Get the hell out of here. I didn't order any food, and I don't have any packages. Get out of here now, or I'll beat you to death. Three Eyes bellowed angrily. The commotion outside finally subsided. San Yan turned his gaze back to Zhang Xiao and sneered coldly, no one can save you. Just die already. As the words fell, a burst of blue flames erupted from Three Eyes' body, preparing for the final assault. But just then, the front door exploded outward. Bang! The door shattered. Three Eyes was stunned. Damn it, are delivery guys and couriers this aggressive nowadays? Before he could react, a golden light flashed. A golden fist slammed toward his vital point. Three Eyes' heart pounded violently. Without a moment to spare, he raised his hand to block. Thud. Crack. A dull thud accompanied by the sound of cracking bones echoed as San Yan was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. His sinister face twisted in agony. Both hands throbbed with pain, and his left forearm, the one that had braced the blow, was fractured. Three-Eyed looked up to see a youth clad in a black hoodie, a Shou-Chun sword strapped to his back, standing in the shattered doorway. Three Eyes was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. This youth appeared to be about the same age as Zhang Xiao. Had delivery boys and couriers become this formidable nowadays? One punch sent him flying? Unbelievable. But the most shocked of all was Zhang Xiao, who couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, holy crap. But when he looked closer, the figure seemed familiar. Wasn't this Yang Chen, the top student from North City High School? Jiang Xiao kept up with the new students who got into top universities were always featured in reports. He'd seen Yang Chen's photo online before. But what baffled Jiang Xiao was this: they were all students. Could Yang Chen really be that formidable? You're Yang Chen from North City First High? Jiang Xiao asked uncertainly. Jiang Xiao was starting to seriously wonder if he had face blindness. I am. Glad you're still alive. Finally caught up. Yang Chen glanced at Jiang Xiao, feeling a slight sense of relief. I'm a special agent from the Inspection Bureau. You're saved now. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao instantly saw a glimmer of hope. Regardless of Yang Chen's circumstances, reinforcements had finally arrived. Another student? A flash of malice crossed Three Eyes' face. How humiliating, he'd been ambushed by a greenhorn student. If word got out, how could he ever hold his head up in the underworld again? Kid, you've got some nerve. You think you can come here alone? You're asking for death. Xiao Shuang, attack together. Kill this brat. Three Eyes roared, blue light surging around him as he charged toward Yang Chen. At his feet, the two-headed serpent slithered swiftly, darting toward Yang Chen like a deadly arrow. Yang Chen, be careful. This guy is dangerous, at least a 3-star beastmaster. His two-headed snake is treacherous, capable of spitting venom that paralyzes. Plus, his innate skill, Green Blow, has a knockback effect when it hits. Combined with his beast control, it's impossible to guard against. Jiang Xiao, alarmed by the sight, shouted urgently, "We'll attack him together. You take the right, I'll take the left." Jiang Xiao intended to coordinate with Yang Chen to take down the three-eyed beast. But before he could finish speaking, before he could even move, Jiang Zhao's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils rapidly contracting as if witnessing an utterly shocking sight. Chapter 28, The Student Alliance. Whoosh! A golden light descended upon Yang Chen. Ripples rippled around Yang Chen's body. At that very moment, the two-headed serpent charging toward him spat forth a stream of thick, black viscous fluid. The once lightning-fast two-headed serpent visibly slowed to a crawl. To Jiang Zhao's eyes, Yang Chen merely turned his head to the left at a leisurely pace, effortlessly evading the serpent's strike. The next second, a scene that shocked Jiang Xiao unfolded. As the serpent's head swept past Yang Chen's face, its arm-thick tail lashed out horizontally toward him. Yet Yang Chen seemed to have anticipated this move, grabbing hold of the tail with one hand and yanking it violently toward the ground with the other. The serpent's head smashed through the wooden table, crashing heavily onto the floor as it spat out black fluid. Three Eyes was stunned. You're telling me this guy just finished his college entrance exams? Before Three Eyes could react, Yang Chen made no pause whatsoever. He lunged forward in a single stride. Whoosh! His fists whistled through the air with a sharp hiss. Three Eyes instinctively switched from offense to defense, blocking with both hands. Yang Chen's fist slammed heavily against Three Eyes' clasped hands. In that very instant, Yang Chen's right leg bent sharply, driving his knee into San Yan's midsection with brutal force. Three Eyes vomited bile. This scene wasn't just similar to when Li Susu had beaten Yang Chen, it was identical. But it wasn't over yet. Almost simultaneously, Yang Chen grabbed San Yan's hair, slammed him to the ground, and drove a fist straight into his skull. Three Eyes' skull smashed through the floorboards, shattering them as blood flowed freely. Ding! Host has hunted down a 3-star junior beastmaster, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! Host has hunted a tier 1, level 3 dual-headed serpent beastmaster, earning 3 talent coins. Jiang Xiao, who had just stood up, stared dumbfounded at the scene unfolding before him. His scalp tingled, his face frozen in utter disbelief. This sequence unfolded far too swiftly. In mere 20 or 30 seconds, Yang Chen had struck and killed the three-eyed creature in one fluid motion, without the slightest pause. Jiang Xiao had been contemplating teaming up with Yang Chen. He had only just gotten back on his feet. Done. Yang Chen clapped his hands, turned to Jiang Xiao, and asked, "What did you say just now?" "I didn't hear you." Jiang Xiao froze, his expression odd as he replied, "I was trying to warn you that this guy is dangerous, at least a 3-star beginner beastmaster. I feared you couldn't handle him alone. I couldn't beat him just now." At this point, Jiang Xiao lowered his head in self-doubt. He had believed that getting into Yinglong Academy already made him exceptional, yet here he was, feeling so weak. Compared to Yang Chen, the difference was stark. Yang Chen truly lived up to his reputation as a top student from First High. A 3-star beast master? Yang Chen pondered for a moment before replying, "You must have misread him earlier. This guy isn't even a low-tier 3-star. Look, I defeated him with ease, he didn't even have the strength to fight back." "Ha? Is that really the case?" Jiang Xiao was a bit confused. Could it be that Yang Chen was just too strong? "Alright, hurry up and take your sister to the inspection bureau." With that, Yang Chen lifted his foot, ready to leave. "Wait." Jiang Xiao scooped up Jiang Xiaomei and called out to Yang Chen. Yang Chen halted and asked, "What is it? Where are you going? Are you going to help the other students?" Jiang Xiao asked, "Can I come with you?" Yang Chen paused, hesitating as he looked at the blood on Jiang Xiao's chest and arms. "These are just scrapes. I'm a defensive type class changer, nothing special, just built to take a beating." Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Yang Chen considered it. Having an extra pair of hands wouldn't hurt, it would lighten his load and give him more confidence. Who knew how many of those mysterious assassins there were? As this thought crossed his mind, a bold idea suddenly took root in Yang Chen's heart. What if he united all the Beastmaster students in North City to act together? Could they launch a counterattack? Why should only those assassins be allowed to hunt them, while they couldn't hunt back? Besides, wouldn't he gain more talent coins? A fiery determination flared in Yang Chen's eyes. The idea was audacious, yet undeniably feasible. At the beginner stage, the strength of Beastmasters depended largely on their beasts. Beyond that, there wasn't much difference. The students' beasts might be slightly weaker, but they had the advantage of sheer numbers. This was entirely feasible. And even if the students couldn't win, they could still provide Yang Chen with more information on the assassin's whereabouts. After all, students from First High and Second High were scattered throughout the entire North City. If we don't leverage this network now, when will we? Upon reaching this conclusion, Yang Chen immediately shared his thoughts with Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. That's perfect. I have the senior alumni group for this year's graduating class at number 2 high. I have the first high school one. Yang Chen chuckled. Then let's reach out to our classmates together? Zhang Xiao pulled out his phone. Sure. Yang Chen immediately pulled out his phone too. The two hit it off instantly. When Yang Chen opened the senior class alumni group chat for their high school, the messages were already exploding. Buddha is the Tao, holy crap, the guy living next door just got burglarized. They even smashed through the wall. Crow brother, I heard explosions over here too. The police are here now. They're saying it was a gas leak explosion. Is this a coincidence? Don't like oranges, what's going on? What happened? The group was abuzz with messages, everyone scrambling to find out what had happened. Yang Chen didn't beat around the bush. He typed out the entire sequence of events and shared it with his alumni friends. After Yang Chen sent it out, the alumni group grew even livelier. Within less than a minute, countless people tagged Yang Chen. Yang Chen typed another message. Yang Chen, classmates, according to reliable sources, the primary targets of this mysterious assassin are students who got into top-tier academies. I've already discussed this with students from Second High. I plan to team up with Second High's Beastmasters to fight back against the assassin. Why should we just wait to be killed by these assassins? Classmates, are you just going to stand by and watch our friends get slaughtered by these scum? When I went to support Yang Min's family earlier, her entire household was slaughtered. These assassins are utterly inhumane and brutally ruthless. Can you really tolerate their unchecked violence? Students from number 2 high have already taken action. Are we, the top dogs of North City number 1 high, really worse than them? It must be said that Yang Chen's words were highly inflammatory. He began with the tragic death of a classmate's entire family, evoking grief and solidarity among his peers, then used the actions of Second High students to appeal to the pride of First High students. After all, First High and Second High are North City's top 2 institutions. Students at First High firmly believe their school is the best in North City, while Second High students hold the same conviction about their own school. These students were in the prime of their youth, brimming with passion. Yang Chen, moreover, was not only the top student in his class at First High but also an admitted student to Yinglong Academy. With all these accolades piled upon him. Immediately after Yang Chen finished speaking, numerous students in the group began responding. Chapter 29, 1 call, 100 responses. Buddha is the way, what? Zhang Min is dead? That. She was my deskmate. Her mom has bad legs and can't work, relying on collecting scrap to pay for her education. Her dad works day and night on construction sites. Just yesterday, she told me she got into a good school and could finally let her parents live comfortably. And today she's been killed? Holy, those bastards. I'll kill them all. I'm a total hottie, killing someone is bad enough, but going after a disabled person? Are these people animals? Count me in. Brother Crow, I'm in too. Second High is mobilizing, First High can't be left behind. We can't let Second High steal the spotlight. Where are First High's people? Student A, count me in. Student B, I've got alumni groups from other schools. I'll notify them, let's take them down together. The alumni group exploded in an instant. In less than a minute, hundreds of messages flooded the screen. It must be said, high school camaraderie is truly priceless. Even if there were minor conflicts along the way, as graduation approached, most classmates simply laughed them off. Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. The moment they stepped out of school, they began facing the harsh realities of the Beastmaster world, making this camaraderie all the more precious. The phrase 1 call, 100 responses perfectly captured the moment. Seeing this, Yang Chen quickly typed out a message. Yang Chen, everyone, stay calm and follow my lead. These assassins are roughly at the level of early stage 3-star Beastmasters, though higher level operatives can't be ruled out. Under no circumstances should anyone go it alone. Form teams of at least 3 people. Post your addresses in the group chat. The closest members should assemble quickly and head to the home of a Class A Academy student nearby. If you encounter a formidable foe, don't charge and recklessly send out the alert and await backup. The students wasted no time. Upon seeing Yang Chen's message, they promptly shared their home addresses and began searching for nearby classmates in an orderly fashion. Yang Chen smiled with satisfaction, tucked away his phone, and turned to Jiang Xiao. "How's it going on your end?" Jiang Xiao, perhaps experiencing this for the first time, appeared unusually excited and agitated, his hand holding the phone trembling slightly. "I've already told the students. Many of them have set out now. I told them to team up and go together." Jiang Xiao said, her face flushed. "Good. Then let's head out too. I have another task. I need to go to 6th Street. Just as Yang Chen was about to leave, he glanced at Jiang Xiaomei behind Jiang Xiao and asked, "What about your sister?" Jiang Xiao looked troubled. He wanted to join Yang Chen on the mission, but he worried about his sister's safety. He didn't want to bring her along, yet with mysterious assassins killing people everywhere, he couldn't bear to leave her alone. Jiang Xiaomei blinked her big eyes, her rosy cheeks peeking up at her brother. "It's okay, brother. I'll just wait for you at Auntie Wang's place at the neighborhood committee. Those bad guys are after you guys. I'll be fine." Jiang Xiao paused, struck by how reasonable his little sister sounded. "Little sister, you're so smart." Yang Chen praised her, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Alright, I'll take my sister to Auntie Wang's place first. We'll meet up at 6th Street. With that, Jiang Xiao scooped up Jiang Xiaomei and dashed downstairs. Yang Chen prepared to leave too, but as he reached the doorway, something occurred to him. If students from their first-class academy were being hunted by assassins, then wouldn't those admitted to the super first-class academy, like Zhang Shuer, be in even greater danger? Yang Chen started to call Zhang Shuer, but the moment he opened the app, he hung up immediately. He had no idea what Zhang Shuer's situation was right now. What if she was in the middle of escaping? Calling her voice chat recklessly could potentially reveal her location. He'd seen this scenario play out far too often on TV. Suppressing his concern, Yang Chen coldly declared, "I don't care who you are. If anything happens to Shushu, I'll make sure every last one of you pays with your lives." Meanwhile, North City High-Speed Rail Station. Train G8383 is about to arrive. Passengers, please gather your belongings and board in an orderly manner. The announcement echoed through the hall. Many passengers rose to their feet and headed toward the entrance. In the waiting lounge, seated in the second row, a high school-aged girl with twin ponytails and dressed in a Lolita-style dress was still engrossed in her game. "Hong Hong, stop playing. The high-speed train is here. Let's go inside." Just as Hong Hong was about to shut off her phone, a flurry of WeChat group notifications suddenly tagged her name. Curious, she glanced at the messages and her eyes widened in shock. Hong Hong quickly stood up and said, "Mom and Dad, you go ahead. I have something to do and won't be going with you." "Hong Hong, didn't you say you wanted to go to Rose Sea the most? What are you going to do?" Before her parents could finish speaking, Hong Hong summoned her beast companion, a three-eyed patterned tiger. She flipped onto its back, startling passengers at the high-speed rail station who quickly parted to make way. "I'm near the airport. I'm close to the rain zone. I'll reach rain zone 1st Street in 5 minutes. Hong Hong sent a voice message in the group chat, then rode the three-eyed patterned tiger straight toward the high-speed rail station exit. She leaped out, drawing gasps from onlookers, then jumped onto a wall and sprinted wildly down the street. Downtown. 16th floor of a commercial building. A family was having lunch while the news played on the television. With the conclusion of the senior year Beastmaster assessments and the release of results, our North City has achieved unprecedented success. 5 students admitted to super first-class academies, 35 to first-class academies, and 320 to second-class academies. This shatters North City's previous record for high school students entering top-tier academies. Let us warmly congratulate these students for bringing honor to our North City. The news broadcast detailed the results of this year's senior assessment. Ding! Suddenly, Zhang Wen's phone emitted a notification sound. He pulled out his phone, opened the group chat, and scrolled to the top. His chopsticks stiffened slightly in his hand. The next second, he hurriedly set down his chopsticks. "Mom and Dad, I need to step out for a bit. You two go ahead and eat." With that, Zhang Wen dashed toward the balcony and leaped off the 16th floor. Wang. His parents were terrified, fearing their child had lost his mind. They rushed over immediately. But the very next second. Ugh! A sharp, piercing cry echoed through the air. They saw Zhang Wen summon the giant falcon in midair. The giant falcon spread its wings, spanning a full 5 or 6 meters. It grabbed Zhang Wen's back, and with lightning-fast reflexes, Zhang Wen flipped and leaped onto the falcon's back. He sat securely atop it, waving to his parents. Immediately, Zhang Wen pulled out his phone and sent a voice message in the group chat. "I'm in the Central District. I'm heading to the designated location on 2nd Street. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Our child has grown up." Zhang's father patted his wife's hand, his eyes brimming with pride. Their child was no longer ordinary. Like the giant falcon, he was spreading his wings to soar. Chapter 30, Reinforcements? Where did these reinforcements come from? In an instant, the skies and streets of North City were filled with students summoning all manner of beasts, rushing off in every direction. The entire North City was thrown into an uproar. It was a truly spectacular sight. Countless passers-by pulled out their phones to capture the scene. Rain District 2nd Street. The once bustling street now lay deserted, with all the shops along the road shuttered tight. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions echoed through the air. A cloud of dust billowed at the end of the street as the pavement shattered. As the dust settled, the battered figures of 2 Enforcement Division officers, 1 man and 1 woman, emerged. Both had sustained injuries of varying severity. The younger female inspector was carrying an unconscious teenager on her back. Judging by his appearance, he was likely still a student. The other inspector, an older man in his 30s or 40s, maintained a composed expression. At that moment, 2 black-masked transferees stepped forward from ahead, while behind them, a black-masked beastmaster, accompanied by a beastmaster's flame wolf, blocked the rear, trapping the 2 inspectors. "Master, what should we do now?" The female inspector's expression darkened. The male inspector's expression grew grave. "Don't worry. I've already requested backup from the squad leader. Reinforcements will arrive soon." Hearing this, the female inspector felt a chill in her heart, a wave of despair washing over her. Today, the sudden outbreak of assassins targeting students had deployed every single inspector from the North City Inspection Bureau. North City was just a small town. Where would they find spare inspectors? Her master was clearly just trying to comfort her. "You can't escape now, and no one will come to your aid. Why resist so stubbornly? We have no interest in killing inspectors. Leave the students behind, and you may live." The assassin beastmaster sneered repeatedly. But before he could finish, the smile froze on his face. A voice echoed from behind him. "Target acquired. They're all wearing black masks. Take them out." The assassin beastmaster whipped his head around just as a fireball slammed toward him. The assassin beastmaster recoiled in shock, instinctively leaping backward at the last moment. Boom! The fireball blasted a massive hole in the wall. The assassin beastmaster was forced back. Behind him appeared a youth of about 18, accompanied by a crimson-flamed beastmaster fox. The assassin beastmaster paused, then sneered coldly. "A lowly 1-star novice beastmaster dares to meddle? I think you're asking for." The assassin beastmaster hadn't finished speaking when his eyes suddenly widened and his expression froze. "You bastards, you're the ones asking for it," the youth shouted as Hong Hong emerged from the street corner with 3 classmates. Above, flying beasts circled relentlessly in the sky. From all directions, 5 or 6 more students closed in to surround them. The 3 assassins found themselves completely surrounded. Their expressions turned pale. They never expected the inspection department to send so many students. Though they were 3-star beast tamers or transfigures, facing this many students plus 2 investigators whose strength wasn't much weaker than theirs, how could they not be afraid? Holy! Did the squad leader really call for reinforcements? The male inspector was stunned. Before they could react, the students launched their assault. "Everyone, take these bastards down. Charge!" With a roar, Hong Hong and the other students unleashed their skills. Fireballs, ice blasts, wind blades, and countless other spells rained down like a storm, pounding the center of the street. The 3 assassins' faces drained of color. Without a word, they turned and fled. But the flying beasts circling overhead weren't about to let them escape so easily. A massive eagle-like beast dove down, swooping toward the assassin beastmaster. The assassin spirit beastmaster was shaken to the core and halted abruptly. Yet in that split second, a searing pain erupted behind him. A fireball had landed precisely where he'd been standing. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending the assassin beastmaster flying backward. The searing flames completely incinerated his back. Ah! The assassin beastmaster crashed heavily to the ground, wailing in agony. But it wasn't over yet. Hong Hong, riding the 3-eyed patterned tiger, let down from the sky, radiating a purple glow, like a mountain crushing down. The assassin's eyes widened in terror. "No!" The assassin beastmaster screamed in terror, but it was too late to change his fate. The 3-eyed patterned tiger crushed down upon him, shattering his ribcage completely. Blood blossomed like plum blossoms. The other 2 job changers turned deathly pale at the sight. They tried to flee, but alas, they were already surrounded on all sides by over a dozen students. Escape was impossible. "Attack! Kill them all!" The 2 inspectors witnessed this and, without a moment's hesitation, instantly unleashed their skills, joining the fray and launching their assault on the 2 remaining assassins. Though the student beastmasters lacked combat experience, their sheer numbers gave them the upper hand. Even if their skills missed their mark, their overwhelming quantity completely crushed the 2 transferee assassins, sealing off all their escape routes. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 inspectors charged forward, unleashing melee skills and coordinating with their respective beasts to join the fray. The 2 assassins couldn't hold their ground. Overwhelmed by the combined efforts of over 10 opponents, they were utterly defeated, retreating in disarray. Boom! 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 After a barrage of skills, both assassins were blown flying. The inspectors and students worked together, each seizing the moment to finish them off. The male inspector pulled the dagger from the assassin's chest and breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected these students to be so capable. Meanwhile, Downtown. Lee Susu was leading an inspector to the home of a student from First Middle School. Along the way, she remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the status of each team. However, Lee Susu was now overwhelmed. The assassins outnumbered their transmuters and beastmaster inspectors. Most teams were requesting reinforcements, but where could she possibly find the manpower? Even Yang Chen, the student, had been called up early. She truly had no one left. Just as Lee Susu was deep in thought, her walkie-talkie crackled to life. Captain, this is Squad 1 reporting. Reinforcements have arrived. We successfully rescued the student. End of transmission. Lee Susu was completely stunned. What backup? She hadn't dispatched any reinforcements. Chapter 31, where exactly did things go wrong? Sizzle. Captain, the support unit has arrived. Squad 2 has completed the rescue mission. Calling Captain, backup has arrived. Squad 3 has successfully completed the mission and is returning to the inspection department. Reports from 5 or 6 squads crackled over the walkie-talkie. Lee Susu was completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Where the hell did this backup come from? I didn't arrange any. Just as Lee Susu was frozen in shock, a startled cry suddenly rang out from the back seat. Captain, look over there. Someone's riding a beast through the neighborhood. And in the sky too. Lee Susu turned to look and saw outside the window a youth of 17 or 18 riding a fiery wolf at full gallop. Wherever they passed, waves of gasps followed. Above them, a giant falcon let out a piercing cry as it soared through the sky. Vaguely visible atop the falcon was another youth. Are they the reinforcements? Are they students? Lee Susu's heart began to form a suspicion upon seeing their appearance. Where had these beast tamers come from? But she hadn't contacted the school at all. How did these students know? Suddenly, a name flashed through Lee Susu's mind. Could it be him? Yang Chen? Damn it, I asked you to deploy the special task force, and you ended up mobilizing every student in North City? They were sent to rescue students, and now they're mobilizing students themselves? This is extremely dangerous. But Lee Susu wasn't one to cling to old ways. She admired Yang Chen's approach, bold yet meticulous. Brother, you really outdid yourself this time. You've done your sister a huge favor. I won't hold it against you for stealing. Lee Susu's lips curved slightly, revealing a charming and beautiful smile. At that moment, the inspector in the back seat asked again, Captain, should we stop these students? According to Dragon Nation law, beasts exceeding 2 meters in size were prohibited from flying or running through urban areas without authorization. Of course, as long as they didn't intimidate ordinary citizens, authorities could turn a blind eye. But clearly, they were now disrupting the order of North City. Leave them be. We're short-handed anyway. Having these students assist us is perfectly acceptable. Lee Susu's expression turned serious as she picked up her walkie-talkie. Attention all squads, a large number of student beastmasters have now joined the battle in North City. If any student beastmasters head to provide support, coordinate with them to eliminate the assassins while ensuring their safety to the greatest extent possible. They lack combat experience. You must ensure their safety. Northern City suburbs. An abandoned factory. Luobai set down the walkie-talkie and tapped the location of the old neighborhood on the map displayed on the tablet before him. A red marker vanished. The team of assassins he had dispatched moments ago had successfully eliminated Yang Min. Looks like this mission will be a success. Luobai murmured to himself. This time, Luobai had made comprehensive preparations. The entire North City Inspection Bureau had been dispersed. He had laid out a complete plan. Even if the Inspection Bureau reacted, he was fully confident he could complete this mission. The Inspection Bureau simply didn't have enough manpower, and their reinforcements were limited. As long as the Inspection Bureau dared to spread out their reinforcements, he could easily defeat them one by one. Everything was under his control. At this thought, Luobai felt an exhilarating sense of strategic mastery wash over him, a feeling that was utterly thrilling. But just then, a sound suddenly crackled through the walkie-talkie. Static. Mr. Luo, we're in trouble. We're surrounded by over a dozen beastmasters. Requesting backup. Luobai froze. Over 10 beastmasters surrounding them? What kind of joke was this? It was likely the Inspection Bureau pooling their forces to attempt individual rescues. Suppressing his thoughts, Luobai's lips curled slightly as he said, hold out for 15 minutes. I'll send reinforcements immediately. With that, Luobai shut off the walkie-talkie, severing the connection entirely. Reinforcements? Like hell he would. He had no one to send. He had already spread the Inspection Bureau's forces thin, and his own available resources were equally scattered. He simply didn't have the strength to provide backup. And even if he did, he wouldn't have sent them. They were merely a bunch of fugitives. Their greatest value lay in tying up the inspection department's personnel, buying time for the other teams. As for the Inspection Bureau concentrating its efforts on rescuing the students, that's even less of a concern. The Inspection Bureau could only save a handful of students. Most of the hunted targets would die. As long as over 70% perished, his plan would be a resounding success. The Inspection Bureau's commanders are sharp, but not brilliant. Luo Bai smiled confidently. Before his words had fully faded, the walkie-talkie crackled again. Mr. Luo, this is Team 10. We're under attack by multiple beast masters and are now surrounded. Mr. Luo, this is Team 10. We're trapped by over 20 beast masters. Our hunt failed. We're seeking an opportunity to retreat. Request backup. Chaotic sounds erupted from the walkie-talkie. Some channels carried the sound of intense bombardment, while others cut off abruptly with agonized screams before the message could be completed. At least a dozen teams were affected. Luo Bai's expression darkened instantly as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie labeled Team 18 and demanded, Team 18, do you read me? Respond immediately. What's the situation over there? Team 18 was led by one of Luo Bai's most trusted lieutenants. Yet, after over a minute of calling, there was still no response. Luo Bai's face grew paler, his sense of foreboding intensifying. Just as Luo Bai was about to grab another walkie-talkie, the number 18 unit suddenly came to life. Team 18 copy. Mission accomplished. Where should we rendezvous with you? A young, unfamiliar voice came through the radio. Clearly, Team 18 had encountered trouble. Perhaps they had already been hunted down by the inspection department. Luo Bai immediately destroyed the walkie-talkie. How could this happen? Where did the Inspection Bureau get so many people? Luo Bai's face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. He simply couldn't understand. The assassins who had just sent distress signals all reported being surrounded by over 10 beast masters each. He had dispatched 35 teams of assassins. If each team faced over 10 beast masters, that meant at least 300 beast masters were present. North City was merely a small town. Where on earth did the Inspection Bureau find so many beast masters? Moreover, even if the Inspection Bureau had long been aware of the threat and tried to reinforce from elsewhere, it would have been too late. After confirming the Inspection Bureau's status, he had only issued the hunting order today. Prior to this, he was the only one aware of this hunt. So damn it, where the hell did things go wrong? Chapter 32, what the hell kind of skill is this? Old Town, 6th Street. In a dim alleyway, three figures, two men and a woman all wearing black masks, panted heavily, their eyes darting nervously behind them. A burly middle-aged man with a thick, square jaw roughly yanked off his mask and cursed, finally shook those little brats. Damn it! We were so close to taking out that. The only woman among them pulled down her mask, revealing a sharp-featured face. She turned to the man beside her, who was leaning against the wall, hunched over with his hands on his knees, his expression dark. Brother Knife, we failed the mission. What do we do now? The bounty on that student is astronomical. We have to take her out. Brother Knife panted heavily, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Otherwise, we get nothing. I refuse to believe that woman has people around her all the time. They must have moments when they're not there. Tigerhead and the woman exchanged glances, nodding slightly in agreement with Brother Knife's plan. Just as the three spoke, a voice suddenly echoed from the rear of the alleyway. Are you looking for someone? Daoj and the others turned to see two youths emerge from the shadows. The one on the left was accompanied by a plump rat. He sported a crew cut and looked somewhat simple-minded. The youth on the right, clad in a black hoodie, was peculiar. A Xiao Chun sword was strapped to his back. These two were none other than Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao. Students? Holy, they caught up. Huta's face drained of color. He frantically glanced behind him, then scanned the surroundings. He knew firsthand how formidable these students could be. No, to be precise, it wasn't that these student beastmasters were particularly formidable. What was terrifying was their sheer numbers. They had representatives from virtually every class of beastmaster. They were simply too overwhelming to fight against. When Huta confirmed no one was nearby, his expression darkened instantly. He cursed inwardly. Just two of them. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Huta instantly felt humiliated, having nearly trembled with fear moments ago. Daoj remained the calmest, showing no emotion. He knew they couldn't fight these guys now, or they'd attract other students. Since these two hadn't made the first move, they clearly didn't know who they were dealing with. A cold smile flickered across Brother Knife's sullen face. No, we were just passing by. Let's go. Daoj shot a glance at Tigerhead and the other, giving them a knowing look. The two nodded in understanding and turned to leave. But just as they turned, another shout rang out from ahead. I found them. Those three assassins are right ahead. Hurry over. As the voice echoed out, Brother Knife and his two companions paled visibly. Kill those two little bastards behind us. Without a moment's hesitation, Brother Knife turned and summoned his beast companion. His beast was a black panther shrouded in black flames. Tigerhead and the woman likewise showed no hesitation, reacting instantly to summon their own beasts without the slightest delay. Tigerhead's beast was a large black and white striped turtle, while the woman's beast resembled a sparrow in appearance but measured over half a meter in size. The three had fought side by side for a long time, developing considerable synergy. The instant Brother Knife spoke, Tigerhead stepped forward first, charging toward Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao. Unbreakable. Mystic armor. With a frenzied roar, Tigerhead unleashed his skill, unyielding, while his black and white giant tortoise cast the support skill, Mystic Armor, for him. Two beams of white light descended upon Hutu. Unbreakable formed a phantom shield in the direction of his charge, appearing highly defensive. Mystic Armor, meanwhile, enveloped Tigerhead in a layer of virtual armor. These two skills, whatever attributes they grant the Tigerhead, instantly imbue its charge with the formidable presence of a general charging into battle, charging forward with unyielding courage. It was clear that Tigerhead was a defensive type 3-star Beastmaster. However, perhaps because Tigerhead's level was slightly higher than Yang Chen and Jiang Zhao's, the moment he charged forward, it delivered a powerful visual impact to the two. It felt as though the Tigerhead could simply plow straight through them and knock them dead. Jiang Zhao, possessing almost no combat experience, was instantly paralyzed by the tiger's imposing presence, unable to react. Yang Chen, though similarly inexperienced, had at least endured Li Susu's brutal beatings. He reacted instantly. Without a trace of fear, Yang Chen unleashed a punch straight at the tiger's head. Heh, have students these days lost their minds? A mere one-star novice Beastmaster dares to clash head-on with my unbreakable spirit in mystic armor. Looking for death. The tiger-headed Beastmaster sneered coldly. Within their trio, his primary role was defense. Of course, defense was meant for facing Beastmasters or transferees of equal rank. But if he encountered someone lower in rank or weaker in strength, he would switch from defense to offense. The skills Unbreakable and Mystic Armor granted him a 20% boost to his defensive power for 10 minutes. If Yang Chen treated him as a defensive Beastmaster, then Yang Chen was asking for trouble. His defenses were as solid as iron plates against Yang Chen. Yang Chen's reckless counterattack was nothing short of hitting a stone with an egg, utterly overconfident. But before Tigerhead could celebrate, Yang Chen roared. Charge of the Vanguard. Golden light instantly enveloped Yang Chen, boosting his three core attributes. Agility increased his speed, making Yang Chen move faster. Attack increased his strength, making his punch far more devastating. Holy! A golden skill. Hutu was startled. This was the quality every Beastmaster aspired to, yet it was rare and hard to come by. Before Hutu could react, the magpie hovering behind Yang Chen didn't wait for orders. It spat forth a golden beam of light that landed directly on Yang Chen's body. Holy! Hutu's eyes widened like copper bells. Damn it, was he seeing things? Another golden quality skill? Were golden tier skills suddenly commonplace now? What the hell was Yang Chen? It was bad enough that he possessed a golden quality skill himself, but now his beast tamer had one too. This was beyond ridiculous. But what truly sent Tigerhead into a tailspin came next. As the skill sink the boats and burn the bridges fully activated, Tigerhead's attributes plummeted across the board. Feeling the changes coursing through his body, his face twisted in horror. What the hell kind of skill is this? Chapter 33, Kill. Boom. A dull thud echoed as the illusory shield before Tigerhead shattered instantly. Yang Chen's fist slammed heavily into Tigerhead's face. Tigerhead felt as though Yang Chen's fist was made of iron. His front teeth shattered completely, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backward like a dead dog, crashing heavily into the wall behind him. How is this possible? Brother Knife and the woman stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in shock. They knew full well the defensive power Tigerhead possessed with his unyielding spirit and double-layered mystic armor. Even a 3-star beginner-level Beastmaster would struggle to break through his defenses. And now he'd been knocked flying by a mere 1-star beginner Beastmaster? Was this 1-star beginner Beastmaster poisoned? Meanwhile, footsteps echoed from behind, and shouts of "I see them" began to rise. All together now, drive him back. Black Panther, charge. At Brother Knife's command, the Black Panther beside him leapt forward, soaring 2 or 3 meters into the air. It extended its claws, swiping toward Yang Chen. Yang Chen showed no fear, charging forward once more. The golden sink the boats and burn the bridges technique was Yang Chen's greatest confidence. As long as the opponent wasn't a 5-star beginner-level Beastmaster, Yang Chen had the confidence to fight. Yet, the instant Yang Chen made contact with the Black Panther's claws, the golden light enveloping him vanished instantly. Both his own skills and the buffs and effects granted by Magpie vanished completely. All of Yang Chen's attributes reset in an instant. Is this a skill effect? Yang Chen's heart raced with alarm. He instantly realized this must be the skill of the Beastmaster Black Panther. Silence. Yang Chen had no idea how long such a skill could last. If it exceeded 1 minute, it would be utterly unimaginable for him. After all, he was merely a 1-star novice Beastmaster. And facing him were 3 3-star junior-level Beastmasters. His confidence to engage them stemmed entirely from his powerful golden skill. But in the brief moment Yang Chen hesitated, the woman across from him commanded her beast to attack. Blow him away. The giant crow flapped its wings, unleashing a white wind blade that slammed down toward Yang Chen. Boom! Yang Chen instantly felt a powerful force shove him backward, slamming his entire body violently into the wall. Before Yang Chen could react, Brother Knife moved. It must be said, Knife Brother and the woman worked together with remarkable precision. As Black Panther unleashed his silence skill, the woman simultaneously cast a control spell on Yang Chen. Brother Knife followed immediately, lunging forward in a single stride. His right hand drew a dagger from his back, thrusting it toward Yang Chen's heart. But at this critical moment, the golden light surrounding Yang Chen instantly returned, and the sinking ship domain activated. Brother Knife's face twisted in horror, mirroring the expression Tiger Head had worn moments earlier. His speed and momentum instantly slowed. At that very moment, Jiang Xiao, standing not far behind Yang Chen, finally snapped into action. Shua Shua, go! Jiang Xiao immediately activated his skill. Unbreakable. Jiang Xiao, also a defensive type Beastmaster, raised a blue spectral shield and charged forward with a fierce impact. Boom! Another muffled thud echoed as Jiang Xiao sent Brother Knife reeling back several steps. Before Brother Knife could react, Giant Rat took a deep breath. Its already plump, round body instantly swelled up, transforming into a massive, rapidly spinning meatball hurtling toward Brother Knife. Jiang Xiao bought Yang Chen a moment to catch his breath. Yang Chen, hurry! Work with him to block their attacks. You take them out. Before Jiang Xiao could finish speaking, the swollen rat, now a spinning meatball, slammed heavily into Brother Knife. Brother Knife didn't even have time to resist before the massive meatball crushed him beneath its weight. Jiang Xiao's anxious expression froze instantly. Holy! Is this guy really that weak? Even a defensive type beast master like me can subdue him? Jiang Xiao felt a bit dazed, staring at his hands in disbelief. Is that it? That's it? Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's words, Brother Knife nearly choked on his own blood. That bald-headed fool, always trying to make himself look good. If not for Yang Chen's special skill weakening his overall power, he'd have a taste of this bald bastard's fists. Not even worth his time. You're right, you're impressive. I never expected you to be the hidden champion. Yang Chen offered his praise. Jiang Zhao's youthful face flushed, a blush of shyness spreading across her cheeks. Facing Yang Chen's unabashed praise, she felt strangely embarrassed. Now unrestrained, Yang Chen showed no intention of stopping. He charged straight at Brother Knife, who was pinned down by Big Rat and offered no resistance. Yang Chen finished him off. Ding! Host has hunted down a 3-star novice beast tamer, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! Host has hunted down a tier 1, 3-star beast master Black Panther, earning 3 talent coins. Having already knocked Hu unconscious with a single punch, Yang Chen showed no mercy, swiftly crushing the beast's neck underfoot. Ding! Host has hunted down a 3-star novice beastmaster, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! Host has hunted a tier 1, 3-star beastmaster pattern turtle, earning 3 talent coins. The last remaining woman, witnessing Yang Chen's swift execution of Tiger Head and Knife Brother, was terrified out of her wits. Without a word, she turned and fled. Unfortunately, she seemed to have forgotten that they were already being pursued by a group of students. The moment she dashed out of the alleyway entrance, she collided head-on with a crimson flame tiger. The student riding the tiger was startled. Before he could react, the tiger swiped its paw. Thud! The woman was sent flying back, crashing heavily at Yang Chen's feet. Look at that! What's the rush? You just got knocked back here, didn't you? Yang Chen sneered coldly, drew the embroidered spring blade from his back, and swung it down toward the woman. Don't kill me! No! The woman screamed in terror, her face frozen in horror. She never imagined that she and the 3 of them would meet their end at the hands of a bunch of greenhorn students. Especially this Yang Chen before her. He didn't look like a student at all. Ruthless and merciless, he was far more brutal than they ever were. Her pleas for mercy did nothing to alter her fate. Yang Chen struck her down with a single blow. Just then, the arriving students witnessed the scene, blood spurting everywhere. Ding! Host has hunted down a 3-star junior beastmaster, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! Host has hunted a tier 1, 3-star beastmaster Cloudlark, earning 3 talent coins. Many students turned pale at the sight, while others retched against the walls. Having never faced life and death situations or witnessed bloodshed before, encountering such a scene for the first time inevitably triggered physical reactions. Yang Chen froze for a moment, feeling a bit curious. He didn't seem to have any such feelings. Could it be that he possessed extraordinary talent? Chapter 34, Pursuit. Isn't that the academic genius who uses a parrot as his beast companion? Is he really that ruthless? Kills without blinking? The second high students felt an odd sensation upon seeing Yang Chen. Was this guy really a student like them? Jiang Xiao also felt puzzled, but then he recalled Yang Chen mentioning earlier that his classmate had been murdered. Everyone, don't misunderstand. Yang isn't some murderous maniac. He just witnessed his classmate being killed and was overcome with rage. Jiang Xiao explained. This made the surrounding second high students realize so that was it. This Yang student truly had heart and loyalty. His beast companion was merely a parrot, yet he rushed here to help the moment he learned his classmate had been killed. Truly a man of honor and loyalty, worthy of admiration. Many exchanged admiring glances toward Yang Chen. Feeling a bit uneasy under all those gazes, Yang Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said, "We should head to the next location to provide support. There are still classmates waiting for us." Hearing this, the surrounding students admired Yang Chen even more. Even though you're weak, you're truly loyal and kind-hearted. It's great to have classmates like you. Everyone pulled out their phones. They communicated in their group chat, ready to call for backup the moment they faced an opponent they couldn't handle. Their strategy relied on sheer numbers overwhelming their opponents with superior force. These students weren't foolish. Having just become beast masters, they lacked combat experience. Without banding together for mutual support, how could they possibly stand a chance against those assassins? Yang Chen didn't check his phone first. Instead, he turned to Jiang Xiao and asked, "Jiang, did you notice anything unusual when you attacked just now?" "Huh?" Jiang Xiao looked at Yang Chen with a puzzled expression, completely baffled. "Not really. It just felt like those 3-star novice beast masters were way too weak. They didn't seem to possess the strength of 3-star beast masters." Yang Chen observed Jiang Zhao's expression and didn't think he was lying. This piqued Yang Chen's curiosity. He clearly remembered that when Jiang Xiao launched his attack, his Sink the Boats ability had just finished recharging. Brother Knife had been affected, but Jiang Xiao hadn't. This was rather peculiar. Could Jiang Xiao be the chosen one? The chosen one? Yang Chen pondered this carefully but still found it unlikely. It was too far-fetched, even more absurd than his own situation, right? Besides being the chosen one, there was another possibility, one not mentioned in the skill description for Sink the Boats. That is, Magpie's skill only affected those who harbored hostility toward Yang Chen. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why Jiang Xiao wasn't affected by the range reduction of sinking vessel ground. Yang Chen found this explanation more plausible. Another supporting detail was that if the effect were indiscriminate, wouldn't his teammates nearby also be affected indiscriminately? This must be the flaw in Sink the Boats. Yang Chen murmured to himself. "Yang, what are you talking about? Flaw? What flaw?" Jiang Xiao stared at Yang Chen, utterly baffled. Yang Chen suppressed his thoughts and smiled. "I was saying it might be that you're too strong, and they're too weak." "Huh?" Jiang Xiao was confused. He wasn't so sure anymore. Was that really it? Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Earlier, when Jiang Xiao was at home, he'd faced a 3-star beginner Beastmaster too, and he'd been beaten to a pulp. Could it be that the few 3-star novice Beastmasters he faced this time were just weaker? This was confusing. How could a defensive type Beastmaster be so strong in attack? Just as the two were talking, a bespectacled female student suddenly shouted, "Something's up." The students in the west part of the city say 3 groups of assassins have converged there. They only have over 10 people, plus 6 inspectors. They can't surround them. We need to rush over and provide backup. West City. Neighborhood. 8 assassins wearing black masks were frantically fleeing. Behind them, over a dozen Beastmasters pursued, with 6 inspectors leading the chase. Ouyang Lanlan was also among the students. She too was on the assassins' hit list. When the killers arrived, she had just returned home. Spotting 3 shadowy figures lurking near her door, she immediately turned and fled, narrowly escaping death. As the 3 assassins closed in, students from 1st and 2nd high schools arrived to provide backup, including the investigators. The situation instantly reversed, with the assassins now being hunted down by Ouyang Lanlan and her group. Unfortunately, these students lacked combat experience. Their fighting was chaotic and disorganized, their skills unleashed in a wild barrage. While the 3 assassins were left battered and disheveled, they suffered no substantial injuries. Once the 3 groups of assassins regrouped, their numerical advantage dwindled significantly, rendering them unable to hold back the attackers. Among the assassins sprinting ahead, the leader was a middle-aged man bearing a long scar across his forehead. Scarface realized this wasn't sustainable. While they weren't afraid of being surrounded, their large group made them too conspicuous a target to shake off the pursuing investigators. If this continued, reinforcements from the inspectors and students would only grow stronger. Spread out. Otherwise, none of us will make it. Scarface barked at his companions. Got it. Each squad splits up and runs. The others responded in unison, dashing toward the crossroads. The 8 split into 3 squads and scattered in different directions. Ouyang Lanlan panicked at the sight. Don't let them escape, everyone. Use your ranged skills to block them. Ouyang Lanlan shouted. Immediately, others responded, unleashing a barrage of various ranged skills. Fireballs, water balls, and every other ranged attack skill they possessed poured forth in a torrent toward the front. This was the advantage of having numbers. A wide array of skills was readily available. Unfortunately, their barrage fell too close to block Scar and his group. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed through the air. Every single skill missed its mark. A cold smile spread across Scar's lips. Let's see how you block us now. If they dared to split up and pursue, they could turn the tables. But just then, a beast's howl pierced the sky. Squeak! Scar's face froze. Before he could react, a whistling sound echoed from ahead. Scar and his 2 teammates snapped their heads up to see a massive, eagle-like beast appear in the sky, spewing a blue water ball from its beak. The water sphere screeched through the air, hurtling straight toward them. There was no doubt about it, if they didn't stop, that water ball would hit them dead on. Their backup's here. Spread out. Run to the sides. Scar shouted as he halted immediately. Chapter 35, We're facing them, we're facing them. Boom. 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 The water ball exploded, blasting a crater over 10 centimeters deep into the asphalt, sending gravel flying everywhere. Following closely were fireballs, arrows, and meteorites. Though Scar appeared burly and imposing, his movements were surprisingly agile. Dodging left and right, he rolled smoothly just before a meteorite crashed down, evading every attack. Scar made it to the left street unimpeded. No one could stop him. Just as I thought, a student. So green. Scar sneered coldly. Suddenly. Shua shua, go. The smile on Scarface's face froze slightly. He looked up to see a round, meatball-like figure about a meter tall spinning toward him at breakneck speed. Scar was momentarily stunned. He was being hunted by a group of students, but no melee beast master had ever dared to confront him alone. Typically, ranged attackers would engage him while several melee beastmasters surrounded and assaulted him. A mere first-star novice beastmaster student dared to block his path? Looking for death. Scar sneered coldly. His foot thrust forward abruptly, propelling his body forward like a sharp arrow. How dare he charge forward? Didn't we say not to engage in solo combat? Ouyang Lan Lan and several inspectors paled. The students' expressions also turned grave. They had always operated as a team. Though lacking combat experience, they understood their own limitations all too well. Going in alone was nothing short of suicide. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. You really think I'm made of clay? Scar's fist erupted with a punch, instantly enveloped in a blue glow that coalesced into the shadowy form of a lion. The aura was fierce and overwhelming. Even the air itself whistled. This punch would absolutely knock the out of the student's beast-taming skills. Let it learn the harsh realities of the real world. The smile on Scarface's face grew colder. But in that very instant, Scarface's body jerked to a halt, his grin freezing solid. He felt his body weaken attack, defense, agility. All three attributes had been reduced by roughly 30%. Holy! What the hell is this? Scarface's face twisted in horror. Boom! Snap! Before Scar could process it, the massive, spinning mass slammed into him. His arm shattered instantly, the shards of bone piercing through his flesh, blood, and guts spilling everywhere. Scar was sent flying backward by the sheer force of the impact. The entire crowd gasped in shock. Holy! Does our North City have someone this fierce? A low-level 1-star fighter going toe-to-toe with a low-level 3-star beastmaster? Judging by his moves, he seems to be using a defensive tanking skill. Aren't meat shields supposed to be known for their defense? How the hell is he this strong? Ouyang Lan Lan and the others stared in stunned silence at the scene unfolding before them, their eyes fixed on Jiang Xiao standing behind the giant rat. A peculiar gleam flashed in Ouyang Lan Lan's eyes. Could this be the formidable figure she'd been searching for? Damn, he's ruthless. Not just Ouyang Lan Lan and the others, even Jiang Xiao himself was stunned. He felt something was seriously off about himself today. He was incredibly strong. The assassins were so stunned by the scene they couldn't utter a word. Is this guy even a student? A recent graduate this fierce? He just knocked their boss out cold? Every assassin felt a chill run down their spine. John, nice work. I'll finish him off. Laughter erupted as Yang Chen leapt from behind Big Rat, planting his foot squarely on Scarface's chest. With a crunch of shattered bones, Yang Chen crushed Scarface to death under his boot. Ding! Host has hunted down a 3-star junior transferee, earning 3 talent coins. Jiang, what are you waiting for? Let's go together. Yang Chen grinned widely as he collected more talent coins. Feels great. Oh, okay, got it. Everyone, don't let these assassins get away. Let's go together. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment before snapping out of it. He coordinated with Yang Chen once more, charging together toward one of the assassins. The assassin nearly wet himself seeing Jiang Xiao and Shuashu, losing all courage to fight. The assassin, accompanied by his beast, took off running. But where could he possibly escape to now? Ouyang Lan Lan, leading over a dozen classmates, joined forces with the dozen or so students Jiang Xiao had brought. With over 30 beast masters closing in, they surrounded the assassin. The assassin was trapped. Finally, under the barrage of Jiang Xiao's beast rider's charges, he was knocked flying and brutally maimed. Yang Chen claimed the kill without hesitation. Ding! Host has hunted a 3-star novice beast tamer, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! Host has hunted a tier 1, 3-star beastmaster, earning 3 talent coins. With Yang Chen, Jiang Xiao, and over a dozen other students joining the fray, the entire battle turned in an instant. The 6 inspectors took command, directing their classmates to eliminate the assassins one by one, taking down the remaining 7 killers. Meanwhile, Yang Chen followed Jiang Xiao, blending into the fray to rack up kills with relentless efficiency. Ding! Host has hunted down a 3-star novice transferee, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! Host has hunted down a 3-star novice beastmaster, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! Host has hunted a tier 1, 3-star beastmaster, earning 3 talent coins. Finally, after Yang Chen snatched 2 more kills, the battle concluded. Of the 8 assassins, Yang Chen single-handedly took down 3. Of the remaining 5, 3 were killed by Ouyang Lanlan and her team's relentless barrage of skills. The other 2 were captured alive by the inspectors. Yang Chen had considered taking them out when the inspectors weren't looking, but those 6 inspectors guarded him like he was a thief. When Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao coordinated their attack, the inspectors tried to call him off, urging him to spare some prisoners. But Yang Chen left none alive. After the battle concluded, the investigators began cleaning up the aftermath. Yang Chen pulled out his phone again, eager to expand his gains. The assassins were clearly at a severe disadvantage now. He could rack up more kills. Unfortunately, a message arrived in the alumni group. Most of the students who had passed the exam for the top-tier academy had already been rescued. 3 had died. The assassins were either killed, captured alive, or had fled. Ah, what a pity. There won't be another opportunity like this. Yang Chen sighed inwardly. Just then, Ouyang Lanlan approached and asked, Yang Chen, whose coattails are you clinging to now? Damn, that's impressive. Ouyang Lanlan nudged Yang Chen's arm, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was now surrounded by students from second high school, all asking him how he'd suddenly become so formidable. Yang Chen blinked and said, I'm just wondering, could it be that I'm the big shot here? Ha? You? Ouyang Lanlan froze, unable to reconcile Yang Chen's beast-taming ability, which involved a pet, with the idea of him being the big shot. Stop messing around. I think he's the real deal. A proud smile spread across Ouyang Lanlan's face. She felt Jiang Xiao bore a striking resemblance to that formidable figure who had aided her during the assessment. Besides defense, the meat bomb also had a knockback effect. Back in the assessment space, hadn't those beast tamers been knocked flying right in front of her? Then there was Jiang Xiao, praised and questioned by his classmates, his earnest expression and that bashful smile. Didn't this perfectly match Ouyang Lanlan's earlier analysis? Shy and reserved, too embarrassed to confess his feelings, silently giving his all. It all fit perfectly. No doubt about it. Jiang Xiao was the mysterious, relentless admirer who secretly loved her and silently devoted himself to her. Chapter 36, Ouyang Lanlan has a secret crush on you. Hey, did you also take the Yinglong Academy entrance exam? Ouyang Lanlan strode purposefully toward Jiang Xiao. Ouyang Lanlan wore a tracksuit, standing about 5 feet 7 inches, radiating youthful beauty. Suddenly appearing before Jiang Xiao, he felt flustered and sheepishly lowered his head. Yeah, I did. Shy. Ouyang Lanlan became even more certain that Jiang Xiao was the person she was looking for. I found you. Ouyang Lanlan casually slung her arm around Jiang Xiao's shoulder and said, thanks. Ha? Thank me? For what? Jiang Xiao looked utterly confused, but it quickly dawned on him. Ouyang Lanlan was probably thanking him for teaming up with Yang Chen earlier to corner the assassin. It's just what I should do. Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. Then Ouyang Lanlan said something utterly baffling, there's no such thing as what you should do. Jiang Xiao was utterly baffled. Here, add me on WeChat. Ouyang Lanlan casually pulled out her phone and held it out for Jiang Xiao to scan the QR code. Jiang Xiao felt a bit uneasy. Why add WeChat out of the blue? But with so many people watching, he couldn't refuse Ouyang Lanlan, so he added her as a friend. Before leaving, Ouyang Lanlan patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder and leaned in close to his ear with a smooth social butterfly vibe, saying, I got into Yinglong Academy too. And by the way, I don't like people who beat around the bush. Got it? Jiang Xiao was completely baffled. What on earth was she talking about? Why did it feel like he couldn't quite grasp the meaning? A real man takes responsibility for his actions. What do you think? Ouyang Lanlan chuckled meaningfully. With that, Ouyang Lanlan turned and walked back to Yang Chen's side. Jiang Xiao wasn't just a little confused, he was thoroughly baffled. Did beautiful women just randomly hit on guys like this nowadays? Or was there some kind of misunderstanding at play? Jiang Xiao felt like so many things today were just off. His classmates nearby, however, had witnessed the entire scene and couldn't resist teasing him. Jiang Xiao, you quietly hooked up with the hottest girl in first high school. You're something else. I never saw it coming before, but you've got something going for you. Impressive. We haven't even started at the academy yet, and you've already got yourself a girlfriend lined up. The surrounding classmates teased him in unison. Jiang Xiao tried to explain, but his classmates weren't listening. They all wore knowing smiles. On the other side, Yang Chen was also puzzled. He and Ouyang Lanlan were close friends, yet he'd never heard of her having a crush or engaging in early romance. This piqued Yang Chen's curiosity. You two know each other? Yang Chen asked curiously. I don't know him. He knows me. Ouyang Lanlan shot Yang Chen a satisfied glance before recounting the entire story. In Ouyang Lanlan's version, Jiang Xiao was a devoted young man who had secretly admired her for years, never daring to speak up, silently giving his all. Yang Chen watched as Ouyang Lanlan's eyes sparkled with happiness, her face radiating pure infatuation. Yang Chen was a bit baffled. He'd never heard Ouyang Lanlan was the romantic type before. How did she come up with this? Had she been reading too many romance novels? When Yang Chen heard what had transpired in the assessment space, his expression grew peculiar. When Ouyang Lanlan reached the part about how she had confirmed Zhang Xiao was the mysterious, ruthless figure within the assessment space, Yang Chen couldn't hold back his amusement. It must be said, Ouyang Lanlan's analysis made perfect sense. It was both imaginative and logically sound. Finally, Ouyang Lanlan wore a dreamy look, as if envisioning a sweet romance in the future. But, ha ha. Yang Chen couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ouyang Lanlan's beautiful slender eyebrows suddenly furrowed. She raised her fist threateningly at Yang Chen and declared, "Yang Chen, I've put up with you for far too long. You've been wanting to laugh since the very beginning. Laugh again and I'll beat you up." The little boat of friendship capsized in an instant. Okay, I won't laugh. I promise I won't laugh anymore." Seeing Ouyang Lanlan on the verge of anger, Yang Chen waved his hands frantically, trying desperately to stifle his laughter, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. "Look! You're still laughing. Damn it, I can't hold back this temper of mine." Ouyang Lanlan rolled up her sleeves, her pretty little face puffed up with anger, looking utterly adorable. Sorry. I don't usually laugh, but I really couldn't help it." Yang Chen waved his hands repeatedly, chuckling a few times before taking a deep breath to force the laughter down. "Lanlan, I'll tell you a little secret." Yang Chen reached out to take her arm. Ouyang Lanlan angrily shook off his hand and snapped, "Spit it out." Frustrated yet amused, Yang Chen whispered, "Actually, I knew the whole time during the assessment that you were following behind me." Ouyang Lanlan shot him a glance. "What are you trying to say? I see you missed your assessment just to help me out, so I went ahead and killed 10 beasts for you. It wasn't Zhang Xiao who killed them for you. He probably doesn't even know you." Yang Chen chuckled. Ouyang Lanlan remained unmoved, staring at Yang Chen with a look that said, "Yeah, right. Pfft, like I'd believe you." Ouyang Lanlan pouted, turned her head away in a huff, and gave a light snort. Yang Chen chuckled again. How stubborn could this girl be? Does she need to be humiliated in public before she'll believe it? As they spoke, the inspection bureau officers finished processing the scene. 2 buses pulled up to the curb. A middle-aged inspector approached and said, "Everyone, this is an extraordinary situation. Please come with me back to the inspection bureau. You won't be able to go home until we've eliminated the danger. We've arranged buses for everyone. Please line up to board." Following the inspector's instructions, Yang Chen, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others boarded the buses in an orderly fashion and were transported to the inspection department. Upon disembarking, they were immediately accommodated in a nearby hotel. Zhang Xiao found Yang Chen and requested to share a room with him. The moment they entered the room, Zhang Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Yang, are you close with that female student who was speaking earlier?" "Why?" Yang Chen countered. Zhang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, then repeated word for word what Ouyang Lanlan had said to him earlier. "Yang, what do you think she meant by that?" Zhang Xiao was confused. Yang Chen was about to reveal the truth to Zhang Xiao, but after a moment's thought, he suddenly decided it wouldn't be as fun that way. A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes as he hooked his arm around Zhang Xiao's neck. "Actually, Ouyang Lanlan has a crush on you." "What? Has a crush on me?" Zhang Xiao eyed Yang Chen suspiciously. How could he possibly believe that? Yang Chen hurriedly added, "Don't doubt me. Ouyang Lanlan and I have been classmates for years. I know her inside out. Didn't you add her on WeChat? If you don't believe me, why not ask her yourself?" Chapter 37, The Reward. "Well, that might not be appropriate?" Zhang Xiao hesitated. To be fair, Ouyang Lanlan was quite impressive. She had the looks, the figure, and was warm and outgoing. What's wrong with that? Yang Chen chuckled. "I know her best. Don't be shy. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself." All right. If you don't believe me, I won't ask. I'm going to the bathroom first." With that, Yang Chen dashed into the bathroom. Zhang Xiao watched as Yang Chen closed the bathroom door, falling into silence. Zhang Xiao took out her phone, staring at it repeatedly. After hesitating several times, she finally tapped open Ouyang Lanlan's chat window and typed, "Ouyang, do you like me?" On the second floor of the hotel, Ouyang Lanlan was just about to take a shower when her phone buzzed. She picked it up and froze in shock. So direct? Is he a straight guy? A total straight guy. Damn it! Ouyang Lanlan was nearly boiling with rage. She only decided to give this guy a chance because she saw how devoted Zhang Xiao was. Who knew he'd be this blunt? Ouyang Lanlan was furious. In a fit of rage, she dialed the voice call. Zhang Xiao answered almost immediately. The moment the call connected, Ouyang Lanlan unleashed a barrage of scathing remarks. His jaw dropped in shock. What the hell was going on? Ouyang Lanlan grew angrier as she spoke, eventually spilling everything. Zhang Xiao finally understood what had happened. It turned out Ouyang Lanlan had mistaken him for someone else. Are you a blockhead? Are you a total straight male? Ouyang Lanlan's anger hadn't subsided. Ouyang, excuse me for interrupting, but could it be possible that you mistook someone else for me? Helping others hunt during the assessment is against the rules. I never helped you. Jiang Xiao timidly interjected. Instantly, the entire voice chat fell into a deathly silence. Oh Yang, are you still there? Jiang Xiao thought Ouyang Lanlan had hung up, but glancing at her phone, the call was still active. It really wasn't you? Ouyang Lanlan remained silent for a long while before finally managing to utter those words. It really wasn't me. I'm a defensive type beast tamer. I barely passed my own assessment, how could I possibly have time to help others? Jiang Xiao replied sheepishly. Back in the dorm, Ouyang Lanlan froze in place, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. She'd made a mistake. Ouyang Lanlan instantly recalled what she'd said to Jiang Xiao earlier. The embarrassment was so intense she could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. This is so mortifying. Ouyang Lanlan let out a shriek, hastily hung up the phone, and flung herself onto the bed like a moth to a flame. She buried her head under the covers and screamed. It's over. I can't show my face in public. So embarrassing. Ouyang Lanlan's mind was in turmoil. Her pretty face burned hot, flushed crimson as if it could drip with sweat. She wished she could suffocate herself under the covers. Only after 5 minutes, when she felt she was truly suffocating, did she pull back the covers. Just then, Jiang Xiao sent a concerned message. Ouyang, are you okay? Embarrassment washed over Ouyang Lanlan's face, and she hurriedly apologized to Jiang Xiao. I'm so sorry, Jiang Xiao. I was too impulsive just now. I'm really sorry. After sending that, she added several more hand-praying emojis. It was just too awkward. Meanwhile, room 308, 3rd floor. Bathroom. Yang Chen had already opened his attribute panel. Character, Yang Chen. Beastmaster power, 398. Class, Offensive Beastmaster. Level, Junior Beastmaster 2-star experience, 5100. Attack, 18 plus 22. Defense, 18 plus 22. Agility, 18 plus 22. Spirit, 300 plus 44. Talent coins, 46. Talent, Mythic Bloodline Awakening, grants the ability to randomly alter a Beastmaster's bloodline once, elevating its quality to legendary or higher. No level restrictions apply. Cannot be used on non-host beasts. Bloodline cannot be upgraded. The same beast cannot undergo a second bloodline alteration. Skill, Golden Battlefront Resolve LV.2 experience, 5100, consumes 90 spirit to boost attack, defense, and agility by 26% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The percentage boost increases with skill level. Yang Chen's Beastmaster rank has advanced to Junior Beastmaster 2-star, marking his first level up. His 4 core attributes also received varying degrees of enhancement. His skill charge into battle had also advanced to level 2, increasing the attribute boost from 18% to 26%. His talent coins had also surged from 2 to 46, a gain of 44 coins. Battles truly make one stronger. Yang Chen felt a surge of satisfaction as he surveyed his enhanced attributes and elevated skill level. Tangible growth. Next, Yang Chen opened the information panel for the Magpie. Beastmaster, Parrot Magpie. Quality, Mythical. Bloodline, Vermilion Bird Bloodline 1%. Role, Support. Level, Tier 1, 2-star experience, 5100. Attack, 35. Defense, 30. Agility, 100. Spirit, 740. Active skill, Golden Support Skill Sink or Swim level 317-200, consumes 180 spirit power to cast on a designated target, trapping all creatures within 10 meters in a sinking ground. Increases the target's attack, defense, and agility by 26%, while reducing attack, defense, agility, and skill percentage bonuses by 36% for all other creatures within range. Skill percentage bonuses increase with level. Passive skill, Golden Enhanced Beast Control LV.25-100, upon entering combat, grants a 16% overall boost to all beast control attributes. The percentage bonus increases with skill level. Magpie's level has also increased. All attributes have increased. The only drawback is that Magpie's Sink or Swim now requires 2 transformation fruits and 2 sacred transformation crystals. Transformation fruits are relatively affordable at 1 talent coin each. But transmutation sacred crystals are another story, they cost 100 talent coins each. As everyone knows, advancing a Beastmaster skill from level 3 to level 4 is a significant hurdle, demanding more and better fruits for nourishment. If Yang Chen wanted to raise Magpie's beast-taming skill level through feeding, he'd need to prepare 202 beast-taming coins. Yet he hadn't even reached 1/5 of that amount. Yang Chen silently sighed inwardly. What a money pit! Converted to real currency, that's over 200,000 just to raise a single beast-taming skill level. Reaching the next level would require an unknown amount of talent coins. Yang Chen felt his path as a beast tamer was long and arduous, requiring relentless effort. Of course, he didn't expect the assassin to strike again anytime soon. Next time, it might not be the same 3-star beginner level. After closing the interface, Yang Chen glanced at his phone again. Still no message from Zhang Shuer. After pondering for a moment, he decided to send her a message anyway. After waiting several minutes with no reply, he began to worry. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed Lee Susu's number, hoping to get some information from her. Chapter 38. Why doesn't anyone believe the truth? The phone rang for over 10 seconds before being answered. What is it? Lee Susu's voice came through the phone. Uncharacteristically, she didn't tease Yang Chen instead, her tone carried a hint of exhaustion. Yang Chen knew Lee Susu was working the night shift. With such a major incident happening tonight, she probably hadn't gotten much sleep. I need to ask you about something. Without beating around the bush, Yang Chen asked about Zhang Shuer and the others. Lee Susu didn't seem concerned. Don't worry, she said. I've received word they've been safely transferred. They should be in a secure location now. Yang Chen felt a slight relief wash over him. Thank you. No problem. Are you still at the hotel? Lee Susu suddenly added, get some rest. After I finish work tomorrow, come to my place. All right. Yang Chen agreed immediately. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, what about those assassins? We'll deal with that tomorrow. All right, that's all. I've got things to take care of. With that, Lee Susu hung up. Yang Chen let out a wry smile. It seemed Lee Susu was truly exhausted. Still, knowing Zhang Shuer was safe put his mind at ease. He could now wait patiently for Zhang Shuer to contact him. Putting his phone away, Yang Chen quickly took a shower. As he stepped out of the bathroom and opened the door, Zhang Xiao rushed over, startling him. Holy! Was this guy or something? Zhang, calm down. Let's talk this out. I like women. Yang Chen quickly pulled his towel up over his chest. Zhang Xiao froze for a moment, then saw Yang Chen's gesture and couldn't help but give a wry smile. Yang, what are you thinking? I like women too. I'm not interested in you. Well, I wanted to tell you I cleared things up with Ouyang. It was all a misunderstanding. She doesn't like me. Huh? Yang Chen was a bit surprised. Zhang Xiao seemed like such a straightforward guy. He thought Zhang Xiao wouldn't dare, but it turned out he moved so fast. How did you put it? Yang Chen asked curiously. I just said it like this. Take a look. Zhang Xiao handed his phone over without hesitation. Yang Chen's eyes widened at the first line he saw, and he immediately gave Zhang Xiao a thumbs up. Bro, you're amazing. Yang Chen could pretty much tell that Zhang Xiao had forfeited his right to choose a partner during his 4 years at university. He was destined to remain single. Zhang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Bro, should I go talk to Ouyang in person and clear this up? Ouyang seems pretty remorseful. Yang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhang Xiao scratched his head in confusion, looking utterly bewildered. Seeing Zhang Xiao's earnest expression, Yang Chen couldn't bring himself to tease him further. Do you think Ouyang hasn't been humiliated enough already? Do you want to make her suffer another social death in person? That'd be pretty awkward. Better not mention it. Zhang Xiao suddenly looked enlightened. You're right. Girls are pretty shy. After saying that, Zhang Xiao seemed to remember something else and added, oh, and bro, you shouldn't mention this to Ouyang again either. It's kind of embarrassing. Alright, I won't. I'm pretty tired today. Let's get some sleep early. Yang Chen agreed immediately, walking over to the bed by the window and lying down. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao felt relieved and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Yang Chen pulled the covers over his head and immediately sent a message to Ouyang Lanlan. You straight guy, if you like me, just say it. I've given you every chance. Of course, these words weren't Yang Chen's to Ouyang Lanlan, they were Ouyang Lanlan's curse directed at Zhang Xiao. Sure enough, less than 3 seconds after Yang Chen sent his message, Ouyang Lanlan replied. The screen was flooded with angry emojis. Her rage was practically overflowing. Yang Chen, shut up. Shut up. Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh, already picturing Ouyang Lanlan's expression on the other end, her face probably burning hot right now. Social embarrassment isn't scary. What's terrifying is when someone else analyzes it for you. That's the real killer. Yang Chen, Lanlan, don't worry. I won't tell the fourth person. Ouyang Lanlan, that's more like a threatening emoji. Ouyang Lanlan, by the way, in the assessment space, was it really you helping me? Questioning emoji. Yang Chen, take a guess. Ouyang Lanlan, guess my ass. Spill it. Spill it. Spill it. Angry emoji. Yang Chen, I told you already it was me. Ouyang Lanlan, fine. You wanna play games? So how did you help me? Is your pet that powerful? Yang Chen, I have a gold tier skill and so does my Manhwa bird. Now you get it, right? Ouyang Lanlan, keep bragging. I've got 10 gold tier skills myself. Not talking to you anymore. This fairy's going to bed. Good night emoji. Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh at Ouyang Lanlan's message. How could no one believe him when he was telling the truth? He didn't say much more. He'd already told Ouyang Lanlan everything. If she still didn't believe him, well, when she ended up in embarrassing situations later, he'd be there to mock her mercilessly. Honestly, Yang Chen was exhausted today. After practicing all night in Lee Susu's training room without proper rest, he'd stumbled into this whole mess. Yang Chen barely put down his phone before drifting off to sleep. But Yang Chen felt like he'd barely hit the pillow when his phone started buzzing. He picked up the phone to see it was already 6 in the morning. The caller ID read perverted female driver G. The moment Yang Chen answered, Lee Susu's clear, pleasant voice came through. I'm waiting for you downstairs at the hotel. Hurry down. Got it. I'll be right there. Yang Chen instantly perked up. He hung up, rolled out of bed, quickly washed up, and dashed downstairs. The hotel had long been under the control of the inspection bureau, with several officers stationed at the entrance. However, Lee Susu seemed to have made arrangements beforehand, as the officers didn't stop Yang Chen. Today, Lee Susu wore a black uniform, her lower half clad in the distinctive knee-length skirt of the inspection department. Her shapely, long legs were encased in black stockings. Lee Susu radiated an air of heroic vigor, especially with the imposing black motorcycle parked beneath her, adding an extra layer of commanding presence to her aura. It must be said, Lee Susu had an undeniably stunning figure. This inspection uniform accentuated it perfectly, heightening the desire to conquer her. Lee Susu tossed a helmet to Yang Chen and asked, "Can you drive?" Chapter 39, Guarding Against Whom? What's there not to know? But I've never tried driving such a nice car before. Yang Chen didn't hesitate. Lee Susu shifted half a body length to the side, and he swung his legs over the seat. Lee Susu didn't hesitate either, wrapping her arms around Yang Chen's waist. Yang Chen twisted the throttle. The Black Knight roared to life and shot forward. Barely a few feet out, Yang Chen felt something off against his back. Caught off guard by the sudden softness pressing against him, he nearly accelerated hard enough to fling himself off the bike. Plump, soft flesh pressed entirely against his back, clinging tightly to Yang Chen. Yang Chen felt it acutely. It was truly enormous. Even bigger than it looked. This woman was no angel. Who could handle this? But fair's fair, it felt damn good. When Yang Chen glanced over, he saw Lee Susu had apparently fallen asleep on his back, likely exhausted from yesterday's exertions. Yang Chen didn't say anything, he wasn't losing out anyway. And it must be said, Lee Susu's motorcycle was genuinely impressive, accelerated swiftly and handled remarkably smoothly. Yang Chen raced along, fully experiencing what it meant to speed. Yet, when they were still about 10 kilometers from Lee Susu's villa, her cool, crisp voice suddenly came from behind him. Stop. Yang Chen froze for a moment but immediately brought the bike to a halt. Squeak, squeak. After the motorcycle came to a complete stop, Lee Susu dismounted and said expressionlessly, "Get off? Holy. What the hell is this up to now? Did I not serve you well enough? Making me get off halfway? Throwing me under the bus?" Yang Chen asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Can't handle my driving speed? Baby, you're no good." Lee Susu's beautiful red lips curved slightly as she laughed. "You need more practice. I'll go home and wait for you." With that, Lee Susu twisted the throttle and sped off on her motorcycle. Yang Chen was dumbfounded. "You called me to your place, then ditch me halfway? What's that supposed to mean?" Without turning back, Lee Susu raised her right hand toward Yang Chen and said, "Little brother, you run back. If you don't make it to my place in half an hour, figure out how to get back on your own." Holy. Has this woman lost her mind? This place was a full 10 kilometers from Lee Susu's villa. Run there? Half an hour? That'd kill someone. This woman is poison. Yang Chen seriously suspected Lee Susu was doing this on purpose to mess with him. He was, after all, the key figure who helped the investigation bureau resolve this assassin incident. No reward was one thing. But to punish him physically? Personal grudge. It was definitely personal. Deliberate. Little brother, don't tell me you can't do it. At that moment, Lee Susu, who had already driven some distance away, suddenly shouted loudly. Yang Chen was furious. Who was she implying couldn't do it? A man can't be called useless. You perverted old hag, just you wait. With that, Yang Chen took off running. Honestly, running 10 kilometers in half an hour is basically impossible for someone who hasn't trained or exercised regularly. Yang Chen knew this too. But once he started running, Yang Chen discovered it wasn't quite like that. His speed surpassed that of ordinary people because becoming a transferee had enhanced every aspect of his physical abilities. Thus, Yang Chen ran swiftly and demonstrated remarkable endurance. Finally, after half an hour, drenched in sweat, Yang Chen reached the gate of Lee Susu's villa in the last minute. Lee Susu had already showered and changed into a form-fitting yoga outfit. She sat in the villa's courtyard, elegantly sipping coffee, smiling warmly at Yang Chen. Parched and panting, Yang Chen rushed over and snatched the coffee cup from Lee Susu's hand. "That's mine." Lee Susu's expression darkened as she tried to stop him, but Yang Chen didn't care. He downed the entire cup in one gulp, as if it were water. Though Yang Chen was a transferee, covering 10 kilometers in half an hour was still grueling. He'd sprinted the entire way without pause, maintaining maximum speed. While a regular jog might be manageable for an ordinary person, running at Yang Chen's pace would leave them sprawled on the ground, not standing upright. After finishing the water, Yang Chen looked at Lee Susu with a satisfied expression and said, "Don't worry, I don't mind." "Lee Susu. What the hell possessed you? Making me run over here nearly killed me." Yang Chen plopped down casually. I am a hero, after all. And you're already exhausted? Li Susu replied with a smile, but you haven't even entered Yinglong Academy yet. Getting in is merely the first step of your basic training program. If you want to get stronger, you'll have to listen to me. Of course, if you don't want to, you can leave right now. Yang Chen froze, staring at Li Susu. She didn't seem to be joking. Yang Chen sensed something off about Li Susu, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Li Susu seemed even more serious than yesterday. Fine. We'll talk about the rest later. I'm going to take a shower first. Yang Chen said, heading toward the bathroom. Li Susu didn't stop him. Just as she was about to pour herself another cup of coffee, before it even reached her lips, something suddenly occurred to her, and her expression changed. Wait. Li Susu hurried after Yang Chen, rushing into the bathroom just before he entered. Under Yang Chen's puzzled gaze, Li Susu gathered all her changed clothes, not just her underwear and black stockings, but even her outer black uniform. Holy? Who are you guarding against? Guarding your father. Yang Chen was stunned. Did he look like that kind of person? Little brother, don't go doing anything weird. Puberty always makes hormones go wild. Li Susu flashed Yang Chen a flirtatious glance. Yang Chen's face darkened. Yesterday was truly a misunderstanding. Li Susu cut him off. I only believe what I see. Damn it, I swear I didn't. Yang Chen was furious. This woman was crying wolf. Stop. Li Susu cut him off again. If you say another word, I won't hesitate to beat you up again. Holy. Threatening me? Do I look like someone who can be intimidated? If I could beat you, I'd pin you down and spank you. Yang Chen thought to himself, his actions swift and decisive. He scurried into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Li Susu covered her mouth and giggled, calling out, I'll wait for you upstairs. Come straight up after you're done. Chapter 40, Little brother, your luck is off the charts. Thud. After his shower, Yang Chen had barely reached the second floor when he saw Li Susu practicing her punches. One strike split the sandbag clean in two, sending sand spraying everywhere. This girl is seriously fierce. Yang Chen was secretly startled. Though his physical strength had increased, he swore he couldn't break a sandbag with a single punch. Forget one punch, even 100 wouldn't do it. This made Yang Chen seriously doubt that Li Susu's strength was likely above that of an intermediate beast tamer. Li Susu spotted Yang Chen too. Whether intentionally or not, she remarked, this sandbag is really shoddy. Got ripped off by that crooked merchant again, he swore it was top-notch. Yang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He now suspected this woman had deliberately destroyed the sandbag in front of him. This wasn't about the sandbag's quality, it was clearly a warning shot fired at him. Yang Chen felt bitter inside. He really hadn't stolen Li Susu's thing. Li Susu beamed at Yang Chen, flexing her fists. Want to spar with me for a bit? No, I don't know how. Yang Chen shook his head repeatedly. Don't be fooled by this freakish female attendant's delicate appearance, her punches really hurt. What a bore. Li Susu removed her gloves, grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from her body, and plopped down casually in front of Yang Chen. Before I ask you anything, if you have questions, go ahead and ask now. Yang Chen didn't hesitate. Mimicking Li Susu's posture, he sat cross-legged on the floor and asked, why did those assassins try to kill us? Who sent them? Li Susu smiled faintly. Just some evil cult called the Pilgrimage Sect. You don't need to know too much right now, and knowing more won't help anyway. Besides, this evil organization has its own confidentiality protocols. Those not involved simply don't have the clearance to know. If you wish to know more, wait until you graduate and enter the official system. Then you might learn far too much. But there's one thing I must warn you about, you'd be wise not to join the 4 great guilds. Yang Chen froze. Li Susu seemed to have answered his question, yet not fully. Moreover, Yang Chen was confused. As far as he knew, the 4 great guilds were the largest Beastmaster guild organizations in Dragon Nation. They were also the forces behind Dragon Nation's top-tier academies. In Yang Chen's understanding, weren't the 4 great guilds official organizations? Why couldn't he join them? Puzzled, Yang Chen asked, why can't I join the 4 great guilds? Aren't the 4 great guilds official organizations? A charming smile graced Li Susu's lovely face as she quietly gazed at Yang Chen, saying nothing. Alright. Another secret he shouldn't know. Can't be told. He just wasn't high enough in rank. You tell me to ask, then say nothing. Might as well not have asked me at all. Yang Chen sighed in exasperation. What you need to know, I'll tell you naturally. Li Susu smiled and said, alright, now it's my turn to ask you. Tell me, how did you manage to take down your 2 classmates? Yang Chen mimicked Li Susu's expression, staring at her with a smile but saying nothing. Li Susu froze, initially puzzled by Yang Chen's intent. But after half a minute, it dawned on her. Yang Chen was mimicking her. Li Susu's face darkened as she began looking around frantically, as if searching for something. Where are my boxing gloves? She muttered to herself as she searched. Yang Chen. Great. This woman packs a punch, she's the boss. Ahem. Yang Chen cleared his throat and recounted the entire incident. He didn't hold back about his pet magpie's golden tier skill either. There was no point in concealing such matters, for acquiring skills was purely a matter of luck. Some were fortunate enough to obtain golden skills. After listening, Li Susu looked at Yang Chen with astonishment and asked, "So you possess 2 golden skills? One for yourself and one for your pet magpie?" Li Susu was utterly astonished. It was already outrageous that Yang Chen used a pet, but to think that after contracting a pet, he could also acquire a golden skill. What astonished her most was that both golden skills belonged to types she'd never heard of. At the very least, within Shaonan province, she had never heard of any magical beasts or beastmen dropping such skills. Given how well she knew Yang Chen's family situation, how on earth had he acquired these skills? "Brother, if I recall correctly, you've always relied on state subsidies for school. You couldn't possibly afford crystal cores, right?" Li Susu eyed Yang Chen suspiciously. "That's right, I couldn't afford them. Acquiring these 2 crystal cores was pure coincidence." As he spoke, a nostalgic expression crossed Yang Chen's face. "I remember it was a dark and windy night. I went downstairs and encountered a beggar dressed in rags, disheveled and filthy. He blocked my path and asked, 'Friend, I can see you're a gifted beast tamer. You have extraordinary potential and are destined for greatness.'" Li Susu listened to Yang Chen's opening words, expecting some bizarre, unknown adventure he'd experienced. But as Yang Chen continued, his story grew increasingly absurd. If she remembered correctly, the latter part sounded like something straight out of a movie, didn't it? Li Susu's expression darkened again as she cut him off. "Speak plainly." Yang Chen immediately stopped, stammering awkwardly, "Actually, it was just that day after school. I'd barely stepped out of the school gates when someone rushed up asking if I wanted to buy crystal cores. At first, I didn't want to buy them, and I couldn't afford them either. But the price was cheap, so I sold them. Then 2 golden skills popped out." Li Susu stared intently into Yang Chen's eyes for a long moment before asking, her tone laden with meaning, "Really?" "It's true." Yang Chen replied earnestly. In truth, crystal cores originated from magical beasts and orcs. For beast masters and their beasts to acquire skills, they had no choice but to hunt down these creatures. The skills contained within crystal cores were also quite peculiar. For instance, in the wormhole battlefields around Shaonan, the skill with the highest probability of being obtained from most crystal cores was unbreakable. Why probability? Because crystal cores also contain other skills, random ones, albeit with extremely low probabilities. Different provinces have different variations. What skills one could absorb from these crystal cores was no mystery, it was purely a matter of probability. Therefore, Yang Chen's straightforward statement posed no issue whatsoever. Claiming he'd been fortunate enough to absorb 2 golden-grade mutated skills was entirely plausible. Li Susu gazed at Yang Chen with a warm smile. "Brother, it seems your luck truly is exceptional. Your pet mutated, possessing a mythical grade bloodline, and you absorbed 2 golden grade skills. What a coincidence." Chapter 41, Women. It is quite a coincidence. Yang Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Maybe my luck is just too good." Li Susu's smile faded slightly as she asked, "Seriously, how did you acquire those skills?" "What luck?" Yang Chen replied immediately. Li Susu stared at Yang Chen for a long moment. Seeing his expression unchanged, she finally said, "All right. Oh, and I should thank you. If it weren't for you helping me contact my classmates during that assassin crisis, I'd be in big trouble. It seems I underestimated you before. To show my gratitude, I've decided to focus on training you. For the next month, you'll be staying at my place. This is quite the perk." Yang Chen perked up immediately. "Are you planning to teach me some secrets? First, I'll enhance your physical abilities and tailor a strength building program just for you. Your beast taming skills, combined with your innate abilities, make you a close combat burst type beast tamer. Until you acquire a second beast, you effectively lack a powerful beast to assist you. Moreover, even if you acquire other beasts later, if you grow stronger yourself, you'll coordinate better with them in battle instead of becoming a liability. So, no matter what, you need to become stronger yourself." Li Susu stated earnestly. Yang Chen silently nodded in agreement. He had to admit Li Susu was absolutely right. In this current era of beast masters, most had completely forgotten that beyond their ability to command beasts, they were also class changers themselves. Beast tamers relied heavily on their beasts. Of course, the primary reason was that beasts were immensely powerful. But Yang Chen held a different perspective. On the battlefield, beast tamers actually needed their beasts for protection. That was precisely why the state mandated that only intermediate-level beast tamers could enter combat, because tamers themselves were far too fragile. Therefore, Yang Chen firmly believed that strengthening himself was absolutely the right path. Without needing his beast to protect him, he would gain 2 extra combatants during battle. Starting today, you'll run 5 kilometers every day from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Increase the distance by 5 kilometers every 10 days. During the day, continue practicing the combat techniques I taught you. In the afternoon, I'll train with you for 2 hours before my shift starts. If I switch to day shifts, I'll also train with you for 2 hours starting at 8 p.m. Li Susu stated methodically, rest for 2 hours at noon daily, and after midnight at night. Yang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. She really was a perverted veteran, utterly insane. You're going to drain me dry. But I love this fulfilling and busy life. Yang Chen chuckled. Don't think I'm torturing you. In a month, you'll see how much you've grown. And then, Big Sis will give you a special gift. It'll let you unleash all your hormones, guaranteeing you won't have time for any weird antics. Li Susu fluttered her left eyelid at Yang Chen, tossing him a flirtatious glance that was utterly captivating. Oomph. Woman. Who wants to release hormones with you? Yang Chen sneered inwardly. Oh, and one more thing you can cook, right? Cook me lunch. Ingredients are in the fridge. Ah, I'm going to sleep. So tired. Li Susu yawned lazily and got up to leave the second floor. After Li Susu left, Yang Chen also stood up, began adjusting his mindset, and practiced the combat techniques Li Susu had taught him. Still hitting air. After practicing all day yesterday, Yang Chen's understanding of combat had shifted somewhat. Though he still couldn't match Li Susu's skill, he had made overall progress. And most importantly, according to Li Susu, continuing this training would increase his 3 core attributes. That was precisely what Yang Chen desired. Both of his current skills were buffs. The higher his overall attributes, the greater the buffs would be, making his combat power stronger and his burst damage more terrifying. As his training continued, Yang Chen gradually grasped some key principles. Whether punching or kicking, it all boiled down to mastering the limb's control over force and achieving split-second reaction coordination at the critical moment of combat. Of course, achieving that split-second reaction at the combat threshold still felt distant for Yang Chen. He hadn't even mastered the most fundamental grasp of force yet. He hadn't yet reached the level Li Susu described, where striking empty air produced the sound of wind. Meanwhile, back in her bedroom, Li Susu unlocked the drawer, retrieved the notebook, and flipped to the page containing Yang Chen's information. Li Susu pondered Yang Chen's 2 golden great skills and his mutated pet. After a moment's contemplation, she wrote a line at the bottom. Personal golden great skill, beast-taming golden great skill. Worth keeping an eye on. Seems to hold some hidden secrets. Possesses certain cultivation value. After writing, Li Susu gazed at Yang Chen's information. Her rosy, full lips curved slightly, revealing a charming, alluring smile. I hope you're the one I've been searching for. Don't let me down. Brother. Around noon, after hours of practice, Yang Chen was drenched in sweat, soaking wet as if he'd just crawled out of water. His limbs began to ache, and he knew it was time to stop. He understood the principle that haste makes waste. After stopping, Yang Chen checked his attribute panel. His 3 core attributes hadn't increased. This left Yang Chen feeling a bit down. Damn it, after practicing day and night for 2 days straight, I'm still not as strong as when Li Susu beat me up. Sigh, maybe I should just let Li Susu beat me up a few more times? Yang Chen sighed softly, but recalling yesterday's brutal beating, he decided against it. That woman really went all out when she hit someone. If he took a few more beatings from Lao Siji, he'd be crippled if not dead. He couldn't take it. Little brother. Hurry down and cook. I'm starving. At that moment, Li Susu's voice echoed from downstairs. Damn it, didn't she go to bed? So punctual? Yang Chen cursed silently under his breath. She really thinks I'm her personal maid. But Yang Chen smiled as he replied, got it, coming right down. Yang Chen hurried downstairs to find Li Susu already awake, her hair slightly tousled and messy, sitting lazily on the sofa watching TV. Yang Chen found the refrigerator in Li Susu's home. It seemed Li Susu often cooked at home herself, as there was a good supply of vegetables and meat. He grabbed a few items at random and dashed into the kitchen. Cooking was no challenge for Yang Chen. Having lost his parents at a young age over the past decade, he either ate at school or cooked for himself at home. Chapter 42, Going Home. Dinner's ready. Yang Chen called out, carrying out dish after dish from the kitchen. Nothing fancy, just simple home-cooked fare. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers, beef with celery, bok choy, and tomato and egg drop soup. Smells delicious. Let me try your cooking. Li Susu didn't hesitate. She picked up her bowl and chopsticks, grabbed a piece of stir-fried pork, and popped it into her mouth. Her charming eyes crinkled into a smile, her face radiating happiness. Delicious. Delicious. Not dry at all, oily but not greasy, with just the right kick of spice. Like a greedy little piggy, Li Susu kept piling plate after plate onto her own. It must be said, beautiful people look good doing anything. Li Susu's greedy expression was adorable and playful. Brother, how did you stir-fry this pork? It's so different from mine. Mine always turns out dry and flavorless. Li Susu's rosy cheeks puffed up as she questioned Yang Chen. You must have boiled it in water, right? Don't boil it. You need to stir-fry it slowly over low heat. Add some oil but not vegetable oil. You have to use lard. Yang Chen patiently explained. And then, there's this beef with celery. Li Susu and Yang Chen chatted and ate as they worked. Half an hour later, after finishing their meal, Li Susu leaned back in her chair with a look of pure contentment, her face radiating enjoyment. Delicious. Better than mine. Li Susu patted her round belly and said, "Alright, I'm heading back to bed. No need to cook this afternoon. I'll grab something at the cafeteria. Good luck, little brother." With that, Li Susu got up and walked into the bedroom. Yang Chen smiled, quietly clearing away the dishes. After resting for an hour, he headed back upstairs. He resumed practicing his combat techniques. Without real-world application, these moves felt somewhat monotonous and tedious. Yet Yang Chen remained intensely focused and dedicated. Each move was executed with precision and discipline. Gradually, sweat beaded on Yang Chen's forehead, soaking his clothes once more. It was at this moment that he sensed a change within his body. His entire body felt slightly warmer, sweating more easily, and his body temperature was gradually rising. His fists grew increasingly powerful. The instant he struck out, it felt as though he could channel the strength of his entire body. Whereas before, his punches might have unleashed only 1/10 of his strength, now he could channel 2/10. As his combat techniques grew more refined, Yang Chen felt his understanding deepen. And so, Yang Chen continued his relentless practice. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Susu arrived punctually on the second floor. Seeing Yang Chen still focused on his practice, a flicker of light danced in her beautiful eyes as she stood there, lost in thought. After a long moment, Li Susu picked up the boxing gloves from the floor and walked toward Yang Chen. "Little brother, isn't practicing alone a bit boring? Now I'll spar with you. Attack me using your strongest technique. I won't fight back." Li Susu beckoned to Yang Chen with a finger. "Alright." Yang Chen chuckled softly. The next moment, he lunged forward with lightning speed, launching an attack at Li Susu. He used the fighting techniques Li Susu had taught him. "No, your fist needs to target a bit further back. Otherwise, I can just step back and dodge it. Also, your moves are too rigid. If I were your enemy, I wouldn't just stand here letting you hit me. You need to learn adaptability. If one strike misses, react swiftly. Even if you can't defeat your opponent, find a way to keep them engaged. If you were fighting a beastmaster right now, you'd be dead from a single swipe. While attacking, you must also focus on evasion." Again! Yang Chen launched relentless attacks, while Li Susu defended with effortless ease. It was almost as if Li Susu was effortlessly handling Yang Chen. Though she didn't launch counterattacks, Li Susu would occasionally strike Yang Chen during her guidance to discipline him. For instance, when Yang Chen's punch missed, Li Susu would strike his arm. Or while evading, she would use his momentum to throw him directly to the ground. Thud! Yang Chen had lost count of how many times Li Susu had effortlessly tossed him aside. Though Li Susu was holding back as much as she could, the impact of his falls on the ground still hurt like hell. In Yang Chen's eyes, Li Susu seemed like an insurmountable chasm. "Alright, that's enough for today." Li Susu removed her gloves and said, "I'm going to shower first. Wait here, I'll take you back to the hotel." Lying on the cold floor, gasping for breath, Yang Chen said, "I need to go home. I don't have any clean clothes. I need to grab some." Li Susu paused, then nodded. "Go quickly and come back soon. The investigation into the assassin is still ongoing. The danger hasn't completely passed. It's best you don't go alone. Also, don't forget you still have 5 kilometers to go." "Got it. I'll run back later." Yang Chen felt utterly drained, as if his body were about to fall apart. "Just let me lie down for a bit. Brother, you're really too weak. Should I find you a traditional Chinese medicine doctor to check you out and help you recover properly?" Li Susu giggled. "Not necessary." Yang Chen had no desire to speak anymore. It was easy for her to say when she wasn't the one suffering. These past 2 days, Yang Chen had either been practicing combat or battling beast tamers. He hadn't stopped for a moment. Back in school, he de-exercised too, but the intensity was nowhere near what he was enduring now. Now he was genuinely exhausted. "Fine, you rest first. I'm going to take a shower." With that, Li Susu turned and walked downstairs without looking back. Yang Chen lay on the floor for about half an hour before regaining his strength, just as Li Susu finished her shower. At 6:30 p.m., Yang Chen bid Li Susu farewell and left the villa. Even without Li Susu supervising him, Yang Chen took the bus. Truthfully, this matter had nothing to do with Li Susu. Slacking off would only harm Yang Chen himself. In this Beastmaster world, only strength reigned supreme. Only by growing stronger could he alter his fate, elevate his status, and make wealth easily attainable. Even being a slacker wasn't as easy as it seemed. Though Dragon Nation appeared stable now, dangers lurked beneath the surface. Though wormholes across the Dragon Nation had been suppressed, the emergence of new ones remained a distinct possibility. Thus, no one knows whether misfortune or tomorrow will arrive first. Li Susu's villa wasn't too far from the old street where Yang Chen lived, roughly 20 kilometers away. Yang Chen jogged the entire way, taking a full 2 hours to return to Old Street. As soon as he stepped onto the street, a flicker of red and green lights caught his eye ahead. A crowd had gathered there, with several inspectors questioning someone. From a distance, Yang Chen faintly heard an elderly woman gesturing wildly with exaggerated expressions, seemingly mentioning something about rats, though he couldn't make out the details. Chapter 43, Strange Occurrences. Yang Chen entered Aunt Wu's dumpling noodle shop and called out, "Aunt Wu, 2 bowls of dumplings, please." "Oh my, young Yang, you're finally back. Just wait a moment, I'll get them for you right away." Aunt Wu was busy in the kitchen. Spotting Yang Chen through the window, she beamed with delight. "Young Yang, where have you been these past 2 days? Did you get into trouble?" "Auntie, I'll tell you this, our neighbors all saw it that day. That human trafficker started it. If the police come looking for trouble, we'll testify for you." Yang Chen felt a warm glow in his heart and smiled. "Nothing like that. I've just been busy with other things these past few days." "I suppose so. Little Yang, you've been accepted into Yinglong Academy now. Your future is bright. I suppose you'll be moving out of here soon. Young Yang, if you ever crave Auntie's dumplings, come back anytime." Aunt Wu chattered on, chatting with Yang Chen about everyday matters. Yang Chen nodded and smiled in agreement. Soon, Aunt Wu brought out 2 bowls of steaming hot dumplings. Yang Chen glanced toward the flickering red and blue lights at the street corner and asked curiously, "Auntie, is there a crime scene over there?" "Oh, don't even mention it. This street hasn't been peaceful lately. Last night, 2 people were found dead in that alley over there," Aunt Wu said with a gloomy expression. Yang Chen gave a wry smile. Those 2 must have been the assassins he'd killed. Once Auntie Wu started sharing gossip, she couldn't stop. "And today, I heard 2 children went missing. Probably those damn human traffickers again. Those bastards don't even fear retribution." Yang Chen chewed on his dumplings while inwardly puzzling over this. He'd never heard of North City's security being this bad before. Assassins, missing children. Had all manner of demons and monsters suddenly emerged? Are the patrols investigating the missing children? Yang Chen asked. "No, isn't that where those old folks with nothing better to do gather to dance in the square, making a racket? They start dancing at 5 in the morning and go until 2 in the morning. They've driven me to the brink of a nervous breakdown." Aunt Wu launched into another round of complaining. Truth be told, that little alley was nothing short of a cancer on their street. They claimed the morning air was best for dancing, yet danced until midnight, saying nighttime exercise helped them sleep. They dance morning and night, but when others go to work during the day, they suddenly stop. Each one hides at home resting. Yang Chen had suffered through it too. Complaints were useless. The inspectors would come, lecture them one day, and the next day it was back to business as usual, dancing away. This had caused quite a few conflicts. After venting for a while, Aunt Wu finally got to the point. Those girls got what was coming to them. "I heard that while they were dancing, a huge rat burst out of the alleyway. That rat was at least half a meter tall, with bright green eyes like 2 lanterns. And guess what? It scared the hell out of those old hags. A few of them even fainted on the spot. So they called the police." "A half-meter tall rat?" Yang Chen's expression grew slightly peculiar. Could it be someone's tamed beast? Yang Chen suddenly found it rather amusing. Perhaps some beastmaster had grown fed up with them and deliberately summoned their beast to scare those people. Karma, I suppose. Truthfully, Yang Chen didn't mind their square dancing per se, but they had to consider others' feelings. Keeping people awake and seriously disturbing the peace who wouldn't curse under their breath? After chatting with Aunt Wu for a while longer, Yang Chen went home to grab a few clothes, took a shower, and hurried back to the hotel. 2 hours later, Yang Chen returned to the hotel. Zhang Xiao was still scrolling through her phone when she spotted him. She immediately put it down and asked, "Yang, where'd you disappear to? Haven't seen you all day. Were you assisting with the investigation?" "You could say that," Yang Chen nodded. Zhang Xiao didn't think much of it and leaned in closer. "Mr. Yang, do you know when we'll be able to leave this place?" "No idea." Yang Chen paused, noticing Zhang Xiao's restlessness. "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" "It's not that I have something to do, but it seems like something big is about to happen in North City," Zhang Xiao stated concisely. "What kind of trouble?" Yang Chen asked, puzzled. "Take a look. This is the message I saw today in the North City social group." Zhang Xiao opened the group chat, scrolled through the messages, and handed the phone to Yang Chen. Yang Chen took the phone and saw the North City social group was still buzzing with activity. The message Zhang Xiao showed Yang Chen was a group post from around 5 p.m. A picture. It showed a porcupine over a meter tall, baring its teeth and charging wildly through the streets, destroying a section of the road and sending pedestrians scattering in panic. A video was attached below. Yang Chen tapped to watch it, confirming the footage wasn't edited. It was a genuine magical beast, albeit a low tier 1, a level 1, 2-star beastmaster. Below that was the text message from the person who posted the image. "Holy crap! I went to my grandpa's place in the countryside today and ran into a magical beast. This thing is so freaking awesome." This post instantly ignited heated discussions among group members, causing the chat to explode with activity. Many netizens expressed concern, while others were curious about where this magical beast had come from. Half an hour later, another user posted a short video. It showed a massive firebird spewing flames, burning down several houses and attacking pedestrians, causing widespread panic. This one was a real doozy. It seemed like monsters were suddenly running rampant all over North City. Within another half hour, yet another video surfaced, this time showing a monster's appearance, with patrol officers rushing to the scene and engaging in combat. This sent the entire social group into an uproar. They now suspected a breach in the dimensional battlefield had appeared in North City, causing the constant emergence of monsters. They even presented substantial evidence, meticulously documenting each instance. It wasn't the first time such beasts and orcs had suddenly appeared in the human world. Many people were panicking. This reminded Yang Chen of the news he'd just heard from Aunt Wu. Could that giant rat in the old neighborhood be a demon beast too? Yang, what do you think? Don't you also feel like there's a breach in the dimensional barrier? Do you think we'll be able to get out soon? Zhang Xiao chuckled heartily. I'm more eager to back with you in a sweat-drenched battle. I've noticed we work together incredibly well. Oh, and when the time comes, let's bring Ouyang along. The three of us can team up. These little monsters are pure experience points for leveling up. Yang Chen returned the phone to Zhang Xiao and chuckled. Aren't you worried the wormhole might descend upon North City? Chapter 44. The veteran's smile holds life and death in the balance. Wormhole? That can't be possible, right? In a town this tiny? That can't be right. Zhang Xiao looked utterly terrified. A wormhole appearing in reality would be an absolute catastrophe. Countless beasts and beastmen would pour out from it. If one appeared in North City, the city's beastmasters would be utterly powerless to resist. There was a high probability North City would be destroyed. From the very first reports of wormhole appearances, the descriptions were nothing short of apocalyptic. Look at you, such a scaredy cat. Can't take a little fright. Yang Chen teased, then added, alright, time to sleep. Today was pretty exhausting. With that, Yang Chen returned to his own bunk, ignoring Zhang Xiao as he prepared to sleep. The night passed without incident. Over the next 10 days, Yang Chen and the others remained confined to the hotel, receiving no word of when they might return home. Yang Chen repeated his daily training routine, returning to the hotel each night utterly exhausted. However, his improvement was visibly rapid. His combat skills grew increasingly polished. During sparring sessions with Li Susu, he displayed near-flawless technique. Beyond that, Yang Chen's physical condition improved dramatically. He'd even developed visible abs. Now, sprinting several kilometers left him neither flushed nor breathless. It was effortless. And then there was the greatest gain of all. All three of Yang Chen's core attributes had increased. Attack, 18 plus 27. Defense, 18 plus 27. Agility, 18 plus 27. Spirit, 300 plus 54. All three core attributes, attack, defense, and agility, increased by 5 points. Spirit increased by 10 points. Yang Chen's growth in strength was almost visible to the naked eye. Even Zhang Xiao, who shared a room with him, noticed physical changes in Yang Chen. He sensed Yang Chen had undergone a distinct transformation, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. Over the past 10 days, Yang Chen noticed Li Susu growing more haggard by the day. She no longer had the energy to drive with him, often collapsing into bed after showering each night. Moreover, she often arrived late for their daily sparring sessions, despite having agreed to them. When Yang Chen inquired about what was troubling her, Li Susu offered no explanation. This made Yang Chen suspect whether the frequency of monster appearances in North City had increased. However, when Yang Chen searched online, he found no trace of such news. When he asked Zhang Xiao if there were any updates in their social group, Zhang Xiao informed him that the group had been shut down. This left Yang Chen with an ominous foreboding. Could something truly major be about to happen? Yang Chen confronted Li Susu directly, but she told him not to overthink it. After all, he was merely a lowly 2-star novice beast tamer. Even if something did happen, it wouldn't concern him. This left Yang Chen deeply troubled, prompting him to lament, the weak truly cannot even control their own fate. This only strengthened Yang Chen's resolve to grow stronger. During this time, Zhang Shuer did reply to his message, but only with a single sentence. She assured him they were safe now. After that, all contact ceased. When Yang Chen tried reaching out again, all her phones were turned off. Still, this news eased Yang Chen's worry somewhat. On the 11th day, Yang Chen followed Li Susu home as usual to practice combat techniques during the day, while his running distance increased to 15 kilometers. Afternoon. 4 o'clock. Li Susu arrived on the second floor as promised this time. Awake? Yang Chen smiled. Come on, let's spar. Yang Chen immediately assumed the sparring stance. He was growing to cherish these moments more and more. The feeling of growing stronger every day, of being so fulfilled, was truly wonderful. But this time, Li Susu wasn't playing by the rules. Brother, how about we try something a little more thrilling today? Li Susu smiled sweetly. Nervous and thrilling? Yang Chen's breath caught. Was the veteran archer about to take aim at him? Next, Li Susu strode forward with her shapely, long legs, stepping up to a bow and arrow. Little brother, ready to run for your life? This time, I won't hold back. As she spoke, Li Susu drew her bow and nocked an arrow. Her form-fitting yoga attire accentuated her voluptuous figure, making it appear even more taut and alluring yet undeniably powerful. Holy! Are you serious? Yang Chen was startled. He could clearly sense that despite the smile on her face, Lee Susu didn't seem to be joking. The instant she drew her bow, Yang Chen felt every hair on his body stand on end. Lee Susu was serious. Her crimson lips curved into a beautiful, deadly smile. The next second, the arrow in Lee Susu's hand suddenly released. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, heading straight for Yang Chen's head. Holy! Yang Chen's face drained of color. His body instinctively dodged, and he sprinted forward. The arrow whizzed past the back of his head, leaving a chilling sensation on his scalp. Before Yang Chen could steady himself, Lee Susu fired another arrow. Yang Chen instinctively lunged forward, but just as he took that first step, about to lift his foot for the second stride, the arrow landed precisely at his feet. The sheer terror made Yang Chen break out in a cold sweat. Had he been a split second faster, he would have been struck dead by Lao Siji's arrow. Damn it! Yang Chen knew it whenever Lee Susu turned gentle and charming, nothing good ever came of it. Old Lady Ji smiled. Life and death were unpredictable. This was truly nerve-wracking and thrilling. And it must be said, Lee Susu's archery was truly formidable. Arrow after arrow flew from her bow, seemingly without fatigue. But Yang Chen wasn't having such an easy time of it. Not only did Lee Susu show no signs of fatigue, her arrows were flying faster and faster. By the end, Yang Chen could barely dodge one arrow before another whistled in immediately. Yang Chen's stamina was waning, and then an arrow whizzed past his left armpit, leaving a fresh, crimson wound. Yang Chen's heart sank. Old Lady Ji, do you have to be this ruthless? You're not kidding around. The pain made Yang Chen want to curse like a sailor. Blood was flowing. Yet Lee Susu's hand didn't pause, continuing to fire arrows at Yang Chen. Brother, you're a close-range burst-type beastmaster. Do you think your beast is that great? I must admit, your beast possessing a golden skill is indeed impressive. But a support-type beast should not be your first choice. As a close-range burst-type beastmaster, your primary beast companion should possess long-range attack capabilities. A support-type beast will only slow you down. Once you face a beastmaster with ranged attacks, you won't stand a chance of closing in. No matter how skilled you are in close combat, you'll become a sitting duck. Lee Susu explained calmly, therefore, your second lesson is how to evade ranged attacks, close in on your enemies, and eliminate them. Chapter 45, A Special Gift. Yang Chen paused, realizing Lee Susu had a point. Indeed, she was correct. While his close combat had high burst damage and applied debuffs. But if he encountered a beastmaster wielding ranged attacks and their beasts, he feared he'd be focused fired before even closing in. This was Yang Chen's greatest weakness at present. I understand. Don't let your guard down. Here I come. After comprehending all this, Yang Chen's resolve surged. He planted his foot firmly and launched his attack toward Lee Susu. His recent training hadn't been in vain. Yang Chen's physique had improved significantly, with both his speed and explosive power increasing markedly. Unfortunately, no matter how fast Yang Chen was, he couldn't outpace Lee Susu's arrows. Without a moment's hesitation, Lee Susu drew her bow, knocked an arrow, and fired again, aiming directly for Yang Chen's vital spot. This time, Yang Chen was quite adept, dodging the arrow smoothly with almost no trouble. But as Yang Chen attempted to advance again, another arrow flew toward him. The moment his toes touched the ground, the arrow struck the tip of his shoe, grazing his big toe before embedding itself fiercely into the ground, immobilizing him. Worse still, Lee Susu's arrow came flying once more. With his movements severely hampered, Yang Chen could only watch the arrowhead grow ever closer. He hunched low to dodge, swiftly yanking his foot out of the shoe. With a backflip, he evaded the shot. The arrows kept coming, forcing Yang Chen step by step backward, pulling him farther and farther away from Lee Susu. This made Yang Chen feel like he wanted to spit blood, but he showed no sign of discouragement. He abandoned the direct charge and instead opted for a flanking maneuver. Alas, it proved futile. Lee Susu's arrows seemed to have eyes, precisely anticipating Yang Chen's every step forward. In less than half an hour, Yang Chen's left arm bore the marks of arrow after arrow, leaving 2 deep gashes that stained a small patch of his sleeve crimson. Brother, don't just focus on dodging arrows. You must watch my arrows, anticipate where they will strike you. Whether it's the Beastmaster's skill or the beast's ability, though they appear instantaneous, there's actually a delay of several seconds before impact. That's your window to react. You must react swiftly within that brief window and assess whether your opponent can block your path forward. If you only know how to dodge, you'll never get close enough to me. Lee Susu seemed unable to bear watching any longer. Her red lips parted as she imparted her teachings earnestly. Yang Chen dodged while inwardly groaning. It sounded so simple, but did real-world beast tamers and their beasts truly lack cooldowns when casting skills? Even archers with ranged attacks who could shoot arrows as fast and as accurately as Lee Susu? Through this exchange, Yang Chen realized Lee Susu was far more than just an intermediate beastmaster. She might be of a much higher rank. This isn't fair. Beastmasters in the real world have cooldowns for their skills and ranged attacks. Their reaction times are nowhere near as fast as yours. Yang Chen shouted while dodging the arrows. Lee Susu smiled faintly and said, remember, your enemies aren't human beastmasters. Your enemies are magical beasts and beastmen. On the battlefield, you won't encounter the sparse magical beasts and beastmen you faced in the exam grounds. Hordes of beasts and orcs will swarm you. You won't be fighting one-on-one. How will you break through a hail of ranged attacks? Are you going to tell the beasts and orcs that ganging up is unfair? Holy! Yang Chen was flabbergasted. Damn it, he's got a point. I'll run, I'll dodge, I refuse to believe you can't get close to me. Yang Chen sprinted like a madman, howling all the while. Over the next 2 hours, Yang Chen barely even brushed the hem of Li Susu's clothes. Instead, by the end, he was covered in wounds. Though none were life-threatening, they were bloody enough. In his final attempt, not only did Yang Chen fail to close the distance, but Li Susu fired 2 more arrows into his clothes, pinning him to the wall entirely. Gasping for breath, Yang Chen examined the wounds on his arm and armpit, a bitter smile curling his lips. You didn't have to actually shoot me, did you? If I don't shoot you, you won't learn your lesson. I hope you perform better tomorrow. I won't hold back then. If I show mercy now, you'll pay with your life on the battlefield. I don't want to be the one collecting your body someday. Li Susu finished speaking, lowered her bow, and turned to descend the stairs. Yang Chen froze for a moment, watching her retreating figure. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle and muttered, seems this twisted old has a story of her own. Fine, let's train then. At least no one will die. A resolute gleam flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. He refused to believe he couldn't meet Li Susu's demands. Over the next 3 days, Yang Chen was mercilessly shot by Li Susu every afternoon. Though he still couldn't get close to her, it was worth noting that the frequency of his injuries had gradually decreased. Moreover, he progressed from being unable to approach her at all to closing the gap to just a few meters before being forced back by Li Susu. It must be said, Yang Chen's progress was astonishingly rapid. However, during these days, Yang Chen also noticed a problem. Li Susu was getting off work later and later. Sometimes she wouldn't leave work until 1 or 2 in the afternoon. After resting for just 2 hours, she'd come back to practice with Yang Chen. This deeply moved Yang Chen. He had to admit that while Li Susu was a bit extreme, she was truly a competent and dedicated boss. Day 5, 3:30 p.m. Yang Chen was still practicing combat when Li Susu arrived early on the 2nd floor. Why are you here early today? Come on, come on. Today I'm determined to get right in front of you. Yang Chen greeted Li Susu with a smile, assuming a fighting stance. He felt confident today. Over the past few days, he had been pondering Li Susu's words essentially, anticipating an opponent's attack and evading it in advance. A beautiful yet enigmatic smile graced Li Susu's weary yet lovely face as she remarked, "Little brother, you've been doing quite well lately. Big sis is very pleased, so I've decided to give you that special gift early. Let you fully exhaust your hormones." Yang Chen watched Li Susu smile, his heart sinking. What kind of twisted trick is this old pervert up to now? Chapter 46, Black Wormhole. 15 minutes later. Li Susu rode her bike with Yang Chen to the most bustling street in North City, then entered the city's sole 5-star hotel, Hongbei Grand Hotel. Yang Chen felt a twinge of unease as he watched Li Susu's swaying silhouette. What caught his eye most wasn't her long legs, but... Yang Chen swallowed hard. Damn it, the veteran is actually going all out. He was just a student. He wasn't that kind of person. Sure, old CG had a killer body and seemed like she knew how to have fun, but he really wasn't that kind of guy. Of course, Li Susu was his superior. As a subordinate, he had to obey her orders unconditionally. Right, Yang Chen has no way to resist. He couldn't fight back, couldn't run away, he had no choice but to comply. So, with a heavy heart, Yang Chen quickened his pace to follow. At the front desk, Li Susu deftly produced a black card. Yang Chen saw clearly that the black card bore the large golden letters VIP in bold. Old G must be a regular here. Does he bring people here often? And they're all ING high-level VIPs? Is she out of her mind? Just then, the pretty receptionist recognized Li Susu and said, "Miss Li, bringing another newcomer to play? Why only one this time? Holy? Bringing someone again? And only one this time? So this means the veteran has brought many people before? Group sex? Old CG's a regular here and he sure knows how to play hard. Not long ago, he saw the news about that gaming god who took girls online but got brutally beaten offline." Thinking of that, Yang Chen couldn't hold back. He's only 18. In the prime of his life, he certainly didn't want to die young. That kind of disease would probably overwhelm even a beastmaster. "Sis, if you're tired, why don't you go upstairs and rest? I just remembered I still have homework to finish. I'll be heading out then." Yang Chen turned to slip away. But his little scheme couldn't escape Li Susu's notice. She swiftly grabbed the back of his collar. "Little brother, don't run away. Didn't you say you were so tough? Why are you backing down today? Come on, today big sis will take you to have some fun." Li Susu's nimble tongue flicked across her full, red lips. Her pretty face glowed with a smile, radiating a unique charm. She dragged Yang Chen toward the elevator. "No way. I won't go. I'm still a student. What you're doing is illegal." Yang Chen panicked, trying to struggle free, but Li Susu's seemingly delicate hands were like iron clamps, dragging him backward with relentless force. The front desk attendant giggled, covering her mouth, yet her service remained impeccable. She stepped forward, pressed the elevator button for them, and as the doors opened, she flashed a professional smile, gestured invitingly, and said, "Have a wonderful time. Enjoy our ass. Look at me, am I having fun?" Yang Chen cursed under his breath as Lee Susu shoved him into the elevator. Finally, the elevator doors closed slowly. "Sis, don't be like this. I didn't do anything to you. Even with your condition, you don't need to take it out on society, do you? We're beast masters. Our constitutions are different from ordinary people. There might be hope for a cure. Don't give up." Yang Chen pleaded, "Trust me, I won't discriminate against you. I swear, I absolutely won't." Lee Susu froze upon hearing this. Then, as if struck by some thought, she felt both annoyed and amused. She promptly smacked Yang Chen on the head. Ouch. Ah. Ow. Yang Chen nearly fainted from the pain, clutching his head as he slowly sank to his knees. This was unbearably frustrating. He couldn't fight back. Can't run away either. This is Ed. "You little rascal, what's going on in your head? I don't have any of those crazy illnesses." Lee Susu was both annoyed and amused. "Then why did you bring me here to get a room? I'm not that kind of person," Yang Chen said weakly. Lee Susu laughed softly. "Brother, could it be that your sister isn't beautiful enough? Don't I have long legs? Don't you like them?" Lee Susu stood towering over Yang Chen, her black stockings hugging her shapely, long legs, utterly alluring. "I like men," Yang Chen gritted out. A flicker of surprise and disgust crossed Lee Susu's beautiful eyes as she instinctively took a small step back. TSK, I never would have guessed. You're actually that kind of person." Lee Susu's laughter rang out like silver bells, melodious and enchanting, causing her chest to rise and fall with each chuckle. As she spoke, the elevator doors slid open with a soft ding. A secret passageway came into view. The lighting was a dim, orange-yellow hue. At the elevator entrance stood two security guards dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses. Is this beneath the hotel? Yang Chen sensed something was off. There were no rooms here, just a passageway. At the passageway's end lay another corridor, glowing with an eerie green light. "It's a wormhole." Yang Chen was stunned. He had never seen a wormhole before, but he had read about them in books and this one looked remarkably similar. What truly stunned Yang Chen was that a hidden wormhole existed in North City and right in its most bustling district. And after all these years living in North City, he had no idea. No. To be precise, no one knew. "This isn't a genuine wormhole, it's artificially excavated," Lee Susu explained. "It's a black wormhole created for beast tamers to hunt demon beasts and gain combat experience." Yang Chen's brow furrowed deeply. Isn't it against national regulations to allow such places to exist? Yang Chen was well aware of this regulation. Beyond major advanced academies and designated facilities, operating such venues for demon beasts and beast taming was strictly prohibited. In plain terms, these black wormholes were created by wealthy individuals. They trapped magical beasts or beastmen captured from battlefields inside, simulating combat zones for beast tamers to hone their fighting skills. Such places were strictly forbidden. The reason was simple: if mishandled, allowing these beasts or beastmen to escape could easily trigger disasters and unrest. Yet Yang Chen never imagined that someone in North City would operate a black wormhole and that Lee Susu, as an inspector, knew about it yet failed to report it? Lee Susu sighed softly. "Don't look at me like that. Some matters aren't as simple as you imagine. When the stakes are high enough, some people will risk decapitation to run this kind of operation." "Are you saying this is sanctioned from above?" Yang Chen asked softly. Lee Susu shook her head. "You know too much now. It's useless. All I can tell you is this: you must trust the motherland behind you. But many matters involve too many parties, they simply can't be stopped, especially in recent years." "Never mind. It's not worth discussing. Knowing too much now won't do you any good. Let's go inside first." Chapter 47, Snow Woman. Lee Susu and Yang Chen arrived at the wormhole entrance, where two staff members handed them cotton-padded jackets and pants, along with some medicine. Though it was early winter and not yet bitterly cold, Yang Chen watched as Lee Susu deftly slipped into her thermal layers and quickly followed suit. Soon, the two stepped into the wormhole, traversing the overlapping space that emitted a faint, eerie glow. Whoosh! A biting wind howled, lashing their faces like knives. This was a world of ice and snow. Though no sun or moon graced the sky, the light was abundant. Blizzards raged fiercely, piling snow at the entrance like a vast ice and snow wonderland. Is this artificially carved wormhole replica identical to a real one? Yang Chen examined the world with keen curiosity. Apart from the absence of sunlight, which made the light slightly dimmer, it didn't differ much from the real world. Almost identical, but vastly larger. Lee Susu explained, nodding toward the front and gesturing for Yang Chen to lead the way. Yang Chen nodded and began walking forward, his footsteps crunching softly on the snow beneath him. The two walked one behind the other. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yang Chen still hadn't encountered any beasts or beastmen. "How much does it cost to enter here?" Yang Chen asked curiously. It's not per entry but per hour, 50,000 yuan per hour, Lee Susu explained.
That expensive? We've walked this far without encountering any monsters or orcs. Could it be they haven't released any?
Yang Chen muttered under his breath. In essence, these fake wormholes were created by human beastmasters capturing magical beasts and beastmen, then releasing them into this world to simulate a wormhole battlefield.
As they spoke, Yang Chen and Lee Susu arrived at the edge of a mountain forest.
The trees in that forest were blanketed in snow, as if draped in a layer of silver.
Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint whistling sound echoed from within the forest ahead. Yang Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a cold, crystalline light burst forth from the woods, radiant and luminous. That's an ice arrow. Yang Chen's eyes widened slightly as his body reacted instinctively, lunging forward swiftly. Whoosh! An ice arrow struck the spot where Yang Chen had been standing moments before.
Upon witnessing this, Lee Susu did not rush to assist Yang Chen. Instead, she silently retreated several dozen paces, maintaining a safe distance from him.
Yang Chen understood that Lee Susu intended to hone his combat experience, though he still hadn't seen who was firing the arrows. The trajectory of that arrow made it clear that the beasts or beastmen were concealed within the forest ahead. At that moment, Yang Chen stood at least 30 meters away from the woods. This distance was neither close nor far. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chen broke into a sprint toward the woods. The moment Yang Chen moved, 5 more ice arrows whistled out from the woods. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 ice arrows converged from different directions, attempting to trap Yang Chen.
It must be said that under Lee Susu's intense pressure over the past few days, Yang Chen had made significant progress. He could almost instantly assess his position the moment the arrows were released. Dodging left and right, he successfully evaded several shots and even precisely calculated the landing point of the final arrow. Watching the arrow land steadily behind him, Yang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile.
Is that all? Not that difficult at all.
That said, Yang Chen was genuinely grateful to Lee Susu.
Without her relentless pressure, he wouldn't have achieved any of this.
But before Yang Chen could fully savor his triumph, the ice arrow before him suddenly erupted with a silvery glow.
Holy! Yang Chen was startled. He tried to pull his foot back, but it was too late. The ice arrow exploded violently. Boom! With a dull thud, the left leg Yang Chen had just begun to withdraw was torn apart. His cotton pants were completely shredded, and deep wounds gushed blood. The pain made Yang Chen grimace in agony. Fortunately, the ice arrow's explosive force wasn't too powerful. Otherwise, his left leg would have been crippled for good. These bastards actually play dirty like this. Yang Chen cursed under his breath. Clearly, some of the archers hiding in the woods had used skills that exploding arrow was one. Whether it was the earlier trials or facing assassins, Yang Chen had sailed through too smoothly, leading him to underestimate his enemies and suffer a minor setback. Brother, now is not the time to lose focus. If you don't fight properly, those snow maidens might shoot you down. And I won't be saving you, you know? Lee Susu kindly warned. Heartless old veteran. Yang Chen gritted his teeth and summoned Magpie. Useless thing, watch me take you flying. The magpie flapped its wings the moment it emerged, spitting a golden beam toward Yang Chen. Skill, sink the boats and burn the bridges. Shut up, you dog. Watch out for the enemy's arrows. Yang Chen cursed under his breath while activating Battlefront Ambition. Empowered by both skills, his stats surged across the board. The magpie circled around Yang Chen, incessantly muttering useless, useless as if mocking his disheveled state. Yang Chen ignored him and charged forward. Before he could take a few steps, 5 more ice arrows shot out from the forest ahead. One of them was aimed directly at Magpie. By the time Magpie realized what was happening, it was too late. The arrow had already reached its front. Boom! The ice arrow exploded. The magpie's feathers were blown apart, scattering wildly in all directions. The magpie screeched in agony. Yang Chen nearly doubled over laughing. That dog of a creature never lost a verbal battle, but now karma's an auxiliary beast tamer dares to be so arrogant. It was high time to teach that mouth a lesson. Meanwhile, Yang Chen dodged relentlessly, effortlessly evading 2 ice arrows. He'd grown a bit smarter now. The instant he dodged an arrow, he'd move forward or sidestep without pause, avoiding any lingering risk of shrapnel. But then, disaster struck. The instant Yang Chen dodged the 3rd ice arrow, it exploded violently. This time, the shockwave from the blast didn't harm Yang Chen. Yet his body jerked forward violently. The final ice arrow came hurtling straight at him, grazing the tip of his nose. It left a bright red streak of blood on his bridge of the nose. In that instant, Yang Chen felt his breath nearly stop. By the narrowest of margins, that arrow would have pierced his skull. The snow maidens hiding in the woods were exceptionally cunning. The first 2 arrows were merely to distract Yang Chen, and the 3rd arrow wasn't meant to kill him either. The true killing blow was the 4th arrow. Chapter 48. Have the snow maidens lost their minds? These snow maidens are way too smart. They're playing games with us. Still shaken, Yang Chen now realized there were only 5 snow maidens in the opposite hills. Yet these 5 snow maidens coordinated flawlessly, employing actual tactics. This left Yang Chen feeling rather flustered. If not for Lee Susu's training, he feared he might have fallen victim here today. But those explosive arrows they use should be on cooldown now, right? Now, let's see how you stop me. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen thrust his toes against the ground. His body shot forward like a sharp arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrows flew toward him once more. Yang Chen darted left and right, sliding across the snowy ground before charging forward. Though the snow maidens were clever, their archery skills couldn't match Lee Susu's mastery. With their abilities on cooldown, they couldn't halt Yang Chen's advance. Within minutes, Yang Chen successfully plunged into the forest. The small grove wasn't very large. The moment Yang Chen entered, a snow maiden stood directly overhead. This snow maiden was roughly human-sized, with skin entirely white. Most importantly, she possessed an exceptionally curvaceous figure. Her curves were pronounced, and her attire was revealing barely more than animal hides wrapped around her chest and thighs to cover her modesty. However, when Yang Chen looked up at her face, he nearly froze in terror. Her head resembled that of a normal human, but the center of her forehead was sunken, extending all the way to the back of her skull. Her entire face looked utterly disproportionate, as if she had no brain at all. Utterly hideous. Die! Enraged, Yang Chen leapt up the tree trunk and slammed his fist toward the snow maiden's head. The snow woman panicked and tried to flee, but creatures like these magical beasts and beastmen with ranged attacks had low defense and agility. How could they possibly match Yang Chen? The snow woman couldn't escape at all. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Yang Chen's fist slammed into the snow woman's skull. Her skull shattered instantly, spilling green blood and viscous mucus across the ground. Ding! Host has hunted a Tier 1, 3-star snow woman, earning 3 talent coins. Yang Chen then turned to attack the surrounding snow maidens. The remaining 5 snow maidens were already terrified. They tried to flee, but how could they outrun Yang Chen? Empowered by his skills, Yang Chen's speed and strength were off the charts. Ding! Host has slain a Tier 1, 3-star snow maiden, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! These snow maidens specialized in ranged attacks, but at close quarters, Yang Chen slaughtered them all in under 10 minutes. After kicking the last one off a tree and crushing it underfoot, Yang Chen successfully obtained 18 talent coins. One step closer to my goal. Yang Chen licked his parched lips. Though battered and bruised, the effort had paid off. Plus, he'd gained experience. These things look like they have no brains, so how can they be so clever? They even scheme? Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen crouched before the corpse of a snow woman and began examining it closely. The snow maiden's head was peculiar. It genuinely appeared brainless. Could it be that its brain is located in its butt? Yang Chen's eyes swept over the snow maiden's rear end. It was undeniably curvaceous. It wasn't that Yang Chen was being perverted. He'd seen plenty of absurd dramas where the protagonists had their chests on the left side, and now they were even growing them on their butts. So, if hearts could grow on butts in those absurd dramas, then in the Beastmaster world, brains growing on butts seemed perfectly plausible, right? As Yang Chen was studying the corpse, Lee Susu rushed over, catching him staring intently at the snow woman's rear end. He even seemed poised to lift her fur skirt. Hey, little bro, didn't you say you were more interested in men? Who knew you were such an expert on beastmen too? Lee Susu teased with a laugh. Quite the taste you have. No, I'm just suspicious about this snow woman's butt. Yang Chen waved his hands frantically, trying to explain. Lee Susu didn't listen at all, instead laughing. No need to explain. Teenage hormones are always impulsive. Big sis gets it. But snow maidens aren't like regular humans. Their physiology is different. Don't let their appearance fool you. Also, if you want to play, find a living one. No need to mess with the dead. Yang Chen was speechless. He felt like mud had splattered on his pants again. If it wasn't, it sure smelled like it. Damn that perverted old witch. I really didn't. I was just guessing. This thing doesn't look like it has a brain in its head. Maybe her brain is in her butt? Yang Chen desperately explained. After finishing, he even laid out his entire line of reasoning. Lee Susu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Finally, when she heard Yang Chen's explanation for having such thoughts, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Put. Ha ha. What a brain in the butt. Logic? Check. Imagination? Check. Brother, I approve of your explanation. Lee Susu laughed until she was shaking like a leaf, clutching her side so hard tears nearly streamed down her face. Is it really that funny? Yang Chen shot Lee Susu a disapproving look. Academic pursuits demand rigor and seriousness. Who knows? After discovering this trait, I might just find the snow woman's weakness lies right where the sun don't shine. You've got a point. I think you should become a researcher instead of a beast tamer. Lee Susu tried to stifle her laughter, but her quivering lips betrayed her. Before she could finish her sentence, she burst into laughter again. The small forest was instantly filled with cheerful laughter. Go ahead and laugh. I can tell you were a total nerd in school. Yang Chen muttered under his breath before extracting the crystal nuclei from the 6 snow maiden heads. He had no intention of keeping them for himself. After all, Lee Susu had footed the bill for their entry here, so these crystal nuclei rightfully belonged to her. Here, take this one. Yang Chen handed the crystal core to Lee Susu. Lee Susu waved it off. Crystal cores of this grade aren't worth much. Keep it for yourself. Consider it an investment in your academic research. Yang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Academic research investment, my ass. He genuinely wondered if Snow Maiden's brain was stuck up her ass. Speechless, Yang Chen didn't hesitate. He tucked the crystal core into his backpack. Besides, Lee Susu was loaded, no need to be polite. Next, Yang Chen retrieved medical supplies from his backpack to tend to his injuries and bandage his wounds. Though the injuries from Snow Maiden's exploding arrows weren't severe, neglecting them in this frozen wasteland could lead to complications. Chapter 49, Wormhole appears. After resting for a while and bandaging his wounds, Yang Chen led the way forward. After walking for less than 15 minutes, another small grove appeared ahead. Within the grove, numerous figures flickered about. From a distance, Yang Chen could discern that Snow Woman seemed to be concealed among them. Yang Chen licked his lips and said, "More work coming our way." Just as Yang Chen prepared to charge into battle, the magpie in the sky suddenly let out a terrified shriek. "I'm dying! I'm dying!" The magpie landed on Yang Chen's shoulder while screaming. "Don't be such a coward." Yang Chen was about to mock the magpie. Wasn't it known for its sharp tongue? Why was it suddenly so afraid? It's just a few snow women, after all. But Yang Chen quickly sensed something was wrong. The usually fearless magpie stood trembling on his shoulder, its tiny red claws clutching tightly. It was clear the bird was genuinely terrified. Yang Chen furrowed his brow. He knew this stuff normally, even on the battlefield facing powerful beasts or orcs, even bloodline suppression wouldn't make a beastmaster's mount cower. Why was Beige afraid? Could it be because it was merely a pet? Before Yang Chen could ponder further, Lee Susu's expression suddenly darkened. She grabbed his shoulder and shouted, "Quick! Retreat!" Before Yang Chen could react, Lee Susu had already grabbed him and was pulling him backward. Yang Chen was utterly bewildered. But soon, Yang Chen heard a thunderous thud-thud-thud echoing from behind. Thud! 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 The earth trembled. As if 1,000 armies were charging. Curious, Yang Chen turned his head and saw countless black dots appearing on the vast expanse of white snow behind him, starkly visible. What is this? Yang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Those black dots were none other than demon beasts, a dense, dark mass of them. Like a surging tide, their momentum pierced the heavens. A single glance was enough to make one feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Holy! There are so many beasts in here. Yang Chen was stunned. This was the first time he'd ever seen so many beasts. The owner of this artificial wormhole really knows how to spend money. Capturing this many beasts must have cost a fortune. Yang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. "You idiot, these weren't captured artificially, they burst out from the wormhole battlefield." Lee Susu's fair face turned icy cold, her expression growing extremely grave. The real wormhole battlefield? Could it be that a real wormhole has appeared here? Yang Chen was utterly shocked. As everyone knew, a wormhole descending into the real world meant disaster, catastrophic destruction. So, a wormhole had truly appeared in North City. Chirp! As he spoke, a piercing cry suddenly echoed through the sky once more. Looking up, he saw the sky darken as countless flying beasts filled the entire expanse. Like dark clouds pressing down upon the city, they brought an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even from a distance of thousands of meters, Yang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. No wonder the wormhole's arrival in the real world had escalated into such a terrifying catastrophe. With so many magical beasts and beastmen, who could possibly stand against them? If they charged forward, a greenhorn like Yang Chen would be torn apart and devoured alive. Yang Chen swallowed hard, spun around, activated every skill buff he possessed, and sprinted for his life. Fortunately, they weren't far from the exit. Before the beasts and orcs could reach them, they slipped through the portal. The staff outside were startled. Without a word, Lee Susu smashed the entrance gate switch with a single punch. The wormhole's glow instantly dimmed, sealing the entrance completely. "Miss, what are you doing? Sealing the wormhole entrance like this, it won't be easy to open it again." Two staff members rushed over, thinking Lee Susu was causing trouble. "I am the captain of the North City Inspection Bureau. I suspect your artificial wormhole has been infiltrated by the alternate dimension battlefield. I hereby declare that the Northern City Inspection Bureau is taking full control. All non-essential personnel, withdraw immediately." Lee Susu flashed her inspection credentials. The two workers' faces paled. The slightly older one, utterly incredulous, protested, "How could a wormhole just appear out of nowhere? Impossible." Lee Susu had no time for small talk. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "This is Captain Lee Susu. I've discovered a wormhole entrance at the Hongbei Grand Hotel in North City. Request immediate backup. Hurry." After delivering her concise report, Lee Susu hung up and dialed another number to brief the situation. 5 minutes later, the two staff members had already left. Lee Susu put away her phone, only to find Yang Chen still standing there. Her eyebrows furrowed as she asked, "Why haven't you left yet? Aren't I your special agent? With such a major incident occurring here, how could I possibly leave?" This was the first time Yang Chen had seen Li Susu so stern. Deep down, it would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. After all, it was a swarm of monsters and beastmen. Li Susu's expression softened slightly. I'm assigning you a task now. Return to the hotel immediately and evacuate all the students. That is your sole mission. Yang Chen froze for a moment before asking, what about you? Me? Li Susu looked toward the sealed artificial wormhole entrance. I must stay here. Stay here? Yang Chen's expression darkened. But there are tens of thousands of beasts and beastmen. Can you hold them off alone? Whether I can hold it or not, this is my duty. Li Susu smiled faintly. Yang Chen felt a deep respect for her. He hadn't expected the eccentric old veteran to possess such a sense of responsibility. If you can't hold them off, don't push yourself. The people of North City won't blame you. Stay alive. Yang Chen said earnestly. Cut the sentimental crap. I'm not going down that easily. Get lost. Li Susu shot Yang Chen a disdainful glare and scolded him with a laugh. Yang Chen nodded and turned to leave. He didn't stay behind out of fear, he was simply too weak now, and lingering would only become a burden to Li Susu. His departure was the greatest help he could offer Li Susu. This made Yang Chen yearn to grow stronger once more. Without sufficient strength, he would only be a liability. Just as Yang Chen was about to step into the elevator, Li Susu's voice called out from behind him, don't take the elevator. Take the stairs. Yang Chen paused, then nodded and headed toward the staircase. Yang Chen, you have great potential. Work hard. Remember, once you reach Intermediate Beast Master, contract a ranged attack type beast. Your third beast should ideally be a defensive type. Each of your beasts should complement your weaknesses. And don't slack off. Remember today's training. Li Susu's admonishing voice echoed once more. Yang Chen felt a slight warmth in his heart. He hadn't known Li Susu for long, but during this time, she had genuinely been teaching him how to grow stronger. Though they often bickered, Yang Chen regarded her as both mentor and friend. No, more accurately, she was more like his teacher. Well, you better come back alive. Otherwise, with no one to supervise me, I won't be practicing your stuff. Yang Chen said with a laugh. Watching Yang Chen's figure disappear at the staircase entrance, Li Susu's sensual red lips curved into a beautiful smile. What a thoughtful little brother. Li Susu shook her head, and before anyone knew it, a small silver token appeared in her hand. A prominent dragon motif was engraved upon it. Two bold, flowing red characters adorned it. Dragon Soul. Li Susu toyed with the token, murmuring to herself. Where the way lies, though millions stand against me, I shall go forth. Chapter 50, the transdimensional battlefield descends. Woo woo. Everyone board the vehicles in an orderly fashion and leave this place immediately. No panic, no rushing the barriers. The moment Yang Chen dashed out of the hotel, sirens blared outside, their piercing wail echoing throughout the entire North City. Chaos erupted throughout North City. Ordinary officers from the Inspection Bureau had already taken to the streets to organize and coordinate the evacuation of civilians. Yang Chen struggled to hail a cab, but luckily the hotel wasn't far. Without a second thought, Yang Chen sprinted toward the hotel. When he arrived, Ouyang Lanlan, Jiang Xiao, and the others had already descended the stairs. The students were gathered below the hotel, some visibly panicked. Yang Chen, where the hell have you been? You were right, a wormhole appeared in North City. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan rushed over. I know. Yang Chen nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. What? Jiang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and several other students nearby turned to look, their expressions filled with astonishment. There's no time now. Who knows when the alternate dimension battlefield will descend? Everyone should leave North City first. Yang Chen said in a solemn voice. How are we supposed to escape now? We don't even have a vehicle. There are hundreds of us. Jiang Xiao looked troubled. Yeah, I don't want to run alone. My parents are still at home. I need to go back. You guys escape. Most of the students were locals, and they couldn't bear to leave their families behind. Yang Chen felt torn. He didn't know if that artificial wormhole could hold back tens of thousands of beasts and orcs. Even if it could, he had no idea how long it would last. Of course, the sooner they evacuated, the safer they'd be. But not everyone was like Yang Chen, without family to worry about. He couldn't possibly ask every student to abandon their families and flee for their lives. Everyone, go home immediately and bring your families. Those living nearby, find your own transportation. Try to travel with other students whenever possible. The more of us together, the safer we'll be. Once everyone has gathered their families, we'll meet at the 5-mile pavilion outside the city. Yang Chen added, if the wormhole arrives earlier than expected, then everyone must flee for their own lives. Jiang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others nodded in unison before scattering in different directions. Yang Chen didn't linger either, heading out to find transportation. The entire North City had descended into utter chaos. Traffic on the roads had ground to a standstill, but thankfully, patrols were constantly maintaining order. Otherwise, even without the arrival of beasts and orcs, the entire North City would have descended into chaos. However, hailing a cab was impossible. Every vehicle was now fleeing toward the city's exits. Yang Chen sprinted frantically toward the station. When he arrived at North City West Station, the place was already packed with people. Crowds scrambled to board vehicles, creating utter chaos. Yang Chen glanced inside but didn't even enter the station. He immediately turned and ran back out, continuing his search for abandoned vehicles along the roadside. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. There was hardly a single vehicle on the road without someone in it. Even if there were any, they were only small cars. If Yang Chen were escaping alone, it wouldn't be such a problem, but now he needed to take his classmates with him. This left Yang Chen inwardly cursing his luck. If only he'd asked Li Susu to arrange a vehicle earlier. Let's check the old town area. Yang Chen recalled an abandoned station in the old town where people often park larger vehicles like trucks and minivans. Maybe he'd find one there. Just as Yang Chen reached halfway there, a small cargo van drove up and stopped right in front of him. Yang Chen, hop in. Looking up, Yang Chen saw Ouyang Lanlan in the passenger seat waving at him. Inside were a middle-aged couple. He recognized Ouyang Lanlan's father, Ouyang Zhang, and her mother, Luan. Hello, uncle and aunt. Yang Chen greeted them politely, then hopped into the passenger seat without hesitation. Ouyang Lanlan's mother, Luan, climbed into the back seat to make room for Yang Chen, who thanked her again. Young Yang, are we heading straight out of town, or are we picking someone up? Ouyang Zhang inquired. Yang Chen thought for a moment before replying, Uncle, we're heading toward the old city district. There are still some classmates there. The old city district wasn't far from here, and Jiang Xiao and Jiang Xiaomei were still there. Yang Chen couldn't just leave them behind. Alright, hold on tight. Ouyang Zhang chuckled in response, released the parking brake, and began turning the vehicle toward the old city district. Lan, where did you guys get this truck? I thought your family ran a business? Yang Chen asked curiously. It belongs to our next-door neighbors. They're traveling out of town, so my dad borrowed it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had any idea how to get to Wulading, Ouyang Lanlan explained in a low voice. Before she could finish, Ouyang Lanlan suddenly pointed ahead. Dad! Stop the car. That's our classmate. Up ahead on the right, Jiang Xiao was frantically running toward Wulading while holding Jiang Xiaomei. After Ouyang Zhang pulled over, Yang Chen got out and motioned for Jiang Xiao to climb in, while he himself climbed into the truck bed. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao placed his sister in the cab. There was room for him too, but noticing Ouyang Lanlan sitting there, he felt awkward and followed Yang Chen into the truck bed. Soon, the truck began moving toward Wulading. Along the way, Yang Chen's group gradually gathered more students and parents. Ouyang Lanlan also gave up her seat in the cab for the elderly. Soon, the truck was packed with people. Yang Chen and the others stopped picking up more passengers and headed straight north toward Wulading. However, just as Yang Chen, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others had left the city but hadn't yet reached Wulading, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted from the rear, coming from the direction of North City. Boom! In that instant, it felt as though the earth itself had split apart, shaking the very foundations of the land. Yang Chen, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others turned to look. Centered on the city core, countless skyscrapers slowly collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a towering cloud of dust. From afar, the structures appeared as fragile as paper, creating a scene both breathtaking and overwhelmingly oppressive. Yang Chen, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others witnessed such a spectacle for the first time. They all stood up, feeling for the first time just how insignificant they were in this world. Boom! A blinding beam of light shot skyward, piercing the heavens with its extreme brilliance. In the next instant, countless colossal demonic beasts burst forth from within that blinding light. The interdimensional battlefield had fully descended. Chapter 51, Crisis. So many beasts and beastmen. Is this the true sight of the battlefield? Everyone in the vehicle turned pale with fright. Though they were far away, a single glance revealed countless beasts and orcs emerging from the beam of light, some soaring into the sky, obscuring the sun and filling the heavens. The overwhelming visual impact sent a wave of terror through them all. As for students like Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao, witnessing this scene filled them with a profound sense of helplessness. Just half a month ago, they had been filled with joy and excitement at becoming beast masters. Yet reality had dealt them a harsh lesson. The beast masters they had once taken pride in now seemed so insignificant in the face of such overwhelming numbers of demonic beasts and beastmen. So insignificant it was utterly despairing. Yang Chen gripped the cart bed tightly, his eyes bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the center of North City. Having witnessed such a scene once before in the artificial wormhole, his mental resilience was slightly stronger. Old CG, I told you not to show off. Why the hell did you have to prove yourself? With so many beasts and orcs, you won't even leave a crumb behind. Damn it, I'll avenge you again. With all these beasts and orcs around, who the hell knows who killed you? How the hell am I supposed to avenge you now? Yeah, I won't avenge you. You died for nothing. Yang Chen cursed under his breath, his heart heavy with sorrow. With so many beasts and orcs charging out, how could human strength possibly hold them back? Lao Siji was facing certain death this time. Li Susu was truly Yang Chen's first friend in this world, a mentor and companion alike. Soon, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the city. Boom! 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 Everyone up ahead, run! The beasts are coming! Someone save me! I don't want to die! The entire district plunged into chaos in an instant. The sounds of collapsing buildings, screams of agony, and cries for help echoed throughout the district. A towering dust cloud billowed skyward. The people in the truck bed snapped into action. Quick, start the truck! The beasts are coming! None of us will escape! The crowd shouted. Ouyang Zhang dared not hesitate. Through the rearview mirror, he took in the entire scene of North City. He quickly shifted gears, slammed the accelerator to the floor, and sped away. Those in the truck bed watched North City fade into the distance, their hearts filled with a mix of emotions. North City was their home, yet now it lay before them, turning into ruins before their very eyes. This moment drove home the perils of this world once more to Yang Chen and the others. While being a beastmaster was a symbol of honor, it also came with immense danger. Look left. A demon beast has burst out of the city and is charging toward us. A sudden cry of alarm rang out from the crowd. Yang Chen and the others turned to see a massive, blue-flamed wild boar charging out from the city center. That's a second-tier demon beast, the crimson-coated porcupine. Everyone instantly recognized the beast. As the most common magical beasts and humanoids, they had systematically studied their identification back in high school. The crimson coil porcupine bore little outward resemblance to the first-tier crimson flame porcupine. The only difference was its massive size, nearly 3 meters tall, like a small building, and a pair of tusks nearly half a meter long. The crimson-coated porcupine burst out of the city, leaping onto a sedan and crushing it flat. The occupants inside didn't even have time to scream before being crushed alive. With immense strength, it charged at other vehicles, sending several moving cars flying through the air as it wreaked havoc on the road. Many terrified drivers crashed into adjacent vehicles, and within moments, the entire road was gridlocked. Survivors scrambled out of their vehicles to flee for their lives. But in the next instant, the red-striped porcupine opened its massive jaws, unleashing a 10-meter-long tongue of flame. Ah, I'm on fire! Help me! I don't want to die! Help me! Many survivors were engulfed by the flames, instantly becoming human torches as they ran forward, screaming for help. Others, caught too close, were instantly engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground in agony, wailing in terror. The red-striped porcupine charged toward the nearest human, snatched the person in its jaws, and flung them violently into the air. Amidst the victims' agonized screams, they plummeted straight into the red-striped porcupine's maw. The red-striped porcupine chewed with relish, savoring the crispy crunch. The sight sent chills down the spines of Jiang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others. It's just one red-striped porcupine. We have over 10 beast masters here. Shouldn't we go help? A bespectacled male student couldn't bear to watch any longer. The scene was truly gruesome. His words immediately resonated with many classmates. Though the red-striped porcupine was a second-tier magical beast, their numbers might just tip the odds in their favor. Look! Flying beasts are approaching from the sky. Another gasp erupted. Everyone looked up to see 4 or 5 flying beasts soaring through the sky, heading straight toward them. And it wasn't just those few. Behind this lane, numerous beasts and beastmen were rushing toward them. The group's expressions turned grim. If they charge us, we're done for. Uncle, step on it. Panic seized the group. It wasn't that they didn't want to save people, they were in too much trouble themselves to help others. One beast might be manageable, but now many second-tier beasts were flying toward them. If they slowed down, they'd likely meet the same fate as those survivors. If there was any difference at all, it was that they could offer up their own beasts as fodder, perhaps satiating the beasts enough to spare a couple more lives. By now, only a few vehicles remained on their stretch of road, making their massive truck an extremely conspicuous target. The beasts and beastmen behind them were growing in number. If this continued, they would inevitably be targeted. This can't go on. Those beasts and orcs are far faster than us. If I keep driving like this, they'll catch up sooner or later. Yang Chen said solemnly. Panic flashed across the faces of the others. What should we do? Someone asked urgently. We must abandon the vehicle. Yang Chen said firmly. Only by abandoning the vehicle can we reduce our target size. Yang Chen, that's impossible. My parents are ordinary people, they run slower than the truck. Abandoning the truck is suicide. Ouyang Lanlan vehemently objected. Leaving her parents behind to save herself was unthinkable. Chapter 52, The Attack. That's right. My grandfather is elderly. Without a vehicle, he simply can't escape. I won't run either. If I die, I'll die with my parents. The other students voiced their resolve one after another. They all had families to protect. Once they left the truck, there was no way they could outrun those beasts and orcs. The parents of those students, whether overcome by terror or moved to tears, now huddled together, clutching their heads and weeping. No one wanted to die, especially after witnessing those beasts and orcs devouring humans as prey. They were terrified too. Xiaonan, don't worry about me and your father. We're old, but you're still young. You must escape for your life. A middle-aged couple looked tearfully at their son, their voices breaking. Yang, Grandpa is too old to run anymore. I don't have much time left anyway. It's better to die and join your grandmother sooner. Grandpa isn't afraid of death. Don't let me hold you back. Yes, we can hold off those beasts and orcs for you. We can't defeat them, but if we scatter and run, we can distract them. You must escape. The other parents rose one after another, unwilling to burden their children. They were determined to secure a path to survival for their offspring. Just moments ago, they trembled in fear at the sight of those ferocious beasts and orcs. Yet now, each of them had grown resolute, as if nothing could intimidate them as long as their children survived. Mom and Dad, I won't leave. I want to stay with you. I'm not leaving either. If we die together. The students burst into tears, clinging to their families and weeping bitterly. Yang Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he snapped, "What are you crying for? Who told you to abandon your families? What I mean is, we get off the bus now and hide right here." "Ha?" Jiang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others frowned at Yang Chen. Yang Chen said solemnly, "With such a major incident happening in North City, the Ministry of Righteousness will respond swiftly. They'll definitely send reinforcements to North City. Escaping now would be extremely difficult. Therefore, I suggest instead of fleeing, we hide locally and wait for the Qingjing Bureau to purge these beasts and beastmen. The Righteousness Bureau, like the Inspection Bureau, is an official agency. However, the Righteousness Bureau operates within the combat hierarchy, tasked with eliminating large-scale demonic beasts and beastmen. When an alternate dimension battlefield descends into the mortal realm, it falls under their jurisdiction." Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? The Righteousness Bureau might already be on their way here. If we can just hold out until they arrive to purge it, we'll survive. Their eyes lit up instantly, as if they'd glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. Undoubtedly, hiding offered a far greater chance of survival than fleeing. "Yang Chen, what's your plan?" Ouyang Lanlan turned to Yang Chen urgently. Keeping her family alive was the best outcome. Boom! Amidst their conversation, a colossal magical beast suddenly descended from the sky, crashing onto a sedan parked behind them. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the enormous flying beast seized the car and soared into the sky. The terrified family inside the car screamed in horror. Moreover, 2 more beasts were already flying toward them. "They're starting to attack us. What should we do?" Everyone's faces turned pale. Yang Chen took a deep breath and declared, "We have 15 beast tamers here. I'm asking now, answer me. Who among you is a support-type beast master? Raise your hand." As soon as he finished speaking, 6 students raised their hands, including the one named Xiaonan. "Are all your beasts support type?" Yang Chen inquired again. The group shook their heads, each naming their beasts. Their mounts were either ranged attackers, shield warriors, or offensive types. Not a single one was a support-type beast. Yang Chen felt a slight pang of disappointment. He had long anticipated this outcome. Beasts and their tamers complement each other. For support-type tamers, their primary beast was rarely a support-type creature. "Among the 6 of you, is there anyone with a buff-type support ability, someone who can enhance attributes or skills?" Yang Chen asked again. Me too." 4 students raised their hands. "Alright, I now need a beast master with a flying mount to lure the beasts in the sky away and buy us time to escape." Yang Chen continued. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 students immediately raised their hands. "I have a flying beast. I'll go. Mine is a giant falcon, it flies incredibly fast." "Me too." Zhang Wen and 2 other students raised their hands simultaneously. One. Zhang Wen's parents and the parents of the other 2 students watched the scene unfold, their eyes welling up with tears. Luring those demon beasts away sounded easy, but it was incredibly difficult to pull off. After all, those beasts were all 2nd tier or higher. They had only just become beast tamers. To say they were going to lure them away was practically the same as committing suicide. Yang Chen scanned the 3 of them and said, "We'll use all our support skills on you to boost your agility. Who's willing to go?" Zhang Wen and the others exchanged glances, while their families watched them, silently shaking their heads, pleading with them not to go. "Oh no! A fire eagle is diving toward us. Run!" A sudden scream erupted from the crowd. Yang Chen and the others looked up to see a massive, fiery red eagle hurtling toward them. Their faces paled. "Stop the bus! Everyone get off!" Yang Chen bellowed, grabbing the nearest middle-aged woman and leaping off the vehicle. Since becoming a beastmaster, Yang Chen's physical prowess had far surpassed that of ordinary people. Lifting someone weighing over 100 pounds was effortless for him. With ease. Zhang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others followed suit, grabbing the nearest student parent and leaping off the bus one after another. Ouyang Zhang, driving up front, had heard the shouts and slammed on the brakes immediately. "Jump out now!" Ouyang Zhang leaped out and bellowed. Luan also jumped out immediately, but Jiang Xiaomei and the 2 parents in the back seat weren't so lucky. There were no doors in the back, so they could only exit through the passenger side. Before they could climb out, the red eagle above seemed to sense its prey attempting to escape. It opened its massive jaws, and a huge red energy beam coalesced, unleashed toward the truck. Chapter 53, Facing Reality. Boom! The massive crimson orb slammed down like a bomb, shattering the truck bed into fragments and sending the cab careening forward over 10 meters. The truck was instantly totaled. At that moment, the Red Eagle swooped down, targeting the two elderly men who had just jumped from the cargo bed. Before anyone could react, the Red Eagle had seized both elders and soared into the sky. "Grandpa! Grandma!" A female classmate screamed, trying to rush forward, but her speed couldn't possibly match the hawk's. She could only watch helplessly as her grandparents were carried away. "Little sister! Mom and Dad!" On the other side, Jiang Xiao and a bespectacled male classmate watched in horror as the truck's cab was blown away. Their eyes widened in fury as they immediately rushed forward. Yang Chen followed without a word, determined to rescue them. As the three approached, they saw the windshield covered in blood, with no sound coming from inside. Jiang Xiao and the bespectacled boy were on the verge of breaking down. "Brother, save me!" At that moment, a faint cry for help echoed from within. "Someone's still alive." Yang Chen rushed forward and smashed the window glass with a single punch. Seated on the outer side was a middle-aged woman, already lifeless, with blood still trickling from her mouth. Yang Chen dragged the body out, and the bespectacled male student clutched the corpse, weeping bitterly. In the middle seat sat Jiang Zhao's younger sister, Jiang Xiaomei. Though covered in blood, Jiang Xiaomei had been shielded from fatal injury during the explosion. The middle-aged couple seated on either side had clutched her tightly, preventing her from sustaining lethal damage. "Xiaomei, are you okay?" Jiang Xiao held Jiang Xiaomei tightly in his arms, tears streaming down his face. "Red Eagle is back." A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd once more. A wave of panic swept through the crowd. The bespectacled male student dropped his parents' bodies almost the instant he saw them. "I'll fight you to the death. Die." The bespectacled student summoned his beast companion, a ferocious white-browed tiger. Mounting the tiger, he charged forward, unleashing his fireball spell. A massive fireball hurtled straight toward the Red Eagle. Boom! The fireball slammed heavily into the Red Eagle's body. Unfortunately, the Red Eagle was a Tier 2, 1-star magical beast with exceptionally high defense. The fireball failed to inflict any damage whatsoever. In fact, the fireball exploded right above the Red Eagle's head, not even ruffling a single feather. The Red Eagle shook its head menacingly, its sharp eyes blazing with fury as it dove toward the bespectacled male student. The white-browed tiger beneath the bespectacled student lashed out with a claw, but the Red Eagle showed no fear, its talons striking down like blades. The once imposing white-browed tiger was torn apart instantly, blood mist scattering as its entrails spilled across the ground. The Red Eagle's talons then struck the bespectacled student, snatching him up and soaring back into the sky. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd turned deathly pale. The death of this classmate instantly revealed their true place. They were utterly no match for a second-tier demon beast. "Yang, hand over your skills. I'll distract this beast. If we don't distract it now, none of us will survive." Zhang Wen bellowed, summoning his beast-riding giant falcon. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chen summoned his magpie and unleashed the skill sink the boats and burn the ships. Golden light descended upon the giant falcon beneath Zhang Wen. The other four classmates reacted instantly, unleashing their support skills, all converging upon Zhang Wen's falcon. Zhang Wen's giant falcon seemed to undergo some kind of transcendence, its attributes surging across the board. "One. No!" Zhang Wen's parents wept uncontrollably, trying to stop him. But it was too late. Zhang Wen had made up his mind. Without looking back, he shouted, "Take care of my parents." With that, the giant falcon beneath Zhang Wen soared into the sky. Chirp! A piercing shriek split the sky. After soaring into the sky atop the giant falcon, Zhang Wen unleashed his fireball spell, hurling it toward the Red Eagle. Boom! High above, the Red Eagle, which had just swallowed the bespectacled male student whole, was struck by the fireball. Its piercing gaze instantly locked onto Zhang Wen. "You beast, come eat me!" Zhang Wen taunted with a curse. The Red Eagle seemed to understand Zhang Wen's taunt. Its eyes blazed with fury as it charged toward Zhang Wen's giant falcon at lightning speed, like a sharp arrow. Fortunately, Zhang Wen's red falcon was bolstered by numerous skill buffs, and its speed was no slouch. It swiftly turned and flew off in another direction. The Red Eagle was temporarily distracted by Zhang Wen. Yang Chen and the others dared not relax. "Move out." Yang Chen urged the group, "Head into the woods up ahead." This area was practically the outskirts, offering few hiding spots. Only a modestly sized grove remained to their left. Jiang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others hesitated no longer, each leading their families toward the woods. With no vehicle available now, whether Yang Chen and the others liked it or not, they had no choice but to find nearby cover. Zhang Wen's parents, however, clung to each other, sobbing uncontrollably. They stared in the direction Zhang Wen had flown away, refusing to move. Yang Chen approached Zhang Wen's parents and said, "Uncle, Auntie, if you refuse to leave, won't you just be sending Zhang Wen out to draw that Red Eagle's attention for nothing?" With tear-filled eyes, Zhang Wen's parents nodded. Supported by Yang Chen, they made their way toward the edge of the woods. Once they reached the small wooded area, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to rest. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan found Yang Chen. They had been terrified earlier and now felt utterly lost without their anchor. The others were even worse off, each looking pale as a ghost. Among them all, Yang Chen was likely the only one who remained somewhat composed. "Yang Chen, what should we do now?" Ouyang Lanlan asked. "This little grove definitely won't hide us. Those beasts and beastmen have already begun spreading out in all directions. It won't be long before they reach this grove." Zhang Xiao gazed at Zhang Xiaomei in his arms, his heart filled with bitterness. He had thought he could finally live a happy life with her, yet before they had even left North City, they encountered this disaster. Zhang Xiao found it impossible to lift his spirits. Yang Chen felt bitter too. Now, the moment they showed themselves, they'd be targeted by the beasts. They had no way to protect themselves. Yang Chen took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and said, "We can't go out now. We have to hold out at least until nightfall. Then we'll see if we can slip out under cover of darkness. At the very least, we need to find a place to hide. Everyone, go look around for something to eat first." The relentless escape had taken a heavy toll on them. Yang Chen already felt utterly exhausted. Chapter 54, Heaven leaves no man without a way. "All right." Zhang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan nodded, then turned to ask the others if they had brought any food. The situation had erupted so suddenly that everyone had been too preoccupied with fleeing for their lives to bring any provisions. After asking around, Zhang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan found no one had any food. Moreover, the incident had occurred around a little past 4 o'clock. Most had only just begun preparing dinner and hadn't eaten yet. After being asked by Zhang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan, everyone suddenly felt a pang of hunger. "This is going to be tough," Zhang Xiao said with a bitter smile. "If we have to hold out until nightfall, that's at least another 2 hours. Without food, we might not even have the strength to run by then." Yang Chen felt a bitter ache in his heart. If things continued like this, they might all die here. Even if the beasts and orcs didn't come to this small forest, they wouldn't be able to hold out. As they spoke, muffled, excited shouts suddenly erupted from behind them. Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao turned to look and saw a crowd gathering not far behind them. The three of them hurried over immediately. Before them, a cellar appeared. Inside the cellar stood a middle-aged man who looked like a student's parent, shouting excitedly, "There are sweet potatoes in here. There's always a way out." Yang Chen and the others rejoiced. "Quick, someone help me carry these sweet potatoes up." As he spoke, the middle-aged man began hauling out the sweet potatoes, along with a small basket. One by one, the small purple sweet potatoes were placed in the basket and passed up. Everyone watched, their mouths watering. "Everyone, please help." Yang Chen immediately called out to the crowd, and they began to assist. Before long, several baskets of sweet potatoes were carried out. Seeing there was enough for a meal, Yang Chen let the uncle rest for a moment and invited everyone to start eating the sweet potatoes. Zhang Xiao carefully picked some grass to wipe the dirt off the sweet potatoes before teaching Zhang Xiaomei how to eat them. "Thank goodness it's sweet potatoes. If it had been potatoes, we'd be screwed." Zhang Xiao chuckled heartily. Smiles spread across the others' faces too. After all, having something to eat was cause for joy. But barely 5 minutes later, a piercing roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Roar! Loud and piercing, it felt like a bolt from the blue. The group's hearts tightened, and the smiles on their faces gradually froze. The sky darkened. Looking up through the gaps in the leaves, they saw a dense swarm of flying beasts passing overhead. Their faces instantly drained of color, not daring to breathe a single breath. The gloomy sky felt oppressively heavy. Piercing howls echoed like death knells, stirring unease in every soul. Yang Chen, Zhang Xiao, and the others, their expressions grave, crouched low as they approached the edge of the small forest. At that moment, the magical beasts and beastmen pouring out of the northern city filled the streets, charging into numerous buildings. The air was thick with screams. Some managed to escape, but they didn't get far before the beasts pounced on them. The beasts had already surged out of the city. Their numbers were overwhelming, and many still lingered around the small wooded area, moving hesitantly as if playing or searching for something. They were dangerously close to the very grove where Zhang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan were hiding. Zhang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan's expressions darkened. There was no doubt about it, if even one beast or beastman managed to sneak in, they were finished. "What do we do?" Zhang Xiao swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Those behind them seemed to sense the looming danger in the tense atmosphere. The group was deeply unsettled. Some of the more timid female students began hugging their knees and sobbing softly. No one was immune to the fear of death. Yang Chen's expression was grim. If those beasts charged into the woods, they'd all be exposed, no place to hide. No! A place to hide? Yang Chen seemed to suddenly recall something. Without another thought, he called out. "Follow me." Yang Chen led Zhang Xiao and the others to the cellar entrance. The cellar wasn't large, perhaps only 5 or 6 square meters in size. "We can hide here." Zhang Xiao instantly guessed Yang Chen's plan. Her eyes lit up briefly before dimming again. "It's so cramped in here," she said. "There's no way we can fit all of us, there are dozens of us." Ouyang Lanlan froze for a moment before snapping to attention. A flash of inspiration struck her mind. "We can dig." "Exactly. Can your giant rat dig?" Yang Chen turned his gaze directly to Jiang Shao. The giant rat is a beast tamer, but it's still a rodent beast tamer, right? It should be able to dig holes, right? Holy! Let's try it. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shao summoned the giant rat. Plump and somewhat adorable, the giant rat appeared beside Jiang Shao. Shua shua, dig. Jiang Shao pointed at the cellar. Shoo shoo shoo. It's a beast tamer. It's meant for battle. Not for digging holes. But this cellar, it feels strangely familiar. A surge of excitement coursed through the giant rat's veins, as if some primal instinct had awakened. After a moment's hesitation, the giant rat darted inside. Its tiny paws dug furiously at the soil, its plump little but wiggling as it worked. The digging was fast and efficient, the technique remarkably skilled. Holy! You can actually use a beast companion like this? My beast is a cloud rat, it can dig too. My beast can dig holes too. The other students around them were stunned. Seeing how swiftly the giant rat dug through the earth, they quickly summoned their own beasts and entered the cellar to help excavate. Before long, a small mound of earth piled up outside the cellar entrance. Yang Chen immediately directed everyone to start clearing the surrounding soil. Additionally, Yang Chen assigned people to keep watch and cut branches from leafy trees. Everyone began working together in a division of labor. As the cellar grew larger, they gradually entered to clear away the remaining soil and haul it out. 10 beasts dug while over 40 people assisted with clearing. In less than an hour, they had excavated an underground space over 30 square meters within the cellar. Fearing collapse, they brought in tree trunks for support. That's enough. Everyone, hurry down and hide. Yang Chen, seeing it was nearly ready, called the others over. Jiang Shao and the others quickly recalled their beasts into their beast-taming spaces before jumping down one by one. Yang Chen was the last to jump down, using the branches to cover the cellar entrance as he went. The cellar plunged instantly into darkness. Strangely, the darkness inside the cellar didn't instill fear or unease in the group. Instead, it offered a faint sense of security. After all, compared to the brightness outside, the cellar at least offered temporary safety. Chapter 55, Parrot. An hour later, night gradually descended. The screams from the direction of the city hadn't ceased, faint cries of agony still drifted in. It seemed that many people were still hiding within the city. But the entire northern city had been completely overrun by beasts and beastmen, becoming a paradise for creatures from another dimension. The constant roars of beasts and orcs echoed outside. Inside the cellar, the group huddled together in terror, clinging to one another as if only this could offer a shred of comfort. During this time, Yang Chen deliberately pulled out his phone to check if he could find any news about North City, whether the Qingzheng Bureau had come to rescue it. Yet for some unknown reason, Yang Chen's phone and everyone else's had lost all signal, rendering them completely incommunicado. Now, Yang Chen and the others stood at the cellar entrance, peering through the cracks to monitor the situation outside. Near the small wooded area outside, large magical beasts had begun to appear. Moreover, hordes of beasts and beastmen were streaming out toward the city's outskirts. Thank goodness we got in here in time. If we'd been any later, we would have been spotted. Jiang Shao swallowed hard, a wave of dread washing over him. Yeah, we got lucky finding this cellar. Otherwise, we'd probably be monster and beastman fodder by now. Ouyang Lanlan said, still shaken. Yang Chen remained silent. He felt no sense of relief whatsoever. With the growing numbers of beasts and orcs outside, escaping under cover of night seemed increasingly impossible. Especially since more and more beasts and orcs were emerging from the northern city. With every passing minute, their peril only grew. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from nearby. Had a demon beast or orc entered the small wooded area? Yang Chen and Jiang Shao instantly tensed, stifling their voices as they stared intently outward without blinking. At that moment, it felt as though a massive boulder had settled on everyone's chest. Their nerves were stretched to the limit. Yang Chen and the others dared not move a muscle. 5 minutes passed. Peering through the cracks, they saw no beasts or orcs, yet the faint sound seemed to draw nearer, causing everyone to sweat nervously. The unseen danger was the most agonizing. It felt like a sword was perpetually suspended over their heads, poised to fall at any moment. The waiting itself was the most agonizing part. That was precisely how Yang Chen and his companions felt at that moment. Yang Chen's eyes widened like copper bells as he scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the sound. Jiang Shao suddenly nudged Yang Chen's arm. Yang Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at Jiang Shao in confusion. Jiang Shao, acting as if possessed, jerked his chin toward the left, as if signaling something. Peering through the gap, Yang Chen saw the grass not far ahead trembling slightly, as if something was crawling through it. As Yang Chen looked closer, the moonlight revealed a vague human silhouette. The figure was bound in grass and leaves, slowly crawling toward the forest, moving step by step. The sound they had heard was coming from this figure. Voldemort? Good luck tonight, may you win the chicken dinner? Yang Chen froze, surprised to find it was a survivor. No, to be precise, several survivors. Beside that Voldemort figure, several others were slowly shuffling forward. Did they crawl all the way here from the highway? Ouyang Lanlan was taken aback. This guy was seriously ruthless. They've probably set their sights on this small wooded area too. Right now, it's likely the best hiding spot around. If they climb over, they might discover our cellar. It's been tough enough just to survive this far. Should we let them in? Jiang Shao looked at Yang Chen and asked. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. No. We don't have enough food. Monsters and beastmen roam everywhere outside. Who knows how long we'll be stuck here? Besides, we don't know their true intentions, whether they're good or bad. This wasn't the time for mercy. If rescue were possible, Yang Chen wouldn't stand idly by. But now that the North City had become a haven for beasts and beastmen, human nature was the most unreliable thing of all. Yang Chen refused to take the risk. But Jiang Shao felt a pang of reluctance. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Shao a glare and cut in, no buts about it. I think Yang Chen's absolutely right, don't play the saint. Jiang Shao. As they spoke, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, causing the ground to tremble several times. Yang Chen waved his hands repeatedly, signaling the two to be quiet. Outside the forest, a black flame wolf over 2 meters tall slowly entered the woods, breathing heavily. Moreover, the wolf's path led directly toward the direction where Yang Chen and the others had just spotted those lurking demons. There was no doubt about it, if it continued in this direction, the lurking demons ahead would be discovered very soon. And the fate awaiting them upon discovery? Death, without a doubt. Yang Chen and his companions exchanged glances, each eye reflecting a shared sense of sorrow, a feeling akin to the fox mourning the rabbit's death. Yet, just as they believed the lurking demons were doomed, Yang Chen and his companions clearly saw one of them suddenly grab a stone and hurl it toward their left front. Thud. Ouch. A dull thud echoed, followed immediately by a cry of pain. It seemed the rock had struck someone squarely on the head. Yang Chen and his companions' expressions darkened. This bastard did it on purpose. Before they could think further, the black flame wolf that had just reached the edge of the forest instantly sensed the disturbance. Like a bolt of lightning, it charged toward the source of the sound. The beast is coming. Run. No, don't eat me. Ah. From Yang Chen and the others' blind spot on the left, frantic shouts and agonized cries soon echoed. Then the shrieking abruptly ceased, replaced by the sound of chewing as if some creature was feeding. Though Yang Chen and his companions couldn't see it, they couldn't help but imagine the fate that had befallen those people. The others in the cellar covered their mouths in terror, their faces frozen in horror. That chewing sound was simply too terrifying. Jiang Shao shot Yang Chen a grateful glance. Thankfully, Yang Chen had stopped him earlier. Otherwise, if he'd let those Voldemorts in, they might have stabbed them in the back at the moment of life and death. These people truly deserve to die. To save themselves, they'd expose others without a second thought. How ruthless. Chapter 56, Rescue. Several minutes later, the night sky fell silent once more. The black-flamed wolf seemed to have departed as well. Yang Chen and Jiang Shao, hearing no further commotion, felt a slight sense of relief wash over them. Roar! A dark shadow flashed swiftly before them as the black-flamed wolf lunged at several Death Eaters crouched directly in front of the cellar entrance. The black-flame wolf sank its teeth viciously into the thigh of one of the. Perhaps stunned by the sudden attack, the Voldemort lost consciousness instantly, unable even to utter a scream before being swallowed whole by the black-flame wolf. The remaining Death Eaters screamed in terror, scrambling to their feet and attempting to flee. But how could they escape the black flame wolf? The black flame wolf charged like a sharp arrow, swiftly striking down its prey. Save me! I don't want to die! Shrieks of agony pierced the night sky. Hearing the commotion, several others in the cellar who were closer to the exit tried to approach and investigate, but Yang Chen held them back. Soon, the black flame wolf devoured all before Yang Chen and his companions. Only then did the black flame wolf depart the small woodland, satisfied. Yang Chen and his companions fell silent. Outside the cellar, the wails of beasts and beastmen echoed everywhere. Shortly after the black flame wolf departed, several more magical beasts arrived one after another. One of them even lingered near the cellar entrance for a long time. That night, Yang Chen and the others slept poorly. Everyone remained on edge, their nerves stretched taut. On the third day, Jiang Shao approached Yang Chen and said, "Yang, the sweet potatoes in the cellar are running low. If we ration them carefully, we only have enough for today. Should we go out and find some food?" Jiang Shao knew full well that beasts and beastmen roamed everywhere outside. Especially these past 2 days, the cries of the wounded had grown scarce within North City's urban district, replaced only by the howls of beasts and beastmen. This proved that the beasts and orcs had taken over the entire northern city district. Venturing out now to search for food carried immense risk. But if they didn't go out to find food, they feared they would starve to death. Without a doubt, they now faced an inescapable predicament. Yet, at that very moment, a deafening rumble shook the earth from behind the small wooded area. Boom! The earth trembled violently, as if some colossal creature had crashed down upon the ground. This roused every beast and beastman in the entire northern city. In an instant, all the beasts and orcs rushed toward this direction, trampling the earth beneath them like the beating of war drums. Above, countless flying beasts took to the skies. Yang Chen and the others watched this scene unfold, their hearts racing. What on earth was happening? Had the beasts and orcs suddenly gone berserk? Before Yang Chen and the others could comprehend it, countless flying beasts suddenly crashed down from the sky above them. Boom! 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 Those formidable flying beasts crashed into the mountains and forests like falling meteors. Trees were uprooted and hurled aside like dry twigs. The falling flying beasts appeared to have suffered fierce attacks. Nearly everyone that landed was either dead or gravely injured. Witnessing this scene, Yang Chen, Zhang Xiao, and the others instantly had a thought flash through their minds. Could it be the men from the Qingjing Bureau have arrived? Are they purging the beasts and beastmen? However, just as this thought crossed their minds, the earth trembled violently above the cellar they were in. Yellow earth shook down continuously. Cracks even began to appear. It seemed as though the ceiling had been subjected to a fierce bombardment. This place is about to collapse. What should we do? Panic instantly gripped the group. They hadn't seen anyone from the Qingjing Bureau yet, so they could only speculate. Forget it. Staying here means certain death if the cellar collapses. Better to fight our way out than wait for death. Yang Chen was the first to regain his composure. Scanning the room, he declared, "Hold on. Those with defensive large-sized spirit beasts, charge out first and summon your beasts immediately. Everyone else with large spirit beasts, quickly take your loved ones away. The rest of you, hold the rear. Mine is a large mystic turtle. I'll lead the way." A female student in a red dress immediately stepped forward. Good. Yang Chen and the others parted to make a path for the girl in the red dress. The girl in the red dress looked thin, but she was incredibly agile. She grabbed hold of the cave entrance with one hand and flipped herself out in a single motion. Almost instantly, she summoned her beast mod, a black tortoise over 2 meters in length, which charged forward, violently knocking aside the surrounding demon beasts and orc corpses, creating a semblance of survival space for Yang Chen and the others. Charge! Yang Chen spat out the command, charging forward first. Zhang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others followed closely behind, streaming out one after another. Their coordination was flawless. Nearly simultaneously, each summoned their own beast. Fortunately, the small wooded hill seemed to be spared as the main battlefield due to its slight elevation. It remained untouched. Once Yang Chen and the others emerged, they witnessed what was unfolding outside. Their suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed the Qingjing Bureau arriving to suppress the interdimensional wormhole in North City. Behind them, dozens of beastmasters had summoned hundreds of beasts, now locked in combat with the demonic beasts and beastmen. All the beastmasters wore identical uniforms, black, form-fitting combat suits. The beastmaster at the very forefront stood out the most. Perched atop the head of a phoenix-like bird, he stood with his arms crossed, towering proudly. Beside him were 10 massive beasts. The most formidable among them was a titan ape, towering 20 meters tall. With astonishing agility, it charged through the surging tide of demon beasts and beastmen. The demon beasts and orcs, which had seemed overwhelmingly powerful to Yang Chen and his companions, were now scattered like ants, knocked flying or even blown apart outright. The corpses of beasts and orcs falling from the sky moments ago were victims of this titan ape's rampage. During its charge, the titan ape casually uprooted trees from the ground as if pulling blades of grass, hurling them like projectiles. Those trees emitted golden light, piercing through countless beasts and orcs like sharp arrows. Its combat prowess was truly terrifying. Of course, the titan ape was flesh and blood, and such combat consumed immense stamina. Yet whenever it grew weary, support-type beast tamers would cast skills to restore its condition. Moreover, the other beastmasters refused to be outdone. Some wielded ranged attacks, others engaged in close combat. They unleashed their abilities in perfect, seamless coordination. Countless firestones rained down from the sky like falling meteors, swiftly slicing through the heavens before crashing onto the beasts and orcs. They slammed heavily into the ground, flattening the fleeing creatures into pulp. They advanced with unstoppable momentum. Yang Chen and the others witnessed this spectacle, utterly awestruck and amazed. Chapter 57, God-tier Beast Master. Holy, that's insane. That's a God-tier beast tamer. Even a big shot like the Qingjing Bureau has arrived. Zhang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others watched with eyes sparkling with excitement and envy. Without a doubt, the God-tier beast tamer charging at the forefront was the ultimate goal they all pursued. He was absolutely stunning. He moved through the battlefield as if no one was there. The middle-aged man perched atop the phoenix bird above quickly spotted Yang Chen and the others. He tapped his earpiece and ordered, "Survivors at 9 o'clock. Teams 1 and 2, flank them immediately and rescue them. Team 1, copy. Team 2, copy." As the command echoed through the headsets, dozens of beasts below split into left and right wings, swiftly converging on the small woodland where Yang Chen and his companions were holed up. It must be said that the small grove where Yang Chen and his group were positioned held a significant geographical advantage, leaving them virtually untouched by the onslaught. Soon, Team 1's leader, Zhang Bing, arrived first with her squad. Zhang Bing appeared to be around 40, but she maintained herself well, looking only in her late 30s. Her figure remained shapely and curvaceous, exuding an air of mature sophistication. Approaching Yang Chen and the others, she stated, "Hello. You are now safe. My team will escort you to safety. Thank you." Yang Chen nodded gratefully, the weight on his heart finally lifting. At this moment, they were truly saved. The parents of the students were overcome with joy, tears streaming down their faces. Soon, under the escort of the Qingzheng Bureau's first team, they prepared to withdraw. Before leaving, Yang Chen had intended to ask Zhang Bing to search for Li Susu, but then he remembered the dimensional wormhole had appeared days ago. Li Susu was likely no longer alive, probably torn apart by beasts and orcs long ago. Yang Chen cast a complex glance back toward the North City district, a pang of sorrow tugging at his heart. After a moment's thought, he sought out Zhang Bing to relay the matter, hoping against hope that Li Susu might still be alive. Zhang Bing paused, then nodded firmly. Rest assured, we will conduct a search. You and my team should retreat to the safe zone first. Half an hour later, Yang Chen and the others were escorted to the border between North City and Jian City. A large resettlement zone stretched out before them. Tents, medical supplies, and food had all been prepared in advance. What surprised Yang Chen and the others was that the number of survivors from North City far exceeded their expectations. Hundreds of tents were packed with the wounded, while many others were placed in open areas, their cries of pain filling the air. Some had been savagely mauled by beasts or beastmen, their injuries severe. Others had been crushed beneath collapsed buildings, their legs snapped clean off, flesh torn open in gruesome scenes. Rescue personnel were severely understaffed, though reinforcements kept arriving, jumping straight into aid efforts upon disembarking. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Chen and his companions discussed briefly and decided to stay and assist. As time passed, 3 days later, large numbers of volunteers and medical personnel arrived, gradually increasing the manpower. Meanwhile, the flow of injured and survivors evacuated from the North City area began to taper off. During these 3 days, Yang Chen learned that the earlier casualties had been rescued from the towns surrounding North City. Whenever he had a moment during those 3 days, Yang Chen would charge his phone, hoping to contact Zhang Shuer and let her know he was safe. Unfortunately, the entire North City region, including the surrounding areas, had suffered severe destruction, leaving no signal. Yang Chen had no choice but to abandon the attempt. On the 4th day, with the start of the school term approaching, Yang Chen and the others had no choice but to depart. They boarded separate buses heading for their respective schools. Just as they had traveled about 100 kilometers from North City, Yang Chen's phone began to vibrate. He opened it to find over 300 missed calls, more than 200 text messages, and 99 WeChat messages. Every single one was from Zhang Shuer. Yang Chen felt a complex mix of emotions. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Someone cared so deeply about him, yet that someone was only one person. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen quickly dialed Zhang Shuer's number. However, the moment his call rang, it was immediately hung up. Just as Yang Chen was puzzled, Zhang Shuer initiated a video call. He answered immediately, and her image filled his phone screen. She looked as pure and beautiful as ever, but her eyes were red-rimmed, her face gaunt and haggard, her complexion pale and unhealthy. Yang Chen, are you okay? I heard an alternate dimension appeared in North City. Are you hurt? Her beautiful face was etched with deep concern. Yang Chen felt a warm surge in his heart. Though only one person cared for him, that one person meant more than 100. I'm fine. Yang Chen forced a light-hearted smile. I'm not hurt either. I'm so relieved you're unharmed. But why haven't you replied to my messages for so many days? You didn't answer my calls, ignored my voice messages, and never replied to my texts. I thought you were dead. Zhang Shuer blurted out in the video call, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. Yang Chen felt a pang of sadness and quickly explained the entire situation. It's not that I didn't want to answer, I just had no signal. Yang Chen said with a bitter smile. I don't care. I don't care. That's all just excuses. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Zhang Shuer cried intensely, her emotions running high. She left Yang Chen speechless. How could he contact her without a signal? Still, Yang Chen understood this was all because Zhang Shuer was worried about him. Yang Chen was at a loss for words, left only to offer gentle reassurance. As he continued to comfort her, Zhang Shuer on the other end suddenly burst into laughter at one of Yang Chen's dry jokes. At first, Yang Chen and Zhang Shuer's video chat had genuinely touched the other passengers on the bus, people like Zhang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan. But as they listened on, something started to feel off. The sappy talk started things like, have you missed me these past days? How much? Sitting beside them, Ouyang Lanlan couldn't take it anymore. Goosebumps rose on her skin as she huffed, hey, you two, cut it out already. Stop feeding me all this lovey-dovey crap. I just barely escaped death, and this is how you treat me? Are you even human? Oh. I forgot to ask you earlier, Lanlan. Lanlan, you're still alive. Zhang Shuer exclaimed with surprise. Ouyang Lanlan was utterly speechless. Listen to this. Is this how people talk? What do you mean you forgot earlier? And she was supposed to be Zhang Shuer's best friend. She saw it with her own eyes. Zhang Shuer sent Yang Chen hundreds of messages and calls, while she only got a measly few dozen calls from Zhang Shuer. Zhang Shuer, I see you now. You prioritize romance over friendship. I'm cutting ties with you. Ouyang Lanlan waved her arms wildly, snarling viciously. Chapter 58, The old concubine is still alive. Shoo shoo, don't upset Lan Lan now, she just went through a breakup. Yang Chen said with a smile. Heartbroken? Lan Lan has a boyfriend? Zhang Shuer's beautiful eyes lit up with curiosity. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not. Ouyang Lan Lan retorted hastily. You totally are, it's Jiang Xiao. Yang Chen then recounted the misunderstanding between Ouyang Lan Lan and Jiang Xiao, complete with chat logs. Ha ha ha. Zhang Shuer watched Ouyang Lan Lan and Jiang Zhao's chat logs, laughing so hard she was shaking. Yang Chen's vivid descriptions added even more visual flair to the scene. Ouyang Lan Lan felt a chill run down her spine. Social embarrassment isn't scary. What's terrifying is having someone replay it for you. Yang Chen, I'll fight you. Ouyang Lan Lan lunged at Yang Chen with claws bared, snarling, didn't you promise not to tell anyone? You're a liar, you little thief. Yang Chen fended off Ouyang Lan Lan's pink little fists while explaining, I did say I wouldn't tell a fourth person. If you don't believe me, check the chat history. But now, it's me, you, Jiang Xiao, and Shu Shu, that's more than 4 people, isn't it? Ouyang Lan Lan froze, recalling Yang Chen's reply. It suddenly clicked. No wonder it had seemed odd back then, she thought he'd just mistyped. Who knew Yang Chen had been waiting for her right here? You little thief, I'll fight you. Ouyang Lan Lan yelled as she lunged at Yang Chen, sparking a playful scuffle. It took Zhang Shuer's gentle persuasion to finally get Ouyang Lan Lan to let Yang Chen off. The two then switched to a voice chat. 3 hours later, the bus arrived at Xiaonan Xingqing. Ouyang Lan Lan's parents and Jiang Xiaomei's group were temporarily being sent to the resettlement area, so they parted ways with Yang Chen. Yang Chen stepped off the bus alone. Watching the receding vehicle, a bitter ache welled up inside him. All his friends had family, yet he had none. No, to be precise, he did have family. His second uncle, Yang Xiao, and his family, the ones who had driven him from Xingqing back to his hometown and seized his family's property, were all still in Xingcheng. He did have a home in Xingqing, but it had been seized by Yang Xiao. Yang Chen exhaled a heavy breath and found a nearby hotel to stay in, planning to report to school the next day. Once in his room, Yang Chen immediately plugged in his phone and dialed Li Susu first. Hello, the number you have dialed is temporarily out of service. Please try again later. Yang Chen felt a pang of disappointment. Though the odds of Li Susu surviving were slim, he still clung to the hope that she was alive. After hanging up, Yang Chen searched online for news about North City. The appearance of an interdimensional wormhole in North City was the first such occurrence in the Dragon Nation in 3 years, naturally drawing widespread attention. Headlines were dominated by reports from Beicheng. The death toll in Beicheng County alone exceeded 1 million. And the number was still climbing. The entire Dragon Nation was in an uproar. Panic had also spread to several cities surrounding Beicheng. After scrolling through the news for a while, Yang Chen kept swiping down until he spotted a headline titled, How to Address the Current Situation in North City. Clicking on it, he found a video. It was a television interview with an official. The interviewee was Yang He, the highest-ranking official of the Xiaonan Xingqing Bureau branch, the very same god-tier beast-tamer Yang Chen and his companions had encountered earlier. Chief Yang, hello. Given the current situation in North City, how does the Righteousness Bureau plan to resolve the crisis there? The host inquired. Yang He replied with a stern expression, at present, nearly all of North City has fallen, becoming a haven for beasts and beastmen. Moreover, our Xingqing Bureau has already dispatched 10,000 beastmasters to resist this invasion. However, as everyone has witnessed, the wormhole continues to spew forth endless waves of demon beasts and beastmen. As soon as one wave is cleared, another emerges. Therefore, we intend to take decisive action and seal the wormhole temporarily. First, we'll eliminate the outer perimeter of beasts and orcs, then establish defenses around the wormhole. Once it's sealed, we'll rebuild a secure and stable passage. The host nodded in agreement. Indeed, the relentless surge of beasts and orcs is beyond human capacity to withstand. Temporary sealing is certainly a sound approach. However, Commander Yang, we invited you here today because a video circulating online suggests survivors may still be entering the wormhole. Netizens, upon hearing of the Xingqing Bureau's decision to seal the wormhole, are strongly demanding that survivors be rescued. What is your perspective on this matter? As he spoke, the host signaled for the video to begin playing on the large screen. The screen shifted to reveal footage of dozens of Xingqing Bureau beastmasters engaged in fierce combat against magical beasts and orcs at the wormhole entrance. Some had even charged into the wormhole itself, attempting to block the monsters and beastmen. At that very moment, the upper left corner of the video captured the interior of the wormhole. Within the alternate dimension battlefield, a dark figure and their beast were engaged in combat against the monsters and beastmen. The footage clearly showed a woman in black uniform, her attire identifying her as an inspector. That silhouette looks familiar. Yang Chen furrowed his brow, quickly pausing the video and zooming in. He studied this silhouette, a woman with a high ponytail. From her build and figure, it was unmistakable, it was Li Susu. She's still alive. Yang Chan's eyes widened abruptly. After all, 3 days had passed since the Xingqing Bureau's beast tamers had rushed to North City. This meant Li Susu had survived those 3 days and hadn't perished in the wormhole eruption. But now that the wormhole was about to be sealed off temporarily, could Lee Susu still survive? This thought sent a chill through Yang Chen's heart, extinguishing the faint glimmer of hope that had just begun to stir. Temporarily sealing the wormhole meant completely blocking it off, waiting for the beasts and beastmen inside to break through the blockade once more. This was the standard approach of the Dragon Nation for dealing with wormhole incursions. But such a blockade could last at least half a year, sometimes even around 3 years, before the beasts and beastmen inside would break through again. This meant that if Lee Susu was still alive, she would have to endure at least half a year or even longer in that alternate dimension. In that place, there was nothing but demonic beasts and orcs. Could Lee Susu survive that long alone? Yang Chen wasn't sure. Old CG, you must hold on. You absolutely must wait until the wormhole reopens. Yang Chen silently prayed in his heart. Beyond praying, Yang Chen could do nothing else. He couldn't change the Qingjing Bureau's decision. Chapter 59, The Gossip Backfires. The next morning, Yang Chen arrived at school bright and early. Today marked the opening day of Yinglong Academy. As the 5th-ranked Beastmaster Academy in Dragon Nation and its first-ever institution, Yinglong Academy boasted a classical architectural style. The entrance gate, adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes that seemed to come to life, radiated an aura of majesty and grandeur. When Yang Chen arrived, quite a few students were already signing up. Yang Chen contacted Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan. Both were on their way and told him to sign up first, then get in touch with them afterward. As a sponsored student, Yang Chen was exempt from all registration fees and didn't have to pay tuition like other students. Thus, he quickly obtained his student ID. The registration officer cautioned him, keep the student ID safe. Our school operates on a points system. Over your 4 years here, accessing certain restricted areas will require spending points. The specific details of the point system are outlined in this school handbook. Take it back and study it carefully. The admissions officer handed Yang Chen a handbook and a room key. Thank you, teacher. Yang Chen took the handbook. You're welcome. Your dorm is Unit 1, Room 3 on the 3rd floor. The admissions officer smiled. Yang Chen nodded and started walking toward the school. He wasn't in a hurry to reach the dorm, instead sitting down on a bench by the roadside to peruse the college handbook. The back section detailed the student ID card and the rules of the credit system. There were several ways for students to earn points. Attending classes on time each day without skipping earned 1 point. Additionally, participating in school activities such as campus league competitions and other events earned point rewards. Beyond that, completing tasks assigned by the academy also earned points. As a prestigious institution in Dragon Nation, Yinglong Academy not only enjoyed honor but also bore certain responsibilities. Yinglong Academy assists the Investigation Bureau in probing incidents involving monster and beastman invasions, and may also participate in missions to eliminate invading monsters and beastmen. However, such missions typically become available only in the 2nd year. For now, students can only accumulate points through academic performance and participation in competitive events. These points serve multiple purposes. They can be exchanged for crystal cores within the academy, or used to access the artificially created wormhole battlefields. Additionally, points can be spent to enroll in specialized combat technique tutoring classes. These are the fundamentals of the point system and its applications. Beyond these, there are also school regulations. The school does not prohibit student combat, but there is one crucial stipulation: unless a life or death liability waiver is signed, no student may be harmed to the point of death. This school rule is rather interesting. Yang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. After briefly familiarizing himself with the academy's rules, Yang Chen headed to the store to purchase daily necessities and bedding. With these tasks completed, Yang Chen hurried toward the dormitory building. At Yinglong Academy, dorm rooms weren't private. 4 students shared each room. When Yang Chen arrived at the dorm room, 3 others were already there, gathered together chatting. He couldn't make out what they were talking about, but they were laughing heartily. One of them, a short-haired youth, spotted Yang Chen carrying bedding and mats and immediately stepped forward. Hey, you're staying in this dorm? Let me help you carry that. I live here too. We're all brothers from now on. The buzzcut guy greeted Yang Chen warmly as he took the items from his hands. Bro, I've picked the one on the left by the window. Which of the remaining 3 beds do you want? The dorm had only 4 bunk beds, all upper berths, with study desks below. You're the only one here so far? Aren't they in our dorm? Yang Chen glanced at the 2 sitting by the window. Just friends. Got nothing better to do, so they dropped by for a chat. Hold on, once our roommates are all here, we'll grab a drink together, my treat. The guy with the crew cut said with great generosity. Yang Chen nodded without comment, then carried his quilt over to the bed by the right window and spread it out. The buzzcut guy placed all of Yang Chen's belongings on the table below. Hey, I'm Su Chi, from Ludong. What about you? The buzzcut guy introduced himself. Yang Chen, from Beicheng. Yang Chen smiled. North City? Holy, you mean that North City where the interdimensional wormhole appeared? Su Chi and the other 2 were stunned. Bro, how's your North City holding up now? We've only seen online reports saying there are still many survivors. Is that true? Su Chi inquired. It's pretty grim. Yang Chen didn't know how to answer that question.
Su Chi and the others froze for a moment before realizing what had happened, casting apologetic glances at Yang Chen.
Those 3 words alone captured the current state of North City. This was perhaps what saddened Yang Chen the most. After all, his hometown had been ravaged by beasts and orcs. Let's not talk about this. It's pointless. Just being alive is what matters. Su Chi quickly changed the subject. Hey, I heard there's someone from your North City who supposedly got in through connections? Yeah, I saw it online too.
Apparently, there's this guy surnamed Young from North City First High. Netizens are saying he got into Yinglong Academy through his girlfriend's family connections and cheating.
Rumor has it his Beastmaster's pet is just a parrot. The other 2 looked utterly gleeful. Yang Chen felt a pang of unease. Could there really be another person in North City who had contracted a parrot?
I hate freeloaders like that the most.
Yinglong Academy is really going downhill letting scum like him in. Su Chi spoke bitterly, glancing at Yang Chen as he added, Bro, do you know that guy? Yang Chen shook his head slightly. No, I don't.
Hey, bro, no need to be shy about it. We're just shooting the breeze here, no regional bashing. Every place has its share of scumbags.
You came from North City, how could you not know? Su Chi said with a laugh.
Yang Chen paused, set down the quilt he was holding, and smiled.
Alright, I forgot to mention earlier my beast is also a parrot.
I don't think I've heard of anyone else in North City with a parrot as their beast.
Holy? What the hell? Su Chi and the others' eyes widened instantly, scanning Yang Chen up and down. Holy crap, did we just bite off more than we could chew?
Awkward. All 3 of them were completely dumbfounded by Yang Chen.
So awkward.
Su Chi was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he cleared his throat and said, Bro, it's okay.
There's nothing wrong with living off someone else. Some people would kill for that chance.
Chapter 60, Enemies Meet Unexpectedly.
Aha, haha, yeah. Living off someone else is a skill in itself.
Bro, don't take it to heart. We were just spouting nonsense earlier. The other 2 guys laughed it off, but their eyes betrayed a hint of disdain toward Yang Chen. Su Chi also had little interest in small talk. After all, they had all earned their spots through genuine merit.
Suddenly, a freeloader had slipped in?
Even though they shared the same dorm, it felt a bit off.
Su Chi genuinely looked down on freeloaders. Su Chi showed no interest in continuing the conversation with Yang Chen. Just as they spoke, the dorm door swung open again.
A teenager with gold-rimmed glasses appeared in the doorway, followed by a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman carried a quilt, a bucket, and some daily necessities, dragging a suitcase behind her. Young master, the conditions in this dorm are appalling.
4 people sharing one room?
There's no privacy whatsoever. Who knows what kind of people are staying here?
Young master, perhaps we should have the master and mistress speak to the dean about this?
The middle-aged woman set down her belongings while voicing her complaints.
It's a bit rough, but it's fine. I can handle it.
The teenager's lips curved slightly as he remarked, Those who can be my friends aren't ordinary people either. Su Chi, who had just been about to step forward to greet her, felt a slight flush of embarrassment upon hearing those words. This woman was clearly using a roundabout way to insult someone else.
And that guy with the glasses? He's just asking to be punched.
Su Chi saw no point in striking up a conversation.
When someone openly looked down on you,
going out of your way to engage them would be nothing short of shameless.
This was only at school.
If it were outside, Su Chi would definitely teach this 4 eyes a lesson. Just then, Yang Chen finished making the bed, hopped down, clapped his hands, and headed to wash up.
Ha! Yang Chen? What are you doing here?
The bespectacled youth suddenly let out a soft exclamation.
Su Chi and the others exchanged glances. Who would have thought Yang Chen actually knew this bespectacled kid?
They really were a pair of snakes and rats, one a freeloader, the other a snob who looked down on everyone.
Neither of them was any good.
Yang Chen lifted his eyes to the bespectacled youth, pausing in surprise. This youth was none other than Yang Yuan, the son of his second uncle, Yang Xiao.
Yang Chen never imagined this guy could actually get into Yinglong Academy. What's even more absurd is that they ended up in the same dorm. Talk about running into the wrong person at the wrong time.
Yang Chen harbored no affection for this guy. Back in Xingcheng after their parents passed away, Yang Yuan had bullied him relentlessly. Not a single soul in Yang Zhao's family was decent, they were either scheming scoundrels or bullies who thrived on others' power. Yang Chen harbored nothing but contempt for them. Yang Chen chuckled dryly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So much for the school filtering out academic failures.
It can't filter out human failures, can it? Bastard, what did you say? You motherless, unloved beast. Yang Yuan felt deeply insulted, his face darkening as he glared at Yang Chen. Su Chi and the others witnessed the scene and instantly sensed the drama unfolding. This was going to be good. The freeloader and the snob couldn't stand each other. A dogfight? Yang Chen smiled but said nothing.
Yang Yuan, thinking Yang Chen was afraid, curled his lips in a sneer and said, "Oh, I almost forgot your beast companion seems to be just a pet."
Before Yang Yuan could finish his sentence, his expression abruptly changed. Yang Chen had lunged forward in a single stride, raising his hand to slap him across the face. Yang Yuan hadn't expected Yang Chen to dare strike in the dormitory, nor had he anticipated Yang Chen's blinding speed. He couldn't react in time. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air. Yang Yuan took the full force of Yang Chen's blow, a vivid red handprint instantly appearing on his fair cheek. The entire dormitory fell silent. This Yang Chen guy was all action and no words. He didn't hesitate to resort to violence. Yang Yuan's nanny was also startled. Seeing the slap mark on her young master's face, she flew into a rage. Accustomed to arrogance, she pointed an accusing finger at Yang Chen and screamed, "You bastard! How dare you hit my young master? Have you no manners? No decency? I." Before the nanny could finish her sentence, Yang Chen swung his hand back and delivered a sharp slap. With a loud smack, the nanny was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the floor. Several of her front teeth were knocked loose. Holy damn! Su Qi and the others instantly looked at Yang Chen with newfound respect. They'd long disliked that nanny, and Yang Chen had delivered that backhand slap. That felt so satisfying. "You bastard! How dare you hit me? And you dare hit Aunt Mei? You're asking for death." Yang Yuan's face darkened to the extreme, a flash of viciousness darting through his eyes. He immediately summoned his beast. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed through the air. A two-headed wolf over 2 meters in length appeared before the crowd, baring its teeth menacingly. The entire building shook, causing a stir throughout the dormitory block. Many students poked their heads out of their rooms, curious to see what was happening. Yang Chen showed him no mercy, immediately summoning his parrot. The parrot flapped its wings as it flew out, glaring at Yang Yuan while muttering curses under its breath. "Useless! Useless! Watch me show you how it's done." Yang Yuan nearly choked on his own rage. That damn creature hitting him was one thing, but daring to insult his beast master? "I'll slaughter your beast today." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he prepared to unleash his skill. But before he could cast it, a roar echoed from downstairs. "Stop it! No fighting in the dorm building. If you want to fight, get the hell out. If you wreck the dorm building, do you have the money to pay for it? Day in and day out, not a single one of you lot gives us a moment's peace." A gruff voice boomed from downstairs, its piercing clarity echoing throughout the entire dorm building. The sound grew louder as it approached, and soon a heavy-set middle-aged woman in flip-flops, her face covered in a sheet mask, appeared on the 3rd floor. She was the dorm supervisor. "Holy crap, Auntie, I'm not wearing any clothes. This is the guys' dorm." A startled cry immediately echoed from nearby. The dorm supervisor rolled her eyes at the room and said, "How old are you guys? What haven't I seen? What are you hiding for?" The dorm supervisor strode over to room 3 with an air of superiority, computer and notebook in hand. "Hey, is that two-headed wolf yours? Make it lift its paws. It's already ruined several floorboards, you'll have to pay for the damage." The dorm supervisor muttered with obvious irritation, "Can't even apply a face mask in peace." Chapter 61, Battle. Holy crap! Yang Yuan lost it. He was about to start a fight, and the dorm supervisor wants him to pay for damages? What's the deal? Trying to dodge the bill? The dorm supervisor yelled, "Don't think just because you're new, you can damage school property and get away without paying. No way, you're paying." Su Qi and the others couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. This dorm supervisor really didn't give anyone any leeway. Yang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he snapped, "How much?" 300 for labor, 300 for 6 broken tiles, 600 total. Cash or QR code? The dorm supervisor held up the QR code around her neck. Yang Yuan's face turned grim as he pulled out his phone. Scan. After the scan succeeded, the dorm supervisor's expression softened slightly. She glanced at Yang Chen and said, "If you two want to fight, take it outside." With that, she turned and walked away. Reluctantly, Yang Yuan summoned his beast back into the beast space. He glared at Yang Chen with a dark expression and sneered, "You little bastard, you got the guts to come out? I'll be waiting for you downstairs." Yang Yuan snorted coldly and turned to walk downstairs. Yang Chen wasn't about to indulge him either, lifting his foot to follow. Su Qi and the others instantly grew excited. This is gonna be good. That Yang Chen really isn't backing down at all. Su Qi and the others hurried after them. News of Yang Chen and Yang Yuan about to fight spread like wildfire throughout the entire dorm building. Holy crap, a fight on the first day of school? That's insane. Let's go watch the show. This entire dorm building housed freshmen. After registration, everyone was bored with nothing to do. Now that something exciting was happening, who wouldn't want to watch? When Yang Chen and Yang Yuan arrived at the lawn below the dormitory building, a crowd of students had already gathered around. The windows facing the outer lawn were packed with freshmen eager to catch a glimpse of the commotion. That looks like Yang Yuan from Xingqing No. 1 High School. That guy's a top student from Xingqing No. 1 High School. Plus, his family's pretty wealthy. Those twin wolves are hall-level beasts. Over the past 2 months, his family shelled out a fortune to send him to the black wormhole for training. Now he's already a 5-star junior beast tamer. Who's that other guy? His beast is actually a parrot? No way. I know who he is. Before coming to Yinglong Academy, I saw rumors online about some guy named Yang Chen from North City whose beast is a pet. Apparently, he got in through connections. Damn, what a shameless backdoor operator. Heard he's even living off someone else. No way, this guy's freeloading his way into Yinglong Academy? That's impressive. Bull. He thinks living off someone else makes him hot stuff? Just wait. Yang Yuan will beat the out of Yang Chen. If he doesn't, it's because Yang Chen's s already clean. The surrounding freshmen buzzed with whispers. Yang Yuan's lips curled slightly as he said, Yang Chen, I'm giving you one last chance. Just kneel before everyone here and admit your mistake. I'll look out for you for the next few years. After all, we're family. You talk way too much. Let me tell you this, over the next few years, I'll make sure to look out for you. The words barely left his mouth when Yang Chen lunged forward, launching an attack at Yang Yuan. The instant Yang Chen's form surged forward, 2 golden lights erupted around him. One was Yang Chen's own activation of battlefield ambition. The other was the golden light spewed from the parrot's beak. The auxiliary skills sink the boats and burn the bridges which landed upon Yang Chen. Empowered by both skills, Yang Chen's attributes surged rapidly, his speed increasing visibly before their eyes. He's unleashed both skills already. He's a melee burst type beastmaster, and his beast seems to be a support type beast too. His speed is increasing so fast. What skills are those? Who cares what they are? This guy's hit a brick wall. Yang Yuan is a ranged attack beastmaster. Exactly. Yang Yuan's beast also deals area damage. Yang Chen probably won't even get close before Yang Yuan takes him out instantly. The surrounding crowd didn't hold much hope for Yang Chen. They couldn't fathom where he found the courage. At this stage, how could an offensive type beastmaster possibly stand a chance against a ranged attack beastmaster? And most crucially, Yang Chen's beast was a support type. His range is pitifully short. Heh, you asked for this. Don't blame me for bullying you in front of all these classmates. Yang Yuan sneered coldly and immediately commanded, Xiao Shuang, immobilize him. Roar! The 2-headed wolf let out a frenzied roar, spewing a blast of frigid air from its jaws. Instantly, a biting wind swept forward, crystallizing into shards of ice that spread toward Yang Chen. The surrounding students immediately took a few steps back, fearing they might get caught in the blast. That's the area of effect skill, Frost Spike. It creates a frozen zone within range, piercing enemies. Anyone hit gets frozen for 3 seconds. 3 seconds is plenty of time to do a lot. If I recall correctly, Yang Yuan's skill is Triple Flame Arrow, which fires arrows with fire damage in rapid succession. Being immobilized for 3 seconds is like standing there taking a beating. This fight is already a foregone conclusion. Yang Chen's going to suffer quite a bit. If you ask me, he deserves it. Yang Chen got into the academy by freeloading. What's he got to be so cocky about? Just as the surrounding students predicted, the moment the 2-headed wolf activated its skill, Yang Yuan unleashed Triple Flame Arrow. A bow and arrow shrouded in orange flames appeared in his hand. A cold smile curled at Yang Yuan's lips as he swiftly drew back the bowstring. Truthfully, Yang Yuan had been surprised Yang Chen even got into Yinglong Academy. His father had clearly crippled Yang Chen. But that didn't matter. Since Yang Chen had appeared before him, he would cripple him once more. As for the school rules forbidding harm to fellow students and permitting only combat, well, once the fighting started, it was only natural that neither side could hold back, right? All that remained was to wait for Yang Chen to be frozen solid. Yet the scene that unfolded next caused Yang Yuan's expression to shift repeatedly. Crackle, crackle. The frozen area steadily expanded toward Yang Chen. The instant he stepped into it, an ice spike suddenly shot up from below. This was the frost spike. A single hit would immobilize its target for 3 seconds. Yet, the instant the ice spike erupted, Yang Chen was startled. His body reacted instinctively, however, as he abruptly fell sideways. His left hand braced against the ground, executing a swift sidestep that instantly evaded the ice spike. Chapter 62, Freak. Holy! He dodged the ice spike. How is that possible? From appearing to striking, the ice spike only takes a few seconds. Who could dodge it with such precision unless they're a high-level player with insane agility? Is Yang Chen cheating or what? Yang Chen's evasion of the frost spikes left everyone around him utterly stunned. To them, it was utterly unimaginable. After all, the interval between the ice spike's appearance and evasion was far too brief. How the hell did that little bastard pull that off? Yang Yuan was utterly dumbfounded by Yang Chen's actions. For the 2 months leading up to the start of the semester, he had spent nearly every day battling beasts and orcs within the artificially excavated wormhole. His ice spikes had proven infallible time and again, complementing his triple flame arrows to devastating effect. Never before had a magical beast or orc managed to evade them. Of course, Yang Yuan had overlooked one crucial point: low-tier beasts and orcs possessed little intelligence. Yet what followed sent a chill down his spine. After swiftly stabilizing his stance, Yang Chen showed no sign of stopping, charging forward relentlessly. Yet, whenever an ice spike appeared, Yang Chen seemed to anticipate it with uncanny foresight. In an instant, he would use the frozen ice to slide sideways, dodging the ice spike with a sliding tackle. As Yang Chen closed in relentlessly, the distance between him and Yang Yuan shrank to less than 5 meters. Another burst of speed would bring him right before Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan, what the hell are you spacing out for? Shoot the hell at him already. You're a ranged beastmaster, and you let a melee fighter get up close. What the hell are you doing? Just wait to die. The surrounding students grew anxious for Yang Yuan, shouting incessantly. While Yang Chen's evasion was impressive, it didn't mean Yang Yuan had no chance. After all, even though the ice spikes hadn't fully restrained Yang Chen, they had still slowed him down. Yang Yuan still held a slight advantage. Prompted by the crowd's warnings, Yang Yuan snapped back into focus. They were absolutely right. Since he couldn't control Yang Chen, there was no point in waiting any longer. Yang Yuan took a deep breath, hesitated not a moment, and immediately nocked an arrow. These past 2 months of combat hadn't been wasted. He now possessed immense confidence in his archery skills. Yang Yuan regained his composure. He didn't rush to shoot but waited for the instant Yang Chen took his next step. Now! Without hesitation, Yang Yuan released his arrow. This arrow aimed directly at Yang Chen's left side, for an ice spike had suddenly burst forth from Yang Chen's right flank. Yang Yuan judged that Yang Chen would dodge to the left. He refused to believe Yang Chen was truly that divine. Yang Chen could anticipate moves. Did that mean he couldn't? He would still anticipate. He anticipated Yang Chen's anticipation. This arrow was certain to strike Yang Chen. Yet, just as Yang Yuan believed Yang Chen was certain to be struck, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Instead of dodging left, Yang Chen evaded the right ice spike and slid forward along its path. Yang Yuan's arrow shot straight through the air, landing on the ice with a series of hissing sounds. He dodged that? Yang Yuan was stunned, his face twisted in utter disbelief. But he had no time to dwell on it, for Yang Chen was closing in rapidly. If he didn't counterattack now, he was finished. Yang Yuan's face darkened to the extreme. He drew his bow again, and this time, he strung not one arrow, but 2. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 flaming arrows screeched through the air, streaking toward Yang Chen from opposite directions. A faint smile touched Yang Chen's lips. The moment the rockets approached, his toes pushed off the ground, propelling his entire body into the air. He dodged the icy spikes. Mid-air, Yang Chen twisted his body. The 2 rockets whizzed past, grazing his abdomen and lower back. Yet they inflicted not a single scratch upon him. At that moment, the entire dormitory building erupted in chaos. Holy! Damn awesome! He actually dodged those. How is that even possible? Didn't they say that without teamwork, melee burst-type beast masters are weaker than ranged attack-type beast masters? Did I go to a fake high school or something? Yang Chen is insane. The way he dodged those ice spikes and rockets, it was all about the details. Yeah, with the first arrow, Yang Chen seemed to anticipate exactly where Yang Yuan would aim. Then for the next 2 arrows, he predicted Yang Yuan would lock down both escape routes. He just jumped over them. He completely anticipated Yang Yuan's anticipation. No, to be precise, Yang Yuan anticipated Yang Chen's anticipation, while Yang Chen was anticipating Yang Yuan's anticipation. Creepy when you think about it, mind-blowing. Without fully grasping it, Yang Chen has perfected every damn detail. This guy is a freaking freak. Damn, that's too detailed. I seriously doubt he's cheating. If it were me, I'd be a ing hedgehog by now. Yang Chen is freaking awesome. The surrounding students were utterly stunned. The scene was simply too shocking. Su Qi and his 2 friends were utterly speechless, their faces frozen in disbelief. Didn't they say Yang Chen got into Yinglong Academy by living off someone else and pulling strings? Who the hell told me Yang Chen was this strong? And he still needed connections and freeloading? Damn those online rumors for misleading me. Su Qi's eyes flashed with astonishment. He was utterly defeated by Yang Chen's evasive maneuver. Meanwhile, Yang Yuan, frozen in place, felt his head buzzing and his mind going blank. How could this be? He couldn't fathom how Yang Chen had pulled it off. He had engaged in actual combat within the artificial wormhole before, and such a situation had never occurred. What kind of freak was Yang Chen? How could he dodge like that? Do you know why you can't hit me? Because your arrows aren't fast enough, not as fast as Li Susu's. Just then, Yang Chen's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Yang Yuan froze. What was he talking about? Before he could process it, a whistling sound filled the air. Yang Chen, towering above him, unleashed a punch aimed squarely at his vital point. Yang Yuan's face drained of color in terror. He reacted almost instantly, trying to flee, but it felt as if his body had been filled with lead heavy as lead. His speed slowed to an agonizing crawl. Thud! A dull thud echoed. Yang Chen's fist slammed into Yang Yuan's vital point. Yang Yuan felt darkness flood his vision, followed by a wave of pain, bitterness, and burning heat surging to the top of his head. Yang Yuan flew backward like a dead dog, crashing heavily to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Chapter 63, The Gathering. You were pretty good at cursing just now, weren't you? Why'd you stop? Yang Chen lunged forward, grabbed Yang Yuan by the collar and delivered a series of sharp slaps, one to each cheek. Yang Yuan's front teeth were knocked loose by the blows, his face swelling up like a pig's head. The sight was horrifying. Yang Chen, stop hitting him. Keep this up and you'll kill him. This isn't a joke. You'll get expelled. Suchi rushed over to intervene, but as he pleaded, he took the chance to kick Yang Yuan in the shins. He'd been sick of Yang Yuan's arrogant attitude all along. Yang Chen knew full well that getting expelled over someone like Yang Yuan wasn't worth it. Otherwise, he would have stomped that guy to death already. Yang Chen, let's go back to the dorm. Don't waste your breath on trash like him. Come on, let's go. Suchi's two friends rushed over to pull them apart. The three of them worked together to pull Yang Chen back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, the nanny standing at the dorm entrance threw herself at Yang Yuan like a madwoman, clutching him and weeping bitterly. Yang Chen, you just wait. This won't end like this. The nanny snarled at Yang Chen. Ha! Go tell that second uncle of yours to wait. Sooner or later, I'll make him spit out every last bit he swallowed. Yang Chen sneered coldly. Back in the dorm, Suchi couldn't hold back any longer. His face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, Yang Chen, you're seriously awesome. I've had it with that kid since the moment he walked in, acting all high and mighty. If this had happened outside, I would have beaten him up already. You're so badass. That was so satisfying. Suchi roared with laughter. His two friends, Zhang Lai and Li Yan, also shot admiring glances at Yang Chen. Bro, earlier we thought you got in here by living off someone else, but turns out you're a badass. Guess I was blind. We owe you an apology right here. Zhang Lai and Li Yan said sheepishly. Those were just rumors online. You can't trust what you read online. I actually earned my way in. Yang Chen chuckled. We believe you now. Suchi and the others nodded repeatedly. Had Yang Chen said this earlier, they wouldn't have believed him, but now they'd seen it with their own eyes. If they had faced Yang Yuan in that battle, they would have been riddled with arrows like a hedgehog. Yet Yang Chen hadn't even gotten a scratch, and he'd taken Yang Yuan down flat. Hey, Yang Chen, did you know that guy beforehand? Suchi asked curiously. He thought he'd heard Yang Chen mention something about an uncle. We know each other. Very well, in fact. Yang Chen nodded. Then he recounted the feud between him and Yang Zhao's family. Holy! Is that family even human? They're probably just beasts. No wonder Yang Yuan is so loaded spending 2 months in that artificial wormhole. Turns out they just seized your family's assets. Stealing your inheritance is bad enough, but making you contract pets? No wonder your pet beast master came from nowhere, so that's how it happened. And to top it all off, they have the nerve to shout at you like they own the place. Damn it, they've got no shame. Suchi and his two companions were furious upon hearing this. This was outright bullying. When Yang Chen's parents passed away, they entrusted him to the care of Yang Zhao's family. Not only did Yang Zhao's family seize the inheritance, they ruined the young man's future prospects. That's just heartless. Damn it, buddy, don't worry. If that bastard dares set foot in our dorm, I'll make sure he pays. Every time I see him, I'll beat him up. Suchi pounded his chest and shouted, his tone brimming with bravado. Count me in. Damn it, having that animal come to Yinglong Academy is a bloody disgrace to the school. Zhang Lai added just as readily. Damn it, if we'd known it'd turn out like this, we wouldn't have stopped you earlier. We should have let you slap that bastard a few more times to vent your anger. Li Yan said with deep regret. Yang Chen shrugged indifferently. No big deal. There'll be plenty of chances at school. Every time I see him on campus, I'll beat him up. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Oh, don't tell me that idiot's back? He actually dares to come back? Guess he hasn't had enough of a beating yet. Suchi burst into laughter and hurried to open the door. Just moments ago, he'd only gotten his fill of watching, he hadn't gotten his hands dirty yet. The dorm door swung open to reveal Jiang Xiao standing outside, laden with bags and packages. Holy crap, new roommate. Come on, let me help you carry that. Suchi's face lit up with a warm smile as he helped Jiang Xiao carry his luggage. Jiang Xiao felt a bit awkward under such enthusiasm and said apologetically, no need, no need. Jiang Xiao? Yang Chen heard the familiar voice and turned his head. Yang Chen. Jiang Xiao's face lit up with delight. You live here too? You two know each other? Suchi asked in confusion. We're from the same place. We escaped together. Yang Chen nodded. That's fantastic. We're brothers now. Since everyone's here, let's go grab a drink. Suchi said with a cheerful smile. After that, Yang Chen, Suchi, and the others helped Jiang Xiao make up the bed before leaving the dormitory building in a noisy crowd. Just as they descended the stairs, Jiang Xiao's phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was Ouyang Lanlan calling, he exclaimed. Damn, I almost forgot about Lanlan. I promised her we'd grab a bite together after settling into the dorm. Jiang Xiao slapped his forehead. Lanlan? A female classmate? Suchi and the others' eyes lit up. Suchi immediately chimed in, why not invite her along? We can all eat together, the more the merrier. Oh, and tell her to bring her roommate too. Sure. Jiang Xiao agreed. Ouyang Lanlan was just about to bring her 3 roommates along anyway. Hearing Jiang Zhao's suggestion, she readily agreed. Soon, the 2 groups met at the school gate. Ouyang Lanlan's group consisted of 4 girls, all quite attractive. Some had sweet, innocent looks, while others exuded a gentle, mature charm. Ouyang Lanlan stood out as the tallest among them, her slender frame making her quite striking. After meeting up, Ouyang Lanlan introduced her roommates to the group with ease. The sweet-looking girl had a unique name, Su Su. The gentle yet commanding one was named Lu Miao Miao. The last one, whose smile revealed 2 adorable little fangs, was Qin Ku. After introductions, Su Chi invited everyone to grab a bite to eat. Behind Yinglong Academy lay a bustling snack street, lined not only with food stalls but also numerous restaurants and eateries. Su Chi selected a well-appointed restaurant and reserved a private room. Chapter 64, The Clown Turns Out to Be Me. After everyone ordered their dishes, they began chatting casually. Su Chi, showing no signs of awkwardness, started bragging to Ouyang Lanlan's roommates, his words flying thick and fast. You guys have no idea my buddy Yang Chen, yeah, that guy right there. Su Chi pointed at Yang Chen. Just now, he piked a 5-star junior beastmaster. He went in for close-range burst damage, while that guy relied on ranged attacks. Yang Chen pulled off perfect dodging, evading every single skill attack and grinding that guy into the ground. Yeah. I've got the video right here. Yang Chen is seriously impressive. Li Yan pulled out the video and passed it around for everyone to see. Real or fake? Let me see. Ouyang Lanlan was stunned. She shot Yang Chen an incredulous look before snatching the phone from Li Yan and tapping to play the video. The girls crowded together to watch. The footage began after Yang Chen and Yang Yuan left the dormitory building, capturing the entire battle. Holy crap, that's insane. Aren't ranged beastmasters paired with control-type beasts supposed to completely counter melee burst-type beastmasters at the beginner level? This is nothing like that at all. That's insane. He reacted and dodged the skill in an instant. Damn impressive. Su Su, Lu Miao Miao, and the others stared in astonishment, their pretty faces etched with disbelief. They looked at Yang Chen as if he were some kind of monster. They were beast tamers, but they lacked real combat experience. Still, that didn't stop them from recognizing Yang Chen's extraordinary skill. Su Su, Lu Miao Miao, and the others couldn't help but give Yang Chen a few extra glances. Little Feng's sister Qin Ke beamed at Yang Chen, her crescent eyes as beautiful as the moon. Ouyang Lanlan, utterly incredulous, leaned in close to Yang Chen and asked, Yang Chen, when did you become so powerful? Nothing special, Yang Chen replied with a modest smile. It's not that I'm so great, it's just that Yang Yuan is too weak. Get lost. You've already bragged enough. Ouyang Lanlan playfully smacked Yang Chen's shoulder. But then, Ouyang Lanlan suddenly remembered something. She pulled Yang Chen aside and whispered, Yang Chen, so you were really the one who helped me in the assessment space? Who else could it be? Yang Chen chuckled. Ouyang Lanlan instantly bristled, her eyebrows furrowing angrily. Then why didn't you say so earlier? You made me look like a fool. I did tell you. You didn't believe me. Yang Chen said with an innocent look. Ouyang Lanlan stomped her feet in fury. Yang Chen had warned her all along, she just refused to believe him. After all, Yang Chen's beast companion was just a pet. Ouyang Lanlan was so furious. Just thinking about it made her cringe. It wasn't just misunderstanding Jiang Xiao, it was worse. She had actually mistaken Yang Chen for her own love interest. And she'd even gushed about him right in front of him. Who would have thought that person was Yang Chen? Thinking about it all, Ouyang Lanlan was so embarrassed she could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of her toes. Yang Chen, you're not allowed to tell anyone about this, not even Shu Shu. Or else I'll never let you off the hook. Ouyang Lanlan glared fiercely at Yang Chen, raising her delicate little fist threateningly. Just as Yang Chen opened his mouth to speak, Ouyang Lanlan cut him off. You're not allowed to talk. Just nod or shake your head. Last time, with Jiang Xiao and her, Ouyang Lanlan had been tricked by Yang Chen once. This time, she wouldn't fall for it again. Yang Chen gave a wry smile and nodded solemnly, agreeing to her terms. Now we're talking. Ouyang Lanlan smirked in satisfaction. Just then, Su Chi called out from the other side, what are you two whispering about over there? All the dishes are here, come on over and dig in. Only then did Ouyang Lanlan and Yang Chen notice that while they were talking, the waiter had already served all the dishes. The two returned to their seats, and everyone began eating and chatting casually. Yang Chen remained the center of everyone's curiosity. His beast companion was a pet, yet possessed such formidable combat prowess, how could it not draw everyone's attention? Especially since using a pet as a beastmaster was extremely rare throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Hey, Yang Chen, what's your beast skill? This is the first time I've seen a pet contract a beastmaster. Su Chi picked up a piece of vegetable while asking. I heard pet skills are terrible, so normally no one would contract one. Li Yan looked at Yang Chen curiously and asked, is that true? Absolutely true. Yang Chen nodded. This is wisdom distilled from countless predecessors' experiences. Trust the knowledge and don't attempt it lightly. Su Qi and the others fell silent.
From Yang Chen's tone, it wasn't hard to tell that his beast-taming skill seemed rather poor.
This stirred a wave of sympathy within Su Qi and the others.
Yang Chen's beast-taming skills were so poor, yet his combat prowess was so formidable.
Just how much effort must he have poured into it? They could all imagine the heartache and sweat behind Yang Chen's achievements.
Li Yan, however, seemed unfazed.
He blurted out, "So what grade is your skill?" "Don't ask. Don't ask." Su Qi yanked Li Yan back, shooting him a fierce glare. Li Yan looked utterly bewildered. "You idiot.
That's like rubbing salt in the wound.
Bringing up someone's painful past." Su Qi glared at Li Yan.
Li Yan snapped out of it and immediately apologized. "Yang Chen, I'm sorry. Yang Chen smiled and said, "There's no need to apologize.
It's not like I can't talk about it. My skill is just golden quality." "Ah, Yang Chen, it's fine.
A slightly lower skill quality can totally be compensated for with your combat prowess."
Su Qi patted Yang Chen's shoulder, trying to comfort him.
But mid-sentence, Su Qi's expression froze abruptly, his eyes widening like copper bells.
"What did you say? Your beast-taming skill is golden quality?" Su Qi shot to his feet, shock etched across his face.
Li Yan, who had just been about to take a sip of water to cover his awkwardness, spit it out mid-drink with a puff, staring at Yang Chen in utter astonishment. Jiang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the other girls stared at Yang Chen, utterly speechless. This was what Yang Chen meant by trusting the accumulated experience of seniors.
"Your contracted pets can possess golden tier skills. And you told me to trust the knowledge in books?"
They assumed Yang Chen's beast-taming skills were poor after all. The books were full of cautionary tales.
Little did they know, the real clowns were themselves. Golden tier skills? That's top-tier quality. Absolutely absurd. Chapter 65, Team Selection by Lottery. "Everyone, don't stare at me like that. I just got lucky, right?" Yang Chen said modestly, "Don't try this lightly. It's actually quite similar to beast-taming."
The others paused, then realized Yang Chen had a point. Using pets as mounts wasn't unheard of. In the past, many who couldn't afford proper mounts had resorted to pets as substitutes, but without exception, they all ended up ruined.
That's precisely why Dragon Nation now offers various subsidy programs.
Those with exceptional talent receive state support. The policies were designed to prevent such outcomes.
"Yang Chen, your luck is borderline unbelievable." Su Qi remarked with a touch of envy, "Both my skills are blue tier. Yours are truly enviable." "Yeah, golden quality, the odds for that are just too low." Li Yan shook his head and sighed.
Everyone knew gold tier skills were superior, but actually absorbing one was practically unimaginable.
"By the way, Yang, what quality are your own skills?"
"I noticed when you used both skills, the attribute boosts were significant and your speed increased noticeably," Su Su asked from beside him.
"I got lucky, the skill I awakened is also golden quality," Yang Chen said casually. "Holy crap. So you have 2 gold tier skills. Holy crap, you call that good luck? You must be that legendary chosen one. No wonder your speed is so fast enough to dodge Yang Yuan's area control skills. This is just insane." Everyone stared at Yang Chen in utter disbelief.
They all suspected Yang Chen was cheating. For ordinary people, obtaining a single golden quality skill was already incredibly difficult. Not only was his beast control skill golden tier, but the skill he awakened himself was also golden tier.
This was borderline insane.
Of course, for a beast master to obtain a gold tier skill, besides absorbing crystal cores, there was another way to alter it: refinement.
Constant refinement. This process demanded rare materials that most people couldn't afford. No, to be precise, even those born into wealth couldn't afford it.
The materials for skill refinement were not only exorbitantly expensive but also incredibly rare.
"Yang Chen, I admit I'm jealous of you. This isn't just good luck, it's downright goddamn luck. You're buying dinner tonight," Su Qi said with obvious envy. "Exactly.
If I could, I'd snatch your skills right out of your hands.
This is insane. 1 gold tier item is bad enough, but 2? You're definitely buying this meal." Li Yan and the others joined in the teasing.
Yang Chen gave a wry smile and said, "Fine, I'll treat you all."
For the rest of the time, no one mentioned these things again. There was no way around it. Yang Chen's skill quality was simply otherworldly. They simply couldn't compete.
As for Su Qi, Li Yan, and their other buddy, they channeled their envy into appetite, wolfing down their food with gusto. In the end, when the bill came, Yang Chen spent over 1,000 yuan. This added another layer of hardship to his already strained family finances. After bidding farewell to Ouyang Lanlan and the others, everyone headed back to their dorms.
Yang Chen and his 2 friends also headed back to their dorm. Yang Yuan never returned, and his bunk remained empty. His belongings had been cleared out during Yang Chen and the others' absence. Yang Chen and his friends didn't mind.
They'd never cared much for Yang Yuan anyway, so his departure was a relief, one less eyesore to deal with. After washing up, the 3 climbed into bed and went to sleep.
The next day, Yinglong Academy commenced its enrollment ceremony. The vast sports field was filled with over 1,000 freshmen from all corners of the nation. These individuals could be considered the future pillars of the entire Dragon Nation. They gathered in small groups, chatting idly. Yang Chen, however, was grouped with Ouyang Lanlan and others. Yang Chen, after class assignments, we should form a team. Ouyang Lanlan whispered, can we form a team together? Su Qi and the others' eyes lit up. Ouyang Lanlan's dorm mates were all stunning beauties. Regardless of their actual strength, anyone who made it into Yinglong Academy couldn't be weak. So, getting to team up with stunning beauties would be pure bliss. Don't underestimate the importance of teaming up for beast masters, it's crucial. The battlefield is far too treacherous, entering alone is extremely dangerous. Thus, most beast masters chose to team up. Teammates are crucial on future battlefields, you'll be entrusting your very back to them. But teams are supposed to be 4 people. Looks like we've got an extra person here, huh? Li Yan suddenly pointed out. Indeed, Su Qi and his 2 friends made 3. Ouyang Lanlan's dorm had 4. Add Jiang Xiao and Yang Chen, and that made 9. If they formed a team, that meant one person would be left out. Since they were all friends, it wouldn't be right to exclude anyone. How about this? Su Qi suggested, get 9 pieces of paper. Write Team 1, Team 2, and go solo on them. Whoever draws go solo can find others to form a team. That's fair. Yang Chen, Jiang Xiao, and the others nodded in agreement. Though they hadn't known each other long, if they didn't form teams now, the school would forcibly assign them. Then they'd end up with even more unfamiliar teammates. Better to team up with people they knew a bit already. I'll go get some paper, Su Qi announced before heading toward the school store. Soon, he returned with a pen and a notebook. The others helped tear off sheets of paper, and Su Qi began writing rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, he finished writing everything. He crumpled each piece into a ball, clasped his hands together, and shook them vigorously. When he opened his palms, 9 small paper balls appeared in his hands. Everyone, let's begin, Su Qi said with a smile. I'll go last. I'll go first. Li Yin rubbed his hands together, silently praying, please don't let me get the one that says leave alone. With that, Li Yin grabbed a slip of paper. He closed his eyes slightly, slowly unfolded it, and glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. Holy crap! It's a group. Li Yan's eyes widened instantly, nearly jumping up in excitement. Drawing such a slip meant he could team up with his friends and wouldn't have to split up. Seeing Li Yan's excitement, as if he'd won the lottery, everyone shook their heads. Come on, everyone, hurry up. Don't take so long picking one by one, Su Qi urged. Yang Chen and the others nodded, stepping forward to each grab a slip of paper, leaving the last one for Su Qi. Chapter 66, Such a Pretender. I got Team 1. I got Group 2. Yang Chen, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others opened their slips and announced their group numbers. Only Su Qi and Zhan Lai remained silent. No way, just the 2 of us left? Su Qi glanced at Zhan Lai. This meant one of them would have to find another partner. Su Qi nervously opened his note. There, in bold letters, were the words, Group 2. Su Qi's eyes lit up instantly. I don't have to leave. Ha 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 ha. Su Qi was so excited he nearly jumped up. Zhan Lai shot Su Qi a resentful look, feeling rather downcast. Overjoyed, Su Qi put his arm around Zhan Lai's shoulder and said, don't lose heart. You'll find your own team. We'll still be friends. Zhan Lai. But this was what everyone had agreed on from the start, there was no changing it now. Alright, let's pair up for groups, Ouyang Lanlan announced. Group 1, stand over here. Immediately, everyone began forming their groups. Group 1, Yang Chen, Ouyang Lanlan, Jiang Xiao, and Qin Ku. Group 2, Su Qi, Li Yan, Su Su, and Lu Miaomiao. Both teams had 2 men and 2 women, a perfectly balanced arrangement. Ha, this grouping is perfect. Mixed teams make for less fatigue in battle. Su Qi was overjoyed, winking and nodding at the 2 beauties in his group. You can't expect anything decent from a dog's mouth. The mature and sophisticated Lu Miaomiao shot Su Qi a disapproving glare. Meanwhile, Zhang Lai beside them grew increasingly envious. He was the odd one out. As they chatted, school officials began taking the stage. Quiet, everyone. Quiet, please. The first to step onto the podium was a male instructor. Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan both recognized him. It was none other than Wu Xian, the instructor who had come to recruit students for First High School. The vast playground quickly fell silent. Wu Xian continued, it's a pleasure to meet all of you here. On behalf of Yinglong Academy, I welcome you all. I hope you will complete your studies with outstanding results over the next 4 years. As soon as Wu Xian finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted across the field. Wu Xuan raised his hand to signal for quiet before continuing. As you all know, the alternate dimension battlefield is extremely dangerous. Therefore, under normal circumstances, during your 4 years of enrollment, you must find 3 teammates to study, train, and progress together. Only then will you be able to adapt to the perilous battlefield and survive it better. Therefore, before classes officially begin, you may now select your teammates. You have 1 hour to make your selections. Once you've chosen, submit your lists to me. Begin. As Wu Xian's words fell, the playground immediately buzzed with activity as everyone began searching for their teammates. Most students naturally chose classmates from their hometowns or fellow city natives. Yang Chen and Su Qi, however, submitted their team information immediately. Zhang Lai, however, found himself alone in his search for teammates. Fortunately, there were quite a few fellow townsfolk among the crowd, so he quickly found his group. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and his group gathered together, chatting idly as they watched the commotion. Those with beast control power exceeding 300 became highly sought-after candidates, with crowds gathering around them, pleading to join their teams. Among them were even individuals with beast master power exceeding 400. Though those with over 400 beast master power could enter top-tier academies without exams, institutions like Yinglong Academy weren't excluding them. Instead, they recruited many with over 400 beast master power by offering special benefits and privileges. These beast tamers were highly sought after. Among them, the one closest to Yang Chen and his group possessed a beast master power exceeding 400. Tall and handsome, he attracted the attention of many female students. Yizhan, please let me join your team. My beast master power is 390, I won't hold you back. Yizhan, my beast taming skill is a purple grade support skill. I can assist you. Me too. My beast master power is over 300, and my beast master skill is also purple grade. Yizhan, look at me. Look at me. I have over 300 beast taming power too. I can be your girlfriend. A swarm of boys and girls swarmed around Yizhan. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Yizhan looked refined and polite as he smiled and said, "Sorry, I don't need male teammates. I need female teammates." Why not? Are you discriminating against male students? You must have some ulterior motive, right? The male students were thoroughly puzzled and deeply annoyed by Yizhan's words. Yizhan pushed his glasses up, flashed a handsome smile, and said, "Sorry, no ulterior motives here. My team only needs one guy. You. Even if you joined, you'd just be overshadowed by my brilliance. I'm worried it might hurt your pride." Everyone. Su Qi and Yang Chen, standing nearby, overheard the exchange. This guy is such a ing poser. Su Qi spat under his breath. Exactly. What fellow male students? He's just a lecher. Look at the teammates he picks. He completely ignores female students with higher beast taming abilities. He only cares about looks. Pfft, old pervert. Li Yan added, clearly annoyed. But Su Qi and Li Yan could only vent their frustration. That's just how this world worked. Strength ruled supreme. Within the school, those blessed with exceptional talent held the upper hand when it came to choosing partners. Pfft, that guy's never tasted anything good. Look at the girls in my dorm, not a single one isn't gorgeous. Ouyang Lanlan pursed her lips. Each of her roommates had their own distinct charm. There was the cute type, the cool and aloof type, and the gentle and steady type. They weren't lacking in looks either. Every single one was a beauty. Don't worry about others. What's the point of having powerful beast taming abilities? Unless you're a god-tier beast tamer, you can't even show it off. I think Yang is already pretty amazing. Just wait to be carried. Jiang Xiao chuckled good-naturedly. As they chatted, Yizhan over there recruited a pair of twin sisters. He then excused himself, announcing the final spot was filled. The girls who hadn't been chosen all wore expressions of reluctance. But since Yizhan had spoken, they couldn't push further. Then, under the gaze of Yang Chen and the others, he walked over to this side, directly approaching Qin Ku and asking, "Student, do you have a team yet? If not, I have one spot left. It's reserved for you. I saw you over there earlier. Your dimples when you smile are adorable. I've never seen a girl as beautiful as you. May I ask if you'd like to join my team?" Chapter 67, Stealing Team Members. Ugh, could you please not be so gross when you talk? No one here is joining your team. Su Qi was utterly disgusted, nearly gagging on the spot. This guy was such a phony, and his words gave him goosebumps. Oh my, you're so beautiful, I've never seen anyone like you. Li Yan mimicked Yizhan's words with a smug, exaggerated expression. Yizhan frowned, glancing at Su Qi and Li Yan. I'm not talking to you too. If you don't want to listen, shut up. After that, Yizhan turned his gaze back to Qin Ku and asked, "May I ask, would you be willing to become my teammate?" Qin Ku smiled politely, revealing her cute little fangs. Her eyes crinkled like two little moons as she replied, "I'm already on a team, thank you." Yizhan smiled faintly and persisted, "You can leave it." "No need, thank you," Qin Ku politely declined once more. Brother Zhan has over 400 beast master power, comes with a purple tier skill, and his beast mastering is hall level, also purple tier. You don't even know how to latch onto a leg like that? Sis, looks like you haven't tasted any good pork yet, huh? Yizhan remained silent, but the twin sisters behind him chimed in. The elder sister, Li Xiaolu, draped her arm over his shoulder and said with a sly grin, "Sis, let me tell you, there are tons of competitions at school this year. No point tagging along with such a crappy team. Join us, and Brother Zhan will carry you to victory." Her younger sister, Li Xiaoqi, chimed in, her words dripping with contempt for Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan. "I already said no. Please don't insult my friends." Xinke snapped, her voice tinged with anger. "Don't feel awkward. Choosing a strong team is everyone's right. Weaklings aren't worthy of being friends with the strong. So you don't need to worry about their feelings. Yi Zhan said slowly and deliberately. Damn it, I've put up with you long enough. She said she doesn't want to join you, yet you're still whining about it? Got no shame, huh? Are you going to force her to join? Suchi rolled up his sleeves, his temper flaring as he spoke. He'd long suspected Yi Zhan and his crew weren't trustworthy, especially those two sisters, utter sycophants. Calling him brother Zhan all the time, how disgusting. I already said I wasn't talking to you. Have you no manners? Yi Zhan sneered coldly. Trash has no right to speak. Let's settle this. See who's the trash. Suchi was thoroughly enraged by this guy's shameless act. Yang Chen stepped in front of Suchi. Suchi, we're on the same team. I'll handle this. Alright. Suchi glanced at Yang Chen and nodded. Yang Chen, there's no need. I won't team up with him. Shinka felt both worried and speechless. The team had just been formed, and she didn't want Yang Chen and the others to act this way. In the Beastmaster world, might makes right. Defeating him will prove our team's strength and show others that high Beastmaster power only means you can control more beasts. It doesn't equate to true power. Yang Chen reassured her, if someone's not capable, even the highest talent is useless. Shinka pondered his words. Yang Chen had a point, sometimes logic didn't matter. Fists spoke louder than words. That was the rule of the battlefield. Then be careful. If you can't win, admit defeat. Even if you do, I won't join them. A gentle smile graced Shinka's pretty face, her two tiny fangs sparkling like little pearls. Don't worry, I'll be fine. With that, Yang Chen turned to Yi Zhan and challenged, care to exchange a few blows? Heh, fine. Let me pound you trash into the ground. Maybe then she'll see just how useless her teammates are. A confident curve lifted at the corners of Yi Zhan's mouth. Go ahead then. Yang Chen tilted his head. Then, Suchi and the others, along with the twin sisters, stepped aside and cleared the area, giving Yang Chen and Yi Zhan ample space to fight. The commotion quickly drew the attention of many nearby onlookers. Look like they're about to fight. It's over team members. Yi Zhan has his eye on that fanged girl. Damn, Yi Zhan's a top-tier recruit with over 400 Beastmaster power. He's not even teaming up with that fanged girl? That's pretty bold. The surrounding crowd buzzed with whispers. The commotion grew louder and louder. Just then, a stern voice cut through the crowd from outside. Stop right there. What do you think you're doing? It's the first day of the opening ceremony, and you're already starting fights? Wu Xian emerged from the crowd, his face dark. Yi Zhan showed no fear, instead smiling and saying, Teacher Wu, it's just classmates sparring a bit. That doesn't violate school rules, does it? It may not violate the rules, but today is the opening ceremony. I won't allow your sparring. Wu Xian turned to Yang Chen and added, wasn't it you who got into a fight outside the dormitory yesterday? Keep things calm for now. You'll have plenty of time to fight in the years ahead. Wu Xian avoided offending either side, doling out equal punishment to both. Teacher Wu, I don't want to fight either, but it depends on whether the other person is willing. He's forcing my teammate to be his partner. Yang Chen spread his hands helplessly. Wu Xian's expression darkened. Yi Zhan, I know you're exceptionally talented. But speaking from experience, never force someone to be your teammate. On the battlefield, your teammates are comrades you can trust with your back. Take my advice, if someone refuses, find someone else. With your talent, securing a good teammate won't be difficult. Yi Zhan smiles faintly. Alright, I'll take Teacher Wu's advice. After a pause, Yi Zhan turned his gaze toward Yang Chen with a challenging look. But our business isn't settled. Next time we meet, I'll teach you a proper lesson. I've got a lesson for you too, don't act like a big shot, or you'll get your ass kicked. Yang Chen retorted, refusing to be outdone. Oomph. Yi Zhan snorted coldly and prepared to leave. Hold on. Wu Xian suddenly spoke up. Whatever you decide to do from now on, as long as it doesn't violate school rules, is your business. But there's something I need to make clear, your enemies aren't your classmates. They're the interdimensional beasts and beastmen. Yi Zhan didn't even bother to turn his head, leading the twin sisters away without a second glance. You brat! Your beast companion is just a pet, how could it cause such trouble? Wu Xian shot Yang Chen a disapproving look. That Yi Zhan is no pushover. You'd better watch your step. Keep a low profile around campus from now on. If you get beaten up again, don't come crying to me. Thanks for the warning, teacher. Yang Chen smiled. Wu Xian shook his head, dropping the subject. Come to my office later, room 208 in building 1. I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 68, Investigating Yang Chen. In the days that followed, no incidents like the one with Yi Zhan occurred. Yi Zhan naturally found teammates. Elite recruits like him were highly sought after. An hour later, team formation was nearly complete. There were 63 teams in total, including one 3-person squad that had formed due to insufficient numbers. Teams with fewer than 4 members like this one will likely have little chance of competing in any events over the next few years. Unless one member is exceptionally talented enough to be recruited by another team, or all 3 students are so outstanding they can dominate 4-person teams, they'll remain on the sidelines. Otherwise, they'll likely be excluded from future competitions. After all, every other team is exceptionally strong and fully staffed with 4 members. The 63 teams were divided into 8 classes. Class 1, primarily composed of elite recruits, had only 7 teams, while the remaining 8 classes each had 8 teams. Moreover, the gap between elite recruits and regular students became evident during class assignments. Class 1, comprised of elite recruits, was personally led by the Dean of Education. The remaining 7 classes were each led by ordinary instructors. Yang Chen and Su Qi weren't assigned to the same class. Su Qi's group landed in Class 8, while Yang Chen was placed in Class 7. Soon, under the guidance of numerous instructors, the squads began organizing themselves according to their class assignments. "Hey, Yang Chen, isn't that guy Yang Yuan the one who fought with you?" Ouyang Lanlan, standing behind him, suddenly jabbed Yang Chen's side with her finger. Yang Chen turned to see a youth standing behind Class 7, his eyes filled with resentment. Who else could it be but Yang Yuan? Yang Yuan glared at Yang Chen with vicious intensity, like a venomous snake. Several of Yang Yuan's teammates, seemingly aware of the feud between Yang Chen and Yang Yuan, all shot hostile glances at Yang Chen and his group. "This guy's luck's about to run out." Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "So Yang Yuan is your second uncle's kid?" Ouyang Lanlan asked. "Yes." Yang Chen nodded. "Good. Looks like we've got work to do." Ouyang Lanlan slapped Yang Chen's shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Don't worry, sis got your back." Jiang Xiao and Qin Ke were confused. They both knew about the fight between Yang Chen and Yang Yuan at the dorm entrance, but from Ouyang Lanlan's tone, it seemed there was more to it. "Lanlan, is there more to this?" Jiang Xiao asked curiously. "Don't ask so many questions. Just get it done." Ouyang Lanlan wasn't one to gossip. She knew about Yang Chen's affairs, but she saw no need to broadcast them to the whole world. As they spoke, the class finished lining up, and their instructor stepped to the front. Their instructor was He Jun, a woman in her 30s. She was reasonably attractive, but her expression was stern. "All right, everyone, quiet down." He Jun clapped her hands to signal for silence before continuing. "For the next 4 years, I will be your instructor. I expect you all to hold yourselves to the highest standards. One more thing, most of our classes won't be held in classrooms. Starting tomorrow, you'll be preparing for your first lesson. The first lesson is simple, physical training. Assemble at the school's 8th sports field at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Latecomers will lose 1 credit point. Dismissed." He Jun didn't seem like one to beat around the bush. After a few brief words, he dismissed the group and left. The students began milling about freely, buzzing with chatter. Tomorrow marked the first lesson of their 4-year university journey, and everyone was eagerly anticipating it. Yang Chen exchanged greetings with Ouyang Lanlan and the others before heading alone to the academic building to find Wu Xian. Yang Chen arrived at Wu Xian's office door and knocked. "Come in." Wu Xian's voice came from inside. Yang Chen pushed the door open. Wu Xian was sitting on the sofa, chatting casually with a middle-aged man wearing glasses. The middle-aged man looked vaguely familiar to Yang Chen, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. "Yang Chen, you're here." Wu Xian stood up, beckoning him over. "Come on in. Let me introduce you. This is Vice President Chen Xiangshan of our Englong Academy." Hearing this, Yang Chen suddenly remembered where he had seen him before. Wasn't this the man on the cover of the school handbook? Only, the cover showed Chen Xiangshan in a sharp suit, and with the added touch-up effects, it had momentarily slipped Yang Chen's mind. "Hello, Dean Chen." Yang Chen greeted him politely. "Hello, young man. Come sit down. No need to be so formal." Chen Xiangshan's face broke into a warm smile, revealing him to be an amiable elder with not a trace of arrogance. Yang Chen walked over and sat down on the sofa to Chen Xiangshan's left. After pouring Yang Chen a cup of tea, Chen Xiangshan began inquiring warmly about his well-being, expressing concern over the recent invasion of North City by beasts and beastmen. After a while of small talk, Yang Chen realized that Vice President Chen Xiangshan probably hadn't come to chat with Wu Xian at all. He was here waiting for him. "Vice President Chen, if you have something to discuss, please get straight to the point," Yang Chen said, cutting to the chase. Chen Xiangshan paused, glancing at Wu Xian before chuckling. "Well, it seems age has made me more talkative. Young people are refreshingly straightforward." Wu Xian smiled and said, "Mr. Yang, we sought you out not for any other reason, but to inquire about the nature of your beast-taming abilities. Would you be willing to share?" Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His beast wasn't just any ordinary beast, it possessed a mythical grade bloodline. Yang Chen possessed the ability to alter a beast's bloodline, his greatest secret. During the previous assessment, he hadn't drawn much attention, leading him to believe Englong Academy had no intention of investigating him. Now it seemed that might not be the case. Yang Chen grew cautious. "Instructor Wu, I don't know the exact nature of my beast either." "Then might we draw a sample of your beast's blood?" "To be honest, this is the first time we've encountered a beast like this," Wu Xian replied. "Student Yang, there's no need to be nervous. We won't harm you. We simply wish to determine whether this mythic tier bloodline is a mutation or the result of other factors. If you're uncomfortable, you can refuse." Chen Xiangshan offered reassurance with a smile. Yang Chen pondered for a moment. His beast-taming abilities were indeed peculiar. If he didn't let the academy investigate, they might probe secretly anyway, which would be even more disadvantageous for him. He certainly didn't want to be under constant surveillance. If they were only taking a blood sample for investigation, they probably wouldn't find anything. After all, Magpie didn't possess a full percentage of Vermilion Bird bloodline, only 1%. Even if they drew the Magpie's blood, the most they could conclude was that it was a mutation. This would save him a lot of trouble down the line. Chapter 69, The Mysterious Mission. Of course it's possible. Yang Chen nodded with a smile. Mr. Yang, thank you for your cooperation. Rest assured, we won't harm you in any way. We simply wish to understand how pets mutate. If we can discover possibilities for artificial intervention, it would be the greatest assistance to our human race. Chen Xiangshan offered reassuringly with a smile. If you don't mind, we'll begin immediately, Wu Xian added. All right. With that, Yang Chen summoned his Myna bird. Useless. Useless. Watch me take you flying. The Myna flapped its wings loudly, squawking defiantly. Its gaze toward Wu Xian and Chen Xiangshan was brimming with pure provocation. Chen Xiangshan and Wu Xian both froze. They'd seen all kinds of beasts, but a talking one? That was a first. Yang Chen awkwardly explained, sorry about that. It's just like that. Unless it's fighting, it won't listen to me. How do we get it down? Easy enough. Chen Xiangshan chuckled lightly. The next moment, the smile vanished from Chen Xiangshan's face as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt as though the blood in his veins had nearly frozen solid. What overwhelming power! He never imagined that this seemingly refined and scholarly Dean Chen was also a formidable beastmaster. The magpie, fluttering mid-air, sensed this terrifying aura and plummeted from the sky. I'm dead! I'm dead! The magpie screeched in terror. Chen Xiangshan, however, showed no hesitation. He grabbed a syringe from the nearby table, one he'd prepared long ago, and swiftly injected it into the magpie's back. Slowly, he drew out a small sample of blood. After completing this, Chen Xiangshan's face softened into a gentle smile once more. Student Yang, it's all right now. Rest assured, your beast won't be harmed. As he spoke, the palpable aura vanished without a trace, as if the entire scene had been an illusion rather than reality. The magpie, visibly relieved, fluttered tremulously behind Yang Chen, staring at Chen Xiangshan with terror, as if facing a formidable enemy. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Yang Chen stroked the magpie's feathers with a touch of pity in his voice. But the magpie remained terrified. With no other option, Yang Chen reluctantly put the magpie away for the time being. Yang, you shouldn't keep your beast companion confined to the beast space all the time. You should release it often and interact with it more, especially during future lessons. This will help build your combat synergy, Wu Xian kindly reminded him. I'll keep that in mind. Yang Chen nodded. This knowledge was covered in high school textbooks, but with so much happening lately, he hadn't had the time to spare. As they spoke, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Knock knock knock. Wu Xian apologized and got up to answer the door. Outside stood a woman with short hair, dressed in a black form-fitting outfit. Wu Xian froze, not recognizing her. May I ask who you're looking for? He inquired. The woman didn't speak either, but instead produced a red identification card and held it before Wu Xian. Wu Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Before Wu Xian could speak, the woman asked, Is Vice President Chen here? Yes, he's here. Please come in. Wu Xian quickly stepped aside, his gaze toward the woman revealing a hint of admiration. Chen Xiangshan greeted the woman upon seeing her. Captain Bai, have you come to deliver the list? The woman called team leader Bai didn't speak. Instead, she glanced at Yang Chen, who stood with his back to her. Chen Xiangshan immediately understood. Turning to Yang Chen, he said, Mr. Yang, thank you for your cooperation. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to call me. Here's my card. I have other matters to attend to. I won't keep you chatting. Chen Xiangshan held out a business card toward Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded, tucked the card away, and rose to leave. He understood Chen Xiangshan was giving him the hint to depart. Yang Chen glanced curiously at the woman called by team. Team leader Bai was also watching Yang Chen. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Your name is Yang Chen? You know me? Yang Chen was genuinely puzzled. He had no recollection of knowing such a woman. Besides, he had left Star City when he was very young and had few friends there. No, but I've seen your records at the academy. You're quite impressive. As far as I know, you're the first student to use a pet as a beastmaster and get into Yinglong Academy. Team Bai said approvingly. Yang Chen nodded, not giving it much thought beyond assuming Bai Dui was a mentor at Yinglong Academy. Yang Chen left the office, closing the door behind him. Captain Bai, has your list been finalized yet? What about the investigation results? Chen Xiangshan hurried forward to inquire. Team leader Bai calmly opened the folder in his hand, handed it to Chen Xiangshan, and said, The students listed here all have clean backgrounds and possess exceptional talent. They are the best candidates for this mission. Take a look and share your thoughts. Chen Xiangshan solemnly accepted the folder. It contained several student names, with Yang Chen's old friend Yizhan listed first. Also listed were the names of Yizhan's teammates, the twin sisters. Most on the list possessed beast control power reaching 400, with only a few hovering near that mark. What astonished Chen Xiangshan most was that Yang Chen's name was prominently listed at the very end. When Chen Xiangshan and Wu Xian saw the two skills listed after Yang Chen's name, their eyes widened in shock. Yang Chen has 2 golden great skills. No wonder he got into Yinglong Academy. His luck is just too good, isn't it? Chen Xiangshan and Wu Xian found it almost unbelievable. You two should keep a close eye on Yang Chen. He's the top recommendation from my former captain. Captain Bai stated solemnly. Your former captain. Could it be that person? Chen Xiangshan seemed to recall something, sucking in a sharp breath. Did she go to North City? Team leader Bai didn't answer the question. My mission is complete. Now, I hope the academy can properly carry out the tasks ahead. This year marks the first time the authorities have officially intervened. This mission cannot afford failure. Understood. Rest assured, Captain Bai. We guarantee we'll complete this mission. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Xiangshan's eyes. Over the years, the Dragon Nation has shown them more than enough tolerance. They keep pushing their luck. It's time we showed them our strength and made those bastards face reality. The Dragon Nation's leniency toward them stems not from fear, but from safeguarding the interests of the human race. Chapter 70, The First Lesson. The next morning. 6:30. Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao met up with Ouyang Lanlan. After a quick breakfast in the cafeteria, they hurried to the sports field. By then, many classmates had already gathered at the 8th field. Most students huddled with their own teammates, rarely interacting with other groups. After all, they were still unfamiliar with each other. At exactly 7 o'clock, all the students of Class 7 had arrived. Jun arrived at the field, clapped her hands, and announced, "Assemble. Line up according to yesterday's formation." The scattered students quickly fell into line. Jun nodded with satisfaction. This morning's lesson is simple: run 40 laps around the track at a fast pace. The first place team will earn 3 credits. All other teams will receive 1 credit each, except for the bottom 3, who will receive no credits. A murmur rippled across the field. 3 credits? That's a lot. According to the credit rules, 3 credits can get you into an artificial wormhole for a whole hour of training. If we take first place, that'd be awesome. But just 1 lap is at least 500 meters. 40 laps? That's 20 kilometers. That's a bit insane. Back in high school, the longest I ever ran was 5 kilometers. I nearly died from exhaustion. The students buzzed with discussion. Some wore excited expressions, while others looked pale. A fiery gleam flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. This was the advantage of a prestigious academy: access to formidable teaching resources. An ordinary school would never dare attempt something like this. Capturing beasts and beastmen from the battlefield of another dimension was no simple task. The myriad bureaucratic procedures alone would deter most academies. Capturing first-tier beasts and orcs wasn't difficult. The real challenge lay in navigating the layers of scrutiny and approvals. After all, no matter how low their rank, these creatures remain dangerous entities. If mishandled, they could inflict significant harm upon the human world. The real human world isn't just filled with beastmasters, it's teeming with ordinary people. This was a rare opportunity. Mentor, let's get started. We're going for first place. Many students were already bursting with anticipation. Hold your horses. We haven't covered the rules yet. Actually, they're quite simple: complete the task without violating school regulations and without relying on spirit beasts. But one crucial point must be emphasized: only the entire team finishing first counts as first place. An individual finishing first doesn't count. The final ranking is determined by the position of the slowest member in your team. Jun stated calmly. Yang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. This rule sounded simple, but in reality, it was anything but straightforward. School rules were numerous. If it was merely about not violating school rules, what kind of rules were those? Clearly, it meant physical combat was permitted as long as no student was crippled, but beast tamers were off limits. That was the rule. This training session was going to be quite interesting. Yang Chen grinned as he scanned the room. Many students were whispering among themselves, while others glanced warily at the other teams. Clearly, many students had already grasped this rule. Jiang Xiao felt the wary stares directed at them. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, "Why do I feel like everyone around us is looking at us strangely? What's going on? We didn't do anything to offend them, did we?" Ouyang Lanlan rolled her eyes at Jiang Xiao in exasperation. "I thought you were just clueless, but I never imagined you could be this dense." "What do you mean?" Jiang Xiao looked embarrassed. Why was Lalan always putting people down? Chinko couldn't bear to watch any longer and gently explained, "It's simple. As the teacher said, as long as you don't break school rules or use your beast, you can beat up other students. As long as you don't cripple them, it doesn't violate the rules." Got it? Holy crap, no way. Jiang Xiao finally snapped out of it, his eyes darting warily around the room. In that moment, every student seemed like his enemy. Of course, not everyone had caught on yet. Quite a few classmates were still oblivious. As they spoke, Hee-jun suddenly announced, "The competition officially begins." The moment the words left her mouth, Yang Chen snapped into action. "Run!" Yang Chen was the first to bolt out. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ko followed closely behind. Zhang Xiao seemed to be naturally a step behind, finally snapping out of it last. Damn it, didn't anyone even get a chance to prepare? Teacher, you're not playing fair. But someone jumped the gun. The other students finally caught on and swarmed toward the track. Yang Chen's group surged ahead, taking the lead. Thanks to Li Susu, Yang Chen's running rhythm and speed were both exceptionally fast. Among the other three in the group, Yang Chen was most concerned about the two girls, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku. With their delicate, fair skin, they clearly hadn't endured much hardship. He feared they might fall behind. After all, this wasn't about individual performance, it was about the team's overall ranking. To Yang Chen's utter astonishment, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku maintained a steady pace throughout, their breathing perfectly even. Zhang Xiao, on the other hand, was already drenched in sweat and gasping for air after just a few laps, looking like he was about to collapse. Hearing Zhang Xiao's ragged breathing, Yang Chen grew concerned he might not catch his breath. Zhang Xiao, regulate your breathing, adjust your stride, and run with us at our pace. If you keep this up, you'll be exhausted before 10 laps. Yang Chen reminded him gently. Back when Li Susu had sent Yang Chen out to run, she hadn't given him all this advice. These were lessons Yang Chen had learned through his own experience. Zhang Xiao tried to adjust, but having started too aggressively, he simply couldn't get his pace under control. And Zhang Xiao wasn't the only one in this situation. Yet most students persisted, determined to secure a good ranking for their teams. After more than 20 laps, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku were also struggling to keep up, their breathing becoming increasingly labored. Seeing this, Yang Chen had no choice but to slow down. Only then did Zhang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan catch their breath. Just then, a shriek erupted from behind them. "Holy crap, you ambushed me! Teacher, this guy hit me! Is this even allowed?" Everyone turned to see a girl who had been kicked by someone, landing face first on the ground. She sat there screaming loudly. It finally began. No one uttered a word. They ran while glancing at Hee-jun. Some were simply spectators, while others sought to verify whether the rules of this match were as they imagined, whether physical combat was permitted. Chapter 71, First Place. As long as it doesn't violate school rules, it's not considered a foul. Hee-jun said with a smile. At her words, everyone snapped to attention. It really was okay to fight. The teacher said it's not a foul, so let's beat the crap out of them. Someone in the crowd shouted, and another group launched an attack on the surrounding teams. Many who didn't react in time were knocked to the ground. Yang Chen's group, running at the front, had long become the target of everyone's attacks. Two groups immediately closed in on them. Flanking Yang Chen on either side, four students from one group silently lunged toward him. Among them, a burly male student took 3 steps in 2 strides, leaping into the air and kicking straight for Yang Chen's back. Flanking Yang Chen on either side were 2 more students. The male student on the left, seemingly a melee fighter, unleashed a skill that enveloped him in golden light as he charged forward. Meanwhile, the female student on the right was enveloped in a blue aura, charging forward with fierce momentum. A 3-pronged attack. Holy! Yang Chen, watch out! Zhang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the other 2 watched the scene unfold, their expressions turning pale as they shouted urgently. Already in mid-stride, they had no time to rush to Yang Chen's aid. At that critical moment, Yang Chen abruptly spun around, raising his right foot to deliver a vertical chop like a battle axe. Thud! The male student soaring through the air looked incredibly cool as he attacked, but Yang Chen's kick sent him crashing down mid-air, landing face first in the dirt. Without pausing, Yang Chen thrust his hands against the ground with explosive force. Light as a swallow, he sprang back up in an instant. Holy! The 2 classmates flanking him from left and right instantly paled. They hadn't expected Yang Chen to be such a formidable fighter. Yang Chen's evasion left them no time to halt their momentum. Even though both instinctively tried to halt their momentum, inertia carried them forward, slamming them together with brutal force. Just as they tried to separate, 2 fists as big as sandbags came crashing down toward their vital points. Thud, thud. 2 dull thuds echoed as both classmates were sent flying by Yang Chen's simultaneous left and right punches. The past month hadn't been wasted on Yang Chen. Though he couldn't match Li Susu, his combat skills far surpassed those of the school's newcomers. The 3-pronged attack was swiftly and decisively dealt with by Yang Chen. This sight made the 4 students from another group who had been planning to ambush Yang Chen's team swallow nervously in fear. They turned and tried to run. Holy! Yang Chen is awesome. Yang Chen, when did you learn martial arts? How come I never knew? Zhang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others were stunned, rushing over to surround him. Cut the chatter. Run ahead. Don't let those guys get ahead of us. Yang Chen shouted, then took off running. Zhang Xiao and the others didn't hesitate, following Yang Chen's lead. Though the students behind them had started running, it was only the 3 slowest groups. They knew they couldn't compete for first place, so their goal was to avoid finishing in the bottom 3, at least securing some credits. The remaining unaffected groups immediately gave chase after Yang Chen and his team. Unfortunately for them, Yang Chen's group had already defeated one of the trailing teams. Only one member managed to break free and sprint ahead, but his 3 teammates were left behind, lagging nearly half a lap behind. There was no way they could catch up. This scene filled Hee-jun with satisfaction, exactly the outcome she had sought. However, this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, even more spectacular results were bound to unfold. Using credits to fuel student competition never failed to deliver. Hee-jun was particularly pleased with Yang Chen's earlier display of taking on 3 opponents single-handedly. Earlier, Chen Xiangshan had already given her a heads-up, instructing Hee-jun to keep a close eye on Yang Chen. And Yang Chen was indeed a promising prospect. Another half-hour passed, and Yang Chen's group of 4 were the first to reach the finish line. Of course, there was another student who arrived earlier than them, but that student was the sole member of his group, so Yang Chen's group was declared the winners. The rest of the students gradually arrived at the finish line, though they all looked rather bedraggled. The members of the 3 last-place teams, in particular, had been beaten to a pulp, their faces bruised and swollen. Now, let's congratulate Yang Chen, Ouyang Lanlan, Jiang Xiao, and Qin Ke, the 4 students who secured first place in this competition. Hee-jun smiled and clapped. Yet no one joined in the applause. Some even looked resentful. Teacher, this competition is completely unfair. I clearly crossed the finish line first. Why isn't our team counted as first? The student who had crossed the finish line first voiced his dissatisfaction. Hee-jun remained unruffled, her expression solemn. You think it's unfair? Very well. Let me ask you this, if this were a battlefield and you were facing an overwhelming attack by beasts and orcs, would you want your teammates to abandon you and flee for their own lives? Remember this, on the battlefield of another dimension, your only reliance is your teammates. Today's training aims to make you understand, on the battlefield, your teammates are your only support. Abandoning them to venture alone into the alternate dimension is nothing short of suicide. At these words, the male student's face flushed crimson, his confidence visibly shaken. Especially since his 3 teammates had been taken out by Yang Chen. When they were defeated in their assault on Yang Chen, he had been the first to flee. Of the entire 4-person squad, he was the only one unharmed. Just then, murmurs of doubt rose again from the crowd. Teacher, you're absolutely right, we shouldn't abandon our teammates. But making us attack each other is just unfair. We have to run while watching our backs for sneak attacks. How can that be fair? The crowd surged with agitation, many visibly annoyed, especially the members of the last 3 groups. They had clearly sprinted ahead only to be ambushed and dragged back, ending up as the bottom 3 and losing their credits. Hee-jun remained unperturbed. That's a valid point. But let me tell you this, on the battlefield, it won't be your classmates ambushing you, it'll be beasts and orcs. Those creatures won't show mercy. They'll devour you. Today is your first day of class. If you have questions about my course, bring them up, I can explain. However, starting tomorrow, I expect no more questions from you. Because you are no longer students sitting in a classroom. You are beast masters. When you step out of Yinglong Academy, you will face the battlefield. Alright, morning training ends here. You may rest for now. Assemble here promptly at 1 p.m. Chapter 72, Robot Instruction. After dismissal, it was nearly noon, and everyone headed toward the cafeteria. Yang Chen walked alongside his 4 teammates. Yang Chen, taking on 3 of them alone was seriously badass. Those 3 who ambushed you, I saw one of them lose a tooth. Jiang Xiao said with a laugh. Ouyang Lanlan, however, looked at Yang Chen with puzzlement. When did you learn martial arts? Just these past 2 months. Yang Chen replied casually, unwilling to dwell on Li Susu's matter. Our next lessons will likely focus on combat and fighting techniques too. Everyone, hurry up and grab some food, then head back to rest. Seeing Yang Chen's reluctance to elaborate, Ouyang Lanlan didn't press further. After finishing their meal, Yang Chen and the others returned to their dorms to rest. Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao shared a dorm room. Since Yang Yuan had been beaten by Yang Chen last time, he seemed to have moved to another dorm. That afternoon, Yang Chen, Jiang Xiao, and the others arrived punctually at 1 o'clock on the sports field. This time, Hee-jun arrived earlier than everyone else, waiting on the field well in advance. Several robots were also present on the field. Everyone, you see these robots on the field? They are your instructors. Today, our lesson is combat. Hee-jun explained, when we head to the alternate dimension battlefield, we'll encounter all kinds of magical beasts and orcs. You'll be fighting them. This will test your combat prowess and the accuracy of your skills. These factors will be life or death matters for you on the battlefield. I hope you'll learn how to fight properly. No sooner had Hee-jun finished speaking than a student voiced an objection. Teacher, we're all beast masters now. Why do we need this training? Once we unleash our beasts, won't we just sweep the battlefield clean? That's a good question. In that case, I'd like to ask you, what type of beast master are you? Hee-jun inquired. I'm an attack-type beast tamer, the student answered. Then let me ask you this, suppose you're on the battlefield now, surrounded by beastmen. Your beast is locked in combat, and suddenly a demon beast launches a surprise attack. Are you just going to stand there and wait to die? He Jun countered. Of course not. I still have skills. I can fight back, the student declared confidently. And what if your skills are on cooldown after use? What would you do then? He Jun pressed. Well. The student, shaken by He Jun's words, muttered uncertainly, once I become a powerful beastmaster and acquire more beasts, won't that solve everything? He Jun didn't elaborate on the student's confusion. Instead, he stated plainly, this is a combat course for beastmasters. If any of you don't wish to learn, you may leave now. Just be back for class tomorrow at 7 sharp. Damn, what a sweet deal. Then I'm dropping it. I got beaten up this morning and I'm sore all over. Teacher, I'm dropping it too. Most of the students chose to leave. After discussing it with their teammates late into the night, the remaining few also decided to leave. Soon, only Yang Chen's group remained on the field. He Jun watched the departing figures of her classmates and sighed inwardly. It had become the norm that no one wanted to learn this Beastmaster combat course. After all, Beastmasters relied on their beasts to do most of the fighting. Yang Chen, what do you say? Ouyang Lanlan instinctively turned to Yang Chen. Ever since Yang Chen had led the team through the disaster in North City, Ouyang Lanlan had developed this habit. I plan to stay. What about you guys? Yang Chen looked at his 3 teammates. If you're staying, then I'll have nothing to do back at the dorm alone. I'll stick around too. Jiang Xiao scratched his head with a straightforward smile. I'd like to learn a bit too, Qin Ke said with a smile. Then let's all stay, Ouyang Lanlan nodded. Just then, He Jun approached and asked, aren't you guys leaving? Teacher, we want to learn. Yang Chen spoke up. He Jun glanced at Yang Chen with a hint of satisfaction. True to the recommendation from above to keep an eye on him, this student showed commendable initiative. Then follow me. He Jun said, walking toward the nearest robot. This robot was humanoid, its form nearly indistinguishable from a human. These robots can mimic both beastmen and magical beasts, as well as humans. You just need to make your selection here. He Jun explained while tapping the screen positioned on the robot's face. The robot's face featured a screen the size of a tablet computer. After tapping it, various training modes appeared, covering all types of beast masters. For instance, if Yang Chen is an attack-type beast tamer, he can select the attack-type beast tamer training mode. He Jun added, additionally, there are various application modes: combat mode, escape mode, reaction training mode, and more. You can also choose from the detailed sub-modes within these based on your specific needs. This robot's pretty impressive. Yang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others also looked fascinated. Alright, you should all be able to use them now, right? He Jun surveyed the group. If there's anything you don't understand, bring it up. If not, go find a robot to train with. Got it. Yang Chen and the others responded in unison. Immediately, the 4 split up, each choosing a robot position slightly farther away. Yang Chen approached a robot, selecting attack-type beast master mode, beginner training mode, combat, and low difficulty. The robot instantly seemed to activate, its screen lighting up with a pair of eyes. Beginner training mode, low difficulty. 5 seconds until start. Please prepare, students. 5. 4. Yang Chen immediately took a few steps back, assuming a combat stance. The moment the robot uttered the final one, it leapt suddenly from the ground, soaring into the air, and launched its attack toward Yang Chen. Chapter 73, each different. Whoosh! The iron fist whistled through the air, slamming down toward Yang Chen with blinding speed and immense force. Yang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the robot's attack to be so swift. Instinctively, he raised both fists to block. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Yang Chen felt a sudden numbness in his fists. However, it inflicted no harm upon him. Compared to Li Susu, neither the force nor the speed of this attack was anything to speak of. For Yang Chen at this moment, it was merely adequate. Unfortunately, what Yang Chen never anticipated was that just as he prepared to counterattack, the robot's forearm suddenly shot forward, completely detaching from the machine. Holy! There's more? Yang Chen's heart pounded violently. The mechanical arm that had burst forth slammed into Yang Chen like a speeding car, sending him flying backward 7 or 8 meters before he finally regained his footing. Yet Yang Chen harbored no complaints. For an offensive type beast master, such an attack pattern was perfectly normal. After all, whether it's an offensive type beast master or their beast, they can unleash skills during close-range bursts. These skills are always difficult to guard against. Undoubtedly, this robot simulates opponents at an exceptionally high level. Following this training regimen will undoubtedly enhance combat experience. Again! Yang Chen steadied himself and charged toward the robot once more, locking into combat with it. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao was faring much worse than Yang Chen. As a defensive type beast master, his specialty was defense. The robot relentlessly attacked, and Jiang Xiao simply lacked the kind of toughness training Yang Chen had undergone. Whether in reaction speed or ability to withstand blows, he was in a completely different league from Yang Chen. By the very first round, Jiang Xiao was already beaten to a pulp. Yet Jiang Xiao uttered not a sound. Fighting with increasing ferocity, he continued the brutal battle. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lanlan, a ranged attacker, was also locked in combat with a robot that employed long-range laser assaults. Similar to Jiang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan was struck several times by the lasers sent flying and ended up covered in dust and dirt. Ouyang Lanlan cursed under her breath, but her hands never stopped. She kept dodging the robot's attacks, waiting for her skills to recharge before seeking opportunities to strike back. Among the four-person squad, Jinka had the easiest time. As a support-type beastmaster, she calmly deployed her auxiliary skills while the robot frantically dodged her attacks. Unlike the others, Jinka wore a pair of 3D holographic goggles that simulated her skills, eliminating the need for cooldowns. Jinka unleashed simulated skills almost non-stop, yet nearly everyone missed its mark. Yet Jinka showed no sign of discouragement. Her composure remained steady as she methodically analyzed her performance. Her accuracy steadily improved from initially missing 10 out of 10 attempts to now hitting at least 1 out of 10. He-jun observed the performance of Yang Chen's team of 4, gaining a fundamental understanding of them. Yang Chen possesses a steady temperament, capable of continuous self-reflection while maintaining an aggressive offensive mindset, a personality well suited for an offensive-type beastmaster. Jiang Xiao is reserved but possesses remarkable endurance. He's extremely reliable and plays it safe. Ouyang Lanlan may have a fiery temper, but deep down, she possesses an indomitable spirit. Xin Ku is the most dependable, with unwavering emotional stability. He-jun silently marveled at how this team complemented each other perfectly in terms of personality, forming a well-rounded squad. If this team could maintain this dynamic over the next 4 years and even beyond, once they entered the battlefield they would undoubtedly become a formidable beastmaster squad. However, Yang Chen was under the watchful eye of Dean Chen and others, potentially destined to be involved in that matter. This team would likely disband within half a year. Unless, of course, Yang Chen failed to meet expectations and was excluded. Nevertheless, in He-jun's view, Yang Chen still held considerable promise. Meeting the expected standards should prove relatively straightforward. The only question was what choice Yang Chen would make. He-jun's thoughts were in disarray as time swiftly passed amid Yang Chen and the others' relentless training. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, He-jun pulled out a remote control and pressed the pause button, halting all the robots. After a full afternoon of training, the 4 trainees except for Jinko, who fared slightly better, were nearly black and blue, looking utterly miserable. As the robots halted, Jiang Xiao collapsed first, lying flat on the ground, gasping for breath. It was fortunate he had become a beastmaster. An ordinary person would never have endured such training. Yang Chen wasn't much better off, drenched in sweat as if soaked through. This feeling brought back vivid memories of his training under Li Susu in North City. It was exactly the same. And yet, Yang Chen felt somewhat unsatisfied. "Teacher, can we come back for training tonight?" Yang Chen asked. "Come back tonight? Are you a masochist?" Ouyang Lanlan shot Yang Chen a disapproving glare. She'd taken quite a beating from that robot, especially in the chest area. At least 10 laser blasts had struck her there. Ouyang Lanlan was even worried she might go flat. He-jun replied with a smile, "No, you must rest well tonight. Overdoing it won't necessarily make you stronger. Tonight, you can go back and really think about what you gained from today's lesson. Yang Chen, your performance was excellent. I have high hopes for you. I can tell you have some combat foundation and pick things up quickly. I won't say more." Shin Kutu, she has a steady temperament. He-jun praised with a smile. Ouyang Lanlan furrowed her brow and asked, "Teacher, what about me?" "You?" He-jun shook her head. "Your temper is too hot-headed. You need to strengthen your training. Acting hastily doesn't always increase your output. As the ranged attacker in the team, you must maintain a steadier mindset than the others. Otherwise, your impatience could put your squad in danger." "Huh? How could that be? I'm actually pretty good, right? I can hit 4 or 5 out of 10 shots." Ouyang Lanlan said, sounding a bit upset. "That's only in rare cases. Most of the time, you miss all 10 shots." He-jun replied with a faint smile. Ouyang Lanlan pouted. It was true, but she still couldn't accept it. She shot a glance at Yang Chen, muttering to herself, Shinka getting praised by He-jun was one thing, she had a good personality. But Yang Chen? How could he deserve He-jun's praise? Judging by Yang Chen's appearance, he hadn't exactly been spared a beating. And Jiang Xiao, your combat awareness is too rigid. You can't just keep seeking out hits. You need to dodge and attack. A defensive beastmaster must create a favorable combat environment for teammates. Being defensive isn't just about constant defense. He-jun continued her critique. I'll remember that, thank you, teacher. Jiang Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. Year 74, rumors. Alright, everyone worked hard today. Head home and rest early. Don't forget class starts at 7 tomorrow morning. Dismissed. After speaking, He-jun retrieved the remote control once more and pressed a button. The robots began slowly converging, forming a square formation as they departed the field in orderly fashion. Want me to heal you guys? My beast has a skill called Blue Constellation. Chin Ku offered gently. No need. Healing like that would take too long. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. We have class tomorrow. Don't let it affect your condition. Blue stars, support healing skill. Restores 4% of wounds and mental state per minute. Continuous healing effect. This meant healing their injuries would take at least half an hour. The robot's power had been weakened, so the injuries they inflicted on Yang Chen and the others were merely superficial. Aside from some pain, there was nothing else. They'd be fine in a couple of days. Exactly. We're tough as nails, these scrapes are nothing. Jiang Xiao scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Alright then. Qin Ke nodded, saying no more. It's already 5 o'clock. Everyone's been working hard all day. Let's go eat. After dinner, get some rest early, we have classes tomorrow. Ouyang Lanlan suggested. I'm starving. Let's go to the cafeteria. Jiang Xiao sprang up from the ground like a carp, shouting excitedly. Yang Chen and the other two exchanged glances, each shaking their heads helplessly. Soon, the four of them headed to the cafeteria. As one of the top 5 academies in Dragon Nation, Yinglong Academy offered a surprisingly abundant and affordable cafeteria spread. Yang Chen ordered a chicken drumstick, a plate of stir-fried beef offal, and a serving of greens, spending only 20 yuan. Jiang Xiao and the others ordered similarly meat, vegetables, and soup. Carrying their trays, the four found a table and sat down to eat. No sooner had they settled than they overheard a group of students murmuring behind them. Did you hear? In half a month, the school will activate the artificial wormhole. And in 2 months, they'll lead us into the alternate dimension battlefield. Ha! That can't be true. Where'd you hear that rumor? Didn't we always train for 2 months before entering the artificial battlefield? And the next semester is when we get to enter the alternate dimension battlefield? It's not hearsay. Haven't you forgotten that next year is the quadrennial World Youth Beast Master Tournament? Right, I totally forgot about that. But usually they delay it a bit. Why is it happening so fast this year? No clue about that. But I heard some gossip online. Yinglong Academy apparently wants to break into the top tier schools, and they're selecting participants from this year's freshman batch. That might be part of the reason. Holy crap, that means we're in for some epic battles this year. If Yinglong Academy becomes the 5th major academy in Dragon Nation, then we'll be graduates of a top tier academy too. Just thinking about it gets me excited. The murmurs of the 4 students behind Yang Chen were heard loud and clear by him and his companions. Have you guys heard about this? Yang Chen looked at the other 3. He hadn't heard a single word about it. No. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan both shook their heads. Yang Chen and the 2 of them were all from small towns. Their understanding of beast masters came primarily from textbooks and the internet. For other matters, unless officially announced, it was difficult for them to obtain additional information. I've heard a little bit, Qin Ke murmured softly. What did you hear? Yang Chen and the others turned to look at Qin Ke. What I know is pretty much what they know. Anyway, there are a lot of competitions for our class this year, and the information is reliable. Qin Ke whispered, plus, whether it's national or international competitions, the rewards are richer than ever before. Beast tamers, crystal cores, feeding materials for tamed beasts and the prize money all far exceed last year's. Especially at Yinglong Academy. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan's eyes lit up. They'd seen national tournaments like this on TV before. The top 3 winners received at least epic tier tamers, with the champion getting a legendary tier 1. Now that the rewards were even richer, could it mean glory tier or even mythical tier tamers might be up for grabs? Crystal cores? You could practically pick any you wanted. Yang Chen, however, remained largely indifferent. With his ability to alter beast bloodlines, these rewards held little appeal beyond crystal cores and certain specialized feeding materials. Wonder how long before the competition starts? Jiang Xiao was highly interested. Coming from a small town, even with national subsidies, who wouldn't want more resources? If they're moving up all the courses like they said, it should start in the second half of the year, Yang Chen analyzed. Then we'd better buckle down and work hard. We'll aim to compete in the tournament too. Ouyang Lanlan was brimming with confidence. Don't get your hopes up too high, Qin Ke murmured. Yinglong Academy spent heavily this year to recruit many students with beast control power exceeding 400. The spots are likely already reserved for them. Ha! Aren't the specially recruited students the same as us now? They don't have any advantages in the early stages. Why should they get pre-assigned spots? Ouyang Lanlan retorted, her voice tinged with irritation. Otherwise, why would they give up a top-tier academy to come to Yinglong Academy? Qin Ke chuckled. Beyond these spots, there are likely many other resources involved, including increased access to artificial wormholes and alternate dimension battlefields. That's just too unfair. Ouyang Lanlan pouted indignantly. Actually, this is all part of preparing Yinglong Academy for its promotion to a top-tier academy, Qin Ke chuckled. Aren't you curious? The 4 top-tier academies in Dragon Nation are all private institutions. Yet Yinglong Academy, as a state-run academy, ranks 5th nationwide. Does that seem reasonable to you? Ouyang Lanlan's eyes lit up, sparkling with intense curiosity. Spill it, what's the story here? I don't know the specifics either, but you've probably heard that the 4 top-tier academies are backed by the 4 major guilds, right? I've heard that over the years, most graduates from these top-tier academies have joined the 4 major guilds. Only a small fraction were assigned to assist the government in combat or battlefield defense, which has caused dissatisfaction among the authorities. Because the government has been funneling resources to these 4 elite academies annually. Now that the 4 major guilds are reaping the government's rewards, the government won't stand for it. Shinku explained slowly. This time, Yinglong Academy's promotion to elite status is actually the government's way of avoiding a full-blown confrontation with the 4 guilds and preventing instability. They can only use this legitimate, legal means to vie for resource allocation to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, this national tournament will face fierce resistance from the 4 top-tier academies. You can imagine just how intense the competition will be. Chapter 75, The Siege. The private guild organizations are going head-to-head with the authorities? Did I hear that wrong, or did you say it wrong? Jiang Xiao looked utterly bewildered. This was truly hard to believe. Times have changed. The guilds backing those 4 top-tier academies aren't the small guilds they used to be. Now, these 4 major guilds wield immense power, controlling half of Dragon Nation's talented beast tamers. Shinku sighed. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan exchanged bewildered glances, finding it hard to believe. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. Over the years, nearly all Dragon Nation's beast tamers with power exceeding 400 had enrolled in the 4 top-tier academies. And behind those 4 top-tier academies stood the 4 major guilds. So where did the nation's remaining geniuses go? Most likely, they had joined the 4 major guilds. After all, guilds offered far more freedom than official institutions. No mandatory garrison duties, no forced task assignments. The official institutions, however, were different. To defend against the wormhole battlefields, beast tamers who joined the official ranks were assigned mandatory tasks, garrison duties, or other assignments. Failure to complete these assignments impacts promotions and resource allocation. Consequently, many beastmasters seeking freedom choose to join guilds. In fact, guilds rose to prominence precisely because of this need. Initially, guilds were established to assist the authorities in managing beastmasters who hadn't joined official ranks. They organized these individuals to prevent them from causing unrest in the real world. However, as the 4 great guilds grew increasingly powerful, they eventually led to the current situation. Yang Chen, it seems this year's competition is pretty intense. Should we even enter? Ouyang Lanlan instinctively glanced at Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled faintly. Whether it's deep or not, what does that matter to us? Didn't Shinku just say it? The elite recruits are the main contenders this time. We're just here to make up the numbers. Why are you even worrying about it? Ouyang Lanlan relaxed at his words, patting her chest and declaring, "You're absolutely right, we don't stand a chance. It's no big deal anyway. If we're not joining, we're not joining." Jiang Xiao declared with a carefree shrug. Shinku smiled faintly but said nothing. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to their dorms. The moment they entered the dorm, they saw Suchi leisurely playing with his phone. Defend the tower. Why go mid lane? There's no minion wave. Tower. Damn it. Suchi cursed under his breath, finally slamming his phone down on the table in frustration. Lost? Yang Chen greeted him with a laugh. Suchi angrily twisted open a nearby bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and said, "Yeah, this game is totally unplayable now. It's too lame. You two wanna play? Let's team up." Before Suchi could finish his sentence, he noticed the injuries on Yang Chen and Jiang Zhao's faces. Surprised, he asked, "What happened? Did you two get beaten up?" "No, we were just heading to class afternoon session," Yang Chen replied with a smile. "Combat class? Who would take that? Not even a dog would bother. The team-based classes later might be worth it." Suchi muttered under his breath before asking, "So, are you guys in for a team game?" Buzz. Yang Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. Zhang Shuer called him on video. "My girlfriend's video calling me. You guys go ahead." Yang Chen gave a quick farewell and climbed into bed, leaving Suchi staring enviously. The next morning at 6:30 a.m., Yang Chen and the others arrived punctually at the playground for class. Many classmates nearby pointed and whispered about Yang Chen and his group. "Those idiots are so dumb taking a Beastmaster combat class just to get beaten to a pulp. They're just asking for it. Weren't they the ones who took first place yesterday and earned 3 credits? Today I'll see if they're still so lucky." The students buzzed with whispers. Amidst the crowd, Yang Yuan glared at Yang Chen with a look of pure venom, his face twisted with malice. "Yang Chen, just you wait. Today's gonna be your downfall." Yang Yuan sneered inwardly. Soon, the clock struck 7. Jun arrived punctually at the playground, clapped her hands, and announced, "Everyone, assemble. This morning's training will follow the same routine as yesterday, no changes to the rules. Now, everyone, start running." The moment the words left her mouth, Yang Chen and the others, who had been ready for this, immediately took off running. But just then, a shout erupted from the crowd. "Those are yesterday's top finishers, go after them first." Before he could finish speaking, the entire class lunged toward Yang Chen and his 3 companions. A barrage of skills, glowing with energy, surged toward them, some hurtling forward, others crashing down. Yang Chen looked up to see several blue fireballs hurtling straight for his vital points. Fortunately, Yang Chen was agile. Without hesitation, his body instinctively began to dodge. The first fireball charged ahead, targeting Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen's head jerked sharply to the left just in time, successfully evading the fireball's attack. The second fireball slammed toward his chest. Yang Chen rolled leftward, diving flat to the ground to evade it. Simultaneously, he planted his feet firmly and flipped his body, dodging the final fireball. It all happened in an instant. Yang Chen executed the sequence flawlessly, without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Xiao, running behind Yang Chen, wasn't so fortunate. Upon hearing the shout, he immediately activated his skill, Unbreakable. A layer of blue light instantly enveloped Jiang Xiao's entire body. Unbreakable was inherently a defensive skill. With a thunderous boom, a fireball struck Jiang Xiao, sending him reeling backwards several steps. But then, the two fireballs following behind also struck Jiang Xiao. Boom! Boom! Two muffled thuds echoed as the light faded from Jiang Xiao's body, sending him flying backward. The final fireball struck Jiang Xiao's chest, completely incinerating his clothing there and leaving his chest exposed, covered in blackened, charred skin. Jiang Xiao. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke's expressions changed abruptly. Qin Ke had just prepared to cast a support skill to aid Jiang Xiao, but a dozen offensive defense-type classmates immediately charged in. As ranged attackers and support-type beast masters respectively, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke were no match for Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao. Once the offensive defense beast masters closed in, they had no chance to resist. Both were knocked flying almost simultaneously. He Jun, standing at the perimeter of the field, made no move to stop the classmates' assault. Instead, he watched with a smile. This was precisely the purpose of the lesson, teaching how to respond when overwhelmed by an attack. He Jun watched with some anticipation for Yang Chen's reaction. With all three of his teammates suffering varying degrees of injury, securing first place seemed unlikely now. This served as a lesson for Yang Chen. Chapter 76, The Strongest Turns Out to Be Myself? You can just give up on the rankings and admit you're dead last. Yang Chen, you took first yesterday. Today, it's our turn. Give up. The other students surrounded Yang Chen, shouting loudly. Yang Chen glanced at Jiang Xiao and the other two behind him. All of them were injured to varying degrees. There was nothing he could do, they outnumbered him. Although Yang Chen had trained in combat with Li Susu for some time, it wasn't a magic bullet. He might be able to take on 3 opponents at once, but could he handle 30? Clearly, the situation was stacked against Yang Chen. We're all classmates. There's no need to gang up on one team, right? There's only one first place. With 7 teams left, how do you plan to divide it? Yang Chen remarked calmly, who knows? If you take down our team, some might sneak up and ambush you from behind. Yang Chen's words left the surrounding classmates momentarily stunned. It was indeed a valid point. Truth be told, with 8 teams in one class, they were all competitors. When Yang Chen's group was present, everyone could work together. But if Yang Chen's group were pushed out, wouldn't the other groups become rivals? In an instant, everyone took a step back, huddling closer to their own teammates while keeping a wary eye on the other groups. He Jun watched this unfold, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. This Yang Chen was no pushover. Yang Chen seized the moment to approach Jiang Xiao and the others. How are your injuries? He asked. Can you still run? These scrapes are nothing, Jiang Xiao said, clutching his chest. They ambushed us just now. I think someone's targeting us. Just now, that guy over there kept lurking behind the crowd, staring at you with pure malice. Following Jiang Xiao's gaze, Yang Chen spotted Yang Yuan in the crowd. Yang Yuan was also watching Yang Chen, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips, as if reveling in Yang Chen's disarray. That bastard hasn't had enough beatings yet. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen turned to Qin Ke and asked, if it's a broken bone, can you heal it? Yes, as long as it's not crushed or torn from the flesh, I can heal it. It just takes a bit longer. Qin Ke nodded. Good. Wait for an opening to break out. I'll hold off the others. A dark gleam flashed in Yang Chen's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Yang Chen, what are you doing? If we break their bones, they'll be disqualified. Then we'll have no chance left, and we'll make mortal enemies who'll likely target us forever. Ouyang Lanlan voiced her concern. Don't worry, I've got this under control. Yang Chen gave Ouyang Lanlan a reassuring look. Suddenly, Yang Yuan shouted from the surrounding crowd, don't be fooled by Yang Chen's nonsense. Team Yang Chen is the strongest. We only stand a chance at first place if we eliminate them first. Then we'll compete fairly. No one should ambush anyone at this critical moment. If anyone attacks, our team will be the first to take them down. His words immediately drew agreement from the surrounding crowd. Yang Yuan is right, we take out Yang Chen's team first. We'll deal with the rest later. If anyone tries a sneak attack, I'll help take them down. Exactly. The crowd echoed in agreement, their eyes once again fixed on Yang Chen's team with shared hostility. Yang Chen, give us a straight answer, do you admit defeat? A burly teenager fixed his gaze on Yang Chen, as if issuing a final ultimatum to his team. You want me to admit defeat? No way. Yang Chen chuckled lightly, waving provocatively at the burly youth. Li Yuan, is it? Come on, you guys. Watch me beat you all to the ground. Li Yuan's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Yang Chen to be so brazen. Yang, arrogance comes at a price. Everyone, attack together. Take down Yang. Li Yuan roared, charging toward Yang Chen in a single stride. Other attack and defense type beast masters swarmed in, launching assaults on Yang Chen from all directions. Zhang Xiao and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. With so many beast masters attacking them together, how could they possibly stand a chance? A chill crept into their hearts. No matter how formidable Yang Chen was, he couldn't possibly overcome such overwhelming numbers. Jun's lips curved into a faint, amused smile as she watched Yang Chen. She was quite curious to see what tricks he had left up his sleeve. Li Yuan charged forward first, launching an attack at Yang Chen with a powerful punch. This time, Yang Chen made no attempt to dodge. He unleashed his skill, Battlefront's will. Golden light surged forth. Yang Chen met Li Yuan's fist head-on, countering with a powerful punch of his own. Thud! A dull thud echoed. The two fists collided violently. The instant they collided, Li Yuan's expression changed drastically. He felt Yang Chen's fist strike like iron, a powerful force surging up his arm, violently knocking him back several steps. His fist throbbed with pain. This sent shockwaves through Li Yuan's mind. What caliber of skill did Yang Chen possess? What level was it? How could it be so formidable? He had fought other beast masters before, but he had never seen such immense power as Yang Chen's. Yet, just as Li Yuan's heart raced with shock, Yang Chen suddenly raised the fist that had collided with Li Yuan's and shouted, "Teacher, he! Li Yuan broke my fingers. They broke the rules." At these words, everyone froze in their tracks. School regulations clearly stated that during classes or sparring sessions, it was permissible to inflict injuries, but crippling or severe wounds were strictly forbidden. Breaking fingers was considered crippling. This violated the school rules. Anyone who continued would be eliminated. Yet what puzzled everyone was this: hadn't Li Yuan just been driven back by Yang Chen? How could Yang Chen be injured? Shouldn't Li Yuan be the one injured? The crowd looked over at the sound and saw that the top joint of Yang Chen's left index finger, held high in the air, was bent backward. Holy crap, it really is broken. Is Li Yuan that fierce? Never heard of that before. Everyone stared at Li Yuan in astonishment. Li Yuan himself was completely stunned. He'd just been stunned by Yang Chen, assuming Yang Chen was the expert. But then, looking up, he realized the true powerhouse was himself? Had he just snapped Yang Chen's finger? The angle had been just right? It was so perfect it left Li Yuan baffled. Not only was Li Yuan baffled, but even Jun was stunned. She had seen it clearly: it was Yang Chen who had pushed Li Yuan back. Yet Yang Chen's finger was broken? This was utterly absurd. Chapter 77, Breaking the Stalemate Single-Handedly. No! There was another possibility. Yang Chen did it on purpose. Or more accurately, his finger wasn't broken by Li Yuan, he snapped it himself. The thought sent a chill down Jun's spine. Yang Chen was ruthless. He deliberately snapped his own finger in the collision, not uttering a single sound. What impressed Jun even more was Yang Chen's mental fortitude. He could still find a way out of such a dire situation. This Yang Chen was quite something. I hereby declare Team Li Yuan eliminated. No credit points will be awarded to any member of the team. Jun announced the result with a smile. Yang Yuan and the others couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Because of Li Yuan's mistake, the entire team had been eliminated and received no credits. Li Yuan's face darkened to the extreme. He protested stubbornly, "Teacher, I really didn't break his finger. I don't need explanations. I only believe what I see. After you attacked Yang Chen, his finger was broken. That is your fault." Jun stated calmly. "No further arguments. Your defense is invalid." Li Yuan felt a wave of anguish wash over him. Clearly, this was a loophole in the rules that Yang Chen had exploited, leading directly to his elimination. What pained Li Yuan most was that his team members were eliminated along with him. Li Yuan glanced at his teammates with a hint of apology. One of the female students laughed brightly. "It's fine. It was just an accident. What's one credit point? If we don't get it, we don't get it. We can still complete the professor's coursework. Let's all work hard together." The other two male classmates walked up to Li Yuan, patting him on the shoulder. They showed no sign of blaming him. "Thanks, guys." Li Yuan gave his teammates a grateful look and said, "Let's get going." Immediately, Li Yuan set off again with his teammates. The other students didn't stop him. Since Li Yuan's team had been eliminated, they were no longer competitors, so naturally, no one blocked their path. "The competition continues," Jun announced once more. The words had barely left her mouth when Yang Chen shouted, "Zhang Xiao, charge with me." Yang Chen led the charge, dashing into the crowd in a single stride. Holy! He's at it again. This guy's just here to get hurt. Everyone, stay away from him. Yang Yuan and the others reacted as if facing a formidable enemy, screaming in terror. Upon seeing Yang Chen, they dared not even touch him, let alone surround him. After all, who knew where Yang Chen might break a bone next if they so much as brushed against him? Facing dozens of classmates, Yang Chen stood like Lu Bu himself, not a single soul dared to block his path. Yang Chen and his 3 companions broke through the encirclement with remarkable ease. Yang Chen is so badass. You're a real badass. Ouyang Lanlan couldn't stop praising him. Jiang Xiao wore a broad smile. This was just perfect. Yang Chen, after we're done, I'll treat your finger. Qin Ke smiled gently. By now, they all knew full well that Yang Chen's finger had been broken by her. No wonder Yang Chen had asked Qin Ke earlier if she could heal fractures. After Yang Chen's group charged out, the remaining chaotic teams finally snapped back to reality. They'd once again missed the top spot, and the dynamics of their competition would shift once more. The second to last and third to last teams would now be unable to earn any credits. A chaotic melee erupted instantly. Teams that had previously allied now launched attacks against one another. Yet, just as the fray reached its peak, another voice rang out. Teacher, Luo Tai broke my arm. A student raised his arm high, revealing a forearm fractured at a 70-degree angle, a sight that made anyone watching wince. Luo Tai, the student in question, wore an innocent expression. Teacher, I didn't do it. I barely touched him, and his arm snapped? This is ridiculous. Luo Tai silently cursed his luck. He Jun's gaze was piercing. How could she not see through it? However, she had already announced the rules. Now that someone had exploited a loophole, even if this student's technique was far rougher than Yang Chen's, resulting in such a severe fracture, He Jun could only hold her nose and accept it. Team Luo Tai is eliminated. He Jun announced the result without mercy. The 4 members of the Luo Tai team fell silent, their faces drained of color. They withdrew from the competition, settling for second to last place and no credits. Now only one spot remained without credits. After the Luo Tai team departed, an eerie scene unfolded across the entire field. All team members were running, wary of each other, yet no one dared to attack again. Everyone maintained a certain distance. As the laps continued, many female students began to falter. One suddenly staggered to the left, causing the group nearby to react as if facing mortal danger. They shouted holy, and leaped aside, seemingly terrified of even brushing against her. This phenomenon played out eerily across the entire field. He Jun watched in stunned silence. This course was designed to hone students' combat skills, teamwork, and strategic thinking. She had believed Yang Chen had outsmarted the challenge, and she was basking in the satisfaction of her course achieving a milestone success. But now, it had devolved into this. No one dared to come near anyone else. It was utterly absurd. Yang Chen's solution to the dilemma had become the biggest flaw of all. He Jun couldn't help but silently sigh in exasperation. She had celebrated too soon. Having taught several cohorts at Yinglong Academy, she had never encountered a class this chaotic. In the past, students competed fiercely yet always stopped short of crossing the line, fostering an incredibly intense learning atmosphere. Now, though, guarding against that the slightest action from anyone could trigger a chain reaction. What teaching purpose could possibly remain? This was nothing short of a free-for-all. Hopeless. He Jun massaged his temples. Changing the rules tomorrow would be troublesome. Yang Chen's group would face another onslaught, which wouldn't be fair to them. So tomorrow, they'd better switch to a different course. As for today's class, Yang Chen's group undoubtedly secured first place once more, earning 3 credits. He Jun pulled out her faculty card and, under the envious gazes of everyone present, credited 3 academic credits to each member of Yang Chen's group. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. This afternoon's session will continue with the Beastmaster Combat course. Attendance is optional. Dismissed. He Jun gave Yang Chen a lingering look before turning and walking away without another word. 3 more credits. That means another hour in the wormhole. That's awesome. Ouyang Lanlan slapped Yang Chen's shoulder with a hearty laugh. Not bad, not bad. You've got some brains after all. Yang Chen, is your finger okay? Jiang Xiao asked with concern. Let me heal it for you. Qin Ke summoned her beast companion and cast her own skills, working together with the beast to heal Yang Chen's fingers. Chapter 78, Sparring. Qin Ke's beast skill was Constellation. Qin Ke herself was also a support-type beastmaster, with the support skill Prayer. Prayer restores non-recoverable, irreversible injuries such as fractures or death. Each cast instantly restores mental state, with injuries recovering at a rate of 2% per minute. Both of Qin Ke's support skills were blue tier, level 3 abilities. Prayer restores 10% of injuries. 2 green beams landed on Yang Chen's head. He felt a wave of warmth wash over his entire body, and the wound on his finger began to gradually ease. But Ouyang Lanlan watched the green light on Yang Chen's head and couldn't help but laugh. Qin's green light really is. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. To get by in life, you gotta have a little green on your head. Yang Chen glanced at the green light and chuckled softly. Pfft, smooth as silk. And you're still planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Ouyang Lanlan rolled her eyes at Yang Chen in exasperation. At that moment, Chinka timidly spoke up, Yang Chen, you guys can stop talking for now. Please help Yang Chen straighten his finger first. Otherwise, the treatment won't work. Ah, well, it does seem like there's no change. Jiang Xiao stared at Yang Chen's finger, still bent backward. No problem, I'll help you straighten it. You can't let him bend it. Ouyang Lanlan shoved Jiang Xiao aside, rushing forward to grab Yang Chen's finger. Holy! Easy there. Yang Chen turned pale with fright, but Ouyang Lanlan showed no mercy, twisting his finger with all her strength. Ah! For the next week, Jun didn't change her training methods, continuing to use this approach. And ever since Yang Chen broke through this time, no one else ganged up on anyone. The entire field became harmonious, with everyone diligently running and training based on their actual abilities. Through this training, all 8 groups in the class showed noticeable improvement. Additionally, every member of Yang Chen's group participated in the afternoon combat training sessions. 1 week later. Morning, 7 o'clock. Jun surveyed the entire class and announced, as you all likely know, there are numerous new student Beastmaster competitions this year, so our curriculum has been accelerated. Today's training will focus on live combat drills. The moment she spoke, the entire class erupted in a chorus of murmurs. Live combat drills? We're doing live combat sparring already? But I'm not ready yet. I don't have any combat experience. The students murmured among themselves. Quiet, everyone. Jun clapped her hands, her expression turning stern. I told you all to come practice robot sparring this afternoon. Only Yang Chen's group showed up. The rest of you didn't even bother. And now you're complaining here? Let me remind you, after this week's combat drills, next week we'll be entering the artificial wormhole battlefield to fight real beasts and orcs. You can complain now, but soon your lives will be on the line. I'm not trying to scare you, but I hope you'll take this seriously. Jun's stern words weighed heavily on the students, casting an invisible pall over the room. Not a single voice stirred. Everyone knew facing real demon beasts and orcs meant real death. Even though Yinglong Academy would assign instructors for protection, with so many students in one class, oversights were inevitable. Alright, I'll now assign the sparring teams. Groups 1, 2, 3, and 4 will face off against Groups 5, 6, 7, and 8. Group 1 versus Group 5, Group 2 versus Group 6, that's the order. The arena is the current training field, divided into 4 distinct zones. Do not maim or kill your opponents. The winning team receives 5 academic credits. Surrender is permitted. Jun announced loudly. Yang Yuan's face instantly paled in the crowd. He was in Team 5, while Yang Chen's team was Team 1. His group was set to face Yang Chen's group. Each team began searching for their opponents. Yang Chen's team and Yang Yuan's team were scheduled for the 4th match. Well, isn't this Yang's cousin? Looks like fate has brought us together again. Ouyang Lanlan folded her arms, smiling as she spoke. The other 3 members of Yang Yuan's team weren't aware of the feud between Yang Yuan and Yang Chen, but they all knew that Yang Chen and Yang Yuan had gotten into a fight right outside their dorm on the very first day of school. Yang Yuan had taken quite a beating. Now, whenever Yang Yuan saw Yang Chen, the memory of getting beaten up kept flashing through his mind, leaving him with some psychological scars. Heh, Yang Yuan, today we're gonna help you get your revenge. Give this guy a proper lesson. A burly male student stepped forward. This boy sported a crew cut, his face pockmarked with acne scars, leaving it uneven and bumpy. Yang Chen and his 3 friends were in the same class as them, so they naturally knew each other. This guy was named Lu Shi, but everyone called him Lu Pockface. He was an aggressive beastmaster with a hot-headed temper. That's right, Yang Yuan, don't be afraid, it's not a one-on-one fight, a female classmate beside him reassured Yang Yuan. This classmate was the support-type beastmaster in their team, and she was quite pretty. Hearing this, Yang Yuan suddenly felt his pride stung. Who's scared of that piece of trash? He's nothing but a stray dog kicked out of our family. Who knows what kind of dog luck got him into this academy? Yang Yuan declared with a straight face. Ha! Now that's more like it. I heard this guy got in by living off someone else's money. Since I'm an offensive type beastmaster too, I'll teach him a lesson today. Lu Shi roared with laughter. Yang Yuan and the other 2 joined in the laughter. But in the next instant, Yang Chen suddenly summoned his beast. The magpie soared into the sky. You little bastard, watch me take you flying. Lu Shi and the others froze in shock. Before they could react, a golden light descended upon Yang Chen. Enough talk. Yang Chen lunged forward in a single stride toward Lu Shi and his 3 companions. He activated both sink the boats and charge into the fray upon himself. Yang Chen's speed surged ever faster. Holy! Yang Chen, you're attacking already. Jiang Xiao and the others were stunned. Before they could react, Yang Chen had already made his move. Not to mention them, Lu Shi and the others looked even more grim. Lu Shi, in particular, hadn't even had time to react before Yang Chen had already charged to within 3 meters of him. By the time Lu Shi snapped out of it, summoned his beast, and was about to strike, he suddenly felt all his attributes plummet violently. Holy! What the hell is this? Lu Shi's face darkened. Chapter 79, First Victory. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Yang Chen's fist slammed squarely into Lu Shi's jaw, contorting his entire face. Lu Shi flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could even summon his beast, he passed out instantly. Attack! Attack him together! Yang Yuan watched the scene unfold, his heart racing with horror. He had fought Yang Chen before and knew all too well how terrifying his skills were. Once Yang Chen closed in, they would have no chance of resistance. Almost simultaneously with his command, Yang Yuan summoned his beast companion, the two-headed wolf. The two-headed wolf exhaled a blast of frigid air. Crackle, crackle. Instantly, waves of ice crystallized on the ground, spreading outward in all directions. The ice spikes froze everything within a 10-meter radius. The freezing effect immobilized victims for 3 seconds. The ice spread with astonishing speed, closing in on Yang Chen. Yet Yang Chen showed no fear, for he had already experienced the icy spikes firsthand. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Chen charged straight into the encroaching frost. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull thuds echoed as ice spikes pierced through the frozen surface. Just as he had done when first facing Yang Yuan's ice spikes, Yang Chen swiftly dodged them using his agility. Seeing this, Yang Yuan's expression darkened. He held back from firing the arrow he'd conjured in his hand. He knew clearly that without controlling Yang Chen, he'd never hit him, it would only waste arrows. I'll control him. Yang Yuan preparing to shoot. The sole female beast tamer in Yang Yuan's squad suddenly shouted, unleashing his skill. All things grow. Zhang Qian uttered a low command as green light surged from her hands, catching up to Yang Yuan's icy spikes. Vines rapidly sprouted across the ice surface. Growth of all things, a control skill that sprouts vines within a 10-meter radius, automatically binding enemies. Once bound, targets are immobilized for 3 seconds and suffer a 10-minute debuff, reducing all attributes by 10%. Control range and duration may vary or increase based on skill quality and level. Without a doubt, Zhang Qian's All Things Grow was formidable. As the vine spread, tendrils shot upward from the ground like octopus tentacles, attacking Yang Chen from all directions. Yang Yuan watched this unfold, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Qian was indeed a support-type beastmaster, but she specialized in control-oriented support. Both Life's Awakening and Frost Spikes were area of effect control abilities. Combining them was absolutely thrilling. Under the dual control of All Things Grow and Icy Thorns, Yang Yuan didn't believe Yang Chen could withstand it. Yang Yuan drew his bow and knocked an arrow in one fluid motion, aiming squarely at Yang Chen amidst the green vines. Once Yang Chen was immobilized, his arrow would fly. Yet, just as the vines were about to confine Yang Chen within their grasp, a sudden shout rang out. Think you're the only one with teammates? You think we're invisible? Fireball! Break it! Ouyang Lanlan roared, raising her hand to summon a fireball about 3 meters wide. It hurtled straight toward Yang Yuan, Zhang Qian, and the others behind them. Yang Yuan, Zhang Qian, and the others paled in terror. Without a moment to spare, they scattered in all directions to dodge the attack. Boom! The massive fireball slammed into the playground with a deafening roar. Whatever material the playground was made of proved remarkably resilient. Despite the immense impact, the massive fireball failed to damage the surface. Instead, the fireball shattered into countless sparks, many of which splattered onto Yang Yuan and the others. Zhang Qian was relatively unharmed. She stood closest to another defensive-type Beastmaster teammate. That male student immediately activated Unbreakable Shield, positioning himself in front of Zhang Qian to block all the sparks. Yang Yuan, however, wasn't so fortunate. Splattered by numerous sparks, white smoke began to rise from his body, accompanied by hissing sounds. His face, in particular, was pelted by a shower of sparks. Ah! Yang Yuan let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. White smoke billowed from his entire face. But just then, Ouyang Lanlan's sharp command rang out again. Ali, fire arrows. As the words fell, the 3 tails of Ouyang Lanlan's tamed 3-tailed raccoon cat whirled violently, coalescing into fist-sized fireballs. The 3-tailed cat swept out, sending the fireballs hurtling toward Yang Yuan and his companions like shooting stars. Watch out! Yang Yuan! Zhang Qian's face paled as she shouted urgently, trying to warn Yang Yuan. But it was already too late. The fireballs struck Yang Yuan's body. Boom! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as Yang Yuan was struck by 3 fireballs, one hitting his chest, another his lower abdomen, and the third his right thigh. The violent impact sent Yang Yuan flying over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. His body bent like a bow as he slid several more meters before finally coming to a halt. Had Yang Yuan not been wearing protective gear, these 3 fireballs would have either killed him outright or left him critically injured. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian fared no better. Though her teammates shielded her from the onslaught, they couldn't block all the fireballs. Ouyang Lanlan had singled them out for special attention. Fire arrows summons 12 fireballs, each carrying 50% of the Beastmaster attack attribute. The number of fireballs and the percentage of attack attribute can increase or enhance based on quality and level. Ouyang Lanlan's fire arrows were blue quality, unleashing 14 fireballs imbued with 70% of her Beastmaster attack power. Yang Yuan was struck by 3 fireballs, while the remaining 11 hurtled toward Zhang Qian and her companion. Boom! 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 A series of muffled explosions echoed. Blue light flared around Lu Yan, the teammate shielding Zhang Qian. Even with the unbreakable aura protecting him, he couldn't withstand over 10 fireballs. Finally, after blocking 6 fireballs, the unbreakable glow on Lu Yan shattered. I can't hold them back anymore. Lu Yan shouted. Boom! 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 The final fireball struck Lu Yan's body. He fared worse than Yang Yuan. His chest armor was pitted and dented. He flew backward like a dead dog, dragging Zhang Qian with him as they both crashed to the ground. Both slammed heavily onto the ground, instantly knocked unconscious. Team Yongchen claims the first victory. He Jun glanced over expressionlessly and announced the result on the spot. Chapter 80, Invitation to join the elite class. Holy crap! That fast? We haven't even started yet, and they're already done? Yang Yuan and his crew are so weak. Yang Chen and his team got way too lucky. The other students on the playground all shot envious glances at Yang Chen and his group. Yang Yuan, who had just been treated by He Jun, opened his eyes only to hear that final remark. Yang Yuan felt a surge of rage churning in his chest and abdomen. What did they mean, Yang Chen and his crew were lucky? What did it mean that Yang Yuan and his group were weak? It was obvious Yang Chen and his group were just incredibly strong. And Yang Chen had no honor in combat. He ambushed them, for crying out loud. In the end, whether from genuine fury or feigned weakness, Yang Yuan's eyes rolled back and he fainted once more. Yang Chen and the others didn't linger either, leaving the field immediately to rest. Over the next week, Yang Chen and his team continued training in this manner. The only difference was that they rotated opponents daily. Yang Chen's group didn't face Yang Yuan's group every time. Over the entire week, with 8 teams in the class, nearly everyone faced off against each other. Yang Chen's group didn't lose a single match. 7 wins in 7 days earned them 35 credits. Combined with the 21 credits from the previous week and the daily base credits totaling 14 credits over 2 weeks, their total stood at 66 credits. Moreover, due to Yang Chen's group being exceptionally outstanding, winning every single match over the 7-day course, He Jun awarded them an additional 10 credits. Now, every member of Yang Chen's group had reached 80 credits. After the morning session on the 7th day, Yang Chen and his team didn't leave immediately because He Jun still had matters to discuss regarding entering the artificial wormhole. While the competition was still ongoing and Yang Chen's team was resting and waiting, Chen Xiangshan arrived at the 8th training ground, causing quite a stir. Holy crap, isn't that Dean Chen? The dean in charge of teaching at Yinglong Academy. What's he doing in our class? Many had seen Chen Xiangshan's photo in the academy handbook, so his face was familiar to them. Hello, Yang Chen. When Chen Xiangshan walked straight up to Yang Chen's group, it drew the sideways glances of many students, who began whispering among themselves. Chen Xiangshan smiled warmly at Yang Chen and asked, "Could we step aside for a moment?" Yang Chen nodded and followed Chen Xiangshan to the side. Yang, the test results are in. Your Beastmaster bloodline contains only a trace of mythical grade Beastmaster blood. We infer it must be a mutation, Chen Xiangshan said in a low voice. Yang Chen felt a slight wave of relief wash over him. The altered Beastmaster bloodline was his deepest secret. Though he'd long prepared himself for the possibility that Chen Xiangshan and his team might not detect anything, hearing this result finally allowed the weight on his chest to lift. Though relieved inside, Yang Chen feigned disappointment on his face. I knew it. Couldn't be pure mythical grade bloodline, he said. He even gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Yang, don't be so hard on yourself. You're incredibly fortunate. Chen Xiangshan encouraged him. From what I know, throughout the history of beast taming, many have tried unconventional paths like contracting pets, but without exception, none achieved good results. But you're doing remarkably well. You possess a mutated beast and a golden grade skill. I have high hopes for you. Chen Xiangshan gave Yang Chen a hearty pat on the shoulder. Thank you, Dean Chen. Yang Chen said gratefully. Alright, class is dismissed. I have an announcement to make. You should gather with your teammates first. Chen Xiangshan glanced at the field where other students were already assembling. Without further ado, Yang Chen nodded and ran to the field to line up with Zhang Xiao and the others. Once the entire class was lined up, Chen Xiangshan stepped before them and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. I trust many of you recognize me, so I won't waste time introducing myself. Today, seeing how hard you've all been working fills me with pride. You are the future pride of Yinglong Academy. Keep up the excellent work." Chen Xiangshan's opening remarks were simple and formal. After the pleasantries, he cut straight to the point. Today, I'm here to make a public announcement. Following thorough deliberation and review by our academy, it has been decided that Yang Chen will be transferred into the elite recruitment class. Whoosh! The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire classroom. Transfer Yang Chen to the elite recruitment class? Are you kidding me? But Yang Chen isn't an elite recruit. This year's elite students get competition slots. They can compete in the national championships. This is basically giving Yang Chen a spot on the pre-selected list. Is Dean Chen Yang Chen's dad or something? Everyone was utterly astonished. After all, the elite recruitment program had a strict requirement, 400 beast control power. Yang Chen only had 398 beast taming power. He didn't meet the requirement. Yang Yuan, standing among the crowd, stared at Yang Chen with a look of envy and jealousy. He couldn't understand they were in the same class, so why did Yang Chen get such an opportunity? Why not him? Was he really inferior to Yang Chen? Sure, he couldn't beat Yang Chen now, but that didn't mean he'd never be able to. Why the hell not? It wasn't fair. Yang Yuan's eyes turned red with fury and frustration. Not only did others fail to grasp it, but even Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan stared at Yang Chen in utter disbelief. They were closest to Yang Chen, especially Ouyang Lanlan, who'd been in the same class as him since high school. Ouyang Lanlan knew Yang Chen's background inside out. He'd probably earned this spot because of his own excellence. This made Ouyang Lanlan feel both envious and eager to congratulate Yang Chen. Many people, including herself, hadn't the pairing of Zhang Shuer and Yang Chen. The reason was simple: Zhang Shuer was too outstanding. If Yang Chen accepted Chen Xiangshan's invitation now, he would undoubtedly receive intensive cultivation from Minglong Academy, bringing him even closer to Zhang Shuer. Yang Chen furrowed his brow, glancing at Ouyang Lanlan and the others before asking, "Dean Chen, are you referring to our group?" "No. Just you alone," Chen Xiangshan corrected. Yang Chen froze. "Just him?" Chen Xiangshan smiled. "Student Yang, you've likely heard the rumors about this year's major competition, correct? Minglong Academy has 4 spots in total. The elite recruitment class gets 3, while the regular class has only 1. So I hope you understand what joining the elite recruitment class entails. Beyond the quota, you'll receive preferential educational resources exceeding those of the regular class. I hope you'll think carefully before answering my question. I believe your friends also want you to join the elite recruitment class." Chapter 81, Cruel Training. Did Yang Chen agree? What an incredible opportunity. Ouyang Lanlan, Zhang Xiao, and Xin Ku all began urging Yang Chen. "If I leave, won't the team be short one person? Where are you going to find another person?" Yang Chen chuckled. "That's exactly why I refuse." "What?" Ouyang Lanlan and the other two were dumbfounded. The other students erupted in an uproar. Has Yang Chen lost his mind? He's actually turning this down? What a golden opportunity. Why didn't he give me that list? Everyone stared at Yang Chen in astonishment. Yang Yuan, standing at the rear of the formation, glared at Yang Chen with a sinister expression. That damn little bastard actually gave up such an opportunity. He must be faking it. He had no connections, no money. What did he have to cultivate a beast? A dead duck just keeps quacking. Yang Yuan felt deeply unsettled. Chen Xiangshan, however, was utterly taken aback. He hadn't expected Yang Chen to refuse outright. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Jun reminded him, "Yang Chen, think this through carefully. Joining the elite recruitment class could have a huge impact on your future. In the future, those in the elite recruitment class, unless they perish on the battlefield, will all have extraordinary prospects." Yang Chen smiled indifferently. "Thank you, teacher. And thank you, Dean Chen. I've thought it through very clearly. Isn't there still 1 spot left in the regular class? I have confidence in my teammates. Therefore, our group has reserved that spot in the regular class. So whether I join or not, the outcome remains the same." The statement sent shockwaves through the entire field. Damn, Yang Chen sure knows how to talk big. How many classes are there in this year's freshman class at Minglong Academy? Can they take first place? Is that even possible? Everyone looked down on Yang Chen's words. If his earlier refusal could be seen as him honoring his word, then his current bold declaration to claim that last spot was pure bragging in their eyes. After all, the ordinary classes at Minglong Academy were only considered ordinary relative to the top-tier genius beast tamers. In reality, they were anything but ordinary. Everyone there was a prodigy. Each had risen from millions of students. Excellent. Chen Xiangshan immediately clapped and laughed heartily, his face beaming with approval as he looked at Yang Chen. "Yang Chen, you have spirit. I truly haven't misjudged you. Then let's wait for the competition in a month. I hope to see you take first place in the entire academy." After offering a few words of encouragement, Chen Xiangshan left the field. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao could no longer contain themselves. "Yang Chen, you seem pretty smart usually. Why do you act so foolish at crucial moments? You didn't even seize such a great opportunity. That's a spot in the elite recruitment class. Joining the team would get you a chance to compete in the national tournament." Ouyang Lanlan looked at him with disappointment, as if she were frustrated with an uncooperative child. "Lanlan's absolutely right. While the elite recruitment class is competitive, as far as I know, Minglong Academy only has 11 recruits this year. With you, that makes 12, exactly 3 spots for each of the 3 teams. There's no need to compete." Xin Ke spoke with level-headedness. "Yang, you really don't need to do this for us. It's fine if we don't participate." Jiang Xiao felt both touched and saddened. "Truthfully, it's not entirely for your sake." Yang Chen smiled indifferently. "You've seen what kind of person Yizhan is. Without 400 beast control power, they'd definitely reject me. I'd probably have to endure a lot of abuse. Rather than be looked down upon like that, it's better not to join at all. We can still compete and fight our way up. Ouyang Lanlan, Qin Ko, and the others froze. It was true, just as Yang Chen said. Back when Yizhan had tried to recruit Qin Ko into his team, that condescending attitude he displayed. Therefore, even if Yang Chen joined the elite recruitment class, he might not gain respect. Instead, he'd likely face exclusion and ridicule. After all, their beastmaster power levels were unequal. Now that you mention it, I think skipping that elite recruitment class might be for the best. Ouyang Lanlan snapped out of it and declared earnestly, if need be, we'll fight our way up and claim a spot ourselves. As they spoke, Jun returned to the field after seeing Chen Xiangshan off. Alright, everyone quiet down. Jun clapped her hands, glanced at Yang Chen, and said, everyone, please refrain from mocking Yang Chen. At the very least, when faced with the choice between shortcuts and hard work, he didn't take the easy way out. Regardless of whether he succeeds, his character and spirit are worthy of our admiration. Next, I want to tell you all that over the next 10 days, we will be heading to the artificial wormhole. This artificial wormhole replicates those found in the frozen season, primarily inhabited by magical beasts and beastmen like snow maidens, snow wolves, and snow dwarves. I urge everyone to prepare mentally. This differs from previous assessments. Inside lies a true simulation of an alternate dimension battlefield. Those magical beasts and beastmen have also experienced the crucible of battle. Also, don't expect any teachers to protect you. There's nothing to fear or worry about. I'm giving you a heads up now. This time, no teachers will be entering to protect you. The mortality rate could reach as high as 100%. The moment these words were spoken, the entire field erupted in an uproar. Holy crap! Without teachers protecting us from behind, isn't that way too dangerous? Yeah, I've never even seen a monster beast or an orc before. I haven't even been through an artificial wormhole. A death rate as high as 100%? That's ridiculous. Could the teacher be pulling our leg? The entire playground was as chaotic as a boiling pot. Some were excited and eager to try, while others were pale with fear, and still others were filled with dread. Don't doubt I'm bluffing. The school has issued an official notice. This is government approved. Anyone afraid can withdraw now, but the cost is simple: automatic forfeiture of this year's national and global rookie beastmaster competition eligibility. Jun's expression was stern, showing no hint of jest. This sobered all the students considerably. A 100% mortality rate gave them a strong sense that this year's competition wouldn't be so simple. Yang Chen, Jiang Xiao, and Ouyang Lanlan froze for a moment. Then, as if struck by the same thought, they all turned to look at Qin Ko. They had guessed it too. Qin Ko was probably right. This year, the authorities were going head-to-head with the 4 great guilds. This was the real deal. And Qin Ko somehow knew about it ahead of time. Chapter 82, Yang Yuan's Jealousy. Why are you all staring at me? Qin Ko caught their glances and playfully stuck out her tongue. I just heard some gossip. Sis Qin, this isn't just gossip, even official news isn't this accurate. Jiang Xiao exclaimed. Alright, maybe it was just a coincidence? Qin Ko seemed reluctant to continue the topic and asked instead. Are we joining? Of course we are. Why wouldn't we? Jiang Xiao was the first to respond, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. We absolutely have to join. Ouyang Lanlan pursed her lips and said, Yang Chen gave up his spot in the elite recruitment class for us. He's already made it public. If we don't participate, wouldn't that be slapping him in the face? Honestly, if you don't want to participate, you don't have to force yourselves. This is life-threatening, after all. Yang Chen smiled as he spoke, glancing at Qin Ko. Yang Chen desperately wanted to participate, but he couldn't ignore Ouyang Lanlan and the others' feelings. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao, of course, needed no explanation. They were survivors who'd escaped North City together, bound by a bond forged in life and death struggles. Qin Ko, though on good terms with them, hadn't reached the same level of closeness. Her opinion mattered greatly, and Yang Chen disliked using morality to coerce others. After all, this trial was extremely dangerous. Qin Ko understood Yang Chen's hesitation. Her eyes crinkled with a smile as she replied, Of course I want to go. Besides Yang Chen giving up his spot for us, the more important reason is that we're all beast masters now. We'll face the battlefield sooner or later. No matter how well the artificial wormhole replicates the alternate dimension battlefield here at school, it can't compare to the real thing. The situation there might not be nearly as dangerous. If we can't even dare to enter an artificial wormhole, how will we ever have the courage to face the real interdimensional battlefield? No sooner had she finished speaking than Jiang Xiao clapped his hands in approval. Well said. Yang Chen shot Qin Ko a surprised glance. He hadn't expected this seemingly delicate girl to have such a resolute side. Alright then, let's go. Seeing unanimous agreement, Yang Chen said no more. As they spoke, many members of other teams had also made their decisions. Teacher, this is far too dangerous. I've decided not to participate in this year's competition. I'm out too. With only one spot available, I don't think we stand a chance at the national competition. We're giving up too. One by one, the teams made their statements. In the end, only 2 teams besides Yang Chen's refused to withdraw. Fear of death is only human, especially after becoming a beastmaster. Once they graduate, their status and standing will rise accordingly. And as graduates of Yinglong Academy, their prestige is even more exalted. Thus, for many, withdrawing from this competition was hardly something to be ashamed of. Moreover, the academy permitted withdrawal this time. It was likely they wouldn't be the only ones to do so. What surprised Yang Chen was that among the 2 remaining teams, one was Yang Yuan's group. As Yang Chen looked over, Yang Yuan was also watching them, his gaze dark and menacing. "You little bastards, if you dare go, so do I. I won't lose to you. You better not run into me in there, or I'll crush you." Yang Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. He refused to accept it. Why did Yang Chen get the special admission spot? Why did he get it, but not me? Yang Chen was nothing but a lowly bastard they kicked out of their home. What gives him the right? He would prove to the academy that he was superior to Yang Chen. Besides Yang Yuan's team, there was another group led by a male student standing at 1.8 meters tall, his entire body covered in muscle. Yang Chen recognized him. His name was Lin Si. Lin Si scanned the room, noting that out of the 8 teams in the class, 5 had already given up. A faint smirk played at the corners of his mouth. What a bunch of fools. Now that they've all given up, it means fewer competitors for the school-wide freshman tournament. 1 less team means 1 less threat. Our group might just take the whole school championship. His gaze finally settled on Yang Chen's group, a hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, Yang Chen's group is the real threat. Over the past 7 days, they had clashed and sparred with Yang Chen's team and suffered a crushing defeat. Therefore, Lin Si was well aware of Yang Chen's team's capabilities. Alright, withdrawing isn't shameful. You're still young, with a long future ahead. Are there any others wishing to withdraw now? If so, come register with me before tomorrow. He Jun spoke while taking names, adding, additionally, all participating teams must prepare their own food. The academy will provide 3 sets of cotton jackets and pants, plus 1 tent per team. Beyond that, prepare whatever else you need. Don't bring useless items, they might slow down your team. Especially you girls, no cosmetics or such. Remember, this isn't a vacation, it's a trial and a battle. Alright, that's all. If you have any questions, check the campus bulletin board for announcements. Dismissed. Go prepare yourselves. Oh, and for those not participating, classes continue as usual. He Jun added one last thing before leaving with her little notebook. Bunch of fools. They've only been at the academy for a few days and already want to go on adventures. Wonder how many of the last 3 teams will even make it back. The trainees who hadn't joined the trial stared at Yang Chen's 3 teams like they were watching monkeys, their expressions tinged with mockery. Let's go. Yang Chen couldn't be bothered with those guys. They didn't have the guts to go themselves, yet they mocked others unaware that they were the real clowns. Yang Chen, what should we prepare? Just food? Jiang Xiao inquired. We also need to bring some medicine. Yang Chen thought for a moment before replying, this time, we'll be inside for 10 days. It's best to prepare food, medicine, and water. Doesn't Shinko have 2 healing skills? Why do we need to bring medicine then? Jiang Xiao asked in confusion. You're so dense. Staying 10 days, who knows what situations we might encounter in there. What if we get hunted down or surrounded, and Shinko runs out of psychic energy to cast her skills? What if we get injured? Just drag ourselves along? Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving look. Oh, I see. Fine then. Jiang Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. Chapter 83, The Trial Begins. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Yang Chen and the others arrived at the large training ground. This time, none of the 4 carried much besides food and medicine. The medicines included several types, for frostbite, anti-inflammatory, external injuries, gauze, and so on. The selection was fairly comprehensive. By now, the main field was already crowded with people. Not every class had followed Class 7's example. Most teams had opted out of participating. Far more students had chosen to join this trial. The academy provided them with large backpacks containing 3 sets of cotton jackets and pants, plus a simple tent. After Yang Chen and his companions packed their prepared food and medicine, their backpacks weren't particularly heavy, weighing only about 30 pounds. This weight was manageable for them. Half an hour later, all students had assembled a total of 100 teams. Everyone had already changed into their cotton garments beforehand. Yinglong Academy's artificial wormhole lay beneath the laboratory building. Once everyone was ready, Wu Xian, the instructor in charge of this training exercise, led the group down into the basement of the lab building. Students, during the next 10 days, once you enter the artificial wormhole, no teacher will be there to protect you. If you encounter life-threatening danger outside, there is a red signal flare on the left side of your backpack. Fire it into the sky immediately, and teachers stationed at the artificial wormhole will come to rescue you. This is your final safeguard. All students should verify their signal flares are operational. If damaged or malfunctioning, seek out a duty instructor for replacement. When you exit, be sure to return to the original starting point. The exit is located at the southernmost end. Wu Xian stood at the underground entrance holding a megaphone, repeatedly broadcasting these instructions. The students entered the artificial wormhole entrance in an orderly fashion. Their expressions varied, some were excited, others thrilled, some eyes gleamed with fighting spirit, while others looked nervous and uneasy. About 20 minutes later, it was Yang Chen and his 3 companions' turn. The teachers stationed at the entrance inspected their signal guns. After confirming everything was in order, one solemnly declared, "Fight for humanity. May you return victorious." Hearing these words, Yang Chen and his companions paused, a solemn respect welling within them. "Advance." Yang Chen nodded slightly and stepped into the glowing halo of the wormhole entrance. Ouyang Lanlan and the others followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped into the halo, they entered a long corridor of white light. The artificial wormhole of Yinglong Academy differed from the one Yang Chen had entered before. It was an almost exact replica of the passageway leading to the real interdimensional battlefield. After walking for about a minute, another halo exit appeared before them. "Passing through here will take us directly into the battlefield." Zhang Xiao was itching to get started. "Cut the chatter. Get in," Yang Chen said in a low voice, stepping into the halo with one foot. White light flashed, and Yang Chen instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a vast expanse of white, icy snowland stretched before him. The howling wind cut through him like a knife. Whoa! It's freezing. Going from summer straight to winter like this, what a refreshingly bitter sensation. Zhang Xiao and the others emerged one by one. Though all 3 wore thick cotton jackets and pants, the biting wind lashed their faces like knives, stinging painfully. Yang Chen carefully surveyed this world. It differed greatly from the artificial wormhole he had previously entered. The world appeared grayish-white, devoid of sun or moon. Only the blinding white snow remained. Staying in such a world for too long could easily lead to snow blindness. Fortunately, the school had provided them with goggles. "Everyone, put on your goggles," Yang Chen reminded them as he put his own goggles on. "Yang Chen, which way should we go?" Ouyang Lanlan asked. "Let's head straight ahead for now. There are too many footprints near the exit to tell which direction has fewer people," Yang Chen analyzed. Although the battlefield recreation here was highly realistic, the sheer number of people was still an issue. The others nodded in agreement. "I'll lead the way, I'm a defensive type beastmaster." Zhang Xiao naturally stepped forward to lead the way. Though he led the way, Zhang Xiao moved extremely slowly. The snow here was thick, uneven in places, and naturally varied in depth. With each step, Zhang Xiao sank nearly halfway down his calf into the snow, and in some spots, his entire lower leg disappeared. This made their progress extremely difficult. This environment is tough enough just to survive, let alone hunting beasts or orcs here. That's just too much to ask, isn't it? Ouyang Lanlan murmured with a hint of complaint. "You'll get used to it. Conserve your strength," Yang Chen replied with a wry smile. Ouyang Lanlan relented. Over the next stretch, the entire squad gradually moved away from the entrance, deep into a snow-covered forest. Zhang Xiao led the way at the front, followed by Ouyang Lanlan in second position, Qin Ku in third, and Yang Chen bringing up the rear. This was their team's forward formation. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku, one a ranged attacker, the other a support, formed the core backbone of the squad's defense. Naturally, they deserved priority. After half an hour of trekking through the snow-covered wilderness, the 4-person squad encountered no other footprints. All that remained was the vast expanse of white snow. The initial excitement and anticipation that had fueled their journey had now faded into numbness. Emotions were muted as they walked with heads down. Though they were beast tamers, this unique environment had taken a toll on their stamina, leaving them all panting slightly. An ordinary person would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. But Yang Chen and his companions were beast masters, possessing physical constitutions twice as robust as ordinary people's. None of them spoke. After another hour of walking, Ouyang Lanlan could barely endure it anymore. She felt like her body was about to fall apart, yet they still hadn't encountered any magical beasts or beastmen. "We need to find a place to rest," Ouyang Lanlan suggested, frowning. "Otherwise, if we exhaust ourselves completely and encounter magical beasts or beastmen, we'll be in big trouble." Before she could finish, Zhang Xiao, leading the way, suddenly called out, "Hold up." 9 o'clock direction, there seemed to be footprints. The weariness vanished instantly from Ouyang Lanlan's face as she scanned the surroundings warily. Yang Chen immediately turned to check behind them. Behind them, there was no sign of any beasts or orcs. The 4 of them quickly crouched low. "Zhang Xiao, did you get a clear look? What kind of footprints are they?" Yang Chen asked in a low voice. "I'll go check. Stay alert." Zhang Xiao crawled forward on the snow toward the 9 o'clock direction. Chapter 84, Snow Dwarves. Boom! Just as Zhang Xiao neared the footprints, a muffled thud erupted from the snow. A blue figure burst violently from the snowy ground. Holy! Startled, Zhang Xiao immediately activated his skill Unbreakable. The figure slammed into his chest, sending Zhang Xiao tumbling backward and crashing heavily into the snow. A peculiar dwarf, barely a meter tall, wielding a wolf-tooth club, with a pointed head tapering to a sharp tip, now stood where Zhang Xiao had been. This dwarf was entirely snow-white, clearly not human. "Zhang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke reacted almost instantly, simultaneously summoning their respective beast companions. Qin Ke and Ouyang Lanlan unleashed their skills without hesitation. Qin Ke's prayer instantly enveloped Jiang Xiao. Ouyang Lanlan, meanwhile, summoned a fireball spell. A massive fireball materialized and slammed toward the snow dwarf. The snow dwarf seemed somewhat clumsy and adorable, showing no intention of dodging as it charged straight toward Ouyang Lanlan. Boom! Another dull thud echoed as the fireball struck the snow dwarf, sending it flying backward. Its snow-white skin instantly appeared scorched, billowing black smoke. Though not killed outright, the snow creature lay motionless on the ground, unable to rise. Ouyang Lanlan breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Xiao, are you okay? Ouyang Lanlan helped him to his feet. Jiang Xiao gave a hearty laugh. I'm fine. I've got thick skin and tough bones. That little dwarf isn't strong enough to knock me out. Seeing Jiang Xiao still able to laugh, Ouyang Lanlan knew he was unharmed. She rolled her eyes at him. Yeah, right. If there'd been more of them. Watch out. Before Ouyang Lanlan could finish her sentence, Qin Ke's startled cry rang out from behind them. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao froze momentarily. Before they could react, over a dozen snow-white figures burst from the surrounding snowfields. They pounced toward Jiang Xiao from all directions. More. Ouyang Lanlan's expression darkened. She had no time to react. As a ranged beast master, she currently lacked any close combat beasts. If they closed in, she was finished. Jiang Xiao could withstand the assault, even engage in a direct confrontation, but he was still half-seated on the ground. The snow dwarves who ambushed them were too close, he simply couldn't retaliate in time. Just as the dozen or so wolf-tooth clubs were about to rain down upon them, a sudden burst of golden light erupted. All the snow dwarves froze in mid-air. Immediately, the speed of the dozen or so snow dwarves slowed dramatically, as if they de-slammed on the brakes mid-air. Thud, thud, they all crashed into the snow. Yang Chen charged forward like a war god, kicking one snow dwarf flying with a single blow. Before the snow dwarf could comprehend what had happened, he was sent flying like a coiled bow, a crackling sound of shattered bones echoing from his midsection. Seeing their comrades sent flying and their attack disrupted, the remaining snow dwarves erupted in fury. Eyes wide, they let out strange cries and once again closed in on Yang Chen and his companions. What are you standing around for? Charge! Yang Chen shouted at Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan, who were still frozen in place. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan snapped out of their daze. Yang, you're so cool. Watch me. Jiang Xiao let out a loud laugh and immediately summoned his beastmaster giant rat. Meat bomb. Blow these little punks to bits. Jiang Xiao roared. The plump giant rat took a deep breath, its body rapidly inflating into a massive meatball as it charged toward the snow dwarves. The inflated rat beast's body was enormous, a single one of them could match 5 or 6 snow dwarves. Its massive form left a long, sweeping trail across the snow, knocking 5 or 6 snow dwarves flying. Jiang Xiao didn't pause either. He took several strides forward, charging toward 2 snow dwarves like the giant rat itself. Both snow dwarves were stunned by the sight. Could there really be such a foolish human, charging straight at their clubs? The snow dwarves delivered 2 thuds straight onto Jiang Xiao's body. He showed no intention of dodging, taking both blows head-on. Fly for me. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Jiang Xiao charged like a wild bull, sending both snow dwarves flying. Ouyang Lanlan wasn't idle either. Almost instantly, she commanded her 3-tailed civet beast to unleash fire arrows. 12 miniature fireballs streaked like falling meteors, swiftly striking the snow dwarves knocked back by Jiang Xiao and the giant rat, ending them. Yang Chen watched the scene unfold, his lips twitching slightly. Ouyang Lanlan's coordination was flawless. The real problem was Jiang Xiao. I mean, did he really have to take those 2 hits before he could knock the snow dwarf away? This Jiang Xiao fellow's brain seemed to be lacking in intelligence. But Yang Chen couldn't spare a thought for Jiang Xiao, as more snow dwarves were closing in from behind, aiming to ambush Ouyang Lanlan. Yang Chen charged ahead, dashing to Ouyang Lanlan's rear. He dodged a snow dwarf's wolf-tooth club and slammed a fist into the creature. The snow dwarf let out a wail of pain, like a baby's cry, and was sent flying instantly. A chill ran down Ouyang Lanlan's spine as she felt danger behind her. She turned her head slightly, catching a glimpse of Yang Chen locked in combat with several snow dwarves behind her. Compared to Jiang Zhao's brute force approach, Yang Chen's combat skills were nothing short of elegant. These snow dwarves weren't the brightest, and Yang Chen could almost perfectly predict their attack patterns, allowing him to dodge. His evasions and punching attacks flowed together with seamless fluidity. Thud! 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 A series of punches landing squarely on flesh echoed from behind, accompanied by the snow dwarves' agonized screams. These sounds were deeply reassuring. Ouyang Lanlan's pretty lips curved into a slight smile as she confidently unleashed her fireball spell and the beast-taming skill fire arrow to supplement Jiang Zhao's damage. Behind Ouyang Lanlan, Yang Chen charged into the ranks of the snow dwarves, invincible under the dual boost of his sink the boat and charge into battle skills. Those snow dwarves possessed little intelligence to begin with, and after being weakened in the sunken ship region, their attack, speed, and defense became utterly helpless. Yang Chen moved like a serpent, fluid and seamless, darting left and right unstoppable. He punched one howling snow dwarf. He kicked a whimpering monster. Every snow dwarf attempting to pounce on Ouyang Lanlan was either knocked flying or beaten to death by Yang Chen. Chapter 85, The Strange Snow Maiden. Ding. Host has hunted a Tier 1, 3-star snow dwarf, earning 3 talent coins. Ding. The long-absent, icy voice of the system echoed in Yang Chen's mind. Meanwhile, Chinko activated her support skill, Constellation Link, to bolster the status of Yang Chen and his 2 companions. Working together, they eliminated over a dozen snow dwarves in roughly 20 minutes. Yang Chen's face was slightly pale, and he was panting heavily. It was his first time facing so many beastmen, and he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Holy crap, finally got them all. If there'd been any more, my whole body would have fallen apart. Zhang Xiao collapsed flat on the ground, puffing out white breath in heavy gasps. Look who's talking. With your fighting style, if it weren't for Chinka healing you from behind, you'd have killed yourself before they could kill you. Ouyang Lanlan rolled her eyes in exasperation. We shouldn't rest here. Let's quickly extract the crystal cores from these snow dwarves and get out of here. Chinka suggested. Yang Chen and the others nodded. They'd made quite a racket earlier. If any other beasts or orcs were nearby, they'd likely be drawn to the commotion. That would spell big trouble for them. As for the crystal cores, these were artificial wormholes created by the Yinglong Academy. They couldn't keep them for personal use, but they could turn them in. 5 crystal cores could be exchanged for 1 credit point as sort of compensation the Academy gave students for collecting the cores. Working together, the 4 extracted all the crystal cores in under 3 minutes before swiftly departing and covering their tracks. Yet, barely moments after Yang Chen and his companions departed, dozens, perhaps even hundreds of snow dwarves emerged from the snowy terrain. Upon seeing their fallen comrades, these snow dwarves showed no anger. Instead, like starving wolves, they pounced upon the corpses, ripped them open, and began devouring them voraciously. Within this artificial wormhole, amidst the endless snow, no other sustenance existed. Thus, the beasts and beastmen surviving here regarded each other as prey, even their own kind. Unaware of this reality, Yang Chen and his 3 companions pressed on without pause after departing. Having learned from their previous experience, they grew more cautious. Unfortunately, they encountered neither magical beasts nor orcs in the time that followed. Another 2 hours passed. Yang Chen glanced at the sky and said, "We've been in the wormhole for several hours now. Let's find a place to rest and eat something." Though beast tamers possessed greater physical resilience than ordinary people, they were not gods. I'm starting to feel sleepy. I bet it's already dark outside by now, huh? Let's find a place to sleep. Ouyang Lanlan yawned, her face worn with exhaustion. In a place like this, the tents the Academy gave us would be too easy to spot. I'm afraid we can't use them, right? Shinka said timidly. Though the Academy tents were white, they still felt unsettling in this environment. Let's find a sheltered spot and decide there, Yang Chen said calmly. After that, the group fell silent and continued onward. After about 10 minutes, a series of undulating mounds resembling small hills appeared ahead. However, these small hills bore no trees. Though small, they offered excellent shelter from the wind and snow. I'll go check it out first. Wait for me here. With that, Yang Chen took the lead and dashed forward. Yang Chen reached the crest of one hillock. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. Finding nothing unusual, he began moving again. It took Yang Chen roughly 20 minutes to thoroughly inspect the entire area, confirming no beasts or orcs lurked beneath the snow. We'll rest here tonight. Yang Chen returned to Ouyang Lanlan and the others. Phew, finally some rest. It's freezing out here. Ouyang Lanlan exhaled deeply, striding toward the small hill with her long legs. The center of this hill was perfectly situated, surrounded by smaller hills acting as barriers, with a small clearing in the middle ideal for pitching tents. The 4 of them efficiently set up the tent. Seeing how exhausted Ouyang Lanlan and the others looked, Yang Chen said, "You 3 go rest first. I'll take the night watch. We'll do 3-hour shifts, and Jiang Xiao will relieve me later." "Alright. We'll go rest then. Yang Chen, if you get tired, just let me know. I'm not too exhausted either." Jiang Xiao patted Yang Chen's shoulder. Yang Chen gave a slight nod as he watched the 3 disappear into the tent. Yang Chen found the highest hillock, laid out a plastic mat on the ground, pulled out 2 cotton jackets to cover himself, and lay down. The world was utterly still. Beyond the swirling snow, only the howling wind remained. Before long, the sky grew dimmer, and snowflakes began to drift down. Yang Chen remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, but no magical beasts or beastmen appeared. 3 hours passed quickly. Jiang Xiao seemed to have set a vibrating alarm, yawning as he emerged from the tent. "Yang Chen, you go get some sleep. I'll take the night watch." Jiang Xiao took Yang Chen's position. Yang Chen nodded without protest, packed away his cotton coat and mat, and returned to his own tent. Back in his tent, Yang Chen covered himself with his cotton coat and blanket, and soon drifted off to sleep. He had no idea how long he slept when a sudden howl pierced the night outside. Woohoo! The piercing cry echoed across the entire landscape. The sound instantly jolted Yang Chen awake. He scrambled to his feet and had barely stepped out of his tent when he saw Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku emerging from theirs. The three exchanged glances, silently understanding each other. Hunching their backs, they made their way toward Jiang Shao. Is a demon beast approaching? Yang Chen whispered. Yes. But it's not targeting us. Look at 8 o'clock. Jiang Shao pointed ahead. Yang Chen and the others looked in the indicated direction.
In the vast expanse of snowy terrain at 8 o'clock, a group of snow maidens riding snow wolves were pursuing a peculiar snow maiden. Why was she called peculiar? Because this one's appearance differed from the others. The other snow maidens all had a sunken area in the center of their heads, giving them a distinctly grotesque look. But the one fleeing frantically was different. Her head resembled that of a human. Moreover, her physique also diverged from the others. While the other snow maidens were all exceptionally voluptuous, this one appeared remarkably ordinary, standing out conspicuously among the crowd.
Chapter 86, Snow Woman or Human? Look!
That snow woman seems a bit strange.
Jiang Shao nearly gasped in astonishment.
Shut up, we saw her ages ago. She's just a snow maiden who looks a bit different, that's all.
Ouyang Lanlan retorted impatiently. No, look! Look at that snow woman's belly.
Her belly's huge. Jiang Shao pointed urgently at the snow maiden frantically fleeing.
Yang Chen and the others immediately looked over.
Just then, the snow maiden spun around to fire an arrow. She too rode a snow wolf, and the twisting motion exposed her belly to everyone. Her belly was already bulging high. It looked like a human belly 7 or 8 months along, as if she were about to give birth any moment.
She really is pregnant. Yang Chen and the others' eyes lit up instantly.
They knew their beasts were all raised from the young of monsters and beastmen. If they could wait for the snow woman to give birth and seize the cub, they could exchange it for 100 credits at the academy. Such young beasts commanded a hefty price on the black market.
Even if the snow woman isn't very high level. Should we save her?
Jiang Shao looked at Yang Chen and the others.
There are over 20 snow maidens and snow wolves here.
The snow maidens excel at ranged attacks, while the snow wolves are incredibly swift. Helping that snow maiden would be extremely difficult, Yang Chen analyzed calmly.
Yang Chen is right.
Without those snow wolves, we might stand a chance against the snow maidens. But if we go to help now and make a mistake, we'll put ourselves in grave danger.
Ouyang Lanlan agreed.
Truthfully, a snow maiden's cub isn't worth much. We shouldn't risk our lives for it, Qin Ko remarked indifferently.
Jiang Shao sighed. Though disappointed, he knew Yang Chen and the others were right.
As they spoke, the snow maiden below was visibly slipping into peril. The snow maiden suddenly curved her finger into a whistle shape, placed it in her mouth, and blew a piercing whistle. In the next instant, hundreds of snow wolves surged forth from the direction the fleeing snow maiden had taken. The snow wolves closed in, surrounding the snow maidens and launching their attack. Their ferocity was overwhelming. The wolves instantly killed several snow maidens in their charge. The remaining snow maidens, terrified by the sight, began retreating in panic. In the end, the pregnant snow maiden was successfully rescued by the wolves. The snow wolves worked with precise division of labor. Some protected the snow maidens, others carried the corpses of fallen snow maidens in their jaws, and still others covered the rear. In no time, the pregnant snow maiden and the wolves vanished into the blizzard. Whether it was Yang Chen and the others' illusion or simply the distance making them see things wrong. Before vanishing, the pregnant snow woman had glanced back toward their mountain peak. This scene made Jiang Shao break out in a cold sweat. So there was an ambush here all along. Thank goodness we didn't go to help. Otherwise, we would have been surrounded by that snow woman. Jiang Shao said, still trembling with fear. Looks like that pregnant snow woman used herself as bait to lure the others into pursuit, then turned the tables on them. Who would have thought beastmen had become so formidable these days, even learning human tactics?
Ouyang Lanlan couldn't help but marvel.
Truthfully, low-level creatures like these possess little intelligence, let alone strategic thinking. They only know how to charge and attack.
Did you notice that Snow Woman seemed almost human?
Qin Ko suddenly spoke up. Yang Chen and the others froze for a moment before Jiang Shao burst into laughter.
Qin, you're overthinking it. They're beastmen, plain and simple. How could they possibly be human? Besides, humans aren't that pale. That pregnant snow woman was almost as pale as a human.
Jiang Shao chuckled with his usual good-natured humor.
Ouyang Lanlan nodded.
I think that Snow Maiden is so clever precisely because her head isn't sunken in. That's why she's smarter than the others.
Jiang Shao paused, then pondered, you're absolutely right.
It seems like those mindless beasts and beastmen all have smaller brains.
I remember reading online that medical researchers have studied this phenomenon. Right? It's like how humans can also have mutations. Ouyang Lanlan reasoned.
Jiang Shao and Ouyang Lanlan chatted animatedly, exchanging ideas as if they'd found kindred spirits.
Yang Chen remained silent, his thoughts aligning with Qin Ko's.
He too sensed that the snow woman might be human not just in her intelligence, but also in that whistling gesture.
If this snow maiden really is a mutation, don't you think the Academy would have captured her for research?
After all, such mutated snow maidens are exceedingly rare. Yang Chen spoke slowly, don't forget, the beastmen and magical beasts in the artificial wormhole were either captured from real battlefields or artificially bred.
Surely others must have seen her too? That's why I suspect something's off about this snow woman too. Jiang Xiao froze, scratching his head as he muttered, that does seem a bit unreasonable. Not necessarily. It's possible this snow maiden was born from other snow maidens? Ouyang Lanlan countered, Yinglong Academy's artificial wormhole has been around for years. It's perfectly normal for snow maidens to reproduce, so it's equally normal that no one discovered it. This time, Yang Chen was left speechless. He had to admit Ouyang Lanlan's explanation was plausible, but something still felt off. He sensed there was more to it than met the eye, something they hadn't uncovered yet. Lanlan's analysis makes sense too. Maybe it was just a coincidence? Sheen Kut chuckled. Hey, what's the point of dwelling on it now? We can't exactly capture that snow woman and interrogate her. In such a vast artificial battlefield, who knows if we'll ever encounter her again? Yang, stop overthinking it. Jiang Xiao patted Yang Chen on the shoulder. Yang Chen shook his head with a smile. Jiang Xiao was right, they might never encounter her again. Why dwell on it? Besides, even if something was going on here, they were just greenhorns who'd only recently become beast masters. It wasn't something they could handle. Such matters were the headaches of the Academy's higher-ups. At worst, they'd report it to the Academy when they left. What the Academy chose to do about it wasn't their concern. I think we shouldn't rest now. We'd better leave this place quickly. Those snow maidens who were driven away might bring more of their kind here. If we run into them, we'll be in danger, Yang Chen said. Chapter 87, The Snow Maiden Tribe. Amidst a range of rolling mountains lay a deep gorge. Within the gorge, numerous caves and ice dwellings were scattered about. Many snow maidens bustled about, making it seem like the snow maiden's main base. Pregnant Ajuan had just led the wolf pack back here and dismissed the snow wolves when a snow maiden approached her. Awan, you're back? The divine messenger has arrived. She wishes to see you. The snow maiden spoke in human words, her voice low. Awan paused, her pretty face shifting slightly before regaining its composure. I understand. You may go now. With that, Ajuan, her belly prominently rounded, made her way toward the central, largest ice hut. At the entrance stood two figures cloaked in black, their features obscured, their gender indistinguishable. They made no words upon seeing Awan, merely lifting the curtain. Inside the ice chamber, a man clad in a silver cloak stood with his hands behind his back. As Ajuan gazed at his silhouette, a mountain seemed to settle upon her chest, crushing her breath and stirring a flicker of fear within her. This mysterious figure in silver robes seemed like a primordial beast. Ajuan took a deep breath to steady her nerves, then slowly stepped into the ice chamber. Kneeling on one knee, she bowed and declared, Ajuan pays her respects to the divine messenger. Without turning his head, the cloaked figure remained facing away from her, his voice calm and detached. I hear you went out hunting earlier? Yes, the tribe's food supplies are running low. Many of our people are already going hungry. I feared this situation would lead to chaos and disrupt the divine messenger's important affairs, so I took it upon myself to go hunting. Ajuan replied calmly. Oomph. A hoarse, chilling laugh emerged from beneath the silver cloak, sounding like two stones scraping against each other, strangely eerie, sending shivers down one's spine. Is that truly the case? The cloaked figure tilted its head slightly. Beneath the hood, a pair of piercing eyes seemed to penetrate Ajuan's very soul. In that instant, Ajuan's heart trembled. She felt as though she had been targeted by some powerful monster. The bone-chilling aura left her breathless. Gritting her teeth to suppress her unease, Ajuan said, Please investigate thoroughly, divine messenger. Oomph. The divine messenger snorted, flicked his sleeves, and coldly declared, Half a month ago, I already warned you in advance. Yinglong Academy has organized students to come in for training, yet you still haven't prepared sufficient provisions. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. You want to make contact with the human race, don't you? The human race will kill you the moment they see you, including the child in your womb. If you wish to die, that's your choice. But I urge you to consider your child. Should you insist on death, I won't mind waiting until your child is born before lending a hand to send you on your way. At the mention of the child within her, Ajuan's expression suddenly trembled. Her face filled with terror as she hastily dropped to her knees. Divine messenger, I pledge absolute loyalty to you. Please do not doubt me. Even if you ordered me to die, I would do so immediately. Awan's voice trembled slightly, yet her tone remained unwaveringly resolute. That's the best outcome. The man in the silver cloak gave Ajuan a piercing look before withdrawing his gaze and continuing, I don't want this to happen again. Remember, students of Yinglong Academy are not to be killed. If your men encounter them on the outskirts, expulsion will suffice. Don't try any tricks under my watch. Even if you ally with Yinglong Academy students, taking your life would still be as easy as turning my hand. Don't forget who made you the king here. I can make you the king here, and I can just as easily make another snow maiden the king. With that, the figure in the silver cloak turned and walked out of the ice hut. As the footsteps of the silver-cloaked figure grew fainter, Ajuan breathed a silent sigh of relief. She turned her head to watch the figures retreating back, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. After withdrawing her gaze, Ajuan looked down at her abdomen, feeling the fetus wriggling inside. A hint of self-mockery crept onto her lips. Meanwhile, after leaving the small hill, Yang Chen and his companions were fortunate to arrive at the base of a mountain range where they discovered a cave. After a brief rest, the four of them ate some dry rations and prepared to continue their journey. However, before they could step out of the cave, a sudden howl of wolves echoed from outside. A whoa! The piercing howls were accompanied by the sound of countless footsteps closing in. Holy! Could it be another massive horde of beasts and orcs? Jiang Shao couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. Shut up! You jinx! Spit, spit, spit! Ouyang Lan shot Jiang Shao a disapproving glare. Jiang Shao quickly covered his mouth. Though they'd been sailing smoothly since entering the artificial wormhole. But if they encountered massive hordes of beasts or orcs, escape was their only option. That is, if they could escape at all. This cave seems pretty safe. We should hide here for now, Ouyang Lan suggested. We should go out and check. This cave is hidden and safe, but if we're discovered, we'll be trapped with no chance to escape. Yang Chen countered, we should go out now to assess the situation. If things look bad, at least we can still escape. Ouyang Lan and the others exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement with Yang Chen's assessment. Without even packing up the tent, the four of them emerged from the cave. Directly in front of the cave lay 4 or 5 small hills that completely concealed it. From the outside, there was no way to tell a cave existed here, which explained why Ouyang Lan had said it was safe. The four approached one of the mounds, lay flat on the snow, covered themselves with white cloth, and climbed the hill. When they caught sight of the vast landscape unfolding before them along the mountain road, shock washed over all four. Holy crap! So many snow maidens and snow wolves, plus snow dwarves. There must be hundreds of them here. Holy crap! Jiang Shao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. At their 3 o'clock position, hordes of snow maidens, snow wolves, and snow dwarves were swarming. The snow dwarves marched along the outer perimeter, while the snow maidens rode snow wolves in the center. They advanced in a mighty procession, like an army. Keep your voice down. If they spot us, we're done for. Ouyang Lan impatiently smacked Jiang Shao on the head. What a goofball. Snow dwarves are offensive type beasts, but their skills lean toward defense. They're positioned on the outer perimeter, clearly a defensive formation. Those snow maidens have ranged attacks, and with the snow wolves' speed, if we run into them, we won't even have a chance to escape. Yang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, Jiang Shao beside him suddenly pointed ahead, his excitement causing him to stutter slightly. Look! Look over there! That's Snow Maiden! Chapter 88, The Battle of the Snow Maidens. Shoo! Ouyang Lan jumped in surprise, quickly raising her index finger to silence Jiang Shao. She whispered, why are you jumping around like that? Are you worried those snow maidens won't spot us? Jiang Shao slapped his own cheek and replied softly, my bad. What I meant was, look at the snow maidens at the front of the group. One of them has a severed arm. Did you notice? Earlier, we saw that pregnant snow maiden being hunted down by a pack of them. Later, that pregnant snow maiden summoned a pack of snow wolves, and one of the snow maidens had her arm torn off by one of those wolves. Exactly the same spot in all left arms. You call that a coincidence? At this, Yang Chen and the others froze, all turning to look in the direction Jiang Shao pointed. At the very front of the horde of beasts and beastmen, a snow woman indeed lacked an arm. Not only that, but her left thigh bore a wound, though it was wrapped in animal hide, faintly seeping blood. I remember now. The snow maiden whose arm was bitten off had a similar wound on her left thigh. This group of beasts and beastmen is the same one from before. Ouyang Lan instantly realized. It had to be said, they really did have quite the connection with this group of orcs. So they're seeking revenge against that pregnant snow maiden? Qin Ku analyzed. Highly likely. Yang Chen nodded. Should we follow them and see? Ouyang Lan said excitedly, if they clash now, they might just destroy each other. Who knows? We might even get lucky and pick up the scraps. Then let's do it? Yang Chen said with a sly grin. Let's do it, let's do it. Ouyang Lan rubbed her hands together excitedly. Immediately, the group began concealing their presence, trailing far behind the horde of beasts and beastmen. Their numbers were vast, so Yang Chen and the others weren't worried about losing track of them. After about half an hour of tracking, the beasts and orcs ahead reached the foothills of a sprawling mountain range. The mountain range was blanketed in deep snow. As the group of snow maidens they were following appeared, a snow maiden riding a snow wolf slowly emerged before them atop the foremost small peak. The snow maiden on the peak called down to them, speaking in a language Yang Chen and his companions couldn't understand. It sounded like the cries of some wild beast, or perhaps a foreign language. Either way, Yang Chen and his companions couldn't make sense of it. Soon, an ancient-looking snow maiden emerged from the beast herd beyond the mountains. Her face was deeply wrinkled, her gaze piercingly sharp, and she continued to speak words that remained incomprehensible to Yang Chen and his companions. What kind of gibberish is this? We can't understand a single word. Ouyang Lan rolled her eyes. Why doesn't our academy have anyone researching the languages of these magical beasts and beastmen? Some have tried, but humans simply can't produce those sounds. It seems the physical structures of beastmen and humans are fundamentally different. That's why the research was eventually abandoned, Qin Ku explained. Hey, even if we can't understand it, just by looking at their expressions, I can guess what they're saying. Jiang Xiao laughed heartily. Oh? Well, we're just hanging around anyway. Tell us about it, Ouyang Lanlan said curiously. Ahem, should I give it a shot? Jiang Xiao cleared his throat. Yang Chen chuckled, go ahead. Alright then. After speaking, Jiang Xiao turned toward the mountain range and said, the snow maiden up there must be scolding the ones outside. This is their tribe's territory. The snow maidens outside the mountain say they're here looking for someone. The snow maidens on the mountain retorted that the person they seek isn't here, get lost. The snow maidens outside the mountain aren't having it, they're shouting angrily. The elder snow maiden grew furious, pointing at the mountain snow maiden and roaring, charge. Slaughter them all. Jiang Xiao narrated the scene while perfectly mimicking the women's voices and gestures. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku, the two girls, weren't sure if Jiang Xiao's narration was accurate, but they had to admit his storytelling had a certain flair. The two women couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle softly. However, just as they both thought Jiang Xiao was talking nonsense, after he finished his last sentence, the howls of snow wolves suddenly echoed from the direction of the mountains. The snow women outside the mountain range launched an attack on the tribe within. Holy! Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku stared at Jiang Xiao in utter shock. Jiang Xiao, you really understand the language of those snow maidens? They're actually launching an attack. Prophet! It's happening! It's happening! Ouyang Lanlan exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. He had made it all up just to amuse them. To his surprise, the snow maidens had actually launched an attack. Though diminutive in stature, the snow dwarves possessed remarkable agility. Moving across the snow as if on level ground, they swiftly charged up the mountain peak. Meanwhile, the snow maidens flanked the sides atop their snow wolves, all drawing their bows and arrows, poised to fire at any moment. The snow maiden atop the peak let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Behind her, another group of snow maidens mounted on snow wolves charged forward. A fierce battle erupted atop that mountain peak. Arrows flew relentlessly. The spectacle left Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao utterly dazzled. Both sides are composed of snow maidens, snow dwarves, and snow wolves. How can they tell friend from foe in this chaos? Jiang Xiao felt dizzy from watching. All he could see were white creatures clashing and falling. He couldn't tell which tribe belonged to which. To Jiang Xiao, the snow maidens looked virtually identical. The snow dwarves seemed carved from the same mold, like clones. He couldn't tell them apart at all. They should be able to tell us apart. Maybe these snow maidens see us and think we all look alike too. Yang Chen speculated. That can't be possible, right? Ouyang Lanlan glanced down at her ample bosom, heavy and full, then looked at Yang Chen's chest barely there. How the hell could they be the same? The difference is glaringly obvious, okay? That pregnant snow maiden is appearing again. Jiang Xiao suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Ouyang Lanlan's attention was instantly drawn. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the cry, only to see a Juan, whom they had encountered earlier, leading dozens of snow wolves rapidly joining the fray. The entire battlefield's momentum shifted instantly from a stalemate to a Juan leading her tribe's counterattack. The attacking snow women were now being pushed back. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The most astonishing thing was a Juan's extraordinary nature. Chapter 89, Third Tier Snow Maiden. On the mountain battlefield, a Juan and her tribe were scattered by the invading snow dwarves. A Juan found herself surrounded by 5 snow dwarves, with 2 more snow maidens drawing their bows behind them, preparing to attack. A Juan's tribe had no time to rescue her. Though many snow dwarves frantically tried to reach her, the invading snow maidens, witnessing this, became even more convinced that a Juan was no ordinary member of this tribe. They ordered their subordinates to fight to the death to hold her off. Thus, a Juan found herself under assault by the 5 snow dwarves, while the outer circle of snow maidens unleashed their arrows. Pregnant and heavily burdened by her large belly, a Juan was clearly in mortal danger. But at this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. A blue glow erupted around a Juan. Using her seemingly bulky frame, she braced against the snow dwarf's charge. In the next instant, she dodged the charges of the remaining 4 snow dwarves with astonishing speed. The moment she regained her footing, a blue glowing bow and arrow materialized in her hands. Drawing the bowstring taut, she fired 2 arrows in rapid succession. Before the 2 snow maidens behind could react, they were sent flying. This entire sequence unfolded in less than a minute, a seamless, fluid motion without the slightest hesitation. Yang Chen and his 3 companions watched the entire sequence unfold clearly from a distance. It was utterly unbelievable. Aren't snow maidens just first-tier beastmen? It just unleashed 3 skills? What the hell is that? Could it be that beasts and monsters possess the ability to learn other skills, just like humans? Jiang Zhao's jaw dropped in astonishment. This completely overturned his understanding of magical beasts and beastmen. Yang Chen, Ouyang Lanlan, and Qin Ku exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes equally filled with confusion. Judging by the standards of human beast masters, this pregnant snow maiden was at least a 3rd tier. The snow woman had actually advanced in rank. In human understanding, this was nearly impossible. These magical beasts and orcs that had come from another dimension to the human world, for reasons unknown, had levels that were almost fixed. This was an ironclad conclusion drawn from centuries of conflict between humans and these creatures. And now, this very conclusion had been shattered? I suspect this snow woman might not be a true beastman at all, she could be human. Yang Chen suddenly speculated. Human? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? Ouyang Lanlan said incredulously. Is there anything more absurd than a snow maiden possessing 3 skills? Yang Chen retorted. Ouyang Lanlan was utterly speechless. The snow woman was a first-tier beastkin with only 1 ranged skill. Yet from the recent battle, it was clear she possessed at least 3 abilities, meaning this snow woman was at least 3rd tier. This completely shattered her understanding and common sense. It was absurd enough. I think it's possible. I've heard rumors about experiments where humans were used to alter their genes, disguise themselves as beastmen, infiltrate the alternate dimension battlefield, and gather more intelligence. Shinko frowned deeply. But those experiments were utterly inhumane. They failed completely, were abandoned, and banned. Are people still researching this now? Are you suggesting someone at Yinglong Academy is secretly conducting these experiments? Jiang Xiao asked in astonishment. It's possible. Shinko nodded. Then we're screwed. Anyone capable of conducting such experiments within Yinglong Academy's artificial wormhole isn't ordinary. We've uncovered this secret. If they find out, they'll probably silence us permanently. Jiang Xiao voiced his concern. He might be a bit slow, but he wasn't stupid. To ordinary people, students like them gaining admission to Yinglong Academy was like ascending to heaven in one step, with boundless futures ahead. But in the eyes of true powerhouses? Nothing at all. Yang Chen, I think we should drop this. We could end up paying with our lives. Ouyang Lanlan's expression turned serious. We must keep this matter confidential. Once we're out, no one can say a word. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Chen nodded in agreement. Lanlan is right. We're just small fry now. There's no need to risk our lives for a few credits. We can go hunt beasts and orcs elsewhere. Then let's get out of here fast. The longer we stay, the more dangerous it gets. Shinko nodded in agreement. Immediately, the 4 reached a consensus and quietly slipped away from their hiding spot, retreating far into the distance. What Yang Chen and his companions didn't know was that not far from their hiding spot, in a low-lying snowdrift, 4 figures remained concealed. These 4 were none other than Yang Yuan's squad. Yang Yuan and his group had long since discovered this tribe and spotted the pregnant Ajuan. They had been plotting an opportunity to seize the child within her womb. Unexpectedly, other snow maidens had attacked the tribe where Ajuan resided. This development gave them renewed hope. As for Yang Chen and his group, Yang Yuan and his men had not noticed them until Yang Chen's group retreated earlier. Who'd have thought Yang Chen and his crew were such cowards? They saw that Snow Woman was a bit unusual and just retreated. A mocking smile played on Yang Yuan's lips. Perhaps they sensed fear upon seeing this mutated Snow Woman. Lu Shi sneered, this is a 3rd-tier Snow Woman. If we capture her alive, or bring back her corpse, or even just report the news, it'll cause a huge stir. I wonder how many credits the Academy will reward us. Just thinking about it gets me excited. With enough credits, we could access more artificial wormholes and level up much faster. True, a 3rd-tier Snow Woman is dangerous. But given the current situation, if that 3rd-tier Snow Woman gets injured, our chance will come. Shiga's spot on. Lu Yen chimed in from the side. Since ancient times, fortune has been sought through peril. What seems dangerous now actually holds unimaginable riches. We just need to wait for them to weaken each other, then we can swoop in and take advantage. The bold feast while the timid starve. I've heard that many powerful beast tamers rose to prominence precisely by seeking fortune in peril. Now that we've stumbled upon such an opportunity, we can't afford to let it slip away. Zhang Xian felt a surge of relief hearing her 3 teammates speak. Thankfully, she had joined Yang Yuan's team, which had led her to this chance. Had she joined Yang Chen's group instead, she'd only be able to watch from the sidelines and dream about it. This made Zhang Qian even more hopeful about the future. Watching the direction Yang Chen and his team had departed, a thought quietly formed in Zhang Qian's mind. Perhaps Yang Chen's team was stronger than theirs now, but she firmly believed that in the near future, their team would become even more formidable. Chapter 90, Heavy Duty. Ding. Host has hunted a Tier 1, 3-star Snow Maiden, earning 3 talent coins. Ding. Host has hunted a Tier 1, 3-star Snow Dwarf, earning 3 talent coins. Yang Chen, panting heavily, finished off the last beastman and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as he caught his wind. Ouyang Lanlan and Shinko, meanwhile, extracted the crystal cores from over a dozen snow maidens and snow dwarves scattered across the snowy terrain. A full day had passed since they left those mountains. They had encountered 4 waves of over 10 snow maidens or snow dwarves each time. All were small-scale encounters, none exceeding 30 orcs or beasts. Through these battles, the 4 had grown increasingly coordinated in their joint combat efforts. Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao formed the frontline, one tanking attacks while the other delivered close-range strikes, while Ouyang Lanlan and Shinko provided support and damage mitigation from the rear. After each battle, the task of extracting crystal cores fell to Ouyang Lanlan and Shinko. By the time Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke had extracted all the crystal cores, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao had also rested sufficiently. The four did not linger where they were, but pressed onward through the blizzard. What do you think happened to that pregnant snow maiden? Was she captured? Ouyang Lanlan suddenly inquired. During their days traversing the artificial wormhole, their initial excitement at the snowy landscapes had faded into numbness. Each day was monotonous, nothing but slaying beasts and orcs, then slaying beasts and orcs again. Conversation had grown scarce. She should have repelled those invading enemies by now, Jiang Xiao speculated. After all, that's a third-tier snow woman, a mutant. However, before Jiang Xiao could finish speaking, Yang Chen abruptly stepped in front of him, raising a finger. Shoo! Yang Chen signaled Jiang Xiao to be quiet. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke, who had been standing rigidly, instantly crouched low, alert to their surroundings. Their combat coordination had grown seamless over the past few days. Seeing Yang Chen's sudden movement, they knew he had detected something. Yang Chen's gaze shifted to the left, signaling them to look ahead to the left. A small grove lay ahead to their left. As silence fell over the group, rustling sounds emanated from the grove. One tree in particular trembled incessantly, snow continuously falling from its branches. Go check it out. Yang Chen lay flat on the snowy ground and slowly crawled toward the left front. Ouyang Lanlan and the others followed suit, crawling forward cautiously. Before long, under Yang Chen's lead, they crawled into a patch of grass and hid behind a large tree. Before they could even assess the situation inside, a low growl erupted from the woods. Ah! Damn, this snow woman is amazing. Big tits, tight ass, and damn smooth as hell. A rough yet satisfied voice echoed. It's a human, not a beast man. Jiang Xiao instantly exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground and landing squarely on a branch. The sharp crack of the snapping branch echoed piercingly through the silent snowy landscape. Who's there? Come out! A sharp command echoed from the grove. Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan exchanged glances and smiled. Yang Chen stood up immediately. Classmate, don't misunderstand. We're... Before Yang Chen could finish explaining, he froze in place. Before them, in the grove, stood four burly youths. Some had their pants halfway down, others were completely naked, and one had just undone his belt, preparing to remove his pants. Before them lay four bound and stripped snow maidens. One of the snow maidens had been killed instantly, a knife plunged into her skull, her eyes wide open as if she died with unresolved grievances. Holy! You guys are doing this here? You guys even do bestiality? Aren't you afraid of catching diseases? That's some heavy stuff. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened in utter shock. Shame on you. Disgusting. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke flushed crimson, spitting in disgust before quickly turning away. Meanwhile, the four youths hurriedly pulled up their pants. One of them, bearing a centipede-shaped scar across his face, hastily explained, "It's not what it looks like. We just captured some beastmen and got our cotton clothes soaked. We're changing here." Yeah. We're changing clothes, don't get any ideas. We're not interested in those snow women at all. Shorty, don't talk nonsense. People from the heart see everything is dirty. Don't you ever get your clothes wet? In a place like this, wet clothes freeze solid in no time. If you don't change, you'll catch a cold. The other three youths hurriedly chimed in with explanations. Oh, I see. Jiang Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. That explanation actually made sense. You silly goose, you actually believe that? Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disbelieving look. That excuse was pathetic. What these guys had done was obvious even to a fool. Yang Chen stepped in front of Ouyang Lanlan, gesturing for her to keep quiet. Though Lanlan didn't understand his meaning, she held her tongue. Yang Chen then turned to the four youths and smiled. I understand. We changed clothes near the snow maiden's body too. Our cotton garments got soaked. If we didn't change them, they'd be unbearably heavy. Ha! Bro, you guys changed clothes together too? Aren't there two female classmates with you? Those two female classmates are quite pretty. Their figures are almost as good as snow maidens. Hey, you two, do you have boyfriends? If not, would you mind making some friends? The three boys behind Scarface stared at Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke with lecherous expressions. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke had developed remarkably well, with curves in all the right places, especially up front. Their stares were intense and lecherous. Ouyang Lanlan's face darkened instantly. She quickly covered herself with both hands, glaring at the three with icy fury. Get lost, you jerks, she snapped. The three youths' expressions darkened instantly. The scar-faced youth stepped forward quickly, saying, Miss, sorry about that. My buddies here have never dated before. They're straight as an arrow. They said the wrong thing. I'll apologize for them. Sorry, please forgive us. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke's expressions eased slightly, though they ignored the scarred youth. Scarface discreetly signaled to his three companions, then approached Yang Chen's group while introducing himself. I'm Yang Jinghao from Squad 6, Class 8. I think I've seen you guys before. You're from Class 7, right? Meeting each other is fate. How about we become friends? Chapter 91, Ambush. Yang Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he discreetly drew his right hand behind his back, signaling to Jiang Xiao and the others. Yet his words were cold. Friendship isn't necessary. We should all leave this place. Bro, no need to be so stiff, right? Meeting each other is fate. Making friends isn't such a big deal. I brought hot pot. In this freezing cold, how about we all share a hot pot together? Yang Jinghao's face remained cheerful as he gestured for his companions to bring out the hot pot. Throughout this process, Yang Jinghao and his three companions steadily closed in on Yang Chen's group. Jiang Xiao didn't even notice Yang Chen since he was standing at the very front and couldn't see Yang Chen's hand gesture at all. But when Jiang Xiao heard the words hot pot, his eyes lit up. You guys sure know how to enjoy yourselves. Eating hot pot in this freezing cold? Just thinking about it feels amazing. Jiang Xiao exclaimed excitedly. But just then, Yang Jinghao suddenly shouted. Attack! As the words left his mouth, Yang Jinghao's entire body erupted in a brilliant blue light. He lunged forward, his fist hurtling toward Jiang Xiao. Holy! What the hell are you doing? Jiang Xiao was startled. Being closest to Yang Jinghao, he had no time to react, watching helplessly as Yang Jinghao's fist closed in on him. Just as Jiang Xiao thought he was about to be hit, a figure suddenly appeared before him. With a loud thud, Yang Chen, enveloped in golden light, seized Yang Jinghao's fist. Yang Jinghao's punch struck as if against a solid iron plate, halted completely without advancing an inch. Jiang Xiao finally exhaled in relief, his face turning ashen as he glared at Yang Jinghao. What the hell do you think you're doing? We haven't done anything to you. Ha! You saw what you shouldn't have seen. Therefore, you all deserve to die. Yang Jinghao sneered coldly. What? You want to kill us? Jiang Xiao was stunned. They had merely witnessed these scoundrels committing despicable acts, yet now they were being threatened with death. Killing people here? Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Are you even still students of Yinglong Academy? Have you no regard for the law? Jiang Xiao demanded, both shocked and furious. There are no cameras here. What's the harm in killing you? Yang Jinghao's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of cold mockery. The next second, Yang Jinghao's body abruptly recoiled backward. Jiang Xiao's face paled with horror. Yang Chen, watch out! Jiang Xiao shouted. A dark shadow burst forth from behind Yang Jinghao. The shadow was none other than a massive rat, transforming into a flesh bomb and hurtling toward Yang Chen with blinding speed. Yang Chen, already mentally prepared, dodged to the side in an instant. Boom! The massive projectile slammed into the spot where Yang Chen had been standing moments before. Damn it! Damn it, they really think we're pushovers. Kill them! Jiang Xiao was utterly enraged. He'd actually thought these guys were going to treat him to hotpot. He never expected them to resort to murder. Jiang Xiao felt his intelligence had been insulted. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao summoned the giant rat and unleashed its skill, Meat Bomb. He launched an attack toward Yang Jinghao. Odang Lanlan and Qin Ke summoned their beasts almost simultaneously. The three-tailed cat instantly coalesced 12 fiery arrows. Unfortunately, Yang Jinghao's other three teammates seemed to have been prepared all along. The moment Yang Jinghao approached Yang Chen, they were already combat ready. The moment Yang Jinghao made his move, they summoned their beasts. Thus, they had already begun unleashing their skills. Before Ouyang Lanlan's three-tailed raccoon cat could even act, her expression abruptly changed. Little fox, run! Crockle! Crockle! A layer of ice suddenly erupted from the snow, rapidly spreading toward Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku. It was icy spikes. Back when Yang Chen and Yang Yuan clashed, Yang Yuan's two-headed wolf had used this very skill and area of effect control ability. Such skills had a 10-meter control radius. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke reacted swiftly, retreating leftward almost instantly. The icy spikes behind them seemed unable to catch up. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, their expressions suddenly turned grim. Because to their left, the icy barbs were spreading, sealing off their retreat. It's a double ice spike skill. They've blocked our escape route. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke's faces paled. They hadn't anticipated this at all. For this meant that within Yang Jinghao's four-person squad, there were not one but two control-type beast-tamers or beast-tamers and one beast-tamer and their beast possessed identical skills. Had they lost their minds? Generally speaking, the best scenario for a four-person team is to avoid skill duplication. The true path to victory lies in members complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses. Thus, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke were utterly unprepared for this turn of events. They had no time to react, or more accurately, in that split second, they had no time to dodge, nor anywhere to dodge to. Snap! Ouyang Lanlan, Qin Ke, and their two beasts were all frozen solid. In that instant, they felt their bodies stiffen completely, utterly unable to move. It's over. This was hard control. Once immobilized, they'd be unable to move for at least 3 seconds, and even after that, their speed would remain impaired. Whoosh! At that very moment, from deep behind Yang Jinghao, his three remaining companions unleashed the skill triple flame arrows. 3 arrows flew toward Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke. Bang bang bang! A series of muffled explosions echoed as Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke were both blown backward. Their thick cotton coats were shredded, exposing their pale backs, scorched crimson by the fiery arrows. The intense burning pain made Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke grimace in agony. Holy! Zhang Hu, don't kill these girls. We'll need them later. I didn't get my fill yet. One of the boys, wearing glasses and grinning lewdly, shouted. Zhang Xiao, seeing Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke wounded by the shots, was so enraged his face turned crimson. Damn it, you bastards, I'll kill you. Zhang Xiao erupted in fury, lunging toward Yang Jinghao's 3 accomplices. But before he could move, the icy ground beneath his feet froze Zhang Xiao and Shuoshu solid, halting them abruptly. Ha! Worry about saving yourself first. Don't you know your own limitations? Trying to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. You're still too green. Yang Jinghao roared with maniacal laughter, attacking Zhang Xiao without hesitation. Chapter 92, Playing the Hero? Boom! A dull thud echoed as Zhang Xiao was sent flying several meters by Yang Jinghao's beast-summoned giant rat-meat cannon attack. By the time Jiang Xiao regained his senses and attempted to counterattack, the slowing effect of the frost spikes had already crippled his ability to retaliate. His attack, defense, and speed were all significantly reduced. Yang Jinghao and his beast worked together to keep Zhang Xiao on the defensive. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke were also pinned down by Yang Jinghao's 3 companions, who wounded them. It must be said that Yang Jinghao's team worked with remarkable coordination. After pinning Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke, they assigned one member solely to continue suppressing them with arrows, inflicting as much damage as possible. Meanwhile, the other 2 had their bows trained on Yang Chen. Now, only you remain. Let's see how you dodge our skills now. The 2 youths simultaneously let the corners of their mouths curl upward, revealing a hint of cold laughter. Next, they only needed to defeat the last remaining Yang Chen to secure victory. The thought of Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke's fiery figures sent a wave of heat coursing through their veins. Though they weren't close to Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke, they could roughly gauge their personalities from the way they spoke and dressed. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke were quite similar in both figure and looks. Ouyang Lanlan had a curvaceous figure with a delicate, refined face. Compared to Qin Ke, her looks were slightly less striking, but her body was superior. Her chest, for instance, was fuller and more prominent. It could be said that each had her own unique appeal. As for their personalities, Ouyang Lanlan had a fiery temper and a fiery spirit, sparking a desire to conquer her. Qin Ke, on the other hand, radiates a gentle, demure charm, a delicate, refined beauty. She's way more satisfying than Snow Woman. Of course, this comparison assumes both are beauties. Between an ordinary woman and Xuanyu, the latter clearly boasts a more voluptuous figure, quite luscious. This was the shared opinion of Yang Jinghao and his group. Meanwhile, Yang Chen watched his companions being overwhelmed, his expression darkening. Had it not been for the ambush, Zhang Xiao and the others wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Of course, the main reason was Yang Jinghao's team's flawless coordination. After pinning Zhang Xiao down, they focused their attacks on Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke. Within the team's coordination, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke held crucial positions. One dealt damage, the other provided support. Losing these 2 meant Yang Chen and his group had effectively lost their backup. In team combat, ranged attackers and support-type beast masters were always prime targets for opponents. As for Zhang Xiao, trapped within the range control of Frost Spike, he was being beaten badly by Yang Jinghao. But Yang Chen could no longer spare a thought for Zhang Xiao. To turn the tide, he must defeat Yang Jinghao's other 3 companions. Defeat those 3, and their control and ranged attacks would be completely neutralized. Yang Jinghao, a melee beast master, was hardly a threat. Not only would Yang Chen's teammates be free to assist then, but even if they weren't, Yang Chen could single-handedly defeat Yang Jinghao. Lanlan, you 2 retreat first. Get out of the way. Yang Chen shouted to Ouyang Lanlan and the others, I'll take care of those 3 over there. Got it. Ouyang Lanlan's expression sharpened as she immediately agreed. Grabbing Qin Ke's arm, she rolled sideways, dodging another arrow before scrambling behind a large tree. This position was beyond the range of the triple flame arrows and beyond their own skill reach. They were completely unable to support Yang Chen. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao, pinned down by Yang Jinghao, inwardly cursed his luck. He couldn't hold out much longer. Yang Jinghao's attack and defense stats seemed to surpass his own. Compounded by the continuous control from frost spikes, it was nearly equivalent to hard control. Zhang Xiao had no means to fight back, forced to endure solely through his unbreakable resolve. Yang Jinghao, however, paid no heed to Yang Chen's words. His foremost priority now was to defeat Zhang Xiao and leave him utterly powerless to retaliate. That was his sole objective. That said, Zhang Xiao was remarkably resilient. Of course, Yang Jinghao wasn't the least bit worried about his teammates handling Yang Chen after all. They were 3 against 1. And they had ranged attacks and area control. What did Yang Chen have to fight his 3 companions with? His life? How ridiculous. Heh, looks like we've got another hero here trying to save the damsel in distress. And he thinks he can take on all 3 of us? Third brother, let's teach him a lesson. The bespectacled youth, his face twisted into a lecherous grin, sneered coldly, haven't you still got that frost spike up your sleeve? Take him down. No problem. I love dealing with these show-offs. The more cocky he acts now, the more pathetic he'll look when he's begging for mercy on his knees later. Third brother's lips curled into a confident grin. When they dealt with Ouyang Lanlan and Chin Ku earlier, they had held back. They'd unleashed 2 control skills but held one back specifically for this kind of unexpected situation. Little Wolf, lock that guy down. Little 6, shoot him too. Old 3 bellowed. The 2-headed wolf at his feet instantly opened its massive jaws, spewing a blast of white, freezing breath. Crackle crackle. Under the chill's influence, the snow rapidly froze, forming a barrier precisely along Yang Chen's attack path. This time, the area wasn't as large as the 2 frost spikes, and Yang Chen could easily dodge it or change direction. But Yang Chen had no time to spare. If Jiang Shao was defeated, Yang Jinghao would be free to engage him, leaving Yang Chen in an even worse predicament than he was now. Third brother and sixth brother couldn't suppress the mocking smiles curling their lips. They were forcing Yang Chen into a corner. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chen charged headlong into the skill's range, stepping directly into the frozen zone. Kid, you're dead meat. Third brother immediately drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Xiao Lu was also ready. Each held 2 more flaming arrows in their hands. 4 arrows more than enough to defeat Yang Chen right here. This cocky kid was still too green. Youth deserves a beating, and when you get hit, stand at attention. Yet, just as they thought victory was assured, the next scene sent a chill down their spines. After stepping into the range of the icy spikes, Yang Chen found the spikes continuously erupting from the frozen ground beneath him. Yet his feet seemed to have eyes of their own. Just as he was about to land, he swiftly adjusted his stance and shifted his landing point, causing every single spike to miss its mark. Even when he made a misstep, he lifted his foot the instant a spike broke through the ice, shifting his stance again. By the time the spike emerged, he had completely evaded its control. This display sent chills down third brother and sixth brother's spines. Chapter 93, Snake-like Footwork. Holy! What the hell is that? The ice spike, it can't even control him. He dodged every single one? Is he poisoned? Xiao Lu and Lao San were stunned, their faces frozen in disbelief. It felt like a dream, they'd never witnessed anything like this before. This is just absurd. Quick, shoot arrows. His movement is insane. Old 3, who seemed slightly older, was the first to snap out of it. He didn't know what the hell Yang Chen was up to, but if they didn't pin him down and get him under control fast, they were all finished. Oh, got it. The sixth brother snapped into action. Whoosh! Whoosh! Third brother and sixth brother swiftly fired 2 flaming arrows. Yang Chen had anticipated this. The moment the arrows flew, he reacted instantly, sidestepping and braced himself with one hand on the ground. He dodged both arrows effortlessly. Holy! How does this guy move so smoothly? Snake-like footwork? Xiao Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face frozen in shock. Not only did he dodge the icy thorns, but he even evaded their fire arrows. Skill dodge and fire dodge double evasion. They'd never even seen anything like it. This was beyond ridiculous. Idiots. We should have spread out our shots. The third brother's face turned ashen, his voice filled with rage. Fine, I'll shoot the left, you take the right. Little 6 yelled, his face flushed red with tension. Old 3 nearly choked on his own blood. Does this guy think Yang Chen can't hear him? Yang Chen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, moving with astonishing agility as if he possessed some sort of agility boosting skill. Now that Xiao Lu had shouted out loud, could they even hit their target? But third brother had no choice now, he could only follow Xiao Lu's lead and shoot. Both fired simultaneously, aiming at Yang Chen from opposite sides. A faint smile touched Yang Chen's lips. It must be said that Xiao Lu and Lao San worked together with some coordination, but not much. Because neither of them had integrated their Beastmaster skills with their own abilities. If they had coordinated their beast control skills, the moment the frost spikes burst forth, one could have fired an arrow to lock down his positioning while the other fired to finish him off. That might have caused Yang Chen some trouble. But as it stood, they posed absolutely no threat to Yang Chen. Especially since their 2 arrows hadn't even been fired simultaneously, one shot ahead, the other behind. Whoosh! One arrow whistled toward Yang Chen's vital spot. Beneath his feet, the frost spikes erupted violently. Yang Chen used the shattering ice to propel himself upward, executing a backflip to evade the arrow. Before Yang Chen could steady himself, the second arrow arrived. He had no time for hesitation. During Li Susu's training, the final lesson had been simple: anticipate the enemy's attack trajectory. The moment Xiao Lu and Lao San released their arrows, Yang Chen had already calculated their landing points. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chen slid sideways, dodging the final arrow. The flaming arrow whistled past, grazing the left side of his scalp as a searing heat washed over him. Finally, the arrow struck the ice. It's over. We can't even hit him. Xiao Lu was dumbfounded. Their relentless advance had relied precisely on this coordination, allowing them to take down numerous snow maidens and snow dwarves. Even in sparring drills, the same teamwork had secured them first place in their class. Their coordination pattern was actually quite annoying. 3 control skills, 3 ranged skills. 1 melee-focused beastmaster. They were always the ones doing the shooting, but today they'd run into Yang Chen, a freak of nature. The third member was also stunned. They'd never encountered anyone who could dodge the frost spikes and survive their combined assault. At the very least, this move had never failed during their sparring sessions at school. Yet now, it had no effect whatsoever on Yang Chen. "You're out of arrows, aren't you? Then it's my turn." Yang Chen roared, his feet stomping the ground as his entire body shot upward. Sinking ship ground activated, and he slammed a fist toward Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu spun to flee, but the side effects of the sunken ship domain abruptly slowed his speed, causing his body to stutter to a halt. Xiao Lu's face drained of color. "Save me!" Xiao Lu desperately called out to his last remaining teammate for help. Alas, it was too late. Yang Chen had already closed the distance. Thud! A dull thud echoed as a heavy fist slammed into Xiao Lu's face. His entire visage instantly contorted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with several bloody teeth. His body shot backward like a coiled spring, crashing heavily onto the ground. Yang Chen showed no mercy, sweeping his leg out the instant he landed to knock third brother off his feet, then driving a brutal kick into his chest. Snap! The sound of cracking bones echoed as third brother was knocked unconscious on the spot. The entire sequence unfolded in one fluid motion, without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, their last remaining teammate finally reacted. He had only one arrow left in his quiver. Earlier, he had been tasked with suppressing Ouyang Lanlan and her group, which had cost him an extra shot. He never imagined Yang Chen could close in and eliminate his two teammates. He immediately raised his bow, intent on killing Yang Chen. At such close range, the power of his triple flame arrow would be doubled. He was confident a single arrow would finish Yang Chen. But unfortunately, bolstered by the effects of battle charge and sink the boats, Yang Chen's agility and speed now far surpassed those of a beastmaster of the same rank. In the end, this youth was merely a ranged beastmaster. How could his speed possibly match Yang Chen's? Yang Chen seized the bow in one hand, yanked the arrow from its string, and thrust it toward the youth's head. The youth's eyes widened in terror as the cold breath of death washed over him. "No! No! Ah!" The youth screamed in terror, but it did nothing to alter his fate. The arrow in Yang Chen's hand pierced his eye, tore through his skull, and killed him instantly. Ding! Host has slain a 3-star junior beastmaster, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! Host has slain a tier 1, 3-star beastmaster 2-headed wolf, earning 3 talent coins. The screams from this side quickly drew Yang Jinghao's attention. Yang Jinghao and Jiang Xiao had entered the final decisive battle, as Jiang Xiao had exhausted his resilience and was now covered in wounds. When Yang Jinghao turned to look, he saw his 3 teammates, 1 dead, 2 wounded, and his expression turned horrified. Chapter 94, The End. He took on all 3 of them alone? How did he defeat third brother and the others? Yang Jinghao's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply couldn't fathom how Yang Chen had gotten close to his teammates. After all 3 of them specialized in ranged attacks and area of effect crowd control skills. Before he could process it, a sudden burst of green light landed on Jiang Zhao's head. Jiang Zhao's head was bathed in a vivid green glow. His injuries began healing at a visible pace, especially the minor scrapes and redness, which vanished instantly. This green light was none other than Qin Ke's prayer. A tinkling sound followed as a green light chain connected to Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Zhao's injuries healed even faster. This was Qin Ke's skill, Constellation. Constellation, an area of effect healing skill that can link up to 4 targets. The base white tier healing effect is 8%, providing sustained healing. The healing effect increases with skill level. Now it's my turn to strike back. You sure had your fill of beating me earlier, didn't you? Jiang Xiao sneered coldly, stomping his foot down hard. Snow water splashed from his soles as he charged headlong into Yang Jinghao. Yang Jinghao dared not engage Jiang Xiao head-on. His 3 teammates were already down, and Jiang Xiao still had 3 allies. Especially that Yang Chen, something about him felt off. Without a second thought, Yang Jinghao scrambled backward, trying to slip between Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao and escape into the woods. Trying to run now? Too late. Stay right there. Ouyang Lanlan's sharp command rang out. After Yang Chen dealt with the third in command and his men, she and Qin Ke had already closed in once more. Ouyang Lanlan's tamed beast, the 3-tailed civet cat, had already the fire arrows. 12 fire arrows coalesced behind her. 3 of them streaked forward like falling meteors, hurtling toward the front of Yang Jinghao. Whoosh! The fire arrows whistled through the air. Yang Jinghao's heart skipped a beat and he instinctively halted his steps. But in that very instant, an intense burning sensation suddenly erupted behind him. Yang Jinghao instinctively turned his head, only to see a massive fireball as big as he was. No! No! Ah! With a dull thud, the fireball slammed into Yang Jinghao's back. His clothing ignited instantly, and his entire body was hurled backward like a dead dog. Yang Jinghao was critically injured on the spot. Had it not been for the lingering effects of his unbreakable ability, this strike would have been fatal. Yang Jinghao tried to scramble to his feet, but a soft chuckle reached his ears. This ends here. Yang Chen's voice echoed as a pair of powerful hands seized Yang Jinghao's head, twisting it with brutal force. Snap! Yang Jinghao's neck snapped. Ding. Host has slain a 3-star junior beastmaster, earning 3 talent coins. Ding. Host has slain a tier 1, 3-star beastmaster rat, earning 3 talent coins. With Yang Jinghao's death, his giant rat collapsed alongside him, dead as a doornail. You bastard, go to hell. Before Yang Chen could even breathe a sigh of relief, a frenzied roar erupted from behind him. Boom! 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 Before the words had even faded, 3 muffled thuds followed. Yang Chen turned to see third brother's body stiffen behind him, as if seized by a cold shiver, his eyes widening in horror. 3 bloody holes appeared on third brother's head. He had been struck in the head by the fire arrow fired from Ouyang Lanlan's 3-tailed civet beast. With a thud, Old Three's body fell stiffly before Yang Chen. Bright red, scalding blood flowed out, staining a patch of snow red. It was clear that Old Three had just attempted to ambush Yang Chen. Only Ouyang Lanlan's reaction had been far quicker than he'd anticipated. Yang Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief, glancing at Ouyang Lanlan and saying, thanks. On the other side, with Yang Jinghao and his 2 men taken out, only the 6th man remained. His face drained of color as he witnessed the scene before him. His teammates were all dead, and Yang Chen and Jiang Shao were approaching him silently. Ouyang Lanlan's beast, the 3-tailed civet, had its remaining fire arrow aimed squarely at him. Xiaolu, now gravely wounded, had no chance of escape. Don't kill me. We're from the same academy. If you kill me, the academy will investigate, and none of you will escape. Xiaolu stared at Yang Chen and Jiang Shao in terror. Heh, now you realize we're from the same academy? That wasn't what you were saying when you ambushed us earlier. Jiang Shao fixed his eyes on Xiaolu. Though he'd been locked in combat with Yang Jinghao moments ago, he'd witnessed everything unfold here with crystal clarity. It was this Xiaolu who had hurled the most vile insults at Ouyang Lanlan and the others. He despised people like this the most. No, you can't kill me. Do you know who my brother is? My brother is Yi Zhan from the elite recruitment class. My name is Yi Xiaolu. If you kill me, my brother will never let you off the hook. Yi Xiaolu slowly backed away, threatening Yang Chen as he spoke, as long as you don't kill me, I won't tell the academy. So what if it's Yi Zhan? We'll kill you right here. Who's going to know? Yang Chen sneered coldly, turning to Jiang Shao and asking, Jiang Shao, wanna level up? Killing people can level you up too. Yang Chen looked at Jiang Shao and asked. Leave it to me. Jiang Shao nodded, stepping forward with a single stride. He raised his fist and slammed it toward Yi Xiaolu's head. Yi Xiaolu, already wounded by Yang Chen, had no chance to dodge. With a loud thud, Yi Xiaolu was instantly finished off, without a moment's hesitation. Search them for all their crystal cores, then retreat. Yang Chen instructed Jiang Shao and the others before crouching down to search Yi Xiaolu's body. Ouyang Lanlan and the others didn't hesitate either, following suit. These crystal cores were free for the taking. They weren't the least bit worried about being caught. The reason was simple, there were no surveillance cameras here. Even if the academy investigated the students' deaths afterward, what difference would it make? There was no evidence linking the killings to them. After extracting the crystal cores from Yang Jinghao and the others, Yang Chen's group lingered no longer. They quickly swept the scene, ensuring no evidence remained, and swiftly departed the grove. What Yang Chen and his group didn't know was that not far from them, on a large tree, a phone was emitting a flickering white light, as if filming this very scene. Chapter 95, The Harvest. Whoosh, whoosh. The north wind howled, snow drifting for miles. The entire world was shrouded in silence. Yang Chen and his companions found a secluded, sheltered spot where they built a campfire. They boiled water, prepared instant drinks, and roasted some meat. The 4 sat around the fire, each lost in their own thoughts. Ouyang Lanlan held her cup, her face slightly pale as she stared into the flames, lost in thought. When we enter the alternate dimension battlefield in the future, will we have to do this to kill humans? Ouyang Lanlan suddenly spoke, her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at Yang Chen and the others. In the alternate dimension battlefield, humans might be more dangerous than beasts or beastmen. Yang Chen replied calmly, so this is our first lesson, I suppose. Don't dwell on it too much. But, we're all human. The beasts and orcs are invading our world, they're our enemies, not fellow humans. Jiang Shao also struggled to accept it. Though he'd shown no hesitation during the battle, the realization weighed heavily on him once calm returned. After all, whether it was Ouyang Lanlan or Jiang Shao, they were both just 18, fresh out of school. Such matters had always felt distant to them before. Qin Ko, however, seemed surprisingly composed. Do you know who our greatest enemy is on the alternate dimension battlefield? It's not the beasts or the orcs. It's the humans. Humans will attack us to seize our crystal cores, or to snatch the demon beast and orc cubs we've captured. In this world, nothing stirs the heart like wealth. After Qin Ko finished speaking, the group fell silent once more. Qin Ko's words weren't particularly flowery, they were simple and straightforward. Put plainly, it all boils down to self-interest. Qin Ko glanced at Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Shao, stating, if you show mercy, then it will be your own teammates and companions who fall before you. You saw it yourselves just now, Yang Jinghao's teammate nearly ambushed Yang Chen. If you hadn't intervened, Lanlan, Yang Chen might have been in danger. Therefore, they are not worthy of sympathy. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao exchanged a glance. I don't pity those bastards. I just feel sorrow that allies are slaughtering each other. If it happened again, I wouldn't hesitate to kill Yang Jinghao and his crew. Ouyang Lanlan's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam as she added, don't worry, I'm not that kind of saintly. Lanlan, you're a girl, don't speak so crudely. You'll never find a boyfriend. Jiang Xiao shot Ouyang Lanlan a timid glance. Shut up. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a fierce glare. Startled, Jiang Xiao meekly averted his gaze, quickly shifting his eyes to Yang Chen and Qin Ku. He patted his chest emphatically, promising, rest assured, if I ever encounter something like this again, I won't show any mercy. Lanlan and I feel the same way, we feel sorrow for this kind of thing, not sympathy for them. Ouyang Lanlan rolled her eyes in exasperation. She was telling him off, but wasn't Jiang Xiao doing the same thing? Qin Ku couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. So you're a do-gooder too, huh? Yang Chen chuckled meaningfully. Ha. Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, letting out a few nervous chuckles. The heavy atmosphere gradually lightened amidst the swirling snow. Over the next few days, Yang Chen and his 3 companions pressed onward, encountering numerous snow maidens and snow dwarves along the way. The 4 worked together seamlessly, eliminating everyone they encountered. Yang Chen successfully leveled up and acquired a substantial amount of talent coins. Character, Yang Chen. Beastmaster power, 398. Occupation, Offensive Beastmaster. Level, Junior Beastmaster 3-star experience, 21,120. Attack, 18 plus 37. Defense, 18 plus 37. Agility, 18 plus 37. Spirit, 300 plus 74. Talent coins, 174. Talent, Mythic Bloodline Awakening, grants the ability to randomly alter a beast's bloodline once, elevating its quality to legendary or higher. No level restrictions apply. Cannot be used on non-host beasts. Bloodline cannot be upgraded. Cannot alter the same beast's bloodline a second time. Skill, Golden Battlefront Resolve LV.3 EXP, 21,120, consumes 120 spirit to boost attack, defense, and agility by 34% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The percentage boost increases with skill level. Yang Chen's level increase brought comprehensive attribute growth, making his combat prowess even more formidable. Particularly, Battle Charge grants him over a third increase across all attributes. This means Yang Chen can now face off against a 4-star novice beastmaster. Beyond that, his greatest gain was talent coins. He now possessed 174 of them. This was a massive fortune. Yang Chen was thoroughly satisfied with this gain. Had he not entered the academy's structured, artificial wormhole training environment, his leveling progress would never have accelerated so rapidly. This was something many academies simply couldn't provide. Of course, beyond these tangible gains, there were countless intangible benefits like Yang Chen's combat experience and his fighting techniques. The only regret was that Yang Chen hadn't studied sword techniques with Li Susu. His Xiuquan sword lay in his dorm room. He wondered if it would rust. I wonder if he teaches sword techniques, and that robot could it teach too? If it's possible, I definitely want to learn. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Through these recent battles, Yang Chen felt at a disadvantage fighting beasts and orcs bare-handed. Take the snow dwarves, for instance, their defense was truly formidable. During combat, even when he managed to repel one with his fists, his own knuckles ached fiercely. Had he not become a beastmaster with enhanced attributes, an ordinary person landing a punch on a snow dwarf wouldn't just knock it down, it would shatter their hand. Therefore, once he left this place, Yang Chen was determined to seek advice from Yijun. Next, Yang Chen opened the Magpie's attribute panel. It must be said that Magpie had also gained significantly. Beast Mastering, Parrot Magpie. Quality, Mythical. Bloodline, Vermilion Bird Bloodline 1%. Role, Support. Level, Tier 1, 3 stars experience, 21,120. Attack, 45. Defense, 40. Agility, 110. Spirit, 760. Active skill, Golden Support Skill Sink or Swim Level 3 experience, 133,200, consumes 180 spirit power to cast on a designated target, trapping all creatures within 10 meters in a sinking ground. Increases the target's attack, defense, and agility by 26%. Reduces attack, defense, and agility by 36% for all other creatures within range. Skill percentage bonuses scale with level. Passive skill, Golden Enhanced Beast Control LV 321-120. Upon entering combat, all attributes of the summoned beast receive a 24% boost. The percentage bonus increases with skill level. Chapter 96, Bloodline Enhancement. Magpie's level rose, and his attributes underwent significant changes. Beyond its passive skills, Magpie's active skill Sink or Swim showed no improvement. This was unavoidable, as advancing Sink or Swim from level 3 to level 4 represented a major threshold, requiring a fundamental transformation of the skill itself. Therefore, the required experience points and nourishment would change accordingly. However, when Yang Chen glanced at the experience bar, It seemed that leveling up solely by slaying monsters and orcs might not be too difficult after all. He was only a few dozen points away from leveling up. They had been here for 7 days now, slaying over 100 monsters and orcs. If luck favored them over the remaining 3 days, it seemed the skill could indeed be upgraded. In the artificial wormhole, going from level 3 to level 4 in 10 days was remarkably fast. Yang Chen fell silent as he studied Beige's attributes. He realized his initial approach might have been misguided. He had initially believed that the primary focus for spending talent coins should be on skills. But now, the experience gain rate wasn't slow at all. He could level up soon. 10 days. Moreover, after completing this trial, they could re-enter this place using their credits. They already had over 80 credits, and with the 10 days worth, they'd have over 90. Adding the crystal cores they'd captured, they might even reach over 200 credits. That would grant them another 2 or 3 days inside. Perhaps I should shift Beige's development focus. Yang Chen scrutinized his and Beige's attribute panels. Honestly, Beige's 4 core attributes except for agility and spirit were all lower than his own. However, Magpie's agility was absurdly high, nearly double Yang Chen's own agility. Combined with Magpie's passive skill, a 24% enhancement to his Beastmaster Magpie's 4 core attributes would surpass Yang Chen's across the board. His agility, in particular, would reach nearly triple Yang Chen's. This made him significantly faster than Yang Chen's fellow Beastmasters of the same level. Most crucially, enhancing Bloodline Fusion also boosts the 4 core attributes. Each 1% increase in Bloodline Fusion adds 1 point to 3 attributes: attack, defense, and agility. Spirit remains unchanged. If Magpie were to undergo metamorphosis into a Vermilion Bird, it could gain a whopping 100 points across its 3 core attributes. In combat, based on its current foundation, Magpie's combat power could easily surpass its current level by at least 5-fold. Among Beastmasters of the same level, who could possibly stand against Magpie without unleashing skills? And even if they unleashed skills, so what? Golden tier skills are exceedingly rare. Not to mention golden tier skills, even purple tier skills are scarce. Most beast tamers only possess blue or white tier skills. Yang Chen's calculations felt like discovering a new continent, revealing a fresh direction. His calculation of Magpie's attributes was flawed, however. The enhanced Beastmaster effect amplified Magpie's attributes after they were boosted. The exact magnitude of this enhancement couldn't be calculated yet, but it was definitely more than 5 times greater. What did 5 times mean? A Beastmaster gains 10 points across all 3 attributes for each star level increase. Since Magpie's base boost is 50 points per level, a 5-fold increase equates to 250 points. That's equivalent to a Beastmaster leaping from novice to intermediate rank or even approaching advanced tier strength. That's how terrifying it is. Of course, this assumes the Beastmaster doesn't use other skills like those that weaken Magpie's stats or other purple or gold tier abilities. Otherwise, the Magpie would be unrivaled among creatures of the same level. No, wait. Even if the opponent possesses such skills, the Magpie remains utterly invincible. It also wields the sink or swim skill. It buffs itself while debuffing the enemy. It's like a double buff. No wonder Lee Susu said so many people dislike cultivating themselves and rely entirely on beast taming. With such insane power, why bother cultivating yourself at all? Yang Chen licked his dry lips with a hint of excitement. He was starting to waver too. If Magpie could be this awesome, why bother grinding away at martial arts and sword techniques? In battle, wouldn't it be better to just unleash the Magpie? 1 word, reckless. 2 words, invincible. Yang Chen decided the Magpie should get a new name: Rampage Brother. Next, Yang Chen opened the system shop to check the fragments needed for enhancing his beast-taming bloodline fusion. 1 Vermilion Bird bloodline fragment costs 10 talent coins. The fusion progression for the Vermilion Bird bloodline required 1 fragment for each 1% increase within the first 10%. From 10% to 20%, it demanded 2 fragments, and so on. The number of fragments needed increased exponentially. Seems achieving 100% fusion of the Vermilion Bird bloodline won't be easy. Especially later on, if it still only increases the 3 primary attributes by 1 point, it feels like a bad deal. I wonder if the 4-dimensional attributes will undergo a qualitative change once the Magpie fully transforms into a Vermilion Bird. If that happens, it'd be worth it. A qualitative leap would guarantee a solid return. Yang Chen pondered silently. As his first tamed beast, he lacked experience in this area, and the system offered little guidance. Everything would have to be figured out through trial and error. But Yang Chen didn't dwell on it. If he lost, he'd just treat it as paying his dues. Earlier, when he focused on leveling up his skills, hadn't he been feeling his way forward too? Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen immediately summoned the Magpie. You bastard, you bastard. The Magpie had just flown out when it unleashed a torrent of profanity at Yang Chen. This scene was witnessed by Ouyang Lanlan and the others, who were cleaning up the battlefield. They couldn't help but roll their eyes. They knew Yang Chen's beast-taming skills were formidable. Aside from the Magpie's sharp tongue, everything else was fine. Yang Chen didn't bother arguing with the little brat. He was used to it by now. He had no idea what the magpie was ranting about, since he treated it quite well, feeding it meat daily while he himself ate dry rations. This time, Yang Chen had 174 talent coins. He exchanged them for an even number, 16 Vermilion Bird bloodline fragments. His talent coins instantly dwindled to just 14. Ding! Host has exchanged 16 Vermilion Bird bloodline fragments. Would you like to use them immediately? If so, please designate a beast to bind. If not, all fragments will be temporarily stored in the system warehouse. Use immediately. Designate the magpie parrot as the designated beast. Without hesitation, Yang Chen immediately focused his thoughts. Ding! Host has used Vermilion Bird bloodline fragments, enhancing the pet bird's bloodline by 1%. Ding! Host used. As a series of notifications sounded, the Manhwa bird before Yang Chen began to undergo constant changes. A faint orange glow, visible only to Yang Chen, emanated from the Manhwa bird's body. With each flicker of the orange light, the Manhwa bird's form grew slightly larger, as if undergoing some sort of transformation and elevation. Chapter 97, The Magpie's Getting Fierce. Finally, the magpie's Vermilion Bird bloodline stabilized at 14%. Its body had also grown significantly larger. Its once vibrantly colored feathers shed away, replaced by pure white plumage. Most crucially, while the magpie had once been roughly the size of a small bird, its body now grew substantially. With wings spread, it measured over 2 meters in length. Massive in size. Of course, outwardly, it still resembled an oversized parrot. There really is a change. Yang Chen quickly scanned the magpie's three-dimensional attributes. Attack, 58. Defense, 53. Agility, 123. These stats were even stronger than his own current ones. This support-type beast is surprisingly formidable. Yang Chen couldn't help but inwardly gasp in astonishment. It was simply outrageous. Without using any skills, he might not even stand a chance against Magpie in a one-on-one fight. Magpie's agility is 123 points. How much did he have? Just over 50 points. He was getting completely crushed. Unbelievable. Yang Chen was thoroughly pleased with this development. Magpie might just become his ultimate trump card. Everyone assumed Magpie was a support-type beast master, but who could have guessed a support beast could be this ferocious? More ferocious than most beast masters. Moreover, Yang Chen was certain that compared to beasts below the epic tier, or even those 1 or 2 tiers above it, Magpie might just be a notch more ferocious. You gotta hand it to him, mythic tier beasts are just brutal. Holy crap! How did I get so huge? Holy crap, these wings, these claws, this mighty frame, absolutely badass. The magpie flapped its wings, surveying its surroundings with obvious satisfaction. Holy crap! This magpie's intelligence seems to have skyrocketed. Yang Chen clearly saw an utterly human-like look of astonishment on the magpie's bird face. It was just too absurd. So enhancing the magpie's bloodline fusion could actually boost its intelligence too. What a pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, the magpie had already spread its 2 claws, staring intently downward. Damn it! Where's my big thing? Why can't I see it? Beige exclaimed in disbelief. Yang Chen. Alright, this guy's IQ could use some work. You little bastard, are you jealous of how big mine is, so you deliberately didn't upgrade mine? The magpie glared at Yang Chen with a fierce look. Yang Chen was speechless, rolling his eyes repeatedly. Does this bird have any sense? He had no idea. Just then, Jiang Zhao's startled cry rang out from nearby. Holy crap, Yang Chen, how did your beast suddenly get so huge? What did it eat? Did you give it steroids? Jiang Zhao had just finished collecting the crystal core and stared at the magpie in utter shock. He'd seen Yang Chen's beast before, but it had never been this big. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku also couldn't help but look over. Feeling the gaze of the two beauties, the magpie quickly clasped its claws together, adopting an air of profound mystery as it shot Jiang Zhao a glance. Big? The magpie nodded with satisfaction. Little Jiang, you've got good taste, huh? From now on, you'll be under my wing. I guarantee you'll live in luxury. This magpie is quite something. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. They could clearly sense that the magpie's intelligence seemed to have increased. Before, while the magpie could speak, it had only mimicked others. Now, it seemed to have thoughts of its own. Jiang Zhao froze, his mouth agape in surprise. He stepped forward, curiosity burning, and exclaimed, "This thing actually has high intelligence now? Impressive." Jiang Zhao couldn't resist patting the Manhwa bird's head. You want to tag along with me? You're just a support-type beast tamer. Who do you think you are? Little guy, from now on, you're sticking with Big Brother Jiang. I'll take you to new heights. Call me Big Brother. Before Jiang Zhao could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind. His eyes widened as he saw a white wing rapidly flapping toward him. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the force nearly twisted his face sideways. He tumbled backward, flying 3 to 5 meters away. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku beside him were both stunned, staring wide-eyed at the magpie. Its gaping little beak could easily fit a small egg. What incredible speed! They had only seen the magpie's rapid wing flaps before it struck, leaving them no time to react before Jiang Xiao was sent flying. And it had sent Jiang Xiao flying several meters. Remember, Jiang Xiao was a defensive type beast tamer. To send Jiang Xiao flying and leave his face swollen, what immense power must that have taken? That speed, that power. It was utterly absurd. Is this magpie still an auxiliary type beast tamer? It looks downright vicious. Yang Chen was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the magpie to be this powerful. How had he never noticed this kind of potential in the magpie before? If he'd known magpie was this powerful, he would have jumped into the fight between those two snow maiden tribes back then. Over there, Jiang Zhao's head was buzzing. He never dreamed in his wildest dreams that he'd be knocked flying by a support-type flying beast. And his face felt like it was on fire. This was beyond absurd, utterly ridiculous. Magpie spread its wings and looked at Jiang Xiao, saying, "Little Jiang, do you admit defeat? Like hell, I'll bow down. I got caught off guard just now, didn't dodge. Come on, if you've got the guts." Jiang Xiao was furious, rolling up his sleeves ready to fight. He had been genuinely startled earlier, but he refused to believe it could a defensive-type beast master like himself really be knocked down by a magpie? Especially when the magpie was taunting him like this. Jiang Xiao was a young man, how could he possibly tolerate this? He immediately rolled up his sleeves, channeled his unbreakable spirit, and charged forward. He was determined to knock the magpie flat and show it who was boss. Then, Jiang Xiao once again flew through the air in an arc, landing 4 or 5 meters away, nearly dislocating his internal organs from the impact. The magpie flapped its wings, landing on Jiang Zhao's back and nearly squishing him flat. "Little Jiang, who are you messing with? You admit defeat?" The magpie chirped in inquiry. I surrender, I surrender. Please stop crushing me." Jiang Xiao quickly begged for mercy. This scene made Yang Chen chuckle. Jiang Xiao failed to recruit a follower and ended up getting dominated instead. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke wore extremely peculiar expressions. "Yang Chen, is this your tamed beast pet?" Ouyang Lanlan observed that it still bore some resemblance in appearance, though its feathers had turned white. She even began to wonder if Yang Chen had replaced his beast. Yang Chen nodded. "Yes, it's the one you saw earlier. But that can't be right. When I was fighting earlier, it wasn't even as big as my fist. How did it grow so big in such a short time?" Ouyang Lanlan was utterly astonished. "It must have mutated. You get it, right?" Yang Chen didn't elaborate further. The system was his greatest secret, and he certainly didn't want it to become common knowledge. Chapter 98, Encountering the Beast Pack Again. 3 hours later. Yang Chen and his 3 companions noticed something peculiar. "Have you noticed we haven't encountered any monsters or beastmen in the past few hours? Could it be that the numbers of monsters and beastmen have decreased?" Ouyang Lanlan voiced her suspicion. "I don't think so. As far as I know, the artificial wormhole at Yinglong Academy maintains a population of around 100,000 monsters and beastmen. How many of us entered this time? Do you really think we could kill enough to reduce their numbers?" Qin Ke explained. "That's a bit odd then. With so many beasts and orcs around, it's hard to believe we haven't encountered many in 3 hours," Ouyang Lanlan couldn't help but mutter. As the two spoke, Yang Chen, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted. "Holy crap, there are so many footprints here." Jiang Xiao, following Yang Chen, exclaimed in surprise. Before them lay a dense carpet of footprints, each oddly distinct. Some had only 2 toes, split in the middle, while others had 4 toes. There were also snow wolf paw prints. Beyond these, there were also human footprints. Following the tracks forward and backward, they saw that these footprints had long since formed a long, winding path through the vast expanse of snow. How many beasts and creatures would it take to create such a massive trail? Could it be another war between 2 tribes? Ouyang Lanlan wondered in astonishment. If it is another tribal conflict, it must be even larger than the one we encountered before. If we ran into that, we wouldn't even have a chance to escape, Jiang Xiao said, feeling a chill run down his spine. We should take a detour. Yang Chen suggested. Alright, let's hurry. Who knows how soon those beasts and orcs might return? Yang Chen's suggestion met unanimous agreement from Jiang Xiao and the others. They swiftly began circling around the footprint-strewn area, heading southwest. Over the next 2 hours, they still encountered no magical beasts or beastmen. Having trekked through the icy wilderness for 5 hours, they decided to find a place to rest. Coincidentally, a range of hills lay not far ahead. Among them was a location resembling a small canyon. 3 sides of the area were flanked by high peaks, while the entrance directly ahead was merely a low hillock. That spot's perfect. If it's open ground below, it'll be a natural barrier. I'll go scout it out. Jiang Xiao dashed toward it with eager determination. Yang Chen and the others didn't stop him, instead scanning their surroundings warily. Though things were calm now, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. However, just as Yang Chen and the others turned back, a startled cry rang out from Jiang Xiao, who had charged up the hilltop. Holy! So many beasts and beastmen! Hearing the commotion, Yang Chen and the others immediately looked over. They saw Jiang Xiao had just climbed the small hill when a snow dwarf charged out. They witnessed Jiang Shao kick the snow dwarf back with a single powerful stomp. Immediately afterward, Jiang Shao seemed to witness a startling sight. He crouched down just as 3 long arrows whistled overhead, exploding mid-air. Jiang Shao rolled to the side and hid behind the mountain. The small gorge finally fell silent. "Quick, come help. There are at least dozens of orcs in here." Jiang Shao urgently waved to Yang Chen and the others. Yang Chen and the others didn't hesitate for a moment. They immediately summoned their beasts, crouched down on the snow, and approached Jiang Shao. Ouyang Lanlan tried to peek inside, but Jiang Shao waved her off. "Don't look. There are snow dwarves and snow maidens inside. Those snow maidens are aiming at us right now. If you peek out, they'll shoot arrows." Jiang Shao waved urgently, warning, "Be careful." Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan exchanged glances, nodded in unison, then silently crawled down the slope to the opposite side. Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan each peered out from opposite directions, half their heads exposed, eyes fixed on the small gorge below. But the very instant they peered out, 3 arrows whistled toward them. Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan ducked down immediately, taking cover. The arrows struck the snow where they had just peered out. Though their glance into the ravine had been brief, they instantly grasped its layout. The ravine itself wasn't very large, roughly 100 square meters or so, yet it contained dozens of beastmen. Snow dwarves held the front line, while snow maidens drew their bows and arrows from cover behind them. Their coordination and assault were remarkably orderly. After 5 hours of travel, we finally encountered such a large group of orcs again. Jiang Shao rubbed his hands together excitedly. The exit here is narrow. Even though they're numerous, there's no way they can gang up on us. Yang Chen, Lanlan, what do you say? Shall we take them on? Ouyang Lanlan paused before replying. Even if they can't exploit their numbers, they're entrenched inside. Forcing our way in won't be easy. There are at least 20 snow women. If we charge head-on, Jiang Shao, can you hold them off? And there are so many snow dwarfs too. Jiang Shao froze, his mind instantly painting a picture of the squad charging in. A hail of arrows raining down upon him. He'd likely be shot to pieces before even reaching the entrance. And with so many snow dwarfs charging together, he feared he'd be trampled to death. The thought sent a shiver down Jiang Zhao's spine. He shook his head repeatedly. "I can't break through." The words barely left his mouth before a look of reluctance flashed across his face. "Are we just going to give up like this? There must be at least 40 crystal cores here. Giving up would be such a waste. We could exchange them for over 40 credits, then use those to enter the wormhole battlefield for over 10 hours. Jiang Shao felt deeply reluctant. He had no connections or status to fall back on. His only path to gain experience and level up was by entering artificial wormholes to hunt magical beasts and orcs. What good does resentment do now? Ouyang Lanlan sighed and said, "At least it's better than losing your life here, right?" Jiang Shao fell silent. Just as the two were about to give up, Yang Chen suddenly smiled. "You're right. Charging in headfirst has too low a success rate. But that doesn't mean there aren't other ways." To be fair, while Yang Chen possessed formidable combat anticipation skills, such a confined space offered him no room to maneuver. Even he couldn't force his way through. But Yang Chen had other plans. Chapter 99, Stealing the Beastman. What method? Jiang Shao and the others immediately turned to Yang Chen, their eyes lighting up with hope. If possible, they certainly wouldn't want to give up such a juicy opportunity. "We can have Lalan unleash fireball and fire arrow spells. I refuse to believe they can hold out any longer. Jiang Shao and I will guard the entrance. The moment they show their heads, we'll take them down one by one. They can't all charge out at once, they'll have to come out individually." Yang Chen chuckled. "Damn, that's a brilliant plan." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. "Yang Chen, you really have a knack for this. Why didn't I think of this simple solution?" Ouyang Lanlan tapped her head in frustration. Yang Chen's plan was simple enough, and it really wasn't difficult at all. "Alright, stop overthinking it. Let's get moving," Yang Chen said with a smile. "Got it." Ouyang Lanlan and the others sprang into action immediately. Immediately, Yang Chen and Jiang Shao took up positions on either side, each summoning their beasts of command, ready to confront any orcs that charged out. Ouyang Lanlan summoned her own beast and unleashed the skill Fireball. A massive fireball over a meter in diameter hurtled toward the small canyon like a falling meteor. Boom! A dull explosion echoed through the air. Snow around the area shook loose in large quantities. A chorus of agonized howls erupted from within. Immediately afterward, 2 snow dwarves burst out, wailing in agony. "Attack!" Yang Chen roared, lunging forward in a single stride. With a sweeping kick, he sent the snow dwarf crashing to the ground. Seizing the dwarf's head, he twisted it violently, snapping it nearly 360 degrees. The snow dwarf died instantly. Compared to Yang Chen's technique, Jiang Zhao's approach was far cruder. He practically threw himself at the snow dwarf, pinning it face down into the snow. Then, with the help of his beast-riding giant rat, he sat squarely on top of the snow dwarf, crushing it to death. But it wasn't over yet. 3 more snow dwarves tried to break out, but the exit was too narrow. Their bodies were tightly wedged together, preventing them from escaping. 3 idiots. They're practically begging to be killed. Jiang Shao laughed loudly, kicking one of the snow dwarves squarely in the head. Yang Chen did the same. Compared to the moving snow dwarves, these trapped ones were practically useless in combat. Just as Yang Chen and Jiang Shao were enjoying their kill, 4 pairs of eyes peered out from a snowdrift nearby, watching them intently. The group consisted of 3 women and 1 man. They had laid tents and quilts on the ground below, then covered the area with another tent. Once snow fell on top, it was nearly impossible to detect human presence here without careful observation. These 4 were also old acquaintances of Yang Chen and his group. This squad was precisely Yi Zhan's 4-person team. They had been concealed here for nearly 3 hours, having spotted the beastmen in the small gorge even before Yang Chen's group. However, they faced the same dilemma as Yang Chen's group. Charging in was too dangerous, and they had no better solution. Therefore, they remained concealed, waiting for the orcs to emerge before attempting to hunt them down. Little did they know, the orcs never emerged. Instead, Yang Chen's group arrived first. Yi Zhan had actually worried that Yang Chen's squad might be hiding nearby, waiting for the orcs to emerge just like them. That would have caused a bit of trouble. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen's group had employed such a method. Yang Chen's squad has some real skill. Yi Zhan couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Zhan, should we go up and help them out? Drive them into the small canyon. Li Xiaoqi said with a cold glint in her eyes. Li Xiaoqi held grudges fiercely. She remembered vividly how arrogantly Yang Chen had acted last time, publicly disrespecting Yi Zhan and even presumptuously challenging him to a fight. What kind of person was Yang Chen? How dare he act so arrogantly? Yi Zhan was a promising new recruit from the elite training class. He wasn't just qualified for Ringlong Academy, he could easily get into a top-tier academy. How dare Yang Chen challenge Yi Zhan? In Li Xiaoqi's eyes, Yi Zhan was the perfect male idol. Yang Chen is nothing but a clown at best. Yi Zhan considered it. While he desperately wanted to eliminate Yang Chen and his crew, acting now would cost them valuable time and waste precious skill points even if they managed to get rid of them quickly. With less than 3 days left before departure, spending too much time would cost them academic credits. It just wasn't worth it. We don't have that kind of time. Going after them isn't worth it. Killing the orcs brings greater rewards. They got lucky this time, we'll let them off the hook for now. Yi Zhan whispered, everyone, get ready. On my count of 3, we charge forward, surround them, and force them out of here. Xiaoqi, take the left flank. Xiaolu, you cover the right. Nini, as support, stay rear guard and be ready to control them at any moment. Li Xiaoqi and the others nodded. Charge! Yi Zhan roared and charged forward first. As an offensive-type beast master, Yi Zhan naturally led the charge. The moment he charged forward, he summoned his beast, a massive black bear over 2 meters tall, covered in jet black fur. Roar! The bear's furious arrow reverberated through the air. Li Xiaoqi and Li Xiaolu swiftly took their positions on either side according to Yi Zhan's battle plan, simultaneously summoning their own beasts. Yi Zhan's squad completely sealed off the rear escape route for Yang Chen's 4-member team. Just then, after Yang Chen and Jiang Shao had eliminated a wave of orcs attempting to break through, the orcs inside fell silent, showing no further signs of advancing. As the group discussed pressing their advantage once more, commotion erupted from behind. Yi Zhan? Seeing the youth who had charged in first, the 4 of them couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. Their relationship with Yi Zhan was far from amicable. Ha! Yang Chen, what rotten luck you have! To run into us so soon! Yi Zhan roared with laughter, his face brimming with contempt. We've had our eyes on the orcs in this little gorge for ages. You lot can get lost now. Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it yours. We clearly made the first move. Yi Zhan, don't get so cocky. You have 400 beast control power. Maybe someday you'll be stronger than us, but right now, what gives you the right to act so arrogant here? Ouyang Lanlan's pretty face turned icy. Jiang Shao fumed, Yi Zhan, don't think we're afraid of you. If you don't like it, let's settle this. Though Jiang Shao was somewhat simple-minded, he was never one to back down. Yi Zhan chuckled lightly. Are you sure you want to fight us? You've got beastmen right behind you. If we just use ranged skills to hit that little canyon behind you, the beastmen will come charging out. You'll die way faster than us. I'm only sparing you because we were classmates. But get out of here. Baldy, I suggest you rephrase your words and think carefully about how you address me. Either get lost or die. Chapter 100, Return. What should we do? Zhang Zhao's expression stiffened. Their current position was highly disadvantageous. If Yi Zhan and his men actually carried out their plan, they'd be caught between 2 fires. They'd be hard-pressed to hold their ground. What are you afraid of? Ouyang Lanlan's pretty face turned cold as she snapped, I don't believe you dare do that. If you do, you won't get away with it either. Go ahead and try. Zhang Zhao's face flushed crimson at her words, a wave of shame washing over him. He hadn't expected Ouyang Lanlan to be so unyielding. He, on the other hand, seemed rather timid. However, Jiang Shao quickly regained his composure, readying himself for battle and preparing to strike at any moment. Yi Zhan appraised Ouyang Lanlan with a meaningful look, musing, who knew your squad had such a fiery little pepper? How did I miss her earlier? Hot enough. I like it. But since you don't trust me, let's put it to the test. Let's see if it's you who die, or us. Attack! Yi Zhan suddenly roared. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Xiaoqi and the others immediately prepared to attack. Hold on. At that moment, Yang Chen abruptly interrupted, declaring, "We retreat." Yi Zhan, Li Xiaoqi, and the others instantly let mocking smiles curl their lips as they halted their movements. Yang Chen! We won't retreat. Why are you so cowardly? Ouyang Lanlan's expression darkened, tinged with reproach. In the Beastmaster world, survival of the fittest reigned supreme. Everything was won through struggle. Even sacrificing one's life was deemed necessary. If they retreated today because the situation was unfavorable, what about tomorrow? The day after? The future? Would they retreat every time things got tough? Should we just hand it over to others? Yang Chen, on this matter, I stand with Lanlan. I won't back down. Jiang Xiao insisted. Listen to me. We shouldn't die here. Yang Chen spoke while giving Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao a meaningful glance. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao froze for a moment. Qin Ku, reading the room, chimed in, "Don't be stubborn. Retreating now is our best option. If we fight, we'll be the first to die." Yang Chen's decision is right. Qin Ku emphasized the words Yang Chen's decision with particular emphasis. Ouyang Lanlan fell into thoughtful silence for a moment before nodding in agreement, no longer voicing dissent. Jiang Xiao, finally catching on, remained silent. Yang Chen smiled faintly, turning to Yi Zhan. "We'll take our lumps today. Next time we meet, I hope you won't be begging for mercy. Let's go." With that, Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan, keeping a wary eye on Yi Zhan, slowly retreated toward the edge. Yi Zhan's lips curled slightly in a mocking smile. "Yang Chen, you got lucky today. Otherwise, you'd be the ones begging for mercy. What a bunch of cowards. Qin Ku, did you see that? This is the squad you picked. Your captain sure is a coward. I told you so. You've never had a taste of the good stuff. I wonder if you regret it now." Li Xiaoqi snickered and sneered. "I knew Brother Zhan was the best. Hanging with him means getting fed. Some women just have no taste." Li Xiaolu joined in with a sneer. The two sisters chimed in unison, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan heard this and instantly felt their tempers flare. "It's fine, let them talk." Qin Ke smiled understandingly, pulling the two women back. Ouyang Lanlan snorted under her breath, shooting the two women a fierce glare. "Two meat sellers, and they have the nerve to mock others." Ouyang Lanlan retorted sarcastically. "Enough talk. We need to get out of here fast." Yang Chen didn't want to complicate matters further and whispered. Once they'd pulled back more than 20 meters from Yi Zhan and the others, Yang Chen turned and began sprinting westward. In no time, Yang Chen and his group vanished into the vast expanse of snow. Seeing this, Yi Zhan finally relaxed. "Everyone, move faster. Nini, you and your beast both have fireball spells. Take turns casting them. Xiaoqi and Xiaolu, cover me." Yi Zhan spoke as he strode forward, arriving at the position where Yang Chen had previously been lying in ambush. Li Xiaoqi and Li Xiaolu, both ranged beast masters, positioned themselves one directly in front of the exit, the other on the opposite side. The three formed a triangular formation. Undoubtedly, they were more stable than Yang Chen's team. On the other side, Yang Chen led Ouyang Lanlan and the other two out of Yi Zhan's line of sight before immediately halting their advance. They claimed to have vanished from sight, but in truth, the falling snow obstructed visibility, and they hadn't strayed far from Yi Zhan's group. The moment Yang Chen stopped, he dropped to his stomach and began crawling swiftly backward across the snow. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan saw this and instantly understood Yang Chen's intent. "Yang Chen, I knew you weren't that cowardly. Should we go back now and catch them off guard using the same tactic?" Ouyang Lanlan rubbed her hands together excitedly. She'd been holding back her frustration until just now. Now, all she wanted to do was go back and fight back. Using their own tactics? Jiang Xiao suddenly voiced a sudden thought, "But if we chase them away and they come back, won't we get stuck in an endless loop?" Ouyang Lanlan froze. She had to admit, Jiang Zhao's point seemed unreasonable at first glance, but it actually held some merit. "Then we'll eliminate them." Ouyang Lanlan gritted her teeth. After all, this wasn't the first time. Since entering this place, what they'd felt most acutely was that on the battlefield, monsters and beastmen were enemies and humans could be enemies too. Therefore, Ouyang Lanlan felt no psychological burden about eliminating Yi Zhan and his group. Killing them is easy, but we'll likely have to use our skills and we might have to sacrifice all of them. By then, those orcs charging out might wipe us all out. Qin Ku analyzed calmly. "I suspect Yi Zhan and his group were thinking the same thing earlier, which is why they didn't move to eliminate us. Doesn't that mean we're stuck in a vicious cycle?" Jiang Xiao chimed in at the worst possible moment. Ouyang Lanlan's expression turned slightly uneasy. "Then why are we even going back? Yang Chen told us to retreat first, then return. He must have a plan." Qin Ke looked ahead at Yang Chen, who was rapidly climbing forward. At that moment, Yang Chen halted as well. They were now within 20 meters of Yi Zhan's group. Any closer and they risked discovery. Yang Chen turned back to face the three of them, a confident smile playing on his lips. I told you to come back because I have a plan. And this plan won't just let us hunt down the orcs in the ravine, it'll also drive Yi Zhan and his crew away without a scratch, maybe even trap them here. Chapter 101, Mutant Snow Dwarves? What plan? Ouyang Lanlan and the other's eyes flashed with keen interest. Watch closely. Yang Chen gave a mysterious smile and immediately summoned his magpie. You dog, what's the deal? The magpie shot Yang Chen a proud glance. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Those in the know recognized it as Yang Chen's beast companion, but to the uninitiated, it might as well have been his own grandfather. Yang Chen. Yang Chen shot Magpie a withering look. See that little gorge up ahead? Go throw your last resort at one of those beastmen. No problem. The magpie acknowledged the order and soared into the sky, heading straight for the small gorge. Ouyang Lanlan and the other two exchanged bewildered glances. What exactly was Yang Chen's sink or swim skill again? Ouyang Lanlan was a bit forgetful. I think it's a melee-type skill? Similar to a support buff, Zhang Xiao also couldn't quite recall. His skill boosts the target's 3 primary stats by 18% while reducing the 3 primary stats of enemies within range by 28%. Xin Ku offered a gentle smile. Ah, yes. That's exactly it. Ko really has a great memory. Zhang Xiao praised her repeatedly, his voice tinged with envy. It's nothing special. Xin Ku's eyes crinkled into 2 bright, beautiful crescents, like 2 lovely little moons. Wait a minute, haven't you two considered one crucial question? What if this skill were applied to an orc? Ouyang Lanlan asked solemnly. Zhang Xiao and Xin Ku froze instantly. If applied to a snow dwarf, their 3-dimensional attributes would explode. And it would also weaken the 3-dimensional attributes of Yi Zhan's team within the area. That means Yi Zhan and his crew could get utterly destroyed by the orcs. Holy, that's insane. Zhang Xiao stared at Yang Chen, his face a mix of shock and delight. I never imagined a skill could be used like this. That's insane. Xin Ku's beautiful eyes flashed with astonished brilliance. She too was taken aback. This tactic was entirely new to her. But it must be incredibly useful. Not bad at all. Yang Chen, I thought you'd chickened out. Who knew you were still hiding something up your sleeve? Ouyang Lanlan chuckled as she playfully nudged Yang Chen's shoulder. I wonder what kind of face that bastard Yi Zhan will make when he realizes the beastmen have changed, becoming incredibly powerful. I bet he'll be shocked, utterly disbelieving, and then scared out of his pants. Zhang Xiao chimed in. As they spoke, the magpie soared high into the sky. At that very moment, Zhang Mei unleashed her fireball spell into the small canyon. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. A fiery light erupted from the small canyon. The snow maiden and snow dwarves inside were thrown into disarray by the blast. The outermost snow dwarves, startled, scrambled desperately toward the exit. Among them, the smallest snow dwarf proved exceptionally agile. With lightning speed, it charged out ahead of the others. This diminutive snow dwarf happened to emerge from the very side where Yi Zhan stood. The moment it burst out, it saw Yi Zhan's cold smile as he unleashed a punch toward it. The fist condensed into a phantom tiger form, its momentum ferocious beyond measure. I'd been waiting for you here. Die. Yi Zhan sneered coldly. The tiny snow dwarf's heart trembled with despair. Yet, at this critical moment, a golden light invisible to the others descended from the heavens, landing upon the little snow dwarf. Both the little snow dwarf and Yi Zhan trembled violently. Yi Zhan's expression turned horrified. In an instant, he felt his strength, speed, and even his defenses weaken. Meanwhile, the tiny snow dwarf's eyes lit up. In that instant, it felt itself grow stronger. Yi Zhan's rapid punch appeared excruciatingly slow to its eyes, and it saw it clearly. The next second, the tiny snow dwarf unleashed a thunderous punch. Boom! The 2 fists collided violently. Yi Zhan's entire face instantly turned the color of liver, as if his fist had struck a steel plate. Intense pain radiated from his knuckles. And it was accompanied by a powerful recoil. Boom! Yi Zhan was sent flying backward like a bent bow, crashing heavily into the snow-covered ground and kicking up a cloud of snow. Behind him, Li Xiaoqi, Li Xiaolu, and Zhang Mei all stared in stunned silence. Stunned? What just happened? Brother Zhan was actually knocked flying by a single punch? And by a snow dwarf? Holy crap! Am I dreaming? The Li Xiaoqi sisters were utterly stunned. They weren't strangers to fighting alongside Yi Zhan, but they'd never witnessed anything like this before. Like Yang Chen, Yi Zhan possessed combat skills. Yi Zhan had trained in combat techniques since childhood. While he might not surpass Yang Chen in overall skill, he definitely held the upper hand in direct, head-on confrontations. After all, Yang Chen had trained in very few combat techniques. Later, Li Susu focused her training on improving his reflexes. Yang Chen hadn't received any further advanced training. Are these snow dwarves this fierce now? If even Brother Zhan can't handle them, won't we get beaten to a pulp? Zhang Mei's face instantly drained of color. This scene was utterly bizarre. Meanwhile, Yi Zhan, after being blasted away, felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. It was like being hit by a truck. Pain. Yi Zhan's face contorted in agony. At the same time, he was utterly shocked. He hadn't killed 100 snow dwarves, but at least 80. He had never encountered a snow dwarf this formidable before. He felt his three-dimensional attributes had been weakened. The snow dwarves had grown even stronger. This was beyond absurd, utterly ridiculous, beyond all reason. Had these snow dwarves mutated? At this thought, Yi Zhan's contorted face suddenly froze, a flash of sharp insight darting through his eyes. He seemed to have realized something. Yes, the snow dwarf had mutated. He'd never heard of mutated snow dwarves before. He'd only heard of mutated beasts or cubs that, after being contracted by humans as beasts, became incredibly powerful. Some could even rival mythical tier beasts. And he had actually encountered a mutated snow dwarf. This revelation sent shockwaves through Yi Zhan's mind. This was a mutated snow dwarf. Even among a million snow dwarves, one might not appear. The probability was simply too low, far too low. If he could capture it alive and bind it as a beast, might it rival a mythical tier beast? A mythical grade beast. In the entire Beastmaster world, beasts of this caliber were few and far between, their numbers exceedingly scarce. Moreover, most are controlled by the top-tier Beastmasters. If he could contract such a beast, he'd be able to laugh in the faces of his peers and become the foremost Beastmaster of the new generation. Just thinking about it made Yi Zhan's blood boil. He'd hit the jackpot. Chapter 102, A Heaven-Sent Opportunity? Roar. The small snow dwarf over there kept letting out excited roars. Clearly, it too had sensed the changes within itself. The other snow dwarves that had charged out trembled before it, kneeling down as if in submission. This scene reaffirmed Yi Zhan's suspicion. The beastman before him was indeed a mutated beastman. The king among beasts. Capture it, and he would become the undisputed king among the younger generation of beastmasters. Although most beast tamers should begin training their beasts from a young age, as it was easier to form a contract that way. But there were precedents of adult beasts being contracted. This mutated beast king was worth the attempt. Brother Zhan, are you okay? Brother Zhan, what happened? Li Shaoqi and Li Xiaolu rushed over at once, quickly helping Yi Zhan to his feet. Seeing the damage to his fist, even signs of fractures in his middle and ring fingers, worry immediately flashed across both girls' faces. Brother Zhan, you're hurt. How could this beast man hurt you? Something's definitely off. Should we retreat first? Li Shaoqi looked deeply troubled. Retreat? Retreat? What are you talking about? You all saw it, this beastman isn't ordinary. I suspect it might be a mutated one. A mutated beastman? If I could bind it as a contract beast while still at intermediate beastmaster rank, my power would skyrocket. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Zhan's face flushed with excitement as he spoke. Li Shaoqi and Li Xiaolu's beautiful eyes widened instantly. The sisters bore such striking resemblance they looked like mirror images, one on either side. Their little mouths gaped open, giving them an adorable look. They knew full well the value of a mutated beastman. This was something money couldn't buy. Once mutated, every attribute undergoes a qualitative transformation. If the top-tier beasts were a beastmaster's first choice, then these mutated ones were undoubtedly the second. It was no longer about bloodline. Who would have thought Brother Zhan would get such an opportunity? Brother Zhan, we'll help you. Can the four of us not take down this one mutated beast? Li Shaoqi immediately offered his support. So what if this beastman mutated? Its level is still low. We can easily capture it alive. Li Xiaolu didn't try to dissuade Yi Zhan any further. Alright. Then you'll support me. Stay behind me and focus your firepower. Try not to hit its vital points, just wound it or keep it distracted. Leave the rest to me. Yi Zhan's face lit up with excitement as he called out to his tamed black bear, Xiao Haizi, it's time to fight. Roar! The massive black bear let out a furious roar. Then, man and beast charged once more toward the diminutive snow dwarf. Having received the homage of its many companions, the small snow dwarf had clearly become the ruler of this little beast herd. Seeing Yi Zhan charging toward it, its eyes brimmed with contempt. Yah! The small snow dwarf roared wildly, brandishing its wolf-tooth club with excitement as it charged toward Yi Zhan. The other snow dwarves danced and roared behind it, cheering the little one on. Sis, pin its left flank while I attack the right. Let's wound it to give Brother Zhan an advantage. Li Shaoqi glanced at Li Xiaolu and suggested. Got it. Work together better. Li Xiaolu immediately agreed. The twin sisters not only shared identical appearances and physiques, but also possessed the same skill. Both of them possessed the triple flame arrow skill. And both of their beasts were three-tailed tanuki. Both women drew their bows and knocked arrows simultaneously, moving as if carved from the same mold, achieving near-perfect synchronization. Their three-tailed tanuki instantly formed fire arrows. Fire! Li Shaoqi gave a sharp command, releasing her arrows alongside Li Xiaolu. Two fiery arrows shot out from both sides, aiming precisely at the small snow dwarf. Their speed was blindingly fast. But the small snow dwarf was faster still. Under normal circumstances, it might not have been able to dodge, but now, it seemed that not only had its physical attributes been enhanced, but its mind had also become much clearer. The small snow dwarf made a clear judgment call. Its body abruptly halted and it rolled backward, instantly evading both arrows. Before it could regain its footing, 2 more arrows flew toward it. The tiny snow dwarf dared not charge forward. Instead, it relied on its agility to dodge relentlessly. Not a single arrow struck its mark. Instead, the tiny snow dwarf grew farther and farther from Yizhan. Not only was it impossible to help suppress the tiny snow dwarf, but even getting Yizhan closer was out of the question. This left Yizhan both amused and exasperated. Were these 2 girls here to help or to hinder? Wasn't this just a waste of time? Hold your fire. Wait until I'm close before you suppress it. Yizhan shouted urgently. Li Shaoqi and Li Xiaolu naturally realized they were overdoing it. If they kept this up, they might scare the beastman away. They immediately halted their attacks. Like a god of war, Yizhan charged toward the small snow dwarf once more, re-entering the range of the sink or swim skill. Instantly, all his attributes were weakened. His speed slowed considerably. The small snow dwarf seemed to sense this and immediately charged toward Yizhan. A cold smile played on Yizhan's lips. The intelligence of these low-level creatures was truly pathetic. It had fallen for the trap. Yizhan's fist once again coalesced into a tiger-shaped phantom, smashing toward the small snow dwarf. Meanwhile, the giant black bear on the other side charged like a raging beast, crashing headlong into the small snow dwarf. Man and beast attacked from both sides. The momentum was ferocious. Yet the diminutive snow dwarf showed no fear whatsoever. Wielding a wolf-tooth club in one hand, it swung it at the black bear while the other hand lunged fiercely toward Yizhan. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the snow dwarf's wolf-tooth club, heavy as a massive iron rod, smashed down on the black bear's skull. The beast's massive frame jolted violently, its head throbbing as if it would split open. If it were a beastmaster, it would be utterly shocked at this moment. What kind of power was this? And that speed? Its charge skill directly boosted its speed, defense, and strength attributes. And it was a blue-tier skill. Any snow dwarf it collided with was either killed or injured. But this snow dwarf right here completely shattered its defense. Yizhan on the other side experienced the same thing. His fist felt like it had struck a pile of cotton, all his force completely dissipated. His skill was instantly nullified. This left Yizhan both terrified and exhilarated. He was terrified because the snow dwarf seemed exceptionally powerful, yet he was equally thrilled by the prospect if he could capture it, his strength would grow exponentially. But how could he possibly capture such a formidable snow dwarf? And just at this critical moment, a whistling sound suddenly echoed overhead. 2 fire arrows shot from both sides, striking the little snow dwarf's arms directly. Chapter 103, A Desperate Retreat. Yizhan rejoiced. This was the perfect coordination he needed. If he could drive the snow dwarf back, wouldn't his chance finally come? This was exactly what he needed. Yet Yizhan's joy lasted barely 3 seconds. With 2 sharp whistles, the arrows struck the smaller snow dwarf's arm. The smaller snow dwarf's body trembled violently, but it didn't get knocked back as Yizhan had expected. It merely trembled once. Holy! Yizhan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. What kind of defense was this? The triple flame arrows had absolutely no effect on this tiny snow dwarf. The triple flame arrow exploded upon impact, yet it didn't even leave a mark on the tiny snow dwarf's arms. This was utterly absurd. It could only be said that this little snow dwarf's defense had reached an absurd level. Of course, the little snow dwarf's defense truly was absurdly high. Besides Magpie's sink or swim skill, the little snow dwarf also possessed its own ability, Unbreakable. Unbreakable inherently boosts defense. At the same level, with these 2 skills boosting it, almost no one could break through the little snow dwarf's defenses. Though the small snow dwarf remained unharmed, the 2 arrows pierced its arm, sending a wave of rage coursing through it. The small snow dwarf raised its wolf-tooth club and swung it violently toward Yizhan's groin. Yizhan's eyes instantly widened like copper bells. In that split second, his vision sharpened to extraordinary clarity. He could clearly see the barbed spikes on the mace. Though not sharp, the angle of attack targeted his most vulnerable spot. No, no. I'm sorry. Ah! Yizhan screamed in terror, trying to retreat and dodge. But his arm was held fast by the tiny snow dwarf. With a dull thud, Yizhan let out a blood-curdling scream, his handsome face contorting in agony. He was flung away like a dead dog, sliding over 10 meters across the snow before coming to a halt. Yizhan couldn't get back up. A wave of pain nearly knocked him unconscious. This scene was witnessed by Yang Chen and the others hiding behind. The instant the small snow dwarf slammed into Yizhan, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao instinctively clamped their legs together. Their scalps tingled, and goosebumps erupted all over their bodies. This was insane. That attack angle was utterly insane. Shinka's face flushed slightly as she turned her head away, seeming embarrassed and shy. Yet, the corners of her lips turned upward despite her efforts to suppress the smile. Ouyang Lanlan, however, looked at Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao with puzzlement. Is it really that painful? Yi Zhen looks like he's about to die from the pain. A grown man screaming his head off over a little scratch. This Yi Zhen guy's not much, is he? Ouyang Lanlan curled her lip in disdain. It really hurts. Jiang Xiao said, still visibly shaken. Can't exactly call it painful, more like this hit might turn Yi Zhen into a eunuch. Yang Chen retorted. Holy. That bad? Ouyang Lanlan seemed to have discovered some new knowledge, another strange tidbit added to her repertoire. She instinctively glanced at Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao's thighs, a sly smile curling her lips as her eyes sparkled with mischief. Jiang Xiao instinctively felt a chill and quickly covered her buttocks, warning, Lanlan, what are you trying to do? Nothing much, just looking around. Don't get nervous. Ouyang Lanlan waved her hand dismissively. Meanwhile, the battle in the small gorge raged on. Outside the gorge, several snow dwarfs cheered wildly at the sight of the little snow dwarf's heroic deeds, defeating the humans and boosting their morale. The small snow dwarf, now filled with pride, showed no pause and continued its assault on Yi Zhen. Yi Zhen was now completely incapacitated. Li Xiaoqi and Li Xiaolu had no time to come to his aid and could only command their beasts to attack. Almost simultaneously, the two three-tailed civets unleashed all 12 fire arrows condensed from their tails. 24 arrows formed a continuous line, all crashing toward the little snow dwarf. Bang bang bang! A series of clattering sounds echoed. It sounded like firecrackers going off. The diminutive snow dwarf's body trembled violently, yet it merely shook, not even halting its stride. This left sisters Li Xiaoqi and Li Xiaolu utterly stunned. What kind of absurd defense was this? So many fire arrows striking the tiny snow dwarf, yet not a single one made a dent? This tiny snow dwarf was practically defying the heavens. Now they finally understood how Yi Zhen must have felt. This was insane. But before they could react, the tiny snow dwarf seemed to be provoked by the Li Xiaoqi sisters. It turned around and charged straight at them. Without Yi Zhen blocking the way, if that tiny snow dwarf closed in, they'd be utterly defenseless against it. A chill ran down both women's spines. They were done for. If even Yi Zhen couldn't handle it, what chance did they have? What's more, this snow dwarf's attack patterns defied all logic. If it struck them both like it had Yi Zhen, Li Xiaoqi and her sisters' faces instantly drained of all color, their blood running cold at the thought. But at that critical moment, a fireball suddenly appeared overhead, crashing down directly onto the small snow dwarf's attack path. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the massive fireball descended. Upon contact with the snow-covered ground, it emitted a continuous hissing sound. The small snow dwarf's advance was abruptly halted. As the fireball landed, it stumbled backward several steps, temporarily stalling its charge. Zhang Mei. Li Xiaoqi and Li Xiaolu rejoiced. They had forgotten that Zhang Mei was still behind them. Run! I only have one fireball spell left. Take Brother Zhan away. I'll hold it off a little longer. Zhang Mei shouted urgently. Li Xiaoqi and Li Xiaolu's expressions darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed toward Yi Zhen, hoisted the agonized warrior onto their shoulders, and began dragging him backward. During this process, Zhang Mei unleashed another fireball spell, once again holding off the attack from the low-level snow dwarf. The four of them were in a terrible state. They had used up all their skills. If that low-level snow dwarf caught up, they were all done for. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the small snow dwarf halted its pursuit after a short chase, turned, and fled back the way it came. This caused Yi Zhen and his companions to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Chapter 104, Provocation. Yi Zhen turned back, feeling disheartened and conflicted. He never imagined that the beast man would be so formidable, even the four of them combined weren't a match for it. This also proved that the small snow dwarf was exceptionally powerful, likely already comparable to a mythic tier beast master. And precisely because of this, Yi Zhen felt even more pained inside. It was like a breathtaking beauty, completely naked before him, yet Yi Zhen couldn't rise to the occasion. He could only look, never taste. How could he not feel tormented? Just as Yi Zhen contemplated whether to lie low and wait for another chance, he spotted Yang Chen's four-person squad not far ahead. They hadn't left yet? A thought instantly flashed through Yi Zhen's mind. Could it be that Yang Chen and his crew were messing with him behind his back? But the thought flashed by and was quickly pushed aside. Yi Zhen looked down on Yang Chen's team. Did these guys really have the capability? No way. Meanwhile, Yang Chen's team of four had been watching Yi Zhen and his group the entire time. Hey! Isn't that Yi Zhen? You've already taken care of all those orcs over there so quickly? They look pretty beat up. Must have been tough, huh? Ouyang Lanlan crossed her arms and sneered sarcastically. Enemies meeting only intensified their hostility, and he had no intention of being polite. Yi Zhen and his three companions looked grim. They suffered a major setback this time. Yi Zhen was injured, and the other three had exhausted all their skills without securing the orcs in that small gorge. It was utterly humiliating. Yi Zhen's face turned ashen. This was truly a case of a tiger falling into a valley and being bullied by dogs. If this had happened before, would these guys dare speak to him like this? He'd probably have beaten Ouyang Lanlan until she was on her knees singing Conquered. But now, with all four of them devoid of skills, they dared not confront Ouyang Lanlan head-on. Yi Zhan didn't even dare approach them. Here, if Yang Chen and his crew killed them, they'd have nowhere to seek justice. Just as Yi Zhan was about to lead Li Shaoqi and the others around, something suddenly occurred to him. Heh, we may not have captured it, but you probably won't either. Yi Zhan sneered coldly, forcing himself to look composed despite the searing pain in his groin. That little snow dwarf is incredibly powerful. I suspect it's a mutated beast man, and its mutation level is likely mythical grade. An ordinary beast master of the same rank would stand almost no chance against it. At these words, the expressions of sisters Li Shaoqi and Li Xiaolu shifted noticeably. Brother Zhan, why did you share this information with them? Li Shaoqi's pretty face flushed with anxiety. If the beastmen inside were captured by Yang Chen and his group, wouldn't that mean Yang Chen could gain a significant boost in power once he became an intermediate beast tamer? Yi Zhan sneered coldly. So what if we tell them? Those guys would probably wet their pants seeing such a formidable beast. Do you think they'd dare go capture it now? If they do, it'll be suicide. Yi Zhan made no attempt to conceal his thoughts. He had no intention of keeping this secret. He intended to inform Yang Chen and the others. He wasn't afraid they wouldn't know, quite the opposite. He hoped Yang Chen's team would follow their example, target that little snow dwarf, and taste the same suffering and pain they had endured. Especially that kick to the groin from that little snow dwarf. He hoped Yang Chen could experience it too. That feeling was nothing short of exhilaratingly painful. Thus, Yi Zhan spoke thus to provoke Yang Chen and his team, employing reverse psychology. The sisters Li Shaoqi and Li Xiaolu, both intelligent and perceptive, instantly grasped Yi Zhan's meaning upon hearing his words. With their skills depleted, they couldn't confront Yang Chen's group directly. Their only option was to use others as tools. If they told Yang Chen's team that a mutated beastman of mythical tier quality lurked nearby, would they be tempted? Absolutely. Because any beastmaster would recognize the value of such a mutated beast. And one of mythical grade quality at that. Who wouldn't be tempted? Once Yang Chen and his team were tempted, they would inevitably set their sights on capturing that snow dwarf alive. And just how powerful that little snow dwarf was, they had experienced firsthand moments ago. If not for Zhang Mei still having 2 skills left, they would have been beaten to death right there. If they couldn't defeat it, wouldn't Yang Chen's 4-person squad be courting disaster by going after it? Wouldn't this be far more satisfying? Brother Zhan is right. That mutated beastman? I'd say it's at least legendary tier. Its defense, agility, and attack power are all far superior to ordinary orcs, especially its defense. Li Shaoqi chimed in with a smile. Whoever captures that little snow dwarf alive will see a massive power boost once they become an intermediate beastmaster. Exactly. Even if you don't contract it yourself, selling it on the market would cause a sensation. Trading it for a legendary tier or higher beastmaster would be no problem at all. Li Xiaolu chimed in. The two sisters played off each other perfectly, laying out every advantage of the mutant orc. They were confident Yang Chen wouldn't resist the temptation. Yi Zhan wore a broad smile as he listened to the sisters' words. He felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. This was the perfect finishing touch. Perfect finishing touches. He even felt the pain in his groin ease a bit. Yet as they worked in tandem to lure Yang Chen's team, Jiang Xiao and Xin Ke couldn't help but suppress their laughter, fighting the urge to burst out laughing. Especially Jiang Xiao, such an honest kid, he genuinely couldn't hold back his laughter. Jiang Xiao desperately covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Yi Zhan and the others actually mistook that little snow dwarf for a mutant. What a ridiculous logic. And they were even talking about it with such conviction, trying to lure them into fighting that tiny snow dwarf. He couldn't help but wonder what expressions Yi Zhan and the others would have if they knew it was Yang Chen's beast-taming skill that made that tiny snow dwarf so formidable. Ouyang Lanlan wore a smile as well, watching them as if they were clowns. Yang Chen couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Yi Zhan and the others exchanged stunned glances. How could these guys actually laugh? Making fun of their predicament? What the hell are you laughing at? What's so funny about this? Yi Zhan snapped, his face turning ashen. Sorry, I just remembered something funny and couldn't help but laugh. Yang Chen waved his hands repeatedly. But the moment he said that, Jiang Xiao and the others burst into uncontrollable laughter, as if something suddenly struck them. Chapter 105, The Clowns Were Themselves. Yi Zhan felt utterly humiliated. Were these guys out of their minds? He had merely asked if Yang Chen and his group dared to do something. What was so funny about that? What's so funny about that? What a bunch of lunatics. To make Yang Chen and the others suffer, Yi Zhan forced back his anger, glaring at Yang Chen and demanding, do you dare go or not? What the hell is so funny? Li Shaoqi and Li Xiaolu were furious too. These guys were completely insane. Bro Zhan, I bet they won't dare. Li Shaoqi shot a withering glance at Yang Chen and his crew. Bunch of cowards. Brother Zhan, let's go. Li Xiaolu helped Yi Zhan up, ready to leave. She sensed something off about the looks and expressions on Yang Chen and the others' faces, like they were mocking clowns, and it made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Chen and his crew must be mentally unstable.
As Ouyang Lanlan saw them preparing to leave, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes.
Yang Chen, they're all skillless now. Should we go up and keep them here?
If they hadn't been after the orcs in the canyon earlier, they'd probably have tried to take us out. Xin Ku and Jiang Xiao both turned to look at Yang Chen, waiting for his decision.
Yang Chen shook his head slightly. They got lucky this time. Those orcs in the gorge seemed ready to flee. Killing Yi Zhan and his crew would only net us a few experience points. Killing those orcs would be far more valuable to us. Let's spare their lives for now. Ouyang Lanlan and the others froze for a moment, following Yang Chen's gaze toward the small gorge.
There, the tiny snow dwarves were helping their companions climb out.
It was clear the snow dwarf intended to lead his comrades to safety.
Indeed, as Yang Chen had said, in terms of cost-effectiveness, Yi Zhan and his group were less valuable than those orcs.
They got lucky this time. Hope I don't run into them on the way back. Ouyang Lanlan muttered under her breath. Let's encircle them first. They won't dare ambush us this time Yi Zhan is injured. Yang Chen whispered.
Jiang Xiao and Qin Ke nodded in agreement. Immediately, the four of them swiftly closed in on the small canyon. Yi Zhan and his companions, who had been preparing to retreat, halted upon witnessing this.
This guy finally couldn't hold back. He was laughing so happily just now. I'll see how he cries later.
The sisters Li Xiaoqi and Li Xiaolu instantly wore smug, triumphant grins.
How could anyone in this world not be tempted by a mutated beastman? What a pity, what a pity. That beastman is formidable.
We're no match for him, and Yang Chen and his three companions certainly aren't either.
Wait, they're probably going to get beaten even worse, right?
Jiang Mei folded her arms, looking forward to the spectacle. Yi Zhan's lips curled into a cold smile.
Those lunatics?
I'll see if they're laughing later.
We'll wait right here. When they come back beaten, we'll mock them mercilessly.
As Yi Zhan spoke, he could already picture Yang Chen and the others getting thoroughly beaten by that diminutive snow dwarf. The more he thought about it, the more excited Yi Zhan became. As they spoke, Yang Chen and his group had already charged forward.
Yang Chen charged straight at the diminutive snow dwarf.
The diminutive snow dwarf seemed to have spotted Yang Chen and his companions. To protect its comrades, it charged fearlessly toward Yang Chen.
It seemed intent on making a grand show of its prowess. The small snow dwarf charged forward, bellowing strangely all the while, as if to bolster its own morale. However, just as it was about to engage Yang Chen, the latter's speed suddenly surged. With a sharp thrust of his foot, his body shot forward like an arrow, delivering a brutal punch straight to the small snow dwarf's head. The little snow dwarf's neck snapped instantly, sending it flying backward like a dead dog. And that was the end of it. It never got back up.
The little snow dwarf lay stiff on the ground, its wide eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Even in death, it couldn't comprehend what had happened, how its speed seemed to have slowed. Over here, Yi Zhan and his three companions watched the scene unfold, their scalps prickling with a sudden chill. What the hell was that? That mutated snow dwarf was actually knocked flying by a single punch from that bastard Yang Chen.
What did I just see? Am I dreaming?
Li Xiaoqi, Li Xiaolu, and Jiang Mei were all stunned. They had just fought this low-level snow dwarf and knew exactly how powerful it was. Their skills had failed to inflict any damage on the little snow dwarf, even after continuous attacks. Not a single scratch remained on its body.
And now Yang Chen had killed it with a single punch? What kind of monstrous attack power was this? This had to be a dream, right? And that was a mutated snow dwarf. Yang Chen just took it down like that? Has Yang Chen lost his mind?
Yi Zhan's face was equally filled with disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, wishing he was seeing things rather than believing Yang Chen had done this. But no matter how hard he rubbed until his eyes turned red, that tiny snow dwarf wouldn't get back up.
How is this possible? Is this guy's strength that terrifying?
Yi Zhan could scarcely believe it. As an offensive-type beastmaster himself, even with his skills boosted, he'd been easily countered by the little snow dwarf.
Yet Yang Chen had taken it down barehanded? Was Yang Chen poisonous or something? This was a bit unscientific.
Yi Zhan even began to doubt whether Yang Chen was really a novice beastmaster.
Brother Zhan, what's going on here? Is he really that strong? Jiang Mei swallowed nervously, feeling intimidated.
The gap between Yi Zhan and Yang Chen seemed enormous.
Yi Zhan's face turned ashen, unsure what to say. He sensed something peculiar about Yang Chen, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. However, he was certain Yang Chen's rank couldn't be much higher than theirs. Otherwise, Yang Chen and his group wouldn't have fled in terror just now. Brother Zhan, what should we do now? Should we retreat for now?
Li Xiaoqi asked timidly.
Their relationship with Yang Chen and his group wasn't exactly friendly. After Yang Chen's group finished hunting down the beastmen, what if they turned on them?
Yang Chen was so fierce, how could they possibly stand a chance?
Stop looking. Stop looking. Let's go.
Yi Zhan took a deep breath, feeling his own fear rising. There were no cameras here.
If Yang Chen and his group took them out, no one would ever know.
They'd come expecting to witness Yang Chen's downfall, but instead of seeing him fail, they ended up fleeing in disarray. The clowns turned out to be themselves.
This was beyond absurd. Chapter 106, Pursuit. Ding. Host has slain a Tier 1, 3-star snow dwarf, earning 3 talent coins. Ding. Host has slain a Tier 1, 3-star snow maiden, earning 3 talent coins. After Yang Chan and his 3 companions worked together to flush out and eliminate the snow dwarves one by one, they rested briefly before charging directly into the small canyon. Zhang Xiao led the charge, absorbing damage for the entire squad while Qin could channeled all her healing skills into him. Ouyang Lanlan continuously unleashed ranged skills. Yang Chen entered to finish off the stragglers. Without the snow dwarves to absorb damage upfront, the snow maidens posed little threat to Yang Chen's 4-man squad. In less than half an hour, Yang Chen's squad had slaughtered all 40-plus orcs within the small canyon. To ensure the team's levels remained relatively even, each member hunted around 10 beasts. Even Qin Ke received assistance from Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao. After clearing the crystal cores, Yang Chen's team rested for an hour before setting off. This delay had cost them nearly half a day, leaving insufficient time to return to school. Consequently, they would minimize rest periods moving forward. Meanwhile, at the exit of the artificial wormhole, several small wooden huts stood. In the open space between the cabins, several instructors from Inglong Academy were patrolling the entrance area. Among them, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard gazed into the depths of the snowy plains. A look of concern flitted across his brow as he murmured to himself, "It's been over a week now, and not a single person has lit the distress signal. Hooba, don't worry so much. Maybe the quality of the students we recruited this time is so high that they don't need any help," a young female instructor reassured him optimistically. Sigh, it's baffling. This trial doesn't even allow mentors to accompany them as guards. These students have only just become beast masters, they lack combat experience. I fear we'll suffer heavy losses, someone sighed. There's no choice. The situation in the alternate dimension battlefield is growing increasingly dire. Our previous teaching methods were far too lenient. The beast masters we trained simply couldn't be thrown into battle immediately. Another voice chimed in, and those 4 major guilds are despicable. They're sending fewer and fewer beast tamers into battle each year. This time, the higher-ups are serious, they're determined to take down the 4 great academies. How can anyone become a qualified beast tamer without facing real trials? But this is too cruel. Several instructors shook their heads in unison. Just as they spoke, a piercing scream suddenly split the sky. "Teacher, help me!" The 4 mentors of Hubbard jolted upright. Looking toward the sound, they saw a disheveled figure frantically fleeing across the distant snowfields, screaming for help. The first trainee is calling for help. How come it's just him? Could his teammates all be dead? Enough talk, rescue him. Huba's brow furrowed as he immediately prepared to rescue the student. However, before the 4 could move, their feet froze mid-step. Eyes widened like copper bells, their pupils flickering with shock. Behind the student, tens of thousands of beasts and beastmen surged forward like a silver storm, sweeping across the entire snowfield. Everywhere their eyes fell, they saw snow dwarves or snow maidens riding snow wolves. They covered the mountains and plains entirely. Thump! 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 The entire snowfield echoed as if 1,000 armies were charging, the sound of hooves pounding the snow like war drums. The sheer force was overwhelming. Huba and the others felt their scalps tingle. How could so many beasts and beastmen be hunting down a single trainee? Good heavens, what on earth did he do? How could there be such a massive horde of orcs and beasts inside this wormhole? This must be over 80% of all the orcs and beasts in the wormhole. How could they all gather together to hunt down a single student? The group felt utterly bewildered. Could it be that the orcs and beasts are trying to storm the exit? Huba's face darkened, his voice growing grave. That can't be possible, right? The group exchanged bewildered glances. It wasn't unheard of for orcs or beasts to attempt breaching the exit before, but never in such overwhelming numbers. Even in the long history of artificial wormholes across the Dragon Nation, an assault of this scale was exceedingly rare. Tens of thousands of orcs and beasts charging the exit together? The odds were less than 1 in 10,000. After all, these beasts and monsters had been captured in batches from the alternate dimension battlefields. There was no way they could coordinate. Furthermore, low-level beasts and magical beasts possessed limited intelligence, making large-scale coordination highly improbable. Therefore, this probability was extremely low. Enough talk. Those orcs are nearly upon us. Ali, once you rescue that student, take him away immediately and notify the academy to prepare defenses against the orcs and beasts breaching the exit. The rest of you, follow me. As Huba's words fell, his body shot forward like an arrow. In that instant, he raised his hand and summoned his beast companion. 3 beasts in total. A giant rat, a saber-toothed tiger, and a massive red falcon. Huba flipped onto the saber-toothed tiger's back and charged forward swiftly. The other 3 also summoned their respective beasts of command. Each of them possessed 3 beasts of command. This meant they were all advanced beast tamers. On the other side, the student who had been fleeing in disarray just slipped, sliding several meters across the snow. As he scrambled to his feet, his dirt-streaked face betrayed utter panic and distress. If Yang Chen had been here, he would have recognized this student. It was Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan was on the verge of tears from sheer terror. 2 days prior, they had ambushed outside the Snow Maiden tribe, finally waiting for the two tribes to clash. Yang Yuan's squad had intended to pick up the scraps, but who knew fortune would strike? The pregnant snow woman had suddenly gone into labor during the battle. After giving birth, she entered a period of extreme weakness. Yang Yuan's 4-member squad seized the opportunity and stole the newborn snow woman's baby. Just as they prepared to retreat, the pregnant snow woman went berserk, slaughtering the orcs and beasts of the opposing tribe like a raging storm. In the end, the tribe was subdued and swore allegiance to the pregnant snow maiden. However, the pregnant snow maiden could not find her child. She led the tribe's orcs and beasts on a relentless search, eventually tracking down Yang Yuan's group. And so, the current situation unfolded. Initially, only a few hundred beasts and orcs pursued them, a force Yang Yuan and his companions could still handle. But as the chase continued, the pregnant snow woman's tribe grew like a snowball rolling downhill. More and more orcs and beasts joined the hunt. From hundreds to thousands, then tens of thousands. All 3 of Yang Yuan's companions were slaughtered by these orcs, their bodies devoured by the snow woman. Yang Yuan was scared out of his wits. Chapter 107. Yang Yuan really did pee himself. Even as he fled, Yang Yuan tried to return the pregnant snow woman's child to her. But it was utterly useless. His teammates had been killed by the snow woman precisely because they tried to return the child. Only because Yang Yuan had the foresight not to approach the snow woman immediately did he manage to escape with his life. "Teacher, save me! Save me! I can't run anymore." Yang Yuan bellowed at the top of his lungs, mustering his last ounce of strength to lunge forward. After crashing into the snow, Yang Yuan felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. He truly didn't want to move another inch. He truly couldn't run anymore. Even as a beastmaster whose physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary people, he was still flesh and blood. After fleeing for days on end, how could he not be exhausted? "Yah!" The dozen or so snow dwarves charging at the front pounced on Yang Yuan all at once. Yang Yuan froze in terror, his face drained of all color. "No! No! I don't want to die." Yang Yuan's eyes widened like copper bells, filled with sheer terror. He scrambled on all fours, trying to crawl backward to escape, but he had no strength left. He was filled with the deepest regret. If only he hadn't picked a fight with that little bastard Yang Chen. It was all that little bastard Yang Chen's fault. Otherwise, he wouldn't be dying here. Even as a ghost, he would never let that little bastard off the hook. But then, at the very last moment, a massive circular shadow, several meters in diameter, suddenly shot toward him from above. That circular object, like a gigantic gear, moved with astonishing speed. Boom! 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 The circular shadow slammed down onto the dozen or so snow dwarves, instantly blasting them all away. Every single one of them was crushed to death. Yet the circular shadow showed no signs of stopping. It continued to plow through the snow like an invincible beast, sweeping everything in its path. In mere moments, it had cleared a gaping expanse behind Yang Yuan. Only then did Yang Yuan recognize the circular shadow as a giant rat. That circular charge had been its skill, meat bomb. Before Yang Yuan could react, icicles began falling from the sky once more, crashing down like a hail of pear blossoms. Boom! 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 The earth trembled. Wherever the ice spikes struck, the snow dwarves, snow maidens, and snow wolves had no time to flee, instantly obliterated. This scene left Yang Yuan utterly dumbfounded. Such skills were completely beyond his comprehension. He had no idea what this ability was. Most basic skills were covered in high school textbooks, along with foundational knowledge about beast tamers, magical beasts, and beastmen. But Yang Yuan had been terrible at academics in high school. Therefore, he didn't recognize it. Still, Yang Yuan knew one thing: he was saved. "Are you okay?" Huba's voice echoed in his ears. "I'm fine." Yang Yuan swallowed hard, shaking his head with a look of narrowly escaped disaster. When Yang Yuan looked up, he saw Huba frowning as he examined his legs. Only then did Yang Yuan feel a chill between his legs. Looking down, he saw a patch of yellow-stained snow beneath his buttocks. Yang Yuan felt his face flush fiercely, wishing he could sink into a hole. How humiliating. Huba shook his head slightly. Students these days were like flowers in a greenhouse, far too timid. Huba paid Yang Yuan no further mind, instead leading the beast riders to charge forward, striking at the large group of beasts and beastmen. Meanwhile, at the rear of the formation, Ali unleashed every skill he and his beasts possessed, mostly ranged attacks, massively slaughtering the demon beasts and orcs. Since she was returning to deliver the message, she had to exhaust all her skills before leaving to lighten the burden on her teammates. Under the relentless barrage of Ali's skills, another clearing was cleared. Only after completing this did Ali approach Yang Yuan and ask, "Classmate, where are your teammates?" "They're all dead," Yang Yuan replied. Ali froze, a shadow of gloom flickering across her expression. Such a catastrophic incident during this trial would likely have severe repercussions for the corresponding Dragon Academy. Would it affect the upcoming National Freshman Beast Master Tournament? If that were the case, it would spell big trouble. I'll get you out of here first. Ali suppressed his thoughts, took a deep breath, and asked, "Can you still walk?" "I can walk. I can walk." Yang Yuan nodded urgently. After catching his breath, he had regained some strength. Just over 30 li from the exit, Yi Zhan's four-person squad was racing toward the exit. Their journey had been remarkably smooth, with almost no encounters with orcs or magical beasts, a fact that left them rather frustrated. Because they encountered nothing, faced no obstacles whatsoever, they were now nearly back at the exit, at least 1 to 2 days ahead of schedule. In other words, they had completely wasted this extra day or two. How could they not be frustrated? Yi Zhan's face darkened to an almost frightening degree. His haul this time was far below his expectations. Not a single beast man or magical beast. It's all those bastards like Yang Chen's fault. If they hadn't stolen our monsters, would we be this unlucky? Li Xiaoqi complained. Exactly. It's all Yang Chen's fault. They stole our luck, leaving us stranded without a single beast or monster. We're stuck with their bad karma. Li Xiaolu fumed. Yi Zhan shared this sentiment. They had discovered that small gorge first, but were unable to handle it. They'd been lying in wait outside, only for Yang Chen and his group to burst in. Otherwise, even if they hadn't encountered any monsters or beastmen now, they could at least have hunted down the beastmen in that little gorge. That would have been some sort of gain, better than coming up empty-handed like this. Just as the group was complaining, Zhang Mei suddenly shouted, "Look! There seem to be orcs up ahead." Yi Zhan and the others immediately perked up. Encountering beasts and orcs was precisely what they craved most right now. That meant experience points. That's all credits. Yi Zhan and the others looked in the direction of the cry and saw several snow dwarves ahead. They stood in the snow in a peculiar formation, as if keeping watch. It really is orcs. Yi Zhan and his two companions rejoiced. But just as their joy began to rise, the beasts on the other side spotted them and started letting out strange cries. Then, behind those orcs, a hidden depression in the terrain seemed to reveal several snow dwarves crawling out. Yi Zhan's eyes flashed with delight at the sight. Could it be that he had stumbled upon another small band of orcs? This was an unexpected stroke of luck. Moreover, judging by the hollow terrain, it was clear that many more orcs were concealed within. No fewer than in that earlier ravine. Chapter 108, Redirecting the Disaster Eastward. Ha! I knew it. I am the chosen one. Just when I was getting sleepy, a pillow arrives. This is our destiny unfolding. Prepare for battle, let's wipe out these orcs. Yi Zhan waved his hand boldly. Li Xiaoqi and the other two immediately reacted, preparing to summon their beasts. But before they could make a move, Yi Zhan's smile froze on his face the very next second. Li Xiaoqi and the other two women's eyes widened suddenly, as big as copper bells. One by one, snow dwarves began crawling out of the chasm. From a dozen to dozens, then hundreds, and now thousands. And the numbers kept rising relentlessly. Dense swarms of snow dwarves and snow wolves crawled out of the trench. How could there be so many beastmen? There must be hundreds of beasts and monsters. Li Xiaoqi and the other two women turned pale, their scalps tingling with dread. Yi Zhan felt a cold sweat break out on his back. This wasn't some kind of opportunity. This was clearly walking straight into a trap. With so many orcs and beasts, even a single spit from each of them could drown us. Run! Yi Zhan bellowed, turning on his heel and sprinting away. Li Xiaoqi and the other two girls didn't hesitate for a second, following suit. At the same moment, not far ahead in the direction Yi Zhan and the others were fleeing, Yang Chen and his three companions heard the rumbling sound from afar, like 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses charging. What's happening up ahead? Could it be a large-scale horde of beasts or magical beasts? Their expressions darkened, and they halted immediately. Yang Chen scrambled to higher ground and scanned the direction of the noise. Hundreds of meters away, he spotted Yi Zhan's squad of 4 being pursued by hundreds of orcs and magical beasts across the plain. Holy crap! What on earth did Yi Zhan and his crew do to incur such wrath? So many orcs and beasts chasing them. Ouyang Lanlan gasped repeatedly. Sure enough, Yi Zhan and his crew were truly despicable. Even the orcs and beasts couldn't stand them anymore. It's bad enough they're being hunted down, but now we're already near the exit. These mountains are surrounded by sheer cliffs on all sides, there's no way around them. Even if they're being hunted by beasts and monsters, we still can't get through. Yang Chen cut straight to the point. Then what do we do? Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Shao immediately panicked. They too had now noticed the sheer cliffs surrounding them, with the path ahead being their only route to the exit. Forget about them for now. Find a place to hide first. Those orcs and beasts are after Yi Zhan and the others. Qin Ku analyzed calmly. As for Yi Zhan and the others' fate, Yang Chen and his 3 companions weren't the least bit concerned. They weren't allies to begin with, and not kicking them while they were down was already generous. No way. At this distance, we'll definitely be spotted. Unless we run immediately. Yang Chen's expression darkened. But if we run in the opposite direction, it's just open plains, no cover at all. Then what do we do? Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Zhao's expressions darkened. We'll block Yi Zhan and the others up front. Have them hold off the beasts and orcs to buy us time. A cold gleam flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. This was no time for saintly compassion better than us. Fine, let's do it. Those bastards aren't saints anyway, they deserve this fate. Ouyang Lanlan gritted her teeth. But how exactly do we do that? Jiang Xiao and Qin Ke turned to look at Yang Chen. Yang Chen remained silent, scanning the surroundings. The sheer cliffs were frozen solid in ice and snow. Beyond the snow and ice, there was nothing else, not even a single rock. Temporarily blocking Yi Zhan and his men's escape route was no simple task. No rocks. Breaking the ice was out of the question. Could he use a skill? Yang Chen muttered to himself. The canyon was incredibly wide, over 20 meters across. Skills simply couldn't seal it off. Yang Chen, what are we going to do? They're only 100 meters away now, almost upon us. If there's no solution, we'll have to run. Ouyang Lanlan watched the approaching orc and beast army grow closer, her panic rising. I don't think we can hold them back either. It's nothing but snow here, we don't even have anything to block the path. Jiang Xiao chimed in, urging, maybe we should just run. Snow? Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He scanned the surroundings once more, a confident smile spreading across his face. I've got it, use the snow. Meanwhile, Yi Zhan and his three companions were fleeing frantically and disheveled. They intermittently used ranged skills to alternately block the orcs and beasts' advance, temporarily avoiding immediate mortal danger. However, their skills would eventually enter cooldown, and their stamina was steadily depleting. If this continued, death was their only fate. From a distance, Yi Zhan and his group spotted Yang Chen and the others standing atop a small hill, climbing the sheer cliffs on either side of the canyon. It's Yang Chen and the others. They're just in time. Yi Zhan's face lit up with delight upon spotting Yang Chen and his group. Brother Zhan, they're not on our side. They won't help us fight the orcs. Li Shaoqi frowned and warned. Who said we needed their help? Yi Zhan sneered coldly. We'll head toward Yang Chen's squad soon and lure the beasts and monsters toward them. Even if they can't draw all the magical beasts and orcs, they'll definitely draw some of the firepower away from us. That will lighten our burden considerably and greatly increase our chances of survival. At these words, the three women's eyes lit up. This was diverting the danger elsewhere. A brilliant plan. Then we'll head that way. Li Shaoqi immediately followed Yi Zhan in changing direction. Yang Chen and the others were positioned directly to their right. As Yi Zhan ran, he called out to Yang Chen and the others. Yang Chen, we're classmates after all. Regardless of any grudges we may have, we should help each other in a time like this. At first, Li Shaoqi and the other two girls were puzzled by Yi Zhan's sudden outburst. But they quickly realized his plan. He was trying to get Yang Chen and the others to respond, thereby drawing the attention of the orcs and beasts away from them and lightening their burden. Yang, help us out. We're classmates, don't stand by and watch us die. Yang Chen, we have a plan to deal with the orcs and beasts behind us. We just need you to stall them for us. There are hundreds of beasts and monsters here. If we take them all down, we'll strike it rich. Hundreds of crystal cores will split them evenly. Li Shaoqi and the other two girls joined in the shouting, spouting nonsense in a desperate attempt to trick Yang Chen and his group. Chapter 109, foolishly trying to steal a chicken only to lose a handful of rice. Yi Zhan, do you really have a plan? Are you truly willing to split it evenly with us? Yang Chen responded with a smile. Yi Zhan's eyes lit up instantly. Yang Chen and the others had fallen for it. Yi Zhan shot a look of approval at Li Shaoqi and the other two girls. They were truly clever. Yang Chen actually believed it. Indeed, the prettier the woman, the less trustworthy her words. Yang Chen, we really do have a way. As long as you can help us. Yi Zhan responded loudly. All right. Then we'll join forces. Hold on, we'll come down to help you right away. Yang Chen chuckled softly. Yi Zhan's heart surged with excitement. Yang Chen, you fool. He was utterly foolish. He actually believed it. Moreover, while conversing with Yang Chen, Yi Zhan kept a watchful eye on the beastmen and demon beasts behind them. Many had already spotted Yang Chen's group. Many beasts and monsters were already stirring, letting out piercing howls. The louder the beasts and monsters roared, the more excited Yi Zhan became. Now, as long as Yang Chen and his group descended, countless beasts and monsters would be drawn to them, greatly reducing the pressure on Yi Zhan's group. Li Shaoqi and the other two women exchanged knowing smiles. They hadn't expected Yang Chen's team to be this foolish. They had assumed they'd need to spin even more tall tales to convince Yang Chen's team. Instead, they had barely lifted a finger and Yang Chen's team had already bought it. This time, Yang Chen's team deserved their misfortune. In contrast, they were the lucky ones. However, just as Yi Zhan and his three companions began to gloat, they saw Ouyang Lanlan from Yang Chen's team swiftly summon her beast companion and unleash a skill toward the snow-capped mountain opposite them. Fireballs and fire arrows slammed into the snow-capped mountain facing Yang Chen's group. Boom! The entire snow-capped mountain trembled incessantly, sending avalanches of snow cascading down. Snowflakes drifted once more through the air above the narrow valley. This puzzled Yi Zhan and his companions. Weren't Yang Chen and the others supposed to come down? What were they doing? Have they lost their minds? Attacking the snow-capped mountain for no reason? This left Yi Zhan and his 3 companions utterly bewildered. But in the very next moment, Yi Zhan and the others suddenly widened their eyes, their pupils rapidly contracting as if witnessing an utterly shocking scene. They watched as the tumbling snow rolled down the mountainside, growing larger and more numerous with each roll, gradually forming into snowballs. Boom! 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 A series of muffled booms echoed through the air. Snowballs crashed one after another into the narrow gorge path, quickly piling up until the entire trail was completely blocked. Yi Zhan and his companions found their path completely blocked. Though the falling snowballs appeared soft, they were actually quite dense. However, anyone stepping into them would sink deep, hindering movement or worse, becoming a meal for the orcs and beasts following behind. Yi Zhan and his 3 companions froze in shock at the sight. We've been set up. Yang Chen was just toying with us. He never trusted us at all. Li Xiaoqi and the other 2 girls' faces turned deathly pale. They thought Yang Chen was foolish, but never imagined he was treating them like fools. They thought Yang Chen had been deceived, but never imagined he was merely toying with them. Worse still, he had cut off their escape route. Yi Zhan's face alternated between green and red, looking utterly hideous. He was furious enough to burst. Yang Chen, you've betrayed us. May you die a horrible death. You're a beast. Yi Zhan completely lost his composure, unleashing a torrent of curses. He hurled every insult imaginable. Yang Chen remained unmoved, instead looking down at Yi Zhan with a smile. Hey, Yi, why the sudden outburst of insults? Yeah, Yi, you guys are so petty. Broaden your horizons, don't just lose your temper and start cursing. Didn't Sister Awakening tell us to open our eyes to the world and stop whining? Ouyang Lanlan folded her arms, watching coldly from the sidelines. Yi Zhan nearly choked on his own rage. Yi Zhan admitted he harbored ill will, but Yang Chen and those 4 bastards were truly scum. Oh, right, Yi Zhan, didn't you guys have a plan to deal with the orcs and beasts later? You weren't just lying to us, were you? Yang Chen delivered the final blow. Yi Zhan nearly fainted from rage. Yang Chen wasn't just a dog, his words were infuriating. If they had any way to deal with the orcs and beasts behind them, would they have needed to run? It was more likely those beasts and monsters who'd be running for their lives. The ones chasing them weren't just a few or even dozens of beasts and monsters, it was hundreds. What could they possibly do against them? They couldn't even fight back with their lives. Yang Chen, you wait. This grudge is settled. This isn't over. Yi Zhan snarled through gritted teeth, as if trying to vent the raging fury burning within him. Brother Zhan, stop cursing. What do we do now? The road ahead is blocked. If we push forward, we'll be trapped and crushed alive. Li Xiaoqi said with a grimace. Yi Zhan understood perfectly well. Although Yang Chen and the others had blocked the road with snow at the midpoint, that very spot was inaccessible. Once they entered, they'd be trapped inside. At that point, they'd be utterly helpless, with no one to turn to for help. A dead end. Yi Zhan scanned the surroundings. Aside from that one road, the rest were sheer cliffs. They still had 2 options: they could run left or right. Choose one. Run left. Life or death, it's up to fate. Yi Zhan gritted his teeth as he spoke, then abruptly changed direction and sprinted leftward. Li Xiaoqi and the other 2 women knew they had no other choice but to follow Yi Zhan. They dared not split up now. Separation meant certain death. Staying together might just give them a chance to survive. As the 4 changed course, the pursuing orcs and beasts turned and gave chase. However, while most of the orcs and beasts pursued them, a small group of several dozen still entered the narrow gorge. It seems Yi Zhan and the others approached us earlier just to make us make noise and draw the attention of these orcs and beasts. Yang Chen analyzed. I knew these guys weren't trustworthy. Thank goodness we acted first, otherwise Yi Zhan and his crew would have screwed us over. Ouyang Lanlan said indignantly. Now they've shot themselves in the foot. They're still being hunted down, and they even lured away so many beasts and monsters. That actually worked in our favor, leaving us with some beasts and monsters. Yang Chen's lips curved slightly as he summoned Magpie, instructing it to fly out of the gorge and scout for any remaining ambushes. Chapter 110, Hordes of Beastmen and Monsters. Ding! Host has slain a Tier 1, 3-star Beastmaster Snow Dwarf, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! Host has slain a Tier 1, 3-star Snow Wolf, earning 3 talent coins. Yang Chen and his 3 companions lured the orcs and snow wolves from the narrow gorge into deep snow, where their movements were severely hampered. With little effort required, the 4 of them mercilessly slaughtered the orcs and snow wolves. After roughly an hour, over 50 orcs and beasts lay divided among the 4. Qin Ku and Ouyang Lanlan swept the battlefield, collecting crystal cores. Yang Chen and Jiang Shao stood guard at the perimeter. Yang Chen, do you think Yi Zhan and the others made it? Jiang Shao stared at the direction where Yi Zhan's group had fled earlier. Now, only a trail of scattered footprints remained in the snow. We don't know if they'll survive. If they die too quickly, we'll be in trouble too, Yang Chen said. What trouble? Jiang Shao looked at Yang Chen in confusion. After they kill Yi Zhan, will they come back for us? What do you think will happen then? Yang Chen asked with a smile. Holy! Then we're done for. Jiang Shao shuddered in fright and hurriedly glanced at Ouyang Lanlan and the others in the narrow gorge. Lanlan, hurry up. If the orcs and the demon beast horde come back, we're finished. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke, fully aware of the urgency, sped up their efforts. 10 minutes later, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke finished collecting all the crystal cores. We're done. Let's get moving. Ouyang Lanlan declared. Immediately, the four of them left the narrow gorge together and continued rushing toward the western exit. Soon, they arrived at the ravine where Yi Zhan and his group had previously encountered the horde of orcs and beasts. The area was still littered with dense footprints. Seeing this, Yang Chen and the others dared not linger any longer. They made a slight detour and hurried onward. However, the closer Yang Chen and his group got to the exit, the denser the footprints of orcs and magical beasts became. In some areas, footprints covered the ground for miles around. This sight sent a chill down the spines of Yang Chen and his companions. Could it be that every beastman and beast rider from the entire artificial wormhole has converged here? My goodness! How could there be so many beasts and orcs? Jiang Shao stared at the footprints covering the ground, a chill running down his spine as his hands and feet grew numb. How many beasts and beastmen would it take to create this? Why are they all gathered here? Could it be they're trying to break through the exit? Are they trying to escape? Ouyang Lanlan arrived at a startling conclusion. That seems unlikely, doesn't it? Qin Ke furrowed her delicate brows slightly and said, the beasts and beastmen inside the artificial wormhole are all low-level creatures. They aren't very intelligent and would struggle to coordinate. Moreover, they were captured from battlefields across different time periods, making coordination even less likely. Cause analysis makes sense. If they could actually band together, that would be downright terrifying, wouldn't it? Jiang Shao patted her chest, still feeling a bit shaken. Ouyang Lanlan pondered for a moment and agreed with Qin Ke's reasoning. Orcs and beasts probably wouldn't band together so easily. Even on real battlefields, these beasts and orcs clashed and slaughtered each other. Though humans hadn't yet uncovered the reasons, the scenario of all beastmen and magical beasts uniting was virtually impossible. Yang Chen also found the reasoning sound. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the moment Qin Ke voiced that conclusion, the image of that pregnant snow maiden instantly flashed through his mind. He couldn't explain it, but when he had glimpsed that pregnant snow maiden from afar, he had a vague sense that she had noticed him. From a great distance, she had locked eyes with him. That pregnant snow maiden seemed to possess intelligence. This thought sparked a bold possibility in Yang Chen's mind. Could it be possible that the pregnant snow maiden had summoned all the beastmen and demon beasts? If so, then wouldn't the exit be destroyed by these beasts and orcs? Wouldn't heading toward the exit now be like walking into a trap? Just as Yang Chen was lost in these thoughts, the earth suddenly trembled faintly. Did you all feel the ground tremble? Ouyang Lanlan spoke first. Is it an earthquake? Jiang Shao asked doubtfully. That can't be right. This wormhole is exceptionally sturdy. Qin Ke dismissed the idea. Yang Chen frowned, quickly dropping to his hands and knees. He pressed his ear close to the ground, where a deep, rumbling sound echoed, thump, thump, thump. It sounded like war drums beating deep beneath the earth. The next second, Yang Chen's face paled with horror. This is bad. Footsteps. Massive footsteps. It's impossible for a large group of humans to be here. It must be a massive movement of beasts and beastmen. At these words, Ouyang Lanlan, Jiang Shao, and the other three paled. For they too had heard the earth-shaking footsteps like 1,000 armies charging across the land. The entire earth trembled. And the footsteps were growing ever closer. Hide quickly. Yang Chen had no time for further words, nor even to flee. He flopped down into a nearby ditch, then covered himself entirely with the white tent. Seeing this, Ouyang Lanlan, Jiang Shao, and the other two followed suit, lying down around Yang Chen and using the white tent to conceal themselves. Barely 5 minutes after lying down, deafening footsteps echoed in their ears. Behind them, hundreds upon hundreds of beastmen and magical beasts were charging toward the western exit. The orcs and beasts moved in organized formation: snow maidens, snow dwarves, and snow wolves. They moved like a disciplined army, with snow dwarves charging at the forefront and snow maidens riding snow wolves at the rear, as if preparing for a full-scale assault. Seeing these orcs and beasts, Yang Chen and his three companions felt their hearts leap into their throats. The horde was so vast that many orcs passed mere feet from them. If those orcs veered just a little further to the right, they could have trampled right over them. If they were discovered amidst such a vast horde of beasts and monsters, they would surely face certain death. This left Yang Chen and his companions lying in the icy snow, not feeling the cold at all, but instead covered in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the orcs and beasts came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Within 10 minutes, they vanished from sight. Yang Chen and his companions watched the receding figures with lingering fear. Far from feeling relieved, their mood grew even heavier. Chapter 111, Your Highness, please get in. Good heavens! So many orcs and beasts, they're actually charging the exit. Have these beasts and monsters all gone mad? Jiang Shao said, still shaken. Something must have happened in there. The exit is probably the most dangerous place right now. We might not be able to get out anytime soon, Ouyang Lanlan said with a grave expression. So what? It's just that we can't get out through the exit. Most of those orcs and beasts have gone to the exit. We don't need to fight them for it. The exit is indeed unsafe now, but the rear is secure. We can retreat to the rear. Jiang Shao chuckled good-naturedly. Beyond this artificial wormhole lies Yinglong Academy. With such a vast academy and so many beast tamers, surely they can suppress this tiny wormhole? We just need to wait until things calm down outside before heading out. Does what I'm saying make sense? Your reasoning is sound, logically clear, and well-structured. Yang Chen praised him, then abruptly shifted his tone. But have you considered our dwindling supplies? We have barely enough food for another day. Who knows how long it'll take Yinglong Academy to suppress it? Holy crap? Jiang Shao was instantly dumbfounded. True, they were beast masters, but they weren't immortals. They still needed to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. These beastmen and demon beasts might not be high level, but their numbers were overwhelming. Even if they broke out, suppressing them was only a matter of time, but who knew how long that would take? 5 days? A week? Or 10 days, half a month? By then, they'd likely be cold as the ground beneath them. What do we do now? Jiang Shao panicked. Wait a bit. If we ration our food carefully, it should last us 3 to 5 days. If the academy hasn't suppressed this disturbance in 3 days, then we'll figure out a way out, Yang Chen suggested. So we just sit here and wait, doing nothing? Ouyang Lanlan felt reluctant. We're merely novice beast tamers right now. We can handle 2 or 30 magical beasts and beastmen, but any more than that and we're overwhelmed. What can we possibly do when these beastmen and magical beasts launch a massive assault on the exit? Yang Chen gave a bitter laugh. Hearing this, Jiang Shao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others fell silent. Yang Chen was right, they were far too weak now. I don't think we have to just sit here and wait for death. We could find a safe spot first, then slowly scout out the situation near the exit. Qin Ke, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Doesn't Yang Chen have a flying beast? I think his Manhwa bird can carry 1 or 2 people. Right. Ouyang Lanlan's eyes lit up with hope. That way, we can take some initiative. It's better than just waiting to die. Alright, let's find a relatively safe spot to set up a temporary base. Yang Chen nodded in agreement. This was the advantage of a team. Not only could they face enemies together, but in times of danger, they could pool their wisdom and strategies. It was far more comprehensive than tackling problems alone. After the 4 had discussed their plan, they slowly retreated while the area remained clear of orcs and beasts. The exit's location presented challenges. Aside from the western exit, the other 3 sides were sheer snow-capped cliffs offering no suitable hiding spots. The only alternative was the narrow canyon path they had taken upon their initial arrival. Though the terrain here wasn't as favorable as inside the wormhole, it still offered several spots suitable for hiding. For instance, beneath the sheer cliff face lay a small, recessed area that offered relative safety. After all, neither orcs nor beasts would venture here lightly. Finally, the 4 of them found a relatively large, secluded spot beneath the cliffs to establish a temporary base. The location was ideal, a natural depression in the cliff face that could comfortably fit 2 tents. Outside, several small earthen mounds provided cover. Though not tall, they concealed the area effectively. Without careful investigation, it would be difficult to spot. Furthermore, this area lay on the periphery. Barring unexpected circumstances, orcs and beasts rarely ventured this far. Yang Chen and his 3 companions discussed who should accompany him on the reconnaissance mission. There was little need for debate. Among them, Ouyang Lanlan was the most suitable choice, a ranged attack beast master with her own beast. Within this artificial wormhole, there were no flying orcs or magical beasts, so anyone could accompany Yang Chen. However, considering the possibility of unexpected situations, Ouyang Lanlan's long-range abilities made her the most suitable choice. Then we'll go scout the situation first. Jiang Shao, Qin Ke is a support-type beast tamer with little self-defense capability. You must protect her well. If anything goes wrong, light the distress signal immediately. We'll come back as soon as we see it. Yang Chen urged, still uneasy. Don't worry, I'll protect Sister Qin Ke. Jiang Shao patted his chest in assurance. Yang Chen, don't worry about us. You two be careful. Qin Ke looked at Yang Chen with gentle eyes. Yang Chen nodded, then summoned his magpie. You bastard, finally letting me out. Your old man nearly suffocated in here. The magpie flapped its wings and flew out, cursing all the while. Yang Chen and the others were already used to magpie's incessant chatter and paid it no mind. Alright. I'll let you out more next time. For now, do me a favor, fly me over to scout the situation. Yang Chen soothed him before getting straight to the point. What? You bastard. I'm a beast tamer, not a mount. Beast masters never serve as slaves. The magpie lifted its proud head. Ouyang Lanlan and the others. Enough with the nonsense. Yang Chen's face darkened. Before the magpie could react, he leapt forward, snatching it from midair and flipping onto its back. It must be said, ever since the percentage of bloodline fusion increased, Magpie had grown larger and stronger. Its back was rock hard. You dog! Get off! Beast tamers shall never be slaves. Magpie struggled, but Yang Chen firmly pinned its wings, preventing it from taking flight. Lan Lan, ignore it. Get on. Yang Chen called out. Ouyang Lan Lan gave a wry smile. With the magpie being so uncooperative, would their reconnaissance mission go awry? Yet, the moment this thought crossed Ouyang Lan Lan's mind, the magpie's eyes lit up upon hearing she would join them. Its attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. A beauty's coming along. Why didn't you say so sooner? An extremely human-like, fawning smile spread across the mynah bird's face. It crouched down and said in a most gentlemanly manner, "Your Highness, please get in." Yang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He knew the magpie wasn't a good bird, but he never imagined it was such a lecherous one. Ouyang Lan Lan and the others exchanged speechless glances. Chapter 112, The Vanishing Snow Maiden. Arg! A wolf-like howl echoed across the vast sky. The magpie spread its wings and soared upward, its speed astonishing far faster than even an eagle. Like a shooting star, it streaked across the sky. All Yang Chen and Ouyang Lan Lan could hear was the howling wind. The air pressure from the speed was so intense it nearly forced their eyes shut. The magpie howled all the way, seemingly in a state of great excitement. "You bastard, how about that? Is my howl mighty or what?" The magpie asked Yang Chen excitedly, smugly adding, "Having me is your good fortune." Yang Chen. Ouyang Lan Lan gently tapped her forehead and shot Yang Chen a look that seemed to say, "Yang Chen, you should take your beast companion to get its head checked." A flying beast in the sky howling like a wolf? That actually makes perfect sense. Yang Chen nodded in agreement. "Ah, well. Is that a wolf's howl?" Magpie said somewhat sheepishly, "I forgot I'm a flying bird. Next time, I'll get you something really badass. I promise it won't embarrass you." Yang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He really wanted to say that if Magpie didn't embarrass him, he'd be grateful enough to burn incense in thanks. But in the end, the words stayed unspoken. Just then, Magpie suddenly shrieked, "Holy crap! Look down there! The snow's moving! Snowballs everywhere! I can't take it! My trypophobia is kicking in." Yang Chen and Ouyang Lan Lan both pressed their hands to their foreheads. Yang Chen especially felt so embarrassed he could practically dig out a 2-bedroom apartment. This beast tamer really had no prestige at all. At that very moment, Yang Chen and Ouyang Lan Lan instinctively looked down below. High above the ground, they could only see a vast expanse of snow dotted with countless tiny white specks charging toward a blue light circle. Among them, numerous dots of other colors were busy eliminating the white ones. However, the other colored dots were far too few in number. Many of the white dots managed to break through and enter the blue light circle. That's the exit. Those little white dots below, could they be the beasts and orcs attacking the exit? Ouyang Lan Lan exclaimed in alarm. Yang Chen said in a deep voice, "Fly down to about 100 meters. Got it." Beige readily agreed and continued descending. Once they reached a position over 100 meters above the ground, Yang Chen and Ouyang Lan Lan finally got a clear view of the scene below. On the ground, tens of thousands of beastmen and magical beasts were surging toward the blue light circle wormhole at the exit. Numerous instructors from Yinglong Academy were holding the line against them. These instructors were mostly high-level beast masters, with some even reaching the grandmaster and master levels. Their power was naturally terrifying, and their skills were fierce. However, the sheer numbers of beastmen and magical beasts were overwhelming, and they simply couldn't hold the line. Moreover, the orcs demonstrated remarkable coordination. Snow dwarves charged at the forefront, followed by snow wolves carrying snow maidens. They alternated their assaults with seamless synergy. Despite the formidable strength of the Yinglong Academy instructors, they could only barely hold their ground against such a relentless, tiered assault. While the snow maidens and snow dwarves didn't inflict fatal wounds, they still posed significant obstacles. The moment the Yinglong Academy instructors' defenses showed any weakness, the snow maidens and dwarves would exploit it. Their goal wasn't to kill the instructors, but to swiftly charge through the exit and escape. Yang Chen, have these beasts and beastmen become possessed? Ouyang Lan Lan was stunned. They're even employing Sun Tzu's tactics, deception, feints, and relentless assaults. Holy crap, these orcs and beasts are terrifying. If this were a real battlefield, an alliance like this between orcs and beasts would be nothing short of a catastrophe. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Back in North City, he had witnessed large-scale assaults by orcs and beasts, but those creatures never displayed such seamless coordination. Moreover, beyond what Ouyang Lan Lan had described, even more terrifying sights unfolded. On the battlefield below, as the snow dwarves and snow maidens assaulted the Yinglong Academy instructors' defensive line, fierce combat erupted. Among the chaos, numerous snow wolves darted across the entire battlefield. They swiftly snatched up the wounded snow dwarves and snow maidens in their jaws, dragging them rapidly to the rear for treatment. It was almost as if they were human. Their coordination was seamless, and they even performed eerily coordinated rescue operations. This instantly brought to mind the image of that pregnant snow maiden in Yang Chen's mind. A strong intuition gripped Yang Chen's heart. He felt certain that the profound changes in these beastmen and magical beasts were inextricably linked to that pregnant snow maiden. Yang Chen's eyes darted across the entire battlefield, hoping to locate the pregnant snow maiden to verify his conjecture. If she was indeed behind this, she would be easy to find. First, she possessed exceptional intelligence, matching that of humans. Therefore, she must be commanding the tens of thousands of beastmen and magical beasts attacking the exit from a rear position or a relatively safe location. Unfortunately, after searching every possible location where the Snow Maiden might be, Yang Chen found no trace of the pregnant one. This left Yang Chen with an uneasy feeling. Could she have already left this place? Yang Chen muttered to himself. Yang Chen, what are you looking for over there? Ouyang Lanlan interrupted his thoughts, asking, what should we do now? The battlefield below was swarming with orcs and beasts, locked in fierce combat. It was far beyond the capabilities of mere novices like them to intervene or resolve. Don't be fooled by the frenzied assault of these beasts and orcs, they've no chance now. Yang Chen said calmly, we'll be out of here soon. Why? Ouyang Lanlan was confused. Even dozens of high-level beast tamers couldn't hold back the assault of tens of thousands of orcs and beasts. How could Yang Chen see this was nearly over? Even without using skills, those tens of thousands of beasts and orcs would take the dozens of instructors over 10 days to capture. Once those beastmen and demon beasts break through the artificial wormhole, it will inevitably trigger the Academy's powerful suppression. Perhaps the Academy has already mobilized all instructors and students outside, and even personnel from the Integrity Bureau have arrived. After all, problems with artificial wormholes like this easily cause panic. Many ordinary people oppose constructing them in the real world. Yang Chen analyzed slowly and deliberately. Chapter 113, Yang Chen's beast control is a bit unorthodox. That makes sense. Then we can just go back and wait for news. Ouyang Lanlan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Undoubtedly, Yang Chen's analysis was spot on. Lanlan, you're thinking too small. Yang Chen teased with a smile. Don't you think this is the perfect opportunity for us to hunt? You actually want to charge down there and kill orcs and beasts? Ouyang Lanlan covered her pretty little mouth in surprise, staring at Yang Chen. How dare he? Why not? Yang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With both my skills stacked and my combat skills, these orcs and beasts won't be able to scratch me in 10 minutes. Once time's almost up, I'll have Magpie carry me away. And it'll be even easier for you. With your ranged attack capabilities, you have an even greater advantage than I do. Ouyang Lanlan's beautiful eyes sparkled with intense focus. She had to admit, Yang Chen's plan was incredibly daring, but it also held significant potential. Though it was risky, fortune favors the bold. These orcs and beasts were far denser than anything they'd encountered in 10 days here. If they pulled off one successful strike, with luck, the rewards could surpass 10 days' worth of gains. Fortune favors the bold. It was tempting. Ouyang Lanlan added, but my skills aren't suited for large-scale damage. While the orcs and beasts below appear densely packed, I've already scouted the area. They're spaced roughly half a meter apart. My fireball spell only has a range of 1.5 meters. And even if I attack them from behind, my damage output would likely be pretty limited, right? No problem, I'll assist you, Yang Chen chuckled. After I charge down, I'll have 5 minutes of hunting time. After that, I'll help gather as many orcs and beasts as possible, wound them, and then you can unleash your skills. This. Doesn't that mean I'm just riding on Yang Chen's coattails? Ouyang Lanlan's beautiful eyes widened, revealing a hint of nervousness, a stark contrast to her usual carefree nature. A faint blush spread across her cheeks. Is that okay? Ouyang Lanlan asked, her voice barely above a whisper, clearly embarrassed. Aren't you putting yourself at a disadvantage? What's there to be disadvantaged about? You're all my teammates. The stronger you become, the more you help me. It's mutual, Yang Chen replied with a smile. What Yang Chen was doing did indeed put him at a disadvantage, essentially helping Ouyang Lanlan gain experience. Yet in the long run, he wasn't truly at a disadvantage. From this experience entering the artificial wormhole, Yang Chen realized that while individual strength was important, a stronger team was essential. If the team wasn't strong, relying solely on individual combat in a real battlefield would be a huge disadvantage. Therefore, while helping Ouyang Lanlan and the others seemed disadvantageous in the short term, it was a worthwhile investment for the long run. They could help Yang Chen go much further. Moreover, over the nearly 10 days they'd spent together, everyone had supported each other along the way. Even Qin Ko, who primarily served as support, shared equally in the spoils of battle. Fighting together, growing together, that's what a team is all about. Alright, since that's the case, let's proceed as you suggest. Ouyang Lanlan wasn't one to hesitate. Taking a deep breath, she declared, I'll cooperate fully with you. Let the battle commence. Beige, stay in sync with me, Yang Chen called out to his partner. Oomph. Cooperate with what? Lanlan, the beauty, just watch me. I'll lend you a hand. You dog, are you ready? I'm about to unleash my skill and send you packing. With that, Beige unleashed his skill, sink the boats and burn the bridges upon Yang Chen. Immediately, he dove downward like a sharp falcon. Just as he was about to crash into the ground, he abruptly pulled upward with blinding speed. Yang Chen, quick as lightning, seized the moment. He leapt off Magpie's back and landed deep within the rear lines of the orcs and beasts, right in the midst of the wounded. Yang Chen landed with a thunderous crash, like a living war god descending upon the earth. The wounded orcs and beasts froze in shock. Holy crap! A man had just dropped out of the sky. But soon, the beasts and monsters snapped out of their shock. No matter where this human came from, wasn't this like manna from heaven? Daring to charge into their rear guard like this, wasn't he just asking to die? Wah! The wounded yet mobile snow dwarves and snow maidens let out a strange, piercing cry before scrambling to their feet and closing in on Yang Chen. Empowered by 2 skills, Yang Chen's speed skyrocketed. Like a cheetah, Yang Chen charged with blinding speed toward the nearest beastman. Its leg had been shattered by the skill's shockwave, severely hampering its movement. Before it could even react, Yang Chen's foot slammed into its skull. A dull thud echoed as the beastman flew backward like a dead dog, its neck snapped clean off. Next, 3 snow dwarves charged from different directions. Yang Chen dodged their attacks with swift, fierce evasions, twice even grazing the vital points of one of them. In the instant he dodged, Yang Chen seized one snow dwarf by the head and slammed it into another. With seamless, decisive precision, he swiftly disposed of both creatures before charging toward the remaining one. Amidst these wounded creatures, Yang Chen moved with the ease of a fish in water. As Yang Chen slaughtered his way through the beastmen, he quickly drew the attention of the outer perimeter guards protecting the wounded. Dozens of snow dwarves and snow maidens closed in on him. Eighth brother, they're closing in on Yang Chen. Ouyang Lanlan had already summoned her beast rider in the air. Always ready to unleash skills to aid Yang Chen, she naturally kept a close watch on his surroundings. From her vantage point above, she could see the entire situation clearly. Hehe, don't panic, beauty. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? I'm still here. Today I'll show you just how capable this big shot really is. Hey, beauty, don't go falling for me, okay? The magpie chuckled with a distinctly lecherous grin. Ouyang Lanlan's pretty face instantly turned cold. Not only was Yang Chen's beast tamer a bit off his rocker, but he was also rather unscrupulous. Before Ouyang Lanlan could dwell on it further, the magpie had already sprung into action, plunging downward at breakneck speed. Its speed was astonishing. Ouyang Lanlan felt a sudden plunge downward, followed by an equally abrupt surge upward. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though something extraordinary had transpired. When Ouyang Lanlan looked at the magpie, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, as if witnessing an utterly terrifying scene. Chapter 114, The Hunt Begins. There, clamped firmly within the magpie's enormous beak, was a snow dwarf. The bird's massive jaws gripped the dwarf's waist, holding it securely in its grasp. Ouyang Lanlan was utterly dumbfounded. When had the magpie dived down? Ouyang Lanlan truly hadn't sensed a thing, not even the slightest feeling. All she'd heard was a sharp whoosh and the roar of wind rushing past her ears. Then, Ouyang Lanlan couldn't quite open her eyes. When she finally did, this scene unfolded before her. It truly happened in the blink of an eye. Unless Ouyang Lanlan was hallucinating, there was only one possibility. The magpie was incredibly fast. So fast she couldn't even make out its movement. This left Ouyang Lanlan utterly stunned. She had thought Yang Chen's beast rider was a bit crazy, even a little lecherous. Who would have thought magpie could be this fierce? Possessing such blazing speed. Was this merely a mutated beast? To possess such blistering speed at merely the first rank, this was nothing short of defying the heavens. Not only was Ouyang Lanlan stunned, but even the snow dwarf that the magpie had carried up was completely dumbfounded. His eyes betrayed utter bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? It had just shot up into the sky in a flash. Even now, the snow dwarf hadn't regained its bearings. What are you standing around for? Kill it now. At that moment, Magpie's shout rang out. Ha! Oh, got it, right away. Ouyang Lanlan snapped out of it and swung a punch straight at the snow dwarf's throat. The snow dwarf let out a wail, its neck twisted sideways, and died instantly. Hold on tight. I'll take you flying. The magpie roared again and dove downward once more. The cycle repeated. Magpie and Ouyang Lanlan coordinated with Yang Chen below, clearing away the surrounding snow dwarves and snow maidens attempting to surround him. Seeing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. He'd almost forgotten that Magpie's stats far surpassed those of the snow dwarves and snow maidens, especially its agility, which was off the charts. With Magpie's assistance, Yang Chen could fully unleash himself, focusing entirely on slaying the orcs and beasts. Ding! Host has slain a Tier 1, 3-star snow dwarf, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! Host has slain a Tier 1, 3-star snow maiden, earning 3 talent coins. The system's notifications echoed continuously within Yang Chen's mind. Yang Chen's experience and talent coins skyrocketed. Listening to the announcements brought a wave of exhilaration. After hunting for a few minutes, Yang Chen quickly drew the attention of a large group of snow dwarves and snow maidens. He swiftly mounted his magpie and soared beyond the snow maidens' attack range. The snow maidens and snow dwarves could only stare up at him, letting out furious roars, utterly helpless. Even as he departed, Ouyang Lanlan unleashed several skills down below. Soon after, Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan returned to their temporary base, both beaming with smiles. Jiang Xiao, seeing their expressions, exclaimed in surprise, "What happened?" Did you clear out the orcs and beasts at the entrance? Has the academy begun mass mobilizing beast tamers to suppress them? Does this mean we can leave now? Neither Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan shook their heads. Oh, what a letdown. You two are laughing so hard, are you just messing with me? Jiang Xiao said disappointedly. But we found something even more exciting than getting out. Yang Chen smiled mysteriously. Jiang Xiao and Qin Ku immediately turned their attention to Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't keep them in suspense. He repeated his theory to Jiang Xiao and Qin Ku once more. Moreover, Ouyang Lanlan had already proven it through her actions. Beige is incredibly fast. Ouyang Lanlan shot an expression-filled glance at Magpie. She still couldn't wrap her head around it. How could a mere pet possess such astonishing speed? It was truly beyond comprehension. Is that really true? Is Magpie really that fast? Jiang Xiao and Qin Ku looked at the magpie with disbelief. Magpie proudly lifted his head, fluffing the 3 feathers atop it, and declared with evident pride, "Mind your language, folks. I'm not just fast, I'm speed incarnate." Yang Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead. This magpie was such a show-off, even more so than him. Jiang Xiao, however, paid little heed to the magpie's boast. His attention was firmly fixed on the plan Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan had outlined. So, all those beastmen and magical beasts ahead are just a great place for us to grind experience? Jiang Zhao's eyes flashed with excitement. He never imagined misfortune could turn into such a blessing. It was like finding a glitch in the middle of a dead end. Admiration flashed across Qin Ku's pretty face. She had to admit, Yang Chen was truly bold and skilled, daring to pluck grains from the fire amidst tens of thousands of beastmen and magical beasts. And he succeeded. Would an ordinary person dare to do such a thing? Yang Chen was truly bold. You could say that. Yang Chen nodded. Next, let's switch to another person. We'll all farm together. I'll wait for the next batch. Let it go first, Jiang Xiao offered, deferring politely. Qin Ku was a support-type beast tamer, and her beast taming was also support-oriented. Within their 4-person squad, without assistance, Qin Ku might be the hardest to level up. But I'm just a support. I'm afraid I won't be much help grinding. Qin Ku hesitated, biting her beautiful red lips. Maybe you guys should grind instead. Qin Ku didn't want to hold Yang Chen back. After all, as a support in this situation, she'd be nothing but dead weight. Don't worry, beauty. I'll carry you through this. Ask Lalan if you don't believe me. Before Yang Chen and the others could respond, Beige winked and grinned at Qin Ku. Yang Chen and the others were speechless once more. They never imagined they'd one day see such a lecherous expression on a bird's face. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So merging bloodlines didn't just boost the bird's attributes and intelligence, it also amplified its lecherous audacity. Qin Ku, don't worry. I'll help you when the time comes. There won't be any danger. Don't overthink it. We're a team, we should support each other. Yang Chen suppressed his thoughts and offered reassurance. Yeah, you're the one healing our wounds, aren't you? Without you, we wouldn't be bouncing around like this right now. Jiang Xiao scratched his head with a simple smile. But Qin Ku still hesitated. No buts about it. Time is money now. Once you're done, Jiang Zhao's turn comes up. We've got to take turns. If the Beastmasters sent by the Academy show up, we won't have such a golden opportunity. Stop being so dramatic. Ouyang Lanlan pressed her hands on Qin Ku's shoulders and pushed her onto Magpie's back. This time, Qin Ku didn't hesitate. She just felt warm inside. Chapter 115, Yizhan's Plan. Amidst the vast expanse of snow, the 4 members of Yizhan's squad were nearly frozen solid. After being hunted down by those beastmen and magical beasts, they had nearly perished. Fortunately, luck was on their side. They found a place they could climb and scrambled up swiftly. A blessing in disguise. Perched atop the cliff, they discovered a small ledge. Standing there, they could watch the orcs and beasts scrambling upward below. From their elevated vantage point, they could pick them off one by one. It felt incredibly satisfying. But what happened? They stood up there, trying every trick in the book to lure the orcs and beasts into attacking them. They were running out of ideas, but unfortunately, the orcs and beasts weren't falling for it. They froze for an hour up there, with no way to warm themselves. Snow fell from the sky, and a bone-chilling wind whipped around them. After a while, they nearly froze solid. Finally, after 2 hours of baiting, some snow dwarves began climbing up, preparing to attack them. Just as their excitement peaked, a piercing howl echoed from somewhere. The next second, the orcs and beasts turned tail and fled without looking back. This scene left Yizhan and his men utterly dumbfounded. They had thought misfortune had brought them fortune, but the moment to launch their rescue mission like the little watermelon brothers saving their grandfather was finally here. But what happened? This? That's it? Yizhan was on the verge of breaking down, nearly driven mad with frustration. Li Xiaoqi, Li Xiaolu, and Zhang Mei were frozen stiff, too numb to even get angry. After the beasts and monsters departed, they changed into warm cotton clothes on the small platform. Once their bodies warmed up a bit, they finally began climbing down the mountain. Yizhan was seething with rage. Earlier in the small canyon, Yang Chen and his men had snatched away a group of beastmen from him. Now, the beastmen and magical beasts that had been within his grasp had slipped away. How could he not be furious? Yi Zhan was determined to uncover why the beasts and monsters had abruptly retreated. Furious, Yi Zhan swiftly led Li Xiaoqi and the others to pursue the orcs and beasts along their tracks. However, the further they pursued, the more terrified Yi Zhan and his group became. The reason was simple: the footprints of the fleeing orcs and beasts had multiplied from hundreds to tens of thousands. This sight instantly cooled Yi Zhan's burning rage. What on earth is going on? So many footprints. Could these beasts and monsters be holding some kind of mass gathering? Li Xiaolu speculated. This direction leads to the exit. Li Xiaoqi paused mid-sentence, then blurted out, could they be attacking the entrance? Oh my god, if that's the case, then we won't be able to get out. Zhang Mei realized the same thing and immediately panicked. The exit is blocked. What are we supposed to do? Then we're trapped in here. Li Xiaolu's face instantly drained of color. Ha ha ha. Just as the three women panicked, Yi Zhan suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, as if he had gone mad. Li Xiaoqi and the other two women instantly turned their gaze toward Yi Zhan, thinking to themselves, could Yi Zhan have gone mad? Brother Zhan, don't scare me like that. Don't worry. Even if the exit is breached, we can still get out alive. The academy will handle it soon. Li Xiaoqi hurriedly reassured him. She feared Yi Zhan couldn't handle being trapped here and might snap. That's right, Brother Zhan. We can still get out. Don't even think about doing anything rash. Brother Zhan, no matter what happens, we'll stick with you through this. Even if things are tough now, as long as we stick together, we'll get through this crisis. Li Xiaolu and Zhang Mei chimed in with their own words of encouragement. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Zhan's eyes. I wasn't laughing because the exit is blocked, nor was I upset by anything. I know exactly why those beastmen and beasts are attacking the exit. Their defeat is inevitable. And precisely because of that, this time, this is our chance. Opportunity? What chance? Li Xiaoqi and the other two women exchanged bewildered glances. Had Yi Zhan truly lost his mind? Didn't you just say it yourselves? The academy will intervene soon. When that happens, the orcs and beasts will be driven back in utter defeat. We can just block the rear and pick up the scraps. This is our chance. Yi Zhan grew increasingly animated as he spoke. And we can set traps here to trap some of the beasts and monsters. Once all the beasts and monsters have scattered completely, we can slaughter every last one that fell into our traps. Yi Zhan felt like a genius. This plan was absolutely perfect, a seamless front-to-back operation that would surely make them soar this time. Brilliant plan. I told you so. Following Brother Zhan means getting the juicy parts. Sounds good to me. If we pull this off exactly as planned, we'll be rolling in it. Brother Zhan, why didn't you say something sooner? I thought you'd lost your mind. Li Xiaoqi and the other two girls all looked at him with admiring expressions, like little fangirls. This is nothing. I barely lifted a finger. Yi Zhan chuckled with a hint of pride. Since no one has any objections, let's head ahead and scout out the situation with those beastmen and magical beasts. After the four made their decision, they immediately headed toward the exit. Before long, they arrived deep behind the rear of the beastmen and magical beasts attacking the exit. They immediately concealed themselves in the snow. They really are attacking the exit. It seems quite a few magical beasts and orcs have escaped from here. From the looks of it, the academy hasn't organized any beastmasters to suppress them yet. Li Xiaoqi and the other two girls watched with their scalps tingling. They had never seen so many orcs and beasts at once. What was especially unsettling was how coordinated the orcs and beasts were. They even dragged back their wounded comrades. These weren't just creatures from another dimension, they moved with the precision of a coordinated human force. This sight truly broadened Li Xiaoqi and the other two girls' horizons. Yi Zhan thought to himself, perhaps this group of beastmen and magical beasts was different. He had to admit, this trial journey had truly exposed him to many things beyond what books could teach. Still, Yi Zhan didn't dwell on it. With their attacks growing so fierce, the academy's counter-suppression should be imminent. We need to move quickly and start setting traps. Right. The sisters Li Xiaoqi and Li Xiaolu nodded in unison. But just as the four prepared to leave for the setup, Zhang Mei suddenly pointed toward the distant sky and cried out in alarm. Look! What's that in the sky? Chapter 116, Yi Zhan feels terrible. A flying beast? Whose beast is that? It looks kind of familiar. Yi Zhan and his two companions looked up, murmuring to themselves. Looks like Yang Chen's beast. Except the fur color's different. Yang Chen's beast had multicolored fur, but this one's white. Plus, that Manhwa bird seems a bit big. Yi Zhan frowned as he spoke. Brother Zhan, look quick, there's someone on that beast's back. Looks like Yang Chen and Qin Ku. Li Xiaoqi suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Yi Zhan and the others finally looked closely at the magpie's back. Though they were far away, a beastmaster's eyesight was far beyond that of ordinary people. They could clearly make out the features of Yang Chen and the others. I never thought it would really be them. Yi Zhan sneered coldly. They have flying beasts. Could they be planning to escape using them? Oof. But seeing this scene, they'll have no choice but to leave. As Yizhan spoke, the corners of his mouth curled upward even more. Earlier, though they had been outmaneuvered by Yang Chen and his group, that was merely a minor setback. In terms of talent and resourcefulness, he far surpassed Yang Chen. Just like now, he had already devised a plan to pull off something big. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and his crew could only watch from above. That was the difference. Right now, Yang Chen and his crew must be watching all these beasts and orcs from above, itching to dive down and hunt them, yet powerless to do anything about it, huh? Li Xiaoqi sneered coldly. Li Xiaolu crossed his arms and declared, "It's better to follow Brother Zhan. I told that Qin Ku ages ago only by following Brother Zhan do you get to eat meat. If Qin Ku could see us feasting, I wonder if she'd shed tears of envy. I bet Qin Ku was kicking herself so hard her guts are turning green." Zhang Mei chimed in from the side. Choosing the right person is crucial. Thank goodness I picked Brother Zhan. Just as they spoke, the magpie overhead suddenly dove toward the ground. What are they doing? Yi Zhan and the others frowned slightly. Had Yang Chen and the other two lost their minds, seeking death? But what followed left them utterly stunned. After the magpie darted deep into the rear ranks of the orcs and beasts, Yang Chen swiftly charged into the ranks of the wounded orcs and beasts. He knocked all the already injured orcs and beasts flying, worsening their injuries. Meanwhile, with the magpie's coordination, Qin Ku swiftly lowered her position, allowing her to finish off all the immobile, wounded beasts and monsters. Seeing this, Yi Zhan and the others weren't fools. They could clearly discern what Yang Chen and Qin Ku were doing. Yang Chen was feeding experience points straight into Qin Ku's mouth. He was literally carrying Qin Ku to new heights. Yi Zhan and the others turned grim as hell. Their earlier words echoed in their ears like a series of slaps, stinging their faces. Who exactly was the one reaping the rewards? It was crystal clear. Yi Zhan's face was so dark it could drip water. He simply couldn't fathom how Yang Chen could possibly part with such a seemingly useless support. If it were him, possessing such a beast would have made him sore on the spot. Damn Yang Chen, he'd struck gold again. Under Yi Zhan and the others' watchful eyes, Yang Chen swiftly departed with Qin Ku aboard the magpie after roughly 10 minutes. Their skills must have finished cooling down, or they're exhausted. Yi Zhan's expression softened slightly at the sight, but he sneered coldly, "Their underhanded tactics will never amount to anything. 10 minutes, how many could they possibly kill?" Li Xiaoqi was the first to step forward in agreement. Exactly. Brother Yi is right. As long as we execute your plan, we'll definitely take down more beasts and orcs than Yang Chen's group. Alright, let's get ready. Yi Zhan didn't want to say more. Immediately, the four departed once more to begin preparing for Yi Zhan's plan. They quickly found a suitable spot to set traps. Unfortunately, their plans were idealistic, but reality was harsh. The land was frozen solid beneath the snow, covered only by a thick layer of ice. Digging a pit was out of the question. Breaking through the ice itself was a struggle. Yi Zhan and his companions exerted every ounce of strength they had, even resorting to fireball spells. Yet the ice melted at a painfully slow pace. This meant Yi Zhan's plan to trap some of the orcs and beasts had failed. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yi Zhan seethed with rage, his eyes reddening as he stared at the thick ice. Yet, he was utterly helpless. Brother Zhan, it's not your fault. We just had terrible luck. Yeah, Brother Zhan. If luck had been on our side and we could have set those traps, our final haul would have been way richer than Yang Chen's crew. The three girls hurried to comfort Yi Zhan. In their eyes, Yi Zhan was 100 times, 1,000 times better than Yang Chen. It was just that his luck was slightly worse. Just as they spoke, a wolf's howl suddenly pierced the sky. This instantly captured everyone's attention. How could there be a wolf's howl in the sky? When the four looked up, they saw Yang Chen, who had left earlier, returning with Jiang Xiao. Under their watchful eyes, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao charged into the ranks of the wounded beastmen and beasts, slaughtering them indiscriminately. Yi Zhan and the others could almost see Yang Chen and Jiang Zhao's experience points steadily rising. It was like a juicy piece of meat right before their eyes, yet they couldn't partake in it themselves. All they could do was watch Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao feast. It was unbearably frustrating. What made it even more agonizing was that Yang Chen brought his teammates along, feeding one, then another, switching constantly. Meanwhile, Yi Zhan's three teammates were left to freeze in the bitter cold alongside him. And what made Yi Zhan suffer even more was that this person was Yang Chen. He had always looked down on Yang Chen, leading to numerous conflicts. But now, watching Yang Chen feast right before his eyes, it was more agonizing than death itself. Li Xiaoqi and the other two girls remained silent. To say they weren't envious would be a lie. After all, their greatest pursuit since arriving here was hunting orcs to level up. Yet now, they could only watch. How could they not envy others feasting on the spoils? If I can't have it, no one else will either. What makes Yang Chen so special? Yi Zhan's face darkened as he spoke in a low, ominous tone. Brother Zhan, what are you planning to do? Li Xiaoqi and the other two girls turned to look at Yi Zhan in unison. Teach Yang Chen a lesson. He may have been lucky, but he shouldn't get too cocky. He wants to hunt monsters and orcs without a hitch? That won't be so easy. Yi Zhan's eyes glinted coldly as he declared, "We'll stir up some chaos for them. Let Yang Chen taste society's harsh lessons." Chapter 117, The Perverted Magpie? Brother Zhan, what's your plan? Li Xiaoqi and the other two girls turned to look at Yi Zhan. Wait a moment. We'll ambush their beast tamers directly. Yi Zhan licked his dry lips. Aren't they supposed to be pretty powerful? But Yang Chen's beast isn't that formidable, right? His beast is merely a support-type beast. When Yang Chen and his men retreat, it'll be right before their skills enter cooldown, their most vulnerable moment. Just wound their beasts and Yang Chen's group will be surrounded by monsters and beastmen. Then, they'll be helpless, with no one to turn to. Their time will be up. Li Xiaoqi and the other two girls' eyes lit up. It had to be said Yi Zhan's plan was absolutely brilliant. If they executed it perfectly, Yang Chen and his group would have no chance of survival. After all, there were tens of thousands of beasts and beastmen here. Once Yang Chen and his group couldn't take to the skies, forget about Yang Chen, even a high-level beastmaster would be doomed without their teammates' support. Brother Zhan's plan is brilliant. Anyway, Yang Chen and his crew have a grudge against us. If they survive, we won't. Might as well take them out now. Li Xiaoqi immediately agreed. Heh, what I can't have, Yang Chen won't get either. Yi Zhan sneered coldly. Let's move. While the monsters and orcs are distracted by Yang Chen and his crew, we'll sneak closer. Set up the ambush first. With that, Yi Zhan led the way into stealthy concealment. Li Xiaoqi and the other two followed closely behind. Once they approached the rear of the orcs and their beast riders, they found a nearby position within range of their skills and lay in wait. Hold on. Wait for my command, then unleash fireball spells all at once. Bombard Yang Chen and his beasts. Yi Zhan watched Yang Chen and his companions slaughtering enemies nearby, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao, not far away, were completely absorbed in their battle, locked in relentless combat. Yi Zhan and his three companions watched with a mix of envy and jealousy. Why didn't they have flying mounts? If they had flying mounts too, then they would be the ones standing here fighting. Yi Zhan was truly resentful. Why did Yang Chen always have such incredible luck? Yang Chen was just some guy from a remote little town. What gave him the right to be luckier than him? But Yi Zhan felt a bit better knowing his plan would soon be put into action. Yang Chen and the others were about to die. About 5 minutes later, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao swiftly moved closer to each other. The magpie above them seemed to understand perfectly, diving down toward them. The moment the magpie descended to its lowest point, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao flipped over, attempting to climb onto its back. Seeing this, Yi Zhan's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Now! Everyone, attack! As Yi Zhan's words fell, Li Xiaoqi and the other two women, who had been ready, swiftly unleashed their fireball spell. Before they even revealed themselves, 3 massive fireballs erupted in the sky. Whoosh! 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 The fireballs roared toward their targets. Like falling meteors. With overwhelming force and blinding speed. Yi Zhan's eyes locked onto the 3 fireballs, his gaze reflecting nothing but a sea of flames. This time, Yang Chen and the others were doomed. And just as Yi Zhan had anticipated, the magpie hadn't noticed them at all. Even if it had, there was no time to react. Li Xiaoqi and the other two timed their skill activation perfectly. Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao had just flipped over and hadn't climbed up yet, while monsters and orcs surrounded them. Once the magpie flew away, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao would be finished. Thus, the magpie remained almost completely motionless. Boom! 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 All 3 fireballs struck the magpie squarely in the head, sending plumes of black smoke billowing from its body. It worked! Yi Zhan and the other 3 were overjoyed at the sight. As long as the skill hit, Yang Chen and his partner were finished for sure. However, their joy lasted less than 3 seconds. The very next moment, a scene that left them utterly speechless unfolded. After being struck by the 3 fireballs, the magpie merely had a small patch of feathers singed. Its head took a knock and it shook it a few times. Without any hesitation whatsoever, it flapped its wings and flew away. Before soaring into the sky, it even shot a vicious glare in Yi Zhan and his 3 companions' direction. Beyond that, the magpie showed no further effects whatsoever. Yi Zhan and his companions watched in utter disbelief, their scalps tingling as they nearly froze in shock. Li Xiaoqi and the other two cast their fireball spell. All hits landed. Not only did they fail to inflict any damage on the magpie, they didn't even delay it for a moment, they merely singed a few of its feathers. This left Yi Zhan and the others utterly baffled. What the hell is this? Yang Chen's beast took 3 fireball spells and still managed to fly away. Look at that magpie, it seems like it was just tickled. Holy crap, how is that even possible? Li Xiaoqi and the other 2 girls stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. This was beyond absurd. There was only one possible explanation for the Manhwa bird emerging unscathed. Its defense was exceptionally high, far surpassing the power of their attacks. That's the only way it could emerge unscathed. But everyone knew magpies were pets bound by contracts to become beast tamers. What kind of defensive capabilities could a pet possibly have? And this one is a support-type pet. Could its defense really be that high? Yet reality stood before them. The magpie had indeed withstood the attack. Ah. Why? How could Yang Chen possess such a support-type beast? Our attacks are completely useless. How did his beast achieve this? Yi Zhan was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. He had planned to trap Yang Chen and his group here, but it turned out they were the ones playing the fool. They couldn't even break through Yang Chen's beast's defenses. Their entire plan was a joke. Just as Yi Zhan was boiling with rage and frustration, Li Xiaoqi suddenly let out a startled cry. Oh no! Brother Zhan, Yang Chen's beast is charging at us. Holy crap, it's moving so fast! Li Xiaoqi and the other two girls cried out in alarm. Yi Zhan snapped his head up, gazing in the direction Li Xiaoqi and the others were pointing, yet he saw no trace of the magpie. Where? Before Yi Zhan could react, a sudden whooshing sound rang in his ears. He realized he'd been snatched up in the magpie's beak. What the hell is going on? Yi Zhan was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't even seen the magpie before it grabbed him? Had the magpie's speed surpassed what his eyes could perceive? This was beyond absurd. This wasn't just absurd. This was downright insane. Chapter 118, Yi Zhan panics. Yang Chen, what are you doing? Let me go. Let me down. Yi Zhan screamed frantically. He tried to struggle, but fear of falling held him back. He nearly tumbled over twice just from shouting. You damn traitor. You ambushed us just now. You've really got some nerve. Didn't you enjoy it earlier? Now you're freaking out? Jiang Xiao sneered coldly. What he hated most was being ambushed from behind. This Yi Zhan was nothing short of a lunatic, repeatedly picking fights with them and trying to ambush them. He was utterly despicable. I wasn't trying to ambush you. Our skills just went off course. We're hunting monsters and orcs too. It's all a misunderstanding. Yi Zhan hurriedly explained. A misunderstanding? Then is me throwing you off right now also a misunderstanding? Jiang Xiao said as he reached for Yi Zhan's leg, trying to pull him down. Yi Zhan turned pale with fear, feeling as if he might fall at any moment. No, don't. Yi Zhan nearly wet himself in terror, screaming frantically, Yang Chen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have ambushed you guys. I shouldn't have envied your ability to hunt while we could only watch. I was wrong. Please, spare me. I'll never do it again. Haha, I thought you were some kind of badass, but this is all you've got. Jiang Xiao laughed smugly. Yang Chen, look at him, he's scared out of his wits. What would his brain-dead teammates say if they saw this? Yi Zhan's face darkened. He hated Jiang Xiao to the core. If he survived this, he'd make sure to kill that bald bastard someday. Jiang Xiao, stop intimidating Yi Zhan. If he wets himself and it ends up in Magpie's mouth, he might just abandon you, Yang Chen chuckled. Originally, Jiang Xiao had intended to intimidate Yi Zhan further, but upon hearing Yang Chen's words, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He looked up to find Magpie staring at him with an icy glare. Jiang Xiao shuddered involuntarily and dared not threaten Yi Zhan any further. Yi Zhan's eyes lit up at Yang Chen's words, as if he'd glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. Right. Yang Chen is absolutely right. Please stop threatening me. Yi Zhan quickly chimed in, Yang Chen, please spare me for my sincerity. Just let me off like a fart. I beg you. I swear I'll never bother you again. Yi Zhan pleaded tearfully, ready to kneel before Yang Chen if he could. You do seem sincere enough. Yang Chen nodded. Yi Zhan's heart leapt with hope there was still a chance to survive. He never expected Yang Chen to be such a soft-hearted person. Someone like that would never amount to much. Still, the bastard had gotten off easy this time. Next time he schemed against this scum, he'd need absolute certainty. Damn it, Yang Chen, you're not serious, are you? You're going to let this guy go? Jiang Xiao was flustered. How could they let him off? If it weren't for Big Brother's strength, they'd be in deep trouble right now. Yi Zhan sneered bitterly inside. That little flat-top bastard was utterly disgusting. He mustn't be allowed to live. Otherwise, one day he'd tear Jiang Xiao, that little flat-top, limb from limb. But for now, Yi Zhan's life was still in Yang Chen's hands. He dared not show the slightest hint of his thoughts, hoping only that Yang Chen might show mercy and let him off this time. Yang Chen smiled indifferently. Of course we'll let him off. We're all classmates, how could we possibly kill him? Besides, he's already sincerely apologized. Jiang Xiao stared at Yang Chen's expression, his mind going blank. Back when Yang Chen killed Yang Jinghao, he hadn't spoken like this at all. Back then, Yang Chen had been the most decisive killer. Has Yang Chen changed his ways? Jiang Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Yi Zhan, however, was overjoyed, nearly laughing out loud with delight. Yang Chen was nothing to fear. Yang Chen is absolutely right, Yi Zhan hurriedly interjected. We're classmates. We had a minor disagreement before, but now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, we can still be friends, even brothers. Quite right, Yang Chen nodded in agreement. Eighth brother, let him go. Yi Zhan was overcome with joy, he was finally alive. But the next moment, his face turned ashen with horror. Because Big Brother had released his grip mid-air. Chapter 119, All I Want Is to Live. Holy. Yang Chen, you bastard. You just let me go like that? I'm not a ing bird. You did this on purpose. Ah. Yizhan cursed furiously, but before he could finish, the Manhwa bird released its grip. Yizhan's face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. Like a turtle that had fallen from a great height, he scrambled desperately, trying to grab onto something with both hands and feet. But it was all for nothing. In the end, only Yizhan's terrified screams pierced the sky. Ah! Holy! Holy! Yizhan hung suspended in midair, screaming, while an unknown fluid gushed out of him, flowing endlessly. Jiang Xiao witnessed this scene and couldn't help but give Yang Chen a thumbs up. Yang Chen, I was just trying to scare him, but you went all out killing him and crushing his spirit. You're ruthless. Yang Chen smirked. Heh, someone that despicable deserves to die a slow, painful death. Jiang Xiao nodded in agreement. Yizhan and his crew were truly unreasonable. What should we do next? Should we take out Yizhan's remaining 3 teammates? Jiang Xiao inquired. In Jiang Xiao's view, Yizhan had fallen from such a height it was a death sentence. Even if Yizhan somehow survived the fall, the orcs and beasts below would surely finish him off. No need to waste time. Without Yizhan, Li Xiaoqi and the others won't amount to much. Besides, they just revealed their position, they're probably scrambling to escape right now. We shouldn't waste time searching for them. Our priority now is hunting down the orcs and beasts. If we encounter them again, we'll eliminate them then. Yang Chen said indifferently. Jiang Xiao thought it over carefully. Yang Chen was absolutely right. Their most urgent task now was to seize every moment to level up. Otherwise, once the academy organized enough beast masters to storm in, they wouldn't be able to so easily leech experience points. In the world of beast masters, strength reigns supreme. Alright, let's head back first. This time it's Lanlan's turn. Jiang Xiao declared. Immediately, Yang Chen commanded the magpie to fly back to their temporary base. Meanwhile, among the beasts and creatures below, stood an exceptionally obese snow dwarf. Its entire body was plump and fleshy, with a large, round head resembling a soccer ball. Its belly was even more exaggerated, layered like a series of inflatable rings. With every movement, the folds of flesh jiggled and trembled. The fat snow dwarf was both incredibly lucky and incredibly unlucky. Earlier, it had followed its companions in an attempt to dash out and see the outside world. And indeed, it had made it to the exit completely unscathed. But its misfortune was that it was too fat to see the corpse of a companion lying on the ground. It tripped over it and was dragged back by 2 snow wolves, who mistook it for an injured comrade. This near-fatal setback nearly drove the plump snow dwarf into a deep depression. But the plump snow dwarf refused to be discouraged. It regained its confidence, picked up its weapon once more, and prepared to charge alongside its companions again. Where it fell, it would rise again. Snow dwarves never bow to slavery. Ah! Yet, just as the plump snow dwarf prepared to charge, a piercing scream echoed from above. The plump snow dwarf looked up and saw a human falling from the sky. Before the plump snow dwarf could react, a loud thud echoed as the human's head smashed into its belly, instantly ending its ambitious life. Yizhan was stunned. After a moment of shock, Yizhan burst into delighted laughter. Ha ha! I didn't die. After falling hundreds of meters, I'm still alive. I truly am the chosen one. But before Yizhan could finish laughing, his laughter abruptly stopped. Good news, he survived. The bad news? He was surrounded by orcs and beasts. Hundreds of orcs and beasts, their faces twisted with savage intent, closed in on him. Panic instantly washed over Yizhan's face. It's over. It's over. He never imagined that after escaping death at the hands of Yang Chen and the others, he still couldn't evade this calamity. Yizhan seethed with rage inside. He was a beast master with over 400 beast control power. His future was boundless. Yet now he was about to die here. He refused to accept this fate. It was all that bastard Yang Chen's fault. As the orcs and beasts closed in relentlessly, just as Yizhan was on the brink of despair, a shout suddenly pierced the air from outside. Brother Zhan! We're here to save you! The shout had barely faded when 3 massive fireballs plummeted from the sky. Boom! The fireballs slammed violently into the ground, erupting in deafening explosions. The orcs and beasts blocking Yizhan's path were blasted aside by fireballs, clearing a path while sending many of them flying. This instantly gave Yizhan hope for survival. Hold them off for me. Buy me some time. Yizhan charged down the newly opened path at top speed, pushing every ounce of strength within him. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoqi and the other 2 women remained on the periphery, commanding the 3-tailed raccoon cat to unleash fire arrows to help Yizhan hold off the remaining beasts and monsters. Every beastman and demon beast attempting to attack Yizhan was completely suppressed. Yizhan successfully reached the 3 women. From several meters away, Li Xiaoqi and the other 2 girls caught the pungent stench of urine wafting from Yizhan's body. But there was no time for questions now. Li Xiaoqi grabbed Yizhan's wrist and pulled him toward the exit. Brother Zhan, we've exhausted our skills. Before they close in, we have to get out of here fast. Yizhan didn't need Li Xiaoqi to say it. He was already sprinting ahead of the 3 women. All Yizhan wanted now was to survive. No one could match the raw, primal urge to survive after facing death's door. He would live. He just wanted to live. To that end, he would stop at nothing. As for Li Xiaoqi and the other two girls witnessing this scene, they didn't dwell on it much. Instead, they felt relieved as long as Yizhan could escape. For some reason, watching Yizhan's swiftly retreating figure made them think he looked incredibly cool. Even the faint yellow stains between his legs did nothing to diminish the dashing silhouette of his retreating figure. Unfortunately, the surrounding orcs and beasts were closing in, threatening to cut off their last escape route. Yizhan suddenly panicked. No! No! I can't die here. I will survive. Yizhan's will to survive instantly overpowered everything else. As he watched the escape route grow narrower and narrower, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Xiaoqi, Xiaolu, cover me! Take the beasts and draw the attention of these beastmen and monsters. Yizhan shouted to Li Xiaoqi and the other two women. Chapter 120, Yizhan survived. Brother Zhan, we've run out of skills. We probably can't distract them. Li Xiaoqi and Li Xiaolu instinctively replied. Don't worry, I have another plan. Just do exactly as I say. Yizhan was extremely anxious. Zhang Mei, cover my retreat. We don't have time. Hurry. Yizhan was extremely anxious. Of course, the situation was dire. Numerous beastmen and magical beasts had already closed in. If they didn't act swiftly, they'd have no chance at all. Though Li Xiaoqi and the other two women harbored doubts, wondering what possible solution Yizhan could have at this moment. Nevertheless, the three women chose to trust Yizhan. Alright. We'll hold them off. Brother Yi, you focus on breaking through. Li Xiaoqi responded first, charging forward with Li Xiaolu straight into the heart of the orc and beast horde, carving a bloody path for Yizhan. Zhang Mei hesitated not a moment either, covering Yizhan's retreat while commanding her beasts to fend off the demon beasts and orcs behind them. With the three of them drawing fire, Yizhan gained a brief window of opportunity. But just as Li Xiaoqi and the other two women thought Yizhan would use some tactic to break through, he mounted his beast mount without looking back and swiftly charged out through the last opening, successfully evading the encirclement of the orcs and beasts. This scene left Li Xiaoqi and the other two women utterly bewildered. Brother Zhan, what are you doing? Brother Zhan, where are you going? The three women were utterly shocked. Though they had begun to suspect Yizhan might abandon them, they still couldn't believe such a thing was actually happening. Hearing the shouts echoing behind him, Yizhan's expression darkened to the extreme. Yet he dared not turn back. If you blame anyone, blame Yang Chen. I have no choice. I just want to survive. It's all Yang Chen's fault. If he hadn't abandoned me among these beasts and monsters, I wouldn't be facing life or death peril. How could I possibly abandon you all? Don't blame me. It's all Yang Chen's fault. Yizhan's face was deathly pale, almost frightening. He kept muttering to himself as if doing so could somehow calm his inner turmoil. Then, from behind, came the piercing screams of Li Xiaoqi and the other two women. Don't kill me. No, I don't want to die. Brother Zhan, save me. Save me. Brother Zhan, don't abandon me. I don't want to die here. Brother Zhan, why are you doing this to me? The screams continued relentlessly. It was utterly heart-wrenching. Yizhan couldn't help but glance back. He shouldn't have looked the moment he did. He saw Li Xiaoqi lying wounded on the ground, struck down by several beastmen. Like savage beasts, they ripped open her abdomen and devoured her entrails with frenzied abandon. Li Xiaoqi's face was covered in blood, and beneath her body, a pool of blood spread out. Her eyes filled with despair and disbelief, she reached out a blood-soaked hand toward Yizhan, pleading for him to pull her up. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, her mouth moving as if whispering to Yizhan, Brother Zhan, I hurt. Li Xiaolu and Zhang Mei were even more pitiful, torn apart by dozens of snow wolves, not a single piece of flesh left intact. The sight sent chills down Yizhan's spine. Especially Li Xiaolu, half his face had been torn away, a bloody mess. His once stunning features were now horribly disfigured. Yizhan, may you die a horrible death. Even as a ghost, I'll never let you off the hook. Li Xiaolu let out a desperate scream before her last breath, her beautiful eyes filled with venomous hatred. Witnessing this scene, Yizhan completely broke down. I didn't kill you. Why do you hate me? It's all Yang Chen's fault. Blame him if you must. I'll avenge you. Don't hate me. I swear, I'll kill that bastard Yang Chen. Yizhan screamed in utter collapse. The horrifying images of Li Xiaoqi and the other two girls haunted his mind like a relentless nightmare. But at that moment, the shrieks of orcs suddenly echoed from ahead. Snapping back to reality, Yizhan looked up to see dozens of snow dwarves wielding wolf tooth clubs closing in on him. Panic seized Yizhan. Though he'd evaded one wave of attack, he was still trapped between the orcs and the beasts. This left Yizhan utterly despairing. He had betrayed his own comrades, yet death still awaited him. He refused to accept it. But what good would that do now? Just as Yizhan was on the verge of despair, a tremendous roar erupted from the distance. Boom! 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 Dozens of snow dwarves were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and collapsing instantly. Yizhan looked in the direction of the noise and saw over a dozen beastmasters, accompanied by a group of beasts, engaged in battle with the beastmen and magical beasts. The fight was almost completely one-sided. It's the academy instructors. Yizhan's spirits soared. Without a doubt, this sight reignited Yizhan's hope for survival. If he could hold out until the instructors arrived, he would survive. With that thought, Yizhan shouted joyfully toward the front, "Teacher! I'm a student of Yinglong Academy. Help me!" Yizhan roared as he unleashed skills on himself and his beast companion, charging toward the academy instructor. The closer he got, the greater his chances of survival. Yizhan's cries and the clamor of battle quickly drew the attention of the instructors nearby. They reacted swiftly. Even their lowest-ranked members were advanced beastmasters. Dealing with these orcs and beasts was child's play. They advanced swiftly, closing the distance in under 5 minutes. Just as Yizhan's skills were about to enter cooldown, the instructors and their beasts arrived. Yizhan breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. Had the instructors been delayed even a moment longer, he truly would have perished here. Huba approached Yizhan, glanced at him, and asked, "Classmate, are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Yizhan shook his head slightly. "Where are your teammates? We can go rescue them now." Hubai nodded and asked. This was the first time they'd encountered surviving students since the beastmen and magical beasts had breached the exit. The mention of teammates made Yizhan feel guilty. He had been the cause of their deaths. After a moment's hesitation, he put on a sorrowful expression and said, "My teammates all died protecting me." Huba froze, his expression turning grave. He knew of at least 2 squads that had been nearly wiped out. Who knew how many more were out there? Yinglong Academy was likely facing catastrophic losses this time. This could very well impact the national newcomer Beastmaster tournament. Chapter 121, The Mentor's Arrival. Just be alive. Huba patted Yizhan's shoulder, then turned to a woman and said, "Hua Hua, take him back. The rest of you, follow me to continue the assault. Let's see if we can find any other students. Also, Hua Hua, relay this to the academy. No matter how many beastmasters they've mobilized, they must all come in to help. Hunt down every beastman and demon beast." "Understood." Hua Hua nodded, then signaled to Yizhan, "Follow me." Yizhan quickly nodded and followed Hua Hua. With instructor Hua Hua clearing the path ahead, Yizhan encountered almost no danger along the way. Before long, Yizhan smoothly followed her to the exit. Gazing at the green light circle, Yizhan felt a mix of emotions. In this trial, all his teammates had perished. It was all Yang Chen's fault. If not for Yang Chen, they should have hunted down many orcs and beasts. If not for Yang Chen, Li Xiaoqi and the others wouldn't have died. "Yang Chen, one day, I will come for you. Wait for it." Yizhan shot a vicious glare into the depths of the snowfield before stepping into the exit's light circle. Huba and the others pressed deeper into the fray. As high-level beast masters, hunting first-tier beastmen and beasts together posed no challenge whatsoever. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan had already hunted down another wave of beasts. Yang Chen once again led Qin Ke deep into the rear of the beastmen and demon beasts territory. It had to be said, these beastmen and demon beasts were lowly creatures. Even after being hunted down multiple times by Yang Chen, they still showed no intention of relocating or making any further defensive preparations. They simply waited for Yang Chen and his group to leave before resuming their previous state, as if nothing had ever happened. Having coordinated once before, Yang Chen and Qin could now work with even greater synergy in hunting these beasts and orcs. Yang Chen focused on wounding the orcs and beasts, incapacitating them, while Qin could finish them off. Meanwhile, Huba and the other academy instructors were rapidly cutting through the horde of orcs and beasts. Their mission was to draw as many orcs and beasts as possible toward the rear, away from the exit, to prevent overwhelming pressure on the academy's outer defenses. They executed this task with remarkable proficiency. Moreover, along the way, they rescued several more groups of students. Some teams had lost all but one member, while others had lost 2 or 1 comrade. Nearly every student squad they encountered was either fleeing or en route to escape. This weighed heavily on their hearts. With the academy's deadline drawing ever closer, more and more students would be rushing toward the exit. Then, the death toll would only rise. This brought an unprecedented pressure upon them. "I think we should change our mission now," Huba suddenly suggested. "We should push into the Great Canyon of the snowfields and block the returning students outside. That way, we can reduce the casualties among the students." Captain Hu, while this would protect the students, it would greatly increase the pressure on Captain Lu and the others guarding the exit. True. And once the academy launches a counterattack, the orcs and beasts will inevitably flee toward us. The pressure on us will be immense, especially with students in tow. While this trial has indeed encountered mishaps, I believe it's the best test for the students and the best education. After all, on the battlefield, no one knows what unforeseen events may occur. We can't protect them forever. Most people didn't support Huba's suggestion. Huba sighed inwardly. He understood that while they had rescued many teams this time, most students, once trapped in an encirclement, were too terrified to even fight. Their legs had gone weak. The combat prowess of these beast masters was declining with each generation. This was precisely why they grew increasingly tense on the real interdimensional battlefield. Back in academy days, beast masters were always escorted by instructors practically nanny-style training. But after graduation, stepping onto the battlefield, their combat effectiveness was actually very low. When faced with difficulties, they lacked the experience to solve problems on their own and would only seek help from others, resulting in an extremely high mortality rate. This time, Yinglong Academy deliberately refrained from sending instructors to accompany the students precisely to hone their adaptability. Just as they spoke, a sudden cry of alarm erupted from the crowd. "Look over there! Behind us, among the orcs and beasts, it looks like an academy is fighting." At this, Hu Ba and the others immediately looked in the direction indicated. There, Yang Chen and Xin Ke were hunting orcs and beasts. "They're surrounded. We should rush over and help them." "Wait, they don't seem to be surrounded, they're hunting the orcs and beasts. That young male student appears to be assisting the female student in the hunt. Which class are those students from? They're incredibly brave." The crowd watched the scene unfold, astonished. Along their journey, the trainees they'd encountered had either been killed, chased, or even begged for mercy on their knees. This was the first time they'd witnessed students hunting orcs and beasts. Hu Ba's eyes locked onto Yang Chen and Xin Ke. It was clear that the duo's seamless coordination, bolstered by Magpie, allowed them to navigate the horde of beasts and monsters with ease. Hu Ba's eyes lit up repeatedly. Excellent. This is what a student of Yinglong Academy should be. In such dire circumstances, to have students like this. They're truly exceptional. Hu Ba couldn't stop praising them. This gave Hu Ba and the others a glimpse of the future hope for Yinglong Academy. While all the other students were fleeing for their lives, only these two trainees were hunting down demon beasts and beastmen. The alternate dimension battlefield desperately needed students like them. Let's go see them and ask which class they belong to. Students like these deserve the Academy's commendation. With that, Hu Ba immediately took the lead, charging toward Yang Chen's location with his beast in tow. The other instructors followed suit. Within minutes, they successfully breached the rear lines of the orcs and beasts. "Ha! We are instructors from Yinglong Academy. Which class do you belong to?" Hu Ba laughed heartily as he surveyed the corpses of orcs and magical beasts surrounding Yang Chen and Xin Ke. As he charged forward, he had been observing. He realized that Xin Ke, who was by Yang Chen's side, was likely a support beast master. Yang Chen was helping Xin Ke. This made Hu Ba like the young man Yang Chen even more. Not only did he possess courage and wisdom, but he also had a kind heart willing to help his comrades. A promising prospect. Chapter 122, Carry. "Teacher, we're from class 7. Yang Chen answered honestly. Hu Ba nodded and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Yang Chen. This is my teammate Xin Ke. I also have two other teammates, Ouyang Lanlan and Zhang Xiao. They're resting. We plan to take turns hunting orcs and beasts." Yang Chen explained. Hu Ba's eyes lit up again, his voice tinged with excitement. "So your squad has no casualties? And everyone's alive, hunting orcs and beasts?" Yang Chen nodded. "Yes. Ha ha. Good, good, good. We'll remember you. You haven't disgraced Yinglong Academy. And you, Yang Chen, you did well. You didn't seek glory for yourself and helped your teammates hunt orcs and beasts. In the alternate dimension battlefield, your teammates are all you can rely on. You've grasped this principle. I believe I'll see you at the upcoming national tournament." Hu Ba affirmed Yang Chen's actions with great conviction, patting his shoulder in high regard. "Students like you are worth nurturing. On behalf of my squad, we will reward you. Next, we'll lead the charge against the orc and demon beast packs. You'll follow behind us, supporting our combat efforts. Is that understood?" A flash of delight crossed Yang Chen's eyes. Though Hu Ba hadn't stated it explicitly, the implication was clear: they were being taken along to hunt orcs and beasts. They could just pick up the scraps from the back. Though delighted, Yang Chen didn't let his excitement get the better of him. He cautiously asked, "Teacher, won't this violate school regulations? For this trial, the school explicitly forbids traveling with instructors. Moreover, instructors cannot assist us in any way during the hunt." Hu Ba blinked and replied, "But these are extraordinary times. Orcs and beasts are storming the exit. You're assisting the academy in suppressing the orc and beast tide. Besides, when we're charging into battle, there's bound to be some we miss. If they aren't killed, it doesn't count as us helping you, right?" Yang Chen smiled. This was exploiting the academy's loopholes, but he liked it. "Fine then, I'll bring my entire team along." Yang Chen readily agreed, then instructed Magpie to head to the temporary base and bring Ouyang Lanlan and Zhang Xiao over. Hu Ba heard this and gave Yang Chen an approving look. This kid was truly impressive. When good fortune comes, he doesn't think of hoarding it all for himself. Suppressing his thoughts, Hu Ba turned to the others and declared, "Everyone, let's keep pushing forward. It won't be long before the academy sends reinforcements to suppress us." "Right." The group responded in unison. Immediately, Hu Ba led his beasts into another fierce assault. A kaleidoscope of skills erupted in every direction. Before these advanced beastmasters, the beastmen and magical beasts proved utterly helpless. Advanced Beastmasters possessed vastly superior attributes to both themselves and their beasts, far surpassing first-tier beastmen and magical beasts in every aspect. Even without unleashing skills, their basic attacks were far beyond what first-tier beasts and beastmen could withstand. Moreover, when they attacked, they deliberately held back, leaving some humanoids and beasts gravely wounded. Yang Chen and Qin Ku, meanwhile, picked up the scraps from behind. With nearly all the orcs and beasts gravely wounded and immobilized, it took only a flick of their wrists to finish them off. Ding! Host has hunted a Tier 1, 3-star demon beast Snow Wolf, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! Host has hunted a Tier 1, 3-star orc Snow Maiden, earning 3 talent coins. Ding! The system's notifications echoed continuously in Yang Chen's mind. With Hubba and the others' help, they no longer had to wait for skill cooldowns like before. It felt absolutely amazing. A few minutes later, Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Shao arrived. Though the group had been hunting for hours and were already exhausted, no one would pass up the chance to pick up leftover loot while following the big shots. Who had time for fatigue now? As they followed Hubba and the others, picking up leftover loot, the experience points for Yang Chen's 4-person squad skyrocketed. But good fortune never lasts. Within 2 hours, waves of light surged forth once more from the exit. Academy reinforcements had arrived. Yinglong Academy had mobilized a massive force of over 1,000 intermediate-level beast masters and above, charging into the battlefield. The chaotic scene of orcs and beasts was instantly brought under control. Holy crap! We've only been hunting for less than 2 hours, and the Academy's already sent reinforcements. So many intermediate beast masters, and even advanced ones. Let's hurry up! Jiang Shao shouted anxiously. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. They had to grab as much experience as possible. Unfortunately, with reinforcements arriving, Hubba and the others held nothing back. After all, such actions weren't permitted on school grounds. Thus, Yang Chen's 4-person squad found themselves in a tough spot, forced to hunt on their own. Still, Hubba and the others had managed to lead Yang Chen's team on the hunt for nearly 2 hours. That was pretty decent. Yang Chen's team had no complaints. Let's stop following the teachers. We'll go elsewhere to snatch some. A gleam of determination flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. Where are we supposed to raid? They're all stronger than us, and they hunt so damn fast. Jiang Shao looked at Yang Chen in confusion. Wherever someone unleashes a ranged attack, that's where we'll go. Their skills are indeed powerful, but they can't possibly kill every orc and demon beast at the edge of their attack range, right? Yang Chen chuckled softly. That's exactly why we'll go snatch the wounded orcs and beasts at the edges. Huh? Isn't that a bit risky? But they're unleashing skills continuously. Jiang Shao looked worried. What's there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. If you want experience in crystal cores, you have to take risks. Let's go grab them. We might even level up several times. Ouyang Lanlan was eager to dive in. After all, a Beastmaster's path was one of competition and seizing opportunities, otherwise, they'd never go far. Although Yang Chen's plan was quite risky, it wasn't entirely certain. There was an element of luck involved, and they might not get caught up in the chaos. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that some Beastmasters cast their skills too quickly, before their cooldowns had ended, forcing them to rely on basic attacks to kill. Therefore, Yang Chen's plan to snatch others' kills was entirely feasible. Crucially, these first-tier beastmen and beasts offered no experience gains for intermediate Beastmasters. Killing them yielded no benefits for intermediate Beastmasters, but it was different for them. They could gain at least 3 levels before reaching the point of no further gains. Therefore, it was absolutely worth pursuing. Chapter 123, Double Level Up. Boom! A fireball several meters wide slammed down, blasting over a dozen snow dwarves into the air. Those on the periphery were hurled even farther, suffering severe injuries. The one casting this fireball spell from afar was a young man. After charging into the battlefield, he had been coordinating with his teammates. The 3 of them, when their skills were available, focused on ranged attacks as their primary offense, unleashing ranged spells as if they were free. Just as the youth prepared to cast Fire Arrow, a sudden shout rang out. "Senior, let me assist you." The words barely left his mouth when a dark figure swiftly lunged toward one of the gravely wounded, dying snow dwarves. The startled youth's hand trembled, but his reflexes were lightning fast. At the instant the spell was cast, his hand shifted half an inch to the left. The ranged skill flew over the dark figure's head, striking the snow dwarves behind. Before they could react, they were obliterated. Only then did the young man and his 3 teammates focus their gaze. They saw a young man with a crew cut clutching 2 snow dwarves as he slit their throats. That buzz-cut youth was none other than Jiang Shao. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see me cast that skill just now? You're charging right into this? Don't you value your life? The young man was getting annoyed. If no one had been around, even accidental killing wouldn't have mattered. But with so many people present now, if they saw it, it would inevitably cause trouble. Thanks, senior. Jiang Shao faced the young man's anger with a simple, honest smile. We just wanted to lend a hand. Senior, do you need more hands? I can help you land the finishing blows. I'm a master at finishing blows. The young man and his 3 teammates froze in surprise. This guy's got some nerve. Before they could even speak, he was already trying to tag along. They could tell Jiang Xiao was a freshman on this training mission. They were all students of Yinglong Academy too, though a year ahead of Jiang Xiao. Before entering, their academy mentor had explicitly warned them, assisting freshmen in hunting orcs and beasts would result in credit deductions. School rules. Kill them yourselves. We won't take you along. Next time, be more careful. Don't just charge in recklessly. The young man said, his expression sour. Got it. Thanks, seniors. Jiang Xiao chuckled in agreement, pulled out the crystal cores from the two slain beasts, and immediately moved away from the area, continuing his advance in another direction. Such scenes soon played out in other directions as well. Many seniors who witnessed this couldn't help but shake their heads and smile wryly. They had to admire Yang Chen and his group for daring to snatch beasts and monsters like this. Most people didn't cause trouble for Yang Chen and his group. Only a few made snide remarks, while others didn't even glance their way. As large numbers of beast masters arrived to suppress the chaos, the tide of battle gradually turned. Terrified by the slaughter, the orcs and beasts held out for 2 hours before turning tail and fleeing. The sight of tens of thousands of orcs and beasts fleeing en masse was truly spectacular. Hu Ba and the other instructors did not pursue them, instead ordering all trainees to clean up the battlefield. If possible, they didn't wish to exterminate every last beastman and magical beast. After all, these creatures had been brought back from the alternate dimension battlefield. Exterminating them all would be too dangerous. Yang Chen's 4-person squad also refrained from pursuit. After all, if the main force wasn't chasing them, wouldn't chasing them be tantamount to suicide? Moreover, Yang Chen's squad had fought for nearly 5 or 6 hours straight. Though they'd had brief respites, the exhaustion was palpable. Nevertheless, their haul from this expedition proved exceptionally rich. Crystal cores alone numbered over 500. They'd hit the jackpot. Each backpack was stuffed to the brim. At that moment, Yang Chen and his companions found a spot to settle down, started a fire, and began cooking their meal. Jiang Xiao and the others chatted and laughed as they relaxed. This expedition had been arduous, but the rewards were immense. After exchanging a few words with the others, Yang Chen stepped aside to rest. Closing his eyes, he opened his character template. Character, Yang Chen. Beastmaster power, 398. Class, Offensive Beastmaster. Level, Junior Beastmaster 5-star experience, 3180. Attack, 18 plus 57. Defense, 18 plus 57. Agility, 18 plus 57. Spirit, 300 plus 94. Talent coins, 413. Talent, Mythic Bloodline Awakening, grants the ability to randomly alter a beast's bloodline once, elevating its quality to legendary or higher. No level restrictions apply. Cannot be used on non-host beasts. Bloodline cannot be upgraded. Cannot alter the same beast's bloodline a second time. Skill, Golden Battlefront Resolve LV.5 EXP, 3180, consumes 180 spirit to boost attack, defense, and agility by 50% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The percentage boost increases with skill level. Yang Chen scanned the list from top to bottom, his brow slightly furrowed. He felt a bit dissatisfied. Only 2 levels gained? They'd been busting their asses for so long. 5 or 6 hours for just 2 levels. However, when Yang Chen saw the talent coins, his mood lifted somewhat. This was the first time he possessed so many talent coins, over 400. He wondered how much this could enhance the bloodline of the magpie. Of course, Yang Chen's greatest gain wasn't just that, there was also skill upgrades. His 3 core attributes had jumped by a full 50%. That was almost absurdly powerful. Consider that normally, leveling up only granted him a 10-point increase in each primary attribute. A 50% boost meant his attributes could surge by nearly 30 points, equivalent to advancing 3 levels. Facing a Beastmaster 3 levels above him, Yang Chen now possessed the strength to fight. After closing his interface, Yang Chen immediately opened the system shop and used all his talent coins to purchase Beastmaster bloodline fragments. 10 talent coins per bloodline fragment. Yang Chen possessed 413 coins in total, allowing him to purchase 41 bloodline fragments. His talent coins instantly dwindled to just 3. Ding! Host, do you wish to use the Vermilion Bird bloodline fragment on the Parrot? If not used, the fragment will be sent to the system warehouse. Use. Use all. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chen made his decision. Ding! Host has used 1 Vermilion Bird bloodline fragment on the Parrot, successfully increasing its bloodline by 1%. With a series of chimes, the Manhwa Bird's bloodline continued to rise. After 6 uses, the Vermilion Bird bloodline surpassed 20%. Beyond 20%, however, required 3 bloodline fragments to advance. Finally, the Manhwa Bird underwent 9 more enhancements, halting only when its Vermilion Bird bloodline reached 29%. Only 2 Vermilion Bird bloodline fragments remained. Chapter 124, The Eyecatcher. Beast-taming, Parrot Magpie. Quality, Mythical. Bloodline, Vermilion Bird bloodline 29%. Role, Support. Level, Tier 1, 5-star experience, 3180. Attack, 93. Defense, 88. Agility, 188. Spirit, 830. Active skill, golden support skill sink or swim level 5 experience, 92-280, consumes 220 spirit power to cast on a designated target, trapping all creatures within a 14-meter radius in a sinking ground. Increases the target's attack, defense, and agility by 50%, while reducing attack, defense, and agility by 52% for all other creatures within range. Skill percentage bonuses scale with level. Passive skill, Golden Enhanced Beast Control LV5 Experience, 3180, upon entering combat, boosts all aspects of beast control by 40%. The percentage increase can be enhanced by raising the skill level. Yang Chen compared himself to the magpie once more. With the passive 40% stat boost factored in, the magpie's 3 core attributes surpassed his own across the board. Especially its attack power nearly double his own. But what truly astonished Yang Chen was Magpie's skill, sink or swim. Its range had increased by 2 meters, its power by 50%, and it weakened enemy attributes by 52%. This was downright insane. This wasn't just a simple 100% increase and decrease. Assuming both Yang Chen and his enemy had 100 attack power, once this skill was activated, Yang Chen's attack would surge to 150 points, while the enemy's would be reduced to a mere 48 points. Yang Chen's attack power could triple that of his opponent. In other words, if Yang Chen keeps leveling up this skill, even an intermediate Beastmaster might not stand a chance against him. Leveling up might be slow, but the rate of getting stronger is incredibly fast. Yang Chen felt immensely satisfied. This is the advantage of a mythic tier Beastmaster. And the sheer absurdity of mythic tier beast tamers. Moreover, this absurd effect becomes increasingly pronounced as Magpie's level and skill rank rise. Yang Chen, what are you grinning about? Jiang Shao suddenly noticed Yang Chen grinning like an idiot beside him and couldn't help but ask curiously. Just thinking about something fun, Yang Chen suppressed his excitement and asked with a smile, how did your upgrades go this time? All 5 stars now, right? I'm at 5 stars. This leveling up is still a bit slow. Ouyang Lanlan smacked her lips, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. This is pretty impressive. Just a few hours in, and I've already leveled up twice. If others found out, they'd probably be green with envy. Xin Ke smiled gently. Exactly. If only we could have luck like this every day. Jiang Shao chimed in enthusiastically, passing Yang Chen a can of fish while asking, Yang Chen, wanna grab a bite? Sure. Yang Chen took the can, already warmed by the heat, its fishy aroma wafting out. Shortly after finishing their meal, the Academy's second wave of mentors entered the battlefield. Most of these instructors were mentors to the new students, here to locate their charges. This time, the new student trials had suffered heavy losses. The exact number of casualties remained unknown. Consequently, every mentor wore a look of deep concern. If the losses proved too severe, it would impact their future participation in the national competition for new beast tamers across all academies. Huba, the liaison officer, scanned the crowd of mentors and asked, who is the mentor for Class 7? The others looked puzzled. Had Class 7 suffered heavy losses? As far as they knew, 2 students from Class 7 had already escaped, leaving only 2 out of 8 remaining. Could the rest have been wiped out? Hee-jun stepped forward nervously. I am. Mentor Hee-jun? Huba gave Hee-jun an approving look and said, your students are outstanding. Yang Chen's squad from your class performed exceptionally well during this wave of orcs and beasts. For assisting us in hunting magical beasts and orcs, I have already reported this to the Academy. This time, they should be rewarded. Instructor Hee-jun, thank you for cultivating such outstanding students for the human race. Hee-jun froze upon hearing this, then hurriedly asked, Teacher Hu, did Yang Chen's team suffer any casualties? Hee-jun had a vivid impression of the 4 members of Yang Chen's team, especially Yang Chen himself, who was under close observation by the Academy. No casualties. Huba's lips curved into a meaningful smile as he added, moreover, they turned misfortune into fortune and gained quite a lot. At this remark, the surrounding instructors erupted into a buzz of astonishment. Their own student squads were still uncertain of their losses. Yet Yang Chen's 4-member squad from Class 7 had not only assisted the Academy in fending off the beast tide but returned unscathed? It was utterly unbelievable. And they'd receive rewards from the Academy. It was a stark reminder that comparison only deepens the sting of loss. It was easy to imagine that Class 7 would steal the spotlight this time around. Teacher He, congratulations! You've trained such remarkable beast masters. They dared to fight in the beast tide at just the first rank. Their future achievements will be boundless. Teacher He, I never expected you to be so low-key yet make such a stunning breakthrough. The other instructors showered him with flattery and envy. If any of their students earned Academy rewards during this beast tide, it would truly be a source of pride. Hearing that Yang Chen's team had emerged unscathed and witnessing his colleagues' envy, Hee-jun felt like he could burst with pride. It's all thanks to their own hard work. It has little to do with me. Hee-jun responded to her colleagues with a beaming smile, her lips stretched into a grin that nearly reached her ears. It was clear Hee-jun was in an excellent mood. After chatting for a while, guided by Huba, Hee-jun spotted Yang Chen's 4-person team. She excused herself and hurried over to Yang Chen and his companions. Scrutinizing them from head to toe, she asked with concern, "Are you all okay?" "Teacher, we're fine." Yang Chen shook his head slightly. "Teacher, look at us, we're in great shape. If we ever get another beast tied, we're ready to fight." Jiang Shao scratched his head with a silly grin, his loud outburst drawing curious glances from nearby onlookers. Jun rolled her eyes and snapped, "You're such a show-off. If we ever face something like this again, don't put yourselves in danger." Jiang Shao gave an awkward smile and hung his head in embarrassment. Jun said nothing more, turning her gaze to Yang Chen instead. "What happened with you guys this time? I heard from Teacher Hubba that he's going to apply for commendations for you guys from the school. Did you help them hunt down monsters and beastmen?" Jun was genuinely curious about this. Though Yang Chen and his group had worked hard, they were still only novice beast tamers. Their ranks weren't high. How had Yang Chen's team assisted Huba and the others in hunting orcs and beasts? Chapter 125, Departing the Artificial Wormhole. "That's right, we hunted down several hundred of them. Each of us took down over 100. Jiang Shao said cheerfully. "How did you manage to hunt them?" Jun asked curiously. After all, Yang Chen's 4-person squad was significantly lower in level than the Snow Maidens, Snow Wolves, and Snow Dwarves. Achieving all this couldn't have been easy. So Jiang Shao recounted the entire process of how they hunted the orcs and magical beasts, telling the story exactly as it happened. When Jun heard how Yang Chen and Jiang Shao had begun hunting independently using flying magical beasts, her eyes lit up. Jun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. These 4 young people possessed both wisdom and strength. If they could mature without meeting untimely ends, their futures would undoubtedly be limitless. Still, Jun cautioned, you should avoid such reckless ventures in the future. The battlefield changes in the blink of an eye. Many talented beast tamers perished before they could truly grow. I don't want the same fate for you. Survival is your fundamental priority. Alright, continue. Hearing this, Yang Chen and the others felt a warm glow in their hearts. Though Jun was usually strict with them, she was still quite kind. Jiang Shao proceeded to recount the subsequent encounter with Huba. Jun paused, her brow furrowing slightly. She cautioned, remember, you must never let anyone else in the academy know about this incident. Otherwise, you'll find yourselves in trouble. The academy strictly forbade instructors from assisting students in hunting magical beasts or beastmen. While it could accelerate a student's leveling, the impact on their combat effectiveness was uncertain. Thus, most academies explicitly banned it. We're well aware of that rule and won't spread rumors, Yang Chen replied. Besides, we only skirted the line, we didn't actually have our instructors assist us directly. Jun nodded. While it was technically skirting the rules rather than outright assistance, if word got out and someone tried to make an issue of it, trouble could still arise. Looks like you guys got lucky, Jun remarked with a smile. While this was a disaster for other trainees, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise for you. Teacher, that's nothing. There's more. Jiang Shao grinned as he added, recounting in detail how they'd snatched orcs and beasts from other senior mentors' hands. Jun's expression darkened with every word. She could tell now that these students of hers were anything but well behaved. To actually snatch beasts and magical creatures for hunting like that. Their nerve was truly astonishing. Especially when Jiang Shao mentioned how he'd narrowly avoided being hit by his senior's skills multiple times, recounting the perilous details. Jun's lips twitched uncontrollably at the tale. These youngsters truly had the audacity of a newborn calf fearing no tigers. The young are truly formidable. Enough, that's enough. You mustn't act like this in the future. Jun quickly cut them off. I know beast masters have to compete and fight for opportunities, but this was far too reckless. We'll be more careful next time, Jiang Shao said sheepishly. We've gained experience now, so it won't be so dangerous next time. Jun couldn't help but hold her forehead. These kids actually wanted a next time. Alright, that's enough. Exhausted of scolding them, Jun said, the exit of the artificial wormhole has been cleared. You should head back immediately. Yang Chen and the others had also rested sufficiently. The subsequent events held little relevance to them, and lingering would serve no purpose, so they prepared to depart. Before departing, Yang Chen paused and asked, "Oh, teacher, how did our class fare? I heard many classmates died on the battlefield." Jun's expression darkened as she replied, "Our class's Yang Yuan team suffered heavy casualties. Only Yang Yuan survived. The entire Yang Yuan squad is dead? Only Yang Yuan survived?" Yang Chen was somewhat surprised. That guy sure had some luck. "Oh, right, teacher, I heard that Yi Zhan and the others from the elite recruitment class were also ambushed by orcs and beasts. How are they?" Yang Chen asked again. Only Yi Zhan survived. His entire team perished. Jun said with a hint of emotion. They were the elite recruitment class squad. The losses were devastating. Therefore, I hope you won't take unnecessary risks until you've grown stronger. Understood, teacher. We'll keep that in mind, Yang Chen nodded calmly. Immediately, Yang Chen's 4-person squad bid farewell to Jun and headed toward the exit. Not long after stepping outside, Ouyang Lanlan gasped in surprise. Yang Chen, didn't you say you threw Yi Zhan into the horde of beasts and monsters? How is he still alive? Jiang Shao was equally perplexed. I saw Yizhan fall into that horde of beasts and monsters with my own eyes. I never imagined the guy would be so lucky to survive. Yang Chen was equally astonished. He hadn't anticipated Yizhan surviving either. In his view, given the circumstances, Yizhan simply couldn't have survived. Even if he hadn't been torn apart by the beasts and monsters, he would have been crushed to death. And Yizhan's beast wasn't a flying mount. Yang Chen couldn't fathom how Yizhan had survived. Regardless, we've settled a score with Yizhan. Yang Chen declared solemnly. This is a blood feud. If any of us encounter Yizhan in the future, be extremely cautious. Understood. Jiang Shao and the other two looked solemn. They knew full well that once they left this place, they wouldn't be able to kill Yizhan so openly. Yizhan certainly wouldn't let them off easily either. Alright, no need to be so tense. Yizhan is a defeated foe. If he dares cause trouble outside, we have nothing to fear. Just take him out. Yang Chen offered a reassuring smile. His earlier warning had been to keep everyone vigilant, not out of fear of Yizhan. Jiang Shao and the others relaxed slightly, nodding in agreement. Without another word, they approached the exit's glowing halo and swiftly exited the artificial wormhole. The moment they stepped into the real world, a wave of heat hit them. Although the Academy had installed an isolation gate at the artificial wormhole's exit to mitigate the drastic temperature difference between the wormhole and the real world. However, the snowy plains maintained temperatures several degrees below freezing, so some disparity was inevitable. The air outside is so much better. This air is truly refreshing. Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh. It's nothing like the gloomy atmosphere inside. It's fine for me. I'm practically melting here. Let's go change clothes outside right away. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Shao a disapproving look. They were still bundled up in thick cotton coats. Chapter 126, Academy Turmoil. After changing clothes, Yang Chen and the others retrieved their phones from the storage area. Then, the four parted ways, each heading back to their dorms to rest properly before anything else. Due to the orcs and beasts storming the exit, the Academy had temporarily suspended classes. Survivors were instructed to return to their dorms and await further notice. After Yang Chen and Jiang Shao bid farewell to Ouyang Lanlan and the others, Yang Chen couldn't wait to turn on his phone. Before entering the artificial wormhole, he had promised Zhang Shuer that he would message her the moment he emerged. The moment Yang Chen unlocked his phone, a WeChat message popped up sent by Zhang Shuer. Yang Chen, our academy is also organizing an artificial wormhole training session. We'll be inside for a month. Don't be disappointed when you come out. Several other messages were also omitted. Yang Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Since arriving at Yinglong Academy, he'd grown accustomed to video or voice calls with Zhang Shuer daily. Having gone over 10 days without contact, he did miss her somewhat. But then he reminded himself that their studies came first now, and he understood. Just then, another message popped up. Little Chen, since you'll be gone so long, I hope you won't miss me too much. Here's a little reward for you. Image message. Curious, Yang Chen tapped the message to open the chat window. One by one, Zhang Shuer's sexy photos appeared on the phone screen. In the photos, Zhang Shuer wore a snow-white blouse that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure. Below, a form-fitting mini skirt hugged her shapely legs, complemented by black stockings adorned with letters. Her beautiful face tilted upward at a 45-degree angle, wearing a look of playful arrogance, like a queen. Holy! Yang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Shuer had always been conservative before either in school uniforms or long dresses and pants. She rarely dressed like this. He never imagined the usually pure Zhang Shuer could have such a side to her. It was a huge contrast. What made Yang Chen blush the most, however, was the text beneath it. Little Chen, surrender at your sister's feet. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Yang Chen's face flushed crimson as he couldn't help but wonder if Shushu had picked up some bad habits after moving to the capital. Jiang Shao, standing nearby, had long noticed Yang Chen's unusual state. Seeing his face flush crimson, he leaned closer and asked, Hey, Yang, what are you looking at? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Yang Chen quickly stashed his phone away, his expression unchanged as he replied, Nothing. Just felt a bit hot earlier. Are you sure? Jiang Shao eyed Yang Chen suspiciously. After a moment's thought, his eyes suddenly lit up. Holy crap, Yang, is there a new movie out? Share it with us. Share it. Where's the link? Yang Chen rolled his eyes at Jiang Shao. I don't watch that stuff, and you'd be better off watching less too. You should find yourself a proper girlfriend. I think Shin Ku is pretty great, gentle, understanding, and really considerate. Don't play innocent. Last time you went to the bathroom, you asked me for it, and I gave it to you. You can't just forget about me once you get something good. Give me your phone now. I promise I won't share it with anyone. Jiang Shao lunged to grab Yang Chen's phone. Yang Chen wasn't about to let him have it and quickly ran away. The two chased each other all the way back to the dorm. Finally, Jiang Shao cornered Yang Chen at the dorm entrance and pleaded, Hey Yang, we're brothers in arms here. Don't be like this. Come on, share it with me. I really don't have anything. Yang Chen was at a loss for words. It was Shu Shu who sent me the photos. What kind of photos? Jiang Shao pressed. The kind you shouldn't see. Yang Chen replied. Jiang Shao froze for 3 seconds before his face twisted in agony. Fine. Everyone else watches videos, but you go and fall for the real person. Bye. With that, Jiang Shao pulled out her keys and unlocked the dorm room door. Su Qi and the others hadn't returned yet. The dorm room was empty, not much different from when they'd left for the artificial wormhole. Looks like Su Qi and the others haven't returned to the real world yet. Wonder how they're doing in there, Jiang Shao muttered gloomily. He'd gotten along quite well with Su Qi and the others during this time, so he couldn't help but worry about them. They'll be fine. Who knows, maybe they're already on their way out. Let's just get some rest. By tonight, they might be back. Yang Chen said with a smile. True. I'll go take a shower first. Jiang Shao nodded, grabbed a change of clothes, and headed for the bathroom. Their 4-person dorm had only one bathroom, so Yang Chen would have to wait until Jiang Shao finished. Yang Chen sat at the desk beneath his bunk, unlocked his phone, and began searching for news about North City. All this time, Yang Chen hadn't forgotten that Li Susu was still trapped in Beichen's alternate dimension battlefield, her fate unknown. Before he could even begin his search, news alerts kept popping up. Yinglong Academy, hailed as the 5th-ranked academy in the Dragon Nation, faces an artificial wormhole crisis threatening reality. Does Yinglong Academy, as the flagship of first-tier institutions, truly live up to its reputation? Yinglong Academy must provide an explanation to the Dragon Nation. Rumors suggest numerous Yuki Ana and Beastmen escaped from Yinglong Academy's artificial wormhole and have infiltrated the human world. Citizens of Xingqing, please exercise caution when traveling. Yinglong Academy responds, this incident is now under control. Citizens of Dragon Nation, do not believe online rumors. Yang Chen opened his browser's newsfeed, where nearly every article discussed the recent assault on Yinglong Academy's artificial wormhole by beasts and magical creatures. Such events were of utmost concern to both beast masters and ordinary citizens, for it directly concerned their very survival. Therefore, Dragon Nation strictly prohibits the unauthorized creation of artificial wormholes outside designated special zones. Once an artificial wormhole appears, it triggers panic and creates a lot of unnecessary trouble. Yang Chen opened the timeline of the Yinglong Academy artificial wormhole incident. News first surfaced online 3 days prior, rapidly escalating within that brief span. Numerous netizens shared photos depicting beastmen and magical beasts suddenly storming into Yinglong Academy. Others even shared images or videos of snow women and snow dwarves discovered outside the academy grounds. Yinglong Academy responded directly, declaring the reports pure fabrication. However, this failed to satisfy netizens, and the situation only escalated. The public sentiment gradually shifted from initial calls for accountability to accusations that Yinglong Academy was all talk and no action, demanding its complete closure. Furthermore, netizens continuously exposed that the beast tamers trained by Yinglong Academy had a staggering 80% mortality rate on the alternate dimension battlefield, suggesting the academy's education was severely lacking. Online discourse gradually shifted away from the incident involving the beastmen and magical beasts breaching the exit point, focusing instead on whether Yinglong Academy should continue operating. The majority of netizens believed the academy was squandering resources meant for other institutions and should be shut down. Chapter 127, Yinglong Academy's response. Ding! At that moment, a notification sound rang out from Weixin. It was the private group chat created by Yang Chen's 4-person squad. Oh Yang Lan, have you guys seen the news? Oh my god, the entire internet is condemning our Yinglong Academy now. Oh Yang Lan, this is definitely someone trying to take down Yinglong Academy. Jiang Shao saw it. Is our academy going to shut down this time? Jiang Shao, I've only been here a month. Crying emoji. Oh Yang Lan, this is terrifying. While it's true that the orcs and beasts breached the exit, causing some to escape, the majority were neutralized within the academy grounds. None made it outside. Shinko, I just saw on the campus forum that some orcs and beasts seem to have escaped from the academy. Then Shinko posted a picture. Yang Chen hurriedly clicked it open a news photo. It showed that on the very first day of the orcs and beasts breaching the exit, a highly intelligent snow woman had led a group of orcs and beasts out, catching the instructors guarding the academy's entrance off guard. Moreover, that snow woman had employed a diversion tactic, using some snow women, snow dwarves, and snow wolves to distract the instructors' attention. Meanwhile, the snow maiden herself led a portion of the beasts and monsters to escape the academy. Finally, she vanished from Yinglong Academy. Currently, there have been no reports of those orcs and beasts reappearing. Moreover, this news has been completely suppressed. Even on the campus network, posts made by students on the day of the incident were promptly deleted. Additionally, the news report included a photograph of the snow woman. Yang Chen recognized the snow woman instantly. Wasn't that the pregnant snow woman they had encountered? Yang Chen scrutinized the image closely and was startled to discover that, in the instant the snow woman turned her head, a tiny white head was visible nestled in her embrace. Did she give birth to the child in her womb? Yang Chen was utterly astonished. While Yang Chen was lost in thought, the small group chat erupted. Clearly, Jiang Xiao and the others had also recognized this snow maiden. Jiang Xiao, holy crap, isn't this the pregnant snow woman we encountered? Jiang Xiao, online rumors say she was the ringleader. She really is something else. Seeing Jiang Xiao's flurry of messages, Yang Chen rolled his eyes repeatedly before composing a reply. Yang Chen, aren't you supposed to be showering? How come you're still on your phone? Jiang Xiao, embarrassed emoji, I haven't even taken my clothes off yet. Ouyang Lan Lan, that snow maiden must be hiding now. If she really is super smart, what if she surfaces later? Won't our Yinglong Academy get blamed? Ouyang Lan Lan, all fingers are pointing at Yinglong Academy. People keep exposing how our beast tamers have abysmal combat skills and an 80% plus mortality rate. It's clear from the text that Ouyang Lan Lan is deeply concerned. Xin Ku, don't listen to their nonsense. I've reviewed their reports and data. While Yinglong Academy is compared to the 4 major academies, the majority of beast tamers entering the battlefield are trained by Yinglong Academy. Of course the death rate is high. Xin Ku, the 4 major academies send fewer and fewer students into the alternate dimension battlefields each year. Take this year, for example, they graduated 1,000 beast masters, but only 100 entered the battlefield, all of whom were killed. Even their death rate is only 10%. Ouyang Lan Lan, someone is definitely trying to smear our Yinglong Academy. Jiang Xiao, so, could our Yinglong Academy really be shut down? Xin Ku, probably not. It won't be that easy. It'll just be a hassle. Ouyang Lan Lan. Jiang Xiao, sigh. Yang Chen, stop sighing. What good does sighing do? We can't change anything. Everyone, get some rest early. Yinglong Academy is the top-tier academy, backed by the Dragon Nation. It won't fall so easily. Yang Chen, and you, Jiang Xiao, go take a shower. Jiang Xiao, Yang, don't you feel like we're a jinx? When we were in North City, the entire city got overrun by beasts and monsters. Now we're at Yinglong Academy, and in just over a month, it's almost shutting down. Are we some kind of curse? Yang Chen. Xin Ku. Ouyang Lan Lan, read my lips get lost. After Jiang Xiao said that, everyone lost interest in discussing it further. Jiang Xiao truly is the conversation killer. Yang Chen shook his head with a smile and opened his browser again, searching for news about North City. The buzz around North City lasted about half a month. After the wormhole there was sealed, the news coverage gradually died down. While some reports still surfaced, most covered post-sealing rescue operations, defensive fortifications erected around the wormhole perimeter, and volunteer efforts to recover remains. There was no indication that North City would be reopened anytime soon. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly, hoping Li Susu was safe. Over the next 3 days, Yang Chen's 4-person squad rested while the students who had been training inside the artificial wormhole gradually returned. This time, the losses among the new students undergoing trials at Yinglong Academy were devastating. The death rate reached 50%. In response, Yinglong Academy prepared to hold a memorial service, inviting every media outlet in Star City. Early that morning, Yang Chen's 4-person squad also participated in the memorial service, paying tribute to their fallen classmates who had fought for the human race. One by one, the Academy's leaders delivered speeches. Finally, Vice Principal Chen Xiangshan took the stage. Chen Xiangshan expressed profound sorrow for the students lost in the recent orc and magical beast assault on Yinglong Academy, followed by a stirring speech. Though many of my students fell on the battlefield this time, I am proud of them. The beast tamers of Yinglong Academy should take them as our example. To fight for the human race I am ready. After pausing briefly, Chen Xiangshan continued, furthermore, regarding the widespread online criticism that our academy's methods for training beast masters are flawed, that our graduates face alarmingly high mortality rates upon entering the alternate dimension battlefields. I acknowledge this point. However, I also possess comparative data between our Yinglong Academy and the 4 major academies. Each year, 80 to 90% of our academy's graduates choose to enter the transdimensional battlefield. In contrast, the 4 major academies average only 20 to 30% of their graduates entering the transdimensional battlefield annually, and this figure continues to decline. Therefore, in terms of the total number of beast masters entering the transdimensional battlefield each year, there is a significant disparity between us and the 4 great academies. With fewer graduates from the 4 great academies entering the battlefield, their overall mortality rate is naturally lower. Our Yinglong Academy sends more graduates into the interdimensional battlefield, resulting in a higher overall mortality rate. As Vice Dean of Yinglong Academy, I have no regrets about this. I take pride in our academy's instructors. For they have nurtured so many beastmasters willing to fight for humanity. At the same time, I take pride in our fallen graduates who perished on the battlefield, for they upheld the backbone of Yinglong Academy. Chapter 128, Attitude. These words immediately sparked an uproar. The entire academy's students were stunned. They had been completely unaware of these matters. They had assumed that after graduation, most beastmasters would head to the battlefield, with only a small fraction remaining in the real world. After all, some beastmasters remained in the real world partly to prevent renegade beastmasters from causing chaos, and partly to defend against potential wormholes that might appear unexpectedly. Such beastmasters likely constituted about 1/3 of the total beastmaster population, particularly those in the inspection department, who were mostly beastmasters with lower beastmaster power. The top-ranked beastmaster academies, like the 4 great academies and Yinglong Academy, are filled with prodigies. They are the main force on the battlefield. But now, Yinglong Academy's Dean Chen Xiangshan has revealed something astonishing. The combined number of beasts tamers from the 4 great academies entering the alternate dimension battlefield is actually fewer than those graduating from Yinglong Academy. This is utterly absurd. Dean Chen, are the statements you've made factual? Dean Chen, are you presenting these figures as a way to evade the current online debate about whether Yinglong Academy should engage in self-reflection? Dean Chen, I believe you may be sidestepping the core issue here. This is deflecting the conflict. What everyone is questioning now is Yinglong Academy's teaching capability in cultivating beast masters, not how many beast masters graduate and go to the battlefield. The assembled media interviewers erupted in a clamor, jostling to pose their questions. Many even attempted to steer the conversation away from the core issue. Chen Xiangshan smiled calmly. Everyone, please remain patient. I will address each question in turn. First, regarding the first question, I guarantee on behalf of Yinglong Academy that the data I presented is absolutely accurate. Furthermore, official data will be released shortly. This is beyond dispute. Second, regarding the second question and subsequent inquiries about whether I'm evading the issue or shifting blame, I can assure you with full responsibility. I am not evading them, but confronting them head-on. Our Yinglong Academy is a first-class institution, and the students we cultivate have taken on the responsibility of being the main force of beast masters on the interdimensional battlefield. Is this not the best proof of our academy's educational success? Our graduates possess responsibility, integrity, and the courage to fight for humanity, viewing death as nothing. If this isn't successful teaching, then what is? This is what a true beastmaster should be. Chen Xiangshan's voice boomed across the entire field, resonating with unwavering conviction. Many students felt a surge of pride. The interviewers with ulterior motives were rendered speechless by Chen Xiangshan's words. Moreover, this interview was being broadcast live across the entire Dragon Nation. As soon as Yinglong Academy announced the event, countless netizens flooded the livestream. Now, hearing Chen Xiangshan speak on behalf of Yinglong Academy, the entire livestream exploded. Immovable mountain, holy, if Dean Chen's telling the truth, no wonder Yinglong Academy's beast tamers have such high mortality rates. Most of them are ING sent to the front lines. Of course the death toll's gonna be high. Light of righteousness, damn it, were those mortality comparison charts released earlier from the 4 great academies? The reason their graduates have such low death rates is because fewer of them go to war. Even if they all died on the battlefield, the data wouldn't show it. Master Detective, I smell a conspiracy here. There's only one truth, Yinglong Academy is being targeted. Troll, I'm skeptical. Why didn't they release this data earlier? Now they're bringing it up. Is this just a distraction? Regardless, Yinglong Academy caused this massive incident. They should take responsibility. The live chat erupted in chaos. Many viewers were stunned, while a significant portion voiced skepticism. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, within the largest conference room of Qingting Academy, the vice presidents of the 4 top-tier academies had gathered in the conference room, watching the livestream. Has Yinglong Academy lost its mind? They're blatantly lying. While most of our academy's beast tamers didn't go to the alternate dimension battlefield, they remained in the real world. Many joined the Ministry of Integrity and the Inspection Bureau. Isn't that a testament to our 4 academies' contributions? Lin Yuan, vice dean of Qingting Academy, slammed his fist on the table in fury. Yinglong Academy is openly defying us. Aren't they just fighting over that little bit of teaching funding? They've thrown all dignity to the wind. The vice deans of the other 3 academies were equally furious. We must confront Yinglong Academy about this. This is slander. Does fighting for humanity only mean going to the alternate dimension battlefield? Exactly. Our graduates are all beast masters with over 400 beast power, the future pillars of humanity. They aren't cannon fodder. The deans of the other 3 academies voiced their objections one after another. Meanwhile, on the Yinglong Academy grounds, Chen Xiangshan continued his address, responding to key questions from the interviewer. Now delivering his closing remarks, Chen Xiangshan declared, as for why certain online voices are exploiting this incident to target our Yinglong Academy, our investigation has uncovered the truth. It was deliberate rumor mongering. I won't name names. Additionally, before concluding my remarks, there is another matter I wish to announce here. Last year, our Yinglong Academy submitted an application to become the 5th superclass academy in Dragon Nation, but it was strongly opposed by the 4 major academies. Therefore, through discussions with the 4 major academies, we reached an agreement. If Yinglong Academy secures first place in this year's National New Student Beastmaster competition and represents Dragon Nation in the world-level tournament, they will support our application. Here, on behalf of Yinglong Academy alone, I reiterate, should Yinglong Academy fail to win the national freshman competition this time, we will close the academy as everyone expects. This declaration will be jointly released by the academy and official authorities. This also serves as our response to the online allegations questioning the educational quality of Yinglong Academy. Thank you all. With that, Chen Xiangshan bowed and stepped down from the podium. Both the students of Yinglong Academy and the interviewers were stunned by Chen Xiangshan's words. Especially the students. The dean's speech was nothing short of earth-shattering. Unbelievable. Only when Chen Xiangshan turned and walked off the podium did they snap back to reality, and thunderous applause erupted across the entire field. Chapter 129, A New Battlefield. Dean Chen is declaring war on the 4 major academies. If Yinglong Academy doesn't take first place this year, it'll probably blow up. But fair Dean Chen is seriously awesome. Students across the entire field buzzed with discussion. Most felt immense pride. Dean Chen was truly unyielding. Yet many others felt a sense of foreboding. After all, Yinglong Academy had never achieved top honors in past national competitions. At best, they'd managed second place. Meanwhile, the media interviewers' livestreams were going wild. Ha! Yinglong Academy has lost its mind, daring to go head-to-head with the 4 great academies. Yinglong Academy is decent, but let's be honest, they've never won a championship in any previous national tournament. Yinglong Academy might be in for a rough ride this time. Hold up, everyone. Haven't you noticed something? Dean Chen's speech was practically dripping with rivalry toward the 4 great academies. Doesn't that seem off? I see it too. Could it be that the 4 great academies are secretly stoking the fire behind this whole Yinglong Academy controversy? That's probably it. Didn't you hear Dean Chen mention that the Academy of Dragon's Breath sought preferential resource allocation, only to have its application for Superclass Academy status rejected? This rivalry probably started long ago. The recent Beastman and Magical Beast incident is just the spark that ignited it. Yinglong Academy is now daring to make bold statements and bring the conflict out into the open. Looks like they've got some real backing. This year's National Freshman Beastmaster Tournament is going to be spectacular. Can't wait. Netizens buzzed with speculation, sensing the palpable tension between Yinglong Academy and the 4 major academies even through their screens. Kyoto, within the conference room of Qingting Academy. Ha! Has Chen Xiangshan lost his mind? He actually said they'll take first place in this national competition? Oof. We were planning to force them to shut down their academy now, but look, they've practically handed us the ammunition themselves. Exactly. When the time comes, our 4 families will unite to suppress Yinglong Academy, ensuring they don't make it to the finals and humiliating them. Let's see how they clean this up. Lin Yuan and the others burst into laughter upon hearing Chen Xiangshan's voice echoing through the livestream. The conference room filled with a jubilant atmosphere. They had never held Yinglong Academy in high regard. Their current targeting of the academy stemmed solely from Yinglong Academy's attempt to siphon off their teaching resources. This was something they could not tolerate. Meanwhile, at Yinglong Academy, after the assembly on the playground dispersed, Yang Chen and the other 3 gathered together. What do you think? If Yinglong Academy really doesn't take first place this time, do you think they'll shut down? We just arrived this year, where would we go then? Jiang Xiao looked troubled. Don't worry. Yinglong Academy has made thorough preparations this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to declare war so openly. Qingke spoke softly. Honestly, I don't know what the 4 great academies and the 4 great guilds are thinking. They hold the most abundant resources, yet they refuse to contribute to the human race's frontline battles against the otherworldly dimension. Don't they realize that if the otherworldly creatures invade the real world, they too will face utter destruction? Those bastards are completely insane. Jiang Xiao fumed. These matters aren't within our control. Worrying about them won't help. Ouyang Lanlan finished, then seemed to recall something as she turned to Yang Chen. Oh, Yang Chen, Shu is at Qingting Academy. What if we face each other in the national competition? We might not even qualify for the national tournament. Yang Chen replied with a wry smile. That's true enough. Ouyang Lanlan nodded, not dwelling on it further. We've rested for 3 days now. Professor, he just mentioned that the academy is rewarding us with 100 credits for helping combat the orc and magical beast surge. Let's go check it out. We can exchange all our crystal cores for credits at the academy. This time we should be able to exchange over 300 credits. Combined with the academy's reward, that's over 400 credits. We'll be able to enter the artificial wormhole for another half month. Yang Chen nodded. This time we should aim for a level 1, 5-star artificial wormhole or higher. The academy has 2 such wormholes, the underground world and the flaming desert. Let's discuss where to go. Qingke pondered thoughtfully. The underground world is filled with caverns. Not only is it extremely dim, but the earthwalkers and wallwalkers there are renowned for their agility. They're very timid creatures. Once they sense defeat, they turn and flee. The caverns in the underground world are labyrinthine and complex, making it very difficult for us to successfully pursue and kill them. However, their skills are useful. They boost agility and defense. The orcs and beasts in the flaming desert are savage and warlike. Relatively speaking, they'd be easier for us to hunt down. I suggest we go to the flaming desert. AKO's analysis makes sense. Plus, I heard you need 4 crystal cores from the underground world to exchange for a single credit. Jiang Shao said, they're hard to kill, and the exchange rate is unfavorable. It's not worth our time. Then let's head to the flaming desert. Yang Chen nodded and turned to Ouyang Lanlan. What do you think? I have no objections. Ouyang Lanlan replied indifferently. Alright, it's settled then. Lanlan will handle exchanging credits for the team, while the 3 of us split up to procure supplies. We still have some medicine left over from last time. This time, we'll just buy some burn treatment supplies. Also, we need to stock up on food and water. Yang Chen thought for a moment and said, I'll get the water, Ake will get the food, and Jiang Shao will get the medicine. Then we'll all meet at the entrance to the flaming desert. After agreeing on the plan, the 4 split up. They handed all their student cards to Ouyang Lanlan to exchange for credits. About an hour later, Yang Chen arrived at the entrance with enough water for all 4 of them for 20 days. Ouyang Lanlan and the others had already arrived. This time, Ouyang Lanlan had exchanged a total of 355 credits. Combined with the school's bonus of 100 credits and their daily credits earned at school, the 4-person team's credits reached 890. Entering the artificial wormhole cost 3 credits per hour, meaning they could now access it for over 290 hours. That equated to 12 days and a few extra hours. Xin Ku and Jiang Shao had also prepared their medicine and food. After everyone double-checked to ensure nothing was left behind, they prepared to enter the artificial wormhole. Is everyone ready? Prepare to enter a new battlefield. Yang Chen rallied the team. Chapter 130, Trapped. Come on, hurry up and get in. My blade is itching for action. Jiang Shao urged impatiently. Yang Chen arrived at the entrance, where 2 beast tamers, 1 man and 1 woman stood chatting idly. Entering the artificial mountain worm cave? The red-haired female beast tamer noticed Yang Chen and his group approaching and spoke up, present your student cards. Right away. Yang Chen produced all the student cards he had prepared earlier. The red-haired instructor swiped their cards through the machine. You've only just become 5-star novice beast masters? The red-haired instructor frowned slightly. I suggest you avoid the flaming desert for now. At this stage, you'd be better off heading to the 4-star level 1 jungle wormhole instead. Yang Chen froze, puzzled. What's the difference? First, the flame giants in the flaming desert are extremely aggressive. Their skills are ferocious beyond belief. Once they activate them, they won't stop until one side is destroyed. As newly minted 5-star junior beast tamers, your combat experience is likely insufficient. You'd be at a disadvantage. The red-haired instructor explained. Second, at your current level, hunting level 1, for star magical beasts and beastmen in the jungle wormhole will yield greater rewards. It's simpler and easier for you to level up. Your advice is sound, Yang Chen nodded thoughtfully. So, have you decided to choose the jungle wormhole? The red-haired instructor offered a gentle smile, preparing to return Yang Chen's student card. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. Thank you, teacher, but we still plan to go to the flaming desert. The experience there is a bit more substantial. The red-haired instructor's lips twitched slightly. So much for her advice. Why not? The red-haired instructor asked, puzzled. Over the years, she'd seen countless students make this choice. While the experience gains were slightly lower, the faster kill rate allowed for more efficient time utilization. Leveling up wasn't any slower. Because we're beast masters. We need combat. Yang Chen declared earnestly. The red-haired instructor pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling thoroughly outmaneuvered by Yang Chen. She gave up trying to persuade them. Go ahead and try it. Young people have that drive and determination. Only when you hit a wall will you truly understand the stakes. If you encounter danger inside, remember to fire a distress flare immediately to call for help. Understood. Yang Chen nodded. We're entering the 12 heavens. After recording their information, the red-haired instructor returned their student cards and said solemnly, fight for the human race. May you return victorious. Thank you. With that, Yang Chen headed confidently toward the artificial wormhole entrance. Having already experienced entering the wormhole once, the 4 didn't need further reminders from the instructor. The moment they stepped into the artificial wormhole, the red-haired instructor turned to the male instructor beside him and asked, Brother Lin, how long do you think it'll take before they get knocked out? A day at most? Instructor Lin shook his head with a smile. Within the flaming desert, the flame giants were exceptional beings, fiercely combative. Even when facing opponents of the same rank, whether 6-star or 7-star first tier, they weren't guaranteed to lose. Yang Chen and his group going in was undoubtedly courting disaster. That team leader kid earlier was quite interesting. I wonder if he'll still be so amusing when he gets beaten out, the red-haired instructor remarked with a grin. Mentioning this, the red-haired instructor seemed genuinely excited. It would be quite entertaining indeed. Oh, I should let Teacher Lu know. I'll be staying on duty. I want to wait for this amusing little fellow to emerge. The red-haired instructor pulled out her phone and sent a message to Teacher Lu, who was scheduled for tomorrow's shift. Meanwhile, at the artificial wormhole in the flaming desert. Whoosh! As a flash of light passed, Yang Chen's four-person squad reappeared before a desolate stretch of Gobi Desert. Rolling waves of heat washed over them. Holy crap! After being in the snowfields for so long, this sudden heat is brutal. This place is the complete opposite of the snowfields. Jiang Xiao had barely been here 2 minutes before sweat began beading on his forehead. The scorching sun felt like a giant fireball beating down on his head, instantly raising the temperature. It'll be better at night, there's a day-night cycle here. Let's go. We need to hurry. Yang Chen offered a reassuring smile. Jiang Xiao and the others nodded and immediately began advancing at full speed. Not long into their journey, an oasis appeared ahead, a small lake surrounded by over a dozen wooden huts. This was where the instructors of Yinglong Academy maintained their outpost. The four-person team led by Yang Chen didn't stop, continuing onward. Along the way, nothing but desert and Gobi stretched out before them. At first, everyone still had the energy to look around, but as they ventured deeper, only the howling wind and sand remained, and the journey gradually grew tedious. About an hour later, about 100 meters ahead, a swarm of golden giant snakes began to appear. Sand snakes. Prepare for battle. Yang Chen, leading the charge, bellowed the command. Finally, some beasts. This boredom is unbearable. Zhang Zhao's eyes flashed with battle intent. Within the flaming desert, 3 primary creatures roamed: the flame giants, the fire maidens, and the sand snakes. Following Yang Chen's shout, the 4 summoned their beasts in perfect unison. You bastard! The magpie erupted in furious screeches the moment it took flight, shrieking, "You promised to let me out to see the beautiful world outside, but the moment I'm free, we're thrown into another battlefield. You'd even deceive a beast. Are you even human?" Jiang Xiao and the others quickly backed away. Was Yang Chen's beast about to pick a fight with him? They used to envy Yang Chen for having such a formidable beastmaster like Magpie, but now it seems they've added another reason to their list of non-envy and self-comfort. Having a beast with too much intelligence isn't necessarily a good thing. Jiang Xiao felt a quiet satisfaction. This is precisely why I never pursued such intelligent beasts. They're just too damn high maintenance. Yang Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. Being yelled at like that by Magpie made him feel a bit guilty. Ever since leaving the snowfields, they'd been exhausted. After resting for 3 days, Yang Chen promptly forgot the promise he'd made to Magpie. My apologies. I promise I'll let you out after we leave this place. Yang Chen said apologetically. Do you have any idea how I've been these past 3 days? Inside the beast-taming space, it's nothing but black and white. I was going crazy. Beige exclaimed in utter despair. There were no pretty girls to look at, no delicious smells to savor. Ha! Something fragrant? Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Beige instinctively realized he'd nearly slipped up and quickly corrected himself. Look! There's a giant snake up ahead charging right at you. You idiot! Why are you looking at me? Look ahead! Chapter 131, Old Age will take you flying. Yang Chen snapped back to attention and scanned ahead. About 10 sand snakes lay coiled in the distance. Their massive bodies were nearly as thick as an adult's waist, their menacing forms radiating pure menace. These sand snakes possess the skill Fire Lotus, affecting a 10-meter radius for 30 seconds. Once engulfed by the flames, the fire cannot be extinguished without using a skill to purify it. But their skill has a fatal weakness: they can't move while channeling it. Yang Chen analyzed, therefore, we only need to provoke these sand snakes into unleashing their skill, and we can eliminate them all. These sand snakes are relatively easy to deal with. These sand snakes really are dumb snakes. Trapping themselves in place for 30 seconds? That's exactly what we need to do as we please. Jiang Xiao chuckled. They won't unleash their skills that easily. Unless cornered, they won't use them lightly. Plus, their defenses are incredibly high. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving look. Then what do we do? Are we just supposed to fight them head-on? These things are huge. Jiang Zhao's face instantly turned sour. What Yang Chen hadn't mentioned earlier was that the sand snakes also possessed formidable defense. Before Jiang Xiao could finish his sentence, Ba Ji's voice suddenly cut in from the side. What's so hard about that? Watch your old man give you a hand. Ba Ge let out a wild roar. Woo woo! Like a wolf's howl, it echoed for dozens of meters around. Holy crap! Isn't Ba Gu a parrot? Why is it howling like a wolf? What the hell is this? Jiang Xiao and the others felt utterly baffled. Yang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He'd told this guy before, parrots don't make that sound. That's a damn wolf howl. Holy! Look ahead, everyone! Those sand snakes are unleashing their skills. Holy, 8th Master is awesome! Jiang Xiao exclaimed. Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan turned to look at the sound. They saw the sand snakes ahead shivering one after another, as if sensing an extremely terrifying presence, all unleashing their skills. Flames licked forward as their bodies froze rigid in place. The flames shot skyward ahead. It must be said, the sand snake's skill had quite a wide damage radius. Even from nearly 10 meters away, they felt a wave of scorching heat wash over them. What does this mean? They unleashed their skills just because they saw Brother 8? Is the magpie that powerful? Ouyang Lanlan glanced at the fire-breathing sand snakes, then looked up at the magpie soaring overhead. It felt like she was dreaming. Chinka narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp gleam in his gaze as he watched the magpie soaring overhead, lost in thought. The magpie beamed with pride. What kind of bird is the 8th master? Don't you know yet? Yang Chen's face darkened. This dogged creature could really put on an act. As for how the magpie managed it, it was likely due to its bloodline, causing the sand snakes and others to sense danger. Could the magpie intimidate other beastmen and beasts? If so, they'd strike it rich. We'd be flying high. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. This needed testing to get the final answer. The immediate priority was dealing with those sand snakes. Cut the chatter. Unleash all your skills and eliminate these sand snakes immediately. Jiang Xiao, charge with me. Flank them from behind and take out every last one of these sand snakes. Lan Lan, you stay back and unleash your skills. I counted them earlier, 12 sand snakes total. That's 4 each. Remember to leave 4 alive, don't forget. With that, Yang Chen unleashed his skill, Battle Charge, while Beige seamlessly activated his Sink the Boat skill. 2 flashes of golden light erupted as they charged headlong toward the sand snakes ahead. Jiang Xiao wasn't about to be left behind, he charged forward too. The sand snakes that had used skills were now hard-controlled themselves, completely unable to resist. They could only watch helplessly as Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao circled around to attack from behind. Though the sand snakes possessed formidable defense, standing still to take hits rendered even the strongest defenses useless. Not far from where Yang Chen and his group encountered the sand snakes, in the southwest direction, a 4-person squad was stationed. 2 minutes earlier, they had just finished hunting down 4 sand snakes and collected their crystal cores. Hee, brother Shaolin, thanks to you. If not for your agility buff and our constant harassment forcing the sand snakes to unleash their skills, who knows how long we'd have been fighting these beasts. A chubby young man chuckled. Yeah, with brother Xiaolin here, we're taking down these sand snakes way faster. Hanging with brother Shaolin means getting the juicy parts. The other 2 teammates chimed in with flattery. The one they called brother Shaolin was a village youth wearing glasses, looking rather bookish and frail. Brother Shaolin responded with some embarrassment, what do you mean hanging out with me? We're all on the same team, just helping each other out. Besides, I'm just support, I rely on you guys more than you rely on me. Don't worry. If we get a bite to eat, we won't forget brother Xiaolin. Chubby pounded his chest in assurance. As they spoke, a wolf's howl suddenly echoed from the northeast. More beastmen? Wait, that sounds like a wolf howl. I've never heard of wolves in the flaming desert. Could it be that other students encountered beasts nearby? Let's go check it out. Brother Shaolin and the other 3 hurried toward the sound. They climbed a stretch of hills and spotted Yang Chen's 4-person squad along with 12 sand snakes about 100 meters to the northeast. Holy! 12 sand snakes! These guys really have some luck. They stumbled upon so many at once. The chubby kid and his friends were green with envy. But brother Xiaolin remarked, with this many sand snakes, if their team doesn't have an attribute-boosting support beastmaster, they'll have a tough time dealing with them. They're probably going to suffer quite a bit. The chubby kid and his 2 friends nodded in agreement. Brother Shaolin was absolutely right, these sand snakes were numerous, highly defensive, and fiercely aggressive. Sigh. Do you think there's any chance these guys might get defeated and flee? Then those sand snakes will be ours. Little Fatty's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, filled with imagination. Brother Shaolin and the others froze. Little Fatty's idea seemed a bit far-fetched, but it was actually quite plausible. However, just as everyone was eagerly anticipating Yang Chen's team being defeated and fleeing, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. All 12 sand snakes suddenly lowered their heads, spewing flames toward the ground as they unleashed their skills. Every single one was now firmly controlled by their own abilities. Chapter 132, Seeking Guidance. Holy! What the hell is going on? Those sand snakes just unleashed their skills? Am I seeing things, or is this world glitching? Holy! The chubby kid and his friends rubbed their eyes hard, their faces frozen in shock and disbelief. Brother Shaolin was utterly baffled. The guide on hunting sand snakes was readily available on the Academy's intranet. Simply put, it involved provoking the sand snakes or making them feel a mortal threat. Brother Shaolin, however, leveraged his agility-boosting support skill to have his teammates provoke the sand snakes, triggering their skill releases. Their hunt had been effortless and swift. Of course, this ease and speed were only relative. It was nowhere near what Yang Chen's 4-person squad had achieved. Moreover, through careful observation, Brother Shaolin made a startling discovery. Look! Around those 4, there are no battle traces whatsoever, only their footprints. Brother Shaolin exclaimed. The trio of chubby guys finally caught on, their shock deepening. Holy crap, it's true! That means they didn't even engage in combat, they didn't even get close to those sand snakes before triggering their abilities. And crucially, given their position, their skills probably don't have that long a range. So they triggered the sand snake's abilities without any physical contact at all. How did they do that? Is there really a flaw in the system, or is there another method? If that's the case, they could practically take off from here. The trio of chubby kids exchanged excited whispers, swallowing hard with envy. Amidst their envious gazes, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao had already begun hunting the sand snakes. Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao flanked the sand snakes from the left and right rear, launching their attacks. The four, including the chubby boy, watched every move. Did you notice something? Those sand snakes' defenses seem to have dropped significantly. A shield-type beastmaster actually pulling off a 3-hit kill. Even we couldn't manage that. Attacking the same spot would take at least 4 or 5 strikes. Wait, did you see that other offensive-type beastmaster? He sliced off the sand snake's head with a single stroke of his blade. How much attack power does that take? The group was both astonished and perplexed. They must have skills that weaken the sand serpent's defenses over an area, and they can also enhance their own team members' abilities. That offensive beastmaster also has a skill that boosts his own attack power. His attack power is at least on par with an early-stage 8-star beastmaster. Brother Kobayashi analyzed calmly. Holy crap, an 8-star beginner beastmaster? Is there someone leveling up faster than us? It's probably not that his level is higher than ours, but that his skill bonuses are incredibly high. That boost must be over 100%. Holy crap, that's insane, 100% bonus? Is there someone this insane among this year's freshmen? How come I've never heard of them? Aren't the top students supposed to be in the special admissions class? I've never seen these guys before. Xiao Lin, Little Fatty, and the others grew increasingly stunned. Yang Chen's displayed offensive power was truly jaw-dropping. While they were talking, Yang Chen had already taken down 4 sand snakes. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan had only managed 2 kills. Yang Chen then helped Xin Ku eliminate the remaining 2 sand snakes. Before the sand snake's skills could recharge, the 4 of them worked together to eliminate them all. Each player took down 4 sand snakes, boosting their individual experience gains. Awesome! This is way more satisfying than when we entered the snowfields. Zhang Zhao's grin stretched almost to his ears. This was way more satisfying than the snowfields. Back in the snowfields, it was all real combat. These sand snakes were just standing there like prisoners. We took down 12 sand snakes in under a minute. Yang Chen, can we use the 8? Ouyang Lanlan was also thrilled, but before she could finish her sentence, Yang Chen raised his hand to interrupt. Someone's coming. We'll talk later. Ouyang Lanlan and the others immediately tensed up. Following Yang Chen's gesture, they looked over to see the little chubby guy and brother Shaolin approaching with 4 others. Encountering a beastmaster here was never a good sign. Especially since they had just hunted down 12 sand snakes. Hey, guys. I'm Luo Mo from the elite recruitment class. Which class are you in? We mean no harm, so no need to be nervous. We saw you take down those sand snakes earlier, you guys are seriously awesome. Could we learn from you? The chubby kid stopped about 10 meters away from Yang Chen and his group to introduce himself. Because this distance placed him just outside the skills range safe zone. So you're from the elite recruitment class. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao exchanged glances, their tension mounting. They harbored no fondness for the elite recruitment class. After all, Yizhan was also from the elite recruitment class. Yang Chen glanced at Luo Mo without betraying his emotions and said, "There's nothing to learn here. You're from the elite recruitment class, you're better than us. Let's just part ways like this." Hold on. Dude, why all the hostility toward us? We really mean no harm. We just want to ask how you got those sand snakes to unleash their skills on their own. Luo Mo pleaded with Yang Chen, hands pressed together. Bro, please? Just tell us. If you share this method with us, we'll give you 30 crystal cores. Brother Shaolin suddenly spoke up, unstrapping his backpack and pulling out 30 crystal cores wrapped in cloth. He tossed them toward Yang Chen's 4-person squad. For real? These guys? Zhang Xiao stared at the 30 crystal cores on the ground that was worth 10 credits. Yang Chen observed that the group didn't seem like bad people. They appeared to have no ill intent, seemingly genuinely wanting to know how they had made the sand snakes automatically unleash their skills. After a moment of silence, Yang Chen replied slowly, "The crystal cores aren't necessary. The reason we immobilized the sand snakes isn't a secret, it's simply because my beastmaster, Magpie, gave a roar." Your beast tamer? A roar? And then the sand snakes just unleashed their skills on their own? Luo Mo and the others were all dumbfounded. That simple? It felt almost unreal. That can't be right. Fat brother, during our fight earlier, I yelled myself hoarse trying to command my beast, but the sand snake never unleashed its skill. Someone suddenly spoke up. Luo Mo paused for a moment before saying, "Hey, man, if you don't want to tell us, you don't have to lie to us like this, right? That's how we do things." Yang Chen shrugged helplessly. "Believe it or not, that's your call. Alright, that's it. Let's go." With that, Yang Chen began to slowly back away. Luo Mo was about to speak up, but before he could get a word in, Zhang Xiao winked and grinned. "Hey, buddy, I'm just saying, could it be that your beast tamers aren't up to par? Different tiers, you know." Chapter 133, Crazy Ideas. What? Different beasts? What do you mean? Luo Mo felt as if he'd been mocked, though only slightly. He means their beast-taming bloodlines are exceptionally strong? Brother Shaolin analyzed, so just scaring the sand snake made it feel a strong sense of crisis, causing it to unleash its skill. Bull. What level of beastmaster could possibly have such an overwhelming aura to scare the sand snake like that? I bet they're just keeping it from us on purpose. The other two remained skeptical. Luamo sighed, picked up the discarded crystal core, and said, it's their secret. Since they won't tell us, let's just leave it at that. Our method might be a bit slower, but compared to others, it's still pretty fast. Let's go too. Brother Shaolin and the other two nodded. Immediately, Lumo's team of 4 headed off in the opposite direction from Yang Chen's group. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and his group had been keeping a close watch on Lumo's party. Seeing them depart, Ouyang Lanlan breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried these guys might be like Yizhan. At least this guy respects martial ethics. They seemed sincere earlier. Too bad they don't have any mutated beasts. Jiang Shao sighed. Now that we have Yang Chen's beast, we should hurry and search for the sand serpent. I wonder if it works on other beastmen. If it does, things will be much smoother for us going forward. Xin Ku suggested. Ku is absolutely right. Having Yang Chen's beast is practically like cheating, it's a gift from heaven. Jiang Shao licked his lips excitedly. Is that all you guys are aiming for? Yang Chen interrupted with a laugh. How about it? Interested in pulling off something big? What do you mean? Jiang Shao and the others looked at Yang Chen in confusion. What I mean is, let's hunt higher-level beast tamers. A gleam flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. If Magpie could intimidate the other beasts, wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble? Besides, if we're going to expend the same effort, why not target higher-level beasts? Hunting them would grant more experience points, wouldn't that be more satisfying? Holy crap! Jiang Shao and the others' eyes lit up, as if a whole new door had opened before them. That's brilliant! If Magpie can intimidate second-tier beasts, wouldn't we be rolling in it? Jiang Shao exclaimed excitedly. That would be like cheating on steroids. Killing one would grant 20 experience points. With their current levels, slaying just a few would let them level up. That's faster than riding a rocket. But first, we need to test whether Magpie can intimidate magical beasts and beastmen. Or is it only capable of triggering a sense of danger in beasts like sand snakes, causing them to unleash their abilities? Once we have a conclusion, we can start thinking about heading to higher-level artificial wormholes. Yang Chen chuckled. Sounds good to me. The national tournament starts in a month or two, this is our chance. Then let's give it a shot. Jiang Shao and the others all agreed with Yang Chen's suggestion. With their minds made up, they wasted no time and immediately set out to find magical beasts and beastmen for testing. About 10 minutes later, Yang Chen's squad encountered over a dozen sand snakes once more. The sand snakes spotted Yang Chen's group like sharks smelling blood and charged toward them. Damn it, sand snakes again. Stop complaining. We're here, so let's do this. Right on. Let's hunt them down using the same formation as last time. Brother 8, lend us a hand. Yang Chen and his companions swiftly formed their battle formation to confront the sand snakes. The magpie above wasted no time, letting out a wolf-like howl that reverberated through the air. The sand snakes trembled in terror, unleashing their abilities in panic. Before Yang Chen and his companions, they spat forth a wall of flames, sending scorching heat waves crashing toward them. Yang Chen and Jiang Shao, already seasoned in such encounters, dodged the flames at the first opportunity and charged toward the rear. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lanlan began unleashing skills with frenzied intensity. Ding! Host has hunted a Tier 1, 5-star magical beast sand snake, earning 5 talent coins. Ding! Host has hunted a Tier 1, 5-star magical beast sand snake. The system's announcements echoed relentlessly in Yang Chen's mind. His embroidered spring blade slashed viciously at the sand snake, severing its head from its body in an instant. It was incredibly swift. After finishing his own portion, Yang Chen repeated the process, severely wounding a quarter of the sand snakes for Qin Ku. Within half a minute, all but a few gravely wounded sand snakes lay slain. Qin Ku wasted no time, stepping forward to finish off the remaining gravely wounded sand snakes. Let's keep moving. After collecting the crystal cores, the four continued onward. It must be said that Yang Chen and his group were remarkably fortunate. Within about 10 minutes, 6 figures engulfed in flames appeared ahead. Fire women! Jiang Shao shouted immediately. A cold gleam flashed in Yang Chen's eyes as he warned, Fire Maidens use the skill Fire Spirit to boost their 3 primary attributes by 30%. Everyone, be careful. Jiang Shao, stop charging head-on like that, you'll only get burned. Form up in the same formation as before. I'll take the lead. Magpie, scare them off. Yang Chen's commands flowed out in orderly succession. After so many battles, the 4-person squad and their beasts had developed seamless coordination. Almost simultaneously with Yang Chen's words, Jiang Shao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others, along with their beasts, began moving in unison. Yang Chen charged forward like a horse leading the charge. The Fire Maidens, naturally aggressive, unleashed their fire spirits the instant they moved. The Fire Maiden's speed surged instantly. At the same moment, the magpie in the sky let out another frenzied roar. Woo! The sound wave roared across the heavens. A sudden, windless sandstorm erupted across the desert, churning up a whirlwind of dust. Chapter 134 You're the core of our team. The charging fire-wielding women abruptly halted in their tracks, as if sensing something utterly terrifying. It worked! Jiang Xiao was overjoyed. But before he could finish speaking, the sand snake-like phenomenon failed to materialize. After a brief pause, the fire women resumed their rapid charge toward Yang Chen's four-person squad. Damn it, it didn't work. This effect is far too fleeting. If the magpie kept howling, it might have worked. Jiang Xiao glanced at Yang Chen, as if seeking his opinion. Before Yang Chen could speak, the magpie mid-air grew displeased. Hey, you little punk, what do you take me for? You want this big shot to keep howling? The Manhwa bird looked supremely proud. What did he think he was? Jiang Xiao. Yang Chen chuckled and said, there's no need to keep howling. Just help us when it really matters. Crucial moments? What kind of moments? Jiang Xiao was a bit confused. Like, right now. Magpie, howl now. Yang Chen bellowed. By then, he had already charged in front of a fire mage who was just about to launch her attack. The magpie mid-air reluctantly let out a cry upon hearing the command. Wah! The thunderous roar echoed, causing the fire mage's movements to halt abruptly. Yang Chen swung his blade at the fire mage's head. A dull thud echoed as Yang Chen severed her head clean off. Her body collapsed with a thud, the flames on her body instantly dissipating, leaving only a pile of black charcoal. Holy! You can do that? Jiang Zhao's eyes widened instantly, as if a new door to the hunt had just opened. So this was the crucial moment Yang Chen had spoken of. It really was crucial. Behind them, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke were both stunned speechless by Yang Chen's maneuver. It was utterly absurd. Ouyang Lanlan, in particular, understood exactly what that split second of the firewoman being stunned meant. It meant her ranged skills could now ignore the movements of the orcs and beasts, eliminating the need for prediction. This meant her hit rate could approach 100%. It was well known that while her ranged skills possessed tremendous power, enemies still had a certain chance to dodge them. But now, with a presence like Magpie, it was like exploiting a flaw, granting them an absolute advantage. Following Yang Chen's example, Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan both knew exactly what to do next. Eighth Master, aid me. Eighth Master, give me a shout. Eighth Master. Yang Chen and the others took turns commanding Magpie. Wait, except for Yang Chen, Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan had already started addressing Magpie as Eighth Master. If it weren't for the girls, I wouldn't bother helping you lot. You bunch of little punks, you're embarrassing yourselves. Wah! The parrot grumbled while letting out a loud howl. In less than 5 minutes, the four of them had taken down all 6 fire elemental creatures. Since the numbers weren't evenly split, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao each hunted 2 extra. After collecting the crystal cores, Yang Chen's team didn't linger. They found a secluded, safe spot to rest and discuss their next move. They ate while discussing their next steps. Yang Chen spoke first. Our test just now proves that the magpie doesn't fully possess bloodline suppression abilities, it can only intimidate. The magpie grumbled indignantly. Who do you think you're looking down on? Who was screaming the loudest just now? You did. He's slandering me. He's slandering me. Beige felt utterly wronged. Jiang Xiao and the others couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Magpies were indeed intelligent creatures, but they sure weren't easy to handle. He didn't seem like their tamed beast at all. Yang Chen sighed helplessly, took a deep breath, and said with a smile, Magpie, I'm not slandering you. I'm merely stating an objective fact. Moreover, I believe you are the core of our team. Therefore, we must fully understand your abilities now and formulate corresponding tactics with you at the center. You are crucial. If we misjudge your capabilities, it could lead to our entire squad perishing at the hands of orcs and beasts. Therefore, Brother 8, I mean no offense, I simply regard you as more important than myself. You are the core. Beige was left speechless by Yang Chen's words. The team's T0. For some reason, Beige felt incredibly valued. Seeing the earnest look in Yang Chen's eyes, he felt genuinely respected. Bagu instantly felt a surge of satisfaction. He grunted twice and declared, alright, you guys carry on. After all, I'm the one with the skills that capable bear the burden. From now on, when hunting monsters or orcs, just give this big shot a shout. Jiang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others watched the magpie strut about with a smug little expression, silently stifling their laughter. This magpie had some wit, but not much. He didn't seem too bright, easily placated by Yang Chen's few words. Jiang Xiao silently gave Yang Chen a mental thumbs up. Yang Chen shook his head and continued, we should seriously discuss how to leverage our core member, the magpie, to maximize our benefits. Magpies can only intimidate scare beasts and monsters, but they can't completely immobilize them. That leaves us with limited room to maneuver, Ouyang Lanlan reasoned. Even if magpie ignores level differences, we can only use its roar for hunting. Moreover, the levels of these beasts and monsters can't be too far above ours. Otherwise, we won't be able to kill them in one strike and risk being counterattacked. Beasts and monsters vastly outleveling us possess terrifying speed and strength. So does that mean we're stuck here? Jiang Xiao sighed. If other high-level orcs or beasts could control themselves like the sand snakes when using skills, things would be much easier for us. While we can't fully leverage our advantages, we could still try venturing into slightly higher level areas, Yang Chen suggested. As long as it's not excessively high. As the three spoke, Qin Ke, who had remained silent, suddenly flashed a gleam in her eyes. I know a place where the beasts act like sand snakes. You know those cat demons in the Academy's jungle wormhole? They're incredibly agile and pack a powerful punch, but they have a fatal weakness. When they sense a lethal threat, their bodies freeze solid for 3 seconds. After that, their movements slowly start to recover, taking about 10 seconds to fully regain their agility. That means we have over 10 seconds to hunt them down. Chapter 135, Unappreciative. But if we encounter other beastmen or magical beasts, we might not stand a chance. That's a bit risky. Jiang Xiao muttered. The risk is a bit high, but the rewards are huge. If we get lucky, we could level up much faster than we are now. Killing a tier 2, 1-star beastman or magical beast would net us 20 experience points. Ouyang Lanlan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. One more thing, what if Magpie can't control himself? Yang Chen's eyes gleamed. Then what? Ouyang Lanlan froze, instinctively turning to Qin Ke. Are there any similar beasts or orcs with slightly lower levels? Qin Ke shook her head slightly, indicating there weren't any. Ouyang Lanlan slumped her shoulders in disappointment. So we're just going to watch the juicy meat right in front of us, unable to eat it? Not necessarily. We can try one more time. Yang Chen smiled. Let's head to the stage 1, 8-star artificial wormhole and try our luck. An 8-star tier 1 might pose a threat to us now, but it's not lethal. If we can't beat it, we can still run. If Brother 8's suppression still works on an 8-star level 1, then we'll head straight to the jungle wormhole and hunt down that cat demon. Ouyang Lanlan's beautiful eyes lit up instantly, a smile spreading across her face. Ha, I knew you'd have a plan, Yang Chen. Let's do it. Let's do it. Jiang Xiao didn't hesitate. After the four agreed, they packed their belongings and immediately prepared to leave the flaming desert. Artificial wormhole entrance control room. The red-haired instructor and Instructor Lin were chatting idly. They've been in there for ages, and those 4 kids Yang Chen and the others still haven't come out. Could it be their luck's just that bad, not encountering any beasts or orcs? Wu Daodu propped her head up with her hands, looking utterly listless as she muttered to herself. Instructor Lin's mouth twitched slightly. In just 1 hour, he'd heard Wu Daodu say this hundreds of times. Just then, the halo at the entrance to the flaming desert suddenly rippled. Wu Daodu perked up instantly. Few student groups had ventured into the flaming desert these past days, just a handful of teams. It was highly likely Yang Chen and his group. Sure enough, about 10 seconds later, Yang Chen's 4-person team emerged from the glow. Yang Chen, you're out. Wu Daodu's face lit up with a broad smile. All that extra class time hadn't been wasted, her foresight had paid off. Hello, advisor. Yang Chen paused, momentarily flustered by Wu Daodu's excessive enthusiasm, but he managed a polite greeting nonetheless. You're quite polite, aren't you? Yang Chen, I warned you when you went in, the beasts and orcs in the flaming desert are no joke. Especially the flame giants, they're all warmongers. Once you encounter one, it'll fight you to the death. See? If you'd listened to me earlier, you wouldn't have to run back and forth like this. Wu Daodu lectured earnestly. You're absolutely right, teacher. Yang Chen nodded in agreement before changing the subject. Teacher, can we still redeem all the artificial wormhole time we have left? Of course we can. Wu Daodu replied, her small hands flying over the keyboard as she spoke. The moment you stepped out, I paused the timer for you. Honestly, you should be hunting in level 1 for star artificial wormholes. The orcs and beasts there pose no lethal threat to you, and you can maximize your experience gains. You're leveling up fast. Yang Chen nodded. Teacher, you're absolutely right. So we're going to a level 1 for star wormhole? Wu Daodu smiled contentedly. This kid finally listened for once. Heeding advice really pays off. Yes, thank you for your valuable advice and experience, teacher. Yang Chen nodded solemnly. Therefore, I choose to head to the tier 1, 8-star dreaming wormhole. No need to thank us, no need to thank us. We just have a bit more experience than you. All this stuff is covered in guides on the campus network. You should also. Wu Daodu paused mid-operation, finally catching on. She stared at Yang Chen in disbelief. What did you just say? Where are you going? You're going to the first tier, 8-star dream wormhole? Wu Daodu's beautiful eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Yes. Yang Chen nodded solemnly. Are you out of your mind? Wu Daodu was utterly astonished. Yang Chen's 4-person team were only 5-star novice beast tamers. And they dared to attempt a stage 1, 8-star artificial wormhole? A 3-tier difference? Aren't they just asking for a beating? Hey, buddy, maybe you should reconsider? With a 3-tier gap, the difference in 3-dimensional attributes is at least 30 points or more. Some special beastmen and magical beasts even have higher attributes in certain aspects. You'll easily find yourselves in danger. Even Instructor Lin couldn't help but speak up to dissuade them. This wasn't child's play, it could easily cost someone their life. This recent assault on the academy by beasts and monsters had already inflicted heavy losses on Yinglong Academy. They couldn't afford to let Yang Chen take such a reckless risk now. Thank you for your concern, teacher. We've thought this through, Yang Chen said gratefully. Wu Daodu and Instructor Lin exchanged glances, about to say more, but were interrupted by Jiang Xiao and the others. Exactly, teacher. If we run into trouble, we can run pretty fast. Teacher, if we're going, it's because we're confident we can handle it. Teacher, please don't try to dissuade us. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan chattered away, completely drowning out Wu Daodu's protests. No, I'm only trying to protect you. I'm thinking about your safety. You're just too weak right now. Wu Daodu pleaded earnestly. Teacher, is it against academy rules for us to skip levels? Yang Chen countered. Not exactly. It's just our recommendation, Wu Daodu replied with a troubled expression. Then please transfer us to the dream wormhole, teacher. Yang Chen insisted. Wu Daodu's face immediately fell. Why couldn't these kids listen to reason? They just don't appreciate a kind heart. Fine, go ahead if you must. I won't bother supervising you. Wu Daodu fumed as she began typing on the computer. Within half a minute, she announced, alright, you can go in now. Go on, go on. If you die, it's not my problem. Thanks, mentor. Yang Chen expressed his gratitude. He had to admit, this red-haired mentor was quite adorable with her pouty little expression. Then, Yang Chen's four-person team entered the dream wormhole. Chapter 136, The Test. A flash of white light flickered before Yang Chen and his companions. When they emerged from the wormhole, the scene before them looked virtually identical to the outside world. Still blue skies and white clouds. There are no beastmen here, only magical beasts, giant hyenas, two-headed giant snakes, and dwarf monkeys. Giant hyenas have high defense and powerful attacks. Two-headed giant snakes boast strong defense and ranged attack skills. Dwarf monkeys are utility-type creatures highly agile and swift, usually appearing in packs. We're here for testing, so we must strike quickly and decisively. If we encounter dwarf monkeys, we retreat immediately. If we see more than 3 of the other 2 types of magical beasts, we retreat too. Yang Chen's expression grew grave as he instructed the group. Understood. Let's move out. Hurry up and get it done so we can reach the next wormhole sooner. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan were both eager to begin. Alright, everyone stay in formation and don't wander off. With that, the 4 immediately sprang into action. Yang Chen's squad typically formed their combat formation with Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao leading the front. Should any unexpected situation arise, both Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao would be the first to respond. Xianke positioned herself in the center. As a support-type beastmaster, she constantly monitored the entire squad's situation, ready to deploy skills for timely rescue. Bringing up the rear was Ouyang Lanlan, positioned in a relatively safe spot unless beasts or beastmen launched a surprise attack from behind. Maintaining this formation, the 4 pressed forward relentlessly. After about half an hour of running through the jungle, a sudden chorus of chirping sounds erupted ahead. Monkeys. Sounds like there's more than a few of them. Jiang Xiao said in a low voice. Turn around and take the eastern detour. Avoid engaging them. Yang Chen ordered in a low voice. Immediately, the group changed course again, continuing their journey toward the east. Before long, the 4 entered a mountain forest. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The rustling sound of leaves stirred from the surrounding thickets. Yang Chen and his companions halted instantly, immediately drawing closer together to form a tighter defensive circle. Their eyes darted warily around, yet for the next stretch, the surrounding woods remained utterly still. Only the faint rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze could be heard. Was that just the wind? Jiang Xiao glanced at Yang Chen beside him and whispered, "Are we overreacting?" "Better safe than sorry," Yang Chen replied solemnly. "Slowly retreat to the rear." Then, step by step, the 4 retreated backward. The entire forest was deathly quiet, broken only by the wind and their faint footsteps. After retreating about 30 meters, just as Yang Chen and the others were about to regroup and continue forward, suddenly, roar! A frenzied roar erupted, its thunderous waves threatening to deafen Yang Chen and his companions. Jiang Xiao, positioned farthest left in the formation, felt his clothes flapping violently in the force of the blast. He looked up to see 2 serpentine heads, each sporting gaping maws, lunging toward him. A wave of foul, fishy stench washed over him, nearly knocking him unconscious. Holy! A 2-headed snake! Jiang Xiao nearly lost his mind in terror. His reflexes kicked in instantly. He activated his skill, Unbreakable, and lunged backward. Though the serpent failed to bite him, its massive head slammed into Jiang Xiao's body with brutal force. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Jiang Xiao was sent flying backward like a soccer ball. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan had already prepared for battle. The instant Jiang Xiao was attacked, Ouyang Lanlan unleashed fireball and fire arrow without hesitation. A massive fireball instantly slammed into the serpent's left head, followed immediately by 3 fire arrows. Bang bang bang! A series of rapid explosions erupted as the massive fireball detonated directly on the left head of the 2-headed serpent. The left head was scorched black, and the 3 subsequent fire arrows all found their mark, 2 of them striking the left serpent head's eyes directly. Roar! 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 The 2-headed serpent let out agonized howls. Yang Chen held his fire, scanning the surroundings to guard against more 2-headed snakes attacking the group. But even after Ouyang Lanlan unleashed her skill, no other 2-headed snakes appeared. Yang Chen confirmed there was only one 2-headed serpent here. Yang Chen focused his attention, staring intently at the serpent. As it arched its body once more, the right head's eyes glowed crimson, apparently enraged. It opened its gaping maw, preparing to unleash its venomous breath. Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately shouted, "Spread out! I'll handle it! Brother, give the signal!" The 4 of them acted with perfect coordination. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke reacted almost instantly, scrambling backward. Even Jiang Xiao, who had just stabilized himself and hadn't fully risen yet, rolled backward again upon hearing Yang Chen's voice. He tumbled several meters, curled up like a ball. Woof! Just as the 2-headed serpent was about to unleash its skill, Magpie's piercing cry echoed. The shockwave reverberated. The colossal serpent's body abruptly froze, especially the right head. Fear surged in its blood-red eyes. That split-second hesitation gave Yang Chen his opening. Without hesitation, he thrust his blade into the right serpent head's jaws. The sharp, sturdy Shou Chun sword pierced clean through the serpent's head, emerging from the top of its right skull. Arg! The right head let out an agonized howl as it crashed heavily to the ground. The left serpent head, now blinded, seemed to sense something and continued spewing venom from its mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chen immediately backed away. The venom landed on the leaves, causing the entire tree to visibly wither at a rapid pace, turning black before his eyes. The sight sent a chill down one's spine. Fortunately, Ouyang Lanlan had blinded the left serpent's eye earlier, otherwise, things would have been far more troublesome. Fire arrows! Ouyang Lanlan gave a sharp command. And the 3-tailed cat on her back instantly fired all 9 remaining fire arrows. Bang bang bang! Every single one struck the left serpent head, some even piercing through. Finally, the left serpent head let out a final, unwilling wail before crashing heavily to the ground, utterly still. It's dead. Jiang Xiao watched the scene unfold, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. He turned to Yang Chen and asked, "So, did the magpie's cry just now have any effect on the 2-headed serpent?" Chapter 137, Teacher, you're right, but I won't listen. It worked. Yang Chen replied concisely, I saw it just now. It can stun for at least 5 seconds. I believe a second stage, 1-star cat demon can also be stunned, causing it to freeze. Then that's good enough. Let's get out of here fast. We're heading to the jungle wormhole to hunt that cat demon. That's a tier 2, 1-star demon. Killing one gives over 20 experience points. Leveling up will be super fast. Jiang Xiao exclaimed excitedly. If everyone's on board, let's head out immediately. No time to waste. Yang Chen didn't want to delay any longer. They'd already wasted considerable time on these trips. Just entering and exiting took several hours. After the 4 agreed, they immediately departed the dreaming wormhole. Meanwhile, Wu Daodu and Instructor Lin were waiting outside. Wu Daodu kept glancing toward the dream wormhole exit, her eyes filled with worry. Teacher Lin, did I speak too harshly to them earlier? If I had been gentler and tried persuading them again, might they have reconsidered going in? Wu Daodu asked anxiously. Ms. Wu, you really need to work on that temper of yours. If you're worried, why provoke them like that? They're all young people, Instructor Lin replied with a wry smile. If you're truly concerned, go inside and check on them. I can handle guard duty alone. No way am I going in. They brought it on themselves with their arrogance. Let them learn a lesson. Though Wu Daodu spoke defiantly, her actions told a different story. She swiftly removed her instructor ID from around her neck and reached under the desk to retrieve a bag. This bag was prepared for emergencies, ready for immediate entry into the artificial wormhole. Seeing this, Mentor Lin smiled silently. Teacher Wu truly had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Just then, the halo suddenly burst into a brilliant glow. Yang Chen and the other 3 reappeared in the artificial wormhole's control room. Ha! Wu Daodu froze for a moment, quickly setting down the backpack she was holding and kicking it under the table. She looked at Mentor Lin and said, I wasn't trying to rescue them. I was just tidying up because I saw dust settling on the backpack. Instructor Lin's mouth twitched slightly. That excuse was a bit far-fetched. The backpacks were cleaned and inspected daily, with supplies regularly replenished. How could they possibly gather dust? But Instructor Lin didn't bother to call Wu Daodu out. While Instructor Lin was distracted, Yang Chen and the other 3 had already approached the duty desk. Daodu's small hands were swiftly operating the computer. Without even looking, he knew she was helping Yang Chen and the others suspend their training hours. After completing the operation in one fluid motion, Wu Daodu exhaled softly, a hint of pride flickering across her face. She glanced at Yang Chen and the others and remarked, So, how was it? Got beaten up pretty badly in there, didn't you? But it's okay. You're still young. Who doesn't take a few wrong turns when they're young? Learning from your mistakes is what matters. Now that you're out, maybe you should consider my advice? Young people, it's good not to be overly ambitious. Learning from your mistakes isn't necessarily bad, but if you keep making them, that's not smart. Yang Chen nodded approvingly. You're absolutely right, mentor. We haven't suffered enough losses yet, and our experience is still lacking. Ha! Wu Daoda froze. What did that mean? Something felt off about this. Yang Chen paused briefly before continuing, so I plan to keep taking a few more hits. Mentor, our team has decided to head for the level 2, 1-star jungle wormhole. That's the spirit. Why not go for a level 1, 4-star artificial wormhole? It's so much easier, leveling up is a breeze. Wait, hold up, did you just say you're going to a level 2, 1-star jungle wormhole? Wu Daoda paused mid-operation, abruptly shifting her tone as she snapped her head up toward Yang Chen. Are you guys crazy? Or did you catch a fever and fry your brains? Hey! That's a tier 2, level 1 wormhole. You're only tier 1, 5-star. The gap is huge. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten to death in there? Yang Chen smiled and said, Teacher, we naturally have our own methods and plans. We're confident we can handle it. What methods? What ideas? In the face of absolute power, no scheming or trickery matters. Don't be reckless. You're the future pillars of the human race. Wu Daoda pleaded earnestly. Teacher is absolutely right. Thank you for your guidance. Yang Chen replied calmly, but we've still decided to go to the level 2, 1-star jungle wormhole. Wu Daoda couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yang Chen's words essentially meant, Teacher, you're absolutely right, but I'm not listening. So all her words were wasted? This Yang Chen was as stubborn as a mule. Wu Daoda lost interest in talking to Yang Chen and turned to Ouyang Lanlan, Zhang Xiao, and the others instead. You're part of the team too. Have you all really thought this through? 2-star, first tier is a huge leap in difficulty. The orcs and beasts there are terrifying. Maybe you should reconsider? I think you might be underestimating yourselves, believing you can hunt a tier 2, level 1. Fine, let's say you can hunt them. But have you considered the time it would take? It would definitely consume a lot of time. Therefore, even if you could hunt them, it wouldn't compare to hunting in a stage 1, per-star artificial wormhole. So, all things considered, it's not worth it for you. Young man, why don't you try persuading your team leader? Wu Daoda had assumed that if she couldn't persuade Yang Chen, she could at least convince Zhang Xiao and the others. Little did she know that the moment she finished speaking, Zhang Xiao grew agitated. Teacher, do you have a grudge against us or something? We're really in a hurry. Please cut us some slack. Zhang Xiao was visibly flustered. Ouyang Lanlan spoke calmly, Teacher, we understand the stakes involved. Qin Ku added, Teacher, we know you have our best interests at heart, but we've already discussed this beforehand. Wu Daoda's forehead veins bulged uncontrollably. Fine. Is this how you want to play it? Fine, I'll agree to it. You won't give up until you've tried everything anyway. It's not my life on the line, and you're not my family. Why should I stand in your way? Wu Daoda muttered under his breath while rapidly typing on the computer. Alright, go ahead. The level 2, star 1 jungle entrance is at gate 21. Go ahead. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Thanks, teacher. Yang Chen thanked him before leading Zhang Xiao and the other two toward entrance 21. Wu Daoda stood with her arms akimbo, seething with anger. She kept glancing at Yang Chen and the others. Seeing the four of them actually enter the 21st wormhole entrance nearly drove Wu Daoda mad with rage. Damn it, they're actually doing it. Some people really aren't afraid of dying. Instructor Lin, cover my shift. I'm going to follow them. We can't let them die in there. Wu Daoda immediately grabbed her backpack from under the table and hurried toward the artificial wormhole. Chapter 138, The Shocked Wu Daoda. Crackle. As soon as Yang Chen and the others emerged from the wormhole, a light rain began falling from the dim sky. Fortunately, raincoats were in their backpacks, and they quickly pulled them out and put them on. Beyond that, as far as the eye could see, dense forests of towering trees stretched out, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Once properly clad in their rain gear, the four headed deeper into the jungle. Once inside the forest, the light grew even dimmer. The surrounding silence was thick, creating an intense feeling as if at any moment, some monstrous beast might burst from the shadows and devour them. Yang Chen dared not let his guard down. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao, leading the way, silently prayed. Please let me only encounter cat demons. Zhang Xiao muttered to himself repeatedly. Just as Yang Chen and his three companions entered the jungle, Wu Daoda, who had been following closely behind, appeared at the exit. Those guys actually dared to go in. Wu Daoda watched their retreating figures, his expression darkening. Foolhardy as calves fearing no tigers. Just you wait, she muttered under her breath as she hurried after them. I'll make you taste some real hardship soon enough. You'll learn why the flowers are so red. Wu Daoda muttered under her breath as she quickened her pace to follow. This jungle was no ordinary place. Once you lost track of someone here, finding them again was no easy feat even for a high-level beastmaster like Wu Daoda. Wu Daoda kept her distance, trailing about 50 meters behind Yang Chen and his companions. However, luck favored Yang Chen and his companions. After nearly half an hour of walking, they hadn't encountered any demon beasts or beastmen attacking them. Those guys have been walking for half an hour and haven't encountered any beasts? Wu Daodu felt a surge of irritation. She was counting on Yang Chen and his group to come begging her for help. But before Wu Daodu could finish her thought, a deafening roar suddenly erupted ahead. Boom! The sound of trees being struck echoed through the air. Voices from Yang Chen and the others came from ahead. It's a beast, a tri-colored python. Damn, its attack power is insane. It snapped a tree as thick as a man's waist with a single strike. That's terrifying. Cut the crap, run. Lan Lan and Qin Ku, get on Magpie's back. I'll cover the rear. Jiang Xiao, run. Here it comes. We've encountered it. Excitement flashed in Wu Daodu's beautiful eyes. From the forest ahead, two multicolored pythons suddenly burst out from both sides of Yang Chen's four-person squad. They caught Yang Chen's squad completely off guard. Fortunately, the team had remained vigilant since entering the jungle and thus suffered no injuries. Team leader Yang Chen reacted especially swiftly, immediately lifting Ouyang Lan Lan and Qin Ku on a magpie's back and soaring into the sky. Yang Chen himself remained behind to cover their retreat. So they have a flying beast mount? Is that the source of their confidence? Wu Daodu stared at Yang Chen, muttering to himself. Unfortunately, Yang Chen's beast could only carry 2 people. But credit where credit was due. Though stubborn, Yang Chen was undeniably dependable. At the very least, he was staying behind to cover their retreat. This kid must know he's paying the price for bringing his teammates here. Let him suffer a bit first. Then I'll show up and make him beg for help. Wu Daodu quietly edged closer, choosing not to reveal herself but instead hiding in a concealed patch of grass. For some reason, the thought of Yang Chen getting beaten senseless by those 2 tricolor pythons filled her with a strange excitement. Wu Daodu felt not a trace of worry, but rather a faint tingle of excitement. How would Yang Chen beg for help when he was beaten to the ground? Panic-stricken? Would he see her as his only hope? Or pleading? The more she thought about it, the more excited Wu Daodu felt. But what followed wasn't the scene he'd imagined. Yang Chen beaten senseless and utterly disoriented. After unleashing 2 skills, Yang Chen's speed surged dramatically. With astonishing reflexes, he dodged relentlessly from side to side, evading the attacks of the 2 multicolored pythons. Ha! He's so fast. And that preemptive dodging? Holy crap! How does he do that? A 5-star novice beast tamer actually possesses such evasion skills? Wu Daodu stared as if seeing a ghost, her beautiful eyes flashing with astonishment as she followed Yang Chen's every movement and sprint. It was utterly unbelievable. Yang Chen was merely a 5-star novice beast master. Clearly, he didn't come from a privileged background. Any family with even a modicum of influence would have helped him advance his rank the moment he awakened as a beastmaster, ensuring he gained access to artificial wormholes far earlier than commoners. Yang Chen clearly hadn't. Then, his ability to anticipate and dodge attacks with such practiced ease was almost heartbreaking to witness. Who taught him this? What astonished Wu Daodu most, however, was Yang Chen's monstrous speed. It seemed to match the tricolor pythons in every way. While the tricolor python wasn't renowned for agility, it was still a tier 2, 1-star magical beast after all. How could Yang Chen, a mere 5-star novice beastmaster, match the speed of a tricolor python? Could it be his 2 skills? Damn, what kind of skills are those? Could they be pure agility skills? Do they both boost speed? Several thoughts flashed through Wu Daodu's mind, but upon further reflection, something seemed off. It seemed not only Yang Chen's speed had increased, but the tricolor python's speed had also slowed down. This was a debuff skill. Wu Daodu hadn't seen Jiang Xiao or the other 2 cast any skills earlier, which meant this skill could only belong to Yang Chen. Could it be a reduction-type support skill, plus one that boosts agility? Wu Daodu silently analyzed, but no matter how she looked at it, it just didn't seem quite right. After all, considering Yang Chen's level, an agility-boosting skill couldn't be that overpowered, right? Even if it was golden tier. Unless both were buff skills, and one of them also reduced enemy buffs. This guy has 2 gold quality skills. And top-tier ones at that. No wonder he dared to come to a 2nd-tier, 1-star artificial wormhole. This guy's luck is off the charts. Wu Daodu was utterly stunned. After all, a single golden tier skill was rarer than 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100,000. Yang Chen possesses 2. How absurdly overpowered was that? But as Wu Daodu pondered this for a moment, Yang Chen and the others had already sprinted far ahead. She didn't have time to think further and hurriedly gave chase. Yang Chen exploited the cover of the jungle's trees, dodging and evading relentlessly. Finally, after half an hour, he successfully evaded the tricolor python's pursuit and reunited with Jiang Xiao and the others. They didn't pause but pressed onward. This left Wu Daodu increasingly baffled. It was obvious that Yang Chen's 4-person squad couldn't take down a 2nd-tier, 1-star demon beast. Why were they still pushing forward? Wu Daodu was utterly baffled. Had Yang Chen and the others lost their minds? How much water would it take to make them do something this insane? Chapter 139, this is absolutely insane. Keep tailing these guys. Let's see what the hell they're up to. Wu Daoda thought to herself. She refused to believe that 4 mere 5-star novice beast masters could pull off anything truly earth-shattering. Then, Wu Daoda swiftly followed behind. At this point, Yang Chen's 4-person team hadn't reached the deepest part, but they were already in the middle section. After about 20 minutes of tailing them, commotion erupted ahead once more. "Yah!" A piercing roar echoed through the air. Then came Jiang Zhao's voice, filled with astonishment and delight. "Holy crap, it's a cat demon! 4 cat demons! Finally, we've found them! Damn it, pure experience points!" Wu Daodu heard the commotion and quickly parted the grass to look. He saw Yang Chen and the others already forming a battle formation. Surrounding them were 4 cat demons, eyes fixed on them like tigers, sharp claws and fangs bared, glaring fiercely at the group. Jiang Zhao seemed to have been knocked down by one of the demons, landing flat on his butt. Yet, he stared at the cat demons with such excitement he was practically drooling. Wu Daodu watched the scene unfold, his head buzzing. Our academy students are truly starving. They're even eyeing the cat demons. It must be said, aside from their feline heads, cat demons' bodies resembled humans and their figures were incredibly voluptuous. If you covered their heads, dressed them in those sexy little human skirts, black stockings. Damn it! Wu Daodu suddenly felt like he'd hit upon something. Could these guys actually be after the cat demons? But just then, the cat demons in the forest ahead suddenly launched their attack. Yang Chen's expression darkened slightly. He bellowed, "Zhang Xiao, take the left cat demon. I'll handle the right one. Lan Lan, target the one in the middle left. Save 3 fire arrows to wound the last cat demon, I'll finish it off. Brother Wu, roar!" As soon as Yang Chen finished speaking, Wu Daodu heard a wolf-like howl echoing from the sky. Woo woo! The sound echoed for dozens of meters around them. The next second, Wu Daodu's body jerked as if electrocuted. Her eyes snapped wide open, pupils rapidly contracting, as if witnessing something utterly shocking. And indeed, the scene before her was utterly astonishing. With that howl, the cat demon that had been leaping down from the treetops suddenly froze stiff as a board, as if struck by a petrification spell. It plummeted straight down from midair. Holy crap! The cat demon's frozen. Wu Daodu was too stunned to speak. How had Yang Chen and the others managed this? As an instructor at Yinglong Academy, her knowledge of the academy's artificial wormhole naturally surpassed that of the students. She understood the cat demon's nature. When it sensed a fatal threat, its body would freeze. So, did that mean the cat demon had just sensed a deadly threat? But Yang Chen and his team were merely 5-star novice beast masters. How could they possibly pose a threat to the cat demon? If there was anything amiss, it was that wolf howl. Wu Daodu's eyes lit up instantly. Could it be that wolf howl? That made the cat demon sense a deadly threat? It seemed the only plausible explanation. Yet it didn't make sense either, for Wu Daodu had never heard of such a thing, a beast tamer capable of intimidating demon beasts and beastmen. What caliber of beast master would possess such power? Even mythical tier beasts couldn't achieve such feats. There are 2 main reasons. First, while tamed beasts vary in intelligence, none can communicate seamlessly with humans. Thus, they typically don't cooperate but only unleash their abilities. Second, tamed beasts are trained from the young of beastmen or demon beasts. There's no such thing as bloodline suppression. This was the most perplexing aspect. It was the aspect that baffled Wu Daodu the most. Could it be that Yang Chen's beast mastering is mutated? Could that be why it possesses abilities other beasts lack? Like intelligence? Like the power to intimidate? Wu Daodu stared intently at Yang Chen's retreating figure, her mind racing with questions. This youngster seems to hold quite a few secrets. At that very moment, Yang Chen and his 3 companions, working with flawless coordination, swiftly dispatched all the cat demons with practiced ease. Each took one. Watching this, Wu Daodu finally understood why Yang Chen's squad had gone to such lengths to enter the jungle wormhole. It was all to exploit the cat demon's weakness. Judging by their movements and coordination, this was clearly not their first time doing this. It was likely that their previous ventures into the flaming desert and the dreaming wormhole had been trials to test the viability of this approach. This left Wu Daodu filled with admiration for these young lads. These 4 youngsters truly possessed both skill and daring. After completing their experiments in the first tier, 7-star dreaming wormhole, they dared to tackle the second tier, 1-star jungle wormhole directly. It was nothing short of audacious. If Yang Chen's beast summoning roar hadn't worked, these guys would have been in serious trouble. Talent truly emerges in every generation. If these youngsters can grow up, their audacity and courage will surely become the cornerstone of the human race. Wu Daodu watched Yang Chen and his 3 companions disappear into the depths. She didn't follow them. Instead, she silently turned and walked away. She had already seen that Yang Chen's squad possessed flying mounts. They shouldn't face too much danger here, making her presence unnecessary. Besides, even if danger lurked, this was a trial Yang Chen and his companions must endure. Becoming the pillars of the human race was no simple feat. After exiting the artificial wormhole, Wu Daodu had barely stepped out when Instructor Lin approached and asked, "Teacher Wu, how did it go? Did you manage to keep up with them?" Wu Daodu nodded. "I think so. Lin paused, noticing something off about Wu Daodu's expression. His own face shifted slightly as he asked, could they all have perished inside? Oh no! These little brats wouldn't listen to a word of advice. Well, now they've all gotten themselves into trouble. Our Ringlong Academy has lost yet another batch of promising recruits. Mentor Lin, frustrated beyond words, spoke as he picked up the phone to report the incident to the academy. Their duty here, besides guarding the entrance and assisting students with credit and hour exchanges, included one crucial task, monitoring the students' safety. Just as Instructor Lin lifted the phone, Wu Daodu grabbed his hand and exclaimed, they're not dead. Not dead? Then how? Mentor Lin looked at Wu Daodu in astonishment. They're hunting monsters and orcs inside. Wu Daodu declared earnestly. What? Mentor Lin's eyes instantly widened like copper bells. Had he heard correctly? A 5-star novice beast tamer hunting beasts and orcs in a second-tier, 1-star artificial wormhole? Are freshmen this formidable nowadays? No way. This isn't just talented, this is insane. Chapter 140, The Meticulous Qin Ku. Are you sure you didn't misread it? Instructor Lin looked at Wu Daodu in disbelief. Wu Daodu shook her head firmly. I saw it clearly, they hunted down the cat demon. Wu Daodu recounted everything she had witnessed inside the artificial wormhole. What? After hearing this, Instructor Lin's voice rose again, his shock intensifying. What had he just heard? The beast riders of Yang Chen's 4-person squad could actually immobilize a cat demon? What kind of beast is this guy's mount? Let me see it. Instructor Lin hurried toward the computer. As everyone knew, cat demons only froze when they sensed a threat to their lives. For advanced beast tamers like them to make a cat demon freeze was incredibly easy, thanks to their level advantage. But Yang Chen and his group were only 5-star novice beast tamers. I already checked it. Take a look. Wu Daodu gave a wry smile and shifted aside to make room. Yang Chen's records were already displayed. Student records weren't considered confidential unless there were special circumstances, they didn't require strict secrecy. Mentor Lin stepped forward to examine it. Under the beast taming section, Yang Chen had listed a parrot, with its quality marked as mutant. So it's a mutated beast. Instructor Lin furrowed his brow, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. This young man seems to have quite the luck. A mutated beast like that must possess some special abilities. Not only that, but they're incredibly bold. Wu Daodu sighed wryly. If our academy didn't only have a tier 2, 1-star artificial wormhole, they'd probably dare to attempt a higher level one. Meanwhile, within the jungle wormhole. Over the past few hours, Yang Chen's 4-person squad had encountered cat demons 3 more times. They had hunted down 12 cat demons in 2 separate hunts, along with several multicolored pythons and 4 horned oxen. Pursued while pursuing their prey, they endured pain and found joy in the struggle. Their experience points soared rapidly. At this moment, the 4 found a temporarily safe patch of grass and hid within it. Phew! Those 4 horned oxen are incredibly fast. They're brutal. Their savage charges are like gods slaying gods, Buddhas slaying Buddhas. I decided as soon as I hit level 2, I'm taking this skill. It fits my style perfectly. Zhang Xiao panted heavily while grinning ear to ear. This jungle rush was risky, but damn thrilling. Quick, grab some food and rest up. We'll keep going. Ouyang Lanlan pulled water, biscuits, and canned goods from her backpack and distributed them among the group. Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao dug in with gusto. Qinka broke off pieces of biscuit, nibbling slowly as she analyzed, I think our pace for hunting these cat demons is still too slow. Slow? Jiang Xiao looked up. Ache, don't be ungrateful. Sure, we're hunting slower now, but we're gaining experience much faster. Much faster than when we hunted 5-star tier 1 beasts. Bottom line, fewer kills, but more experience. Put that way, we're actually doing less work. Zhang Xiao said with a satisfied look. Qinka sighed and said, what I mean is, shouldn't we try to find a pattern in the cat demon's appearances? Pattern? Jiang Xiao froze. Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan both turned to look at Qin Ku. What do you mean? What did you notice? Yang Chen asked. I noticed that the 3 locations where we encountered the cat demon share several characteristics. Compared to other areas, they're relatively dry, and the trees are more scattered, yet there are also some open spaces, Qinka said deliberately. What's that supposed to mean? Cat demons like cleanliness? Jiang Xiao asked, looking utterly confused. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving look and explained, Ku means these spots are more likely to attract cat demons. So, when we search for cat demons next, shouldn't we focus on finding places like this? Maybe we'll run into one faster. Oh, I see. Jiang Xiao perked up instantly. Does that mean we can speed up our hunting pace? Ouyang Lanlan remained silent. Yang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, looking at Jiang Xiao and asking, did you notice these details? Isn't it all the same in this jungle? It's all damp everywhere, where's there any dry spot? And those huge trees. I feel like they're all pretty much the same. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. Yang Chen. Ouyang Lanlan shook her head slightly. I didn't notice either. Alright, regardless, since Ake noticed it, let's follow her lead and search these areas first. Maybe our chances will be better. Yang Chen suggested. Even if we're heading in the wrong direction, it doesn't matter. We can still keep searching based on this approach. Alright. Ouyang Lanlan and the others nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal and resting for about 20 minutes, they set off again. This time, the four of them searched based on the characteristics Chin-ko had described, swiftly skipping over all other areas. Truthfully, in such dense jungle, it was difficult to spot any area that was even slightly drier or had sparser trees without careful observation. The jungle was intensely humid, and the vegetation was incredibly dense. After searching for about 30 minutes ahead, they came upon a slightly drier patch. At the very least, while the surrounding areas were covered in dark, wet soil, this spot featured abundant yellow, hard soil that was comparatively drier. Most crucially, the trees were much sparser here. This must be the cat demon's lair AKO mentioned. Are there really cat demons here? Jiang Xiao had been carefully observing the terrain the entire way. Seeing this scene finally made him excited. The moment Jiang Xiao finished speaking, the cry of a cat demon echoed from the treetops ahead. Meow. Yang Chen and the others immediately looked up. There, on the treetops ahead, 6 cat demons moved with sinuous grace, slowly pacing along the branches, their eyes fixed intently on the group. They really are here. Holy crap, Ake's awesome. Jiang Xiao instantly perked up. Yang Chen shot Chin-ko a surprised glance. It seemed Chin-ko's hunch was spot on. You had to admit, Chin-ko really was incredibly observant. She managed to notice so much. Chin-ko, you're amazing. Ouyang Lanlan gave Chin-ko a thumbs up and said, looks like we can pick up the pace now. Chapter 141, Enemies Meet Unexpectedly. This time, give Ku a credit. Same as always, everyone, let's go. Yang Chen chuckled softly before calling out to the parrot, 8th master, give us a shout. Watch this. Woo woo. The magpie let out a howl. At that very moment, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao charged forward. The cat demons over there, just like the previous ones, rushed toward them the moment they saw the group. Before they could even reach halfway, their fur stood on end, their bodies stiffened completely, and they fell straight down. Yang Chen drew his Shou-chun sword in an instant, slicing off the head of one cat demon with a single stroke. This cat demon possessed higher defense, and Yang Chen couldn't kill it with a single strike. It took 3 blows to sever its head. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao relied entirely on brute force, using his beast-taming abilities to literally crush the cat demon to death. Ouyang Lanlan had it easiest. She simply unleashed her skills to eliminate the cat demons. In less than half a minute, all 6 cat demons were slain by the 4 of them. Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao each claimed 2 kills, while Chin-ko and Ouyang Lanlan each took down 1. Next time they encountered cat demons, Chin-ko and Ouyang Lanlan would get first priority. After dispatching the demons, Yang Chen and his companions deftly extracted their crystal cores. Over the following 10 days, the 4 discovered patterns in the cat demons' gathering locations, making their hunts increasingly efficient. Over the 10 days, the group hunted nearly 200 cat demons. While the quantity fell short of that of comparable level magical beasts and beastmen, the experience gained far surpassed it. Based on their hunting pace within the snowfield wormhole, excluding beasts and orcs slain with instructors' assistance, they had only taken down a little over 400 creatures. Finally, on the 11th day, shortly after noon, Yang Chen and his companions prepared to depart. Their training period totaled just over 12 days. They feared delays on the journey and decided to search the outer regions for cat demons instead. Unfortunately, on their return journey, they encountered no cat demons. Instead, they were pursued relentlessly by numerous tricolor pythons. Hiding and dodging all the way, the 4 finally emerged from the wormhole on the 12th day. At the same time, in the Academy Wormhole's duty office, it happened to be Wu Dao's shift again that day. At that moment, Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan, accompanied by 2 teammates, were delivering crystal cores. Ever since they had survived their last venture through the artificial wormhole, the Academy had quelled the monster and beastman assault on the exit point. Subsequently, they began investigating the deaths of Academy students during that incident. Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan had been assigned to the same room. Upon discovering they both harbored grudges against Yang Chen, they joined forces, planning to confront him together. After the investigation, the Academy assigned them 2 new teammates, who had just returned from the Flaming Desert. This time, their expedition was brief, lasting less than 5 days, yet they had advanced to the rank of Junior Beastmaster at the 8th star level. Unable to gain experience in the Flaming Desert, they planned to venture into artificial wormholes rated at either the 1st tier, 8th star, or 1st tier, 9th star. Teacher, we have a total of 630 1st tier 5-star crystal cores here. We want to exchange them all for credits. One team member, holding a backpack, was verifying the crystal cores with the teacher on duty and calculating the credits. Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan exchanged a knowing smile. This time, their luck in the artificial wormhole had been exceptional. They'd hunted over 600 creatures in just 5 days. With this boost, our level should finally catch up to Yang Chen and the others. The day of our revenge draws ever closer. Yang Yuan sneered coldly. No. We should say we've already surpassed them. I refuse to believe they could ever get opportunities like ours. The next time we emerge from the artificial wormhole, we'll challenge Yang Chen and his crew.
A cold, menacing glint flashed in Yi Zhan's eyes.
He was determined to kill Yang Chen. Yang Chen had killed his 3 teammates.
He would make Yang Chen pay dearly. He would cripple Yang Chen and slaughter all his remaining comrades right before his eyes. He would make Yang Chen taste the agony of losing his comrades. Just then, another teammate nearby suddenly gasped, "Holy crap, they just emerged from a level 2, 1-star jungle wormhole.
Do they level up that fast? Holy!" Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan's expression shifted slightly. They'd considered themselves fast levelers, but now there were others even faster?
When Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan turned to look, they froze in place upon seeing who emerged from the jungle wormhole.
Yang Chen? Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan were both dumbfounded. It was Yang Chen's squad. How could this be possible? Yang Chen's squad had entered a level 2, 1-star jungle wormhole? That's a 5-star difference. And they crossed tiers to do it. This is impossible. Yang Chen and his 3 companions naturally spotted Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan.
Ouyang Lanlan's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she remarked, "Who'd have thought we'd run into those disgusting people here?" As the old saying goes, birds of a feather flock together.
Seems true enough. Zhang Xiao joined in the scathing mockery without restraint.
Yang Yuan's face darkened to the extreme, turning ashen under Zhang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan's barrage. Yi Zhan, however, remained remarkably composed. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Some people are the truly disgusting ones."
Venturing into a second stage, 1-star wormhole? Bet you just got flung out of there, huh? Yang Yuan froze for a moment before catching on, chiming in with mockery, "Ha! Talk about putting on a brave face. How come you didn't die in there? We're not like certain people.
While certain people are still hunting level 1, 5-star beasts and beastmen, we've already taken down quite a few level 2, 1-star beasts."
Ouyang Lanlan shot back, arms crossed. "You lot? Ha! Bull!" Yang Yuan burst into loud laughter, declaring, "Go ahead, show me. Let me see your tier 2, level 1 crystal cores. Look at my temper. Zhang Xiao, show them. Let them open their dog eyes and take a good look." Ouyang Lanlan shot Zhang Xiao a meaningful glance.
Without a word, Zhang Xiao immediately took off his backpack, opened it, and revealed the cat demon's crystal core inside. Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan leaned in for a closer look. The moment they recognized it as a cat demon's crystal core, they were utterly dumbfounded.
Holy! You actually hunted down a tier 2, 1-star demon beast and a beastman. How is that even possible?
A tier 2, 1-star demon beast and beastman have such high stats, how did you manage it?
Impossible. Yang Yuan's face was frozen in utter disbelief. Yi Zhan's expression darkened to the extreme.
They had thought revenge against Yang Chen was imminent, yet unexpectedly, Yang Chen had already outmaneuvered them. And it wasn't just 1 or 2, it was an entire large backpack, containing at least hundreds of crystal cores. How did Yang Chen and his group manage this? It was utterly absurd.
Chapter 142, Too Awesome.
That's a total of 456 crystal cores, worth 456 exchange credits. All credited to your student cards.
Wu Daoda stared blankly at the tally sheet.
Most were cat demon crystal cores, with a smaller portion being sand snake and 2-headed snake crystal cores. Even though Wu Daoda had long been aware of Yang Chen and the others' capabilities, she was utterly astonished at this moment.
Yang Chen and his group had truly pulled it off. Ha ha. Hey, dumbass, why so quiet? Don't you talk anymore?
Zhang Xiao crossed his arms, mocking Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan with unrestrained laughter. Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan's faces darkened to the extreme. Their earlier words seemed to still echo in their ears, yet at this very moment, it felt like a sharp slap across their faces. They still couldn't believe that Yang Chen and his 3 companions were already capable of hunting second-tier, 1-star demon beasts and beastmen.
They acknowledged the gap between themselves and Yang Chen's group, but surely it couldn't be this vast? Don't get cocky. I suspect you're cheating. Someone must have helped you level up.
Yi Zhan said, his face dark and sullen.
Exactly.
Yang Yuan's eyes lit up instantly as he shouted, "Over 10 days ago, I remember you were still just 5-star novice beastmasters.
Where did you get the nerve to hunt beasts and beastmen? You must be cheating." Yang Yuan deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of many nearby. What? A 5-star beginner beastmaster going to hunt in a second-tier, 1-star wormhole? That's definitely cheating. The academy has strict rules against leveling others up. This is cheating. It's unfair to us.
Students nearby pointed fingers and whispered among themselves.
Seeing his scheme succeed, Yang Yuan wasn't afraid to escalate matters.
He immediately approached Wu Daodu and declared, "Teacher Wu, we strongly suspect the Yang Chen squad of 4 is cheating. Please have the academy investigate and severely punish these individuals. Such individuals will tarnish Yinglong Academy's reputation even after graduation." Wu Daodu remained impassive, replying solemnly, "Yang Chen and his team did not cheat. Moreover, after investigation by our academy, they hunted down the cat demon through their own strength and wisdom."
What? The surrounding crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Is that even possible? Did Yang Chen's team not only rely on strength but also use cunning to outmaneuver the cat demons? But those cat demons had no apparent weaknesses. If pressed for a weakness, it was that they would freeze when faced with a fatal threat. But if you could make a cat demon feel fatally threatened, then you already possess the strength to kill it outright. What need was there for cunning? Just go all out. There must be something else going on here.
Yi Zhan and Yang Yuan were rendered speechless by Wu Daodu's retort, nearly dumbfounded.
Did Yang Chen and his group possess some mysterious method to hunt down cat demons?
Yi Zhan and Yang Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They felt like complete fools, especially as the surrounding crowd shot them sidelong glances that seemed to mock them.
Let's go.
Yi Zhan snorted coldly, refusing to linger.
He turned and walked away. Yang Yuan hurried to follow. What's up? Not chatting anymore? Stay a bit longer.
Zhang Xiao beamed, waving cheerfully at Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan. Yang Yuan and Yi Zhan's expressions darkened further as their footsteps quickened.
Captain Yang, what method did you use to hunt down that cat demon? Teach me.
Hey, handsome guy with the crew cut, I thought you looked pretty sharp earlier.
You don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? I don't have a boyfriend either. What do you think about me?
The other students swarmed around them, especially a couple of female students who flirtatiously brushed up against Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao. Some good-looking male students, seeing this, followed suit, trying to get closer to Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku.
Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku were stunningly beautiful with incredibly hot figures.
Hooking up with them could not only get them to spill the beans about hunting cat demons but kill two birds with one stone.
But before the 2.5-year trainees could flex their muscles, Ouyang Lanlan's face darkened.
With two swift punches, she sent the closest male student flying.
Get lost. Anyone else who dares to come near us, don't blame us for taking action. Ouyang Lanlan's face was as cold as ice.
The students were all startled.
This girl was seriously hot-tempered. She didn't hesitate to act.
The crowd parted, clearing a path for Ouyang Lanlan and her three companions.
Let's go.
Ouyang Lanlan spat out the word, turning her head not once as she strode toward the exit. Zhang Xiao watched the scene unfold, his eyes nearly popping out of his head.
So cool. So cool. So beautiful. Zhang Xiao felt like he was about to be completely won over by Ouyang Lanlan.
He loved women who made him feel secure.
Yang, I think I'm falling for her. Zhang Xiao grabbed Yang Chen's arm. Ha! Yang Chen looked at Zhang Xiao, only to see Zhang Zhao's gaze fixed intently on Ouyang Lanlan. Yang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Zhang Xiao likes violent women? Did this guy have some masochistic tendencies?
Ouyang Lanlan, walking ahead, naturally heard Zhang Zhao's words. She paused slightly, shooting Zhang Xiao a cold, warning glare. Zhang Xiao sheepishly lowered his head, seeming to fall even deeper in love.
Yang Chen shook his head slightly and sighed. Hopeless.
Soon, the four of them left the artificial wormhole duty room.
Outside, Ouyang Lanlan shot Zhang Xiao a warning glance and said, "Don't even think about it." With that, Ouyang Lanlan strode off toward the girls' dormitory with her long legs. Go for it, flathead. I'm rooting for you. Qin Ku whispered encouragement to Zhang Xiao.
Zhang Xiao grinned sheepishly, scratching his head awkwardly. After Qin Ku and the others had left, Zhang Xiao stood there grinning like an idiot for a while longer before following Yang Chen back to the dormitory.
Hey, wait Yang, did Lanlan mean don't think about it earlier? Like, don't think about her too much once we get back?
Zhang Xiao suddenly asked.
Yang Chen chuckled inwardly. Probably. Why don't you text Lanlan as soon as you get back to the dorm? I think she has feelings for you too. Why not ask her out? Zhang Xiao pondered this seriously. Finally, he nodded emphatically. You're right. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yang Chen's mouth twitched violently. He was speaking in reverse, you know. Get it? Sarcasm?
Yang Chen almost corrected him, but then he remembered how well he knew Ouyang Lanlan. She was a great person, and Zhang Xiao knew her inside out too. Sure, he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed when it came to emotional intelligence, but he was genuinely kind.
Who knows? Maybe things could actually work out for them. Let them play their own game. Chapter 143, The Truth Comes Out. The moment Yang Chen turned on his phone, a WeChat notification popped up.
The first message was from Zhang Shuer, followed by several messages from Su Qi. Yang Chen calmly ignored Su Qi's messages and opened Zhang Shuer's. Ugh, just emerged from the wormhole.
So exhausted. The snowfields are freezing cold.
This message had been sent 5 days earlier. Attached to it was a selfie of Zhang Shuer in her dorm room. Zhang Shuer wore no makeup, her delicate face worn with fatigue.
Her pouting lips looked both adorable and pitifully endearing. Yang Chen smiled knowingly. Still haven't emerged? Missing you on your first day.
We haven't seen each other in nearly 2 months. I heard the 4 major colleges pressured Inglong Academy, and their dean even challenged the 4 colleges.
Will we face them in the tournament? Just got another notice heading back to the wormhole for training. Wait for me when I come out.
Yang Chen read this and found no further messages from Zhang Shuer.
This left him sighing inwardly. He and Zhang Shuer weren't in the same academy, and given the current situation, everyone would be extremely busy going forward. They'd likely have even fewer chances to meet. This didn't bode well at all. After pondering for a moment, Yang Chen decided to reply to Zhang Shuer's message. After replying to Zhang Shuer, Yang Chen opened Su Qi's message. Ding ding ding. Yang Chen, where are you guys? Still in the wormhole? Reply ASAP. I'm waiting for you guys in the dorm. Yang Chen frowned slightly at the message. Before he could speak, Zhang Xiao beside him blurted out, phone in hand, Yang Chen, did Su Qi text you? Let's head back first and talk about it. Without further ado, Yang Chen quickened his pace toward the dormitory. When Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao returned to the dorm, Su Qi and Li Yan were chatting. Holy crap! Yang Chen, Zhang Xiao, you guys are finally back. Su Qi and Li Yan immediately rushed over. What happened? Yang Chen frowned and asked. What's the matter? You don't know? Su Qi looked at Yang Chen in surprise. Word spreading all over the academy, they say you killed fellow students in the snowfields. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened slightly. They had indeed killed a group of people in the snowfields, but at that time, there had been no one else around. Had word gotten out? Yang Chen remained impassive. Who said that? A video circulating on the campus network, it's footage of you two killing students. Some even edited posts claiming the academy covered up your killing of fellow students. Damn, my good brothers, I never imagined your connections were this solid, killing classmates in the academy's wormhole and still getting it covered up. Su Qi couldn't help but give Yang Chen a thumbs up. Could it be that when they killed those perverts with extreme tastes earlier in the snowfields, other students were nearby? Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao exchanged glances. Zhang Xiao felt a pang of guilt and panic. They knew their own relationship, they had absolutely no relationship. If this got out, they'd be finished. This made Zhang Xiao panic. If footage really leaked out, they'd be held responsible. Expulsion from the academy was a certainty, and they'd likely face jail time too. Zhang Xiao wasn't afraid for himself. He feared his younger sister, Zhang Xiaomei, would be left helpless and alone. Yang Chen shot Zhang Xiao a reassuring glance, signaling him to calm down. Yang Chen remained composed as ever, asking, where's the video? Huh? What's the matter? You didn't do it? Su Qi froze slightly, staring at Yang Chen as if he genuinely had no idea. Holy crap, this can't be some fake video someone made to frame you guys. What kind of grudge could be that deep? That's just vicious. People like this need to be punished. Li Yan couldn't stop cursing as he fumbled with his phone. Soon, he seemed to find the video and handed it to Yang Chen, saying, here's the video. Take a look. Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao took the phone and tapped on the video embedded in the post. No. No. The video depicted the very scene of Yang Jinghao's murder. Yang Jinghao was struck by Ouyang Lanlan's skill, sent flying like a dead dog, and instantly suffered severe injuries. Yang Chen then rushed forward at lightning speed to deliver the finishing blow, snapping Yang Jinghao's neck with his bare hands. The video documented the entire process of Yang Chen and his three companions eliminating Yang Jinghao's squad. It really was them. There were people there at the time. Zhang Zhao's face instantly drained of color. From this angle, someone was hiding in the trees. At these words, Su Qi and Li Yan's expressions abruptly changed. It really was you guys. Su Qi and Li Yan exchanged peculiar glances. Hadn't they just claimed ignorance moments ago? Yang Chen, Zhang Xiao, you're in big trouble now. One of the four you killed was named Yang Jinghao. His older brother, Yang He, is a third-year cadet. He just returned from the battlefield a few days ago and heard the news. They immediately went to confront the academy authorities and vowed to retaliate. They'll kill you the moment you show your faces. Su Qi offered the warning kindly. Yang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. What did the academy say? Not sure. They went to Dean Chen's office at first, but word is he shielded you guys and refused to punish you. That's what made Yang He and his brother lose it. Word is Yang He and his group have already become advanced beastmasters. If they're determined to kill you to avenge his brother, you'd better be careful. Su Qi warned. If the academy isn't punishing us, does that mean we're in the clear? Zhang Xiao relaxed considerably at this point. If they want to kill us, they won't find it easy. Damn it, so what if they're advanced beastmasters? We're almost there too. As long as there was no punishment, no jail time, and no implicating his sister, Zhang Xiao wasn't afraid of a fight. Yang Chen fell silent for a moment before speaking. Didn't you notice this video has been edited? Someone deliberately wanted to stir up trouble. They didn't show the context, just the final part. You mean someone framed us? Zhang Zhao's expression darkened slightly. Damn it, if these cowards had the guts, they should come out and fight. What kind of cowardly bastards pull stunts like this behind our backs? Su Qi and Li Yan, hearing this, were finally convinced the incident was real. Did you have any conflicts with these people? Su Qi inquired. Zhang Xiao was still seething with anger as he recounted the entire conflict with Yang Jinghao and his crew in detail. Su Qi and Li Yan's expressions darkened. Damn it, are these people animals? They even went after the Snow Maiden. That's disgusting. Su Qi felt goosebumps rise on his skin. The worst part is they tried to kill witnesses to silence them. I bet this video was edited to frame you guys. It's deliberately edited like this. Chapter 144, The Magpie Grows a Brain. Yang Chen, Jiang Xiao, get down here. As they spoke, a loud shout suddenly echoed from outside the dorm room. Li Yan's expression darkened. He rushed to the window and peered outside, his face shifting repeatedly. It's over. It's over. Yang He has come looking for us. All 4 members of Yang He's squad are here. They're all high-level beast masters. What should we do? Su Qi's expression darkened. Should we go find the teacher? What good would the teacher do? He might help us today, but what about tomorrow? If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, there's no escaping it. Besides, they wouldn't dare make a move inside the academy. If they did, it'd be suicide. Go check it out. With that, Yang Chen turned and headed for the exit. What the hell are we afraid of? Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth and followed, pulling out his phone as he went. Yang Chen, I'll notify Lan Lan and the others, tell them to hide first. Jiang Xiao walked along while sending messages to Ouyang, Lan Lan and the others. Li Yan watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. Those guys outside were all high-level beast tamers. Yang Chen and the others going down like that, wasn't that just pure suicide? Brother Su, what should we do? Should we go down too? Li Yan shot a questioning look at Su Qi. Go down. A resolute gleam flashed in Su Qi's eyes as he said, and while we're at it, let's notify their homeroom teacher. Meanwhile, as Yang Chen descended the stairwell, he had already summoned his magpie companion. Yang Chen glanced at his character attributes panel. Character, Yang Chen. Beastmaster power, 398. Class, Offensive Beastmaster. Level, Junior Beastmaster 8-star experience, 1107-1440. Attack, 18 plus 87. Defense, 18 plus 87. Agility, 18 plus 87. Spirit, 300 plus 154. Talent coins, 2340. Vermilion Bird bloodline fragments, 3. Talent, Mythic Bloodline Awakening, grants the ability to randomly alter a tamed beast's bloodline once, elevating its quality to legendary or higher. No level restrictions apply. Cannot be used on non-host tamed beasts. Bloodline cannot be upgraded. Cannot alter the bloodline of the same tamed beast a second time. Skill, Golden Battlefront Resolve LV.8 experience, 1107-1440, consumes 230 spirit to boost attack, defense, and agility by 74% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The percentage boost increases with skill level. Over the past 12 days, Yang Chen had ascended to an 8-star Junior Beastmaster, with all attributes enhanced. His talent coins now exceeded 2,000, his most prosperous state yet. As for skills, he could now boost his 3 core attributes by 74%. It was borderline absurd. Once activated, for 10 minutes, Yang Chen's 3 core attributes would rival those of an intermediate Beastmaster. Yang Chen gave everything a quick glance and used all his talent coins to purchase Vermilion Bird bloodline fragments. Ding! Would the host like to use the Vermilion Bird bloodline fragments? Use them on Magpie. Yang Chen's thought flashed. Instantly, beams of light invisible to others descended from the sky, bathing the magpie in their glow. Ah! So comfortable. The magpie, mid-flight, suddenly emitted a seductive cry. Jiang Xiao, who was walking with his head down, nearly stumbled and fell down the stairs upon hearing that sound. Holy crap! Are people playing this perverted nowadays? Jiang Xiao looked up at the magpie, his skin crawling. He thought the bird was just mentally unstable, but who knew it was also so sultry? It sounded more, well, than a woman. Especially when Jiang Xiao looked up at the magpie, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from its bird face. Why did the magpie seem like it was, there aren't any female birds around. Could parrots do that without a female around? Holy crap! This was beyond Jiang Xiao's understanding. But Jiang Xiao soon noticed something was off. The magpie's feathers had started out colorful, then somehow turned completely white. Now, the magpie's feathers were gradually changing color again, turning red. Like flames, the color spread steadily across its entire body, starting from the bottom and moving upward. Finally, only a small patch of white feathers remained at the center of the magpie's head, while every other part had completely transformed into red. Moreover, the magpie's body was steadily growing larger. The corridors and staircases of this dormitory building were originally designed to be spacious. Even with a wingspan of several meters, the magpie could easily navigate them. Yet gradually, it seemed to struggle even to flap its wings. It seemed to be squeezed. Jiang Xiao witnessed this scene, a flash of terror crossing his eyes. Yang Chen, your beast is growing. Not understanding what was happening, Jiang Xiao hurriedly tugged at Yang Chen's sleeve. Oh, probably just eating too much lately. It's growing brains, I guess. Yang Chen replied dismissively. Growing brains? Is this what growing brains looks like? Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. How dismissive could he be? Yang Chen, however, had no time to dwell on it. He hurriedly opened the magpie's attribute panel. At this moment, the magpie's attributes had undergone a complete transformation. Beast Tamer, Parrot Magpie. Quality, mythical. Bloodline, Vermilion Bird bloodline 67%. Role, support. Level, Tier 1, 8 stars experience, 1107-1440. Attack, 161. Defense, 156. Agility, 256. Spirit, 966. Active skill, golden support skill sync or swim level 9 experience, 189-2240, consumes 260 spirit power to cast on a designated target, trapping all creatures within 20 meters in a sinking ground. Increases the target's attack, defense, and agility by 82%, while reducing attack, defense, and agility by 76% for all other creatures within range. Skill percentage bonuses scale with level. Passive skill, Golden Enhanced Beast Control LV8 experience, 3180, upon entering combat, boosts all aspects of the beast's attributes by 64%. The percentage bonus increases with skill level. Magpie's attributes now surpass those of a typical Tier 2, 1-star beast master in every aspect. And with the boost from passive skills, it becomes even more terrifying. As for the attributes boosted by the skill sink or swim, they're nearly doubled. Yang Chen was thoroughly satisfied. If things came to blows with Yang He and his crew, he'd let Magpie take the lead, channeling all his skills into her. That should make him evenly matched against Yang He and the others, right? If Yang He heard Yang Chen say that, he'd be crying. What merit did he have to even hope for a draw against Magpie? Magpie's agility was so swift, you'd struggle to even spot where the bird was. Seeing Magpie struggling to walk, Yang Chen pushed open the nearby window and said, "Magpie, fly out." Chapter 145, The Truth Comes Out. Here comes the big boss. Wah! The magpie burst through the window with a shrieking cry, spreading its wings and soaring skyward. Its crimson form burst open in the sky like a blazing inferno, causing a wave of gasps outside the dormitory building. Holy crap! What a massive flying beast! What kind of beast is that? Red feathers like flames, it looks incredibly extraordinary. That's just too cool. Outside the dormitory, including the balconies of the dormitory building, many students had already peered out at the commotion following Yang He's voice. At that very moment, witnessing the magpie spread its wings and soar skyward, they all gasped in astonishment. Zhang Xiao stared in disbelief. Was this really the same magpie he knew? The magpie whose head wasn't quite right? This was a completely different bird. By then, Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao had stepped outside, where the magpie circled above Yang Chen's head. It's Yang Chen. That beast is his. Holy crap, isn't his beast companion just a pet? How did it become such a powerful beast? Could it be he's already a mid-level beast master? Many eyes turned enviously toward Yang Chen. It had to be said, the magpie's appearance was truly striking. Even at Yinglong Academy, it was an absolutely stunning presence, capable of captivating a whole crowd of senior and junior female students. Yang He's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at Yang Chen and asked, "You're Yang Chen?" "That's me." Yang Chen nodded. "Good that you admit it. You killed my brother in the snowfields. Don't think the academy covering for you will let you off the hook. Attack! Kill these two first, then go after the other two." Yang He suddenly roared, immediately preparing to summon his beast to attack Yang Chen. But at that very moment, a stern command echoed from outside. "Everyone, stop right now." Everyone froze in surprise. Chen Xiangshan emerged from the crowd, his face dark and grim. "Yang He, what are you doing? You want to kill someone inside the academy?" Chen Xiangshan shot Yang He a cold stare. Yang He instinctively took a small step back, but steeled himself to speak. "Dean, I demand to know why you're covering for Yang Chen. The entire academy now knows it was Yang Chen who killed my brother. I demand that Dean Chen give me an explanation today, in front of all these students. Otherwise, even if you protect Yang Chen today, I'll kill them tomorrow. Dean, you can't possibly guard Yang Chen and his crew every single day, can you?" The threat in Yang He's words was now unmistakable. The students gathered around, eager for a spectacle, murmured among themselves. "We all know what happened. The Dean is way too biased toward Yang Chen and his crew, isn't he? Yeah, we've all seen the video. Yang Chen's 4-person squad killed Yang He's younger brother, we know it. If the Dean and Yang Chen didn't share the same surname, I'd suspect one of Yang Chen's squad members is the Dean's illegitimate child. This favoritism is outrageous." The crowd pointed fingers at Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao, even criticizing Chen Xiangshan for his actions. Zhang Xiao's face flushed crimson with anger. He wanted to speak up several times but couldn't find the words, feeling utterly frustrated. Chen Xiangshan, however, looked calmly at Yang He, his expression devoid of emotion. "That's not how it happened. That video was edited. Moreover, the academy has obtained the full footage. We consulted with the inspection department, and we unanimously agree that Yang Chen and his team acted in self-defense." Yang He sneered coldly. "Dean, if you've all determined Yang Chen's team acted in self-defense, why won't you let us see the full video?" "What is this? This is blatant favoritism." These words incited the onlookers, who relished the drama, to join in the clamor. Dean, if you claim Yang Chen's actions were self-defense, then produce the full footage. Exactly. That would prove Yang Chen and his team's innocence. Otherwise, who would dare venture into the Academy's wormhole anymore? If they encountered Yang Chen's group, wouldn't they just get killed? Don't shield the real culprits. Produce the evidence. The students shouted loudly, their voices swelling in waves. Zhang Zhao's face flushed crimson with anger. Yang He and his group were utterly shameless. Just as Zhang Zhao was about to speak, Yang Chen grabbed his arm, signaling him to stay silent and let Dean Chen handle it. Chen Xiangshan's expression darkened. He fixed his gaze on Yang He and demanded, "You really want to see the footage?" "Yes. Why wouldn't I? If the dean can produce evidence today proving Yang Chen and his 3 companions acted in self-defense, I'll leave immediately," Yang He declared with a smirk. "Fine. Hope you don't regret it." Chen Xiangshan stopped stalling and immediately had the dorm supervisor fetch the LCD TV from the duty room. He connected his phone to it and mirrored the screen onto the TV. Soon, a video began playing on the screen. The footage began with Yang Jinghao and his group encountering the Snow Maidens, documenting the entire process of their gang rape of all the Snow Maidens. The moment the video appeared, the entire dormitory building erupted in complete uproar. Holy! Even going down on snow women? That's hardcore. This isn't just ruthless, it's downright inhuman. Worse than ruthless. This is just disgusting. No wonder Dean Chen refused to show the video to Yang He and the others. I thought he was favoring Yang Chen's squad, but turns out he was favoring Yang He's group. This is just unbelievable. The surrounding crowd buzzed with murmurs, the prevailing sentiment shifting abruptly to target Yang He. Yang He's face turned ashen. He never imagined that useless younger brother of his would do something like this. Did the students of Yinglong Academy lack women? Clearly not. With just a wave of their hands, countless beauties would come knocking. For Yang Jinghao to do something like this, he'd utterly disgraced him. As the video played on, Yang Chen's 4-person squad soon came into view. Upon seeing this scene, Yang Chen's squad made no attempt to communicate with Yang Jinghao's group. They had intended to leave, but unexpectedly, Yang Jinghao's men launched a surprise attack. The subsequent footage is the very video circulating online. Yang Jinghao's group failed in their ambush and were instead killed by Yang Chen's team. Holy! The truth is out. So Yang Jinghao started it, and with a sneak attack. Not only did he ambush them, but he got counterattack too. TSK, how can Yang He possibly have the nerve to demand justice now? Yeah, that's what you get for a failed sneak attack getting screwed over. Disgusting. The prevailing sentiment instantly turned against them. Regardless of whether Yang Jinghao's group had initiated the conflict, that video with the Snow Maiden alone made them feel utterly disgusted and despicable. Chapter 146, The Iron-Willed Magpie. Yang He's face flushed from pale to crimson, looking utterly miserable. Especially when the murmurs of the surrounding crowd reached his ears, it felt like a slap across his face, leaving him deeply uncomfortable. Let's go! Yang He gritted his teeth, shot Yang Chen a fierce glare, and turned to leave with his 3 teammates. The surrounding students, seeing the spectacle had ended, gradually dispersed. Chen Xiangshan looked at Yang Chen and said, "Even though Yang He won't openly target you now, you should still be cautious. If he tries any underhanded tricks behind the scenes, you should report it to the academy immediately." Killing Yang Jinghao and his men was self-defense. Don't carry any psychological burden, just focus on leveling up. I'm counting on you for the national tournament. Rest assured, Dean. We'll give it our all. Yang Chen and Jiang Shao replied. Chen Xiangshan gave Yang Chen a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Before he could speak, the magpie suddenly landed beside Yang Chen and chirped, "Yang Chen, did you see how cool I look just now? I saw several girls blowing me kisses. Wait a sec, remember to get their WeChat contacts for me." Hearing this, Yang Chen and the others stared blankly at the myna bird, utterly speechless. "Yang Chen, is this your beast companion? I thought your beast companion was a parrot? How did it turn out like this?" Chen Xiangshan looked utterly bewildered as he scrutinized the myna bird. He had seen Yang Chen's beast companion before, but it bore no resemblance to this creature before him. "Yes." Yang Chen gave a wry smile, about to explain. The magpie suddenly piped up, shooting Chen Xiangshan a look of utter contempt. "Hey old man, what are you staring at? Never seen such a handsome bird before? Look at me again, and I'll peck your eyes out." Holy crap! Yang Chen nearly died of fright, quickly covering the magpie's beak. "Magpie, don't talk nonsense." Jiang Shao couldn't help but silently give the magpie a thumbs up. 8 brother was seriously badass. He dared to insult the dean. And threatening to gouge out the dean's eyes. Chen Xiangshan's mouth twitched slightly. He felt dazed he'd actually been challenged by a beast tamer. But this beast tamer was surprisingly intelligent. Well, that intelligence is relative to other beast tamers. Compared to humans, it's a bit adolescent. "Dean, my beast tamer, ha!" Yang Chen pointed to his head as he explained to Chen Xiangshan. "Holy! My esteemed Dean. Good day. Please forgive my earlier offense, I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it." The magpie, upon hearing Yang Chen's explanation, immediately broke free and, its legs giving way, knelt before Chen Xiangshan. Yang Chen covered his eyes with his hand, feeling utterly embarrassed. Wasn't enhancing bloodlines supposed to boost intelligence? How did this once imposing magpie turn into such a pathetic sight? Alright, Yang Chen was wrong. It was just a bird. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but stifle a laugh beside him, nearly snorting like a pig. One moment he was as tough as nails, the next he was on his knees. Grandpa sure had some backbone. Chen Xiangshan's eyes widened like copper bells. This bird wasn't just a bit pretentious, it was downright snobbish. Dean, I'm actually a female bird. I refuse to stay with these stinky men. Please assign me a dormitory. I want to go to the girls' dormitory. If it's really difficult, my 2 female teammates and I can be grouped together, but... Before the magpie could finish, its form vanished from Chen Xiangshan's sight. Yang Chen couldn't bear to listen any longer and recalled the magpie into his beast-taming space. If it kept talking, he'd lose all face. Chen Xiangshan chuckled and shook his head, casting a meaningful glance at Yang Chen. Your beast's intelligence is rather high. How did that happen? Yang Chen pondered for a moment. He knew exactly where magpie's changes originated, but he certainly couldn't tell Chen Xiangshan the truth. After a moment's deliberation, Yang Chen carefully replied, Dean, I'm not quite sure how to explain this. It's just that every time magpie levels up, it undergoes different changes and its intelligence also increases slightly. Is that so? Chen Xiangshan frowned in confusion. It seems your beast is quite special. Then, Dean, do you know what's causing this? Yang Chen didn't give Chen Xiangshan a chance to ask for details, instead cutting him off with a counter-question. I've never encountered this situation either. It's quite peculiar. Chen Xiangshan shook his head slightly. Seeing Yang Chen's confusion over the magpie's changes, he didn't press further. However, I suspect it's due to the magpie's mutation. As it levels up, it's also undergoing mutations. There's no need to worry too much. Is that so? Yang Chen murmured to himself. Alright, no need to worry. It's your beast. As long as you can control it, that's all that matters. Besides, everyone has their own secrets. You needn't worry about others prying into yours either. Chen Xiangshan patted Yang Chen's shoulder meaningfully. I hear you just emerged from the artificial wormhole. Head back to the dorm and get some proper rest first. Alright, thank you for your concern, Dean. Yang Chen nodded. I'll be going now. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me in my office. With that, Chen Xiangshan turned to leave. But before taking a few steps, he paused and called back, Oh, one more thing, I heard a beastmaster's beast's temperament is closely tied to its master. What did that mean? Yang Chen froze, his mind struggling to process the implication. Was Chen Xiangshan implying that since the magpie was lustful, Yang Chen must be lustful too? The magpie's got a teenage angst complex. Holy! Yang Chen suddenly snapped out of it and tried to call out to the dean. Dean, let me explain. The dean's figure had already vanished down the path ahead of the dormitory. So that's how it is. Zhang Xiao grinned at Yang Chen, winking and nudging him. Yang Chen, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. I'm not. Yang Chen's face darkened. He felt like he'd been branded for life. Dean Chen was definitely doing this on purpose. No worries, we're buddies. I won't tell anyone else. Zhang Xiao slung an arm around Yang Chen's shoulder, chuckling. Besides, you know how it is with guys, we all get it. As they spoke, Su Qi and Li Yan approached along the path, escorting He Jun with them. After Yang Chen and the others had gone downstairs, Su Qi and Li Yan had slipped away from the dormitory in the commotion and fetched He Jun. Yang Chen. Are you guys okay? Su Qi jogged over, waving at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, did Zhang Yi come looking for trouble earlier? He Jun furrowed her delicate brows and asked, Where are they? Chapter 147, Envy. Teacher, you're a step too late. They've already left. Zhang Xiao gave a sheepish smile. He Jun exhaled softly in relief. What happened? Why would you kill someone in the snowfields? He Jun had heard rumors about this incident long ago, but since the academy hadn't taken any action, she dismissed it as gossip and didn't give it much thought. Teacher, it's not really our fault. Zhang Xiao began recounting the entire sequence of events. What? There are people like that? They're nothing but scum on Yinglong Academy's roster. You did the right thing. He Jun exclaimed angrily, How dare Yang He cause trouble for you? Even if the academy finds out about this, he'll be in big trouble. But Yang Chen, Zhang Xiao, you need to be careful now. They might not cause trouble openly, but who knows what they'll do behind the scenes. The national tournament is about to begin. Don't let us down at such a critical moment. We understand, teacher. Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao nodded. He Jun's expression softened slightly. With Chen Xiangshan himself having intervened, there was little more she could say. The national tournament commences in a month and a half. The school tournament is scheduled for the 1st of next month. To prepare for these events, the academy has decided to open a level 1, 6-star artificial wormhole. We plan to organize all freshmen to participate. Prepare yourselves, He Jun instructed. Departure is in 3 days. What? Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao exchanged glances, their expressions oddly unsettled. Jun, mistaking their expressions for fear, teased them relentlessly. What's the matter? Are you too scared? That's not like the students I know.
No, teacher, that's not what we meant, Yang Chen explained with a wry smile.
Of course we're not scared. It's just. I wanted to ask, is the level 2, 1-star jungle wormhole free? Of course it's free. But we'll only enter it on a large scale once everyone has at least reached the rank of a 9-star junior beastmaster, Jun explained. Right now, most students are only at the level of a 6-star junior beastmaster. Free. Awesome. Teacher, we can go to the tier 2, 1-star jungle wormhole.
Jiang Xiao rubbed his hands together excitedly.
Huh?
Jun froze for a moment, then her eyes lit up brightly.
You're already intermediate beastmasters?
No, we've both reached the rank of 8-star beginner beastmasters now, Jiang Xiao answered honestly.
What? 8-star beginner beastmasters? Jun froze. Su Qi and the others were stunned.
After all, most freshmen without connections were only around 6-star beginner beastmasters. Especially Su Qi and his companion, they knew full well how incredibly difficult it was to level up inside the artificial wormhole. They had practically never left the artificial wormhole, and even now, they were only 6-star novice beastmasters.
Yang Chen and his group were already at the 8-star beginner beastmaster level? That gap was enormous. How did you manage that?
Jun looked at Yang Chen and the others in astonishment. Just as Yang Chen opened his mouth to answer, Jiang Xiao beat into it. Ever since we were 5-star beginner beastmasters, we've been hunting monsters and beastmen in a 2nd tier, 1-star artificial wormhole. After speaking, Jiang Xiao shot Yang Chen a knowing glance, as if to say, let me handle this one.
What?
Jun and Su Qi were both stunned.
Su Qi and Li Yan, in particular, gaped in utter disbelief, their mouths wide enough to swallow an egg. Hunting 2nd tier, 1-star demon beasts and beastmen since they were 5-star novice beast tamers? Are you even aware of what you're saying? Isn't that a bit of a huge level gap? Still reeling from shock, Su Qi blurted out, did you guys have some special method to take them down?
Jiang Xiao grinned smugly.
Nah, taking down 2nd tier, 1-star beasts and beastmen? Piece of cake. They're not nearly as tough as you guys think. Su Qi and Li Yan both twitched their lips slightly. Was this guy even speaking human language?
They were already struggling against monsters and orcs of the same tier, let alone coordinating with higher level ones.
The thought was terrifying. Yang Chen couldn't stand listening to this anymore. What if Su Qi and Li Yan took him seriously? That would be dangerous.
Seeing Jiang Zhao's exaggerated act, Yang Chen quickly stepped in to interrupt.
Actually, we can only hunt cat demons. My beast control can force them into a stiffened state, so we can kill them. What? Su Qi and Li Yan stared at Yang Chen in astonishment.
This guy was talking nonsense.
His beastmaster could force cat demons to stiffen? Their beast tamers couldn't do that, could they? No. It's completely impossible. Jun gazed at Yang Chen thoughtfully and asked, is it your mutated beast? Yes. Yang Chen nodded. My beast seems rather unique.
It seems mutant beasts do have their unique qualities, Jun nodded.
In that case, I'll submit an application to the academy. Wait for my update.
Once you become intermediate beast tamers, you'll be able to hunt demon beasts and beastmen on real battlefields.
But I must remind you, the national tournament is open only to freshmen below advanced beastmaster rank. Don't forget, once you advance to advanced beastmaster, you'll be ineligible to participate. Yang Chen fell silent upon hearing this. Jiang Xiao grew impatient. Teacher, why is that? We level up faster than everyone else. This isn't fair to us.
Jun gave a bitter smile, fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiao, and said, no, this is the greatest fairness for you.
Without this restriction, those students with connections would be far ahead of you in rank. They have mentors guiding them. Do you? Jiang Zhao's shoulders slumped. Now that he thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Alright, wait for my message.
I'll contact you by the day after tomorrow at the latest. If you can advance to intermediate 9-star beast master sooner, you'll have extra time to train combat skills.
Jun smiled. Alright. Jiang Xiao lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected. Jun gave a few final instructions before leaving. Su Qi and Li Yan immediately crowded around him. Bro, take us with you. Bro, help me level up. Su Qi and Li Yan looked at Yang Chen with pleading expressions. Yang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly.
It's not that I don't want to take you, but 4 people is just the right number for hunting.
If there are too many of us, leveling up will actually be slower. Plus, if we go looking for large groups of cat demons, it could be dangerous.
We might not even be able to handle those 2nd tier, 1-star demon beasts and beastmen.
Yeah, you guys probably don't know, but when we first went in, those beasts had us running for our lives. Jiang Xiao sighed. Su Qi and Li Yan looked slightly disappointed, but they understood. This made the two of them envy Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao.
They envied Yang Chen for possessing such a unique beast. They envied Jiang Xiao because, back when they drew lots, why hadn't they been paired with Yang Chen?
Otherwise, that would have been absolutely amazing. Chapter 148, Back into the Jungle Wormhole. Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao returned to the dormitory. Su Qi and Li Yan said nothing, simply shouldering their backpacks and heading out. They had always considered themselves fairly competent among the freshmen, but now, compared to Yang Chen and his group, the gap felt enormous. Su Qi, don't be in such a rush. Let's hang out for a couple more days. Come on, guys, we just got back. Jiang Xiao tried to persuade them. In the end, they couldn't persuade Su Qi and Li Yan to stay. Watching Su Qi and Li Yan walk away with their backpacks, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao both felt a pang of unease. Just then, Yang Chen's phone rang. Ouyang Lanlan called with a voice message. As soon as Yang Chen answered, Ouyang Lanlan's anxious voice came through. Yang Chen, I heard Yang He and the others went looking for you. We're on our way over. Are you guys okay? Yang Chen promptly recounted the events that had just unfolded. After listening, both Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke breathed a slight sigh of relief. Glad to hear it. Those guys won't let this slide privately, Ouyang Lanlan warned. We know that, Lanlan. You two be careful. Try not to go out. If you must, just call me. I'm always available. I can protect you. Before Yang Chen could speak, Jiang Xiao interjected from the side. Ouyang Lanlan snorted impatiently, ignoring Jiang Xiao. Yang Chen, how many days will we be resting outside? About 2 days. Professor, he just messaged us saying he'll arrange free access to the wormhole for us, Yang Chen replied. Free? That's great. We'll wait for your update. We can finally get some proper rest these next couple of days. I'll talk to you later. I'm going back to sleep. With that, Ouyang Lanlan hung up. Day 3. Early in the morning, Yang Chen received a call from Yi Jun informing him that the academy had approved the request. Yang Chen immediately got up, woke Jiang Xiao, and called Ouyang Lanlan. After assigning her the task of buying food over the phone, the four of them gathered at the wormhole entrance. Lanlan, long time no see. How have you been? Jiang Xiao rushed over excitedly. Ouyang Lanlan rolled her eyes and retorted, get a grip. It's only been 2 days. Don't you know that a day apart feels like 3 autumns? Jiang Xiao said somewhat shyly. This line was something Jiang Xiao had spent 2 days researching online, a sweet, heartwarming phrase guaranteed to make someone's day. Ouyang Lanlan would definitely love it. Little did he know, the moment the words left his mouth, Ouyang Lanlan delivered a sharp smack to his forehead. The thud sent a sharp pain shooting through his skull, nearly knocking him unconscious. Lanlan, why did you hit me? Jiang Xiao looked utterly miserable. It's summer already, and you're still acting all lovey-dovey? Don't you dare talk nonsense again. If you do, I'll make you regret it. Ouyang Lanlan glared angrily at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao shrank his neck timidly. This scene made Yang Chen and Qin Ke suppress their laughter. You know what? You two actually make a pretty good pair. Maybe you'll end up together someday. Yang Chen chuckled. Jiang Xiao's face instantly lit up with a broad smile. He shot Yang Chen an appreciative look, as if saying, bro, you've got great taste. You're the one who'd be a perfect match for him. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving glare, waving her delicate fist threateningly. Jiang Xiao fell silent, looking like a scapegoat. Yang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Alright, let's hurry inside. Everything we need is ready, right? Food, water, and the tent all set. Ouyang Lanlan nodded. Alright, let's head in. With that, Yang Chen headed toward the duty station. This time, the duty officer wasn't Wu Daodu but another instructor. The academy had already made arrangements beforehand, so after registering their information, Yang Chen and his group smoothly entered the jungle wormhole. This time, the four of them navigated the jungle wormhole with ease, advancing steadily. This time, we might try hunting other magical beasts and beastmen. We don't necessarily have to target cat demons. We need to quickly level up to intermediate beastmasters and immediately contract beasts. Then we'll raise our beastmaster ranks and head to the real battlefield. Yang Chen suggested. Agreed. Ouyang Lanlan nodded in agreement. Yang Chen was filled with anticipation for this journey into the artificial wormhole. After this level up, he could potentially acquire another talent or skill. Merely obtaining his first talent from the system had already elevated his beast taming to absurd levels. He wondered if he could acquire another talent this time. If he could gain another talent after this upgrade, he'd be unstoppable. After about half an hour of progress, they had deepened into the jungle when rustling sounds echoed from the surroundings. Yang Chen halted immediately. Summon your beasts. Left front. Jiang Xiao, charge with me. Yang Chen summoned his magpie almost instantly. Damn it, you bastard. You finally summoned this old man. Last time, I hadn't even finished speaking before you sent me back. The magpie let out a shrill cry and snarled, this time, I won't be helping you. Damn it, 8, don't do this. Jiang Xiao nearly stumbled and fell upon hearing this. Without Magpie's intervention, he felt utterly uneasy. The magpie soared straight into the sky. Yang Chen, the beasts are almost here. Hurry up and talk some sense into your family's beast tamer. Jiang Xiao shouted urgently. Yang Chen gave a bitter laugh. He hadn't expected 8 to be so rebellious and hold such a grudge. Wasn't it just because he'd stopped him from spouting nonsense in front of the headmaster? Was that really worth holding a grudge over? Come help me out here, and I'll give you a day off once we're out. Yang Chen called after the magpie. You heard me. If you dare to lie to me, I'll never let you off the hook. With that, Beige dove headfirst, letting out a loud roar toward the left front. Woo woo! A wolf-like howl echoed through the mountains and forests. It must be said, though the magpie seemed unreliable, its intelligence was undeniably sharp. As luck would have it, the moment he let out that howl, 2 multicolored pythons were about to strike from the left front, targeting Yang Chen and his 3 companions. The 2 multicolored pythons stiffened violently, their scales bristling as their heads, raised high, slammed down from midair. Holy crap, magpie can suppress beast tamers other than cat demons. Yang Chen, you take the left, I'll take the right, take them down. Jiang Xiao shouted excitedly. Yang Chen needed no prompting. He drew the embroidered spring blade from his back and swung it down at the multicolored python's head. Chapter 149, The Fierce Yang Chen. Clang! Yang Chen's Shou Chun sword collided with the scales, sending sparks flying. What incredible defense! Yang Chen was startled. Truly worthy of a second-tier, 1-star demon beast. In the split second Yang Chen hesitated, the tricolored python seemed to regain its senses, its massive body springing forward with a sudden leap. Without a moment to spare, Yang Chen slammed his foot down on the blade's back. Die! Yang Chen roared, his body bursting with golden light as he unleashed the skill battle charge. His foot planted firmly on the blade's spine, the Shou Chun sword instantly sliced into the tricolor python's neck, blood spurting forth. Roar! The intense pain enraged the multicolored python completely. Its entire body sprang upward, flinging Yang Chen away. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao also failed to kill the tricolor python immediately. If even Yang Chen, an offensive type beast master, couldn't slay it, how could Jiang Xiao, a defensive type beast master, possibly possess such overwhelming attack power? Almost simultaneously, Jiang Xiao was flung backward by the colossal tail of the 3-colored python. Yang Chen! Jiang Xiao! Faced with this sudden, drastic turn of events, Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke's expressions paled dramatically. Yang Chen stumbled back several steps. Seeing Jiang Xiao being flung aside beside him, he shouted, "You two go help Jiang Xiao. I can handle this beast." Turning his gaze to the magpie soaring overhead, he commanded, "Magpie, assist me. You dog, call me Master Ba." Beige growled in annoyance before swiftly casting a skill on Yang Chen. Sink the boats and burn the bridges. Yang Chen's 3-dimensional attributes increased by 82%. Within a 20-meter radius centered on him, all hostile attributes were reduced by 76%. The multicolored python, which had been on the verge of going berserk, suddenly froze in place, as if lagging for a moment. Its 3-dimensional attributes instantly plummeted. Yang Chen planted his foot firmly, launching forward like an arrow. His blade slashed toward the multicolored python. Crash! The multicolored python was struck as if by cannon fire. Its head was severed cleanly by Yang Chen's blade, blood spurting forth as its massive body flew backward like a dead dog. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke were utterly stunned by the scene. Holy crap, when did Yang Chen get this strong? Ouyang Lanlan's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. One swing and he split the tricolor python in two? Qin Ke's beautiful eyes flickered with contemplation. Could it be that skill Yang Chen used earlier? They knew all about Yang Chen's skills, they were all golden tier abilities, and now they'd even been upgraded several levels. Earlier, they'd been focused on hunting the cat demon and hadn't noticed. Now that she thought about it, Yang Chen's 2 golden skills seemed to have stacked their buffs to an utterly terrifying level. Lan Lan, snap out of it. Save me. Jiang Zhao's desperate cries echoed nearby. Ouyang Lanlan snapped back to her senses and turned to see Jiang Xiao being knocked flying once more. The multicolored python lunged toward him, its gaping maw opening wide. Ouyang Lanlan's expression shifted slightly as she immediately cast Fireball. A massive fireball roared toward the tricolor python. Boom! The tricolor python was struck, its head jerking backward. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao scrambled away from the battlefield, rolling and crawling for cover. This tricolor python's defense was fiercer than his, and its attack power was even more devastating. Lan Lan, thank you. Jiang Xiao approached Ouyang Lanlan, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Ouyang Lanlan rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. When we came in, didn't you say you'd protect me? Why do I still have to protect you now? Jiang Zhao's face flushed crimson, unsure what to say. Lan Lan, hurry up and unleash your skill. I'm going on the offensive. Yang Chen's voice rang out again from the side. Ouyang Lanlan ignored Jiang Xiao and commanded her beast, the 3-tailed cat, to unleash fire arrows. 12 fiery arrows streaked toward the tricolored python's head like falling meteors. The tricolored python had already fallen for the fireball spell once before. This time, it wouldn't fall for the same trick. The moment it saw the fire arrows, it abruptly raised its tail and swept it out. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as the fire arrows struck the serpent's tail, exploding into charred patches and wounding the tricolored python. This enraged the multicolored python, which roared furiously. But just as its tail retracted, Yang Chen charged forward wielding his Xiuquan sword, swinging it wildly in a flurry of strikes. Boom! 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 Another series of thunderous crashes echoed. Each of Yang Chen's blows struck the multicolored serpent's body, shattering its scales. Before Yang Chen, the serpent's scales offered no defense whatsoever. The multicolored python retreated step by step, its body torn open in multiple places, spurting crimson blood. After struggling for about half a minute, the multicolored python collapsed with a thud, clinging to life with only a faint gasp remaining. This scene left Jiang Shao utterly stunned. Holy crap, we're fighting a demon beast? Why did I get so thoroughly beaten? Did you just hack away at this tricolor python like it wasn't a demon beast? This is just insane. Jiang Zhao's wide eyes sparkled with utter disbelief. His beast-taming skill might be exceptionally powerful. If applied to you, you'd probably become quite formidable too. Xin Kuo remarked indifferently. Skill? Jiang Shao froze, instinctively glancing at Ouyang Lanlan. If such a skill were applied to him, wouldn't it mean he could protect Ouyang Lanlan? Jiang Shao knew just how absurdly powerful Yang Chen's beast control skill was utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, Yang Chen retreated with his blade raised, asking, who's going to finish off this tricolor python? Taking turns gaining experience was an old tradition of Yang Chen's four-person squad. Let Ko go first. She doesn't have any offensive skills, so she'll have a harder time killing monsters than any of us. Ouyang Lanlan ignored Jiang Shao and suggested. Xin Kuo accepted without hesitation. She stepped forward with practiced ease, slaying the tricolor python before cutting open its head to retrieve the prized head. At that moment, Jiang Shao approached Yang Chen, rubbing his hands together with a fawning smile. Big bro, do me a favor? Next time we encounter a demon beast or beastman, could I borrow your skill? Yang Chen froze for a moment before realizing Jiang Shao was trying to play the hero to impress the girl. Sure, Yang Chen replied with a grin. Just have a good chat with Brother 8 later and ask him to transfer the skill to you next time. This skill is insanely powerful. I feel like I could even take on a second tier, 2-star beast master without flinching. Really? Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. Earlier, Ouyang Lanlan had mocked him. Just wait until he showed off his prowess in front of her next time. Chapter 150, Jiang Shao rescues the beauty. You're the best, bro. Jiang Shao grinned, hooking his arm around Yang Chen's shoulder. What are you two whispering about? Ouyang Lanlan wiped the blood from her hands with a cloth, her expression odd as she watched Jiang Shao and Yang Chen. And nothing. Jiang Shao gave an awkward chuckle. All cleaned up? We're almost ready to go. Ouyang Lanlan ignored Jiang Shao and said, looks like we can try hunting other beasts and beastmen now. If we encounter a cat demon, that would be ideal. Alright, let's keep moving then. Yang Chen nodded in agreement. But just as the four of them were about to set off, Yang Chen's expression stiffened slightly. Behind you, Lanlan. Lanlan, watch out. As Yang Chen shouted, Jiang Shao beside him not only yelled but also instantly activated his skill Unbreakable, lunging toward Ouyang Lanlan. Roar! The instant Jiang Shao tackled Ouyang Lanlan to the ground, the tricolor python lunged with its massive jaws, snapping at the air. This seemed to enrage the multicolored python. Its bite missed, and its massive tail swept across the air. Whoosh! The massive tail whipped through the air. Spotting it as he rolled, Jiang Shao shifted his position while clutching Ouyang Lanlan, using his own back to block the attack. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the massive tail flung Jiang Shao over 10 meters away. Finally, Jiang Shao crashed heavily to the ground, still clutching Ouyang Lanlan. You beast, you're asking for death. Yang Chen charged forward, blade raised. In a single stride, he leapt into the air, slashing down at the tricolor python. The tricolor python showed no fear, charging head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as Yang Chen's blade sank into the multicolored python's skull. Yet the scales covering its head proved exceptionally hard. His blade penetrated only halfway before grinding to a halt. The multicolored python let out an agonized scream. Without hesitation, Yang Chen pulled his Xiuquan sword free and swung it down again, striking the same spot. With one brutal blow, he cleaved the multicolored python's head clean in two. The tricolor python let out a final agonized howl before crashing heavily to the ground. Yang Chen extracted the crystal core from within the three-colored python's skull. On the other side, under Jiang Zhao's protection, Ouyang Lanlan remained completely unharmed. Jiang Shao, are you okay? Ouyang Lanlan hurriedly rose and helped Jiang Shao to his feet. Jiang Shao grimaced in pain. Don't move! Don't move! My kidneys feel like they're exploding. It hurts so much. Jiang Shao sucked in sharp breaths, wailing in agony. Xinke hurried over and said, don't worry, I'll treat you. Xinke swiftly activated her skill, placing both hands on Jiang Zhao's back. A steady stream of green light poured into his back and Jiang Shao finally began to feel some relief. Moments later, the pain subsided completely. Only then did Ouyang Lanlan lift Jiang Zhao's shirt. A large bruise covered his back, oozing tiny droplets of blood. We'll need to do this again, but we have to wait for the skill cooldown, Xinku explained upon seeing this. Ouyang Lanlan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Did it damage any internal organs? It shouldn't have. If it had, my skill could heal that too. Shinku affirmed. Only then did Ouyang Lanlan breathe a sigh of relief. Lanlan, I'm fine. Don't worry. I told you I'd protect you. Even if I had died just now, I wouldn't regret it. Jiang Shao chuckled softly, comforting Ouyang Lanlan. Who the hell said you could die? Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Shao a disapproving glare, instinctively raising her hand to smack him. But her fist froze mid-air, unable to follow through. You idiot! If you died, what would happen to your sister? And why didn't you just use your skill to knock that tricolor python away? Why did you come over to protect me instead? You really piss me off. Ouyang Lanlan continued to berate Jiang Shao relentlessly. Jiang Zhao's face flushed crimson. Ouyang Lanlan was right. If he'd used his skill earlier, he wouldn't have had to take that hit head-on. I was thinking, if I protect you like this, you won't have the nerve to refuse my date request. Jiang Shao muttered under his breath. Ouyang Lanlan and Shinku both froze. Shinku couldn't help but chuckle. She genuinely wanted to laugh. Admittedly, Jiang Zhao's clumsy charm was kind of endearing. Ouyang Lanlan felt like she was about to explode with anger. Get lost. Say that again, and I'll beat you up. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Shao a hateful glare. She'd seen clueless guys before, but none as clueless as him. Seeing Jiang Shao was unharmed, Yang Chen shook his head repeatedly. Jiang Shao was still so young. Alright, let's get out of here first. Find a place to rest. We'll hunt for prey once Jiang Zhao's injuries have healed, Yang Chen suggested. It's all your fault. You wasted our time. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Shao a scathing glare. Though her words were sharp, her hands gently lifted him to his feet, moving with utmost care to avoid any pressure on his wounds. Don't move around. If you touch the wound, it won't be me who feels the pain. And don't start squealing like a pig later. I might not be able to resist punching someone. Jiang Shao felt a warm glow in his heart. Lanlan, you're still worried about me, aren't you? Who cares about you? Stop imagining things. Ouyang Lanlan warned. The group walked northeastward, chatting as they went. This time, with Jiang Shao injured, Yang Chen had to lead the way, walking at the front to scout ahead. After about 20 minutes of walking, Yang Chen still hadn't found a suitable location to settle down. Along the way, Shinku treated Jiang Zhao's injuries once more. His wounds had fully healed, leaving only faint bruises and a lingering ache, no lasting effects. Suddenly, Yang Chen, who had been leading the way, crouched down, signaling Ouyang Lanlan and the others to halt. The four acted in perfect unison, immediately crouching down and scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness. Once they halted, an eerie silence descended. Soon, they began to hear faint, muffled sounds of thump, thump, thump echoing from nearby, as if someone were striking something. Ouyang Lanlan and the others instantly grew solemn. Inside the artificial wormhole, encounters with beasts, beastmen, or beastmasters could easily escalate into combat. Yang Chen beckoned Jiang Shao with a finger, signaling him to follow. They then tiptoed toward the source of the sound. Jiang Shao quickly crouched low and followed, emerging behind a patch of grass over a meter tall. As they drew nearer, the thump 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 grew louder. It was unmistakable. On the other side of the grass, a beastmaster, or perhaps a magical beast and a beastman, was present. Chapter 151, Mutant Two-Headed Tricolor Python. Yang Chen and Jiang Shao quietly parted the grass and peered toward the source of the sound. Not far away, 5 snake-headed, human-bodied female snake people were busy at work. Despite their serpentine heads and human bodies, these snake women possessed remarkably voluptuous figures. Cover their heads, and they'd be absolute stunners from behind curves in all the right places. Among the 5, some wielded stone tools, busily pounding away. The earlier thump 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 sound had come from one of these snake women. Others tended the fire, washed dishes and utensils, scrubbed pots, or chopped vegetables. Are they cooking? These creatures actually know to eat cooked food? That's surprisingly intelligent. Could they be like that pregnant snow maiden in the snowfields? Jiang Shao murmured. Yang Chen remained silent, watching quietly. It must be said, these snake women were remarkably similar to humans. Their cooking techniques were highly proficient, clearly indicating this wasn't their first time preparing a meal. This made Yang Chen wonder if they were another mutation. Should we take them all out at once? Jiang Shao whispered the question. Yang Chen surveyed the terrain. Ahead lay an extremely narrow mountain pass, 2 rocky peaks pressed together, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Behind it loomed a massive cave, its depths concealing who knew how many more snake people. If this was a full-fledged snake person tribe, it would be highly disadvantageous for them. Let's observe first, Yang Chen said calmly. As Yang Chen and Jiang Shao spoke, a sudden commotion erupted from within the cave. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed out. Yang Chen and Jiang Shao instinctively ducked their heads. A 2-headed, 3-colored python wriggled its massive body out of the cave. A mutated demon beast. Yang Chen and Jiang Zhao's eyes widened in shock. A 2-headed tricolor python? This was a beast of legendary rarity, 1 in 10,000. In the world of beast tamers, only mutant beasts could rival mythical tier beasts. The only regret was that this 2-headed tricolor python was already fully grown. Had it been a juvenile, it would undoubtedly have been the top choice for a contract beast. The moment the two-headed tricolor python appeared, the 5 snake women immediately dropped whatever they were doing, kneeling on the ground and crawling before it. Like a beast king, the two-headed tricolor python looked down on the 5 snake women. After surveying them, its massive tail suddenly lashed out at one of them, coiling around her and dragging her into the cave. The remaining snake women showed no emotion at the sight. They rose from the ground and resumed their tasks without pause. What just happened? Jiang Xiao looked utterly bewildered, speculating, could that two-headed tricolor python have eaten that snake woman? Before Jiang Xiao could finish speaking, a tremendous clatter erupted from within the cave. The female snake person wailed in agony, accompanied by the sound of the mountain itself being struck. The rhythmic thuds grew steady, matching the female snake woman's rising and falling cries of agony. After about 3 minutes, the collisions grew more frequent, and the woman's cries became increasingly desperate. The repeated, forceful collisions even caused the surrounding earth to tremble faintly. Holy! How cruel! That two-headed tricolor python is torturing the female snake person inside. Listen to her agonized cries. Jiang Xiao felt his scalp tingle with horror. He never imagined that even in the world of beasts, some creatures would indulge in such cruelty. Yang Chen, however, couldn't agree. The sound seemed oddly familiar. Don't you feel like your teacher's pronunciation and rhythm during lessons sound somewhat similar to this? Yang Chen asked. Teacher's lectures? What teacher teaches like that? Jiang Xiao blurted out instinctively. Mid-sentence, his voice abruptly halted. His eyes flickered with realization as if something clicked. You mean that physical education teacher? Before Jiang Xiao could finish, the voice inside the cave abruptly ceased. Yang Chen quickly raised his index finger, signaling Jiang Xiao to be quiet. Then, the two-headed tricolor python once again sauntered out of the cave, looking thoroughly content. Outside, several female snake people had already prepared lunch, arranging dish after dish of cooked food on a stone table. The female snake woman who had been dragged into the cave by the two-headed tricolor python emerged, leaning against the wall and limping. Holy! So that's how it is. I wondered why the two-headed tricolor python lived with the snake women. Could it be that all these snake women were captured by it? Did you see earlier? Those snake women were kneeling before the two-headed tricolor python like servants. Jiang Xiao gasped at the revelation. Their suspicions were confirmed. Yang Chen nodded slightly. That's probably it. So there are likely only the 6 of them here. We might be able to make a move. Absolutely. Look at that snake woman dragged into the cave. She can barely walk straight. What fighting strength does she have left? Jiang Xiao exclaimed excitedly, who knows? If we wait until nightfall, the other 4 might be leaning against the walls too. He paused, then blurted out, wait, this guy isn't supposed to last 3 minutes? How'd he get the snake woman leaning on the wall already? Is it that fierce? Also, Yang Chen, did you see the two-headed tricolor python? I didn't spot its brother. How did it manage that? Jiang Xiao was utterly perplexed. This question stumped Yang Chen. Yang Chen rolled his eyes and said, how about this next time it's out, you just barge in and study it yourself? Once you've studied it thoroughly, why not write a book about it? Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up, his face flushing with excitement. Yes. Yes. That's a great idea. Maybe we could even give the younger students a guide on how to deal with the tricolor pythons. Damn, Yang Chen, now that you mention it, I've got a plan. This could really work. Yang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He'd just thrown it out there casually, but Jiang Xiao actually took it seriously. Yang Chen ignored Jiang Xiao, set down the grass bundle, and slowly backed away. Hey, hey, hey! Yang, don't leave. Tell me more. Jiang Xiao hurried after him. I'm going to tell Lan Lan. Yang Chen said irritably. Jiang Xiao panicked instantly, scrambling over as he called out, Yang, you can't do this. You brought it up first. I just want to publish a book. Chapter 152, Ugh, disgusting. What are you talking about? At that moment, Ouyang Lanlan's voice echoed through the air. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ko had noticed Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao had been gone for a while without any word, so they came over to see what was going on. What do you mean, tell me? Ouyang Lanlan looked at Yang Chen suspiciously. Jiang Xiao says he wants to write a book. Yang Chen shot a teasing glance at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Zhao's expression shifted and she quickly grabbed Yang Chen's arm. Don't listen to his nonsense. We discovered a mutated two-headed tricolor python over there. What? Ouyang Lanlan's attention was instantly captured by the double-headed three-colored python. She hurriedly asked, is it fully grown? Well, it's been 3 minutes, so it must be fully grown. Jiang Xiao muttered. Ouyang Lanlan, failing to catch the subtext in Jiang Zhao's words, said with a hint of disappointment, if it had been a juvenile, that would have been perfect. This kind of mutated magical beast is incredibly rare. Qin Ku also felt a hint of regret. If this two-headed tricolor python had been in its juvenile stage, its value would have been immense. Adult magical beasts were notoriously difficult to contract. They wouldn't submit easily, and even in death, they'd resist being tamed by humans. Of course, there was a probability involved, albeit a very low one. Regardless, I think we should give it a shot. We might just succeed. Yang Chen chuckled. We're about to advance to intermediate beastmasters soon. A two-headed tricolor python like this isn't something you come across every day. Yang Chen wasn't overly concerned, for with his innate talent, even a dog he contracted could be elevated to mythical grade quality. But Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao were different. After the fall of North City, they had lost everything. As for purchasing a second beast, Yang Chen doubted they could manage it. Even if they tried to capture one, they might not find anything better than a mutated beast or a beastman. Yang Chen's right. Let's give it a shot. Ouyang Lanlan nodded. At worst, we've got nothing to lose. Alright, let's observe first and wait for the right moment. Yang Chen suggested. The others didn't object. After settling their plans, Yang Chen and his group silently crept back to the edge of the grassy area and resumed their concealment. Outside the cave, the two-headed tricolor python basked contentedly on the ground as 5 female snake people reverently fed it. The serpent reveled in the indulgence. This scene left Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku utterly amazed. This creature truly lived up to its reputation as a mutant. It knew how to enjoy life even more than humans did. After finishing its meal, the two-headed tricolor python lazily scanned the 5 snake women. One of them, the female snake person it had brought into the cave earlier, trembled slightly and bowed her head deeply. The serpent's gaze lingered on her only briefly before shifting to another snake woman. Its massive tail swept out, dragging her directly into the cave. The remaining snake women all breathed a slight sigh of relief before resuming their tasks, cleaning up the leftover food in stone bowls. Holy! This guy's at it again? Damn it, he's only been gone 3 minutes. How easy does it get? Jiang Xiao blurted out instinctively. What's coming again? What did that two-headed tricolor python drag that snake woman into? Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku looked at Jiang Xiao with puzzled expressions. Jiang Xiao froze, realizing he'd slipped up again and said the wrong thing. How could he explain this to Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku? What if they misunderstood something? Just as Jiang Xiao hesitated, a clatter echoed from within the cave, followed by the female snake woman's agonized screams. Is that two-headed tricolor python torturing the snake woman? How twisted is that? With all that noise, that snake woman is going to be tortured to death. Ouyang Lanlan's expression darkened. Even though the female snake person belonged to a different race, she was still a fellow woman. Ouyang Lanlan couldn't help but feel a twinge of disgust. Jiang Xiao and Yang Chen remained silent. Qin Ku observed Jiang Xiao and Yang Chen with a peculiar expression, remaining silent as she fell deep in thought, lost in her own musings. The commotion inside the cave lasted roughly 3 minutes before abruptly ceasing. The two-headed tricolor python emerged once more, its expression one of satisfaction. The female snake person it had dragged inside followed limping along, leaning against the wall, her face contorted in pain. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku both froze for a moment. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, a beautiful flush spread across their faces, climbing up behind their delicate earlobes. Pah! Disgusting. I wouldn't want such a beast as my mount even if you gave it to me. Ouyang Lanlan spat lightly. Lanlan, no matter what, we shouldn't antagonize the beastmaster, right? This is a rare mutation. Jiang Xiao murmured softly beside her. At times like this, women need reassurance, and this was Jiang Xiao's chance. But Ouyang Lanlan shot him a withering glare. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. Jiang Xiao looked utterly bewildered. What the hell? Why was she taking it out on him? It wasn't like he was the one who did that with the snake woman. Yang Chen silently shook his head. It seemed Jiang Xiao still had a long way to go if he wanted to win Ouyang Lanlan over. It seems this two-headed tricolor python has a high demand. At this rate, we might wait until it has cycled through all the female snakes. Their combat strength will be significantly weakened then. That's when we'll charge down, slaughter the female snakes, and subdue the two-headed tricolor python. Yang Chen's eyes flashed with sharp determination as he slowly analyzed the plan. What do you think? Can't we just charge down now? Those female snakes don't seem particularly formidable. They're buff-type melee beasts. Yang Chen's skill can reduce their stats. The advantage is clearly ours. Ouyang Lanlan said impatiently. She was itching to take down that two-headed tricolor python right now. Were they supposed to wait for that two-headed tricolor python to take turns attacking them? Wouldn't that mean they'd have to endure 3 more rounds? Better to be cautious, Yang Chen advised prudently. Yeah, Lanlan, listen to Yang Chen. Besides, this gives us a chance to scout the cave and surroundings for other monsters or beastmen. Otherwise, we could end up in danger like last time. Jiang Xiao chimed in. I think Yang Chen makes a good point. We'll definitely need to act fast later, but if we try to contract the two-headed tricolor python, we need to leave time to retreat. Better to play it safe. Qin Ku added with a gentle smile. Besides, that two-headed tricolor python seems quite intelligent. If we severely wound it first, our chances of binding it might increase significantly. Seeing her 3 teammates unanimously agree, Ouyang Lanlan fell silent, turning away with a pout. She had no objection to Yang Chen's suggestion, but she simply couldn't stomach the two-headed tricolor python's actions. Chapter 153, The Excited Magpie. After waiting roughly half an hour, The two-headed tricolor python finally dragged the fifth female snake woman into the cave. The moment has come. Jiang Shao licked his dry lips with excitement. Shall we move now? Yang Chen tilted his head. What's the plan? There are still 4 female snake people outside. We need to take them out quickly and then charge into the cave. Ouyang Lanlan nodded in agreement. I'll take the one on my left and the first one on the left. Lalan, you take the one on the far right. Jiang Shao, you take the one in the middle on the right. Move fast. After giving the orders, Yang Chen called out to the magpie perched in the treetops, Magpie, it's your turn to shine. My blade is already thirsting for blood. Snake woman beauty, here I come. Woohoo! Beige let out a sinister laugh, seemingly overcome with excitement. He cast the skill Sink the Boats and burned the bridges on Yang Chen before spreading his wings and soaring into the sky. Yang Chen and his 3 companions froze in shock. This guy, truly as irreverent as ever. Over there, the 4 female snake people busy at work sensed the commotion almost instantly. They looked up and saw the magpie soaring through the air. They all froze. What a huge bird! The next second, the magpie let out a frenzied roar. Roar! The roar shook the heavens and earth. The scales on all 4 female snake people instantly bristled, a palpable sense of danger surging through their bodies. Now! Charge! Yang Chen roared, taking a stride forward as he charged out. Sword in hand, he charged toward the snake woman on the left, bringing his blade down in a sweeping strike. Empowered by the charge of the vanguard and sink the boats techniques, Yang Chen's speed reached its absolute peak. The snake woman on the left didn't even have time to react. All she saw was a flash of golden light as Yang Chen's blade struck her head. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the scales on the snake woman's skull shattered instantly, blood gushing forth. The female snake woman flew backward like a dead dog. After severely wounding her, Yang Chen did not finish her off. Instead, he swiftly charged toward the other female snake person. Jiang Shao followed closely behind. At the very instant Yang Chen launched his attack, Jiang Shao commanded Shuashu to transform into a flesh bomb, a massive, spinning ball of flesh hurtling forward. With lightning speed, it slammed down hard on the female snake woman's head, knocking her unconscious instantly. Ouyang Lanlan had the easiest task. She immediately commanded her beast to unleash 12 fire arrows. Those fire arrows struck the second female snake person on the right in the head, killing her instantly. The second snake woman on the left fell last, still severely wounded by Yang Chen. Though it was a surprise attack, the entire process unfolded with astonishing speed. In less than 10 seconds, all 4 female snakes were defeated. Ake, come finish them off. Yang Chen called out. The 2 female snakemen who had been severely wounded earlier were now barely clinging to life. Yang Chen had spared their lives solely for Qin Ke to finish off, as he had already killed 2 earlier. Got it. Qin Ke didn't hesitate. She was already accustomed to this kind of situation and immediately stepped forward to finish off the last 2 snake women. Only then did Yang Chen notice that Beige was missing. Ha! Where's Magpie? Yang Chen realized the magpie that had been soaring in the sky moments ago was now gone. I think I saw it fly into the cave just now. Jiang Shao remarked from the side. It didn't go in alone, did it? Ouyang Lanlan's expression shifted slightly. Who knows if there are other beasts or beastmen lurking inside? Should we hurry in and check? Let's go. Yang Chen nodded solemnly. Though the magpie was unreliable in words, it never failed in battle. Without delay, Yang Chen and his 3 companions entered the cave. The cave wasn't particularly narrow, it could accommodate 2 people walking side by side, but it featured some oddly hidden corners on both sides. After about 3 minutes of walking, the cave opening ahead gradually widened. Soon after, Beige's voice suddenly echoed from the front. Holy! It's even bigger than mine. You're something else. Looks so satisfying. Keep thrusting. Why the hell did you stop thrusting? It's only been 3 minutes. The magpie's voice grew increasingly excited. What happened up front? Yang Chen and the other 3 exchanged glances. They seemed to have figured something out, but weren't entirely sure. Just as Beige's words faded, furious roars erupted from within once more. Roar! 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 It was the voice of the 2-headed tricolor python. The 2-headed tricolor python seemed enraged by the magpie's words, roaring incessantly as thunderous thuds echoed from within. Inside, it sounded like Magpie was battling the 2-headed tricolor python. Hurry and help! Yang Chen wasted no time, quickening his pace as he entered the cave. Ouyang Lanlan, Jiang Shao, and Qin Ke followed one after another. Upon entering the cave, they found a surprisingly spacious chamber beyond the entrance, slightly larger than the exterior with considerable width and height. There, the magpie and the 2-headed tricolor python were locked in a fierce struggle. The magpie's claws clamped down on the python, repeatedly slamming it against the cave walls. The 2-headed tricolor python let out agonized cries, attempting to coil its massive body around the magpie. Yet the magpie relentlessly dragged it against the walls at breakneck speed. Sparks flew as the python's scales scraped against the cave walls, until finally, the scales were worn away, leaving only raw, bleeding flesh. Holy! That magpie is so fierce. Jiang Shao couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. Seeing the disheveled state of the two-headed tricolor python, he could almost feel the pain. Below their battle, the female snake woman roared wildly. Blood dripped from her head apparently, the magpie had attacked her earlier, blinding her eyes. Hearing Jiang Zhao's voice now, she had no idea where he was. All she could do was roar furiously, trying to scare them off. Jiang Shao, go kill that female snake woman. Yang Chen commanded. Got it. Jiang Shao grinned, charging forward with Shuashu. The blinded snake woman was like a lamb led to slaughter. Jiang Shao effortlessly dodged her attacks and closed in. Meanwhile, Yang Chen watched as the double-headed tricolor python clutched by Magpie in the air gradually fell silent, its injuries worsening. He shouted repeatedly, Magpie, stop. What the hell? Beige's body hesitated slightly before he snapped, I'm having too much fun. That two-headed tricolor python is still useful to us. Yang Chen hurriedly explained, it's not a toy, damn it. You're never this excited normally. Chapter 154, Need a break. 2 days off. Beige still clutched it tightly, but at least he'd listened. The double-headed three-colored python had lost its usual luster. Its two massive heads drooped, bumping together, looking as if it were on its last legs. Thankfully, the two-headed tricolor python hadn't breathed its last. Yang Chen was both amused and exasperated this creature was actually haggling with him. Fine, Yang Chen said with a laugh. Once we're out, you get 3 days off. He understood that as Magpie's intelligence grew, so did its yearning for freedom. Now that's more like it. The magpie's bird-like face gave an almost human-like pout before tossing the nearly unconscious two-headed tricolor python back down to the ground. Thud. A dull thud echoed. The 10-meter-long double-headed tricolor python slammed onto the ground, already unconscious. By the way, none of us have reached intermediate beastmaster yet, right? How do we even contract this thing? Jiang Shao suddenly spoke up. Yang Chen and the others fell silent. That was indeed a problem. None of them had even reached the rank of a 9-star beginner beastmaster yet. Were they supposed to drag this massive beast along to hunt monsters and beastmen? Let me make this clear, I refuse to contract such a thing. Ouyang Lanlan stared with utter disgust at the dying two-headed tricolor python on the ground. In my opinion, we should just get it over with and kill it. This mutated demon beast, I wonder if it grants double experience points. No one noticed that as Ouyang Lanlan spoke, the two-headed tricolor python on the ground twitched slightly several times. But soon, the snake fell completely still, and no one noticed. Better not, Jiang Shao shrugged indifferently. I reckon this thing might still be useful. If you don't want it, just give it to me? Ha! Ouyang Lanlan shot him a murderous glare. Jiang Shao immediately shut up before finishing his sentence, shaking his head hastily. Put. This thing is disgusting and immoral. Even if we contracted it, it'd probably be some old pervert. Better to just get rid of it. Only then did Ouyang Lanlan show a satisfied expression, giving Jiang Shao an approving look. Good for you. The double-headed tricolor python on the ground subtly twitched its barely perceptible tail. Yang Chen stared at this eccentric creature, utterly speechless, silently rubbing his temples. If you two aren't contracting it, then let's wait until Qin Ku and I reach intermediate beastmaster rank and try again, Yang Chen said indifferently. I'll pass. I don't want to contract a two-headed snake, Qin Ku shook her head. Fine, then it's mine. Yang Chen sighed inwardly. These mutated beasts and beastmen, considered priceless treasures by others, had become unwanted burdens within their own squad. No way. Yang, you shouldn't take it either. Jiang Shao immediately stepped forward. This thing's huge, we can't carry it. I doubt the two of us could even lift it. Jiang Shao, I never knew you had such a suck-up personality. Yang Chen teased. Jiang Zhao's face flushed bright red like a beetle's rear end, and he sheepishly lowered his head. That's easily solved. Let Magpie keep carrying it. We'll only be here a few more days anyway. Yang Chen shook his head with a smile. Now we can hunt all tier 2, 1-star beasts and beastmen. It should go faster than before. But before that, we'll need Ku to heal this two-headed tricolor python. That's easy enough. Qin Ku nodded and, without another word, stepped forward to cast her healing skill on the two-headed tricolor python. About a minute later, the bleeding had stopped, leaving only superficial wounds. Its breathing seemed much more even, though it still hadn't regained consciousness. Yang Chen stopped Qin Ku, signaling her to cease treatment. After all, they'd be carrying this creature for a while. Healing it completely would only invite trouble. Keeping it alive was sufficient for now. We'll heal it properly after the contract is signed. Magpie, come down here for a sec. Need another favor, help me hold it for a couple days, Yang Chen called out. Beige's bird eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yang Chen. You bastard. What do you take me for? Am I that kind of person? This two-headed tricolor python is such a piece of trash, with such pathetic combat power. I'd love to kill it myself, and you want me to help you capture it? It makes me sick. Yang Chen was taken aback. For some reason, he suddenly felt the magpie seemed rather high and mighty. Jiang Shao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others couldn't help but marvel. I thought Brother Ba was unreliable, even a bit of a lecherous old man. I never imagined he could possess such integrity. Seems I misjudged Brother Ba after all. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan murmured to themselves. Ouyang Lanlan shot Yang Chen a smug glance. Now that even Magpie refused to help him, that two-headed tricolor python was as good as dead. Before the crowd could fully admire him, Magpie Bird's beak twitched slightly. With a defiant look, he declared, "You need to add some fake." 2 days. But Jiang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others nearly stumbled and fell. This guy, truly, a leopard can't change its spots. Still the same old lecher. Deal. Yang Chen smiled faintly. Woohoo! It's been 5 days already. Don't forget. The magpie flapped its wings excitedly and swooped down once more, snatching up the two-headed tricolor python. Alright, it's time for us to leave this place. Yang Chen smiled and shook his head, preparing to signal everyone to depart. But just as they were about to depart, a sudden rumbling echoed through the cave. What's happening? It's coming from outside. Let's go check it out. Yang Chen and his 3 companions' expressions shifted slightly as they hurried to the cave entrance. Beige followed, clutching the two-headed tricolor python in its beak. The further they ventured outward, the louder the commotion grew, accompanied by sounds of combat and agonized screams. Fortunately, the cave had a narrow exit on the outside, its left and right sides covered by rocks. It must be a battle between beasts and beastmen. Yang Chen halted abruptly as soon as he stepped outside. Could they fight their way over to the cave? Ouyang Lanlan asked anxiously. They had encountered such situations before on the snowfields and were no strangers to them. I say we hide inside the cave. Don't go out. Here we can attack or defend. If we go out and run into them, we're screwed. Jiang Xiao suggested. Yang Chen remained silent, instead glancing up at the massive boulder before them. It was precisely this large, round rock that blocked the view from outside, ensuring they wouldn't be discovered anytime soon. The cave entrance was also concealed. You guys wait here. I'll go check it out. With that, Yang Chen nimbly scrambled up the boulder. Chapter 155, Crisis and Opportunity. Holy crap! Jiang Xiao and the others followed Yang Chen up the boulder to find over 100 snake men outside the cave being relentlessly pursued by hundreds of multicolored pythons. The snake people were scattered and routed, their ranks in complete disarray. After all, the tricolored pythons held overwhelming advantages in both numbers and size. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This wasn't their first time entering a jungle wormhole, but they had never encountered such a massive gathering of magical beasts and beast tribes within one. The battles between beastmen and demon beast tribes within this jungle were far more intense than the tribal conflicts on the snowfields. Though the snake people were battered and driven back by the relentless assaults of the tricolor pythons, they maintained their formation. Male snake warriors cast shield spells along the outer perimeter, shielding all the female snake warriors behind them. The female snakemen drew their bows from the rear, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows glowing with crimson light. The arrows struck the tricolor pythons, inflicting damage as they exploded, forcing many back. Some pythons, struck repeatedly in one spot, had scales torn away by the shattering arrows, revealing black and red wounds. Yet this did little to halt the multicolored pythons. Charging in waves, they swept aside the male snake people like worthless junk, hurling them into the air. Who knew these female snake people's arrows packed such a punch? Jiang Xiao couldn't help but marvel. Lan, how about you pick a skill like this? At least it's stronger than the Snow Maiden's skill? I could take one of those male snake men's shields to protect you. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a withering glance. What a fool, she couldn't even be bothered to respond. What a waste all that experience from the slain snake people, Jinko couldn't help but sigh. Maybe we should figure out a way? Jiang Xiao paused mid-sentence, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes as he turned to Yang Chen. Like what we did last time in the snowfields. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. This time, I'm afraid we can't replicate that. I just noticed those female snake people's bows have a long range. If we ride the magpie, we'll probably get hit by arrows before we even land. Plus, those tricolor pythons are massive, they tower several meters high just by lifting their heads. Jiang Xiao sighed in disappointment upon hearing this. He understood that a battle of this caliber was beyond their reach. If they exposed their position, they'd likely be trapped and overwhelmed by these beasts and beastmen. If only we had wind attribute control skills. We could just blow those wounded beasts and orcs on the edge right over here. Jiang Xiao mused. Ouyang Lanlan suddenly spoke up. I see quite a few wounded tricolored pythons among them. If I ambush them from the shadows, I might be able to take them down without alerting the others. Are you confident? Yang Chen's eyes flashed with sharpness. If you can assist the snake people, perhaps we can keep wearing them down. Once they're weakened enough, we can launch our final ambush. Devour them all. Of course I'm confident. Ouyang Lanlan nodded. I scouted earlier, there's a rocky hill to the left we can climb over, leading into the nearby forest. I can hide there and launch my fire arrows. My fire arrows are nearly the same color as the serpent people's arrows. Those serpent people and the tricolored pythons might not even notice they're mine. Hearing this, Yang Chen and the others turned to look left. The rock formation resembled a small hill, with a recessed area in the middle just large enough for one person to climb through. The outer perimeter was covered in thick grass, and beyond that lay the forest. It must be said that within this jungle wormhole, the trees themselves formed a natural barrier, shading the sky and blocking the sun. Hiding a person up there posed virtually no difficulty. Alright. You hide in the outer perimeter. I'll flank from the left and circle around to the right. If anything goes wrong and you're spotted, I can draw their fire. Yang Chen nodded in agreement. I think I can handle it too. Why don't I go instead? I'm worried about Lalan going alone. Jiang Xiao volunteered. Do you have my buff skills? I'm confident my skills can let me escape these orcs and beasts' pursuit. What about you? Yang Chen looked at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was momentarily speechless. He didn't possess Yang Chen's buff skills. If discovered, he'd have no choice but to fight head on. There'd be no escape. You really shouldn't go. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving look. Jiang Xiao looked at Ouyang Lanlan with a suddenly touched expression and said, Lanlan, are you actually concerned about me? Stop being so self-absorbed. I'm worried you'll mess up our hunt. Ouyang Lanlan shot him another exasperated look. Let's go. We're starting the operation. With that, Ouyang Lanlan and Yang Chen slowly retreated from the round boulder and headed toward the other side. Soon, Ouyang Lanlan crawled into the grass. The slight commotion here did not disturb the battle between the snake men and the three-colored pythons ahead. Their battle raged on. Ouyang Lanlan slipped smoothly into the jungle and climbed a large tree. She summoned the three-tailed lynx, and 12 fiery arrows coalesced. Perched high in the treetops, Ouyang Lanlan gently parted the leaves to observe the battle below. Though the snake people were being beaten badly, the three-colored pythons weren't faring much better. Many of the tricolor pythons bore injuries of varying severity. Ouyang Lanlan spotted one particularly badly wounded tricolor python among them. That multicolored python had sustained severe injuries to its chest, abdomen, and head, having charged at the forefront. Especially the wound on its head, from which bright red blood flowed continuously. The three-colored python seemed to sense its injuries worsening and began slowly retreating backward. Just as it reached the edge, Ouyang Lanlan issued a decisive command. Fire a fire arrow at the 3 o'clock position on the left. Target the tricolor python's head. The moment the words left her mouth, the three-tailed civet cat swung its tail, sending a fire arrow hurtling forth like a sharp arrow, swiftly closing in on the three-colored python. In that instant, the three-colored python seemed to sense danger. A chill ran down its spine, and before it could react, the fire dart struck its face. Caught completely off guard, it had no time to dodge. With a mournful howl, it crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 156, Expand and Strengthen, Forge New Glory. 2 o'clock direction, shift south by 2 paces. 4 o'clock direction, keep going. After tasting success, Ouyang Lanlan's beautiful eyes sharpened like a hawk's, scanning the surroundings for prey. She was getting carried away. Meanwhile, deep within the mountain forests, the snake people and the tricolor python tribes continued their fierce battle. Frontline male snake warriors were hurled back one after another. Those who survived immediately charged forward again. They seemed to have ignited with true fury. Even covered in blood, they didn't retreat a single step. They locked horns with the tricolored pythons, locked in relentless combat. This allowed the female snake people in the rear to maintain steady fire. They too fought desperately, arrows flying almost non-stop. Even as their fingers bled from the strain, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Originally, even the male snake warriors fighting desperately couldn't hold them back. After all, the tricolor pythons were simply too massive. Not only did they possess extraordinary defense, but they also had formidable offensive power and skills. The orcs of the serpent tribe simply couldn't withstand them. The tricolored pythons were brimming with confidence, especially their tribal leader, a serpent whose scales shimmered with an even more vivid array of colors, for distinct hues now visible. It appeared as if it were on the verge of a transformative shedding. The leader understood clearly that the more desperate the situation became, the more they had to persevere. This was the serpent tribe's final death throes. If they could withstand just one more wave, they would be able to swallow the entire serpent tribe whole and subjugate all the female serpents. The male snake people could be kept in captivity as food sources. The female snake people, however, could be forcibly conquered and incorporated into the tribe, bolstering its ranged combat capabilities. Thus, it could gradually devour all the surrounding tribes. A tricolor python with a female snake perched atop its head. Grow stronger, achieve greater glory. Woohoo! Straight to the top. Yet as the tricolored python chieftain basked in these visions, something began to feel off. Though the tricolor pythons occasionally suffered casualties, the losses were now mounting at an alarming rate. One after another, severely wounded three-colored pythons that had been retreating safely would suddenly collapse with a thud right before its eyes, dead on the spot. At first, the leader paid little heed, assuming the fallen were simply too gravely wounded or physically weakened. But gradually, more and more fell. Worse still, the snake people tribe had begun to fight back. Originally, a single tricolor python could easily handle 2 or 3 snake men a piece of cake. Now, 4 or 5 snake men were swarming each tricolor python. The snake tribe wasn't merely fighting back, they weren't just counterattacking, nor merely holding their ground. A situation was emerging where they seemed poised to crush them. The tables had turned. The tricolored python leader felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell is going on? Had the snake people tribes become this fierce? Meanwhile, the snake people on the other side grew more and more excited as the battle raged on. While the tricolored pythons found the fight increasingly grueling, the snake people of the tribe were different, they grew more and more at ease. In fact, they'd started to get cocky. The tricolor python tribe wasn't all that after all. Roar! 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 The male snake men roared incessantly, their fighting spirit surging sky high. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lanlan continued to seek opportunities to assassinate the tricolored pythons, her focus growing increasingly intense. Hidden in the grass beside the snake tribe, Yang Chen watched as one after another of the tricolor pythons fell. He licked his dry lips repeatedly. It seemed Ouyang Lanlan had struck gold this time, likely hunting down quite a few tricolored python snakes. But this can't go on. Once the tricolor pythons lose their advantage, they'll likely flee. Yang Chen observed the situation on the field, fearing Ouyang Lanlan had become too engrossed in the killing. Ouyang Lanlan was pushing her ranged attack capabilities to the absolute limit. If the tricolor pythons began fleeing, they might not live to see the mutual destruction of the pythons and the snakemen tribe. With this thought, Yang Chen silently slipped out of the grass and swiftly circled back to locate Ouyang Lanlan's position. By now, Ouyang Lanlan had ceased casting skills. Her beast summoning skills were all exhausted, currently in cooldown. She dared not unleash her own fireball spell after all, the female snake people fired arrows, not fireballs. To cast it would reveal her true identity. Nevertheless, her beautiful eyes remained fixed intently on the battlefield, slightly bloodshot. Who? It's me. Ouyang Lanlan sensed movement and swept a wary glance over. Spotting Yang Chen scrambling up, she instantly relaxed, hastily recalling the fireball spell she'd been about to unleash. Why did you come over here? Didn't you say you'd support me from the opposite side? Ouyang Lanlan asked in confusion. I came to check on you, Yang Chen smiled. So, how many have you hunted down? 12. Ouyang Lanlan's face lit up like a flower, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she looked utterly thrilled. This hunting pace was incredibly satisfying. 1 skill, 1 kill, experience points skyrocketing. Hearing this, Yang Chen instantly realized Ouyang Lanlan's skill had entered its cooldown period. Thank goodness. Otherwise, if Ouyang Lanlan kept hunting, the tricolored python wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Hold off on hunting for now. Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan had a good rapport, so he didn't beat around the bush. He stated his purpose directly. Ouyang Lanlan was puzzled at first, but when she heard Yang Chen's reason, 2 lovely blushes spread across her pretty face, gradually climbing up her fair neck. Sorry, I forgot. I got a little carried away. Ouyang Lanlan said, clearly embarrassed. If her greed had driven away the tricolor python, her guilt would have been immense. She was full, but her 3 teammates were still staring longingly at the food. It's fine. If you can level up early, that's great too. But now, why don't you switch sides and see if you can help the tricolor python? Yang Chen smiled understandingly. Alright. A smile returned to Ouyang Lanlan's face. Just then, her skill cooldown finished. She parted the leaves once more, activating hunt time. On the battlefield outside, without Ouyang Lanlan's covert support, the tricolor python tribe gradually stabilized their attacks and hadn't completely collapsed yet. With Ouyang Lanlan now aiding the tricolor python tribe and hunting down the serpent men tribe, the tricolor python tribe surged back to strength. This sent the leader of the 3-color python tribe into a frenzy once more, his 2 copper bell-like snake eyes glowing with an unnatural brilliance. Indeed, this was the serpent tribe's final counterattack. Victory would ultimately belong to the tricolor python tribe. The tricolor python tribe shall never be enslaved. Woohoo! Take flight. Chapter 157, The Serpent Folk are stunned. Hidden in the trees, Yang Chen found himself inexplicably drawn to the near 4-colored python dominating the battlefield, its presence strangely thrilling. You know, that one that looks like a 4-color python, could it be the leader of these 3-color pythons? It looks kinda hyped up. You think it's plotting to lead the tricolor pythons to a mighty takeoff? Yang Chen asked with a wicked grin. They're beasts. They don't have such convoluted thoughts. More likely, it's just brimming with battle fervor. Ouyang Lanlan replied indifferently. Could be. Yang Chen nodded. What should we do now? Ouyang Lanlan's skill was on cooldown again. They've regained their balance now. Yang Chen scanned the battlefield below. 20 tricolored pythons remained, along with 13 male snake men and 10 female snake women from the tribe. Both sides were battered and bruised, especially the female serpent folk. Their skills were all on cooldown, and their arrows were exhausted. Next, once your skills are ready, we'll join the fray. They're both battered and bruised. Yang Chen said calmly, stay hidden here. I'll go find Jiang Xiao. Once we engage, you immediately cast fireball spell on the tricolored pythons. Then conceal yourself again, focusing on controlling the outer perimeter and supporting our hunt. Got it. Yang Lanlan nodded in agreement. Be careful, especially Jiang Xiao, that reckless fool. Before she could finish, Yang Lanlan seemed to recall something else. With an exclamation of "oh dear," she added, "Never mind, better not say it. We don't want that narcissistic guy getting any ideas." All right. Yang Chen chuckled, then quietly climbed down from the treetop and returned to the cave entrance. At that moment, Bade still held the two-headed tricolor python. The serpent remained motionless, but its belly rose and fell steadily. Clearly, it was not in mortal danger. With the snake in Baji's grasp, Yang Chen felt no concern. "Yang, we saw quite a few tricolor pythons and snake people fall earlier. How many of those were killed by Lan Lan?" Jiang Xiao asked immediately. 12 three-colored pythons and 12 snake people. Yang Chen replied simply. That many? Then she's just a few more kills away from leveling up. Jiang Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Now it's our turn to enter. Hold on. As soon as Ouyang Lanlan's fireball spell lands, we'll charge out. Yang Chen instructed. Remember, those snake people are already spent. They can't do much damage to us. We'll deal with the tricolor pythons first. Although the tricolor python tribe had also suffered considerable losses, the combat prowess of the tricolor pythons was clearly superior to that of the snake people. Otherwise, despite outnumbering the pythons, the snake people were being overwhelmed. This alone demonstrated the fighting strength of the tricolor python tribe. Understood. Jiang Xiao nodded. Next, Yang Chen gave Qinke further instructions, telling her to hide well. This left Qinke feeling a bit bitter. She had always thought support-type beast masters were great, able to boost their teammates' endurance. But now, ever since joining the team, Captain Yang Chen had proven so overwhelmingly powerful that she felt completely useless. It was like she was just coasting along for the win. Every time he told her to hide, it felt like he was saying, just lie back and let me carry you. Just as Qinke was lost in these chaotic thoughts, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from outside. Boom! The boulder where Yang Chen and the others stood trembled. Suddenly, the tricolor python tribe, which had held absolute dominance, was struck by a massive fireball. A dozen or so tricolor pythons were blown apart, black smoke billowing from their bodies. The worst hit was the tricolor python at the center of the explosion, its body covered in wounds. Before they could react, a piercing wolf howl echoed through the air. Awah! The tricolor pythons sensed an intense sense of danger. It's our turn. Charge! Yang Chen roared, leaping to his feet from the rocks. He drew his Shou Chun sword and charged toward the tricolor python tribe. As he surged forward, two golden lights spread out. Battle charge! Sink the boats, burn the bridges. The combined buffs from Yang Chen's two skills exceeded 160%, instantly doubling his agility. Not only that, but sink the boats also inflicted area of effect debuffs. Wherever Yang Chen passed, both tribes' orcs and beasts trembled violently. In that instant, they felt as if even their thoughts had grown sluggish. Especially the leader of the tricolored serpent tribe, its serpentine eyes wide with shock and disbelief. How could there still be humans here? Could it be that many of the tricolor pythons had fallen earlier due to a human ambush? It seemed to suddenly grasp something. That possibility seemed highly likely. Otherwise, why would they, having held the upper hand, suddenly find themselves overwhelmed by the snake people tribe? And then, inexplicably, they'd rallied and turned the tables on the serpent tribe? This left the tricolored python leader seething with resentment. Its grand plan for supremacy had completely vanished into thin air. Damn humans! Alas, it had no time left. For Yang Chen, wielding his Shou Chun sword, leapt 3 or 4 meters high and brought the blade crashing down upon its forehead. The leader of the three-colored pythons let out a final, bitter howl before crashing heavily to the ground. The surrounding multicolored pythons went completely berserk. They charged madly toward Yang Chen. But their speed now was nowhere near what it had been before. Compounded by the injuries they all bore, their pace slowed even further. Huge tails swept across the ground, appearing fierce and menacing. Yet before Yang Chen, their movements seemed painfully slow. He could even use these sweeping tails to steadily close in on the multicolored pythons. Ding! Host has hunted a Tier 2, 1-star demon beast, the tricolor python, earning 20 talent coins. Ding! The system's cold voice echoed continuously in Yang Chen's mind. With Jiang Xiao joining the fray, he and the giant rat charged recklessly, driving the tricolor pythons back in retreat once more. As for the snake men of the Snake Man tribe witnessing this scene, they were utterly stunned. These humans were far too fierce. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. But alas, many male snake men were wounded, and the females were utterly exhausted. They simply couldn't retreat quickly. And all of this was under Ouyang Lanlan's control. She had immediately used her skill, injuring every snake man from the tribe who might have escaped. Chapter 158, The Bizarre Tricolored Python. Half an hour later. All the magical beasts and beastmen within the forest had been divided among Yang Chen, Jiang Xiao, and Qin Ku. Yang Chen glanced at his character level panel. Level, Junior Beastmaster 9-star experience, 27-1680. At this point, Yang Chen had successfully reached Junior Beastmaster 9-star, just one level away from becoming an intermediate Beastmaster. Did you guys level up too? Yang Chen inquired. We're all junior level 9 now. Jiang Xiao replied cheerfully. If we encounter more situations like this, it'll be much faster than searching for them one by one. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. We haven't encountered anything like this within the artificial wormhole yet. It's unlikely we'll find such densely packed tribes here. I wonder if there'll be more on the real battlefield. Yang Chen, we've finished clearing this area. We harvested over 70 crystal cores. Ouyang Lanlan walked over carrying her backpack, giving it a little lift. Under normal circumstances, this haul alone would equal their 2 days' worth of earnings. Good. Let's head out first. Find a place to rest. Yang Chen nodded. Immediately, the four of them swiftly departed the mountain forest, while Beige carried the two-headed tricolor python as he followed Yang Chen and the others out of the area. What Yang Chen and his companions didn't know was that roughly 10 minutes after their departure, a cacophony of bird cries suddenly filled the forest. Before long, 30 or 43 colored pythons had encircled the area. At the very rear, a tricolor python distinctly different in appearance from the others slid its tail as it slowly emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, this serpent's head bore a striking difference from the others. Although its head was also covered in scales, it was not a serpent's head at all, but a human head complete with facial features, eyes, a mouth, and a nose. It was remarkably three-dimensional, though the scales covering it gave it a distinctly bizarre appearance. Moreover, it possessed 2 hands, with scales covering its entire arms. It surveyed its surroundings, carefully observing the entire battlefield. It detected signs of human combat here. It seems humans have appeared within the jungle wormhole. The human-headed python spoke in human language, extending its forked tongue as greed flashed in its eyes. Track their scent for me. Find them at all costs. Our traitor must have been rescued by these humans. As the human-headed python finished speaking, the other multicolored pythons roared in response. More than a dozen multicolored pythons immediately charged forward. Yang Chen and his companions remained utterly unaware of all this. At that moment, Yang Chen and his 3 companions had found a concealed spot, completely enveloped by towering trees on all sides. Only a single entrance remained above, making it exceptionally hidden. Moreover, amidst these trees lay a vast, open clearing. The 4 of them pitched all 4 tents, with space still remaining. This time, Yang Chen and his companions had prepared more thoroughly. They brought disposable portable stoves filled with flammable materials. They also carried a small iron pot. Holding bowls and chopsticks, they savored hot beef rice bowls, relishing the indescribable pleasure. Last time we were eating nothing but crackers. This time, we finally get to have something hot. Jiang Xiao ate with an expression of pure delight. He'd never appreciated frozen food this much before, but now it felt like pure luxury. There was no other choice inside this wormhole, there was nothing else to eat. Looks like we should consider bringing some fresh meat next time, Ouyang Lanlan chuckled. We'll see about that next time. For now, let's eat quickly, then sleep. We need to hurry and level up to intermediate beast tamers. Yang Chen chuckled, glancing at the double-headed tricolor python as he spoke. This guy's been unconscious this whole time. Wonder if he's just playing dead. Little punk, no worries. If it tries any tricks, I'll rub it down for you. Beige declared proudly from the side. You'd better keep a close eye on it, or if this thing gets angry, we'll all be in trouble. Yang Chen said with a wry smile. Beige grunted twice, refusing to respond. If not for Yang Chen being his master, he'd have beaten the guy senseless. The magpie shot a glance at Jiang Xiao, who immediately lowered his head and began shoveling food into his mouth. At that moment, Qin suddenly spoke up. It's not really practical for us to keep dragging this guy along forever. Shouldn't we first level one of us up to an intermediate beast master? Let's try contracting this 2-handed tricolored python first. Qin's words reminded the other 3 that carrying it along indefinitely was indeed unsustainable. I'm not contracting that thing. I told you guys to kill it ages ago. Ouyang Lanlan looked utterly disgusted, shooting a death glare at Jiang Xiao just as he opened his mouth to speak. Jiang Xiao weakly shrank his neck and said, I agree with Lalan. This thing is just, well, you know. Seeing their expressions, Yang Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He turned to Qin and asked, Ake, what do you say? Do you want this 2-headed tricolor python? I don't need it, Qin shook her head slightly. The tricolor python's skills lean toward close-range combat. I'm a support-type beast tamer. Support-type beast masters can still contract offensive beasts, Yang Chen countered with a smile. Besides, this would give you self-defense capabilities and some combat prowess. Truthfully, no matter what type of beast master you are, you can contract all kinds of beasts to compensate for your own shortcomings. Qin nodded thoughtfully. You're not wrong, but you go first. If you fail to contract it, then I'll try. You level up faster than me, and your 2 combat skills have transformed our team. So you go first. Does anyone have any objections? Jiang Xiao was the first to raise his hand. I have no objections. Ouyang Lanlan pursed her lips without speaking. I have no objection to Yang Chen leveling up first, but I suggest you think it through carefully. Yang Chen nodded. I understand. Honestly, I don't have any special requirements for beast taming. This two-headed tricolor python is quite rare, and I want to give it a shot. For Yang Chen, such mutations held little appeal. He possessed a unique talent others lacked, the ability to alter bloodlines. However, if no one else wanted it, Yang Chen wouldn't refuse it either. Otherwise, if he casually contracted two beasts and they both turned out to be mutations, it would inevitably draw others' speculation and attention. Stay low-key. Chapter 159, The Hunt Begins. Alright then. Yang Chen first, then Ache. Hurry up and finish eating so you can sleep. You were exhausted earlier. Ouyang Lanlan said, her face worn with fatigue. Ouyang Lanlan herself didn't want the two-headed tricolor python, but she wouldn't force Yang Chen and the others to decline it either. After all, mutated beasts were extremely rare. After finishing their meal, Jiang Xiao took watch duty while the other three immediately crawled into the tent to rest. In a place like this, being able to sleep soundly inside a tent was actually quite comfortable. Yang Chen fell asleep the moment he lay down. In a place like this, maintaining constant high alertness and being ready for battle would wear down even a beast tamer. After an unknown amount of time, sudden noises and shouts erupted outside. You lot, head that way. Find that traitor. You guys head west. The commotion and voices instantly jolted Yang Chen awake. As Yang Chen stepped out of his tent, he saw Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku emerging from theirs as well. Jiang Xiao, meanwhile, had already climbed a large tree with Shuashu and was waving down to the three of them from above. Yang Chen and the others scrambled up the tree. What's going on? Ouyang Lanlan asked in a hushed voice. Look over there. Looks like some beastmen are chasing the beastmasters. Jiang Xiao pointed toward the southwest. Yang Chen and the others looked in the direction he indicated. About 100 meters away in the woods, a youth clad in a white cloak was sprinting frantically. Behind him, over a dozen snake men were searching the area. 5 or 6 snake men had already spotted the hooded youth and were closing in to surround him. 23 snake men in total. The observant Qin Ku counted the serpent men immediately. That's quite a few. Maybe we shouldn't get involved. Ouyang Lanlan suggested. Her time in the wormhole had matured Ouyang Lanlan considerably. As for rescuing others, she had no such inclination. The wormhole was a place where unpredictable dangers lurked at every turn. Putting herself in danger was clearly not worth the risk. As for the cloaked youth being hunted below, that was none of their concern. I think we can make a move. Yang Chen's lips curved into a confident smile. Yang Chen, that hooded youth has nothing to do with us. We shouldn't intervene for a stranger. Ouyang Lanlan frowned. Yeah, if it were just 5 or 6, we could handle it as a hunt. But this many beastmen? We'd be in for a world of trouble. We might not even make it out alive. Jiang Xiao agreed. No. I'm not saving him. I'm hunting these snake men. Yang Chen's eyes flashed with determination. Right now, those snake men are distracted by that hooded youth and scattered. We can split up and hunt them down. Plus, they're out in the open while we're in the shadows. Our chances of taking them all down are pretty high. Yang Chen's words began to sway Ouyang Lanlan and the others. Indeed, the snake people were spread too thin searching for the hooded youth that worked to their advantage. How confident are you? Ouyang Lanlan asked. A little, Yang Chen replied with a faint smile. 98%. Ouyang Lanlan and the others twitched their lips. A little? More like 1,000,000,000%. That's practically guaranteed. Get to the plan. Ouyang Lanlan cut straight to the chase. Simple. I just observed their positions. There are 23 snake people divided into 4 waves. From left to right, 6, 5, 5, and 7. Each squad is spaced about several dozen meters apart. We'll take out the 2 middle squads first. Then, I'll sneak attack the 5-man squad on the right by myself, while you 3 handle the 5-man squad on the left. Sound good? Yang Chen said with a grin. Ouyang Lanlan and the others listened while assessing the situation ahead. Yang Chen's plan had a high success rate. The 2 central squads consisted entirely of female snake people. Having witnessed their abilities firsthand, he knew they specialized solely in ranged attacks. Such ranged orcs generally possessed poor melee combat abilities. Moreover, these 2 squads were positioned relatively far back, away from the other 2 squads. I think we should try it. Maybe hunting these female snake people won't draw the attention of the others. Ouyang Lanlan nodded in agreement. Let's do it then. Jiang Xiao said indifferently. But I must remind everyone, if the other 2 squads spot us and close in, we must immediately flee in the opposite direction. Don't hesitate for a second. Yang Chen instructed. Understood. Ouyang Lanlan and the other 2 nodded firmly. After finalizing their plan, Yang Chen immediately instructed Magpie to sink the boats and burn the bridges, then quietly climbed down from the treetop. The 4 divided their tasks. Yang Chen alone, Ouyang Lanlan and the other 2. Meanwhile, the female snake people pursuing them in the forest below remained utterly unaware that they were bringing up the rear, forced to silently follow the main group. However, as they passed through a patch of tall grass over a meter high, a faint rustling sound suddenly echoed through the air. The snake woman bringing up the rear sensed something amiss and halted immediately, turning her head to look. The next instant, the snake woman's pale yellow eyes widened in terror. Reflected in her pupils was a cold, gleaming blade, already swinging down toward her forehead. A dull thud echoed as she was cleaved in two before she could react, collapsing dead on the spot. Ding! Host has hunted a Tier 2, 1-star snake woman, earning 20 talent coins. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the other 4 female snake people. They halted in unison and turned to look. But the great sword remained their greeting. The two at the very rear didn't even get a clear look at Yang Chen before their heads flew skyward, their eyes frozen in utter bewilderment. Only 2 words echoed in their minds. So fast. The other 2 female snakemen reacted swiftly, drawing their bows and arrows almost instantly, preparing to shoot Yang Chen while simultaneously signaling the others. Too bad. Yang Chen's speed was truly astonishing. With 2 buff skills active, his agility had soared to 273 points. Consider this, as a 9-star junior beast master, Yang Chen's base agility was only 105 points. That was over 160 points higher. One could only imagine how blindingly fast Yang Chen was moving. The moment the 2 female snake people drew their bows, Yang Chen severed them along with their weapons. Their heads spun through the air. Finally, thud thud, they fell to the ground, still murmuring in the beastman's language. Be careful. Alas, their words were cut short forever. Chapter 160, Mutations Everywhere? After disposing of the 5 snake women, Yang Chen skillfully extracted the crystal cores from their bodies. Just as Yang Chen prepared to move toward Jiang Xiao and the others, a sudden shriek pierced the air ahead. Roar! A rough, booming voice echoed. Oh no! Yang Chen's heart sank instantly. The sound came from Jiang Xiao's group. They had been exposed. Yang Chen quickened his pace, rushing toward Jiang Xiao and the others. At that moment, the serpent people pursuing the cloaked youth abruptly halted their chase. What's happening behind us? The snake man leader demanded, puzzled. But there was no response from the rear. This left the snake man leader deeply puzzled. Moments later, his expression abruptly changed. Could it be that bastard Zhang Zihao has tracked us here? The snake man leader immediately commanded, gather all snake men together. Don't give that treacherous bastard any chance. Everyone follow me to investigate the rear. The snake man leader was furious. While infighting among them was one thing, now even the test subjects were escaping. And Zhang Zihao had the audacity to pull underhanded tricks behind his back, attempting to ambush him. He was utterly brainless. Meanwhile, Yang Chen had arrived at the hunting site where Jiang Xiao and the others were. Jiang Xiao had just finished off the last female snake person. Are you all okay? Yang Chen asked the trio. We're fine, but we're in a bit of trouble now. Jiang Xiao said sheepishly. It's all my fault I didn't finish off that female snake person in one go. She managed to scream. Worrying about that now won't help. Unexpected things happen. Yang Chen offered a reassuring word. Yang Chen, what do we do now? The other snake people must have heard the commotion. They're probably closing in on us. Ouyang Lanlan asked in a tense voice. There were still 13 snake people left. The 4 of them had just fought a battle. Their skills weren't sharp enough, and they weren't at their peak condition. They might not be a match for them. Forget it, run. Run in the opposite direction. Yang Chen made a decisive call. Got it. The 3 responded in unison and immediately began their escape. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a series of violent crashes echoed behind them, accompanied by the sound of trees being uprooted. Immediately after, an enraged voice bellowed once more. Zhang Zihao, I knew it was you behind this sneak attack. Do you know what you're doing? The voice was oddly high-pitched and raspy, grating on the ears. Hold on. Yang Chen hurriedly called out to stop the 3. More voices? Could it be other students from the academy arriving? Jiang Xiao wondered. Probably not. We've been advancing pretty quickly among the new students. How could anyone else be faster than us? Ouyang Lanlan murmured. They had entered the jungle wormhole several times without encountering any other humans proof enough. Could it be a teacher? Qin Ke speculated. If that's the case, does that mean we can go on another free ride? Jiang Xiao said excitedly. They had plenty of experience with that from their time on the snowfields. Tagging along behind a big shot was pure bliss. Experience and crystal cores just fell into their laps. I don't know, but let's not reveal ourselves yet. Hide and observe first. Yang Chen said cautiously. Then, the 4 of them swiftly climbed a large tree and began observing the situation outside. No sooner had they reached the treetops and parted the leaves than they witnessed a confrontation unfolding in the nearby woods, multicolored pythons facing off against snake men. Over 23 colored pythons and more than a dozen snake people stared warily at each other. The hooded youth was trapped between the 2 sides. Among them, the snake man leader was someone they had seen before. He possessed a human upper body and a serpentine lower body, appearing indistinguishable from a normal human except for the scales covering his body. But the most bizarre sight was the leader of the tricolor pythons, the very one the snake man chieftain had called Zhang Zihao. This python had a human head atop a serpent's body. Strangely, the tricolor python leader's human head sat atop a serpent's body. Below his own head, the snake's eyes remained tightly shut, appearing lifeless, creating an indescribable sense of dissonance. Have these creatures all mutated? Damn it, are these wormholes all over the academy, mutating everywhere? Jiang Shao couldn't help but be astonished. After all, this was the third time they'd encountered such bizarre magical beasts and beastmen, not counting the two-headed tricolor python they'd faced earlier. Did you notice how we seem to be in the snowfields? That pregnant snow maiden we saw, aren't they somewhat similar in a way? Yang Chen suddenly remarked. There might be a slight resemblance. They all seem capable of speech and retain some human-like traits. Could these beasts and beastmen actually evolving? If that's the case, then are the beastmen and magical beasts on the battlefield evolving too? Holy, if that's the case, wouldn't the human race be finished? Could these orcs and beasts soon unite to invade the human world? Jiang Shao was startled and utterly shocked. It felt like the apocalypse was approaching. Don't overthink it. I don't think it's likely, Yang Chen analyzed. If they're evolving, why have we only seen a few? Where are the rest? Even if evolution is happening, it wouldn't affect all of them. It's not that exaggerated. Yang Chen makes a good point. Ouyang Lanlan agreed, rolling her eyes at Jiang Shao. You, just shut up. Fine. Jiang Shao scratched his head sheepishly. Meanwhile, Zhang Zihao shot a contemptuous glance at the Snake Man leader. Shi Yan, don't frame me. I just arrived, I didn't ambush you. Oomph. Shi Yan coldly retorted, stop making excuses. Who else but a treacherous scoundrel like you would do such a thing? Don't tell me there's someone else here. Zhang Zihao frowned deeply, utterly baffled by Shi Yan's accusation. To him, it seemed Shi Yan was framing him to seize control of the escape test subject. Shi Yan, I don't want to argue with you, and I certainly don't want to fight you. Zhang Zihao said indifferently, this time, I came solely for the test subject. If you're dissatisfied, go complain to the Grand Elder. Xiaohua, get over here this instant. He turned his gaze toward the hooded youth. Xiaohua must be the hooded youth's name. Xiaohua shook his head repeatedly. I won't go back. I don't want to become like you. Brother Zhang, Brother Oyu, I beg you spare my life. For the sake of our brotherhood, please don't arrest me. Chapter 161, Knife to the Throat. I beg you. The hooded youth kept banging his head on the ground, thudding sounds echoing. Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan remained unmoved. You know what happens to those who run. You know exactly what will happen to me if I let you go. You have only one path left to return with us. Though I cannot spare you, I can offer you a choice. You may choose to return with one of us. A faint smile touched Zhang Zihao's lips. You know what kind of man Shi Yan is. You escaped from him. Going back with him, you know what fate awaits you. Zhang Zihao, you're crossing the line here. He's mine. You're taking him back? Don't push your luck. Shi Yan's face darkened with anger. What can you possibly do about it? Zhang Zihao chuckled indifferently. You lack the ability yourself, yet you forbid others from being more capable than you? If you take her back, you'll face punishment from the Grand Elder. Better let me take her, it'll be a major achievement. Shi Yan's expression darkened further. His eyes grew bloodshot as he stared at Zhang Zihao, especially after the last remark sent Shi Yan's blood pressure soaring. You want to snatch the prisoner from me? You're asking for death. Attack! Kill these bastards! Shi Yan roared, charging headlong at Zhang Zihao to launch his attack. The snake people behind him swarmed forward in unison. Both sides instantly clashed. A chaotic melee erupted deep within the mountain forest. Hidden in the treetops nearby, Yang Chen and his three companions watched it all unfold. Looks like we're in for another windfall. Jiang Shao rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This clash between beasts and beastmen was precisely what he craved most now. Not only could they reap a bounty of crystal cores, but they'd also gain massive experience. It was practically free money. Yang, can I pick one of those two mutated beasts or orcs? They speak human languages too, maybe they could become good friends with Magpie. Jiang Shao exclaimed excitedly. They're not worthy. What a low class. Magpie shot Jiang Shao a dismissive glance. Ouyang Lanlan furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Jiang Shao, stop babbling. Haven't you noticed something off about them? I feel like that tricolor python and the snake man aren't mutated at all, they seem human. And look at that boy named Xiaohua, his skin is pale, and he's starting to grow scales. Before Ouyang Lanlan could finish, Jiang Shao gasped in shock. Holy crap! Could that guy be a human mutant? Does this mean we don't have to become beast masters? We could just be mutants instead? But man, that looks so ugly. I'd hate to be covered in scales, I've got trypophobia. If I have to mutate, I wish I could mutate into something handsome. Jiang Zhao's words instantly silenced the others. Ouyang Lanlan was particularly thrown off, her mind going blank. That idea was just... She even forgot what she'd been about to say. I don't think it's that simple, Yang Chen said. Did you hear what they were saying earlier? Between the lines, it seems they're part of some organization. Yang Chen, you're right, Xinka said, giving him an approving look. This isn't something we should get involved in. I suggest we retreat immediately and avoid getting entangled in trouble. At these words, Yang Chen and the other two turned to stare at Qin Ku. For the first time, they saw a look of grave concern on the usually gentle and composed woman's face. This instantly piqued their curiosity. Ku, do you know anything about these guys? Yang Chen asked suspiciously. Ake, if you know, tell us. Are these people mutants? Jiang Xiao looked at Qin Ku expectantly. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving look. This guy. Qin Ku shook her head slightly. I've only heard rumors. You should know that our human race is currently focused on defense in the wormhole battlefield, right? Keeping all the demon beasts and beastmen contained within the wormhole. Yang Chen nodded. Go on. So what does this have to do with those two mutated beastmen and monsters? Don't rush me. Let me explain slowly. Qin Ku continued, truthfully, on the surface, it seems all humans support resistance or advocate charging deep into the wormhole to exterminate every demon beast and beastman. But in reality, many others advocate surrender. What the hell? Yang Chen froze, Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded, and Ouyang Lanlan wondered if she'd misheard. The demon beasts and orcs have already reached our doorstep, and you're telling me some people still want to surrender? They've already marked you as prey. You want to surrender? What kind of nonsense is this? Don't look at me like that. Some believe that if we submit to the beasts and orcs, offering them food, they might not necessarily treat humans as prey. Moreover, it could peacefully resolve this crisis. Moreover, it might even pave the way for humans, beasts, and orcs to coexist. Qin Ku said helplessly. These words hit Yang Chen and his companions like a thunderclap. They had always believed humans, beasts, and orcs were mortal enemies. Where was the possibility of harmonious coexistence? It was utterly impossible. So, you're saying that some humans have already begun coexisting with these beastmen and magical beasts? Yang Chen speculated, and that three-colored serpent with a human head and the snake people are all results of humans interbreeding with beastmen and magical beasts? Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan stared wide-eyed. Could it really be true? Back in the snowfields, they had seen humans with snow maidens, but a tricolor python and a snake person. How could they possibly be together? Could they even sleep together and have children? Wouldn't that be a nightmare even with your eyes closed? What a twisted taste. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan felt a wave of revulsion wash over them. Not exactly. Those people tried it and failed. So they revised their original plan and started genetically fusing humans with beasts and beastmen. Like that three-colored python with a human head and the snake men you saw. Highly likely. Qin Ku explained. This was like a knife to the gut, it opened their eyes. Yang Chen and the others felt like they'd gained some new knowledge. This was utterly absurd. What kind of twisted logic did those people have? They wanted peaceful coexistence, so they offered themselves up to be devoured, only to then resort to all sorts of schemes to maintain that same peaceful coexistence? That's practically licking their boots. Jiang Xiao suddenly seemed to think of something and added, what about that pregnant snow maiden from the snowfields? Was she the same? Chapter 162, Growing Stronger Together. We're not sure if the snow woman from the snowfield was a mutation or part of their organization. Qin Ku shook her head slightly. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen and the others realized the gravity of the situation. This matter was beyond their involvement. Yang, what should we do now? If Ku's right, this might be some shadowy power we can't afford to mess with. Jiang Xiao instinctively turned to look at Yang Chen. We should stay far away from this place. With our current strength, getting involved in something like this would only lead to certain death. Yang Chen said solemnly. It wasn't cowardice. He, Jiang Xiao, and Ouyang Lanlan had no backing. They were all fugitives who'd escaped from North City. Yang Chen understood his position clearly. Despite their current status as prodigious beast tamers among the most elite young tamers in all of Dragon Nation. In truth, to the eyes of those powerful figures, crushing them would be as easy as snapping a finger. Moreover, this organization seeking peace with demon beasts and beastmen surviving intact while everyone else advocated for war must have formidable backing. Yang Chen didn't see himself as some savior who could casually alter the grand scheme of things. That sort of thing only happened on TV. In reality, one had to face the truth. At least for now. Sigh. It's a bit painful, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. What's there to feel down about? Our primary task now is to level up. Once we become god-tier beast masters, maybe we'll have a say, Yang Chen replied with a bitter smile. Are we just going to let this slide? Even if we can't defeat them now, we can report them to the academy. Ouyang Lanlan declared indignantly. Yang Chen frowned slightly. That's a good idea, but since they placed these mutants inside the academy's artificial wormhole, I suspect the academy itself has likely been infiltrated. And those people probably hold high positions within it. If we go out to report them, we might just fall into their hands. If we insist on reporting it, we absolutely must find someone trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lanlan's shoulders slumped instantly, as limp as a frostbitten eggplant. Both she and Yang Chen hailed from small towns. Where would they even find reliable official contacts? Moreover, ordinary officials were useless, they might even bring trouble. Forget it for now. Let's get out of here. Yang Chen whispered. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan both sighed before quietly climbing down from the tree alongside Yang Chen. They fled straight in the opposite direction. However, after leaving the forest, neither Jiang Xiao nor Ouyang Lanlan felt particularly enthusiastic. Qin Ku offered comfort. Honestly, you shouldn't feel too down. Those powerful beast masters are still controlled by the government and the four great guilds. Both the government and the guilds are pro-war. Those who seek peace are being suppressed. For now, they hold little sway over the larger picture and can only scheme in the shadows. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan nodded slightly after hearing this. Ku, do you know what that organization is called? Jiang Xiao asked curiously. It's called the Celestial Union. Qin Ku's lips curled into a mocking smile as she continued. They believe these beasts and beastmen are sent by heaven. Merging with them is what they call heaven and man is one. That's why they call themselves the Celestial Human Organization. How disgusting. Ouyang Lanlan's face flashed with revulsion. Lanlan, don't worry. I've memorized this organization. Once we grow strong enough, if we ever cross paths with them, we'll crush them. Jiang Xiao declared fiercely. Ouyang Lanlan nodded slightly, her expression easing a bit. Let's grow stronger together. Just as they spoke, 3 multicolored pythons suddenly appeared ahead. They burst out from both sides of the jungle, blocking the four's path. They opened their gaping maws and let out ferocious roars. I've been holding this rage in with nowhere to vent it. Die! Ouyang Lanlan roared in fury, raising her hand to unleash the fireball spell. A massive fireball descended from midair, crashing directly toward the 3-headed multicolored pythons. Following closely behind were 12 fire arrows, divided into 3 directions, 4 arrows per direction shooting straight for the heads of the 3-headed multicolored pythons. The 3-headed multicolored pythons were stunned. Had the humans attacked the moment they appeared? Had humans become this formidable now? Boom! 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 With several muffled booms, the 3-headed multicolored pythons were blasted into a disheveled mess by the massive fireball spell. The 12 fire arrows all struck their heads, sending each one staggering back several steps. Barely regaining their footing, they were met with the piercing howl of a wolf. A terrifying aura made them tremble in fear. Before they could discern the source of this terrifying creature, a cold gleam flashed before their eyes. Yang Chen swung his Shou Chun sword down at the 3 serpents. The central 3-colored python had its head cleaved off in an instant. The 3-colored python let out a wretched, frustrated scream. Its head rolled across the ground as its body collapsed with a thud, dying with a look of utter resentment. The remaining 2 multicolored pythons seemed enraged by Yang Chen's action. They opened their gaping maws, reeking of foul stench, and lunged at him with vicious bites. With a thunderous boom, the 2 massive serpent heads collided violently. But Yang Chen's figure had vanished long ago. The 2 3-colored pythons were stunned. Holy crap, this human speed is insane. He actually escaped right from under our jaws? Unbelievable. Before they could react, a cold gleam flashed once more. Yang Chen leapt across their massive bodies, landing on the head of one of the tricolor pythons. With a single swing of his blade, he struck down. 2 massive serpent heads flew skyward. Ding! Host has hunted a tier 2, 1-star demon beast, the 3-colored python, earning 20 talent coins. The 3 system notifications echoed in Yang Chen's mind. All 3 multicolored pythons were disposed of in under a minute. Damn impressive. Yang Chen, you're so fast. This golden skill is seriously awesome. Jiang Xiao gazed at Yang Chen with pure envy. If he could possess a golden tier skill like that, maybe he too could charge into hordes of beasts and monsters like Yang Chen, moving through them as if they weren't even there. So cool. Cut the flattery. Hurry up and pack it in. Let's keep moving. Turn our grief and anger into strength. Let's all get stronger together. Yang Chen shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving look before deftly extracting a crystal core. Jiang Xiao hurried over to help. Chapter 163, the magpies got some brains now. 3 days later. Ding! Host has slain a tier 2, 1-star cat demon, earning 20 talent coins. As Yang Chen slew the final cat demon, a pleasant voice immediately echoed in his ears. Over the past 3 days, the 4-member squad had ceded all their experience to Yang Chen, collectively hunting down roughly 100 demonic beasts and beastmen. Yang Chen finally leveled up to become an intermediate beastmaster. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to intermediate beastmaster. You have earned an advancement reward. Immediately draw a legendary tier skill or talent. Would the host like to draw now? As the system's voice faded, a virtual lottery will appear before Yang Chen. The template resembled Xiaoqiu's lottery. It was filled with legendary talents and golden skills, along with a consolation prize of 100 talent coins. Yang Chen's expression shifted slightly. Could this be Xiaoqiu's lottery odds? Spin it. Gritting his teeth, Yang Chen focused his mind. Ding dong ding. The spinning wheel's pointer whirled rapidly. Finally, the pointer settled on a legendary tier talent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary talent designation. When devouring a crystal core, you may designate any skill of any quality within that core to acquire it. This skill can be used by both the host and contracted beasts. Each skill slot can only be designated once. If a skill slot already contains a skill, it can be overwritten once. Holy crap! Yang Chen nearly jumped for joy upon seeing this talent. This meant all his future skills could become golden. Every skill on his body, including those of his beasts, would be golden. This talent was downright insane. Golden tier skills were something others could only dream of. Yet now, Yang Chen could obtain them effortlessly. As his level increased, Yang Chen's attribute panel, including all skills, saw significant enhancements. Character, Yang Chen. Beastmaster power, 398. Maximum beasts, 2. Class, Offensive Beastmaster. Level, Intermediate Beastmaster 1-star experience, 72160. Attack, 18 plus 147. Defense, 18 plus 147. Agility, 18 plus 147. Spirit, 300 plus 254. Talent coins, 1870. Talents, Mythic Bloodline Awakening, possesses the ability to randomly alter a beast's bloodline once, elevating its quality to legendary or higher. No level restrictions apply. Cannot be used on non-host beasts. Cannot increase level. Cannot alter the bloodline of the same beast a second time. Designation, when devouring a crystal core, you may designate any skill of any quality within it to acquire that skill. This skill can be used by both the host and contracted beasts. Each skill slot can only be designated once. If a skill slot already contains a skill, it can be overwritten once. Skills, Gold Battlefront Resolve LV.10 EXP, consumes 300 spirit to boost attack, defense, and agility by 90% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The percentage boost increases with skill level. Currently unassigned, empty. Yang Chen's stats panel underwent a dramatic transformation. The attribute boosts spoke for themselves, but the real shocker was his talent coin count now exceeding 1,000 points, nearing 2,000. This was a colossal fortune. Beyond the talents, the greatest gain lay in skills. Battle Charge reached its maximum level 10, boosting all 3 core attributes by 90%, nearly 100%. This attribute boost was downright absurd. If converted without any nerfs, Yang Chen's stats would easily reach the level of a mid-tier Beastmaster at 5 or 6 stars. The second skill slot remained unused for now. Yang Chen did a quick calculation. Purchasing these fragments would bring Magpie's attributes to 92%, leaving him with 10 talent coins remaining. This was a huge win. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chen purchased all the fragments in one go. Ding! Host has obtained 186 Vermilion Bird bloodline fragments. Current total Vermilion Bird bloodline fragments, 188. Confirm application to designated Beastmaster Parrot? Use. Yang Chen didn't hesitate for a second. As Yang Chen activated the fragments, the magpie guarding the two-headed tricolor python suddenly trembled violently. It sensed something descending from above. Its head swelled violently. The mina's enormous bird head shook violently. Holy crap! My brain's growing again. It hurts so much. The magpie let go of the two-headed tricolor python with a pained expression, flapping its wings as it soared into the sky, wailing in agony. Jiang Xiao and his 2 companions, who were busy collecting crystal cores, were startled by this sudden scene. Holy crap, old 8, what the hell happened to you? Jiang Xiao's face paled. Could someone have ambushed him? In the next instant, the magpie's white feathers began violently trembling. A crimson glow, like flames, instantly engulfed its entire body. Simultaneously, its body continued to grow. Where its wingspan had been only 7 or 8 meters before, it now stretched over 15 meters. Most strikingly, as its form expanded, its feathers transformed into fiery tongues of flame, radiating an overwhelming aura of power and majesty. This left Jiang Xiao and his 2 companions utterly speechless. They exchanged glances between Yang Chen and the magpie, each feeling a bit like they were experiencing a life-altering moment. While it was true that enhancing a beast could bring about changes, this transformation was a bit extreme, wasn't it? This was beyond absurd. This wasn't just a minor change, it was a complete metamorphosis. Why does old 8 seem to have become somewhat divine? He seems downright extraordinary now. Jiang Xiao muttered in disbelief, utterly stunned. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke felt the same way. However, the 8th brother kept babbling about growing ahead, instantly lowering his cool factor like he'd gone completely mad. While everyone stared skyward, no one noticed the double-headed tricolor python abandoned by the magpie and unconscious for 3 days, slowly opening its pale yellow eyes to spy on the magpie's movements. Holy crap! What the hell is this thing? It's just a lousy bird, right? Why does it feel more and more terrifying? This thing is definitely no ordinary bird. For some reason, the 2-headed tricolor python felt a chill run down its spine. The 2-headed tricolor python's eyes darted around. Seeing everyone focused on the mina bird overhead, it slowly shifted its body and retreated backward. We have to get out of here while that mysterious bird is going crazy. Damn it, being held captive by this bird for 3 days nearly suffocated me. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was thoroughly satisfied with the minus condition. The only downside was that it made a bit too much noise. The magpie's appearance in the sky no longer resembled the colorful, lowly bird it once was. Its aura had skyrocketed. Chapter 164, Magpie is mutated, not mutated. Yang Chen opened the magpie's attribute panel. Beast-taming, Parrot magpie. Quality, mythical grade. Bloodline, Vermilion Bird bloodline 92%. Role, support. Level, Tier 2, 1-star experience, 72160. Attack, 246. Defense, 241. Agility, 341. Spirit, 1111. Active skill, golden support skill sink or swim level 10 experience, consumes 300 spirit power to cast on a designated target, trapping all creatures within a 20-meter radius in a sinking ground. Increases the target's attack, defense, and agility by 90%, while reducing attack, defense, and agility by 84% for all other creatures within range. Max level, cannot be upgraded. Currently unavailable, empty. Passive skills, golden enhanced beast control LV 10 experience, when entering combat, all attributes of controlled beasts gain an 80% boost. Max level, cannot be upgraded. Blue Beast Master enhancement level 1 XP, 050, enters combat state, granting an 8% boost to all Beast Master attributes. This percentage can be increased by upgrading the skill level. Magpie's attribute panel undergoes a massive transformation. With Vermilion Bird bloodline fusion reaching 92%, infinitely close to Vermilion Bird's vitality. Unfortunately, Magpie's original role is support-oriented, not combat-focused. Otherwise, he'd undoubtedly be the most dazzling fighter. Yang Chen could alter Magpie's bloodline, but not its fundamental role. Magpie's 3 core attributes were truly impressive, surpassing Yang Chen's by nearly 100 points, with agility doubled. With the boost from 2 enhancement skills, these stats utterly outclassed Yang Chen's. This left Yang Chen inwardly startled. No wonder hardly anyone fought alone anymore once a beast's attributes were boosted. It became downright absurd. They far surpassed Yang Chen's own base stats. If Magpie unleashed its skills on him, it would be even more terrifying. 10 Yang Chens wouldn't stand a chance. This was the terrifying power of beast taming. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed he wouldn't need to lift a finger when hunting beasts and beastmen anymore. Magpie was simply too awesome. Still, Yang Chen wouldn't abandon his own training. With his beastmaster so powerful and himself so weak, his own inadequacy had already become a vulnerability. If he slacked off completely, what if the beasts and orcs focused their attacks on him? Wouldn't he die a miserable death? Yang Chen examined the skill panel. Both the golden active and golden passive skills were maxed out, and a new passive skill had been added. This blue passive skill was likely Magpie's only flaw. Neither of Yang Chen's innate talents could be altered. However, such passive attributes could still be altered through other means, though not through targeted modification, but rather randomly. No big deal. At least it's not a blank passive skill. Blue is decent enough. By level 10, it'll be a useful asset. Worst case, I'll just use beast taming fruit to change it later. Yang Chen thought to himself, offering a measure of self-comfort. Just as Yang Chen was deep in thought, a tremendous commotion erupted nearby. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of trees crashing instantly drew everyone's attention. Jiang Xiao glanced over and gasped in shock. Holy crap, that 2-headed tricolor python is trying to escape. The 2-headed tricolor python had somehow slipped more than 10 meters away from the group. Seeing their attention still fixed on the magpie, it turned tail and bolted without hesitation, its massive body crashing through countless trees. It dares to run? I told you so. This thing can't be left alive. Now's the perfect chance. I'll finish it off. Without another word, Ouyang Lanlan summoned a fireball spell. Her tamed 3-tailed civet cat swiftly condensed 12 fiery arrows. However, just as Ouyang Lanlan prepared to unleash her attack, a flash of crimson light suddenly streaked before her eyes. With a whoosh, the 2-headed tricolor python vanished before her eyes. Holy! Where's the snake? Gone? Jiang Xiao was stunned. Ouyang Lanlan was also dumbfounded. What had just happened? Where am I? Who am I? Where's the snake? Before anyone could react, however, the sky suddenly darkened. Boom! The 2-headed tricolor python plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the ground. Not only were Ouyang Lanlan and the others caught off guard, but even the 2-headed tricolor python hadn't anticipated it. Yet, it sensed that familiar aura. That bird was back. That bird was downright insane, hurling it from 100 meters up. If not for its thick, tough skin, it would have been crushed to death on impact. Absolutely insane. That bird was way too fast. Before the 2-headed tricolor python could even scramble to its feet, a crimson flash streaked down from the sky once more. With a thunderous crash, a pair of razor-sharp talons seized the python, pinning it to the ground and dragging it along, grinding against the surface. Sparks flew as the scales on its body scraped against the ground. It's the 8th master. Holy crap, that red flash was Master 8's silhouette. What incredible speed. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Brother 8's body had grown larger, his color had changed, and he had become stronger. Especially its agility, it was utterly absurd. Ouyang Lanlan and Chin Ku were both stunned, finding it hard to believe. His speed was so fast they couldn't even see him. Could this really be a Tier 2, 1-star beastmaster? What breed of beast is this? Magpies mutate, but they don't turn into monsters. Chapter 165, I told you to keep your voice down. Roar, roar, roar. The two enormous heads of the two-headed tricolor python wailed incessantly in agony. Though Ouyang Lanlan and the others couldn't understand the language, they could tell from the sound that the snake's cries were utterly wretched. Especially the scale scraping against the ground, sparks flying everywhere. It looked painful just to watch. Brother, stop messing around. Let it go. Yang Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer and spoke up to stop him. If Brother 8 continued playing like this, he would surely kill the two-headed tricolor python. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Beige finally stomped heavily on the snake's head and flew into the sky. You little bastard. Try running again, and I'll make sure you don't live to tell the tale. Beige glared fiercely at the two-headed tricolor python. Both heads of the snake dared not meet the magpie's gaze, trembling in fear. Yang Chen approached the battered serpent, towering over it as he declared, You have two choices, either sign a contract with me and become my beast companion, or die. With that, Yang Chen formed a seal before the serpent, conjuring a binding contract mark. Should the serpent agree to the pact, it would instantly become Yang Chen's beast. The two-headed tricolor python glared viciously at Yang Chen, its eyes seeming to scream, You think you can make me submit? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Beasts of the darkness never bow to masters. Before the two-headed tricolor python could glare much longer, a flash of crimson light suddenly streaked past. Magpie's wings whipped through the air, slamming down hard on both heads of the serpent. The force sent the two-headed tricolor python crashing flat onto the ground. The serpent let out a piercing scream, its entire body reeling in shock. It hadn't even spoken yet. It hadn't done anything. Magpie shot the two-headed tricolor python a look of utter contempt. What are you staring at? He sneered. My big brother's talking to you. Got something to say? You look down on my big brother, don't you? Ouyang Lanlan and the other two nearby heard this and their mouths twitched uncontrollably. Earlier, they'd thought Beige was a bit unreliable, but now they felt he was downright crazy. He was starting to feel more and more like a lowlife in the beast-taming world. The two-headed tricolor python felt so wronged it wanted to cry. Damn bird. I'm a snake. How am I supposed to speak? You beat me if I don't? Do you think this will make me submit? No way. The two-headed tricolor python dared not challenge the magpie, for this creature truly dared to strike. Thus, it turned its gaze toward Yang Chen. Roar! 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 Both heads of the two-headed tricolor python roared furiously at Yang Chen. The deafening roar, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave, blew Yang Chen's hair back. Don't mistake its roars for mere noise, it was actually delivering a string of threats. Make me your beast companion? Dream on. Go ahead and kill me. Go ahead. Before the two-headed tricolor python could finish its roar, the magpie swung another wing at it. Damn it, what are you yelling at my big brother for? Keep your voice down. I told you to speak, not roar. Magpie snapped angrily. Yang Chen and the others grimaced in disbelief. Magpie was such a bully. The two-headed tricolor python was so aggrieved it felt like spitting blood. If that damn bird wanted to talk, it should have let it speak. Now it had spoken, and it was getting beaten. The two-headed tricolor python had never endured such humiliation. Roar, roar, roar. Under the magpie's gaze, the two-headed tricolor python lowered its voice and growled a few times. Holy! You damn thing! I told you to speak, not roar. You're roaring at me? You don't give a damn about me, do you? Die! Magpie charged forward in a rage, flapping its wings and lashing out with both sides. Its left and right wings struck the two-headed tricolor python squarely on the head. The two-headed tricolor python was practically crying from humiliation. This damn bird was the one who told it to speak. And now this damn bird was beating it up for talking. It yelled at it for speaking too loudly. And when it asked it to lower its voice, it got hit again. This is just outrageous. So infuriating. So humiliating. The two-headed tricolor python just snapped. It's so frustrating. Can't fight back, too scared to die. It's just too frustrating. Just as Magpie was beating it mercilessly, Yang Chen's faint voice drifted over from the side. Magpie, is there any chance this two-headed tricolor python doesn't speak the language of humans? Could its roar just now have been it speaking? Hearing this, the two-headed tricolor python nearly wept with emotion. This human finally understood its meaning. Holy crap! I forgot it doesn't speak human language, only roars. After all, it's a lowly creature. Who could be like this big shot, born with the gift of speech? Beige smugly stopped his attack, brimming with pride. But don't stop. From the look on its face, it seems unwilling to submit. Keep beating it. Stop only when it's willing to submit. Yang Chen said indifferently. This was precisely one reason why Yang Chen hadn't stopped Beige earlier. The two-headed tricolor python nearly spat blood at those words. This guy was poisonous. Better to die than be disgraced. Why not just kill it outright and grant it a swift end? This was pure humiliation. Meanwhile, the magpie grew increasingly excited. Watch this, he declared. I've had my eye on this creature for ages. If you won't become my big brother's beast, then die. With that, Magpie flapped its wings again and unleashed a barrage of blows upon the two-headed tricolor python. This time, the two-headed tricolor python uttered not a sound. Both heads clamped their jaws shut, silently enduring the assault. Yang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected this two-headed tricolor python to possess such backbone. Not just Yang Chen, but even Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan found themselves re-evaluating this creature. Though it was a lecherous beast, one had to admit it was truly fearless. After about 5 minutes of beating, the two-headed tricolor python seemed to have been knocked unconscious, no longer making a sound. Ouyang Lanlan frowned. Yang Chen, this two-headed tricolor python clearly won't submit. Kill it. We'll find another one. Yang Chen nodded, sighing inwardly. Finding a beastmaster was easy enough, but finding a mutated one was another matter. He needed a mutated beastmaster to conceal his innate talent. Yang Chen had no desire to draw attention to himself right now. But with the two-headed tricolor python refusing to submit, there was nothing he could do. This was precisely why beast tamers should ideally cultivate their beasts from infancy, or contract wild magical beasts or beastmen during their youth. Such contracts yielded the highest success rates. With a creature like the two-headed tricolor python, there was simply no way to deal with it. Magpie, stop. Finish it off. Don't waste any more time, Yang Chen ordered. I haven't had my fill of beating it yet. Just let it go? Bagua grumbled discontentedly. Chapter 166, The Poor Two-Headed Tricolor Python. Listen to this. Does this damn bird even speak human language? Not had enough of the beating yet. The two-headed tricolor python nearly choked on its own blood from rage. This bird thing is infuriating, utterly humiliating. Thankfully, Yang Chen spoke up fairly, enough playing around. We need to help Lan Lan and the others level up. The entire 4-person squad was already grinding levels for Yang Chen, who felt deeply embarrassed as it was. He certainly wasn't about to waste any more time. The two-headed tricolor python nearly wept with joy. Now that's what I call a human being. What a good soul. Finally, it could die with satisfaction. But then, the magpie chuckled twice and said, Don't worry, I have a way to make this guy submit. Give me 10 seconds. Yang Chen and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What could the magpie possibly do? He saw Bagua grinning, his bird-like face looking utterly sleazy, as he slowly approached the two-headed tricolor python. If the two-headed tricolor python had a face, it would surely be pale and filled with terror. Unfortunately, it didn't. Even so, its scaly face betrayed an almost human-like terror and panic. It seemed to be asking, What do you want? As the two-headed tricolor python watched the magpie advance step by step, suddenly, the magpie's gaze swept toward its tail. Its two wings made a motion. Pull it out, then rip it off with all your might. Yang Chen, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others watched in utter confusion. What on earth was it doing? The two-headed tricolor python froze for a moment, then a flicker of panic crossed its eyes as if it had remembered something. Roar! 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 The seemingly dying two-headed tricolor python suddenly erupted with inexplicable power, charging furiously toward Yang Chen. All 4 of them were startled, with Yang Chen reacting first. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao instantly assumed combat stances, preparing to defend against the serpent. They all assumed the serpent was making a death throes counterattack. But who knew that after lunging forward, the serpent charged straight for the contract erase symbol Yang Chen had formed. A flash of light erupted. Yang Chen felt a strange sensation welling up within him, forming a peculiar connection with the two-headed tricolor python, a feeling identical to what he had experienced with the magpie. The two-headed tricolor python instantly let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan, however, were utterly dumbfounded. Holy! What the hell is going on? Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan were both utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, the stubborn two-headed tricolor python had been refusing to budge, yet now it suddenly wanted to form a contract with Yang Chen? Beige had nearly beaten the two-headed tricolor python to death just moments ago. The two-headed tricolor python hadn't shown any sign of submission, appearing utterly prepared to die. And now, this? This? Suddenly submit? Just because the magpie made 2 gestures? Absolutely ridiculous. Even more absurdly, the moment the two-headed tricolor python bound itself to Yang Chen, it seemed to relax, as if it had just escaped death. Upon witnessing this, the magpie snorted twice, shot a glance at the two-headed tricolor python, and declared, You think I can't handle you? If you just contracted me sooner, none of this would have happened. The 2 heads of the two-headed tricolor python shrank back slightly, unable to meet Magpie's gaze. Don't be scared. Just stick with me from now on, and you'll be fine. Magpie stroked the serpent's head with its wing. The two-headed tricolor python was as docile as a baby snake, not even daring to flinch. Yang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, deeply curious how the magpie had managed it. Before Yang Chen could ask, Jiang Shao couldn't contain his curiosity. Eighth brother, how did you do that? Simple. I just gave it a signal, telling it I was about to pluck its little balls. Ba Ge declared triumphantly. Holy! Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Simple and brutal, just as expected. Eighth master, you're truly one of a kind. You're something else. Jiang Shao gave the magpie a thumbs up. Pfft, vulgar. Ouyang Lanlan's pretty face flushed slightly as she shyly spat in disgust. Xin Ke was also speechless. Yang Chen chuckled. It seemed this two-headed, three-colored python was quite particular about becoming a eunuch snake. But then again, it made sense. After all, this creature had previously captured 5 female snakes to serve it. How could it possibly let go of that? Killing the two-headed tricolor python might not be as painful for it as castrating it. This was exploiting the two-headed tricolor python's weakness. Well done, magpie. Yang Chen praised. Finally, the second beast was secured a natural mutation. Cut the crap, give me something real an extra day off. Ba Ge demanded loudly. Alright, no problem. Yang Chen was in a good mood and agreed immediately. While the two spoke, Jiang Shao beside them kept scanning the two-headed tricolor python up and down, scrutinizing it intently as if searching for something. Hey, old 8, got a question for you. Where exactly is that thing's, you know? Jiang Shao had been looking for ages but couldn't find it. All he saw was tail after tail. 8 brother blurted out without thinking, it's right where its tail is tucked inside. Just pull it out. Oh, I see. 8th brother, how did you know that? Before Jiang Shao could finish his sentence, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. He instinctively glanced back and met Ouyang Lanlan's murderous glare. You stupid straight guy. Go to hell. Ouyang Lanlan grunted and turned to leave. Holy. Lanlan, I didn't mean it that way. I was just curious. Don't leave. Jiang Shao hurried after her. He knew full well Ouyang Lanlan had a conservative nature. How could she not be upset when he asked her all those questions right in front of her? Yang Chen shook his head with a smile. We should hurry after them too. With so many beasts dead here, it'll probably attract even more. With that, Yang Chen and Xin Ke hurried after them. Beige soared into the sky, trailing behind. Only the two-headed tricolor python was truly pitiful. The two-headed tricolor python had already been beaten to a pulp by Magpie, its wounds throbbing painfully with every movement. Earlier, when Magpie pinned it to the ground and dragged it along, its scales had even fallen off. Now, as it slithered along, its scales scraped against the ground, causing excruciating pain. Before becoming Yang Chen's tamed beast, Yang Chen would heal its wounds. But now that it was his tamed beast, Yang Chen refused to tend to its injuries. Baby's heart is aching. But baby won't say it. The two-headed tricolor python could only grit its teeth and follow behind, silently shedding tears. It dared not even breathe loudly now, much less warn Yang Chen. Chapter 167, Mythic Grade Xiang Lu Bloodline. Finally, Yang Chen felt cold sweat break out on his back. Thinking it was the weather, he turned only to see the two-headed tricolor python gasping in horror, too terrified to utter a sound. No wonder global warming exists. This creature had sucked up quite a bit of cold air. Yang Chen gave a bitter smile and said, "Ake, please heal the two-headed tricolor python for me." The two-headed tricolor python was so moved it was nearly in tears. Finally, someone noticed it. Yang Chen smiled as he landed beside Xin Ke on the serpent's head. Xin Ke activated her skill, healing the two-headed tricolor python's wounds. Yang Chen opened the two-headed tricolor python's attribute panel to examine its stats. Beast, two-headed tricolor python. Quality, mutant. Bloodline, none. Role, melee. Level, tier 2, 1-star XP, 02160. Attack, 140. Defense, 160. Agility, 140. Spirit, 460. Active skills, purple melee skill Dragon Roar LV.5 EXP, 0400, consumes 120 spirit power. After casting, increases defense by 30%. Each attack received boosts attack by 30%. All percentage-based stat increases scale with skill level. Blue support skill Skydance Butterfly LV.5 XP 0400, consumes 100 spirit. Casting this skill allows you to break any control effect within 1 second and ignore all attacks. Can be used while under control effects. Target yourself or a designated ally. Skill duration increases with level. Blue melee skill Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens LV.5 EXP 0400, consumes 120 spirit power. Casts a skill with a thunder paralysis effect, reducing the enemy's agility by 30%. Swings tail forward 1 meter, leaps into the sky, and crashes down onto a designated area. Enemies within a 5-meter radius are struck, suffering a 1-second paralysis or stun effect. Skill range increases with level. Weakened attributes and additional effects cannot be enhanced or altered. White melee skill Rattlesnake level 5 experience 0400, consumes 80 spirit power. Swings tail to produce a rattling sound, stunning enemies for 1 second and reducing their attack, defense, agility, and hit rate by 10%. Hits enemies with a 5% chance to inflict critical damage. Passive skills, Blue Enhanced Beastmaster LV.5 EXP 0400 enters combat state, granting a 20% boost to all Beastmaster attributes. Effect strengthens with skill level. Blue Enhanced Beastmaster Level 5 XP 0400 upon entering combat, grants a 20% boost to all Beastmaster attributes. This bonus increases with level. White Enhanced Attack LV.5 EXP 0400 upon entering combat, increases Beastmaster's attack bonus by 20%. Bonus increases with level. Blue Enhanced Defense Level 5 XP 0400 when entering combat, increases all defensive stats of your tamed beast by 20%. This bonus scales with level. Holy crap! Yang Chen stared at the packed attribute panel, completely stunned. It was way more detailed than Magpie's stat panel. Unbelievable. In terms of stats, the two-headed tricolor python's attributes weren't particularly outstanding. They were only slightly better than those of an ordinary grade beast. Nothing particularly noteworthy. But the skill section nearly made Yang Chen's jaw drop. 8 skills in total, both active and passive. This is downright insane. Consider this, the two-headed tricolor python is only a tier 2, 1-star beast, yet it possesses 8 skills. Most tamed beasts only have 4 skills total, both active and passive. This meant the two-headed tricolor python possessed more skills than most tamed beasts. Could it be because the two-headed tricolor python has 2 heads? So its skills multiply because it has 2 heads? Yang Chen pondered silently. In truth, the primary reason mutant beasts are the most sought after and rarest beasts beyond mythical tier ones, even rarer than mythical tier beasts themselves, lies in their mutations. These mutations produce all manner of variations. Compared to standard beasts of the same type, they were utterly incomparable, utterly abnormal. However, mutant beasts were extremely rare. To this day, humanity had yet to uncover the patterns governing their mutations, whether they enhanced all attributes, boosted a single attribute, increased passive or active skills, or manifested other peculiarities, like a magpie gaining intelligence. No one truly knows. But it's highly probable that the two-headed tricolor python possesses double the skills, mainly due to mutation. Yang Chen felt a surge of excitement. Possessing twice the skills of others' beasts was practically equivalent to having an extra beast. That's pretty awesome. Yang Chen suppressed his excitement and began examining the active and passive skills of the two-headed tricolor python. After reviewing the two-headed tricolor python's 4 active skills, Yang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. To summarize, boosting its own stats, immunity to crowd control, area of effect attacks, weakening enemies, and inflicting critical wounds. Absolutely absurd. The sheer diversity of these skills meant that, if used well, he could pull off some seriously impressive combos. The only flaw was that the quality of the two-headed tricolor python skills wasn't great, either white or blue, with only 1 purple skill and not a single golden one. Particularly the rattlesnake skill, if its quality were higher, its critical hit chance would skyrocket. The white tier rattlesnake has a critical hit chance that's practically negligible. As for passive skills, they're all top tier or second tier passives. The only real shame is their low quality. All blue and white. The only thing that made Yang Chen feel a bit pleased was that the number of skills was slightly higher, serving as a small consolation. Of course, Yang Chen now possessed the second talent, Designate, which allowed him to replace the active skills of the two-headed tricolor python. Yet, upon examining the attributes of these active skills, he found himself reluctant to swap them out for others. These skills were truly exceptional. Buffs, crowd control, debuffs, immunity to control effects, area of effect attacks, they covered it all. They were remarkably comprehensive. If he absolutely had to replace any, Yang Chen thought he might use the same skill again. However, he hadn't heard of these skills before. He'd need to inquire which wormhole-dropped crystal cores had a higher chance of yielding them. First, let's alter the bloodline of the two-headed tricolored python. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Yang Chen immediately activated his innate talent. Ding! Host has activated the Bloodline Awakening talent on the dual-headed tricolor python. The system will randomly generate a mythic tier bloodline within 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. System randomly selected the mythic tier Xian Lu bloodline. Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered the bloodline of the two-headed tricolor python. Xian Lu? Yang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. Could it be the legendary 9-headed spirit serpent? Chapter 168, the two-headed tricolor python grows a new head. Xian Lu has 9 heads, doesn't it? Yang Chen's eyes instantly burned with fervor. If the current two-headed tricolor python possessed double the skills for each head, how many times greater would the skills be for 9 heads? 1 Beastmaster's skills equaling 9 Beastmaster's abilities? Once Xiang Lu's bloodline fully fused, wouldn't the two-headed tricolor python skyrocket in power? Wouldn't Yang Chen instantly become a god-tier beast tamer? Soaring straight to the top. His throat went dry, his heart pounded wildly, and his hands trembled with excitement. Of course, all this was merely Yang Chen's speculation. Whether the two-headed tricolor python could grow 9 heads remained unknown. Even if it did, whether it would possess 9 times the abilities was far from certain. At the very least, Yang Chen had never heard of such a thing. Mythical tier beasts with 9 tails existed, but none with 9 times the abilities. Still, that didn't stop Yang Chen from indulging in a little fantasy. After all, one must dream. What if it came true? Besides, Yang Chen possessed the system. With it, anything was possible. Meanwhile, outside, Shinku was treating the two-headed tricolor python's wounds. Green light enveloped the serpent's heads. The serpent let out continuous sounds of pleasure. As if saying, "Ah, bliss." Shinku found it a bit unbearable. Seeing that the serpent's injuries had healed sufficiently, at least to the point where they no longer hindered its movement, she decisively stopped. What could she do? This creature was truly shameless. Yet, the very instant Shinku stopped, the two-headed tricolor python beneath her feet suddenly convulsed. Roar! The two-headed tricolor python let out a piercing roar. Shinku, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others all paled slightly. What was wrong with this creature? Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao, positioned ahead, immediately prepared for battle, their eyes fixed warily on the serpent. The magpie soaring overhead immediately piped up. "Oh ho, little one, you still want to cause trouble? Roaring so loudly, are you dissatisfied? Sheen Beauty treated your wounds, and you still dare to roar?" The Manhwa bird grew furious, preparing to flap its wings and launch an attack on the two-headed tricolor python. Below, the two-headed tricolor python continued its low growl, snapping Yang Chen out of his thoughts. "Ache, come down with me now. Beige, don't attack." Yang Chen wrapped an arm around Sheen's slender waist and swiftly leapt down from the serpent's head. The instant Yang Chen landed, the colossal body of the two-headed tricolor python began to writhe violently. Its two massive heads, in particular, ground and slammed against the ground with fierce force. "Yang Chen, has your beast gone mad? Why does it even have self-harm tendencies?" Jiang Xiao and the others all turned to look at Yang Chen. What's wrong with this guy? Beige also looked at Yang Chen in puzzlement. Yang Chen raised his eyes and said, "It's probably developing a brain." "That thing can grow a brain?" Beige's two bird-like eyes widened instantly, gleaming with disbelief. Jiang Xiao and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Growing brains? What does that even mean? Jiang Xiao and his companions had no clue. The magpie understood, for it had experienced such a thing before. The agony of gaining intelligence was something it knew all too well. Yang Chen replied indifferently, "Literally." "Literally?" Jiang Xiao and the others were stunned. Could this two-headed, three-colored python actually grow a third head? Mutate again? Could it be that miraculous? But Yang Chen had no time to explain. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel to examine the two-headed tricolor python's stats. Just as Yang Chen had anticipated, the serpent's attributes had indeed changed. Beast, two-headed tricolor python. Quality, mythical. Bloodline, Xiang Lu bloodline 1%. Role, melee. Level, tier 2, 1-star XP, 02160. Attack, 210. Defense, 230. Agility, 210. Spirit, 960. Quality changed from mutant to mythic. Bloodline undergoes transformation. All 4 core attributes have seen significant increases. All attributes surpass 200. Gains several dozen additional attribute points. Yang Chen roughly compared the attributes of the magpie and the two-headed tricolor python. If the two-headed tricolor python's bloodline fusion percentage matched the magpie's, its 3 attributes except for agility would surpass the magpie's. Its offensive and defensive attributes exceed the magpie's by 50 to 60 points. This proves that the double-headed tricolor python is more worthwhile to cultivate than the magpie in certain aspects. Especially since the two-headed tricolor python also possesses a double skill. Of course, this isn't surprising. Although the magpie underwent Yang Chen's talent transformation to alter its bloodline, its original attributes were simply too low. The two-headed tricolor python's superior attack and defense stats likely stem from its inherently higher base attributes compared to the magpie. After all, before becoming a Beastmaster's mount, the magpie was merely a pet. What kind of attributes could a pet possibly have? Especially a parrot kept purely for entertainment. If it had been a large canine breed, perhaps its attack and defense attributes might have seen some improvement. After thrashing about on the ground for about 5 minutes, the two-headed tricolor python finally came to a stop. When it lifted its head to look at Yang Chen, its eyes held an almost human-like expression, as if asking a question. Compared to before, the two-headed tricolor python seemed much more docile. Jiang Xiao and the others were stunned. Holy crap, does this thing actually talk now? That look in its eyes, unbelievable. My eyes aren't nearly as expressive as its. What the hell is this? Yang Chen, what did you do to it? Jiang Xiao and the others stared at Yang Chen in utter disbelief. They could all sense that the two-headed tricolor python had undergone some kind of transformation. Yang Chen gave a wry smile. Nothing much. Maybe it underwent a second mutation during the contract formation? Is that even possible? Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan eyed Yang Chen suspiciously. They all came from the same place. How had they never learned about this before? Shinko, however, wore a slightly pensive expression. Her gaze toward Yang Chen brimmed with exploration and curiosity. A second mutation? Shinko hadn't heard of such a thing either. However, mutated beast tamers were generally fraught with uncertainty. No one could tell whether Yang Chen's claim was true or false. Yang Chen, what are the attributes and skills of this beast? Shinko pondered for a moment before asking. Yang Chen saw no reason to hide anything from Shinko and the others. They would be fighting back to back together in the future, so secrecy was pointless. Besides, this two-headed tricolor python was a mutation to begin with. It was unique and quite extraordinary. Thus, Yang Chen laid out the two-headed tricolor python's attributes in full, revealing its skills without reservation. Chapter 169, This thing is freaking insane. Holy! What the hell? The attributes of a two-headed tricolor python are over 210? Is this thing seriously that insane? And it has 8 skills, both active and passive. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened in shock as he stared in disbelief. After all, none of his own beasts had stats exceeding 200, they hovered around 180 or 90. Don't underestimate those extra 10 or 20 points. The average adult's 3 primary attributes only reached 18. That gap could easily equate to the strength difference between 2 adults. And most crucially, they possessed 8 skills, both active and passive. Their beasts reached tier 2 with only 4 active and passive skills combined. In terms of skills alone, his beast already outclasses theirs by a significant margin. One truly holds the strength of 2. The strength of a beast lies not only in its attributes but also in its skills. Moreover, skill power takes precedence over attribute strength. Shinko's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Double the skills? That's undeniably insane. Ouyang Lanlan was equally stunned. Had she known this earlier, she wouldn't have minded the two-headed tricolor python being a bit more unsightly. How had she failed to notice just how powerful this creature truly was? Yang Chen, did you see things wrong? This thing was just being pinned down and rubbed on the ground by the magpie. Ouyang Lanlan said doubtfully. Yeah. Did you misjudge it? When I beat him up, he didn't fight back at all. Everyone saw it. Beige hurriedly chimed in. The moment it heard Yang Chen describe the two-headed tricolor python, a deep sense of unease gripped its heart. The two-headed tricolor python posed a serious threat to its status. This creature's 3-dimensional attributes were nearly on par with its own. It had only grown 1 brain. It had to grow several brains to achieve such a transformation. This was utterly unfair. And this guy even has 8 active and passive skills. This made the magpie feel even more unbalanced. Deep down, it had a strong feeling that this creature was downright abnormal. Once the two-headed 3-colored python grew more brains, it would surpass him. It might even seek revenge. Magpie had no intention of being trampled underfoot by the two-headed tricolor python. Yang Chen didn't hesitate either. He nodded firmly and said, I'm absolutely certain its 4 active skills are. Yang Chen swiftly listed 8 skill names. Zhang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan listened intently. Seeing Yang Chen's composed demeanor, it didn't seem like he was making things up. They were now completely convinced. The two-headed tricolor python truly possessed 8 skills. What a monstrous creature. Envy began to flicker in Zhang Zhao's eyes. Ouyang Lanlan's expression was complex. With its doubled skills, this two-headed tricolor python might even surpass mythical tier beasts. The beastmaster she had once looked down upon now seemed like someone she could never hope to reach. A pang of regret washed over her. Had she held her prejudices against beast tamers too high? She'd have to adjust her perspective going forward. As for the magpie, it was utterly dumbfounded. Its gaze toward the two-headed tricolor python grew intensely complicated. It felt a twinge of fear. It desperately wanted to ask, if it bullied a beast tamer, how could it prevent that tamer from seeking revenge? Waiting online, urgent. Shinko remained the calmest among them, chuckling, I've heard of mutant beastmasters doubling their skills, but I've never seen it before. Looks like the captain got lucky today. Though this two-headed tricolor python's skill quality is a bit low, only 1 purple attribute. Yang Chen sighed. Yeah, it is a bit low. I wonder if there's any way to improve its quality. Active skills can't be upgraded, but passive skills can be altered through feeding, Shinko explained with a smile. Though it's incredibly costly. Regardless, with 4 active skills, even if the quality is lacking, at least the quantity makes up for it. Zhang Xiao chimed in, plus, these 4 skills cover control, debuffs, buffs, area attacks, and even immunity to control effects. Perfect. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. By the way, have you heard that all 4 skills originated from those wormholes? Yang Chen inquired. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to alter the quality of these active skills? Shinko instantly saw through Yang Chen's intent. Yang Chen, active skills can only be leveled up, not upgraded. What do you need that crystal core for? Ouyang Lanlan advised. Stop overthinking it. Double skills? No one else has that. If it were me, I'd be perfectly satisfied. I just want to investigate. Maybe if I absorb a few more, I could level them up? Yang Chen replied with an optimistic smile. Though they were teammates, Yang Chen still didn't want to reveal his talent. Doing so would only invite unnecessary trouble. He might end up getting dissected himself. Shinko shook her head. It's impossible. Don't even think about it. Many veteran beast masters have already experimented with this, it won't work. Plus, if you have any empty skill slots, you'll just absorb other skills instead. So don't waste your time on it. Yang Chen shook his head firmly. I want to try. Ku, can you help me? Yang Chen knew no one in Star City. His only relative was the very person who had driven him from home. Yang Chen sensed that Shinko seemed to have connections. Shinko had always struck Yang Chen as a mysterious figure. She often knew about things even before the academy did. Therefore, Yang Chen believed Shinko would have a solution. At that moment, Jiang Xiao chimed in from the side. Speaking of which, we're about to level up soon. I've noticed Yang Chen's beast-taming skills are pretty impressive. I'd like to pick up a few of them. If we could find out which wormhole they dropped from. Shinko gave a wry smile. Everyone knew Jiang Xiao was speaking up for Yang Chen. I'll give it a try. Shinko agreed, adding, but everyone should think carefully about which beastmaster skills to take. It's best to coordinate them with our own skills. A good combination can unleash tremendous power, maybe even surpass our combat potential. At this point, Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan both looked disheartened. How could they not know that? This problem stumped them. Their understanding of beast taming, magical beasts, and beastmen all came from books. But books only offered the most basic introductions. How could they possibly cover every detail about beast tamers, magical beasts, beastmen, and so on? Providing a foundational understanding was already quite an achievement. Of course, this was also because Yang Chen and the others came from ordinary backgrounds. Had they been from beastmastering families or wealthy clans, their homes would have arranged everything long ago. Chapter 170, Re-encountering the Celestial Organization. Of course, the pairing of beast tamers wasn't just about types, it also involved skill combinations. The skills one could learn from books were merely the basics, not the entirety. This is precisely the difference between ordinary beast tamers and those from wealthy beast taming families. The latter possess hereditary knowledge, understanding the full spectrum of beast skills. Thus, their range of possible pairings is much broader. We're all from small towns. The skills we know are all from books. Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Shinko was momentarily lost for words, unsure how to respond. Yang Chen chuckled. Why dwell on that? What's this about skill combinations? Bottom line, use whatever skill you want. So-called skill combinations aren't necessarily the best. As long as we understand our skills, unleash them at the right moment, and feel comfortable and natural using them, that's what matters. After hearing this, Shinko paused, then laughed freely. Yang Chen has a point. This kind of pairing is still a pairing. It can catch others off guard. If you stick too rigidly to set pairings, it's easy for others to analyze and figure out how to counter you. Without set pairings, you're not so easy to deal with. Then it's settled. For my second Beastmaster skill, I'll go with Savage Charge. I'll craft a shield instead. That way, when facing ranged attacks from magical beasts or orcs, I can shield everyone from the storm. Jiang Xiao grinned innocently, his eyes darting toward Ouyang Lanlan as he spoke. Why are you looking at me? I don't need your protection. I'm a ranged attacker, I'll be standing way farther back than you. Just focus on protecting yourself. Ouyang Lanlan retorted irritably. Lanlan, he's just trying to be helpful. I think Jiang Xiao protecting you works perfectly. He shields you up front while you deal damage from the rear, it's a perfect match. Yang Chen teased with a laugh. Yang Chen, say another word and I'll tell Shu Shu you're flirting with other girls. Ouyang Lanlan stamped her foot shyly before turning and continuing forward. Yang Chen looked helplessly at Jiang Xiao, spreading his hands in surrender. Jiang Xiao looked a bit downcast. Shinko, however, glanced at Yang Chen with surprise. Yang Chen, why haven't I ever heard you mention having a girlfriend before? Shinko genuinely hadn't known. Back in the dorm, Ouyang Lanlan hadn't mentioned it to her either. My girlfriend is at Qingting Academy, not Yinglong Academy, Yang Chen explained with a wry smile. Qingting Academy. Shinko's expression grew complex as she murmured softly to herself, lost in thought. Alright, let's go hunt monsters and beastmen first. Next, it's my turn to help you level up. Once everyone reaches Tier 2, Level 1, we can head to the battlefield. Yang Chen said with a smile. He then walked toward the two-headed tricolor python. The creature was now much more docile, even bowing its head toward Yang Chen of its own accord. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from ahead. Boom! It sounded like some colossal creature was crashing into things, followed by the sound of trees toppling in the forest. Zhang Zihao, stop fighting us. Otherwise, this bastard will escape. If the Grand Elder finds out about this, we're all finished. A familiar voice called out. Alright, cut the chatter. This kid's too fast. Let's team up and catch him, the credit's ours. Another voice chimed in. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan, who were running ahead, both stiffened. It was Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan, those Heavenly Man organization guys they'd encountered earlier. How did they end up here? This was truly bad luck. Yang Chen's expression immediately darkened. We can't afford to provoke this kind of trouble. Let's get out of here. Run left. Circumvent them. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Shao nodded in agreement, immediately preparing to flee.
Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Before they could take a single step, a figure burst out from ahead. It was none other than Xiaohua, the cloaked youth being hunted down. His cloak was now tattered and torn, bearing numerous fresh wounds. His face remained as pale as ever, his entire being devoid of color.
Save me. I'm a student of Yinglong Academy too.
Spotting Yang Chen and his three companions, the hooded youth clung to them as if they were his salvation. Meanwhile, Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan led over a dozen tricolored pythons and snake men in a flanking maneuver from both sides. The multicolored pythons behind Zhang Zihao had dwindled from over 10 to just 7, while Shi Yan's snake men fared even worse, with only 3 remaining. It was clear their earlier clash had been brutal.
Yang Chen and his companions stiffened slightly. Why couldn't they escape such trouble? They had finally run into it. Well, who'd have thought we'd run into academy students here? This wormhole is so vast, seems your luck's running out.
Zhang Zihao licked his dry lips, his face twisted into a sinister glare as he fixed his gaze on Yang Chen. Already a serpent with a human head, his gaze made him appear even more chillingly terrifying, sending shivers down one's spine.
Zhang Zihao, looks like today we won't just make amends, we might even bring back 4 new test subjects.
The Grand Elder might be quite pleased with that.
Shi Yan chuckled darkly. Yang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Gentlemen, we're just ordinary students.
We have no desire to get involved in your conflicts. This holds no interest for us, nor do we harbor any ambitions.
We won't spread word about seeing you here today. Rest assured.
After speaking, Yang Chen turned to Jiang Shao and the others.
Let's go. Hold on. Who gave you permission to leave?
Shi Yan shouted, cutting them off. Earlier, I discovered someone killed my clan members.
Could it be you lot? You think you can just walk away? You're all staying right here. Yang Chen and the others felt a sinking sensation in their hearts.
This trouble seemed impossible to shake off.
They're all here to rescue me on official orders. You'd better leave this place quickly.
The authorities have already set up a massive trap here. Once our reinforcements arrive, you're finished.
At that moment, Xiaohua stood up and shouted loudly, do you think they're here by chance? I left them all marks. They're following those marks to ambush you. What?
Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan's expressions turned pale with horror, their faces growing grim.
Chapter 171, Battle.
I knew you weren't here with good intentions, but I never imagined you were actually government agents. Zhang Zihao's piercing gaze fixed on them with a venomous intensity, like a venomous snake poised to strike at any moment, sending a chill down their spines.
Bull. We're not government agents. You're deliberately saying that.
Jiang Shao glared fiercely at Xiaohua. This guy was deliberately shifting the blame and pointing the finger at them. Clearly, these members of the Celestial Organization harbored deep hatred toward the authorities. After all, the authorities had cracked down on them mercilessly.
Whether you're government agents or not, you know damn well you are. Xiaohua argued without a shred of fear.
Damn it, kid, you're asking for trouble.
Jiang Zhao's temper flared instantly. He roared angrily, you bastard. You come begging us for help, then try to frame us. You want to stir up a fight between us so you can escape in the chaos, right?
It must be said, though Jiang Shao appeared brash, he was actually quite sharp-witted and not entirely foolish. While he appeared to be berating Xiaohua, he was actually warning Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan not to fall for Xiaohua's trap. Xiaohua is the main target you should be capturing. Unfortunately, Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan remained unmoved, paying him no heed whatsoever.
Kid, you're a little clever, but not very. You think we don't know?
Let me be clear, today, whether you're official or not, anyone who crosses paths with us will die. And Xiaohua won't get away either. Even if he manages to escape now, he won't get out of the wormhole.
Zhang Zihao sneered coldly. Jiang Zhao's expression stiffened slightly.
These men seemed determined to kill them.
Jiang Shao couldn't help but glance at Yang Chen. Yang Chen smiled indifferently. Gentlemen, I've already made myself clear. We'll pretend we never saw anything.
Once we leave this place, we won't go spreading rumors about it. We're giving you face not because we fear you, but because we don't want trouble. If you insist on pushing things to the extreme, we're perfectly capable of taking down the dozen or so beasts you have behind you.
If you don't believe us, go ahead and try.
Oh ho, Zhang Zihao, this kid actually dares to threaten us.
Shi Yan's face instantly twisted into a sneer, showing no regard for Yang Chen whatsoever. He actually dares to threaten us. He clearly doesn't know who's boss here. Enough nonsense.
Zhang Zihao sneered coldly, about to strike when Yang Chen's roar cut him off.
Beige, move. The command echoed, followed by the piercing howl of wolves. A whoa!
As the wolf howl echoed, Xiaohua's lips finally curled into a smug grin of triumph. Seizing the chaos, he immediately fled from the side. On the other side, Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan both froze in shock. They never imagined Yang Chen would dare to launch a preemptive attack against them.
And what puzzled them most was, holy, where did that wolf come from? The beast summoned by those 4 guys across the way? But they hadn't heard any wolves howling. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through them, making Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan's hair stand on end. They felt as if some terrifying entity had locked onto them. But it didn't end there. Immediately after, they heard a roar like the cry of a dragon. A massive silhouette shot skyward, then dove straight toward them. Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan snapped their heads up to see the 2-headed, 3-colored python, its entire body shrouded in blue lightning, crashing down from the heavens. Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan's eyes widened like copper bells, their pupils shrinking to pinpricks. They tried to dodge, but the speed of the 2-headed tricolor python exceeded their expectations. Before they could react, the colossal body of the 2-headed tricolor python crushed down. The 3-headed multicolored serpent at the front was instantly crushed and severely injured. Within a 5-meter radius, the surging power of lightning instantly coursed through the bodies of Zhang Zihao, Shi Yan, and the other beasts and beastmen. Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan instantly felt their attributes plummeting, accompanied by a wave of dizziness that blurred their consciousness. This made Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan immediately sense something was terribly wrong. They knew they'd been stunned by the 2-headed tricolor python skill. If this continued, who knew what would happen? Fortunately, the dizziness lasted only a second, though the numbing debuff persisted. They could clearly feel their movement speed slowed. But that didn't matter. As long as they weren't dizzy, it was their chance to strike back. Damn you kids, you nearly got us killed. But you still lack. Zhang Zihao's face twisted with rage. He had just prepared to unleash his skill when a golden flash erupted before his eyes. His expression instantly turned horrified, as if witnessing something utterly terrifying. Chapter 172, The Slaying. Invisible, something seemed to flash past them. Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan felt as though lead had been poured into their bodies, weighed down by an immense heaviness. Damn it! Damn it, another skill nerf. This debuff feels like it's from a max-level golden tier skill. Damn it, what the hell are these guys? Are they the freshmen from this year's Yinglong Academy? Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan were both stunned. This was utterly absurd. Before they could react, a golden flash streaked past their eyes. Immediately, 2 of the 3-headed multicolored pythons blocking their path were knocked flying. The third vanished right before their eyes. No, not vanished, it had been snatched into the sky by Magpie, who then flung it violently, smashing through several trees. The multicolored python was instantly gravely injured, discarded by Magpie like a piece of trash. The multicolored python slammed heavily onto the ground. It lay there, barely clinging to life. Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan felt their scalps tingle. What the hell kind of monster was this? Its speed was insane. This beast's agility must be over 400. Not just them, even Zhang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan were stunned. They knew the Magpie was mutated with dual golden skills, but had no idea about its stats. They'd never seen Magpie in action before. Typically, Magpie served as support or just let out a roar. But now, witnessing the terrifying speed it displayed firsthand, they knew the Magpie's stats were anything but ordinary. This couldn't help but make them envy Yang Chen. What kind of luck did Yang Chen have? His first tamed beast was a pet, and the contract caused it to mutate. The second mount mutated outright, gaining double skills. Such luck was simply off the charts. While everyone stood stunned for a moment, Yang Chen had already charged forward first. Zhang Xiao, snap out of it. Follow me. Take them all down while we can. Ouyang Lanlan promptly shouted the warning, her hand moving without hesitation as she cast Fireball. Her tamed beast, the 3-tailed cat, instantly fired 12 fire arrows, each striking 2 of the tamed beasts. The 4 worked together with seamless coordination, each targeting separate foes without needing to call out commands. Yang Chen, who had charged out first, brandished his blade and closed in on Shi Yan. Without a word, he swung his sword. Shi Yan roared with fury. You insolent brat! You've gone too far. Today, I'll show you that there are always people better than you, and skies beyond skies. Wind coiling shield. Shi Yan roared, instantly conjuring a transparent shield half a meter in diameter before him. It blocked his front. Boom! A blade came crashing down. Shi Yan's face paled in horror. The shield in his hand shattered like tofu under Yang Chen's single stroke, without even a moment's pause. Immediately afterward, Shi Yan felt a wave of crimson wash over him as blood spurted forth. Half of his arm had been cleanly severed by Yang Chen's blade. How could this happen? Shi Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Ding! Host has hunted down a Tier 2, 1-star Beastmaster, earning 20 talent coins. The system notification sounded as expected. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao and his Beastmaster rat charged toward a 3-colored python. The tricolor python had now fully adapted to its new body, its entire form shimmering with a tricolored glow. Its massive tail lashed out horizontally toward Zhang Xiao. By now, Zhang Xiao and the giant rat were practically right beside the tricolor python. There was no way to dodge. Let's ram it together. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth, roared, and collided head-on with the giant rat. Though the tricolor python's assault was fierce, Jiang Xiao knew these creatures were now fully trapped within 8th Master's sink or swim trap, causing all their attributes to plummet. Jiang Xiao naturally had some confidence. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the tricolor python's seemingly ferocious tail strike landed squarely on Jiang Xiao. Yet it failed to budge him an inch, feeling more like a tickle than a blow. Instead, the multicolored python was sent flying backward by Jiang Xiao and the giant rat, the force so immense it made the 7 to 8 meter long creature stagger as if struck by a terrifying blow. Holy! That felt awesome. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment before erupting in excited shouts. This magpie's debuff ability was way too powerful. It instantly elevated this defensive-type beast master. Not only did he withstand the tricolor python's attack head-on, but he also sent the python flying. Zhang Zihao, watching from the sidelines, felt a chill run down his spine. Holy! Is this really the tricolored python attacking? Or was it Jiang Xiao and that beast master attacking? And over there, Shuriyan's defensive wind-sealing shield was sliced apart with a single stroke? After all, Zhang Zihao and Shuriyan were longtime rivals. Even he considered that feat impossible. That alone shows just how absurdly powerful Shuriyan's wind-sealing shield is. Yet now it couldn't even hold back Yang Chen for a moment. Zhang Zihao was on the verge of being dumbfounded. He knew his attributes had been reduced, but he never imagined they'd be cut down to this extent. It was utterly absurd. What kind of insane skill is this? It was terrifying. At that very moment, Yang Chen had already drawn his blade and stood before Zhang Zihao. Zhang Zihao, who had been preparing to resist, saw the earlier scenes unfold. How could he dare to resist even a fraction now? His massive serpentine body suddenly slithered down, as if kneeling before Yang Chen. No, don't kill me. Zhang Zihao was no longer the composed figure he had been moments before. All that remained was his utter disarray and misery. His expression was frantic, his eyes filled with pleading as he stared imploringly at Yang Chen. I preferred your earlier defiant attitude. Please revert to that state. Yang Chen chuckled lightly, raising his blade to strike down. Stop. Kill me, and the Celestial Organization will never let you off. The Grand Elder will slaughter you all to silence you. Zhang Zihao hurriedly pleaded, if you spare me, I'll pretend I never saw you. What's more, I can cover for you. I'll tell the Grand Elder it was me who killed Shuriyan. No. No. As Yang Chen's blade descended without pause, slashing toward him at lightning speed, Zhang Zihao could no longer hold back. Seeing it mere inches from his face, terror seized him, and he screamed. Alas, it did nothing to alter his fate. With a wet thud, Yang Chen severed Zhang Zihao's head in one stroke, blood spurting everywhere. When Zhang Zihao's scaly snake-like head hit the ground, his wide eyes flickered with terror and despair. Even now, unfinished words escaped his lips. Aren't you afraid of the Heavenly Human Organization's retaliation? Chapter 173, Trouble. Yang Chen, you just killed him like that? Ouyang Lanlan approached, her expression grave as she watched the writhing snake head on the ground. Are we going to get into trouble? Jiang Xiao, having dealt with the three-colored python, followed suit. Scratching his head, he shrugged, probably not, right? We killed them all. No one knows it was us. If we'd let him go, I bet this guy would have gone snitching. That bastard looks like a total shady bastard. So sneaky. Yang Chen nodded. Jiang Zhao's right about that, but he missed one thing. If we kill them here, the Heavenly Man Organization will find out soon enough. Because the only students who entered this jungle wormhole, aside from the instructors stationed here, are probably just us. And we don't know if any of those instructors belong to the Heavenly Man Organization. If they do, then we'll be the prime suspects. At these words, Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Zhao's expressions darkened instantly. We're in big trouble. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao exclaimed in unison. Despite Qin Ke's claim that the Celestial Organization was suppressed by the authorities and could only operate covertly, eliminating them mere small fry would be effortless for the organization. Yang Chen, what should we do now? How about we report this matter to the academy? Jiang Xiao said with concern. Yang Chen sighed deeply. They hadn't sought trouble, yet trouble had found them. Especially Zhang Zihao and Shuriyan, those two were dead set on silencing Yang Chen and his crew. If they didn't eliminate Zhang Zihao and Jiang Xiao, it would be Yang Chen and his group who ended up dead. Yang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. We've already analyzed this. The fact that they can cultivate these creatures within the Academy's exclusive wormhole means someone from the Celestial Organization must hold a high-ranking position within the Academy. It's highly likely there's more than one. To whom should we report this to the Academy? Mentor He Jun? Or Vice Principal Chen Xiangshan? What if they're the Celestial Organization's sleeper agents within the Academy? The moment we speak up, we might be silenced. At Yinglong Academy, there's only one dean, but over a dozen vice deans overseeing various responsibilities: freshman affairs, upperclassmen affairs, official liaison, graduate affairs, wormhole management, external operations like battlefield deployments, and logistics. Most crucially, while the wormhole managing vice president held primary responsibility, many other vice presidents had access points. For instance, the vice president overseeing the capture of beasts and orcs from battlefields for transport through wormholes also possessed opportunities. The Academy's wormhole operations are extensive. Additionally, numerous department heads within the Academy could be involved, along with mentors. This year is exceptional. In previous years, mentors were required to lead students into wormholes for hunting and protection duties. Therefore, if the Academy harbors infiltrators from the Celestial Organization, it would be extremely difficult not only for Yang Chen and his group to uncover them, but for the Academy itself to detect them. Otherwise, how could things have escalated to this point? Does that mean we're doomed? Jiang Zhao's face darkened with worry. Don't be afraid, we still have a chance. Yang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Right now, if we want to save ourselves, there's only one way: we must achieve a top ranking in the national or even global newbie Beastmaster competition. In fact, if we win the national championship in the new Beastmaster competition, no one will dare touch us. Even if they wanted to come after us, they wouldn't do it openly. The danger would be reduced by at least half. If we remain unknown, even if we're killed by the Celestial Organization, no one will care. Only by showcasing our potential and talent will the authorities and the Academy take notice. Moreover, once we make a name for ourselves, the entire populace of Dragon Nation will rally behind us. That's the beauty of this era. Beastmasters hold such high status not merely because they possess supernatural abilities, but more crucially, because they are the heroes who protect the world. Yang Chen was right. It takes time for the Celestial Organization to go from discovery to investigation. And in just 1 month, the national new Beastmaster competition will begin. Shinku agreed. If we make good use of this time, we can definitely resolve the crisis. And besides, we're gradually growing stronger, right? As long as we become strong enough, we can confront any crisis. Ouyang Lanlan nodded in deep agreement. Yang Chen's analysis was thorough, and Shinku's point was sound. If they weren't strong enough themselves, no amount of protection would be reliable. At that moment, Jiang Xiao spoke timidly. What if we don't achieve a good ranking in the Beastmaster tournament? What then? Yang Chen and Shinku froze. Ouyang Lanlan's face darkened as she snapped. If you can't speak properly, shut up. No one thinks you're mute. If we don't get a good ranking, I'll sacrifice you to the heavens. Ouyang Lanlan glared at Jiang Xiao with venom. Jiang Xiao felt a chill run down his spine as a cold breeze swept past the back of his neck. Jiang Xiao quickly backtracked, saying, "Don't worry, I'll definitely try my best. If the Heavenly Man organization dares to come after us, I'll be the first to stand in front of you. To shield you. That's more like it." Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a dismissive glance. "Hey, did you guys see which way Xiaowo ran off?" Yang Chen suddenly asked. "Holy. Yeah, that bastard got away. Damn it, it was him. Otherwise, Zhang Zihao and Shi Yan wouldn't have killed us. And we wouldn't have gotten ourselves into this mess." Jiang Xiao cursed furiously, his blood boiling at the mere mention of Xiaohua. Earlier, Xiaohua had clearly been stirring up trouble nearby, then took advantage of the chaos to escape. Enough talk. I saw that bastard running southwest. Let's hurry after him and eliminate him. We can't let that bastard fall into the hands of the Celestial Organization and cause us trouble. Ouyang Lanlan said firmly. "Brother Ba, take Qin Ku and Lanlan up into the sky. Jiang Xiao and I will ride the two-headed tricolor python and search the ground. Everyone stay alert." Yang Chen ordered. "Got it. Princesses, hop aboard. Little 8 is delighted to serve you." Upon hearing he'd be carrying 2 beauties, Little 8 became more eager than ever, swooping down with an obsequious expression. Chapter 174, Making Money. Boom! Amidst the dense jungle, a massive fireball plummeted from the sky, striking 5 cat demons. 3 cat demons were instantly charred black, not even having time to react. "I'm going in." Jiang Xiao roared, charging forward with Shuashu and activating his human cannon skill to ram into 2 of the cat demons. 2 dull thuds echoed as the 2 cat demons were sent flying without time to react, instantly gravely wounded. The remaining cat demon roared with fury, stunned that a human dared ambush them. It raised its clawed paw, aiming a swipe at Jiang Xiao's back. Just as it seemed poised to strike, suddenly, 6 flaming arrows flew in succession from the other side. Roar! The cat demon let out a piercing scream as it was sent flying. Shinko, following behind, showed no hesitation whatsoever. She stepped forward and slew all 3 cat demons. Over these 3 days of relentless training within the wormhole, Ouyang Lanlan, Jiang Xiao, and Shinko's coordination had steadily improved. They no longer needed verbal commands to instinctively find their positions, unleash skills, and launch attacks. Jiang Xiao charged in, while Ouyang Lanlan handled the finishing blows. Over the past 3 days, Yang Chen had barely lifted a finger. His intervention would have resulted in overwhelmingly crushing victories against these beasts and beastmen, offering little meaningful training for Jiang Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, or Qin Ku. If they were to grow stronger together, the entire team needed to strengthen not just one individual. This was the decision Ouyang Lanlan and the others had reached after discussion. After the 2 wounded the 3 cat demons, Qin could deftly wielded Yang Chen's Xiuchuan sword, stepping forward to finish off all 3 creatures. Sheen could deftly extracted the crystal cores. You've advanced to intermediate beast master, right? Yang Chen inquired. Just enough experience. Sheen Ku nodded. Over the past 3 days, Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan had both advanced in rank, with Sheen Ku being the last to do so. Now that we're all intermediate beast masters, we can finally leave this place. Ouyang Lanlan exclaimed excitedly. Leaving this place meant they could head to the real battlefield. Without delay, the four headed straight for the exit, preparing to leave. Along the way, Yang Chen inquired, have any of you thought about your second beast? My family has already made arrangements for me. Sheen Ku replied indifferently. Ku, is your family that powerful? Jiang Xiao looked at Sheen Ku with surprise, as if he had only just realized that Sheen Ku's family was no ordinary one. A beast that could be arranged for Sheen Ku would undoubtedly be no less than epic tier, a level most families couldn't afford. Sheen Ku smiled, avoiding the question, and instead asked, are you planning to purchase your beasts or capture them on the battlefield? This. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao instantly looked troubled, their expressions darkening. Ouyang Lanlan, especially before the wormhole descended upon North City, her family could have scraped together enough to buy an epic tier beast. Jiang Xiao, however, lived solely with his younger sister, Jiang Xiaomei. Their lives were already strained, making it utterly impossible for them to afford a beast. Although the government now provided some subsidies, allowing them discounts when purchasing beasts from official stores, it still remained unaffordable. I don't think a beast needs to have powerful bloodlines. An ordinary one will do. I can make up for the difference with my skills. Jiang Xiao said earnestly, I won't hold anyone back. I'll choose a more ordinary beast too. Ouyang Lanlan managed a strained smile, looking somewhat defeated. Sheen Ku froze, realizing she'd said the wrong thing. She'd forgotten Ouyang Lanlan and the others had been plucked from the North City. Seeing their expressions, Sheen Ku struggled to find comforting words. Her gaze instinctively shifted to Yang Chen. Come on, guys. If your beasts are below epic tier, their stats will be dozens of points lower than others. How are we supposed to win the National Newcomer Beastmaster Tournament? Don't think those few dozen points are insignificant. Forget the national competition, just getting through our Academy's own tournament might be impossible. Yang Chen declared. Sheen Ku's expression darkened slightly. She couldn't believe those words had come from Yang Chen's mouth. Wasn't that a bit too hurtful? Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan flushed even redder. Yang Chen, you know our situation. We have no other options right now. Ouyang Lanlan bit her red lips, her voice filled with helplessness. It's fine. I can help you. We'll go capture them ourselves on the battlefield. Yang Chen declared. Capture? Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao both froze for a moment, feeling a warm glow in their hearts. Yet they knew how incredibly difficult it was to capture epic tier or higher beasts. Moreover, they couldn't target adult beasts otherwise, the contract success rate would be only around 5%. Yang Chen, what if we can't capture any? Jiang Xiao asked timidly. If we can't capture them, we'll earn money to buy them. Yang Chen analyzed calmly. We can take on corresponding quests from the 4 major guilds. We can also hunt monsters and beastmen for those underground wormholes and sell them. They'll definitely buy in bulk. That's brilliant. Sheen Ku's eyes lit up instantly as her mind opened up. Don't assume that reaching intermediate beastmaster means heading straight to the battlefield. Some people are terrified of dying. They'd rather avoid the front lines and choose artificial wormholes instead. So beasts and orcs above tier 2, star 1 have a huge market too. And most crucially, the market isn't limited to artificial wormholes. Underground gladiatorial arenas will also demand them. Most ordinary people never get to see magical beasts or beastmen unless they invade reality or witness disasters. They're dying to see how human beastmasters battle beastmen. Thus, numerous such gladiatorial arenas have emerged. They're essentially competitions. At these words, Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan's faces gradually lit up. If we still can't make money from this, we can go to the fighting arenas and battle those orcs. Yang Chen chuckled. That should earn us appearance fees, right? Yes. Sheen Ku nodded. So you don't need to worry about money. If we all work together, we'll definitely figure it out. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan exchanged glances, so moved they were momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 175, Departure. You guys? Jiang Zhao's eyes welled up with tears, unable to find the words. Ouyang Lanlan expressed her gratitude, thank you. Don't mention it. We're teammates, no need for formalities. Yang Chen chuckled. Oh, and there's another way to make money. We could try approaching some research institutes. They need magical beasts and beastmen specimens. Maybe we could check them out and help transport some carcasses back for them. Sheen Ku added. See? There are plenty of ways to make money. Yang Chen chuckled. Besides that, we can sell crystal cores. Are you still worried about not being able to afford a beast? Not worried anymore, not worried at all. Jiang Xiao laughed heartily, hope returning to his eyes. I'll work my hardest and won't hold you back from leveling up. Don't say that. Let's head out first. We'll rest today, and tomorrow we'll go make some money. Yang Chen chuckled. Big bro, don't forget I have 5 days off. At that moment, the magpie flying overhead grumbled discontentedly. As they spoke, they had already reached the exit. Yang Chen and the others stepped through the wormhole exit, materializing inside the duty room. This old man is finally out. Ha ha. Beasts of Yinglong Academy, here I come. The magpie burst out laughing with excitement the moment it emerged, spreading its wings and soaring out of the duty room. It seemed terrified Yang Chen might change his mind about granting it leave. It certainly didn't want to spend its only vacation cooped up in Yang Chen's beast space. Yang Chen witnessed the scene but didn't think much of it. Chen Xiangshan had also advised him that beasts shouldn't be kept in the beast space all the time. They needed proper exercise. After all, nowadays even people walking their dogs took them out for strolls. How much more so for beast tamers? The four of them arrived at the duty room and handed over all their crystal cores. Since they had entered the wormhole for free this time, all crystal cores had to be surrendered. Only after handing them over and stepping out of the duty room did weariness finally show on their faces. After all, they'd been inside for 10 days to half a month. After exchanging a few brief words, they split into pairs and headed back to their dorms. Back in the dorm, Jiang Xiao dashed inside and grabbed the toilet paper from the bed. I'm going to shower first. Wait for me. With that, Jiang Xiao vanished in a flash and dashed into the bathroom. Yang Chen shook his head slightly, grabbed the charger to power up his phone. After over 10 days in the wormhole, Yang Chen's phone had long since run out of battery. The moment he turned it on, the phone buzzed with a vibration. Very few people could message Yang Chen, basically just Zhang Shuer, or else someone from the dorm or Ouyang Lanlan and the others. Without a doubt, the message was from Zhang Shuer. Little Orange, you mentioned you're almost at intermediate beast master level, right? I prepared a gift for you. It'll arrive in 10 days. But I have some bad news. I have to return to the Kyoto main family for a while, so I might not be able to contact you during that time. Sorry about that. Yang Chen sighed softly inside, feeling a bit disappointed. Long-distance relationships really sucked. Either Yang Chen had time, but Zhang Shuer was out training. Or when Zhang Shuer was free, Yang Chen would be away training. But there was nothing to be done about it. This year was special. Not only was there the National New Beastmaster competition, but also the World New Beastmaster competition. Everyone had only recently become Beastmasters, so time was inevitably tight. I'll visit her during the break. Yang Chen suppressed his thoughts, composing a message of caution to send her, urging Zhang Shuer to be careful and not push herself too hard. As for Zhang Shuer's gift, Yang Chen had a hunch. Could this girl have actually sent him a beast? He didn't dwell on it. He already had his second beast tamer. If Zhang Shuer had indeed gifted him a beast tamer, he'd simply return it. Incidentally, there was also the bank card Zhang Shuer had left him last time. Yang Chen hadn't even looked at it, so he'd send that back too. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen opened his browser again and searched for news about North City. After roughly 2 months, the Qingjing Bureau had begun its exploration, gathering clues about the beastmen and magical beasts within the wormhole. They've already started exploration. Looks like the situation in North City is better than expected. Once the exploration is complete, they'll likely move on to opening up new battlefields, right? Yang Chen murmured to himself, his brow furrowing slightly. If that happened, he might not make it back in time. According to Yang Chen's analysis, it should be within the next month or two. But 1 month later would be the school-wide freshman tournament, followed immediately by the National Freshman Beastmaster competition, and then the Global Freshman Beastmaster tournament. The tournaments would follow one after another. He didn't know if he'd be able to make it back in time before the Qingjing Bureau entered to carve out the time. Li Susu could be considered Yang Chen's mentor on the path of beast taming. Moreover, if it weren't for training Yang Chen, Li Susu probably wouldn't have been kept on the wormhole battlefield. Moreover, it was to cover for Yang Chen. Both in principle and in sentiment, when the wormhole in North City opens, he absolutely must enter it. We'll see when the time comes. Yang Chen thought to himself. Li Susu was important, and participating in the competition was important too. After all, if they couldn't achieve good results in the various competitions, the Heavenly Human Organization would retaliate, and they, mere small fry, wouldn't stand a chance. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen resumed his search for companies dealing in magical beasts and orcs, crystal cores, and underground cockfighting arenas. Apart from crystal cores, all these activities were illegal. It was nearly impossible to find reliable information online, only stumbling upon advertisements or news about raided underground cockfighting arenas or sealed illegal artificial wormholes. With no other options, Yang Chen had no choice but to abandon the search. Xianke should have a solution for this. He would ask her tomorrow. Closing the browser, Yang Chen glanced at the time. An hour had slipped by unnoticed. Yang Chen couldn't help but grumble inwardly that Jiang Xiao still hadn't emerged. He hadn't showered in days and felt disgusting. Pacing outside the bathroom, he urged, Jiang Xiao, it's been nearly an hour. Are you trying to scrub the skin right off your body? Don't rush me, don't rush me. You know how intense I get. Right in the middle of it. Jiang Zhao's heavy breathing echoed from inside the bathroom. Yang Chen rolled his eyes and said, if you don't get out soon, I'm telling Lan Lan you've been in there for an hour doing all sorts of weird stuff. Holy! Jiang Xiao exclaimed from inside. Within 10 seconds, he emerged wearing only shorts, clutching his clothes, and muttered, "You're ruthless." Chapter 176, Magpie Spring. Above the academy grounds. Ugh! What kind of academy is this? Not a single attractive bird in sight. The prettier ones are all epic tier quality, they don't match this lord's noble aura. Gotta have a serious talk with Yang Chen when I get back. He needs to switch academies. Yinglong Academy is way too low-key. The magpie flapped its wings listlessly in the sky. Below, numerous passing students couldn't help but look up. Holy crap! That bird is so majestic. Its crimson feathers look like flames. I've never seen that color before, it just screams high-end. Damn, I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. I'm looking at a tamed beast and the only word that comes to mind is noble, and it's just a bird. Holy crap, whose beast is out for a stroll? Many students looked up, especially the freshmen, their eyes filled with envy. They watched the magpie's receding figure, then glanced at their own beasts, instantly feeling their own pets pale in comparison. Some even started to look down on their own pets. Ugh, boring. What are you all staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Not even a pretty girl? Thumbs down. Magpie shot him a dismissive glance before spreading its wings and soaring swiftly away. Like a flash of crimson, it vanished from everyone's gaze. Magpie's exceptional speed drew another gasp from the crowd. Just as the magpie soared over that playground and entered the next one, the entire field stretched out desolately empty. Only a girl in a black leotard, her ponytail bouncing, was sweating buckets during a sparring session with a robot. Both of Magpie's bird eyes lit up. Holy crap, a beauty! The black bodysuit she wore already accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. Now, clinging tightly to her skin, it made her look even more exquisite. Especially as she worked up a sweat, it added a touch of sharpness to her appearance, fully showcasing the youthful vitality of a young girl. Magpie circled in the sky for a while, nearly drooling as he watched. But then, Beige noticed something. Holy crap! It was a bird. What's it doing watching humans? It couldn't do anything. Why aren't there any pretty birds around? The Myna bird couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. But just as the magpie was about to leave, out of the corner of its eye, it caught sight of a blue figure darting through the treetops beside the playground. Holy crap! The magpie's eyes widened instantly. That blue bird, its feathers as blue as the dawn sky, shimmered softly in the sunlight, as if draped in a hazy hue that made made the bird's imagination run wild. Damn, that's hot. Ha, birdie, here I come. Magpie excitedly flapped his wings and dove toward the blue bird. Dormitory. After finishing his nightly routine, Yang Chen tossed his dirty clothes into the washing machine, then collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. These days inside the wormhole had been quite exhausting. He had no idea how long he'd slept when a sudden commotion erupted outside. Having grown accustomed to light sleep in wormholes, Yang Chen opened his eyes the moment he heard the noise. Jiang Xiao, who had gotten out of bed, woke up almost instantly as well. "Why are you chasing after me, you jerk? We genuinely love each other." Earlier, both had been asleep and hadn't heard the commotion outside clearly. But now that they were awake, the voices sounded vaguely familiar. That noise outside. Could it be Magpie's voice? Jiang Xiao murmured in confusion, "Why does it sound so familiar? Let's go check it out." Yang Chen leaped off the bed. Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao quickly made their way to the window. By then, a crowd of students had already gathered outside the dormitory building, watching the commotion. The Myna bird hovered outside the dormitory building, flapping its wings frantically. Below the dormitory building stood a young girl clad in a black bodysuit, drenched in sweat. Her face flushed with fury, she glared at the magpie with eyes wide with rage. "Damn lecherous bird! Get down here! I'll pluck every feather off you today!" The girl shouted angrily, yet even in her rage, she remained strikingly beautiful. Her words echoed through the dormitory building, drawing gasps from the crowd. Holy crap! Isn't that our freshman campus beauty, Li Huan from the elite program? What's wrong with her? Holy crap, did she get, by that bird? Whose beast tamer is this? How dare they touch my goddess? Wait, what are you guys talking about? It's one thing for it to be a beast tamer, but it's a damn bird. How could a bird do that? The crowd erupted in chaos. Holy! That's my man, 8th Master. 8th Master is awesome. Jiang Xiao immediately gave Ba Gu a thumbs up. He'd known Lan Lan for so long and hadn't managed to win her over, yet Ba Gu had just gotten back from vacation and already snagged the campus beauty among the freshmen. He was a true role model. Wait a minute, he absolutely had to ask 8 Uncle for some tips later. He'd even consider becoming his disciple. Jiang Xiao was surprised by his own thoughts. He never imagined he'd one day seek advice on picking up girls from a bird. Who would believe that story? Yang Chen shot Brother 8 a speechless look. He never imagined that giving Brother 8 just one day off would lead to such a mess. After a moment of speechlessness, Yang Chen turned and headed toward the dormitory building. Li Huan froze for a moment, then flushed crimson. Stamping her foot in annoyance, she snapped, "Shut up, all of you. It's not what you think. That pervert didn't do anything to me." Stop spreading rumors. Li Huanhuan's pouting expression, it must be said, had a touch of playful cuteness to it. Then, Li Huanhuan loudly recounted what had happened on the playground. It turned out that Magpie had captured her mythical great beast, the Azure Phoenix, in that grove. If Li Huanhuan hadn't decided to take a break just then, she might never have found out. The moment she caught the Magpie and the Qinghuan in that compromising position, her blood boiled. She immediately unleashed a skill spell at them. What infuriated her most was that Qinghuan had shielded Beg, shoving him away at the critical moment and even covering his escape. Li Huanhuan was furious. Her beast companion was like a naive little girl who'd suddenly been taken advantage of by a pig. And her own cabbage was helping the pig. Li Huanhuan was so upset she recalled Qinghuan into her beast space and chased after Bagua all the way to the dormitory building. But Beg, recognizing Li Huanhuan as Birdie's owner, dared not harm her. After all, weren't they all going to be family soon? So Magpie could only flee, looking utterly disheveled. Of course, when Li Huanhuan explained why she was chasing Magpie, she kept quiet about Qinghuan helping Magpie escape to save face. But to her surprise, instead of the angry reactions she'd imagined from her classmates, the boys in the dormitory building grew even more excited. Chapter 177, Magpie vs. Li Huanhuan. So it wasn't this beast tamer spying on our campus beauty. Holy crap, that's awesome. I'm still single, but my beast companion beat me to it. Who's the boss who trained this beast? They did an amazing job. This is absolutely insane. I envy the beast every day. Teach me how to get a girlfriend. Honestly, that crimson beast is pretty darn handsome. I've seen the school beauty's beast too, it's quite lovely. One's azure, the other crimson, they seem like a perfect match. Yeah, that crimson beast clearly isn't ordinary, at least legendary grade or higher. It's absolutely perfect for the school beauty's blue phoenix beast. Li, the school beauty, why don't you just let this star-crossed pair be together? Exactly. True love is hard to come by. We should support their romance, we can't break up a couple. Right. Li, I've got one more question for you. How did this crimson bird end up messing around with your Azure Phoenix? Holy crap, you're right. What about the details? The whole process? Spill it, we love hearing this stuff. Never seen anything like it. Holy crap, I don't know why, but this is getting me so excited. The dormitory echoed with the constant whistles and jeers of the boys upstairs. They showed no intention of helping Li Huanhuan seek justice. Instead, they were eager to watch the show. Li Huanhuan stomped her foot in frustration, her face flushing crimson. These guys. Whoever's the beast master of this filthy beast, come out here. If you don't come out now, I'll kill this beast. As Li Huanhuan spoke, she summoned her second beast. A white wolf materialized before them. Its fur was pure white as snow, without a single speck of color. The coat was incredibly smooth, flowing without wind, adding an air of nobility. It commanded an overwhelming sense of reverence. One dared not offend it. That's a legendary tier beast master, the White Wolf King. Holy crap, looks like Miss Li is serious about this. I hear this White Wolf King is a being with the bloodline of Panhu. The dormitory fell suddenly silent. The boys who had been jeering all fell quiet, not daring to utter a word. Li, the campus beauty, wasn't just a pretty face. She possessed remarkable beast-taming talent and came from a powerful background. Her tamed beasts were no ordinary creatures. Most freshmen simply couldn't match her. There was even a rumor circulating within the academy. When it came to one-on-one combat, Li Hanin might just be the strongest freshman around. One mythic tier beast, one legendary tier beast, both of the highest caliber. Across the entire academy, there was scarcely anyone who could rival her. You filthy beast. Looks like even your master doesn't want you anymore. You can come down and die. Don't force me to take action against you. Li Huanhuan, seeing no one step forward, wore a frosty expression as her piercing gaze locked onto Beige. The magpie, undaunted, retorted, "Don't get any ideas. I'm only holding back because of my lady friend. Don't underestimate me. The beast master backing me is no pushover either. Besides, if you claim I did something to your beast, just release it. Let it confront me directly." At the mention of Qinghuan, Li Huanhuan's expression shifted slightly. "Shut your mouth. Today, I'll teach this lecherous bird a lesson it won't forget. Spatial gate, open." Li Huanhuan immediately unleashed her skill. Spatial gate, a spatial skill that opens a portal through time and space. Targets or groups within a 10-meter radius are affected. Within a 12-meter radius around the target or group, 8 spatial black holes are formed. A connecting spatial black hole appears beside the caster. Skills, items, or creatures released into the spatial black holes can choose to pass through any one of the 8 black holes, attacking targets without altering skill form or power. All skills, items, or creatures entering the spatial vortex gain a 10% boost to power and speed. This enhancement increases with skill level. The deployment range of spatial vortices varies only by quality. Enemies cannot enter the 8 vortices in reverse. Casting skills, throwing items, or creatures into them is ineffective. The effect ends upon the death of the target individual or group, triggering a 30-minute cooldown. Li Huanhuan's spatial gate is a purple tier skill. Consequently, her 8 spatial black holes spread randomly within an 8-meter radius around the magpie, appearing haphazardly in all directions. Holy! What the hell is this? Beige was startled and flapped his wings frantically, trying to escape the encircling spatial black holes. But the 8 black holes clung to him like a flesh-eating disease, moving wherever Beige went. This utterly terrified the magpie. Students gathered around the dorm building burst into laughter at the spectacle. Haha, feeling panic now, huh? Lee, the campus beauty's spatial gate can't be dodged. It only disappears if she actively cancels the skill or dies. Big Red Bird, don't panic. Please bring back your earlier defiant attitude, I liked you better that way. Shout back at her, you big bird. The crowd around them jeered, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Hearing this, the magpie grew visibly annoyed. These guys weren't talking like this just a while ago. When it was helping Yang Chen beat up Yang Yuan here, they weren't like this at all. Of course, now that Magpie's appearance had changed, the surrounding students didn't recognize him. At that very moment, 12 fiery arrows suddenly surged forth from the 8 spatial black holes surrounding Magpie. This skill was similar to Ouyang Lanlan's, but Li Huanhuan's fire arrows were faster, more ferocious, and appeared larger in size. There was no doubt about it, Li Huanhuan's fire arrow skill was far superior in quality to Ouyang Lanlan's. The 12 fire arrows assaulted the magpie from all directions above, below, left, and right, leaving it no room to breathe. The spatial gate skill might lack direct damage or crowd control, but its true terror lay in its ability to transform skills and launch attacks from every possible angle without blind spots, leaving opponents utterly defenseless. It was precisely by leveraging these two skills that Li Huanhuan thrived within the artificial wormhole. Whether in one-on-one duels or group battles, this combination proved an excellent choice. Most crucially, it was an ultra-long-range skill. Li Huanhuan could safely handle any unexpected situation from a distance, offering high margin for error. If she couldn't win, she could simply retreat. I'm a mighty mythic tier beast master, damn it. Since you dare bully this lord, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Think you're the only one with skills? This lord has skills too. With just that little trick, how could you possibly stop me? Beige, both shocked and enraged, roared as he unleashed sink the boats and burn the bridges. Golden light surged from his entire body. His agility, strength, and defense rapidly surged. The next instant, everyone around them, including Li Huanhuan, froze in shock. Their expressions froze, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Chapter 178, Big Brother, Save Me! Boom! 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 A dense barrage of muffled impacts echoed overhead. Magpie's form transformed into a golden streak of light, darting through the air to dodge one flaming arrow after another. The fire arrows were fast and powerful. But the magpie was faster still, moving so swiftly it became nothing but a blur of crimson and gold. Not a single arrow grazed the magpie's feathers. They collided with each other, erupting in a series of violent clashes. Sparks flew everywhere, accompanied by flashes of lightning, like a dazzling fireworks display. Holy crap! That crimson bird is ridiculously fast. Just that agility alone must surpass even mythical tier beasts, right? I think it's more than that. This thing has at least 2 enhanced beast skills, plus attribute buffs. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly move this fast. Exactly. I'd say its buff skills are at least gold tier, and its beast enhancing skills are either 2 purple tier or 1 gold and 1 purple. Holy crap, if you put it that way, this beast mount is seriously overpowered. Whose beast is this? Never even heard of it before? The crowd erupted in gasps, their astonishment palpable. As Magpie dodged the attacks, the praise from below swelled his ego. Ha! You want to take down this big shot? You're still too green, little girl. What else have you got? Bring it on! Beige laughed wildly, utterly arrogant. Damn lecherous bird. Just you wait till I take you down. Li Huanhuan gritted her teeth and shouted, Xiaobai, frozen sky. The White Wolf King instantly opened its massive jaws, spewing a torrent of icy breath toward the mirror-like spatial vortex before Li Huanhuan. Frosty Sky, control skill. Releases frigid air, freezing enemies within a 3-meter radius for 1 second. Each level upgrade increases freeze duration by 1 second. After thawing, the frozen target suffers a 10% reduction in agility and defense for 3 seconds. The freeze effect diminishes by 10% per second until fully dissipated. This debuff's percentage intensity increases with skill level. Can be immune to or dispelled. Originally a melee skill, Frost Chain's 3-meter range is deceptively short despite its control nature. However, when combined with Portal of Space, the two skills synergize to create an ultra-long-range control ability. Its practical combat effectiveness far surpasses its current state, representing a true qualitative leap. Above, within the magpie-shaped spatial vortex surrounding the magpie, a surge of white, frigid mist rapidly emerged. Holy! What the hell is this? Magpie was utterly shocked. After dodging a flaming arrow, a wave of icy cold air surged straight toward him. Beige had no way to dodge. Crackle crackle. Immediately, a chill swept over Magpie's head. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his skull froze solid. His eyes widened in terror. Instantly, waves of freezing cold spread through his wings and legs. Holy, holy! I'm done for! The magpie's heart sank in panic. This is the combined power of 2 skills working together. The spatial gate acts like a forced lockdown, targeting 8 different angles, while the frozen sky is inherently an area of effect control. Double the power. How could the magpie possibly withstand such an assault in such a confined space? The magpie, fluttering joyfully moments ago, transformed into an ice sculpture in less than 10 seconds. With a crack, the magpie fell to the ground as an ice sculpture, completely immobilized, with only its eyes able to dart around within the frozen shell. The magpie still wore its startled expression, mouth agape, eyes wide and darting around wildly, looking utterly comical. The crowd watching its predicament couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaobai, go beat the crap out of this damn bird. Give it a good thrashing. Li Hanhuan glared at the magpie, her teeth clenched. A sharp gleam flashed in White Wolf King's eyes as he immediately lunged at the magpie. Landing on the ice sculpture encasing it, he smashed the ice covering its head with a single swipe of his paw. Oh whoa! The White Wolf King growled low, as if declaring, in the next few seconds, I'll beat you into a pig's head. Hearing this, the magpie perked up. Woof, woof. The magpie let out continuous wolf-like howls, as if pleading, bro, we're family. Don't embarrass me. Holy crap. This thing can howl like a wolf. Damn, it's so smart. Is this some kind of beast taming? It feels like it's actually a human in disguise. Look at that little look in its eyes. This thing is begging the White Wolf King for mercy. This turn of events caught me off guard. Just moments ago it was so fierce and imposing, and now it's begging for mercy? This is beyond ridiculous. The crowd around them couldn't help but chuckle. Even the White Wolf King froze for a moment. This was clearly a bird, how could it possibly howl like a wolf? And it actually begged for mercy? Worst of all, this damn bird actually claimed they were of the same kind? You're covered in feathers, for crying out loud. And wings. 2 claws. Wolves have 4 legs. Do I look blind? The White Wolf King flew into a rage, raising his paw to smash it down on Magpie's head. Holy crap! Big bro, save me! Beige suddenly yelled toward the dorm entrance. Everyone in the White Wolf King instinctively glanced toward the dormitory entrance. Before they could get a clear look, a roar erupted from inside. Like the roar of a dragon. The beast master of that crimson bird has arrived. Holy, another beast rider. That's not a tricolored python, why does it have 2 heads? Holy, another mutated beast master. Who the hell is this big shot who owns 2 mutant beasts? Unbelievable. Mutant beasts are rarer than hen's teeth. How did I get lucky enough to see 2 in a single day? The crowd around them gasped in astonishment, especially those standing near the doorway who quickly backed away. Next, the 2-headed tricolor python burst out from the dormitory door. Its massive body, like a colossal dragon, bore down on the White Wolf King. Its momentum was overwhelming. Moreover, the 2-headed tricolor python was accompanied by crackling lightning that swept toward them. The White Wolf King's white fur instantly bristled as it violently recoiled from Magpie's body. Yet the 2-headed tricolor python showed no intention of letting it go. Its massive tail lashed out at the White Wolf King, lifting just as the wolf dodged, then crashing down. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. Chapter 179, Big Brother delivers. A fierce glint flashed in the White Wolf King's eyes. The last breath of the heaven-piercing frost chi hidden within its jaws erupted from its mouth in a torrent. The frigid breath shot forth like a sharp arrow, streaking toward the 2-headed tricolor python. At this distance, the 2-headed tricolor python could easily have dodged it. But now, the 2-headed tricolor python was already in a diving state, moving at extreme speed. The 2-headed tricolor python simply couldn't dodge. Yet, just as everyone thought the 2-headed tricolor python would meet the same fate as the magpie, a white light flashed around its body. Instantly, it ignored the piercing cold energy and shot right through it. A flicker of shock crossed the White Wolf King's agile eyes. Its standard combat tactic was to immobilize enemies with the frozen sky, then finish them off with its skills. Yet it never imagined this combat-type beast would possess an auxiliary skill immunity to control. Absolutely absurd. Yet the White Wolf King was battle-hardened. It reacted almost instantly, retreating swiftly to the rear. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed as a surge of thunderous energy, accompanied by a violent shockwave, reverberated outward. The White Wolf King was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A massive current nearly finished him off. Had it not been for his formidable defenses, he would have been electrocuted on the spot. Yet now, the White Wolf King was a pitiful sight. Its once sleek, silky fur was now bristling like a hedgehog. Worse, patches of white fur had turned black, smoldering with wisps of dark smoke. If moments ago he had been a graceful, jade-white nobleman, now he seemed to have fallen directly from the altar, transformed into a beggar too gruesome to look upon. Holy! Another mutated beastmaster, and it defeated Li Huanhuan's White Wolf King. Holy crap, who's that badass? The crowd erupted in gasps at the sight. After knocking the White Wolf King down, the 2-headed tricolor python didn't stop its attack. Instead, it continued charging at the White Wolf King, its massive body swiftly shifting as it rammed into the White Wolf King. No! Li Hanhuan nearly cried out in terror, her eyes red as she screamed. Stop! At that moment, a voice echoed from the dormitory doorway. The two-headed tricolor python halted its assault. Both massive heads flickered their forked tongues, casting a contemptuous glance at the White Wolf King, as if mocking him as a weakling. A flash of ferocity flickered in the White Wolf King's eyes as he reluctantly rose to his feet. "Stop fighting!" Li Hanhuan sensed the White Wolf King's agitation and rushed forward to embrace him, soothing his emotions. Looking at the bloodied and battered White Wolf King, her eyes welled up with tears of heartache. Her face flushed with anger, she turned toward the dorm entrance as Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao slowly emerged. Many students nearby recognized Yang Chen at first glance. After all, it wasn't every day someone got into a fight on the very first day of school. It's him! Yang Chen! Holy crap, those two beasts are his? Wasn't his beast just a parrot? When did it turn into this massive crimson bird? Is this ing thing even that parrot? How the hell can I not see a single trace of a parrot on this crimson beast? Did it ing transform or something? The surrounding crowd buzzed with whispers. Li Hanhuan's heart trembled upon hearing these voices. Two mutated beasts? What the hell is this guy's deal? Even she couldn't obtain a mutated beast. She'd only managed to secure a mythical grade beast, and that was after begging her grandfather for ages. It was well known that mutated beasts surpassed mythical grade beasts in certain aspects. While they had flaws, their advantages were equally pronounced. Thus, mutated grade beasts could essentially rival mythical grade beasts. Yang Chen glanced at the frozen magpie, whose eyes were brimming with tears. Big Brother was truly reliable. The magpie was deeply moved. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a pounding headache. This guy really knows how to stir up trouble. On the very first day he released the magpie, he went and provoked the beast master from the elite recruitment class. "You're this lecherous bird's beast master, aren't you?" Li Huanhuan glared at Yang Chen, fury burning in her eyes. "Your beast molested mine, and you injured my other beast too. You lot are bullying me." Her eyes were bloodshot red, and combined with her naturally stunning beauty, it made her look all the more pitiful and endearing. Many students nearby couldn't bear the sight. "Yeah, that's so unfair. They must apologize to our goddess. They don't know how to treat a lady." The crowd around them rallied to Li Huanhuan's defense. Jiang Xiao was already primed for battle, ready to summon his beast at any moment. Seeing these classmates acting like they were ready to fight at a moment's notice, he felt a little uneasy. "Bro, you gotta stand up for me. Qingqing and I are in love. This wicked woman wants to tear us apart. If you don't believe us, bring Qingqing out." Just then, the ice effect on Magpie lifted. It soared into the sky, circling above Yang Chen's head, and briefly recounted the entire incident. Through the magpie's words, Li Huanhuan was painted as the villain trying to break up a loving couple. Yang Chen felt his head was about to split. Sighing, he cast a lingering glance at Li Huanhuan and said, "Miss Li, you heard it yourself, my beast and Li's beast are truly in love." Li Huanhuan stomped her foot in frustration, silently cursing her own beast for being so unambitious. How could it possibly fancy that scarlet bird that looked like a thug? It was utterly ridiculous. "Your beast seduced my azure phoenix. She's so young, barely an adult, and this lecherous bird deceived her. Li Huanhuan trailed off mid-sentence, her lovely face flushing crimson like a ripe peach. She stammered for a while, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. Jiang Xiao, however, grew increasingly excited. His face lit up with curiosity as he pressed, "Miss Li, what exactly did it deceive? Spill the beans." Li Huan glared at Jiang Xiao in exasperation and snapped, "You scoundrel." "Ha?" Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. How did he become a stinking scoundrel? Yang Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "Miss Li, we live in a world of free love now. Are you seriously still pushing for arranged marriages?" The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding students couldn't hold back their laughter. "Free love, my ass. If you're not talking about arranged marriages, you're talking about humans, not beast masters." But fair is fair, Yang Chen had a point. Didn't beast tamers also need to fall in love freely? Chapter 180, The Creditor. "You." Li Huanhuan glared at Yang Chen in fury, momentarily at a loss for words. "Did I say something wrong?" Yang Chen smiled indifferently. "If you disagree, why not bring out your beast? Let them face each other directly. If your beast refuses to be with mine, then my beast is yours to do with as you please. Kill it, skin it, whatever you wish." Yang Chen's words only fueled Li Huanhuan's fury. Her beast had held her back all this time. She feared it would obstruct her. Though she could command her beast, it would hold back. For instance, when she ordered Qinghuan to attack the magpie with a skill, Qinghuan would deliberately miss. Or even worse, it would simply hover right in front of her, blocking her pursuit of the magpie. The main point was whether the skill was even released. Only now did she realize her beast companion was nothing but a love-struck fool. So infuriating. Li Huanhuan knew she couldn't entirely blame the magpie. After all, it takes two to tango. The magpie had its share of responsibility, and so did her beast. So when they faced off, Li Huanhuan felt a twinge of guilt. Of course, she'd been furious earlier and wanted to take it out on Magpie. Qinghuan was like her own daughter, and Magpie had pushed her around. How could she not be furious? Fine. But what about the injuries you inflicted on my beast companion? Li Huanhuan gazed at the White Wolf King with heartache. Though the White Wolf King still radiated fierce energy, much of its fur was singed and scorched, leaving it looking rather unsightly. Yang Chen sighed. Knowing he couldn't avoid responsibility, he offered, "How about I compensate you with some credits?" "No way." Li Huanhuan shook her head firmly. "Do I look like someone short on credits?" Yang Chen felt a headache coming on. Li Huanhuan commanded a mythic tier beast and a legendary tier beast, clearly no ordinary person. How could she possibly be short on credits? "Then what do you suggest we do?" Yang Chen asked bluntly. Hearing this, Li Huanhuan's expression softened slightly. However, she still hadn't figured out how to resolve the situation. She had never once considered killing Beige, she only wanted to teach him a lesson. But with Yang Chen present, disciplining the magpie was clearly impossible. Compensating with credits wasn't a problem for her. Besides, she didn't want others to say she was using her beast to extort people. What kind of person would that make her? As for other compensation, she had no idea how to make Yang Chen make amends. Surely she couldn't burn that double-headed tricolor python too? After all, the two-headed tricolor python had no fur. Have you made up your mind? In my opinion, why don't we arrange a marriage alliance? Look, both my beast and yours have been tamed. From now on, we'll be in-laws. It's like we became friends through conflict, right? Yang Chen said with a smile. Holy! What a brilliant idea! We've only heard of family alliances before, but you two forming a beast master alliance? This could become a legendary tale. Let's just drop this matter. We brothers will treat you to a meal. Bring your teammates, we'll set 2 tables. First, to make amends. Second, to witness the love between 2 beast tamers. Consider it a celebratory feast. Jiang Xiao chuckled. Holy crap! Everyone around them was stunned. This was completely out of line. You slaughtered someone's beast companion, they come demanding answers, and you suggest setting up 2 tables to celebrate? They were mentally shouting 999 inside. Don't ask why it's 999 instead of 666. Because 6 is upside down. That line of thinking is just bizarre. Li Huanhuan's brain short-circuited too. Could it really be that miraculous? She was furious because the magpie had stolen the phoenix. She came here to cause trouble. But Jiang Xiao just went ahead and got married, setting up 2 banquet tables. It was utterly speechless. A beautiful tale, my ass. A wedding, my ass. You filthy scoundrel. Li Huanhuan glared at Jiang Xiao in anger and embarrassment, snapping, "Who said I'm marrying you guys?" Jiang Xiao weakly protested, "It's not us getting married, it's my brother's beast and your beast tying the knot. I already have someone I like, so don't get any ideas about me." Everyone around them. Li Huanhuan. It must be said, Jiang Xiao possessed formidable combat prowess. A single sentence had rendered both the crowd and Li Huanhuan utterly speechless. Li Huanhuan felt too exhausted to even roll her eyes anymore. She'd finally figured it out, this Jiang Xiao guy was just plain dense. Li Huanhuan didn't want to talk to Jiang Xiao anymore. Solving this matter is simple. Promise me one thing, and I'll consider it settled. Li Huanhuan addressed Yang Chen. What is it? Tell me, and I'll consider it. Yang Chen didn't agree rashly. Li Huanyan thought for a moment. I haven't figured it out yet. I'll tell you once I do. Yang Chen frowned slightly and shook his head. That won't do. What if you ask me to commit murder, arson, or do something else that crosses moral boundaries? I can't agree to your demands. Put. Li Huanhuan sneered with disdain. Does your beast taming have any boundaries? Any morality? Tricking an ignorant mother beast? That's got principles and morals, all right. Don't worry, I'm not your beast tamer. I won't make you do those things. At most, I'll just ask you to help catch some beasts or crack open a crystal core or something. Yang Chen felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. All right. If you ever need anything, just let me know. As long as I'm available. This condition wasn't too unreasonable. Capturing beasts and harvesting crystal cores were fairly standard practices for beast tamers. All right then, hand over your phone. Li Huanhuan extended her delicate little hand toward Yang Chen. What for? Yang Chen was a bit puzzled. Add WeChat, save my number. So you can't renege later, or so I can find you if needed. Li Huanhuan snatched the phone from Yang Chen's hand, tapped away at it for a moment, then finally handed it back. You're Yang Chen, right? I'll remember you. Don't even think about running away. If you do, I won't let it go. One more thing, if anything happens to my Qingwan later, I'll come find you again. Li Huanhuan raised her tiny, pink fist, threatening Yang Chen with a pouty expression. It didn't exactly radiate menace, instead, it added a touch of lively cuteness. Yang Chen couldn't help but let out a few bitter laughs. His phone now had an extra contact, and his WeChat had gained another friend. However, the contact wasn't labeled with Li Huanhuan's real name, it simply read creditor. A sour taste lingered in Yang Chen's heart. He hadn't even taken on debt himself yet. Now, here he was, saddled with debt by his own brother. Come on, brother 8, come down here. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk. I think you're going through adolescence, and we need to have a proper chat about it. Yang Chen looked at Brother 8 with a smile. An icy chill instantly surged through Beige's heart. Damn it, I don't want to. I don't want to. Magpie frantically flapped his wings, trying to fly away. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was one step ahead, sealing Magpie into the beast-taming space. Chapter 181, Selecting Skills. The next day. Early morning. The 4 members of Yang Chen's team met at the training grounds to plan their next move. They agreed to meet at a pavilion by the pond within the academy grounds. They soon gathered inside the pavilion. Yang Chen, the team leader, spoke first. Now that we're all intermediate beast masters, we can each choose one new skill for both our beasts and ourselves. Where we go next can be guided by what skills everyone wants. We can focus our choices in that direction. Of course, the level can't be too high, no more than a tier 2, 3-star battlefield. I've already decided. As a ranged beastmaster, I want a long-range control skill. I want to grant my beast the ability to bind opponents with a blue-hued restraining force. For myself, I choose the 10,000-year arrow. Ouyang Lanlan spoke up first. Though yesterday was a rest day, Ouyang Lanlan hadn't been idle. She'd researched extensively and, with Chinka's help, selected these 2 skills. Azure Confinement, a ranged control skill. Within a 10-meter radius, it summons a patch of azure grassland. Enemies entering this area suffer a 2% reduction in agility and defense. Every 10 seconds, the percentage reduction increases by 2%, and there is a 10% chance of being stunned by the azure substance. All percentage values and probabilities increase with skill level. 10,000-year arrow, a ranged attack skill that conjures a bow during combat. It imposes no arrow limit or duration restriction, persisting until the battle ends. Using the conjured bow reduces the caster's attack power by 2%. Each skill level increase reduces this penalty by 1%. Hitting an enemy lowers their defense by 1%, stacking with multiple hits. This defense reduction does not increase with skill level. Yang Chen nodded slightly upon hearing Ouyang Lanlan's explanation. This azure restraint is excellent. Not only does it control opponents, but it also grants you self-defense capabilities. Though the percentage reduction to enemy attributes is low, if used effectively to trap enemies inside, it would be perfect. Hold up, forget about the azure restraint, Zhang Xiao interjected. What the hell is that 10,000-year arrow? You start the fight by weakening yourself, then you have to hit the enemy just to weaken them. If your strength is weakened, how can you possibly attack after reducing the enemy's defense? I think the skill is great. Ouyang Lanlan countered. Sure, my attack power gets reduced, but it doesn't persist. As long as the battle continues, I can keep firing arrows non-stop. Plus, it lowers the enemy's defense and that stacks. Okay. Ouyang Lanlan chose this skill for a simple reason. After casting her ranged abilities, she'd be practically useless in combat, forced to rely on Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao fighting up front. This was unbearable for her. She refused to remain perpetually dependent on Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao, which is why she selected this particular skill. Not only could it aid Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao on the battlefield, but it also helped weaken the defenses of the beasts and orcs, making them easier to kill. Beyond what Lalan mentioned, I see another advantage to this skill: the arrows only vanish once combat ends. This means if monsters or orcs lurk in ambush, the arrows won't disappear, giving it a bit of a scouting skill effect. This skill holds significant practical value in combat, Yang Chen added. The only drawback is that it weakens your own attack power, and this reduction increases as your level rises. See? Yang Chen understands this better than you. Ouyang Lanlan shot Zhang Xiao a disapproving glance. What skill are you planning to choose? I've already decided. Besides, I don't need to hunt in other wormholes, I've already obtained mine in the Academy's artificial wormhole. Zhang Xiao declared cheerfully. What skill is it? Ouyang Lanlan frowned. I mentioned it earlier, I'm taking charge through and light shield. Zhang Xiao answered honestly, these 2 skills suit me perfectly. Charge, melee skill. During combat, charge forward and strike an enemy. A layer of light will form around the caster, absorbing 10% of incoming damage. This effect stacks the more enemies hit, the thicker the light layer becomes, with a maximum absorption of 99%. Additionally, struck enemies will be knocked back or pushed away a short distance. Light shield, a defensive skill that summons a 30 cm triangular shield. Its size increases with level, blocking 30% of incoming damage. The shield cannot be upgraded or altered. It has a 0.2% chance to grant immunity to attacks, skills, or control effects, with this probability rising per level. These 2 skills are solid and well suited for you. Among defensive type beast masters, these are actually quite sought after abilities. Yang Chen nodded slightly. Both skills leaned heavily toward defense. Yang Chen and his companions understood Zhang Zhao's combat style well. Charge through perfectly embodied Zhang Zhao's fighting approach. Most crucially, the headlong charge skill not only absorbs damage for allies but also provides a life-saving escape function. As for light shield, it not only absorbs damage for the user but can also block attacks for allies in critical moments, a highly practical skill. As for the added probability of blocking damage with light shield, though low, it still offered that one chance in a million. What if it activated at a critical moment? It's absolutely a skill that can turn the tide in the most desperate situations. So, you all have no objections? Jiang Xiao was overjoyed. He pulled 4 crystal cores from his pocket and said, "Shall I test them now?" These 4 crystal cores were reserved by Jiang Xiao with the consent of Yang Chen and the others. Go ahead. Hopefully yours will be of higher quality, Yang Chen encouraged him. Chapter 182, Jiang Xiao, possessed by the god of luck. Alright, I'll start using them now. Wait. Qin Ke hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, before Qin Ke could stop him, Jiang Xiao had already picked up a crystal core and crushed it open. Qin Ke's mouth twitched slightly. How reckless. One must understand that a crystal core doesn't contain just one specific skill, it holds at least 3 starting skills. The better the crystal core, the more skills it possesses. Typically, a beast master would choose a skill from a crystal core only if the other skills were also useful to them. If the other skills held no particular value, they would typically abandon the crystal core. After all, crushing a crystal core offered a chance to acquire other skills that didn't guarantee the specific skill one desired. That's why Qin Ke had wanted to call out to Jiang Xiao earlier to stop him from acting so impulsively. They wanted to analyze the other skills with him. If he didn't get the Shield of Light, could the other skills still help him in battle? Were they valuable enough? Who knew Jiang Xiao would be so reckless? Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan both twitched their lips slightly. Now that Jiang Xiao had shattered the skill, it was all for naught. The crystal core instantly dissolved into a shower of starlight, swirling around Jiang Xiao. Like a vast expanse of stars, the starlight gradually surged toward the top of Jiang Xiao's head before coalescing into a pillar of light that entered his body. Jiang Xiao's body jerked violently to a halt. Moments later, he opened his eyes, looking dazed and disoriented. Yang Chen and the others exchanged glances. It seemed highly unlikely that Jiang Xiao had obtained the Shield of Light skill. Qin Ke sighed and said, "I told you to wait just a moment. Why couldn't you wait? You impatient fool." Ouyang Lanlan scolded. "But it's fine. You still got a skill. Even if it's not the Shield of Light, it's okay. I recall this crystal core had another skill that boosts defense. That's actually pretty good." Before Ouyang Lanlan could finish, Jiang Xiao grinned and asked, "Lanlan, are you worried about me? Knowing you care about me makes me feel so much better. Actually, the skill I just got was the Shield of Light. Who cares about you? I'm just worried you won't be strong enough in battle to support our operations." Ouyang Lanlan shot him an instinctive glare. Before she could finish, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. "What did you say? You acquired the Shield of Light? If I recall correctly, the crystal core of the tricolor python contained 4 skills, right? Are you that lucky?" Ouyang Lanlan felt a pang of envy. All 4 skills were randomly acquired, yet Jiang Xiao had directly obtained the light shield he desired. That was quite a stroke of luck. You should know that in the world of beast masters, the most widely circulated concept besides beast taming and skills is Murphy's Law. The more you crave a certain skill, the less likely it is to appear. Conversely, the skills you least want are almost guaranteed to manifest. Therefore, most beast tamers avoid taking risks for specific skills unless the other abilities within the crystal core are passable, or the undesirable ones are negligible. Heh, who am I? The so-called Prince of Luck. Jiang Xiao grinned smugly. Cut the crap. You got the Shield of Light, yet you were acting like death warmed over just now. What were you trying to pull? Ouyang Lanlan snapped irritably. You had us worrying for nothing. I really want to punch you. Sigh. Jiang Xiao sighed softly. My skill quality isn't that great, only purple grade. Compared to Yang Chen's golden grade skill, it falls short. Thinking about how big the gap between us will be in the future, it just makes me a little sad. Yang Chen was speechless. Ouyang Lanlan felt like stabbing someone. This guy was such a backhanded compliment. Generally speaking, blue and white quality skills have the highest drop rates. Purple quality is actually quite rare. And they're incredibly rare. As for gold tier quality, the probability is even lower. In most cases, white and blue quality are the norm. Even Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke mostly have blue quality skills. Jiang Xiao, you seem like you're asking for a beating today, huh? Ouyang Lanlan shot him a fierce glare. Jiang Xiao felt a chill run down his neck. He shrank back and said, well, the higher the quality, the better I can protect you. I can absorb more damage for you. You should be happy about that. Don't sweat the small stuff. Oh, and my beast companion, I need to get it a skill too. If I could get charged through for it, that would pair perfectly with human cannonball. As he spoke, Jiang Xiao summoned the giant rat and reached for the crystal core, ready to crush it. Fortunately, this time it wasn't Jiang Xiao acquiring the skill himself, but his beast companion. There was a slight reprieve, and Ouyang Lanlan immediately stopped him. Hold on. Don't you ever learn? Do you really think your luck is that good? Ouyang Lanlan interrupted. We need to check the other skills inside the crystal core first, maybe they're not so bad. Oh. Jiang Xiao quickly set the crystal core down. Next, Yang Chen and the other two examined the crystal core one by one. This crystal core belonged to a snake man. Inside, there were 4 skills in total. Besides charge, the other 3 were super defense, dash, and sprint. The super defense skill had a very straightforward effect, it increased defense by a percentage. Charge seemed less like a defensive beastmaster skill and more suited for melee combat, capable of knocking enemies back. It could be considered a barely adequate defensive guardian skill. Dash is quite similar to charge, but it has a weakness, it can only perform a straight line collision and cannot change direction, making it slightly weaker than charge. Overall, none of these 4 skills are particularly poor choices, Yang Chen analyzed. While they have noticeable weaknesses, they're still usable. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke nodded in agreement. Then can I use them? Jiang Xiao asked cautiously. Go ahead, go ahead. Ouyang Lanlan snapped impatiently. Alright. Jiang Xiao eagerly agreed, immediately crushing the crystal core. Sparkling starlight reappeared, surging into his body. Less than half a minute later, Jiang Xiao opened his eyes once more, a look of worry spreading across his face exactly the same as before. Chapter 183, Are you cheating? Jiang Xiao, I advise you to rephrase your words before speaking. Before Jiang Xiao could utter a word, Ouyang Lanlan had already raised her fist, her expression brimming with menace. She couldn't believe that expression on Jiang Xiao's face for a second. Jiang Xiao scratched his head sheepishly, a smile spreading across his face. No, this time my skill quality really is a bit low, just a blue quality charge forward. Oh, well, no need to feel bad about it. Blue quality is the norm, after all. Actually, it's pretty good. No matter what kind of beast master you are, not having a few blue cards just isn't right. Even god-tier beast tamers have them. Who has nothing but high-quality skills? Ouyang Lanlan patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder, trying to comfort him. But mid-sentence, she suddenly stopped, her eyes widening slightly. Holy crap! What did you just say? A blue-grade headlong charge? Ouyang Lanlan stared at Jiang Xiao in utter disbelief. Is your mouth blessed or something? Not just Ouyang Lanlan, even Yang Chen and Qin Ke were stunned. Acquiring skills like this was purely random, no one could choose which skill to get. Jiang Xiao just got whatever skill he wanted? This wasn't just absurd. This is insane. Yang Chen, in particular, scrutinized Jiang Xiao from head to toe. Did you cheat? Yang Chen was starting to wonder if Jiang Xiao could also choose specific skills like he could. Otherwise, how could both skills be exactly what Jiang Xiao wanted? Is Jiang Zhao's face a bit bigger? If it's not a cheat, then it must be a cheat, right? Jiang Xiao teased him for the first time ever. Even if it's legit awesome, don't brag about it. If you were really cheating, you'd be slicing it up right now. Ouyang Lanlan wasn't buying it for a second. Spill the beans. How did you pull it off? Any tricks you can share? If a beastmaster could actually choose which skill to master, word of that would send shockwaves through the entire beastmaster world. Every beastmaster would go absolutely mad. Selecting any skill, getting whatever skill you want. But that was impossible, of course. As the 3 chatted, none noticed Yang Chen's expression shift slightly when he heard Ouyang Lanlan mention slicing. His lips twitched faintly. He must never voice his desired skills aloud. Otherwise, if it happened every time, he'd be absolutely screwed. Yang Chen silently warned himself, Jiang Xiao only seemed to have a cheat code, but Yang Chen actually had one. If even Ouyang Lanlan suspected cheaters would get sliced, and Yang Chen felt the same, then everyone must think so. He really needed to keep a lower profile from now on. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao felt a bit embarrassed under the curious stares of Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke. Well, it was just luck. My first attempt was for that meat bomb, but I ended up with an unbreakable instead. Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Maybe meeting you has actually improved my luck. Ouyang Lanlan rolled her eyes dramatically, forcing a smile. Your cheesy pickup lines are quite something. Next time, please spare me. Otherwise, I might just stab you in the back. You wouldn't, would you? Jiang Xiao looked at Ouyang Lanlan timidly. Ha? Ouyang Lanlan shot him a glare. Jiang Xiao shrank his neck, too scared to speak, looking like a downtrodden little wife. Lanlan, you know what? I think you and Jiang Xiao are actually quite a good match. Look at you two, it reminds me of that saying, husband leads, wife follows. Qin Ke covered her mouth, giggling. What do you mean, husband leads, wife follows? It's called the wife leads, the husband follows. Ouyang Lanlan corrected sternly. Right. It's the wife leads, the husband follows. See, I even got the idiom wrong. Qin Ke flashed a knowing smile. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Lanlan, you really do like me. I'll listen to you from now on. Ouyang Lanlan froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. Her face flushed crimson as she snapped, who said you have to listen to me? Shut up. Jiang Xiao made a couple of oh sounds before obediently shutting his mouth. This scene made both Yang Chen and Qin Ke laugh. It seemed to fit that saying perfectly. He'd listened to Ouyang Lanlan about everything. Ouyang Lanlan caught the implication, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, yet helpless. She stomped her foot in frustration and changed the subject. Love? Put. I don't believe in love. By the way, Ko, how are your beast taming and skills coming along? Jinka knew she couldn't keep teasing Ouyang Lanlan any longer, lest she truly lose her temper. She dropped the subject and said, my beast companion is already contracted to support type beast of legendary quality with 2 purple tier skills. Holy crap! Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao were both stunned. It was confirmed Jinka was definitely no ordinary person. Securing a legendary grade beast in a single day? That wasn't something just anyone could pull off. She must have been preparing for this all along, just waiting for her level to rise. What kind of family do you come from? You even have a legendary grade beast. Ouyang Lanlan said, tinged with envy. Jiang Xiao felt a pang of jealousy. When you were admiring me earlier, I thought you were genuinely impressed. Now I realize you were just pretending. Way too fake. You were just teasing me to make me happy, right? Jiang Xiao pouted, looking aggrieved. Jinka paused, then laughed lightly. No, I genuinely envy those 2 skills of yours. Neither of my Beastmaster's abilities are what I wanted. You're even luckier than Jiang Xiao. Yang Chen remarked with a hint of admiration. He had a golden tier skill, essentially cheating, while others had 2 purple tier skills. Though not as powerful as golden skills, purple ones were still rare and required sheer luck to obtain. I spent materials on those, Shinku replied modestly before changing the subject. Hey, stop just talking about me. Yang Chen, what about you? What are your plans going forward? What skills do you plan to use? Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao sensed Jinka didn't want to discuss his family situation, so they wisely didn't press him. Instead, they turned their attention to Yang Chen. Yang Chen felt a pang of panic at the question. He didn't want to be dissected. I haven't really thought it through yet. Besides, I don't have the same luck as you guys choosing whatever I want, whatever quality I desire. Yang Chen felt a bit uneasy, and his tone reflected it. It's okay, everyone needs dreams. What if it comes true? Ouyang Lanlan said cheerfully. I asked a friend about it yesterday. Based on your combat style, I think there's one skill that's perfect for you. Shinku offered with understanding. It's called Blazing Void. Chapter 184, Friends. Blazing Void? Yang Chen had never heard of this skill before. After all, there were countless skills in this world, it was impossible to know them all. There were at least 800, if not 1,000, and the vast majority of them wouldn't be found in textbooks. Exactly. Blazing Void is a close-range dash skill. It propels you forward 2 meters. If it hits an enemy, it stuns them and the number of targets affected varies. But it only works once per use before entering cooldown, Shinku explained with a smile. Ha? That seems a bit too one-dimensional, doesn't it? Sure, it has some crowd control, but it doesn't really unleash any combat power. Jiang Xiao seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Shinka smiled and clarified, the attack and control mechanics of this skill are indeed somewhat limited. However, it possesses an additional effect. When activated, it grants invulnerability, making you immune to all control skills and negative effects for 3 seconds after the skill ends. Yang Chen and the others' eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap! This effect instantly elevates the entire skills tier. Control, movement, offense, immunity to control. This makes it seriously awesome. Jiang Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Yang Chen, I think Shinku was right, this skill suits you perfectly. Ouyang Lanlan couldn't help but marvel. The 3 of them had been teammates with Yang Chen for some time now. They knew his combat style well, he loved to attack and dared to go toe-to-toe with enemy skills. Although their squad rarely fought against Beastmaster teams now, there would inevitably be a day when they slipped up. If that day ever came, Yang Chen would be the one to suffer. Therefore, this skill wasn't just about offense and control, it could also grant Yang Chen immunity to control effects. It could significantly increase his chances of survival. Yang Chen thought it was great too. There was just one problem, he had a cheat code. If he specified this skill, wouldn't Shinku and the others grow suspicious? Where is that skill? Yang Chen asked. It's in the 2nd tier, 2-star battlefield number 2, Shinku replied. Most real battlefields are designated by numbers, generally assigned in the order wormholes are discovered. Then I'll try to get there when I can. Yang Chen nodded. By the way, how did it go asking about that money-making opportunity? At this mention, Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao instantly tensed up. This was the matter they cared about most. I asked. There's an artificial wormhole run by someone named Jingpeng that needs level 2, star 2 magical beasts and beastmen, any species, any quantity. Bring back one alive and you get $500, Shinka said. Plus, crystal cores are bought at market price. If there are any magical beast or beastman cubs, they'll pay top dollar. Ha? Only 500 credits? How long will it take to buy a beastmaster and crystal cores at that rate? Jiang Xiao muttered. After all, even the most basic epic tier beast started at 100,000 yuan, and that wasn't even a particularly good one, lacking standout attributes across the board. If they were to buy one such epic tier beast, how many would they have to capture to afford it? 200 beasts. Sorry, but even though there's a rule now prohibiting beast masters more than 3 tiers above the wormhole from entering the wormhole battlefield, many beast masters still moonlight. There are even some low-tier professional beast masters who specialize in this. Shinka said apologetically. Not all beast tamers become powerful. Some are limited by innate talent, compounded by various factors, preventing them from advancing in rank. Thus, they remain low-tier beast tamers for life. Shinka did well to find us this money-making opportunity. At least we have something to look forward to, right? Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving look. Sorry, I didn't mean to blame you. I just worry we'll learn too little and waste everyone's time. Jiang Xiao apologized repeatedly to Qin Ku. Don't say that. We're teammates. Shinka said understandingly. She understood Jiang Xiao's character well. Don't think you're holding us back either. Capturing magical beasts and beastmen alive is still a challenge for us. Yang Chen chuckled. Besides, some research institutes specifically request orc or beastman corpses. They pay top dollar, but they're tricky to capture, Qin Ku added. Like firemen or ice maidens, for instance. Fire women? Those battle-crazed orcs? Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly. I've heard those creatures die if they stop fighting. So they're basically in a constant state of combat, fighting. And I've also heard their crystal cores are extremely hard to obtain. They vanish within 5 seconds after death. And those ice maidens? They melt the moment the temperature shifts. And you can actually capture them? Qin Ku gave a wry smile. It is indeed difficult, but precisely why they hold greater research value. Otherwise, why would anyone bother with low-tier beasts and orcs? They hold no research value. Only these kinds of creatures possess true research worth. You've all heard of Beastmaster potions, right? The potions that boost a Beastmaster's combat power and the feat for tamed beasts all are extracted from these special creatures. Holy crap, so that's how it is! Jiang Xiao exclaimed. No wonder Beastmaster supplies are so expensive, priced out of reach. This is way too complicated. Alright. If it's too much trouble, we won't force it. We'll just capture some beasts and beastmen to sell to Jingpeng. I think that's perfectly fine. Yang Chen said. We need stability, not haste. Sounds good to me. Ouyang Lanlan nodded in agreement, glancing at Jiang Xiao and asking, any objections? I do. Jiang Xiao nodded repeatedly. I want to ask, capturing beasts and beastmen off the battlefield is illegal. How are we even going to get them out? We have a dedicated, independent beast-taming space ring. Qin Ku replied. I've already obtained it. When the time comes, we'll simply stuff the beasts inside and carry them out. As she spoke, Qin Ku showed Jiang Xiao the ring on her finger, a plain, unremarkable silver band. Any other questions? Qin Ku asked. No more, Jiang Xiao shook his head. Alright, since everyone's on board, let's head to Stage 2, Battlefield 2. Yang Chen decided immediately. First, we'll go back and pack some clean clothes. Then we'll meet up to buy supplies and depart this afternoon. After agreeing on the plan, the four split up to handle their respective tasks. As soon as Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao reached the entrance of their dormitory building, a gentle, melodious voice drifted over from the dormitory office. Excuse me, is Yang Chen's dormitory in this building? We're his friends, bringing him some things. Yang Chen paused slightly. He had no friends in Star City. As for friends in Beichang? Even fewer. Chapter 185, The Zhang Family. Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao turned at the sound to see a youth who looked like a student politely inquiring of the dormitory supervisor. The youth was impeccably dressed, his speech revealing composure and poise, giving off an extraordinary aura. Yang Chen, is this your friend? Jiang Xiao looked at Yang Chen with confusion. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. He had never seen this youth before and had no recollection of him whatsoever. Just then, the dorm supervisor called out to Yang Chen, Hey, isn't that Yang Chen? Aren't you Yang Chen's friend? You don't know him? The dorm supervisor looked at Yang Chen in confusion, then at the boy before her. She managed an entire dorm building, so naturally she couldn't know everyone personally. But Yang Chen was, after all, a prominent figure in her jurisdiction. He'd gotten into a fight with someone on the very first day of school, and yesterday he'd caused quite a scene with Li Huanuan right outside the dorm entrance. Naturally, she remembered him well. You're Yang Chen? The youth eyed Yang Chen up and down, his eyes brimming with disdain. A slight smirk tugged at his lips as he remarked, You don't look like much. Just ordinary. I thought you were some rich kid or something. Do we know each other? Yang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. I'm Zhang Ling from the Zhang family of the capital. By seniority, Zhang Shuer should call me cousin. The youth chuckled lightly. I heard my sister Shuer has a boyfriend at Yinglong Academy. I assumed he'd be some genius or scion of a prominent family. Never imagined it'd be someone with no background whatsoever. Seems my sister's taste isn't all that great. That's a bold claim. I wonder how much beast control power you possess. Which academy do you attend? You dare come to Yinglong Academy to show off? Jiang Xiao was utterly outraged. From the very start, this guy hadn't given Yang Chen a single proper glance, acting all high and mighty, looking down on everyone. To belittle Yang Chen like this, even if he were from Yang Chen's girlfriend's family, it wouldn't be acceptable. At the very least, Jiang Shao couldn't stand by and let his brother be disrespected like this without raising his voice. Heh, I'm but a humble freshman at Qingting Academy. My beast master power is 410. A mid-tier 9-star beast master, dual honor tier beast master, with 2 purple tier skills for each beast. And you? Zhang Ling confidently revealed her own beast master stats. 2 beasts and 4 purple grade skills were Zhang Ling's greatest source of pride. Skill grades could be altered using special materials, but the more materials consumed, the lower the probability of achieving a higher grade. Zhang Ling, however, was exceptionally fortunate. Both of his purple skills possessed this quality from the moment of absorption. Later, he upgraded 2 other skills entirely through materials, successfully transforming them from blue to purple in a single attempt. In their circle, whether it was glory tier or mythic tier beasts, there was little to boast about. Only the quality of skills was their true capital for bragging rights. Many scions from prominent families possessed mythic tier beasts with skills of near blue or white quality. Just imagine the vast gap that Zhang Ling's 4 purple tier skills represented. This was Zhang Ling's greatest source of pride. Jiang Zhao's expression shifted slightly. With only 1 purple skill and an epic tier beast, he was utterly overshadowed by others. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't like talking anymore? Zhang Ling tilted her head, mocking him. Is this all you came to tell me? Yang Chen frowned deeply, blocking Zhang Zhao's path. If that's all you came here to say, then you can leave. I almost forgot. Sister Shu asked me to bring you a gift. It's outside. Though I'm not exactly eager to give it to you, I can't break my promise to Sister Shu. So, come with me outside. Zhang Ling finished speaking and immediately started walking toward the exit of the dormitory building. Yang Chen hesitated. If he didn't know Zhang Shuer's character, he might suspect she was trying to break up with him by deliberately sending over one of her clan brothers. After a moment's thought, Yang Chen followed her out. After all, the gift Shuer had given him was still in the hands of this annoying guy. He couldn't let her sincere feelings go to waste. Outside the dormitory building, Zhang Ling stood by a nearby flower bed. He looked at Yang Chen, a sneer curling his lips. Then, he raised his hand and summoned a beast. Roar! The thunderous roar of a tiger echoed throughout the dormitory entrance. A 6-winged saber-toothed tiger, over 2 meters in length and adorned with black and white markings, materialized at the entrance. This 6-winged saber-toothed tiger radiated an extraordinary aura of power, clearly no ordinary beast. Its black and white markings were remarkably orderly, its fur smooth and glossy with a subtle sheen. The scene instantly caused a stir throughout the dormitory building. Holy! A 6-winged saber-toothed tiger? Is this a legendary tier beast? Whose beast is this? So majestic. If only it were mine. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. A beast that can walk on land and fly, an agility type beast. Upstairs in the dormitory building, numerous students leaned out of windows or balconies, their faces filled with envy and astonishment. What are you doing? Looking for a fight? Jiang Shao instantly grew wary. Though the other party was likely far stronger than him, he would never stand idly by if they dared harm Yang Chen. Heh, this beast is a gift from my little sister, sure. Did you know that? I despise freeloaders more than anything in this world. So once you take this beast, you must sever all ties with Shure immediately. You're not worthy of her. Understand? Zhang Ling warned, if I ever hear you're still in contact with Shure again, I'll break your legs and cripple your beast. This time, Jiang Shao remained silent. He knew little about Zhang Shure back in North City, they hadn't attended the same school, and he was unaware of Yang Chen's relationship with her. Judging by Zhang Ling's tone, it sounded like Yang Chen's girlfriend was breaking up with him. Such matters were naturally for Yang Chen to handle. Zhang Ling's words, however, sent a wave of gasps through the surrounding crowd of students. Holy crap, what kind of family is this? They actually gifted a legendary tier beast master beast. Damn, I want a girlfriend like that too, even if we dated today and broke up tomorrow. Who knew Yang Chen's girlfriend would humiliate him like this? Yang, send me your girlfriend's WeChat later, I'll help you call her out. This kind of humiliation is too much for me to stomach. Dude, are you even serious? I can't believe you're so transparent with your ulterior motives. The dormitory building erupted with commotion. Many envied Yang Chen, while others found it disgusting. After all, he was living off someone else. Everyone has this psychological phase, hating freeloaders, understanding freeloaders, becoming a freeloader. Those who despised Yang Chen were clearly still young, unaware of the world's treacherous ways. Chapter 186, I want to beat you to death. If that's the case, I can only say I'm sorry. I don't need this beast tamer. If this is Zhang Shuer's decision, have her come find me herself. I won't bother her. If it's your wish, then please leave this place. Though Zhang Ling's words were infuriating, Yang Chen maintained his composure and restraint, speaking in the gentlest tone possible to avoid conflict. Yang Chen knew full well it couldn't be Zhang Shuer who wanted to break up with him. If it were her, she would have come to tell him personally, not sent someone else to deliver the message. Therefore, Yang Chen concluded this was Zhang Ling's one-sided wishful thinking. Holy! Yang Chen turned her down. Sure, it's embarrassing for a girl to offer breakup money, but this settlement is a legendary tier beast. Yang Chen's an idiot. What good is pride anyway? Everyone looked utterly heartbroken. Yet many secretly admired Yang Chen's resolve, a legendary tier beast, and he just turned it down. This was a true top-tier beast companion. Some people never managed to obtain such a beast in their entire lives. Zhang Ling snorted derisively. Think that's too few? I've looked into your background. You're from North City, which has been overrun by the beast tide. Seems like you don't have much backing, huh? I hear your beast is also a mutated parrot? That kind of mutation probably doesn't boost stats much, right? Do you know Zhang Shuer's background? The Zhang family of the capital. The head of the Green Vine Guild is our current clan leader and the headmaster of Green Vine Academy. What do you have to offer to match the daughter of our Zhang family's prodigy? Therefore, I advise you to abandon your unrealistic fantasies. Here, I'll give you 5 more materials to alter skill quality. These are worth over 1 million, and they're extremely rare. If you take them, with a bit of luck, you might just alter 5 skills and achieve the quality you desire. A faint smile touched Zhang Ling's lips. In his eyes, everything in this world had a price, including so-called love. Yang Chen's earlier refusal was merely a tactic to drive up the price. A legendary tier beast master plus 5 materials for an ordinary beast master without connections, this was already an astronomical price. Given such leverage, any ordinary beast tamer would gladly risk their life or become a slave to serve him. It must be said, Zhang Ling's offer was exceptionally high, causing the students surrounding the dormitory building to gasp in astonishment once more. Many even shot Yang Chen envious glances, wishing they were in his shoes. A girlfriend could be replaced, but losing a legendary beast and those 5 materials might just be a matter of fate. Yang Chen's body trembled slightly as he clenched his fists, his face flushing crimson. Zhang Xiao watched Yang Chen's expression and couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Could it be that Yang Chen was about to agree? Zhang Ling, however, wore a broad smile. He had always said everything had its price. No need to hesitate. Knowing your limits is a virtue. Voluntarily giving up shows you know your place, Zhang Ling sneered. I'll add another 200,000. Satisfied now? Don't be too greedy, or you'll burn your bridges. What do you say? Yang Chen's body stiffened slightly. He slowly raised his head to look at Zhang Ling and said, "If you ask me, I want to beat you to death." What? Zhang Ling froze, wondering if he'd misheard. Did this guy think being a Yinglong Academy student made him some kind of big shot? Before Zhang Ling could process it, Yang Chen lunged forward, summoning his magpie and the 2-headed tricolor python. Woohoo! This big shot is back. Magpie's excited cry echoed. Hiss, hiss. The 2 massive serpent heads of the 2-headed tricolor python flickered their forked tongues, their cold, menacing gazes fixed on Zhang Ling. Holy! Yang Chen has obtained another mutated beast, a 2-headed tricolor python. Holy crap, what kind of luck is this? No wonder he looked down on legendary tier beasts. Maybe this mutated beast of his could rival legendary tier or even higher. What a lucky bastard! Exclamations echoed continuously from the surrounding dormitory buildings. Mutant beasts were far rarer than legendary ones, so rare, in fact, that their scarcity rivaled that of mythical tier beasts. Zhang Ling's eyes brightened slightly as he murmured, 2 mutant beasts? No wonder he had the guts to challenge me. But yours are merely a pet and a lowly creature mutated together, their attributes won't have changed much. Very well. Today, I'll show you the gap between us. Holy, bro, this guy's asking for a beating. I can't hold back anymore. Beige was furious upon hearing this. It was the first time anyone had ever mocked him. Yang Chen, however, had no time for banter with Magpie. He cut straight to the point, enough talk. Take him down. Got it. I've been itching to vent my rage somewhere. Today, I'll use this kid as my punching bag. With a cry, Magpie plunged downward like a golden streak of lightning, swift as the wind. Chapter 187, Zhang Ling's Confidence. Holy! What incredible speed! Is this what a mutated beast rider looks like? Its agility must be many times greater than ordinary beasts. I can barely keep up. The students gathered around the dormitory building erupted in gasps. This wasn't their first time witnessing Yang Chen in battle, but most of the time, Magpie served as a support, aiding Yang Chen in combat. Needless to say, the onlookers were stunned. Even Zhang Ling couldn't help but suck in his sharp breath. He instantly sensed he had underestimated this beast. But it was merely an underestimation. Magpie's agility was undoubtedly high, but its other attributes must be low. That was Magpie's weakness. And with that, you dare challenge me? All I can say is, you're still young. Very well. Today I'll show you the gap between us, so you'll understand just how unworthy you are of Zhang Shuer. Golden-scaled serpent, kill! Zhang Ling roared, unleashing a burst of golden light. Roar! Accompanied by a frenzied roar. A massive serpent with golden scales collided violently with the speeding magpie. A pair of fleshy wings protruded from the serpent's back. Flapping its wings and swaying its tail, it soared upward like a bird taking flight. A golden pillar of light shot skyward. Its momentum pierced the heavens. The magpie dared not meet its fury head-on.
At the moment of collision, it abruptly halted its momentum and darted away to the opposite side. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The golden-scaled serpent grew fiercer with each strike, its constant roars echoing as the meter-long fleshy wings on its back flapped relentlessly, pursuing the magpie. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. This beast tamer must be beyond legendary rank. That looks like a glory tier beast tamer, just look at that speed. Definitely glory tier. Holy crap, what's this guy's deal?
He casually hands out legendary tier beasts and owns a glory tier beast himself.
Who the hell did Yang Chen piss off?
Who knows who Yang Chen's messed with, but this time he's definitely hit a brick wall.
This is absolutely beyond comparison with any ordinary mutated beast. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment.
After all, while Yinglong Academy was considered a prestigious institution, honor tier beasts were still a rare sight. Yang Chen was in for a world of trouble this time. Zhang Xiao was also deeply worried. He was furious at Zhang Ling's actions and wanted to help Yang Chen, but as a support-type beast tamer, he had no close combat abilities. Unless he could shield Yang Chen from damage. But Zhang Xiao sensed Yang Chen likely wouldn't need him.
Yang Chen's footwork, movement techniques, and predictive skills far surpassed his own. If he tried to intervene, he'd likely only slow Yang Chen down. Becoming Yang Chen's liability would spell trouble.
This left Zhang Xiao both anxious and furious, yet utterly helpless. He was literally tearing his hair out. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling watched her beast gain the upper hand, a faint smirk curling her lips. A support beast is meant to be a support beast, she sneered.
Do you really think you can use it as a melee beast? You're truly delusional, just like your fantasy of dating Zhang Shuer. Let the bullets fly for a while.
I trust Magpie will definitely take down your beast.
Yang Chen chuckled lightly. But before that, I'll cripple you first. Two-headed tricolor python, what are you waiting for? Attack! As Yang Chen's words fell, the twin-headed tricolor python's massive serpent heads flickered their four tongues, swaying their enormous tails as they surged toward Zhang Ling.
The momentum was overwhelming. Zhang Ling, however, showed no sign of panic, as if this young man had always been so composed and unflappable. This confidence stemmed from his inner strength, from everything he had experienced since childhood. He was born superior to others. Before him, all must bow. A two-headed tricolor python, yet another lowly demon beast. So what if it's mutated? Today I'll teach you a lesson. Hellhound. Tear this worthless snake to shreds. Zhang Ling summoned his second beast master mount once more. A colossal hound over 2 meters tall, entirely pitch black, radiating an eerie greenish-blue chill. This black hound looked ferocious and eerie. Its eyes lacked pupils, instead glowing with a sinister, ghostly green light that sent chills down the spine.
Its jaws revealed gleaming white fangs, a sight of sheer ferocity.
The beast's appearance once again drew gasps from the surrounding crowd.
Holy crap, another glory tier beast. Holy crap, are glory tier beasts that common now?
Legendary tier and glory tier beasts are everywhere, and there are even 2 mutated ones. I only have 1 hull tier beast, and that was only because my dad spent a fortune and even incurred debts to get it for me.
This world is insane. I feel like I don't belong here at all. What kind of monster did Yang Chen provoke?
This guy clearly comes from an extraordinary background. Looks like Yang Chen's in for it this time. The crowd around him felt nothing but sympathy for Yang Chen. While his pair of mutant beasts was impressive in their eyes, it still couldn't compare to a glory tier beast. Mutant beasts might rival mythical grade beasts in potential, but they weren't mythical grade beasts themselves. Therefore, mutated beasts could possess attributes of any tier, even epic tier attributes were possible. Under everyone's gaze, the Inferno Hound launched its attack. Facing the attack of the two-headed tricolor python, it showed almost no hesitation. In an instant, it charged toward the python. Its strides were incredibly agile, not much slower than those of a magpie. Where it passed, only a black silhouette remained, along with the lingering afterimage of its emerald green glow streaking through the air. The sheer flair of this beast mastery alone allowed the Inferno Hound to completely outshine the two-headed tricolor python. Two-headed tricolor python, hold nothing back. Use your first skill immediately. Yang Chen's eyes were fixed intently on the battle ahead. He knew the two-headed tricolor python couldn't match the Inferno Hound's speed, but that didn't matter. Battles between beasts weren't solely about agility. Every beast had its weaknesses. Take the magpie, for instance. While its agility was exceptional, its other 2 attributes were significantly weaker, making it incomparable in those areas. It's just that the better the bloodline, the more balanced its 3 attributes become. The Inferno Hound's bloodline rank was inferior to the magpie's. Its blazing agility meant its attack and defense were inevitably low. Low attack means it can't deliver high burst damage, it can't one-shot the two-headed tricolored python. This is the Inferno Hound's flaw. Chapter 188, Third Skill? Roar! The two-headed tricolor python let out a double roar, like the dragon's cry, its 2 massive serpent heads becoming even more ferocious and terrifying. Dragon Roar consumes 120 spirit power. After casting, defense increases by 30%. Each attack received boosts attack by 30%.
All percentage-based stat increases scale with level. Though the two-headed tricolor python showed little outward change, Zhang Ling recognized it instantly. Another buff skill? This low-tier demon beast seems to be another support-type beast master, huh? A faint sneer curled at the corner of Zhang Ling's mouth. This fool actually thinks he can take me on with just these two support beasts? Very well. Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Xiao Hei, unleash the combo. Ice and fire collide. Annihilation strike. The Inferno Hound opened its maw, spewing a blue flame that surged like a fiery dragon, charging ferociously toward the two-headed tricolor python. Yet where the blue dragon passed, a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. Instead of radiating heat, it emitted a bitter chill. Wherever it touched, even the nearby grass instantly froze over with a layer of frost. The ground was littered with ice shards. The two-headed tricolor python's mutation lay not in its attributes, but in its skills. In terms of attributes, it held virtually no advantage. It had no time to react at all. It froze solid in an instant. Crackle, crackle. In the blink of an eye, the two-headed tricolor python was frozen solid, transformed into a colossal ice sculpture. Within the ice sculpture, blue flames surged, instantly engulfing the entire body of the two-headed tricolor python. The ice sculpture formed from the serpent's transformation became a fiery ice sculpture. The fusion of ice and fire was utterly bizarre and dazzlingly colorful. It's frozen solid. Holy crap, what kind of skill is this? Frozen solid, yet still engulfed in flames. This skill is definitely no ordinary feat. We're done for. Yang Chen's beast is hard controlled, it's finished. The surrounding students gasped in shock at the scene. Ice and fire convergence, in an instant, he unleashed a hellish inferno, spreading in a fan-shaped pattern with a maximum range of 3 meters. It froze enemies, rendering them immobile for 5 seconds. Simultaneously, the flames inflicted continuous damage, reducing the target's overall attributes by 1% per second. The fire would not extinguish until the target became immune or perished a flameborn from hell itself. This was the source of Zhang Ling's confidence. All his beasts were melee type, offering both control and burst damage, while he himself possessed formidable defense. When facing other beast tamers, he typically relied on this blitzkrieg approach, gaining the upper hand by controlling opponents or their beasts first, then unleashing skills to secure decisive victory. And this is supposed to be a mutated beast? Looks like it hasn't gained any additional attributes? A low-tier beast is just that, a low-tier beast. Nothing to write home about. Time to end this fight. Zhang Ling shot a taunting glance at Yang Chen. What do you say? If you ask me, this is only the beginning because I haven't crippled you yet. Yang Chen sneered coldly. Two-headed tricolor python, what are you waiting for? Get out here. Let this guy cool off. Zhang Ling's face twisted into an even more contemptuous expression. At a time like this, he still had the nerve to spout such nonsense? Beneath the ice sculpture, the two-headed tricolor python's eyes darted about. The next instant, the ice fire encasing it crackled and shattered. Roar! With a thunderous crash, the two-headed tricolor python burst free from the ice. What? It has an immunity skill. Zhang Ling's pupils widened slightly in surprise. What kind of devilish combination skill was this? Logically speaking, if Yang Chen's beast was a support-type mount, it shouldn't possess such an immunity skill. At the very least, it shouldn't exist at this stage. The reason was simple. Currently, whether entering battlefields or engaging in combat, such immunity skills offered little advantage unless facing control abilities. Otherwise, it was practically useless. Intermediate beast masters possessed few skills and beast abilities, making each one precious. However, Zhang Ling quickly realized something. Clearly, Yang Chen had no clue how to properly pair skills with his beast. Without any background, his understanding of beast taming isn't thorough. At this level, having his beast occupy an immunity skill. While your beast can break control effects, it's already used up 2 skills. Next, your beast is just waiting to die. Zhang Ling looked down on Yang Chen even more, his face thickening with a mocking smile. Lowborn are just lowborn. Ignorance can be terrifying. Yet, the very instant that smirk began to form on Zhang Ling's lips, the next second, that mocking grin froze solid on his face. The colossal form of the two-headed tricolor python surged upward in a sudden leap, its entire body radiating a blue lightning energy. Like a thunder king descending from the heavens. Its overwhelming might crush down. This scene stunned everyone nearby. Holy! 3 skills already! This mutated beast possesses 3 skills? Could it be a third-tier beast instead of a second-tier one? Impossible. Judging by its speed, attack, and defense just now, it shouldn't be a third-tier beast. If it were third-tier, its attributes would be significantly enhanced. It couldn't have dodged the Inferno Hound's attack. There's only one possibility: it mutated not in attributes, but in skills. It gained an extra skill. The surrounding crowd buzzed with whispers, piecing together the source of the two-headed tricolor python's abilities. If they'd previously harbored doubts about Yang Chen, now they could only feel envy. Yang Chen's beast possessed an extra skill compared to others at the same level. This was an absolute advantage. Regardless of the skill's quality. Zhang Ling's expression darkened further. He hadn't realized he'd underestimated the power of Yang Chan's beast tamer. In the very next instant, the two-headed tricolor python slammed down before them with blinding speed. Chapter 189, The Fourth Skill. Crackle. A powerful bolt of lightning radiated outward from the two-headed tricolor python, spreading in all directions. Within a 5-meter radius, both the Inferno Hound and Zhang Ling were engulfed by the thunder's force. The Hellhound's jet-black fur stood on end. As for the usually carefree and handsome Zhang Ling, his buzz cut now resembled a perm, emitting wisps of blue smoke as his entire body went numb. He felt as though a powerful electric current surged through his body. This left Zhang Ling's face turning an extremely grim shade. He truly hadn't expected Yang Chen's beast to possess 3 skills. Not only did it possess facial recognition, but also area of effect attacks, and on top of that, area of effect control. This was utterly absurd. The two-headed tricolor python, however, remained completely unaffected. In the next instant, it swiftly twisted its massive body and surged toward Zhang Ling at breakneck speed. Zhang Ling, however, wore a cold smile. Very good. I must admit, Yang Chen, I underestimated you. You're quite special. But surely your Beastmaster skill doesn't have a 4th ability, does it? Zhang Ling stared at Yang Chen with a sinister glint in his eyes. But you forgot one thing, I'm not just a Beastmaster. I'm also a transmuter. I still have skills. Do you know what my favorite food is? Snake meat. That two-headed tricolor python of yours looks perfect. I've never tasted a mutated beast like that before. Now. As the two-headed tricolor python charged toward him, he suddenly raised his right hand and struck forward with a palm strike. Instantly, a blue phantom dragon head coalesced from his palm, roaring with power. Palm strike instantly channels power from the palm to unleash an attack equal to 110% of the caster's attack power. Each level increase boosts this by 1%. Inflicts a 80% chance to stun upon hit. The stun probability cannot be increased by skill level. This was precisely why Zhang Ling had the confidence not to flee when facing the two-headed tricolor python charging at him with overwhelming momentum. While he wasn't adept at close combat against beast tamers, magical beasts, or beastmen, facing a beast tamer stripped of their skills was practically a walk in the park, right? Yet, the very instant Zhang Ling's excitement peaked, his expression twisted in horror. The massive tail of the two-headed tricolor python lashed out toward Zhang Ling like a colossal whip. It whistled through the air with a piercing, ear-splitting shriek. A mountainous roar of screams erupted from the surrounding crowd. Holy, holy, holy. A second-tier Beastmaster actually has 4 skills? Holy crap, am I dreaming? Am I still asleep? How can something this absurd exist in this world? Damn, my lack of education one wholly covers it all. This is beyond absurdity, it's absurdity itself, taken to the extreme. I admit it, I'm jealous. Even if Yang Chen's mutated beast isn't on par with mythical tier beasts, I believe it surpasses them in certain aspects. Damn, that's just too strong. Freaking insane. It's like a little cow taking a flight, it's ing off the charts. Absolutely insane. The surrounding gasps rose in waves, each louder than the last. Their gazes toward Yang Chen shifted completely. What kind of luck had he possessed to acquire such a beast riding skill? And most crucially, everyone had assumed Yang Chen had hit a brick wall earlier. But now it seemed like it was Zhang Ling who had hit the brick wall. Yang Chen's beast-taming prowess was terrifyingly powerful. Over there, Zhang Ling's eyes widened in shock. His rapidly shrinking pupils flickered with utter astonishment and disbelief. He never dreamed Yang Chen's two-headed tricolor python could possess a 4th beast-taming skill. A bold and shocking thought instantly formed in his mind. Could it be that Yang Chen's two-headed tricolor python possessed double the skills precisely because it had 2 heads? This was utterly absurd. It was something he had never imagined. Yet now, he could do nothing. The instant the two-headed tricolor python lashed its tail, a sharp crack echoed through the air. It felt like it had struck his very soul, leaving his mind blank for a moment. This was the daze effect unleashed by the skill rattlesnake. As the massive tail of the two-headed tricolor python drew nearer, the reflection in Zhang Ling's eyes grew clearer and more ferocious. No! No! Boom! With a thunderous crash, Zhang Ling was flung over 10 meters like a dead dog by the double-headed tricolor python strike, immediately coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. This scene left the surrounding crowd utterly speechless once more. It must be said, Yang Chen's beast control was truly terrifyingly powerful. Chapter 190, The Ruthless One. Yang Chen, don't get cocky. I admit I underestimated you. But our battle isn't over yet, I still have the golden-scaled great serpent. Now your beast has no skills left. Let's see what you can do now. Zhang Ling was utterly arrogant, his eyes still brimming with unbridled audacity. Though caught off guard by Yang Chen's beast, he refused to bow to him. Because Yang Chen was unworthy. Yet, the moment Zhang Ling finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted overhead. Zhang Ling and the surrounding crowd looked up to see the magpie bird clutching the golden-scaled serpent in its talons like a slippery eel, crashing down from the sky. Boom! The golden-scaled serpent crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The serpent struggled desperately, but Beige pinned it down, its frantic thrashing utterly futile beneath the bird's powerful claws. Holy! Yang Chen's support beast defeated that glory tier combat beast. Damn awesome. Shouldn't support type beasts have mutations in their spiritual attributes? How can its combat power be so formidable? I bet this support beast has incredibly powerful skills. Maybe even a golden passive ability. The surrounding crowd erupted in gasps. They'd always known Yang Chen was somewhat formidable, but that was based on his personal prowess. No one truly understood the true strength of his beast. In truth, within the profession of beast tamers, one's personal strength truly shouldn't be taken too seriously. The higher a beast master's rank, the less opportunity they have to fight directly. They primarily rely on their beasts to do the fighting. However, the combat prowess demonstrated by Yang Chen's beast master now has completely shattered everyone's perception of him. Yang Chen's beast had defeated 2 glory tier beasts. Incredibly powerful. Zhang Ling was utterly stunned, her mind going completely blank. He couldn't believe his own beast couldn't even hold its own against a support-type beast? How was this possible? How did he manage that? Zhang Ling stared at Yang Chen as if he'd seen a ghost. Was this guy's beast really just an ordinary mutant? This had to be some kind of freak, right? Bro, what do we do now? How about we just eat this beast? I've never eaten a snake this big before. Beige turned his head to look at Yang Chen, then shot a defiant glance at the 2-headed serpent. Last time, I didn't get any snake meat. The 2-headed tricolor python instinctively retracted its neck. Fear and dread flickered in all 8 eyes. Both pairs of heads seemed to recall something dreadful. This scene was witnessed by everyone around them, leaving them inwardly exclaiming, "Holy crap! Is this parrot really that formidable? How could the formidable 2-headed tricolor python actually fear a magpie? What had the Manhwa bird done to the snake?" Speculation ran wild among the crowd. Zhang Ling's face paled at the words. She snapped, "Yang Chen, don't you dare! I'm from the Zhang family of the capital, a student of Qingting Academy. If you dare touch me, neither the Zhang family, Qingting Academy, nor the Qingting Guild will let you off. Not just you, even your entire Yinglong Academy wouldn't dare provoke us. If you dare touch my beast, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." At these words, the surrounding crowd fell silent. It must be said, though Zhang Ling was arrogant, her background was downright terrifying. Qingting Academy was the foremost among the 4 great first-class academies, and the Qingting Guild was the largest guild in Dragon Nation. In terms of power, it was second only to the official authorities. Its influence was vast. Moreover, both the academy and the guild were firmly in the hands of the Zhang family. One could only imagine how formidable the Zhang family truly was. Zhang Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. While Zhang Ling was an utterly detestable individual, he was truly someone you didn't want to cross. "Yang Chen, don't act rashly. Don't forget, your girlfriend is also part of the Zhang family. If you do something rash, won't that ruin her future?" Zhang Xiao whispered his warning. Yang Chen paid no heed, and could only offer sure an apology. Today, no matter who came, he was going to vent his anger. Yang Chen's expression turned cold as he commanded, "Eighth brother, rip off that giant snake's wings. 2-headed 3-colored python, break one of that hellhound's legs. Yang Chen, you dare!" Zhang Ling's eyes bulged as he screamed like a madman, "If you lay a finger on it, I'll kill you. I'll slaughter your entire family. Do it!" Yang Chen remained unmoved, his resolve unwavering. "Got it." Eighth brother cheerfully agreed, then released the golden-scaled serpent and lunged for its wings. The golden-scaled serpent thrashed violently, trying to escape. But it had been severely wounded by Magpie and couldn't muster the strength to struggle. Beige's sharp claws clamped down on the fleshy wings protruding from the serpent's back. With a violent tug, he ripped the pair of wings clean off. The golden-scaled serpent let out agonized wails, as if enduring some cruel punishment. Meanwhile, the twin-headed tricolor python took a far more brutal approach. One of its massive heads lunged at the Inferno Hound, biting down on its front left leg. With a single bite, it severed the limb and swallowed it whole, as though consuming ordinary food. The Inferno Hound also let out a wretched howl of agony. Half of the 2 beast tamers were crippled on the spot by Yang Chen. The surrounding crowd gasped in horror at the scene. Yang Chen was truly ruthless. This young family member, who came from no small background, had truly kicked a steel plate this time. Yang Chen wasn't just ruthless, he was also unyielding. Chapter 191, Revenge. Yang Chen, you're dead. I'll never let you off the hook. Not even Zhang Shuer can save you now. I'm telling you. Zhang Ling screamed like a madwoman, her eyes filled with venomous hatred, glaring at Yang Chen like a venomous snake, her rage reaching the heavens. Yang Chen showed her no mercy. He closed the distance in 2 strides, snatched her up like a little chick, and without a word, began slapping her face left and right. Smack! 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 The entrance of the dormitory building echoed only with the sharp crack of slaps. Everyone around was stunned. Yang Chen was serious. But fair's fair, those slaps sounded incredibly satisfying. It was incredibly satisfying. Zhang Ling endured Yang Chen's slaps for a full 3 minutes. Her entire face swelled up like a pig's head, covered in bright red handprints. Her eyes were glazed over. It was impossible to tell if she was utterly enamored with Yang Chen or on the verge of tears. Yang Chen stopped not out of mercy for Zhang Ling, but sheer exhaustion. He muttered to himself, who the hell said slapping someone was satisfying? My hand hurts like hell. Rumors are untrustworthy. The onlookers' mouths twitched slightly. Slapping someone a few times is satisfying. Who slaps someone for minutes on end like you do? She's a werewolf. That's brutal. Zhang Ling's gaze toward Yang Chen grew even more terrified. Was this guy a demon? He kills both body and soul. Yang Chen looked at Zhang Ling, who resembled a pig's head, exhaled softly, and said, I think this version of you is the most handsome. Are you going to keep pretending from now on? Given Zhang Ling's temper, he'd normally have snapped back at Yang Chen's words on the spot. But remembering how Yang Chen had just whacked him, the words on the tip of his tongue were quickly swallowed back. Zhang Ling shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. If I ever catch you putting on airs again, I'll have my beast kill you, and I'll cripple you myself. You should count yourself lucky that Beast didn't kill you, your Zhang Shuer's clan relative. Get lost. Yang Chen tossed Zhang Ling aside like a discarded chick. Zhang Ling tumbled several times on the ground, covered in dust and dirt, looking utterly miserable. A flash of venomous hatred flickered in Zhang Ling's eyes. He immediately recalled his beast and swiftly turned to leave the dormitory building. Yang Chen, we've stirred up trouble this time. This isn't some minor issue like the artificial wormhole. Jiang Shao voiced his concern. Don't worry, it's not you who provoked them, it's me. Yang Chen corrected. But if you've stirred it up, doesn't that mean I've stirred it up too? Jiang Shao shook his head slightly. If the Zhang family comes after you for revenge, do you expect me to just stand by and watch? You've got a point. Yang Chen nodded and chuckled. Then you'd better be careful from now on. Don't get caught by the Zhang family, or you'll end up in a world of trouble. Ha? Capture me? Aren't they after you? Jiang Shao asked in confusion. And why aren't you afraid? You said it yourself, we've already provoked a force comparable to, or even more formidable than, the wormhole. What good would fear do? Our only chance to survive is to enter the National New Beast Master competition and secure a top ranking. If we don't, we're all dead meat. So why overthink it? Just do it. Pack your stuff, we're heading out. Yang Chen called out to Jiang Shao before striding toward the dormitory building. You're right. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Shao grinned and followed suit. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling fled Yinglong Academy in utter disarray. Yet instead of leaving, he stopped right at the academy gates, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. After 3 rings, the call was quickly answered. The sound of a woman's hurried breathing came through the line, as if she were engaged in something unspeakable. However, a man's voice soon took over. Young Master Ling, is your business taken care of? I'll come pick you up immediately. Before the man on the phone could finish his sentence, Zhang Ling roared, cutting him off, within 10 minutes. I want to see your people. Gather everyone you have in Xingqing and bring them to Yinglong Academy. 10 minutes. If you're not here in 10 minutes, I'll kill your entire family. At these words, the man on the other end paled visibly. He opened his mouth to ask something, but before he could speak, Zhang Ling slammed the phone down. Zhang Ling's eyes turned cold as he stared toward the dormitory buildings of Yinglong Academy. He was a man who never let a grudge go unavenged. Today's wrongs would not be left unpunished overnight, they would be settled immediately. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Of course, Zhang Ling rarely had enemies. From childhood onward, no one dared to cross him, at least not openly. He had never been publicly humiliated, let alone slapped in the face. Yang Chen had done all of these things. Yang Chen must die. He would make Yang Chen die today. He would make Yang Chen understand the consequences of crossing Zhang Ling. He would make Yang Chen regret ever being born. 10 minutes later, over a dozen luxury vehicles sped up and came to a screeching halt at the gates of Yinglong Academy, drawing the stares of many students. A middle-aged man who appeared to be over 40, his face marred by a vicious scar, led a group of over 30 people. Upon seeing Zhang Ling's grim expression, his heart sank. It's over. This was bad. He was Li Zhantian, the Zhang family's guardian tasked with protecting Zhang Ling. He knew Zhang Ling had a terrible temper, prone to rage at the slightest inconvenience, but he had never seen her look this grim before. Even when displeased in the past, Zhang Ling had always maintained an air of composure and calm. His personality was like a venomous snake. Even when he intended to kill, a smile would still linger on his face. Zhang Ling was a treacherous individual. Yet now, this treacherous and deceitful individual had shed all pretense, revealing his truest emotions. This signaled something was seriously wrong. Li Zhantian inwardly groaned. Normally, he stayed close by Zhang Ling's side, providing personal protection. But today, Zhang Ling had claimed she needed to handle something alone and had dismissed him. Li Zhantian didn't think much of it. In Manhwa, few dared to cross Zhang Ling. Without a moment's delay, Li Zhantian hurriedly gathered the Zhang family and Qingteng guild members, jogging over to Zhang Ling. Young Master Ling, 10 minutes is too urgent. I only managed to notify those near Yinglong Academy. Li Zhantian apologized hastily, but rest assured, young Master Ling, these are all high-level beast masters and above. Very good. A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Ling's eyes as he commanded, "Everyone, summon your beasts immediately. Follow me into Yinglong Academy." Chapter 192, Utterly Arrogant. Roar! 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 One after another, the beasts were summoned, their overwhelming presence drawing the attention of many students. Who are these people, summoning so many beasts? They don't look like our academy students. They're not here to cause trouble, are they? Who's bold enough to come crash the party at Yinglong Academy? The surrounding students buzzed with whispers. Many students even pulled out their phones, recording Zhang Ling and the others' actions in full and posting the footage to the campus intranet. The incident instantly sent shockwaves throughout the entire Yinglong Academy. The conflict that erupted between Zhang Ling and Yang Chen at the dormitory entrance spread like wildfire throughout the entire academy. Zhang Ling had come to retaliate against Yang Chen. This left many students deeply dissatisfied. Zhang Ling, a student from Qingting Academy, had lost a one-on-one duel to Yang Chen. Now she was bringing a group of beast masters, all above the advanced rank, to exact revenge. And she was doing it so openly. It was a blatant sign of disrespect toward Yinglong Academy. At the same time, the phones in the Yinglong Academy dean's office were ringing off the hook. Simultaneously, numerous students rushed toward the dormitory building where Yang Chen and his group resided. Zhang Ling's arrogance had crossed the line. This was no longer just Yang Chen's personal matter, but an issue involving the entire Yinglong Academy. If Zhang Ling dared to make a move, they weren't going to take it lying down. Of course, not all students shared this sentiment. Many were simply going to watch the spectacle unfold. Zhang Ling led his entourage in a grand procession. Along the way, they encountered numerous students casting hostile glances their way, while others snapped photos with their phones. Zhang Ling made no effort to stop him. This was precisely the effect he wanted. He wanted to make a grand show of it. He wanted to see just who at Yinglong Academy dared to stand in his way. Whoever stood in his way would be declaring war on the Zhang family. Even the principal of Yinglong Academy would have to think twice. He was determined to make Yang Chen understand. You've provoked the wrong people. No one can protect you. When Zhang Ling arrived at Yang Chen's dormitory building, the entrance was already packed with people, a dense crowd gathering around. It was truly a sea of people. Zhang Ling sat atop Li Zhan Tian's black and white striped tiger and declared, "Yang Chen, come out and face your death." These words instantly ignited a wave of fury among the surrounding students of Yinglong Academy. You're from Qingting Academy? You couldn't win in a one-on-one fight, yet you dare call reinforcements for revenge? You really think we Yinglong Academy is nothing? Looking for a brawl? We Yinglong Academy aren't afraid. Come on if you've got the guts. Damn it, what's so great about having a few beast tamers? We've got them too. Everyone, grab your weapons. A shout erupted from somewhere in the crowd. Those who already resented Zhang Ling's arrogance had their anger instantly ignited, summoning their beasts on the spot. Among these students were freshmen, sophomores, and juniors alike. Advanced beast masters were among them too. Though each might have only a few beasts, their sheer numbers meant thousands of creatures were summoned together. Some soared through the sky, circling overhead and watching Zhang Ling's group, ready to attack at their master's command. Those that walked the ground prowled menacingly around the perimeter, completely surrounding the lawn outside the dormitory building. The variety of beasts was astonishingly comprehensive, resembling a grand beast-taming convention in scale and spectacle. Zhang Ling, however, showed no sign of panic. Do you dare to move? Do you know who I am? I am Zhang Ling of Qingting Academy, Zhang Ling of the Qingting Guild, and Zhang Ling of the Zhang family of the capital. Whoever's brave enough, come at me. Let me see how tough your Yinglong Academy really is. Zhang Ling looked down on the surrounding Yinglong Academy students with utter disdain, not giving them a second thought. He couldn't believe these punks would dare defy the Zhang family just for Yang Chen. Even the Dragon Nation's government now showed them the Zhang family 3 parts of respect. True to form, the moment Zhang Ling finished speaking, an uproar erupted outside the dormitory building. Though they were all students of Yinglong Academy, they had all heard of the Zhang family of the capital. They were the foremost family in the Dragon Nation's Beastmaster circles. They controlled both Qingting Academy and the Qingting Guild. Countless prodigious beast tamers had emerged from the Zhang lineage over the years. Moreover, the Qingting Guild itself attracted numerous talented beast tamers who joined its ranks directly after graduating from the academy. The Greenvine Guild gathers over 30% of the Dragon Nation's most talented beast tamers, powerful beast tamers. Such a force is not something even the Dragon Nation government can easily ignore. In fact, it could be said that the government itself holds them in considerable awe. While many students at Yinglong Academy came from distinguished backgrounds, a significant number were of ordinary origins. They dared not provoke anyone from the Zhang family. In an instant, the chaotic crowd grew noticeably quieter. Many students immediately and silently recalled their beasts into their beast summoning spaces. Others, too afraid to utter a sound, took a small, fearful step back. Zhang Ling's arrogance made them feel utterly humiliated. But there was nothing they could do. Zhang Ling had every reason to be arrogant. They couldn't afford to provoke her. Zhang Ling surveyed the room. Many students avoided her gaze, lowering their heads. Of course, many others glared at her with fury, as if they could devour her with their eyes. Yet none dared utter a word. Zhang Ling dismissed them with utter contempt. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao had already returned to the dormitory building. Yang Chen took another shower and was just about to rest when he heard a chaotic, noisy commotion outside. Jiang Xiao, who had been dozing off, was also roused by the commotion. Before Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao could investigate what was happening outside, their dorm door was pounded on. Yang Chen! Yang Chen! Get out here fast! Zhang Ling brought people to get revenge. The voice outside sounded urgent. Yang Chen frowned, stepped forward, and opened the door. There stood a teenager with a face covered in acne. Yang Chen recognized him. It was his classmate, Zhang Dali. What did you just say? Yang Chen demanded. I said Zhang Ling brought over a dozen high-level beast masters and above to get revenge on you. Don't you dare go out there. That guy is seriously trying to kill you. Zhang Dali hurriedly replied. What? That bastard Zhang Ling is already here for revenge? He's got the nerve to show up? Can't beat me one-on-one, so he brings a gang? Does he have any shame left? Jiang Xiao instantly flew into a rage. Such a person was utterly despicable. Before Yang Chen could speak, shouts erupted outside the window. Yang Chen, come out and die. Chapter 193, Yang Chen's unwavering stance. Yang Chen, I think we shouldn't go out. A wise man avoids trouble. They're making such a racket, the academy will surely intervene. Jiang Xiao urged, better safe than sorry. What if the academy doesn't step in? Yang Chen countered. Jiang Xiao was at a loss for words. The conflict between Yang Chen and Zhang Ling was a personal grudge. The academy might genuinely choose not to intervene. Am I supposed to hide in the dorms for the rest of my life? We still have to go to the second stage battlefield too this afternoon. This concerns your second beast summoning. We can't just hide in the dorm. Yang Chen gave a self-deprecating chuckle. This mess is my doing, not yours. I bet Lon Lon and the others have gotten word by now. Tell them not to come over. I'll handle this myself. How exactly do you plan to handle it? Jiang Xiao asked with a wry smile. Besides, do I look like the type who shies away from trouble? It's not about being afraid. It's just, if I get beaten to death, at least someone can collect my body, right? Yang Chen chuckled lightly, then turned and walked toward the dormitory exit. Yang Chen didn't regret crippling Zhang Ling's beast. If becoming a beastmaster meant enduring humiliation and living in fear, he'd rather die. Yang Chen. Jiang Xiao tried to call out to Yang Chen, but his phone rang again. It was Ouyang Lanlan. Jiang Xiao stopped to answer her call. At the same time, outside the dormitory building, Zhang Ling continued to rant. Yang Chen, what's the matter? You don't dare come out now, do you? Now you're scared? You think hiding in the dorm building will keep you safe forever? I'll give you one more minute. If you don't come out, I'll tear down your dorm building. Zhang Ling was utterly arrogant. The moment Zhang Ling's words fell, a crimson gold figure suddenly burst forth from the third floor of the dormitory building. The magpie spread its wings and soared into the sky. Yang Chen stood atop the magpie's back, looking down at Zhang Ling with a slight sinking feeling in his heart. Over a dozen beast tamers surrounded Zhang Ling, 7 or 8 at the grandmaster level, the rest all masters. The Zhang family truly lived up to its reputation as the foremost clan in Dragon Nation. In just over 10 minutes, they had mobilized such a formidable force of beast masters. This weighed heavily on Yang Chen's heart. There was no need for a fight. He knew he couldn't possibly win. Yet fear did not grip him. At worst, he would die. Before dying, he would drag Zhang Ling down with him. Very well. At least you have the guts to show yourself, Zhang Ling sneered. You're a defeated foe, how dare you show your face? Can't win one-on-one, so you call for backup. I look down on cowards like you. If you've got the guts, come fight me one-on-one. Beijai shot Zhang Ling a contemptuous glance. Zhang Ling's expression darkened. He'd never been mocked like this in his life, and now he was being looked down upon by a beast tamer. Could he just let this slide? You filthy beast. Just you wait, I'll pluck every last hair off your body. Roast you alive. Zhang Ling gritted his teeth, hurling curses at the top of his lungs. His face darkened as he glared at Yang Chen. Get down here this instant. Kneel and beg for forgiveness. I'll only kill your beast if you do. Refuse, and I'll grind your bones to dust. Zhang Ling's face was twisted with venomous hatred, like a poisonous snake. Kneel my ass. Yang Chen retorted without a shred of politeness. If you've got the guts, just do it. Stop all this bull. Holy. The surrounding students erupted in gasps. Yang Chen is awesome. Some students even shouted excitedly. After all, standing before Yang Chen was a scion of the Zhang family of the capital. And Zhang Ling was surrounded by so many grandmaster-level beast masters. Yet Yang Chen dared to be so confident, showing Zhang Ling no respect whatsoever. What guts! This made many students feel as if something within them had suddenly awakened, their bodies burning with fervor. Of course, some students looked down on Yang Chen. In this situation, his attempt to provoke Zhang with such words was an extremely unwise decision. Fine. Looks like you've got nothing left but a big mouth. I hope you're still so cocky in 5 minutes. Zhang laughed bitterly, her voice tinged with fury. Li Zhantian, 5 minutes. If you don't bring him before me, you're dead. Li Zhantian and the others paled slightly at her words. Kid, let me give you some advice. Before I make my move, you'd better know your place and avoid unnecessary suffering. Li Zhantian said with a grim expression. Yang Chen remained silent. He glanced at Zhang Ling, took a deep breath, and in the next instant, roared. Move. Beige. The moment Yang Chen's words fell, Beige immediately activated his support skills, channeling them all into himself. Yang Chen wasn't idle either. He summoned the two-headed tricolor python in an instant. At that very moment, Beige also sprang into action, diving straight toward Zhang Ling with lightning speed, heading directly for her. The surrounding students erupted into an uproar. Not only was Yang Chen unfazed by a Grandmaster-level Beastmaster, he actually launched an offensive. Not only them, but even Zhang Ling and Li Zhantian were startled by Yang Chen's aggressive move. Especially the magpie's speed, it was downright absurd. Was this the kind of speed a Beastmaster at the intermediate level should possess? Zhang Ling's mind instantly flashed back to the scene of Yang Chen beating him earlier, and his face turned pale. Quick! Control him! Don't let him get near me! Zhang Ling screamed frantically and anxiously. Li Zhantian and the others snapped into action. You bastard, you're asking for it. Celestial Spirit Bind. Stop him! Li Zhantian roared. Beside him, a beast-tamer creature resembling a meatball lantern with only a head emitted a burst of earth-yellow light. The light exploded before Yang Chen, transforming into strands of earth-yellow radiance that coiled toward him. Like tentacles, the beams wrapped around him from all directions, leaving Yang Chen no room to hide. Even if Magpie was lightning fast, what good would it do? Could he possibly evade them? Impossible. Li Zhantian's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a confident smile. This kid was far too overconfident. Yet, in the very next instant, a scene unfolded that left him utterly speechless. The two-headed tricolor python summoned by Yang Chen plummeted from midair, only to be violently restrained by the earth-colored beams, frozen in midair. Meanwhile, the magpie beneath Yang Chen's feet darted like an arrow, evading the celestial restraints and continuing its charge toward Zhang Ling. The entire dormitory entrance erupted in an uproar. Chapter 194, The Overbearing Dean. Holy crap, Yang Chen's method of breaking control is pretty unique. Got it. So that's how you break someone's control, by sending your own beast to counter it. Damn impressive. He's a badass. The surrounding students looked like they'd discovered a new continent. It was the first time they'd ever seen someone actively fling their own beast out to evade control. Truly ingenious. Not just them, even Zhang Ling and Li Zhantian were momentarily stunned, their minds buzzing. What the hell kind of tactic is this? They'd seen people dodge control skills before, but never someone using their beast to block control outright. It was a bit out of the ordinary. However, without the hindrance of celestial spirit restraint, Magpie effortlessly broke through Li Zhantian's control. It transformed once more into a crimson gold streak of light, charging straight toward Zhang Ling. Its momentum was ferocious beyond measure. Zhang Ling felt his heart skip a beat. He finally understood Yang Chen was targeting him. Yang Chen was intent on beating him senseless. Zhang Ling's face drained of color as he shouted urgently, Quick! Stop him! Looking for death! All ranged beastmasters, unleash your long-range skills now. Let's see what he can do to defend himself. Fire! Enraged by Yang Chen, Li Zhantian immediately commanded his beast to unleash a fireball spell. A massive fireball plummeted from the sky, crashing toward Yang Chen. Other beastmasters simultaneously unleashed their own ranged skills. In an instant, the sky and ground erupted with a kaleidoscope of skill colors. A barrage of diverse abilities rained down on Yang Chen and Magpie as if they were worthless. A 180-degree field of fire left virtually no blind spots. If Yang Chen dared to charge forward, he would undoubtedly be struck by those skills. Yet, at this critical moment, a resonant voice suddenly boomed from behind Zhang Ling and the others. How dare you! You students of Qingting Academy are utterly arrogant. Daring to bully others at our Yinglong Academy, attacking the outnumbered. As the voice faded, earth-shaking footsteps echoed, as if some colossal creature was charging forward, causing the very ground to tremble. Immediately after, a silver figure descended from the sky. A giant ape, covered in silver fur and standing nearly 10 meters tall, appeared before Yang Chen. It reached out, cradling Yang Chen and Beige within its palms. Instantly, a golden circular shield materialized on the ape's back. As beams of light descended, the golden shield grew increasingly solid, as if it were about to become a tangible, physical shield. Boom! Amidst a series of explosive booms, various ranged skills slammed into the golden shield, detonating upon impact. Finally, the golden shield shattered. Many skills even struck the giant ape itself, scorching a patch on its back. Roar! The giant ape roared furiously, its eyes bloodshot, as if it intended to tear Zhang Ling and the others to shreds. Whoever dares to attack won't walk out of Yinglong Academy alive. Chen Xiangshan, his face dark and grim, approached with He Jun and dozens of other instructors in tow. By then, the giant ape had already placed Yang Chen and the others safely on the ground, unharmed. He Jun immediately approached Yang Chen. Yang Chen, are you alright? We're fine. Yang Chen glanced at Chen Xiangshan, He Jun, and the other instructors, feeling a surge of gratitude. Yinglong Academy hadn't abandoned them after all. Otherwise, he truly would have fought to the death, leaving it to fate to decide who lived longer. Glad to hear it. Leave the rest to Dean Chen. He Jun exhaled softly. That giant ape seems injured. Yang Chen looked worriedly at the dark, bruised back of the beast. It's fine. This is the Dean's defensive beast. Such injuries are nothing, just a scratch at most. He Jun offered reassurance. At that moment, Chen Xiangshan swept his gaze over the surrounding Yinglong Academy students and barked, "Are you all dead? They've attacked our students, and you're just standing around watching the show? Don't you feel ashamed?" As Chen Xiangshan's gaze swept over them, the students dared not meet his eyes. They lowered their heads in silence, not daring to utter a word. If it were anyone else, they would have jumped in without a second thought. But Zhang Ling was from the Zhang family of the capital. They couldn't afford to provoke her. Chen Xiangshan, of course, understood the situation. He gave a cold snort but said nothing more. His gaze shifted to Zhang Ling, his expression neither sad nor happy, radiating an imposing authority. He said, "You must be the young one from the Zhang family? What do you mean?" Zhang Ling showed no regard for Chen Xiangshan, sneering coldly, "So Yinglong Academy intends to protect Yang Chen, huh? Since you know I'm from the Zhang family, I'll give you this advice, you'd be wise not to do that. Today, whoever protects Yang Chen is declaring war on the Zhang family. You'll bear the consequences." Chen Xiangshan was so enraged by Zhang Ling's words he laughed bitterly. "Unless you apologize, I doubt you'll be leaving here today in one piece. Everyone, summon your beasts." No sooner had Chen Xiangshan finished speaking than instructors like He Jun, without the slightest hesitation, summoned their beasts immediately. Among the instructors present, the lowest ranked were master-level beast masters, each commanding at least 4 beasts. With 30 to 40 instructors present, over 100 beasts were summoned, nearly filling the entire area outside the dormitory building. The surrounding students, emboldened by Chen Xiangshan's backing, summoned their own beasts without fear. Hundreds of beasts glared menacingly at Zhang Ling, while over 100 more circled overhead, obscuring the sky and filling the air with incessant roars. Li Zhantian and the others instantly grew grim, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Their small group couldn't possibly withstand so many beast tamers. Zhang Ling's expression darkened instantly. This was the first time anyone had dared to refuse the Zhang family's face. Zhang Ling's eyes locked onto Chen Xiangshan as he growled, "You truly have no fear of the Zhang family? Do you know what you're doing? Do you know what you're doing?" Chen Xiangshan retorted with unyielding authority. "Don't you fear the Dragon Nation's authorities? We at Yinglong Academy don't just trample on just anyone. Everyone, prepare for battle." Chen Xiangshan showed Zhang Ling no mercy whatsoever. At his command, all instructors and students were already primed for battle. Even the ranged beastmasters had begun channeling their skills. At Chen Xiangshan's command, they would unleash every ability without hesitation. Chapter 195, Apology. Roar! 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 The beasts roared incessantly from all sides, their deafening cries seeming to pressure Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling's face flushed red, then turned pale. This was the first time he'd encountered a situation where the Zhang family name held no sway. Apologize! 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 From within the crowd of students surrounding them, someone began shouting the demand, leading the others as they advanced step by step toward Zhang Ling, their voices growing louder and more intense. Li Zhantian, accompanied by over a dozen beast masters, felt cold sweat beading on his forehead. Individually, these students, not one of them, without meaning to belittle them, were no match for them. But there were hundreds of them here. And more students kept streaming toward them. The pressure on Li Zhantian was immense. He dared not utter a word, fearing that even a raised voice might provoke a backlash. If these students turned violent, things would get messy. Zhang Ling's expression darkened further, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Yang Chen. Apologizing was out of the question. "Yang Chen, you're lucky to be alive this time. We'll see if you can hide forever inside Yinglong Academy. You'll graduate someday, and when that day comes, I'll see who can protect you then. Sooner or later, I'll finish you off." Zhang Ling shot Chen Xiangshan a final, venomous glare before adding, "And I'll remember you. Let's go." Zhang Ling snorted coldly, lifting his foot to lead Li Zhantian and the others away. But the moment he turned, another dark shadow plummeted from above. A 6-armed ape over 5 meters tall landed beside Zhang Ling, blocking their path. SSSSS. The 6-armed ape bared its teeth at Zhang Ling, its face twisted with ferocity. "Looks like you're still not convinced. I told you must apologize for today's incident. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here standing. I'm giving you one last chance to choose your words. If you refuse to apologize, I'll take action. I'll see just how formidable your Zhang family really is. Chen Xiangshan was utterly unyielding. The dean is awesome. Dean, you're awesome. Apologize. Apologize. The surrounding students were instantly ignited by Chen Xiangshan's formidable presence. A mountainous roar once again echoed through the academy gates. Even the usually timid and introverted students were swept up in the fervor, becoming fearless. Zhang Ling's face twisted into every possible expression of horror. He knew full well that Chen Xiangshan meant business. If he didn't apologize, that man would literally carry him out on a stretcher. He didn't know what kind of background Chen Xiangshan had, but the fact that he wasn't afraid of the Zhang family suggested he must have some powerful connections. Compared to walking out on his back, apologizing didn't seem so unbearable. Walking out on his back would be far more humiliating. With that thought, Zhang Ling took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His eyes slightly reddened as he uttered, "I'm sorry. Let's go." With that, Zhang Ling led Li Zhantian and the others out at a brisk pace. He didn't want to linger here for a single moment longer. This was the first time he'd ever been so humiliated, and worse, it was a disgrace to the Zhang family. Ha! The Zhang family apologized. Weren't you acting all tough just now? Why aren't you acting tough now? Come on, keep it up. Don't leave yet. Let's keep playing. Seeing Zhang Ling humiliated, the students felt elated and began mocking him mercilessly. Cut the noise. Get back to what you were doing. If you've got nothing better to do, go practice in the wormhole. Chen Xiangshan barked. Hearing this, the students' expressions immediately soured, and they scattered. Most of them had just emerged from the wormhole and were finally getting a chance to rest. They certainly didn't want to go back in so soon. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling, hearing the shouts behind her, flushed crimson with rage. She muttered curses under her breath, vowing, "I'll kill you all. I'll make sure you die." Li Zhantian heard these words and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Young Master Ling, if Miss Shure finds out about this, you're going to be in trouble. Besides, with Yinglong Academy protecting Yang Chen, it'll be incredibly difficult for us to take him down. If you kill Yang Chen and Yinglong Academy seizes on it, you're finished. This year is different from previous years. The government and the Zhang family are on extremely tense terms." Zhang Ling's expression darkened at the mention of Zhang Shure's name, and his cursing abruptly ceased. It seemed Zhang Ling held a deep fear of Zhang Shure. Li Zhantian knew that Zhang Ling appeared to be on good terms with Zhang Shure. In this matter, he was entirely considering things from Zhang Shure's perspective. But in truth, Zhang Ling was jealous of Zhang Shure's current standing within the Zhang family. After all, Zhang Shure had originally been a distant relative of the Zhang family. After being brought back by the main branch, her status and standing had soared. Even Zhang Ling, a legitimate member of the main branch, didn't enjoy the same treatment as Zhang Shure. Naturally, Zhang Ling couldn't stomach this. But Zhang Ling was cunning. He avoided openly antagonizing Zhang Shure, even going so far as to feign friendship toward her. His plan was to make her miserable behind the scenes. This current situation was no different. While appearing to act in Zhang Shure's best interests, his true aim was to sabotage her relationship with Yang Chen. Although Yang Chen's background was humble, the fact that Zhang Shure personally hunted a beast for him and even appealed to the Zhang family patriarch when she failed, securing a legendary tier beast. This clearly showed how highly Yang Chen was regarded in Zhang Shure's eyes. This was precisely what Zhang Ling sought to destroy. But I can't swallow this humiliation. Zhang Ling clenched her fists tightly, her teeth gritted as she spoke. I know a way to kill Yang Chen without Zhang Shure blaming you. Li Zhantian suddenly chuckled. Where? Zhang Ling's interest was instantly piqued. The National Newcomer Beast Master Tournament. Only intermediate 9-star beast tamers can participate. Li Zhantian sneered coldly. Many talented beast tamers die in this tournament every year. After all, accidents happen. Zhang Ling's eyes lit up instantly. He had completely forgotten about this event. What if he doesn't participate? Zhang Ling countered. I believe he will. If he intends to marry Miss Shure, his current status and background won't suffice. He must make a name for himself. The National New Beast Master Tournament is the perfect opportunity. And this year, there's also the Quadrennial World New Beast Master Tournament. It's a golden chance to make a name for himself. Li Zhantian analyzed. Zhang Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of amusement playing across his face. That's quite good. Then let Yang Chen live a few more days. The National New Beast Master competition is about to begin anyway. With that, Zhang Ling didn't dwell on the matter. She took out her phone and composed a text message to send to Zhang Shure. I sent my beast to Yinglong Academy, but Yang Chen refused it and even crippled my beast. Zhang Ling didn't exaggerate or embellish, he stated the facts plainly. Whether this message would spark conflict between Zhang Shure and Yang Chen remained to be seen. That would be ideal. Even if it didn't, he could always explain it afterward. Perfect. Chapter 196, The Creditor. Downstairs at the dormitory. After the students dispersed, Chen Xiangshan and He Jun approached Yang Chen. Chen Xiangshan looked at him with satisfaction and said, You did well. You didn't disgrace our Inglong Academy. Dean, please don't mock me. I simply couldn't stand him. Yang Chen gave a wry smile. Regretting it now? Chen Xiangshan countered. Not at all. Yang Chen shook his head. What was done, there was no room for regret. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? He said he'd kill you the moment you graduate. Chen Xiangshan looked at Yang Chen with a meaningful expression. Of course I'm afraid, Yang Chen answered honestly. But they won't get the chance to take revenge because they won't dare. Why? Chen Xiangshan paused, then asked, do you really think the academy can protect you forever? Not exactly. It's because I'm going to win the national championship for rookie beast tamers with my teammates. Only by proving our worth will the Zhang family dare not touch us. Yang Chen declared emphatically. Chen Xiangshan and He Jun both froze, looking genuinely surprised. That's ambition. Chen Xiangshan praised them, his mood lifting considerably. He laughed heartily. I thought you'd ask the academy to handle this matter. Looks like I overthought it. I hope you can pull it off. I can promise you this, if you win the championship in this year's National Freshman Beastmaster Tournament, should the Zhang family dare retaliate, not only will Inglong Academy stand behind you, but the authorities will back you as well. Go for it. Chen Xiangshan gave Yang Chen a firm pat on the shoulder. We will. Yang Chen exhaled slowly, the weight of pressure immense. After offering a few more words of encouragement, Chen Xiangshan finally departed. Jiang Xiao immediately leaned in and asked, Yang Chen, should we tell Dean Chen about what happened inside the artificial wormhole? I don't think Dean Chen is part of that organization. Don't act rashly, Yang Chen pressed his hand down, saying, getting involved in these matters now would make things very difficult for us. All right. Jiang Xiao nodded. Just as they spoke, a large crowd of girls arrived at the dormitory building, causing quite a stir. Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao looked up at the commotion. At the front were Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ko, accompanied by an unexpected figure Li Hanhuan. Yang Chen, I heard the Qingting Academy people came looking for trouble. Where are they? I called all the girls from our dorm building. Ouyang Lanlan strode straight over. Let's go. Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. You're too late. Holy crap. No way, didn't we see that guy acting all cocky on the internal network? If he hadn't said he was from the Zhang family of the capital, I'd have thought he was just some arrogant jerk. Exactly. Exactly. What a waste of time. The girls erupted in an instant. They'd actually come over hoping to help out. Yang Chen felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. Sorry to have you all come for nothing. Thanks for coming. So you're Yang Chen. That video of you beating up that guy was so badass. Well done. Those guys from the 4 major colleges always think our Inglong Academy is inferior. They just needed a lesson. You've really made us proud. Yang Chen, do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about me? I've got the curves both up top and down below. Several girls stared at Yang Chen with starry eyes. Yang Chen blushed under their stares, while Ouyang Lanlan frowned deeply. She had to keep a close eye on him with Shu Shu away. She couldn't let these little vixens lure him away. He has a girlfriend. Ouyang Lanlan planted her hands on her hips and stepped before the crowd. Forget about it. Ha! The girls all looked utterly disappointed. Jiang Xiao cleared her throat. I have someone I like too. And that person is right here in front of you all. As she spoke, Jiang Xiao gave Ouyang Lanlan a knowing wink. Ouyang Lanlan rolled her eyes. Nobody asked you. Put. Just because you like a girl, what does that have to do with me? You're not Yang Chen. I think I saw you in the video earlier too. You were hiding in the back, not saying a word. Whoever ends up being your girlfriend is going to be so unlucky. Several girls shot him sarcastic remarks before walking away, clearly uninterested. These words stabbed Jiang Zhao's heart like knives. Damn, it hurt like hell. We're all on the same team. Why the double standards? What about the girlfriend promise? Jiang Xiao felt utterly wronged. Ouyang Lanlan sneered, her mocking smile like a final blow, making Jiang Zhao's heart ache even more. Lanlan, don't listen to their nonsense. If you hadn't called me back then, Zhang Ling wouldn't have gotten beaten up by Yang Chen. She would have been the one I pinned down and rubbed into the ground. Jiang Xiao declared, pounding his chest. So it's my fault, huh? Ouyang Lanlan said with a hint of amusement, wouldn't it be more likely that you were the one pinned down? No way. Jiang Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Just then, Li Hanhuan approached. Yang Chen, if that jerk tries to get back at you, call me. I'll help you. Yang Chen looked a bit puzzled. He wasn't even close with Li Hanhuan, they'd even had some friction. Why would she want to help him? Damn, you wouldn't happen to like Yang Chen too, would you? Didn't I just say it? Yang Chen has a girlfriend. Jiang Xiao felt a pang of envy. Another gorgeous beauty. Why were they all after Yang Chen? Yang Chen has a girlfriend. No way. He had to cut off this unwanted romantic interest for Yang Chen. That's what love is. What business is it of yours? He still owes me something. I'm his creditor. If he gets beaten to death, where am I supposed to collect my debt? Li Huanhuan shot Jiang Xiao a disdainful glare before turning to Yang Chen with a hint of petulance. Let's go. With that, Li Huanhuan turned and walked away, leaving Yang Chen and the others with a view of her curvaceous silhouette. This girl's got some serious swagger. Jiang Xiao muttered under his breath. What did you say? Ouyang Lanlan's eyebrows shot up in disbelief as she shot Jiang Xiao a cold glare. Jiang Xiao instinctively shuddered and stammered, I said she's a bit off. Oomph. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a fierce glare, mimicking the motion of gouging out eyes. The threat was unmistakable. Jiang Xiao shrank his neck, obediently keeping his mouth shut. Yang Chen watched the two of them, silently shaking his head. These two really were like sworn enemies. Right, Lalan, how prepared are you guys? Given what's happened, we should head into the wormhole battlefield sooner rather than later, Yang Chen suggested. He feared more trouble might come knocking. Chapter 197, Preparing to enter the real battlefield. We're almost ready. Let's hurry over. Ouyang Lanlan nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go upstairs, grab some clothes and head out immediately. After saying that, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao quickly went upstairs to pack. In about 10 minutes, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao were ready. They followed Ouyang Lanlan and Xin Ke to the girls' dormitory building. Ouyang Lanlan went upstairs to retrieve something, and then the group left the school. Zhang Ling and the others weren't blocking the academy entrance, so Yang Chen and his group easily hailed a cab and headed for the second tier, 2-star, battlefield number 2. Upon hearing their destination, the driver stared at them in surprise. You're all beast masters? Such young intermediate beast masters? Not a bit like that good-for-nothing at my place. All he does is eat, sleep, wake up, and play video games. He's practically a lost cause. The taxi driver launched into his rant. Yang Chen and his 3 companions felt a bit awkward. Becoming a beastmaster required a bit of luck. Sometimes it wasn't something anyone could just decide to do. Fortunately, Yinglong Academy wasn't too far from the Tier 2, 2-star battlefield. After about 20 minutes, the taxi pulled up at the entrance of Tier 2, 2-star battlefield number 2. Just as Yang Chen and his companions were about to pay, the driver refused to accept any money. You're fighting for humanity. Though I can't join the battlefield myself, I can still contribute in my own way. I hope we meet again someday. Stay alive. The driver finally looked at Yang Chen and his companions with genuine earnestness before stepping on the gas and speeding away. That guy was actually pretty nice. Jiang Xiao chuckled, his earlier irritation from the long drive instantly melting away. Let's hurry inside. Next time we see him, remember to pay the fare to this uncle. Yang Chen chuckled. Battlefield entrances were typically located in remote areas and heavily guarded. The second tier, 2-star, number 2 battlefield was situated on the outskirts of Star City. The battlefield entrance was constructed like a castle, with towering walls that looked majestic and imposing, giving off a strong sense of security. Even if beasts or orcs suddenly charged out, these walls would likely offer some degree of barrier protection. On top of the walls, beastmasters patrolled and stood guard. At the gate entrance, officials from the Inspection Bureau meticulously verified the credentials of every beastmaster attempting to enter the battlefield. Yang Chen and his 3 companions presented their Yinglong Academy student IDs and passed through the battlefield entrance with ease. Stepping through the gate, the scene transformed dramatically. The streets bustled with activity, a stark contrast to the desolation outside. Lining both sides of the streets were numerous vendors selling daily necessities, materials needed for beast taming, crystal cores, corpses, and more. There were even inns, restaurants, and barbecue stalls. Holy! Is this the entrance to the battlefield? This place is even livelier than our academy snack street. This is just insane. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. If he hadn't known this was the battlefield entrance, he'd have sworn it was some bustling city street. What's so surprising about that? Beast tamers need supplies and sustenance. Typically, battlefield entrances are in remote areas. If you forget something, running back and forth wastes precious time. Having a commercial district right outside makes things much more convenient. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving look. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment, then glanced at the bulging backpack strapped to his back nearly a meter tall. He'd carried it all the way from the academy. Then what about this thing I'm carrying? Carry this the whole way? Jiang Xiao eyed Ouyang Lanlan suspiciously. Ouyang Lanlan flushed slightly, then stiffened her expression. Keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. Jiang Zhao's face flushed instantly. He hadn't been speaking loudly at all. Enough, enough. Yang Chen quickly pulled Jiang Xiao aside. Looking at this guy, he feared Jiang Xiao was trying to win over Ouyang Lanlan. If this kept up, it wouldn't end well. Yang Chen, what are you doing? Did I really speak that loudly just now? Jiang Xiao protested, sounding a bit put out. No. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Then why did you pull me away? Jiang Xiao asked, growing annoyed. Yang Chen just smiled without responding. Have you two finished talking? We still need to go to the Jingping Merchants Guild branch to retrieve the Beastmaster rings. Otherwise, we won't be able to capture the living beasts, Xin Ke reminded them. Alright, lead the way. We need to hurry. Yang Chen nodded. Soon, the four arrived at the Jingping Merchants Guild branch. The branch wasn't particularly large, just a simple front desk with a set of guest sofas inside. In the central area, they displayed some Beastmaster crystal cores and such. It all seemed a bit out of place, as if they weren't primarily in the business of selling crystal cores. "Hello, may I assist you with any crystal cores?" A young woman approached and inquired. "We were referred by Brother 3. We're looking for a beast-taming ring," Shinka said in a low voice. The young woman paused, then quickly recovered, gesturing invitingly. "Please follow me." She led the way around the front counter into a back room. Inside sat a middle-aged man engrossed in a mobile game. Hearing the commotion, he glanced at Yang Chen and his three companions. "This is our branch manager, Brother 3 Eyes," the young woman introduced to Yang Chen and the others. Only then did Yang Chen and his companions notice the faint knife scar between Brother 3 Eyes' eyebrows, resembling a third eye. "Hello, Brother 3 Eyes." Yang Chen and his companions greeted him politely. "Bro 3 Eyes, they were referred by Brother 3, the young woman added. Bro 3 Eye continued playing his game but nodded toward Yang Chen and his companions. "Since you're referred by someone we know, I won't beat around the bush. You all understand the rules, right? If you get caught, we won't take responsibility. If you die in there, we won't pay compensation. You look like students to me. You're still young. If I may offer some advice, try the real battlefield first. Those beastmen and magical beasts aren't so easy to capture." Yang Chen and his companions understood perfectly well. In Dragon Nation, capturing magical beasts and beastmen alive was strictly prohibited except for official or designated beastmasters. Doing so posed a severe threat to humanity. If caught, they'd face immense trouble. Therefore, in such situations, if caught, no one would stand up for Yang Chen and his companions. If they died on the battlefield, no one would take responsibility. Chapter 198 Easy Prey. Entrance Hall of the Second Tier, 2-star, Second Battlefield. Outside, legions of beastmasters stood guard, their beasts unleashed a clear indication they were perpetually combat ready. The lowest ranked beastmaster among these garrison troops was a master-level beastmaster. Yang Chen and his three companions had just entered the entrance hall and taken the elevator straight underground. Numerous other beastmasters were there as well, most of them young. Upon reaching the underground level, they found themselves amidst a bustling crowd of beastmasters, the area teeming with activity as people came and went. Yang Chen and his companions surveyed their surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity. The battlefield entrance bore no resemblance to what they had imagined. In their minds, shouldn't a battlefield entrance be a solemn, oppressive, and tense place? Why did it feel like they'd stepped onto a bustling city street? "You four, is this your first time entering the battlefield wormhole?" A middle-aged man with a sharp nose and monkey-like features approached them, grinning lecherously. "What's up?" Yang Chen furrowed his brow slightly and asked in return. "Nothing major, just wondering if you need a guide," the middle-aged man said cheerfully. "This real battlefield is quite dangerous. If you're unfamiliar with the terrain, entering the battlefield carelessly could easily lead you into encounters with large groups of magical beasts and orcs. You four look like students, don't you? It's no small feat for you to become beast masters. If you encounter large groups of magical beasts and orcs, it could be very dangerous. Don't assume the beasts and orcs in the battlefield are the same as those in the artificial wormhole. The beasts and orcs in artificial wormholes aren't necessarily captured from a single battlefield, they might be gathered from multiple ones. They're only placed together because the environment is similar. So their combat strength and fighting styles are different from those in real battlefields. Is that even possible?" Yang Chen, Zhang Xiao, and Ouyang Lanlan had never been to a real battlefield and knew little about them. All three turned to look at Qin Kus simultaneously. She offered a gentle smile and shook her head slightly. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air. "Ah! My leg! Save my leg!" The heart-wrenching shrieks echoed through the air. It caused a commotion. Yang Chen and the others looked over at the sound and saw several medical staff carrying out 4 stretchers. 3 of the stretchers were already covered with white sheets. At the very front, a youth roughly the same age as Yang Chen and his companions was screaming at the top of his lungs, drenched in sweat. His left leg appeared to have been torn off by some kind of demon beast, the jagged wound spurting blood in his sight that made one's scalp crawl. The sleazy middle-aged man's grin widened at the sight. "TSK Tisk," he remarked. "Those 4 went in barely 2 hours ago. Back then, they were just like you. I advised them to hire a guide to lead the way, but they wouldn't listen. See? I told you this real battlefield is dangerous. They're just inexperienced youngsters." Yang Chen and his 3 companions watched with mixed emotions. The real battlefield seemed far more perilous than they had imagined. The 4-man squad was quickly carried away. The surrounding beast tamers paid little further attention, as if such incidents were commonplace to them. The middle-aged man turned his gaze back to Yang Chen and his companions. "So, how about it? Do you need a guide?" "We don't need one." Yang Chen refused outright. "Damn it, didn't you see what happened? The state those guys were in just now. They could have been killed," the middle-aged man said, sounding somewhat anxious. I said we don't need it. Go find someone else. Yang Chen smiled faintly, then started to walk around the middle-aged man toward the battlefield entrance. The middle-aged man tried to protest, but a square-jawed man emerged from the entrance. He snorted coldly, shot the sleazy middle-aged man a fierce glare, and snapped, "Li Pokface, trying to scam people again? Looks like you're asking for trouble. Get out of here now." Li Matzi swallowed nervously at the rebuke, immediately plastering on a fawning smile. "Officer Zhang, how could I dare? I just saw what happened earlier and noticed these new recruits were scared, so I was just chatting with them." "Officer Zhang, you two chat. I'll be on my way. Next time, I'll buy you a drink, sir." Li Matzi bowed and scraped as he backed away. Once he put some distance between them, he spun and bolted, vanishing into the crowd. "Thank you, sir," Yang Chen said gratefully. From Li Matzi's earlier words and demeanor, it was clear this square-jawed man was likely an official, possibly even a commander of the Beastmaster Corps. Officer Zhang gave a slight nod. "Which academy are you from?" "We're freshmen from Yinglong Academy." Yang Chen answered honestly. "New students from Yinglong Academy have already reached intermediate Beastmaster level? Were you brought here by your academy instructor?" Commander Zhang eyed the four suspiciously. "Where is your instructor?" Typically, novice Beastmasters entering a real battlefield for the first time would be accompanied by an instructor. Clearly, Yang Chen and his companions were not. "We came on our own," Yang Chen admitted without hesitation. Officer Zhang paused, then gave Yang Chen an approving look. "Young man, wanting to enter the battlefield is commendable. But once you're there, never trust anyone. Your own safety must be your top priority. Especially that guy from earlier, he's a fraud. If you see him again, come straight to me. Good luck to you all." "Thank you, sir," Yang Chen replied once more. After Commander Zhang departed, Yang Chen exhaled slowly. Everyone heard and saw that. The real battlefield is dangerous. Everyone, brace yourselves mentally. Once we're ready, we'll head out. What's there to prepare? Just get it done. Jiang Shao snapped. "Let's go in." Ouyang Lanlan nodded. Immediately, the four-person squad approached the entrance. Guided by the staff, they stepped into the battlefield wormhole, embarking on their true journey into combat. Little did Jiang Chen's squad know that as they approached the battlefield wormhole, Li Mazizi had been watching them the entire time. Beside Li Matzi stood two women and a man, who appeared to be his companions. "Did you all get a good look just now? Those guys have Beastmaster rings. Looks like they're going to capture monsters and beastmen. They seem to be students from Yinglong Academy. Easy prey." Greed flashed in Li Mazi's eyes. Chapter 199, Entering the Battlefield. "Brother Matzi, isn't this a bit too risky? Those guys look like they're from Yinglong Academy." A lean man voiced his concern. "What's wrong with Yinglong Academy? Yinglong Academy students are that formidable? They're just young and reckless." Li Mazi shot the slender man a disapproving glare and snapped, "Didn't you hear what they said? It's their first time on a real battlefield. They didn't even have a mentor. They're just four greenhorns." The three men exchanged glances. That much was true. "Also, didn't you notice the two female students in that squad? They've got killer figures, huh? They've got the chest, the ass, and the face. We're in for a treat this time." Li Mazi grinned lecherously. At this remark, the gaunt man and another man's eyes lit up, gleaming with a fiery intensity like starved wolves. But Li Mazi's words drew the displeasure of the only female member in their squad, one who bore a striking resemblance to the prince. "Who doesn't have a face? Who doesn't have breasts? Who doesn't have a butt? I have them too." The princess-like member stood with her hands on her hips, her waist like a bucket, glaring at everyone with a defiant look, as if mocking their lack of discernment. Li Matzi and his two companions felt their mouths twitch slightly. They scanned the princess up and down, and it was somewhat painful to the eyes. "Oomph. Those two women are yours. But hand over both young men to me. Those two lads may look skinny, but I can tell they're fierce." The prince's peach blossom eyes widened, and two ugly blushes spread across his dark cheeks. Li Matzi and the others couldn't bear to look directly at him, silently sympathizing with Yang Chen and Jiang Shao. Those two young men were truly unlucky. How miserable. If it were them, they'd rather be dead. The very thought sent chills down Li Matzi's spine. He began to wonder if spending too much time around His Highness might have some unsavory effects. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he felt the faint warmth in his heart dwindle. Enough, enough. Stop talking and hurry inside. Follow them. Li Matzi hastily quashed his thoughts and urged the others forward, fearing that dwelling on it might actually have an effect. What's the rush? It's only a matter of 3 seconds. His Highness shot Li Matzi a disapproving glance. Li Matzi nearly stumbled and fell flat on his face. He swore that if he could, he'd kick His Highness out of the squad. Soon, Li Matzi and the other three followed closely behind Yang Chen and the others into the battlefield wormhole. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and his 3 companions had already entered the battlefield. Compared to the bustling hall outside the entrance, the battlefield itself was eerily solemn. At the very front of the entrance stood a towering 10-meter-high wall, completely enclosing the entire entrance like a small fortress. Members of the Beastmaster Legion patrolled the interior without pause. The moment Yang Chen and his companions entered, they were intercepted and their basic information verified. Moreover, throughout the city, all buildings lay in near total silence, each entrance guarded by members of the Beastmaster Legion. It's clear that there are no other Beastmasters in this city, everyone here belongs to the Beastmaster Legion. Occasionally, passing Beastmasters would appear, but most seem to have been infected by the tense atmosphere here, even their voices were hushed to whispers. Yang Chen and his 3 companions looked around like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden. However, they were quickly intercepted by patrolling Beastmasters who sternly warned, "This is the Beastmaster Legion's garrison. You'd best keep your eyes to yourselves and refrain from photographing anything here. Otherwise, we have the right to arrest you." Yang Chen and his companions exchanged glances. Now they understood why most other Beastmasters kept their heads bowed, conversing in hushed tones. It seemed the restrictions here were far stricter than they had imagined. In truth, many years ago, within the defensive walls of these actual battlefields, life was as bustling as the halls outside. There were shopping malls, hospitals, and even hotels providing the best possible logistical support for the Beastmasters. However, repeated incidents occurred. Some attempted to breach these exits, connecting to the outside world and unleashing beasts and beastmen, bringing countless calamities and disasters. Following those incidents, marshaled battlefields were placed under martial law. Any activity deemed suspicious by the Beastmaster Corps could be immediately suppressed without authorization. "We apologize. This is our first time here, so we weren't aware of the rules. We're students from Minglong Academy." Yang Chen apologized before handing over his student ID. The lead Beastmaster's brow furrowed slightly. Upon seeing the contents of the ID, his expression softened somewhat. "When you leave the enclosed city later, remember to register. Hunting beasts and orcs will earn you corresponding battle merits. Should you choose to join official institutions in the future, these will serve you well. Good luck to you." With that, the man returned the student ID to Yang Chen. Yang Chen felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. Zhang Xiao patted his chest and whispered, "Isn't this just a second-tier, 2-star battlefield wormhole? Why are they so tense? With their Beastmaster Corps present, how could those second-tier, 2-star beasts and orcs possibly cause an uproar? They absolutely could turn the tables." Shin Ku asserted. "Haven't you noticed one crucial issue? Battlefields are tiered. While Dragon Nation has many powerful Beastmasters now, we've never heard of any battlefield wormhole being completely wiped out." "Right." Zhang Xiao realized, his curiosity piqued. "What's going on? Could it be reserved for us juniors to level up?" "No. If that were the case, they could have simply left some intact. But to date, not a single battlefield wormhole has ever been truly destroyed. At most, they've been sealed for a period." Shin Ku explained, "Actually, long ago, someone attempted this very thing, and it brought about an unprecedented catastrophe. When the number of demonic beasts and beastmen within a slaughter battlefield reaches a certain threshold, they begin to spawn endlessly. Remember endless waves. Tens of thousands of beasts and orcs, swarming in hordes." Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao were both taken aback. They had never considered this possibility, let alone known such details. "Is that true?" Zhang Xiao asked. "Absolutely true. So don't be fooled by this wormhole battlefield's low tier, its danger level is extremely high." Shinko replied gravely, clearly not joking. Chapter 200, Tracking. "Has no one investigated why this phenomenon occurs?" Yang Chen frowned and asked. "Of course they have. But this is the highest level secret of the Dragon Nation, indeed, the entire human world. Not a single whisper has leaked out." Shin Ku answered. "Is it because this secret concerns the fate of the entire human race? What if one day, those beasts and beastmen suddenly burst into the real world, causing catastrophic destruction?" Zhang Xiao said anxiously. Yang Chen rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiao in exasperation. "We're just small fry right now. If something like that happened, there's nothing we could do to change it. Why even think about it?" "Oh, you're right about that." Heh. Zhang Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. "Enough chatter. We should hurry out of the city before the Beastmaster Legion catches us and labels us as troublemakers," Yang Chen reminded them. Immediately, the 4-member squad made their way to the city gate. Beastmaster Legion guards still stood watch at the entrance. They registered Yang Chen and his companions' identities and explained the rules for earning battle merits. Simply put, they could earn it by submitting crystal cores or special items. Crystal cores were obtained by hunting demon beasts and beastmen, while special items were harder to come by. The first category included juvenile demon beasts and beastmen, the second comprised mutated demon beasts and beastmen dead or alive, and the third consisted of specific demon beasts and beastmen either dead or alive explicitly designated by the Beastmaster Legion. After completing the registration, each of the 4 received a merit card before finally departing the besieged city. Outside the city walls, the 4 of them breathed a slight sigh of relief. For some reason, the air outside felt a bit easier to breathe. Over the following days, Yang Chen's squad journeyed steadily away from the besieged city. Unlike the artificial wormholes, key locations around the besieged city featured small fortresses manned by permanent Beastmaster Legion personnel. These areas were largely devoid of magical beasts and orcs, though they bore numerous traces of battle. It was evident that the Beastmaster Legions frequently purged the surrounding beasts and orcs to ensure the besieged city's security. As they grew farther from the besieged city, the number of fortresses dwindled. By the time they reached about 2 kilometers out, Yang Chen and his companions saw virtually no fortifications at all. This defense is truly rigorous. No wonder the battlefield wormhole in Dragon Nation is so stable. Even if a typical beast tide surge occurs, the Beastmaster Legion is fully capable of handling it. Unless every single magical beast and orc within the entire Beastmaster wormhole were storming the fortress. Ouyang Lanlan couldn't help but marvel. It's a pity these beasts and orcs can't be completely eradicated, Yang Chen sighed. If they could be wiped out entirely, the pressure on the human Beastmasters would be greatly reduced. More Beastmasters could then enter the battlefield to eliminate the beasts and orcs. Don't dwell on it. Someday, the problem will be solved, Shinku reassured him with a smile. Exactly. Maybe it'll be resolved within our generation. We are the future hope of the human race. Jiang Xiao said cheerfully. Yang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This guy really did think highly of him. Alright, everyone stay alert. We might encounter magical beasts and orcs next. Everyone, release your beasts. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Chen summoned his magpie and the two-headed tricolor python. Woof! This big shot is back. Holy, we're in another wormhole? Damn it! The magpie let out a howl the moment it emerged. Upon realizing where it was, its demeanor instantly turned as gloomy as a frostbitten eggplant. This was no fun at all, absolutely no fun. The two-headed tricolor python, however, wasn't as dramatic as the magpie. It sensibly lowered its proud head and crawled before Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't hesitate either, stepping right over it. Jiang Xiao glanced at his giant rat, hesitating to step on its head. Instead, he plucked up the courage and climbed onto the back of the two-headed tricolor python. Ouyang Lanlan's three-tailed civet was also available for seating. Shinka's two beasts were as small as onions, so they obediently climbed onto Ouyang Lanlan's beast. As Yang Chen and his three companions swiftly entered the forest ahead with their beasts, the magpie circled overhead, serving as their eyes. The two-headed tricolor python moved with astonishing speed, navigating the forest with remarkable agility. Its massive body dodged trees effortlessly, seemingly unaffected by the terrain. The three-tailed civet was no slouch either. Yang Chen's team remained unfazed, their full attention fixed on the surrounding environment. It was the group behind them, led by Li Mazui, who suffered. Damn it, that bastard actually has two mutated beasts. Even His Highness was startled. Yang Chen's two beasts were obvious to anyone with eyes. The other two were also startled. These guys must have some serious connections. Should we keep chasing? Even if we catch up, we might not be able to beat them. And that guy's mounts are so fast. We're barely keeping up even at full speed. The two ran onward, panting heavily. Unlike Yang Chen and his three companions, they hadn't released their beasts. After all, they needed to conserve their mount's strength for the upcoming battle and dared not exhaust them prematurely. What the hell is his background? Didn't you see how those guys looked when they entered? Like it was their first time on the battlefield. If he really had connections, wouldn't his family have taught him some basic survival skills? Clearly, he's got no backing. He just got lucky, stumbling upon two mutated beasts. Li Matzi sneered coldly. So what if he got two mutated beasts? Once he unleashes all their skills, they'll be lambs to the slaughter. What the hell are we afraid of? Don't you want to get rich? Under Li Matzi's rousing encouragement, the trio regained their full determination. Not long after Yang Chen and his group set off, Magpie suddenly swooped down beside him, alerting him to the presence of someone tailing them. Yang Chen made no sudden moves, only occasionally glancing back. Since becoming a beastmaster, his vision far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even from a kilometer away, he could see everything clearly. In a casual glance, he spotted Li Mazi and his three companions. They were running behind them, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. So it was these guys. Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile spreading across his face. He quietly instructed the two-headed tricolor python, slow down. Chapter 201, having me around is your lucky day. Yang Chen, what's wrong? Why slow down? Jiang Xiao asked in confusion. We've entered a dangerous zone where combat could erupt at any moment. Naturally, we must slow down. Otherwise, how would we handle sudden emergencies? Yang Chen spoke deliberately loudly, though whether intentionally or not remained unclear. Jiang Xiao and the others didn't think much of it. But the four men following behind Li Matzi and his crew heard every word clearly. Damn it! If this guy keeps running like this, we'll be worn out. Li Matzi gasped for breath, cursing under his breath. Who told you to be so stingy with the Beastmaster's energy? Ever since I started following you, I feel like I've lost weight. His Highness complained, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Li Mazizi glanced at the prince, whose weight easily exceeded 300 pounds. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. He certainly hadn't seen the prince lose any weight. If anything, he had the distinct impression the prince had gained. This made Lee Matsi recall that phrase, "Ever since I started following you," and a thought surfaced in his mind, one he wasn't sure if he should voice aloud. "It's not that I'm reluctant. There's another reason. If we summoned the beast, we'd be too conspicuous." Lee Matsi shot the prince a disapproving glare. Knowing he was in the wrong, the prince remained silent. Over the next 2.5 hours, the four-man squad led by Yang Chen ahead of them wandered about at a steady, unhurried pace like headless flies. The four-person squad led by Yang Chen were fine. They rode their beasts and expended little stamina. But Lee Matsi and his group were exhausted as hell. Damn it, what the hell are they doing? It feels like they're just going in circles. We haven't encountered any beasts or beastmen along the way, and they haven't stopped to rest either. Could it be they spotted us and are deliberately circling us? If we keep going like this, even if we don't die at the hands of beasts or orcs, we'll be worn out to death. Yeah, how are we supposed to ambush them then? The three of them were complaining bitterly. Lee Mazizi's face also darkened. They'd been trekking for 2.5 hours and were now struggling to keep going. Yet Lee Matsi still refused to believe Yang Chen had spotted their squad. There's no way they spotted us. If they had, they would have attacked long ago. Why else would they be leading us around in circles? Lee Matsi said grimly, "I suspect they've gotten lost in these mountains themselves." Holy? Getting lost on the battlefield on the very first day? Doesn't that seem a bit unreasonable? Isn't this a bit far-fetched? With skills like that, they dared enter the battlefield wormhole? Even if they managed to hunt down some orcs and beasts, how the hell would they ever get out? All three of His Highness's men were stunned. "Come see. I left a mark here earlier. We've essentially circled this entire mountain forest." Lee Matsi pointed to a nearby tree bearing a distinct, fresh mark, proof they'd just passed this spot. This confirmed Lee Matsi's suspicion that Yang Chen and his group were likely lost, circling back to their starting point. Seeing this, the prince's lips twitched slightly. With a leader like that, their teammates are truly blessed. Brother Matsi, continuing to follow them like this isn't going to work. Yeah, they're dumb, but does that mean we have to be too? The other two teammates were brimming with resentment. They were utterly exhausted. Follow them? Like hell we are. Lee Matsi sneered coldly. Why don't we just find a hidden spot right here, lie low, and wait for them to circle back? If we lie in wait here, we might even catch them when they're completely worn out. We could pick up the scraps. At this suggestion, the eyes of the three men lit up. Holy. Exactly. We'll just wait right here. Why bother chasing them around in circles? They've been circling for ages and still haven't spotted us. Their teammates must be total idiots too. We'll just wait here. That grass patch up ahead looks perfect. It can even hide people. The three of them chimed in one after another, all agreeing with Lee Maji's plan. Lee Mazizi was utterly exhausted and immediately followed the trio into the grass. Inside the grass was a small clearing, just big enough for all four of them. They plopped down on the ground and felt instantly relieved. Finally, no more chasing those idiots all over the place. All they had to do now was wait. Lee Maji gently parted the grass, watching Yang Chen and the others gradually fade into the distance. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Let that fool keep wandering. This time, he was in the clear. This was in the bag. In the time that followed, Lee Mazizi and his trio happily enjoyed a hearty lunch and drinks. If they weren't planning to rob Yang Chen and his group, they might have even considered having a drink themselves. After eating and drinking their fill, all four lay back contentedly, patting their bellies in blissful satisfaction. However, as time passed, the trio led by the prince sensed something was amiss. Yang Chen's group hadn't appeared before them for over an hour now. They haven't come for so long. Could they not be coming at all? Could they have left? The three exchanged puzzled glances. Lee Matsi, however, curled his lips in a smirk and declared with absolute confidence, "Over the past 2.5 hours, we've circled this mountain forest 3 times. They haven't managed to break out yet, so there's no way they could have escaped that easily. Just wait patiently. Maybe something delayed them along the way?" Seeing the three still doubtful, Lee Matsi felt a twinge of irritation. How could someone as sharp as him end up with such dim-witted teammates? Having me on your team is truly your good fortune. Chapter 202, Played for Fools. 3 hours later. Night fell. Mosquitoes buzzed and screeched wildly in the grass, driving the three companions nearly mad. Those bastards must have spotted us. He deliberately led us on a detour earlier. Damn it, they haven't shown up yet. They're definitely not coming. They must think they've lost us. The three lords were seething with frustration. Lee Matsi was so furious he was trembling all over. It all made sense now. No wonder Yang Chen's squad had suddenly slowed down shortly after leaving the besieged city. Yang Chen had even loudly declared they needed to be prepared for any unexpected situations. Now he realized it must have been then that Yang Chen had spotted them. Then Yang Chen's squad had led them in circles through the small forest. They'd assumed the squad had gotten lost and had even mocked them. Did Yang Chen's squad really think they were fools? He jolted awake from his dream, realizing the clown was none other than himself. Just thinking about it made Li Maizi feel so embarrassed he could dig out a 2-bedroom apartment. We have to take those 4 down. Kill them. Li Maizi roared, his face twisted with resentment. Brother Pockface, keep your voice down. It's dark now, we might attract beasts or orcs, one of his companions quickly warned. Before he could finish, a sudden roar echoed through the forest. Roar! 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 The roar echoed through the mountains and forests, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. It seemed as though some colossal creature was charging toward them. Holy, how did we get so unlucky? Those 4 guys spent ages wandering around here without encountering a single beast, and we run into one the moment we show up? Damn it, stop talking and run. If we slow down, we'll probably attract a whole pack. Li Maizi and his 3 companions couldn't sit still any longer. They took off running. Meanwhile, as Li Maizi and his group fled in disarray, Yang Chen's squad of 4 found a secluded cave halfway up the mountain. After enjoying a meal, they settled in for some rest. We only encountered over 20 beasts and orcs today. Looks like the real battlefield isn't as bad as we imagined. Zhang Xiao glanced at the 20-odd crystal cores in his backpack and sighed with frustration. At this rate, how long would it take them to earn enough to buy a beast mount? This area is still too close to the besieged city. We need to venture deeper tomorrow. Yang Chen sighed inwardly. The main issue was that today, while leading those others around, they'd taken too many detours, wasting a lot of time. There's no rush. We still have a month. If need be, we'll just stay in the wormhole battlefield for the entire month. Ouyang Lanlan gritted her teeth, determined. I refuse to believe we can't scrape together enough for a beast tamer. Too bad we didn't encounter any demon wolves today. If we had, Yang Chen might have gained his second skill, Jinka said regretfully. Blazing Void was the demon wolf's signature skill. It's fine. Today's gains were meager, and I bear some responsibility for that. There are things I haven't told everyone. Yang Chen paused for a moment before revealing the truth about Li Maizi and the others. Holy! No wonder you kept circling around in the woods. I thought I was the one getting confused, but it turns out you spotted someone tailing us. Zhang Xiao slapped his forehead, his expression suddenly clear. No wonder you kept telling us to slow down. Those 4 idiots just ran behind us for hours? Ouyang Lanlan burst out laughing. Didn't those guys have any beast mounts? You didn't tell us a thing beforehand. Otherwise, I would have loved to see those guys run themselves into the ground. As Yang Chen revealed the truth, rather than making everyone feel more somber, it actually lightened the mood considerably. Next time we encounter these guys, everyone needs to be on guard. They're not just tailing us, they might be planning to take us out. Yang Chen reminded the group at the right moment. My guess is they're tailing us now so they can strike after we hunt down the beasts and orcs for their crystal cores. Ouyang Lanlan analyzed. These bastards are trying to profit off our work. Next time we see them, forget talking, just take them out first. Zhang Xiao declared viciously. Let's do it. Yang Chen said solemnly, once we're deeper inside, if we run into them, we take them out. Though Yang Chen had never entered a true wormhole battlefield, even within the artificial wormhole, people had sought to kill them. A genuine wormhole battlefield would likely be far more brutal. No mercy could be shown. Maybe we can even steal from them. Zhang Zhao's eyes gleamed with a greedy smile. That's a dangerous idea. Ouyang Lanlan glared at Zhang Xiao warningly. I advise you not to do that. Otherwise, we'll eventually hit a brick wall. I know, I was just talking about those guys. Zhang Xiao quickly offered a sheepish smile. Those guys don't look like good people either. They're the type to pull stunts like this, they can't be very high level. Enough of this. Tonight, I'll take the first watch, and Zhang Xiao will take the second. Yang Chen stepped in to stop the two. Having battleground experience, the 4 of them never let their guard down, no matter how safe a place seemed at night. They took turns on watch. For instance, if Yang Chen and Zhang Xiao were on duty tonight, then Qin Ku and Ouyang Lanlan would take the next shift. Chapter 203, Second Skill, Spread Your Wings. The next morning. Deep within the mountain forest. After breakfast, Yang Chen's squad pressed deeper into the battlefield. Before long, a pack of demon beasts appeared ahead. These beasts resembled wolves in form but were larger, their fur entirely black save for patches of green hair on their heads. Demon wolves. Zhang Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. These demon wolves were one of their targets for this expedition. Looks like we're in for some good luck today. Prepare for battle. Yang Chen chuckled softly. Zhang Xiao, you charge in. Qin Ku, focus on healing Zhang Xiao with your support skills. Lan Lan, keep up the damage. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiao charged forward first. Their coordination was so seamless that Yang Chen's instructions were unnecessary. The instant he charged forward, Zhang Xiao summoned the giant rat. The meat bomb instantly transformed into a massive spinning blade, hurtling toward the lead demon wolf. The demon wolf had no time to react, sent flying with a thunderous crash. The remaining demon wolves, witnessing this, let out ferocious howls and lunged at the giant rat. But at that very moment, the 2-headed tricolor python joined the fray, leaping down from the sky. Dragons soaring through the heavens. 7 or 8 demon wolves were caught completely off guard as the lightning current spread rapidly. All 7 or 8 beasts were struck, their bodies convulsing violently. The green fur on their heads was scorched black, billowing plumes of dark smoke. Immediately following, Lalan unleashed her fireball spell and the three-tailed civet cat fired its fire arrows. The fireball spell exploded precisely in the midst of the demon wolves, sending them all flying through the air. Every fire arrow found its mark. In less than a minute, all 8 demon wolves lay gravely wounded on the ground. Yang Chen charged forward to deliver the finishing blows, killing 2 more demon wolves. The number was just right, 2 each for everyone. Jiang Xiao and the others swiftly moved in to finish off their shares. Without a word, the group silently hunted down the demon wolves before quickly retreating from the area. About 10 minutes later, Yang Chen was the first to dive into a patch of grass, with the other 3 following closely behind. Yang Chen, grab the demon wolves' crystal cores. Quick, absorb them and see what skills you get. Jiang Xiao exclaimed excitedly. If you could get a soul-binding skill on the first try, that'd be awesome. I doubt I'll be that lucky, Yang Chen replied with a modest smile. He possessed the innate talent, a 100% guarantee of obtaining Blazing Void. No worries if it doesn't work. The skills inside the demon wolf's crystal core are pretty decent anyway, especially the second one, it lets you fly. Qin Ke smiled reassuringly. If you do absorb the flight skill, it's still a valuable ability. At the very least, it gives you another way to save your life in a chaotic battle, even if it's not as good as Blazing Sky, Ouyang Lanlan added. How can you say that? It hasn't been absorbed yet, how can you assume it won't work? Jiang Xiao retorted, clearly annoyed. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving look. She was too exhausted to argue anymore. Did Jiang Xiao really think everyone could absorb skills just like he did back then, getting whatever they wanted whenever they wanted it? That was highly unlikely. The greater the hope they gave Yang Chen now, the deeper his disappointment would be if he failed to absorb it. Yang Chen, just try it. It doesn't matter what skill you absorb as long as your power increases, that's what counts. Ouyang Lanlan declared bluntly. Yang Chen nodded slightly. He immediately crushed the demon wolf's crystal core. Starlight spilled forth, gathering before him. Designated skill. Yang Chen activated his innate talent Designate almost instantly. Ouyang Lanlan and the others saw only the scattered starlight, identical to when Jiang Xiao had absorbed skills before, and nothing else. Yet Yang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted to pinprick size, his expression one of shock and astonishment. 10 skill options appeared before him. Blazing Void, charge forward 2 meters. Upon hitting an enemy, stuns them for 1 second. Affects unlimited enemies. During skill execution, enters invulnerability, immune to all control effects and clears all debuffs for 0.5 seconds. Invulnerability duration increases by 0.5 seconds per level. Stun duration increases by 1 second every 2 levels. Wing Spread, manifest a pair of illusory wings, instantly boosting agility by 5% until the skill cools down. The target can soar through the air. During flight, gain immunity to crowd control and remove all debuffs for 3 seconds. Usable while controlled. Skill duration, 20 minutes. Immunity effects and stat boosts increase with level. Dash. After reviewing all 10 skills, Yang Chen immediately dismissed all skills below the third one as too ordinary. Yang Chen now wrestled with choosing between the first skill, Blazing Void, and the second, Soaring Wings. Undoubtedly, Blazing Void offered crowd control plus immunity, coupled with close-range displacement in charge, a highly aggressive, well-rounded skill. But when it came to survival, Spread Wings was absolutely top tier. Its immunity duration scaled with level. Blazing Void couldn't be upgraded. I have to admit, Blazing Void is a truly excellent skill. I choose the gold tier Spread Wings. Yang Chen steeled his resolve and made his decision. Ding! Congratulations, host. Activated the designated talent, acquiring the gold tier skill Spread Wings. The Spread Wings skill has been integrated into the host's skill bar. The host can check it via the attribute panel. Yang Chen immediately opened his personal attribute panel and checked the skill. A new skill appeared in Yang Chen's skill bar. Golden Spread Wings level 1010, manifest a pair of ethereal wings, instantly boosting agility by 20% until the skill enters cooldown. The target can soar through the air. During this process, the user gains immunity to crowd control effects for 5 seconds and clears all negative status effects. Can be used while under control effects. Skill duration, 20 minutes. Each level increase grants an additional 5% agility and extends immunity duration by 0.5 seconds. Awesome! Yang Chen's heart surged with delight. This golden quality elevated the skill to a whole new level. Especially the attribute increasing immunity duration, it had materialized concretely, unlike before when it remained abstract. This meant ordinary quality might be far below 0.5 seconds. Perhaps only a 0.1 second increase. Once the skill reached level 10, it could grant 10 seconds of immunity. Equivalent to 10 seconds of invincibility. It also boosted agility, maximizing both survival and pursuit capabilities, while also enabling flight. Though lacking crowd control, its survival utility far surpasses that of Skyfire. Chapter 204, Troubles Brewing. Yang Chen, how's it going? 2 minutes passed. Jiang Xiao watched Yang Chen from the side, his face betraying no emotion. He kept scratching his head and rubbing his temples, feeling so anxious. Hearing Jiang Xiao's voice, Yang Chen quickly closed the information panel. It's done. Yang Chen smiled faintly. What is it? Jiang Xiao pressed urgently. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku, the two women, also looked at Yang Chen with intense nervousness. I didn't get the blazing void. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. What? We didn't get the sky blaze. Jiang Xiao's eyes widened slightly in surprise. That's some terrible luck. You're no better than me. If you can't speak properly, just keep quiet. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving glare. Jiang Xiao caught on and scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Jiang Xiao apologized. Yang Chen, it's actually okay that we didn't get the sky blaze. Other skills, like spread wings, are pretty decent too. Qin Ku smiled gently, her eyes crinkling with warmth, giving off a sweet vibe. Yeah, if it's not Skyblaze, it's not Skyblaze. Big deal, I'll protect you from now on. Jiang Xiao pounded his chest, his words ringing with determination. Alright, I'll be counting on you. Yang Chen laughed. Even though I didn't get Blazing Void, I got the gold tier spread wings. My survival skills are even stronger now. Hey, it's no big deal. I'll lead the charge next time. Jiang Xiao heard only the first part, ready to take full responsibility for leading Yang Chen through the fight. But he quickly caught up, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Yang Chen in disbelief. What did you just say? You said you got a gold quality spread wings? Are you sure it's gold tier? Ouyang Lanlan's face was frozen in disbelief. Qin Ku's gentle, adorable face froze in a stunned expression. Her lovely little mouth gaped wide, as if it could fit an egg inside, utterly astonished. That's right, it's golden quality. Yang Chen nodded firmly, then proceeded to list the attribute bonuses of spread wings. Jiang Xiao and the others were utterly speechless. Holy crap! So if this skill reaches level 10, does that mean it grants immunity to control effects and negative status for 10 seconds? And it boosts agility by 70%. And it grants flight. Jiang Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. This skill practically screamed 10 seconds of invincibility right in your face. While it didn't possess the same level of control as Li Kong's, it was still ridiculously overpowered. Yang Chen, does this mean you now have 2 golden tier skills? Combined with your Magpie's golden active and passive abilities, you have 4 golden skills in total? Ouyang Lanlan stared at Yang Chen with eyes brimming with envy. This was just too insane. 1 golden skill could be chalked up to good luck, but 4 golden skills? That's beyond mere luck. This is pure god tier luck. Even the luckiest person would have to call you master. You have to understand, most skills nowadays are blue or purple quality, with white skills being the absolute majority. Forget ordinary beast tamers, even Qin Ku only has purple tier skills. Qin Ku stared at Yang Chen with a complex expression. Her emotions were tangled, and she didn't know what to say. She knew all too well the immense cost she'd paid to acquire her own set of purple skills. Yet Yang Chen possessed 4 golden tier skills. This was downright absurd luck beyond belief. A powerful conviction surged within her. Yang Chen must be hiding some secret. Otherwise, it was impossible to possess so many golden skills. It's just good luck, guys. Don't look at me like that. Yang Chen chuckled. You'll all acquire golden tier skills someday too. Alright, let's get moving. No time to waste, we've got plenty to do. Yang Chen said with a smile. Alright, let's keep moving then. Ouyang Lanlan nodded. Jiang Xiao and Qin Ku didn't say much more. After all, Yang Chen obtaining a gold tier skill meant a boost to their entire team's strength. As friends, they were naturally happy for Yang Chen. As for Qin Ku, she didn't dwell on it much after all, everyone had their own secrets. Soon, the 4 set off again. As they delved deeper, roughly half an hour later, Yang Chen's squad heard commotion ahead. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions echoed from ahead, accompanied by the crashing sounds of trees collapsing. Beasts, orcs, or humans are fighting up ahead. Sounds of combat? Should we go check it out? Ouyang Lanlan and the others instinctively looked to Yang Chen. Ever since he became their squad leader, they had grown dependent on his judgment and commands. Don't go check it out. On the battlefield, unfamiliar humans can be more dangerous than beasts or orcs. After a moment's thought, Yang Chen spoke calmly, we retreat. Yang Chen had no intention of endangering his squad over mere curiosity. Though their squad was formidable, they must never underestimate anyone. Understood. We're retreating. Ouyang Lanlan nodded and immediately prepared to retreat. At that very moment. Boom! Snap! A dull thud echoed alongside the sound of trees snapping. A massive silver wolf crashed through the trees, landing heavily not far from Yang Chen and his companions. Perched on the wolf's back was a girl who appeared to be around Yang Chen's age. She had been thrown along with the wolf, tumbling 7 or 8 meters across the ground. Her clothes were torn by branches, and her body was covered in bruises. Spotting Yang Chen and his companions, hope flared in her lively eyes. Please, save me and my teammates. I'm Yi Xiao, a student from Inglong Academy. A cult organization is hunting me down. The girl shouted at Yang Chen and his companions. Before Yang Chen and his companions could react, 3 men and 1 woman, 4 teenagers in total, caught up from behind. Leading them was a young woman around 20, dressed provocatively. Her top was a crop top revealing her navel, while her bottom was a white miniskirt that showcased a pair of snow-white, shapely legs stretching out before everyone. Her figure was incredibly voluptuous. The 3 men behind the miniskirt woman were all burly, each over 1.8 meters tall, giving off a solid, muscular vibe. The man at the very back carried 2 girls on his shoulders while dragging an unconscious boy by the arm. It was clear these 3 were Yi Xiao's teammates. Yang Chen and his 3 companions watched the scene unfold, their hearts sinking. They never wanted trouble, yet trouble always seemed to find them. Their luck was really taking a turn for the worse. Chapter 205, Encountering the Celestial Organization Again. Well, looks like we'll be exceeding our test subject quota today. Lucky us. The woman in the short skirt let a faint smile play on her lips as she looked at Yang Chen and his companions. Yi Xiao immediately sprang to her feet and rushed over to Yang Chen and the others. That woman is Huang Shisan. She's a member of the Celestial Organization. She captured my teammates to conduct experiments combining beasts with humans. They're all madmen. The Celestial Organization again? Yang Chen and his companions exchanged glances, feeling a sense of helplessness. They had come here hoping to lie low and avoid unnecessary conflict with the Celestial Human Organization. Yet, what they never could have imagined was that upon arriving at this true battlefield, they would actually encounter members of the Celestial Human Organization? It was a bit absurd. Is this world that small? Hey, kid. You look pretty sharp. Let me give you some advice. We're all 5-star intermediate beast tamers. Judging by your looks, you must have just graduated from the academy, right? Now, I'm giving you a chance. Grab the woman in front of you right now, and I'll let you off. Plus, we can play a fun little game. Huang Shisan shot him a suggestive glance, twirling a strand of hair by her ear with her slender fingers, exuding pure, unapologetic flirtation. Move. Go. Yang Chen suddenly roared, instantly summoning his 2 beasts. Roar. The magpie let out a frenzied roar, screeching as it soared skyward. Meanwhile, the 2-headed tricolor python had already charged forward. Both heads flickered their forked tongues as the massive body twisted rapidly, launching a sudden assault toward Huang Shisan and his 3 companions. Yi Xiao's expression shifted slightly beside him. 2 mutated beasts. This guy. Could it be Yang Chen and his 3 companions? Yi Xiao's mind instantly flashed to Yang Chen's name. No wonder among their freshman cohort, Yang Chen's team was simply too famous. No, to be precise, it was Yang Chen who was too famous. His mutated parrot beast, the brawl at the dorm entrance on the very first day of school, and later acquiring a second mutated beast. And now the buzz about him defeating a Zheng family disciple. With all that, it was impossible for Yang Chen not to be famous. Huang Shisan and his 3 companions, upon witnessing this scene, turned pale with shock. 2 mutated beasts. What kind of background does this guy have? But before Huang Shisan and the others could process it, Yang Chen spoke up. 8th brother, cast sink the boats and burn the bridges on the 2-headed tricolor python. Got it. Beige responded with a nod, opening his beak to spit a golden-hued stream of saliva toward the 2-headed tricolor python below. The 2-headed tricolor python let out a furious hiss, as if screaming, "You bastard, you did that on purpose." However, as the golden light descended, the serpent felt its very soul elevated, every attribute enhanced. In that moment, the 2-headed tricolor python felt utterly elated. Roar! The 2-headed tricolor python opened its massive jaws, letting out a deafening roar as its hideous twin heads charged toward Huang Shisan and his companions. Its speed was several times faster than before, and its immense power, as its massive body swayed, shattered countless trees and left deep gashes in the ground. Its momentum was ferocious beyond measure. 14. Hurry. Block that giant snake. 15. Support 14. Cast area debuffs to control the 2-headed tricolor python. 16. Long-range attack. Take out all their support and ranged units in the rear. This handsome little one is mine. Huang Shisan barked out the orders in one breath, simultaneously summoning his own beast. Roar! 2 piercing cries echoed as Huang Shisan's beasts revealed themselves a pair of enormous red falcons. In an instant, one of the falcons seized Huang Shisan's arm, lifting him skyward. Meanwhile, Huang Shishi also summoned 2 beasts, a massive rat and a green turtle. The massive green turtle's form surged with a wave of green light, conjuring a gigantic illusory shell shield before him. The 2-headed tricolor python charged forward, its massive tail lashing out with a thunderous crack that seemed to shatter the very air. Rattlesnake. Crack. With a thunderous crash, the serpent's massive tail struck the turtle-shaped shield conjured by the green tortoise. In an instant, the turtle-shaped shield shattered like a thin sheet of paper. The massive tail of the 2-headed tricolor python slammed directly onto the green turtle. Crack. Accompanied by another thunderous crack, the seemingly impenetrable shell of the green turtle shattered as well. Its massive body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Huang Shisi and Shuoshu, positioned behind, had no time to react before being sent flying. Huang Shisi, positioned in the middle, was bent like a bow. The impact of the hard shell crushed his chest, causing it to cave in. He spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly mixed with shattered internal organs. Finally, Huang Shisi and Shuoshu crashed heavily into a large tree behind them, both critically injured on the spot. Huang Shisan and the others turned pale with horror. That beast instantly killed Huang Shisi. His beast control is that insane? What kind of skill is that? Huang Shisan and the others no longer wore their earlier nonchalant expressions, only solemnity remained. After all, Huang 14 was the strongest defender in their entire squad. And even he couldn't block a single strike from this two-headed tricolor python? If they let the two-headed tricolor python get close, would they be completely helpless? Quick, no hesitation. Take out their support and ranged units. Huang Shisan urgently urged his teammates mid-air, shouting, 15, what are you waiting for? Use your skill. Oh, right, got it. Huang 15 snapped out of it. His tamed beast was a two-headed wolf. Xiao Shuang, use frostbite. Devour. As Huang Shiwu's command echoed, the two massive heads of the two-headed wolf each expelled a stream of white and black flames. The white flame struck the ground, instantly solidifying into ice with a crackling sound. Everything it touched, trees, flowers, grass, froze solid, turning into ice sculptures. The black flame moved even faster than the white, surging like a toxic mist toward the two-headed tricolor python. The instant it touched the creature, its speed slowed considerably. Its attributes seemed weakened. Chapter 206, Hitting a Brick Wall. Devour reduces all attributes of enemies within a 10-meter radius by 10% for 20 seconds. Over time, the attribute reduction increases by 0.5% per second. The percentage reduction cannot be enhanced. Duration can be extended by upgrading the skill. Frostbite rapidly forms a frozen domain within a 10-meter radius, lasting 20 seconds. Enemies entering the area are instantly frozen for 3 seconds. Duration cannot be increased. Additionally, reduces the agility of enemies within the area by 5% per second. Skill duration can be increased by leveling up. These two skills form Huang Shiwu's greatest strengths. One provides hard crowd control and attribute debuffs, while the other directly weakens enemies by reducing their stats. This creates prime opportunities for allied ranged beastmasters. Looks like we'll be feasting on snake meat tonight. Huang Shiwu's lips curved into a faint smile, revealing a hint of confidence. In his eyes, the two-headed tricolor python was already dead the moment he unleashed both skills. But before his words had even finished echoing, the smile froze abruptly on his face. Two-headed tricolor python, empty butterfly dance. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. Yang Chan roared instantly. The two-headed tricolor python's massive body suddenly leapt into the air, charging toward them, its colossal form bearing down. Empty butterfly dance dispels all control effects and grants immunity to negative status effects. All attributes of the two-headed tricolor python instantly surged to their peak. In that very instant, the two-headed tricolor python seamlessly connected with dragon soaring through the heavens. How is this possible? Isn't it a melee-type beast? How could it possibly have support-type skills? And it already used 2 skills earlier, how can it have 2 more? Is this beast not a second-tier beast, but a 4th-tier one? How could an intermediate beast master control a 4th-tier beast? This is utterly impossible. Huang Shisan, suspended mid-air, witnessed every twist and turn with crystal clarity. Her enchanting face was etched with utter disbelief and shock. A second-tier beast with 4 skills. There was only one possibility. It must be due to mutation. But was this even mutation anymore? This was borderline monstrous. Below, Huang Shiwu witnessed this scene, his face filled with disbelief. But when he saw the twin-headed tricolor python soaring through the air, its body crackling with thunderous energy, panic instantly seized him. 16. 16. Quick, quick, quick. Attack it. It has immunity skills. My control spells aren't working. Huang Shiwu shouted frantically. He feared nothing more than immunity skills. He didn't know what skill the two-headed tricolor python was using, but its body crackling with lightning was terrifying. Huang 16, who had been about to attack Ouyang Lanlan and the others, couldn't react in time. By the moment he snapped out of it, the two-headed tricolor python had already transformed into a bolt of lightning. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the two-headed tricolor python slammed down between Huang 15 and Huang 16. We can't move. The thought flashed through Huang Shiwu and Huang Shirlio's minds before a wave of dizziness overwhelmed them. Standing at the rear of the formation, Ouyang Lanlan had long been poised for action. Seeing the two-headed tricolor python immobilize Huang 15 and Huang 16, she instantly unleashed her fireball spell. Fire arrows. Ouyang Lanlan's crimson lips parted. The three-tailed civet cat at her side had already condensed 12 fire arrows, which swiftly separated and struck Huang 15 and Huang 16 with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! 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 With a series of muffled thuds, Huang 15 and Huang 16 hadn't even recovered from their dizziness before they were sent flying like 2 dead dogs. Huang Shisan, suspended midair in the giant red falcon's grasp, watched the scene unfold and froze in shock. She never imagined she'd run into such a tough nut to crack this time. These young people were incredibly fierce. Before she could even launch her attack, her entire team was wiped out. Her expression darkened to the extreme. She now faced a dilemma: retreat or press the attack. After only a moment's hesitation, Huang Shisan made her decision. Go down. Attack that squad's leader. Huang Shisan issued the command, and the giant red falcon instantly transformed into an arrow, diving toward Yang Chen. Huang Shisan's choice to attack was actually quite simple. Through her earlier observation, she had clearly assessed the situation. Yang Chen was likely the only melee-type beastmaster in this squad. Yang Chen's 4-person squad consisted of a melee fighter, a support type, a defensive specialist, and a ranged attacker. She held no regard for the support-type beastmaster, and the ranged attacker, Ouyang Lanlan, had already exhausted all her skills. As for the defensive beastmaster, they were stationed beside Qin Ku and Ouyang Lanlan, maintaining a distance from Yang Chen. Now, within the entire 4-person squad, only Yang Chen's beast still possessed combat capability. Because she had no idea how long Yang Chen's beastmaster's support skill could sustain the attribute boosts on the 2-headed tricolor python. Therefore, if she could eliminate Yang Chen, this 4-person squad would lose all combat capability and pose no further threat. She could turn the tables in this desperate situation. She possessed absolute confidence in hunting down Yang Chen. Because she still had 6 skills left to use, while Yang Chen only had his 2 skills, his beast companion had exhausted its skills. Even the 2-headed tricolor python couldn't possibly have 6 skills left, could it? Forceful charge. With only 5 or 6 meters separating her from Yang Chen's position above, Huang Shisan roared as she leapt downward, launching her attack toward him. Force charge was a melee skill that allowed her to instantly dash forward 5 meters. During this dash, she gained invulnerability, immune to certain crowd control effects and removing debuffs. Upon hitting an enemy, it would stun them, rendering them unable to move for 3 seconds. This close-range control skill offered significant immunity effects. It was the very confidence that allowed Huang Shisan to launch her surprise attack on Yang Chen. He Xiao, standing closest to Yang Chen, reacted first. Her pretty face instantly paled as she cried out, "Yang Chen, watch out. The one above is ambushing you from behind." Before she could finish her warning, Huang Shisan had already closed the distance to Yang Chen's back, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his solar plexus. Once this strike landed, Yang Chen would be instantly immobilized. He'd be like fish on a cutting board, helplessly at her mercy. "Handsome little brother, your luck's run out, you've run into me. I was hoping for a chance encounter with you, but alas, you're no romantic soul." Huang Shisan's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet her hands showed no mercy whatsoever. Chapter 207, Overwhelming Slaughter. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Huang Shisan's fist slammed heavily into Yang Chen's back, sending his body flying backward instantly. He Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others felt their hearts sink in horror. It's over. The smile curling at the corners of Huang Shisan's lips grew even more enchanting and dazzling. But just as Huang Shisan prepared to unleash his second skill to finish Yang Chen off, a pair of wings suddenly unfolded from the back of the flying Yang Chen. Spread wings. The wings on Yang Chen's back flapped rapidly, propelling his entire body upward in a sudden surge. Huang Shisan's eyes widened abruptly, his face filled with utter disbelief. This guy actually has a control immunity skill. He can even fly into the sky. Huang Shisan's mind couldn't wrap around it. Wasn't this guy a melee-type beastmaster? How could he possess such support-type abilities? If Yang Chen were a high-level beastmaster, it might make sense. But right now, he's only an intermediate beastmaster, for crying out loud. Beast tamers have few skills to begin with. Why would Yang Chen choose a support skill? It's spread wings. Holy crap, no wonder he didn't dodge. That nearly scared the hell out of me. I knew you had something up your sleeve. Damn impressive. Jiang Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, shouting excitedly. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku also breathed a slight sigh of relief, their faces regaining a semblance of composure and calm. Your charm is beyond my taste. Yang Chen hovered in midair, hands clasped behind his back, his teasing gaze fixed on Huang Shisan. Huang Shisan's expression darkened. I'm surprised you dodged my skill, but it doesn't matter. Do you think flying into the sky will let you evade my attacks? Clearly, you've forgotten my beast companion is the twin red falcons. The sky is my domain. Attack! Kill this bastard. As Huang Shisan's words fell, 2 piercing roars suddenly echoed from both sides of Yang Chen. 2 massive black shadows lunged toward Yang Chen from both sides, their speed ferocious. They were simply too fast for Yang Chen to evade. Because Yang Chen simply wasn't fast enough. This time, you're finished. Huang Shisan's lips curled into a faint smirk. If she didn't have some tricks up her sleeve, how could she have become the captain of the 4th Huang squad? Even if Yang Chen had 2 mutated beasts under his command, so what? Yet, just as Huang Shisan believed victory was assured this time, another unexpected twist occurred. Haha, it's my turn to shine. Otherwise, that 2-headed loach would steal all the glory. This big shot is here. With a wild laugh echoing through the air, the magpie transformed into a golden streak, its speed far surpassing the two red falcons. Before the red falcons could strike, the magpie had already landed at Yang Chen's feet. Yang Chen swiftly stepped onto its back and glided sideways between the two falcons. The two shock skills unleashed by the red falcons both missed their mark. Had it not been for their perfect coordination, they would have collided with each other. This scene, witnessed by Huang Shisan, left him utterly astonished once more. Isn't his beast a support-type beast? How could it possess such blazing speed? Huang Shisan's face was etched with disbelief. From the very start of the battle, the magpie had unleashed its skill above skill, unmistakably that of a support-type beast. Yet now, it had shaken her confidence. Could a support-type beast really move this fast? After all, her red falcon was renowned for its speed. For this magpie to outpace her red falcon? Absurd. Downright monstrous. What kind of monster was this? Who exactly were these people they'd encountered this time? Just as Huang Shisan froze in shock, Yang Chen above coordinated with the magpie. Riding its speed, he swiftly circled behind one of the red falcons and brought his blade down in a sweeping strike. Roar! The red falcon let out a piercing scream of agony. It had no time to react. Yang Chen's blade was too swift, and the magpie's speed was too blinding. The falcon's massive head was severed clean off, blood spurting out and staining half the sky crimson. The falcon plummeted from the sky. No! Huang Shisan's eyes widened in horror. She wanted to intervene, but unfortunately, she lacked Yang Chen's ability to fly. She could only watch helplessly. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chen swiftly directed the magpie toward the other red falcon. The remaining red falcon, witnessing its companion's gruesome death, turned to flee almost instantly. But how could it outrun the magpie? The instant it turned, Magpie's massive bird face loomed before it. Haha, little one, you think you can escape? Stay here and keep your comrade company. The magpie sneered. The massive red falcon seemed to understand the starling's words. A flash of fury crossed its eyes as it prepared to unleash its attack. But before it could act, Yang Chen swiftly leaped off the starling's head and swung his blade down toward the falcon's skull. Roar! The massive red falcon let out a mournful cry. Its enormous head was cleaved clean through by Yang Chen's blade, killing it instantly as it plummeted from the sky. Yang Chen followed its descent. Damn it, don't step on my head. Magpie grumbled, but immediately flew toward Yang Chen, allowing him to land safely on its back. Man and beast moved in seamless harmony. This scene left Jiang Zhao's heart pounding with envy, his face twisted with a mix of admiration and resentment. Why wasn't it him? If it had been him, would Ouyang Lanlan have changed her opinion of him? Next time, he would find a flying beast companion and master a flying skill. Just imagine, if he possessed flight abilities, he could descend from the sky at a critical moment, shield in hand, standing before Ouyang Lanlan. Then, turning to her, he'd say, "With me here, don't be afraid." That would be utterly cool. Huang Shisan watched both her beasts get slaughtered by Yang Chen. Her heart bled, but she clung to a shred of composure. Without her beasts, she was clearly no match for Yang Chen. She turned to flee. Damn it! You think you can run away in front of me? Did you even ask me? Jiang Xiao was furious. Did she really think he was nothing but a piece of meat? Chapter 208, Exterminate every last one. Meat bomb. Jiang Xiao roared. The giant rat he had summoned earlier immediately launched an attack on Huang Shisan. The giant rat transformed into a massive, rapidly spinning sphere hurtling toward Huang Shisan. Its momentum was ferocious. You think you can stop me? A flash of scorn flickered in Huang Shisan's eyes. Ignoring the giant rat, he sprinted off in the opposite direction. Just as the giant rat was about to collide with Huang Shisan, he suddenly flickered, vanishing entirely from the rat's path. Boom! The giant rat's powerful attack slammed into a large tree, splitting it clean in two. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened in shock. Holy? What the hell just happened? Gone? Jiang Xiao rubbed his eyes hard. Was he seeing things? A living person just vanished right before his eyes? Could this be some kind of ghostly trick? Yet, in the very next second, Huang Shisan's figure appeared 30 meters away. And Huang Shisan kept sprinting deeper into the jungle at breakneck speed. Holy crap! What kind of skill is that? Jiang Xiao was completely stunned. It must be some kind of close combat teleportation skill. Xinka's face turned slightly cold as she said, "We're in big trouble. If she escapes, we might face retaliation from the Celestial Organization." Yang Chen, that woman's escaping. Chase her. Ouyang Lanlan's expression darkened as she could only shout toward Yang Chen in the sky. Among the teams present, none of the three had increased agility or possessed a particularly swift beast master or beast. Of all those present, only Yang Chen's magpie might still have a chance of catching up. Yang Chen, who had just slain two beasts in the sky, heard the shouts and looked down. Huang Shisan was already gone. In the northwest forest. Jiang Xiao shouted, pointing toward Huang Shisan's vanishing direction. Yang Chen looked in the indicated direction and saw Huang Shisan's figure darting in and out of the northwest woods as he sprinted forward. Huang Shisan's speed was astonishing. In less than half a minute, he had already covered 200 to 300 meters. Yang Chen could only make out a tiny black speck. Two-headed three-colored python, pursue him from below. Magpie will pursue from above. Yang Chen gave the order in a low voice. The two-headed tricolor python below let out a low growl and swiftly darted into the forest, chasing after the direction Huang Shisan had vanished. Trying to race this old man? I'm not just bragging. Woohoo! Beige cheered, swiftly flapping his wings as he dove low to pursue Huang Shisan's escape route. Magpie's speed was blinding, nearly becoming a streak of light. Meanwhile, the two-headed tricolor python, empowered by its sink the boats and burn the bridges technique, was no slouch either. It charged wildly through the jungle, smashing countless trees and causing quite a commotion. Huang Shisan, hearing the commotion ahead, felt a chill run through her fair face. Was this creature intent on exterminating her completely? Her skill could only last for half a minute. After 30 seconds, her agility stat would return to normal. Wouldn't she die here? Yet Huang Shisan showed no sign of stopping. She continued charging forward at breakneck speed. Yet, barely 5 minutes later, Yang Chen's voice echoed from behind her. Where do you think you're running? You can't escape. Yang Chen shouted loudly. I advise you not to go too far. Or I'll make you pay for it. Huang Shisan roared with a vicious glint in his eyes, let me go. Do you still have any skills left? Your beast companion is already dead. What else can you possibly do? Just talking tough? Yang Chen sneered coldly, two-headed tricolor python, kill her. As Yang Chen's words fell, the sound of trees crashing behind Huang Shisan grew louder and louder, drawing ever closer to her. The next second. Roar! The roar of the two-headed tricolor python echoed through the air. Its massive body lunged violently toward Huang Shisan. Huang Shisan's face paled with terror. She had no time for a proper reaction, halting abruptly and rolling sideways, but it was still a split second too late. Crash! The massive body of the two-headed tricolor python slammed into Huang Shisan's back, sending her flying over 10 meters. Huang Shisan slammed heavily into a large tree and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. You! How dare you! At that moment, the once charming and alluring features of Huang Shisan's face had lost all trace of their former radiance. Only a look of vicious malice remained, his face twisted with resentment. I'll fight you to the death. Huang Shisan let out a strange cry, pulling a crystal-like object from his robe and opening his mouth to swallow it. Brother Ba, move! Don't give her any chance. Though Yang Chen didn't know what the crystal-like object in Huang Shisan's hand was, the moment she produced it, a wave of intense unease surged through him. He roared the command instantly. Beige, naturally, dared not hesitate for even a moment. His body shot forward like an arrow, diving down. Seeing this, Huang Shisan hastily opened his mouth wide to swallow it. But the crystal was nearly half the size of a fist. It wasn't something he could swallow so easily. It lodged in her throat, yet she kept forcing it down. Yet, in the very next instant, a golden light flashed before his eyes. Yang Chen leapt off Magpie's back and seized Huang Shisan's slender, pale neck. Spit it out. Yang Chen squeezed with all his might. Huang Shisan's face flushed crimson as she clenched her teeth tightly. Even if she couldn't swallow it, she wouldn't spit it out. Seeing this, Yang Chen became even more certain that this thing was absolutely no good. Spit it out. Yang Chen's face darkened, showing no mercy whatsoever. He delivered a punch straight to Huang Shisan's cheek. With a thunderous thud, half of Huang Shisan's face nearly snapped sideways, proof of Yang Chen's brutal force, showing no sign of holding back whatsoever. Yet Huang Shisan still clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at Yang Chen. Not a hint of surrender in him. A cold glint flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. He drew his Shou Chun sword and swung it straight at Huang Shisan's throat. Huang Shisan could withstand a fist. But could he withstand the blade? Huang Shisan's eyes widened in shock at the sight. This young man has no martial ethics. Can't beat the words out of her mouth, so you resort to a blade? How shameless. Unfortunately, Yang Chen gave Huang Shisan no chance to react. With a single swing, Huang Shisan was beheaded on the spot. His head rolled across the ground, eyes still wide open, face frozen in utter defiance. Chapter 209, The Chatty Little Tian. Yang Chen pried the crystal from Huang Shisan's mouth. Inside the crystal was a tiny black tiger with wings. The tiger appeared lifelike within, every whisker clearly visible, as if a real black tiger resided inside. Yang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, unable to decipher what this object was. Yang Chen, are you okay? He Xiao Xiao, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others had caught up. They saw Yang Chen standing there, staring blankly at the crystal in his hand. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. What is this thing? Jiang Xiao asked curiously. I don't know. Just before he died, that Huang Shisan tried to devour this thing. Yang Chen held the crystal up for them to see. Take a look and tell me what it is. Crystal? Amber? Jiang Xiao leaned in curiously, examining the small crystal intently. He chuckled, this tiny thing is so exquisitely crafted. Ouyang Lanlan speculated, that woman tried to swallow this thing before dying. Could it be something that temporarily boosts one's power? It's a mutated crystal. Xin Ku exclaimed in sudden surprise. Mutant crystal? What is that? Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan both turned to Qin Ku, their faces filled with confusion. You know about the Celestial Organization, right? What are they up to now? They aim to fuse humans with beasts or beastmen to create a new combat species. Their goal is to control beasts and beastmen, thereby threatening the human race's real world. A rare look of gravity appeared on Qin Ku's face as he continued, but in the course of their research, they've encountered significant problems. After all, artificially creating a new species is something only gods can accomplish. Through their research, they have indeed modified some humans to fuse with beasts or orcs, creating hybrids that possess the strengths and abilities of both beasts and orcs. But not everyone can fuse and undergo mutation. Most ordinary people simply die. Therefore, they developed a novel substance, using certain methods to compress and seal beasts or beastmen within crystals. By consuming this, one could temporarily possess the sealed beasts or beastmen's skills and attributes for 15 minutes to half an hour. But once the potion's effects wear off, they die immediately. Yang Chen's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected it to be this kind of thing. Good heavens, is it sealed with the essence blood of beasts and orcs? You can actually eat this stuff? Jiang Xiao looked utterly astonished. He Xiao Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan looked utterly disgusted, stepping back slightly. Should we just toss this thing? Ouyang Lanlan said with a look of disgust, this thing is just too disgusting. We could hand this over to the stationed Beastmaster Legion. It could count as a war merit. Qin Ku said with a smile. Alright, we'll hand it over when we leave. For now, I'll keep it. Yang Chen said, tucking it into his backpack before turning to Yi Xiao Xiao. By the way, how's your teammate doing? Huh? Teammates? Yi Xiao Xiao froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. Right. They're still unconscious over there. With that, Yi Xiao Xiao turned and ran off. Yang Chen and the others exchanged glances before following after her. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen's group arrived at their previous location. Huang Shiwu and his men had all been dealt with. Yi Xiao Xiao's teammates lay scattered on the ground, still unconscious. Yang Chen and his group checked their conditions. Their breathing was steady, and they showed no additional injuries. Xiao Tian, wake up! Yi Xiao Xiao patted one of the youths on the cheek as she called out. Yang Chen and the other four helped Yi Xiao Xiao rouse the remaining two teammates, but none showed signs of waking. They lay as if in deep slumber, their faces serene. Where am I? The boy named Xiao Tian slowly opened his eyes, still groggy. Yi Xiao Xiao joyfully helped him sit up. You're awake. That's wonderful. Xiao Tian, how do you feel? My head feels a bit dizzy, Xiao Tian said weakly. Yang Chen, standing nearby, pulled a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it to Xiao Tian. Have some water first. Who are you? Xiao Tian eyed Yang Chen warily. In the real battlefield, you couldn't trust anyone except the beasts and orcs. Trusting someone carelessly could easily cost you your life. Yi Xiao Xiao quickly interjected, he's the one who rescued us from the Celestial Organization earlier. He's trustworthy. Only then did Xiao Tian nod. He took the mineral water bottle from Yang Chen, quickly opened it, and gulped it down in big mouthfuls. After finishing the entire bottle, Xiao Tian regained some energy and immediately asked Yi Xiao Xiao what had happened after they lost consciousness. Yi Xiao Xiao didn't hold back, recounting everything that had transpired earlier in detail. You're Yang Chen. Xiao Tian stared at Yang Chen in astonishment. You're the Yang Chen who defeated that Qingting Academy student and crippled his beast-taming abilities? I suppose so, Yang Chen replied after a moment's pause, his expression oddly unsettled. It really is you. Xiao Tian looked like a starstruck fanboy, his face glowing with admiration. You're seriously awesome. You've brought honor to our Yinglong Academy. I was there when you fought that guy the other day. But I was in the back, all I saw was that guy slinking away in the end. That was so damn satisfying. You have no idea. I have a relative whose kid went to Qingting Academy. Every time he came home, he looked down on us, acted all superior, and bragged non-stop. It nearly drove me crazy. Especially after I got into Yinglong Academy, they still look down on me. They said Yinglong isn't even one of the 4 great academies. Sure, it's the top academy among the first-tier academies, but it's still a first-tier academy, nothing compared to Qingting Academy. It was so damn infuriating. When I saw you take down that Ivy Academy jerk the other day, it felt so damn satisfying. It was like I'd beaten my own relative myself. Pure bliss. Xiao Tian was extremely agitated, blabbering on and on. Yang Chen and the others were speechless. Yi Xiao Xiao couldn't help but sigh, pressing her hand to her forehead in embarrassment. Alright, Xiao Tian, enough. We'll talk about it next time. Yi Xiao Xiao quickly cut him off. Yang Chen and the others still need to go deeper into the battlefield. Xiao Lu and the others haven't woken up yet. We need to leave this place. Xiao Tian froze, glancing beside him. Only then did he notice his 2 teammates still unconscious, their condition unknown. With 2 members of their squad unconscious, staying on the battlefield was out of the question. They had no choice but to leave. Chapter 210, Poor Jiang Xiao. We're just leaving? Xiao Tian felt reluctant. He had been hoping to enter the battlefield alongside Yang Chen and the others. After all, not only had Yang Chen and his 3 companions saved them, but they were also renowned figures at their Inglong Academy, exemplars of both strength and character. What else? He shot Tian a look and said, they're both unconscious. Are we supposed to carry them deeper into the battlefield? That was true. Xiao Tian gave a wry smile. Brother Yang, I can't go deeper with you guys this time. Thanks for saving us. No problem, it was just passing through. Yang Chen smiled faintly. Truthfully, if Xiao hadn't happened to rush out, they hadn't planned to rescue Xiao Tian and the others. Yang Chen, you can rest assured. We won't reveal anything about what happened here. As for our other 2 companions, we won't tell them anything about you either. Xiao assured Yang Chen and his 3 companions. She understood clearly that if the Celestial Organization discovered their members had been killed by Yang Chen's group, retaliation was highly likely. Even though the Heavenly Man organization was under official suppression, their influence could still cause serious trouble for ordinary people. Right, Brother Yang, rest assured, we'll keep this confidential. If they dare retaliate, you can contact me anytime. Xiao Tian hurriedly chimed in with his own assurance. Alright, thank you for your kindness. Yang Chen nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they bid farewell and departed. Xiao and Li Tian each carried a comrade on their backs as they bid farewell to Yang Chen and departed. Our luck seems pretty bad, Ouyang Lanlan said bitterly. We ran into the Celestial Organization again, and there are members of them here too. Regarding the Celestial Organization, some officials have speculated that their headquarters might not be in the human reality, but within the actual battlefields. Qin Ke smiled wryly. It's not easy to expose them here, and large-scale investigations are impossible. So they're safe. And capturing test subjects is easy for them. People will always come in for training. Even if someone disappears, it won't raise much suspicion. After all, a beastmaster dying on the battlefield is perfectly normal. These people are way too cunning. Jiang Xiao frowned in frustration. What if their headquarters is actually here? What if we run into them? We'd be finished. Put. Ouyang Lanlan spat several times in disgust, glaring at Jiang Xiao. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. Jiang Xiao quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Yang Chen found it rather comical and chuckled. Alright, we've got so many fleas on us now, we're immune to the itch. Let the Heavenly Man organization find out if they want to. If they want revenge, let them have it. We'll take it all head on. What, are we supposed to just let them kill us? Wait around for death? Should we fear their retaliation if we fight back? If we become strong enough, then someday, it'll be them who should be worried about retaliation. Well said. Jiang Xiao clapped his hands. I was going to say no, actually, that's exactly what I meant. Ouyang Lanlan chuckled. Then why didn't you speak up? I didn't get a chance to finish before you interrupted me. Jiang Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. I clearly heard the worried tone in someone's voice just now. Ouyang Lanlan teased, listen to that. Yang Chen speaks like a man of responsibility. Some people could learn a thing or two. That's what makes a real man. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly. What do you mean? You like Yang Chen? Lanlan, you can't do this. I thought you mentioned Yang Chen's girlfriend is your good friend. We can't do something so unprincipled. Even I know you don't mess with a friend's wife. Qin Ke couldn't help but stifle a giggle, covering her mouth to suppress her laughter. If not for her composure, she might have bellowed like a pig. Ouyang Lanlan's face darkened. Her gaze shot sideways at Jiang Xiao like she could kill him. Who told you I like Yang Chen? She snapped. But you just said you like men with real masculinity, like Yang Chen? Jiang Xiao explained. Ouyang Lanlan was so flustered she couldn't find words to defend herself. That was just a metaphor. I like men who take responsibility. It doesn't mean I like Yang Chen just because he does. Got it? If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Ah. Jiang Xiao looked awkwardly clueless. Yang Chen couldn't help but silently sigh inwardly. Jiang Xiao was drifting further and further away from Ouyang Lanlan. Poor Jiang Xiao. Alright, let's get moving again. Yang Chen promptly interrupted Ouyang Lanlan, saying, we should leave this place first. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Man organization finds us, we'll be in big trouble. The 4 then departed together. Along the way, Jiang Xiao cautiously approached Ouyang Lanlan, repeatedly apologizing, but she refused to accept his apologies, leaving him feeling rather withdrawn. Meanwhile, the Zhang family estate in the capital. Zhang Shuer had just emerged from the family's artificial wormhole after her training. After bidding farewell to her 3 teammates, she returned to her residence, her face worn with exhaustion. Ever since Zhang Shuer demonstrated extraordinary talent as a beast tamer, she had been brought back to the main family branch and received intensive cultivation. While she might have received resources others didn't, she had also put in effort beyond what others had ever exerted. The trials at the academy and the trials within the family had left her physically and mentally exhausted. These months of training had also brought about a transformation in her. Gone was the awkwardness of her school days, replaced by a more capable, mature, and steady demeanor that radiated a unique charm. As Zhang Shuer approached her room, an elderly man who appeared to be a steward was waiting there. "Miss, I hear you've already become an advanced beast master?" The butler's face was graced with a polite smile as he spoke. "Before you entered the training grounds, I reminded you that only intermediate level 9-star beast tamers could participate in the National Newcomer Beast Tamer competition. That's the threshold. Moreover, this year also features the World Newcomer Beast Tamer tournament. You shouldn't miss such an opportunity." "I'm sorry, but I've already made it clear I don't wish to participate in such competitions." Zhang Shuer replied dismissively. The reason was simple: Yang Chen had told her their team had already registered for the tournament. Zhang Shuer dreaded the possibility of facing Yang Chen and his team on the competition field. She refused to stand on opposing sides, even if it was merely on the battlefield of a tournament. So she simply gave up on this kind of competition. Chapter 211, The Unlucky Squad. After returning to her room, Zhang Shuer plugged her phone into the charger. Once it powered on, she received messages from both Zhang Ling and Yang Chen. She opened Zhang Ling's message first. After reading it, Zhang Shuer's brows furrowed slightly. She felt a bit suspicious. She knew Yang Chen well enough to be certain he wouldn't do such a thing, reject her gift and then disable Zhang Ling's beast control. Next, Zhang Shuer opened the message from Yang Chen. His words were brief. "Zhang Ling threatened me, demanding I break up with you. I disabled his beast control. I didn't accept the gift because my second beast is a mutated beast." Those two brief sentences caused Zhang Shuer's furrowed brows to relax slightly. A breathtakingly beautiful smile blossomed across her lovely face, radiant like a bouquet of vibrant flowers, filling the heart with delight. Zhang Shuer replied to Yang Chen with a message. "As long as you're happy." At the same time, within the second-tier battlefield number 2, Yang Chen's 4-person squad had already advanced deep into the battlefield. Ding! Host has hunted down a tier 2, 2-star demon beast, the demon wolf, earning 22 talent coins. Ding! Host. After slaying a demon wolf, Yang Chen skillfully extracted its crystal core. Over the past few hours, the group had been relentlessly hunting, collectively taking down over 100 demon beasts and beastmen. Beyond the kills, whenever they encountered beasts or beastmen, the group would spare one creature each time. Chinku was responsible for storing these creatures within the beast-taming space. These living beasts and humanoids were preserved for later delivery to the Jingping Trading Guild. Withdraw. Yang Chen scanned the area, seeing that Ouyang Lanlan and the other 3 had nearly finished their follow-up tasks. Without pausing, he prepared to retreat. But at that very moment, a deafening rumble shook the earth from all directions. Thud. 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 The deafening clamor felt like stepping onto an ancient battlefield where armies were beating their war drums. The very earth trembled beneath their feet. What's happening? That sound, it's exactly like what we heard in the snowfields. Are massive numbers of beasts and orcs gathering? Damn it, are we that unlucky? Our first time on the battlefield and we run into this? Could it be the celestial organization stirring trouble again? Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan both paled. Yang Chen's expression grew grave as he ordered, "Immediately flee in the opposite direction. Have the twin-headed tricolor python carry you away." With that, Yang Chen leapt alone onto Magpie's back, spreading his wings and soaring into the sky. Jiang Xiao and the others didn't hesitate for a moment, climbing onto the back of the two-headed tricolor python with practiced ease. The two-headed tricolor python surged forward with blinding speed. From his vantage point atop Magpie's back, Yang Chen watched as a towering dust cloud billowed behind them. Countless demon beasts and beastmen, numbering in the tens of thousands, were charging through the mountains and forests in droves. Countless trees were knocked down, thundering with each crash. Yang Chen's heart sank slightly. It was indeed another beast tide. Yet at that very moment, another deafening commotion erupted from the left, raising a new wave of dust. Yang Chen scanned in that direction and saw yet another horde of beasts and orcs. Before Yang Chen could react, they appeared on the right as well. And even in the direction Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao had fled, massive numbers of beasts and beastmen appeared. Holy crap, so many beasts and beastmen! There must be over 100,000 of them. Beige couldn't help but inwardly gasp in astonishment. This scene was far grander than anything they'd witnessed on the snowfields. It was downright terrifying. Whoa! Yang Chen sucked in a sharp breath, his expression shifting slightly. Beasts and orcs had completely surrounded the entire area for over 10 miles. If anyone with a fear of crowds were here, their scalp would probably be tingling by now. There were simply too many beasts and orcs, so many it was terrifying. And most crucially, if this continued, he and Jiang Xiao would be trapped here. They couldn't push forward any further. Yang Chen quickly suppressed his thoughts and ordered the Magpie, descend immediately. Beige now grasped the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, it dove straight downward. The moment Yang Chen aligned his flight path with the two-headed tricolor python and the others, Jiang Xiao and the other 2 turned to look at him with growing tension. Yang Chen, what's going on? What's going on? Jiang Xiao urgently demanded. Without hesitation, Yang Chen quickly summarized what he had witnessed. Jiang Xiao and the others sucked in sharp breaths. Holy! We're ing cursed. This beast tide is way scarier than the one in the artificial wormhole. Jiang Shao couldn't help but curse. When you're unlucky, even drinking water gets stuck in your teeth. Enough with the cursing. What do we do now? What if we ask Brother A to carry us? Ouyang Lanlan suggested. No way. The magpie can only carry 2 people on its back. There are far too many beasts and orcs this time. We have no idea what the situation is on the outskirts. Yang Chen analyzed calmly, and what if this was orchestrated by the Celestial Organization? We'd be a sitting duck too big a target to avoid attack. If that happens, we're all finished. We have no choice but to find a place to hide first. Chapter 212, The Sudden Beast Tide. Then let's hurry. Let's head to the cave we camped in earlier. It's well hidden, we can take temporary shelter there. Ouyang Lanlan hurriedly suggested. Alright. Xiao Xuan, hurry. Yang Chen nodded, leaping down from Beige's back and stowing the bird away in his beast-taming space. Jiang Shao and Qin Ke wasted no words either, their expressions grave. They both understood clearly how dire the situation had become. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts and beastmen, even a god-tier beast-tamer couldn't hold them off, let alone mere nobodies like them. Soon, the 4 of them rode Xiao Shuang through the winding mountain forests, arriving at a rocky terrain dotted with towering stones. They had rested here before. The location offered excellent cover. Rocks surrounded them on all sides. One boulder, shaped like half a mushroom, jutted outward, creating a large hollow beneath it. The surrounding area was a maze of winding rocks, making it an ideal hiding spot. We made it here just before they arrived. Hearing their footsteps made my heart nearly leap out of my chest. Jiang Shao exhaled softly. Even while riding that 2-headed beast, I could feel the earth trembling beneath us. How many damn beasts and orcs could possibly be coming? What the hell is going on? Ouyang Lanlan frowned in confusion. How could another beast tide occur? I've never heard of such a phenomenon happening in actual battlefields before. Could it be we've stumbled upon a once-in-a-century beast tide? It might not be a once-in-a-century beast tide. There probably have been others before, but the authorities never reported them. After all, such events could cause panic and create opportunities for certain individuals or factions. Qin Ku analyzed. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Lanlan nodded. Could it be the work of the Celestial Organization? They have people here. There might even be a branch of theirs hidden among us. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly. Damn it. Could it be because we killed members of the Celestial Organization? Are they here looking for those guys? Could they come looking for us here? We're not far from where Huang Shisan and the others died. At this remark, Yang Chen, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others couldn't help but frown. It must be said that Jiang Shao had a point. If their deaths were indeed the reason, then these beasts and beastmen must be under the Heavenly Man Organization's control. Moreover, they would undoubtedly begin their search within several miles of where Huang Shisan and the others perished. I'll go scout ahead first. See if these beasts and beastmen are truly after Huang Shisan and the others. Yang Chen murmured. I'll go with you. Jiang Shao hurriedly added, it's too dangerous to go alone. At least with 2 of us, we can watch each other's backs. All right. Yang Chen nodded, turning to Ouyang Lanlan and the others. If you hear any commotion later, or if we're discovered, we'll flee in the opposite direction. You must stay hidden and be extremely cautious. Don't worry about us. You 2 be careful. We know what we're doing. Ouyang Lanlan paused before adding, if they really are here to capture us, I'll never let them get their hands on me. I refuse to become one of those inhuman monsters. Lanlan. Jiang Shao looked at Ouyang Lanlan with a pitiful expression, wanting to say something. Read my lips. Ouyang Lanlan silently mouthed the word to Jiang Shao with obvious disgust. Jiang Shao immediately shut his mouth. Alright, enough fooling around. We should get moving now. Yang Chen said with a smile. Only Jiang Shao would have such thoughts at a time like this. Soon after, Yang Chen and Jiang Shao left their temporary shelter. Instead of immediately venturing out to scout, they weaved through the gaps between rocks for some distance until they reached a vantage point. There, they peered out. Outside, the mountain forest teemed with surging demon beasts and beastmen. Demon wolves, black demon tigers, and elephant men surged forth from every direction, converging like a torrent. The sheer mass of them was enough to make one's hair stand on end at a single glance. There are so many. If we ran into them, wouldn't we be drowned in a single spit from them? Jiang Zhao's skin crawled uncontrollably. Their numbers were simply overwhelming. Yang Chen remained silent, his expression grave as he watched their direction of travel. After a moment, Yang Chen furrowed his brow and remarked quietly, the direction they're heading doesn't seem to be where Huang Shisan and the others died. They're moving toward the exit. They're trying to storm the exit? Ha! Jiang Shao looked surprised. Can the Beastmaster Legion hold them off? Nothing bad will happen, right? Yang Chen shook his head slightly. But we should be safe for now, at least. Ever since surviving the last snowfield beast tide, Yang Chen and his group had been carrying significantly more provisions. They could easily last at least a month without issue. If they ration carefully, they could stretch it to 2 months, or even longer. Moreover, this wave of beasts had bypassed their location entirely. The terrain was too rocky for swift movement. I hope that doesn't happen. If the situation worsens, the Beastmaster Legion might seal the exit. Then we'd be stuck here, unable to leave. Jiang Shao said bitterly. Just as they spoke, numerous demon wolves and black demon tigers halted their advance near the giant rock pile ahead. Immediately, shrieks of alarm echoed from that direction. Oh no, they've spotted us. Run! Quickly! Disperse and run in the directions we planned earlier. The words had barely left their mouths when four youths burst out from a crevice. The instant they emerged, several bursts of skill light slammed down upon the very rock fissure where they had been hiding moments before. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the massive boulders shattered into pieces, sending fragments flying everywhere. There was no doubt about it, had they delayed even a second longer, they would have been blown to pieces. Chapter 213, Not Leaving? Unfortunately, though the four had escaped, they were already surrounded by demon wolves and black demon tigers. The moment they burst out, packs of black demon tigers charged toward them in waves. One youth, after dodging the attacks of two black demon tigers, was struck squarely in the back by the paw of a third. The black demon tiger seemed to have unleashed a skill. The claw's immense force hurled the youth over 10 meters, slamming him hard against a massive boulder. The youth opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Save me! I'm hurt! The youth frantically shouted to his companions. When he saw several black demon tigers closing in around him, his panic reached its peak. Save me! I don't want to die. The boy's face was etched with terror. Save little six. Third brother, charge through with your shield and block those black demon tigers. Fourth brother, ride your beast out and fight your way through with me. A girl who seemed to be the squad leader gave orders calmly and efficiently. Immediately, a burly youth called Third charged toward Xiaolu. During the charge, his beast mount, the giant rat, unleashed a flesh bomb attack, violently slamming into a black demon tiger closing in on Xiaolu and sending it flying. Following closely, Third son charged into the pack of black demon tigers, shield in hand, and yanked sixth brother to his feet. Run! Lao San barked in a deep voice. Xiaolu seized the momentum to stand, gritting his teeth against the pain in his back as he charged forward alongside old Third. The demon wolves unleashed skill after skill from the rear, while the black demon tigers charged at close range, colliding with the phantom shield in Third brother's hands. It must be said, the illusory shield Third brother deployed offered formidable defense, withstanding 7 or 8 attacks while knocking back 3 or 4 black demon tigers. The giant rat also possessed formidable defense, absorbing attacks from the demon wolves and black demon tigers on both flanks as it shielded them, allowing them to break through and reunite with their other 2 teammates. Unfortunately, the numbers of demon wolves and black demon tigers were simply overwhelming. After blocking wave after wave of attacks from the demon wolves and black demon tigers, Shuoshua's body became covered in wounds. Before long, he was covered in injuries, blood flowing freely. Before it could successfully escort third brother and sixth brother out of the encirclement, the giant rat was suddenly bitten on the thigh by a demon wolf, letting out a piercing cry of pain. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 demon wolves pounced, tearing the giant rat to shreds. Little mouse! Seeing this, third brother's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That was his primary beast companion. They'd fought side by side for over 2 months. It was no longer just a beast, it was a partner. Now, Shuoshu had met such a gruesome end right before his eyes. For a moment, he couldn't accept it. Third brother, watch your back. Before the sixth brother could finish speaking, the third brother whipped his head around to see the phantom shield in his hand shattered by the claw of a black demon tiger. A chill ran through third brother's heart. It was over. In the next instant, 2 black demon tigers pounced on third brother from both sides. One of them snapped its jaws shut around his neck, severing it cleanly. Third brother didn't even have time to scream before he was killed instantly. Without third brother's protection, Xiao Lu panicked. He was a ranged beast master. More and more demon wolves and black demon tigers closed in on Little Six. Within 3 seconds, they pounced on him. No! No! Ah! Amidst Xiao Lu's agonized screams, over a dozen demon wolves completely engulfed him. Third brother. Xiao Lu. The young female captain's eyes nearly popped out of her head at the sight. At that very moment, a scream erupted beside her. The boy she called fourth brother was being torn apart by 2 black demon tigers, his agonized howls piercing the air. Filled with rage, the young captain lunged to rescue him, but dozens of demon wolves had already closed in behind her, waiting for their chance. The demon wolves and black demon tigers swarmed forward, tearing the young captain to pieces right before her comrades' eyes. The young captain died in agony, her wide eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. Yang Chen and Jiang Shao, hiding behind rocks, witnessed the entire scene clearly. Damned beasts! Jiang Shao growled lowly in anger. Yang Chen's expression was equally grim. Though they didn't know the 4 people, as fellow humans, witnessing them fall prey to beasts and orcs, becoming mere sustenance, was deeply distressing and hard to accept. If these beasts and orcs breached into the real world, what kind of catastrophe would unfold? Yang Chen dared not imagine it. Perhaps, by then, the entire human race would cease to exist. Yang Chen couldn't understand why anyone would still worship these beasts and orcs, treating them as saviors who could change the world. Yang Chen, look! What are they doing? Why did they stop moving? Jiang Shao suddenly whispered. Yang Chen snapped back to attention, suppressing his thoughts, and scanned the outer perimeter of the stone pile. He saw the demon beasts and orcs halting in their tracks, some even lying down on the ground as if resting. They didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. What do they mean by this? Could they be planning to stay here? Jiang Shao ventured a bold guess. If that were the case, then wouldn't they be trapped here? And they couldn't go there either? And worst of all, what if these beasts and orcs had discovered other humans here and deliberately ambushed them? Or what if these beasts and orcs were driven here by the Celestial Organization, whose agents were nearby or even tracking their trail? Then wouldn't they be finished? Yang Chen, what do we do now? Jiang Shao asked anxiously. The cautionary tale of that four-man squad was fresh in their minds. Though they were slightly stronger than that group, facing so many beasts and orcs meant certain death. There was no other outcome. Don't panic yet. Maybe they're just stopping here to rest. Let's wait and see. Yang Chen reassured them calmly. Chapter 214, the most dangerous place is the safest place. About 10 minutes later, most of the beasts and orcs settled down to rest. Only a few werewolves paced around the perimeter, patrolling like sentinels. Looks like they're camped here. Probably not after us, Jiang Shao breathed a slight sigh of relief. Don't get too excited just yet. Let's search for any members of the Celestial Organization. Yang Chen whispered, pay special attention to any beasts or orcs that appear mutated. Got it. Jiang Shao nodded. Immediately, Yang Chen and Jiang Shao split up and began searching the surrounding area. Yang Chen headed south, Jiang Shao north. Yang Chen proceeded with extreme caution, occasionally peeking out to survey the surroundings. Most beasts and orcs were resting at this hour, and Yang Chen detected no signs of the Celestial Organization. Yang Chen continued forward, circling around the stone pile before meeting up with Jiang Shao. Holy crap, we're surrounded by beasts and orcs. Beasts and orcs everywhere. Jiang Shao patted his chest, still shaken. I didn't spot any Heavenly Man Organization members on my side. What about yours? Nothing here either. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. Looks like we've stumbled into a beast tide. These creatures must be out of their minds, gathering together like this for no reason. Jiang Shao muttered under his breath. It's like they're holding a convention. Could they be plotting how to invade the real world from here? A conference? Yang Chen was speechless. That description was actually quite fitting. Alright, let's head back and brief Lan Lan and the others on the situation, Yang Chen said. Immediately, Yang Chen and Jiang Shao returned to the makeshift shelter and gave Ouyang Lan Lan and Qin Ku a detailed account of the surrounding situation. It seems they have another target in mind. They're only resting here temporarily and will likely leave soon, Ouyang Lan Lan analyzed, her brow furrowed deeply. But what if their target is the exit? If they attack the exit, how will we get out? How about we ask Brother Ba to take us out in 2 separate trips? Jiang Shao suggested, once night falls, those beasts and beastmen won't spot us so easily. We can slip away then. No way. Yang Chen shook his head. Too risky. If we're discovered, those left behind will be in grave danger. Besides, we have no idea about the situation outside, how many beasts and beastmen there are, or if they're already attacking the exit. Once they control the entire perimeter, even if we escape from here, we'll still be surrounded by beasts and orcs. There's no safer place than this. Given that, I believe staying put is our safest option. I agree with Yang Chen. We might be behind the beast tide now, but the most dangerous place is often the safest. Qin Ku concurred. Then let's wait and see. Who knows, we might even pull off a big move later. If they attack our encirclement, we'll strike them from behind. Ouyang Lan Lan declared in a low voice. I know this tactic well. Jiang Shao rubbed his hands excitedly. Just like last time on the snowfields. Exploiting their lack of flying beasts and beastmen, we can totally pull off a harassment tactic. I think this plan is excellent. With our magpies, we can at least ensure we're unbeatable. Yang Chen nodded. Then let's rest now and conserve our strength. I'll take the first watch tonight. Jiang Shao will cover the second watch. Tomorrow, Lan Lan and Qin Ku will handle it. Agreed. The three nodded in unison. Yang Chen headed alone to the outer perimeter to observe the movements of the beasts and orcs outside. Jiang Shao and the others quickly slipped into the open space beneath the rocks, found spots, spread out their bedding, and settled in for rest. Despite the swarm of beasts and orcs outside, Jiang Shao and the others fell asleep quickly. Months of hunting beasts and orcs had forged their resilience. Moreover, there was the trust they placed in each other. After reaching the outer perimeter, Yang Chen found a corner spot, reclining to observe the beasts and orcs outside. The surrounding beasts and orcs maintained their previous patterns, also resting. About 2 hours later, a sudden commotion erupted from the outer perimeter. Jiang Shao, Ouyang Lan Lan, and Qin Ku, who had been sleeping beneath the rocks, were instantly jolted awake. They reacted immediately, opening their eyes and exchanging glances before scrambling out from under the rocks to the outer perimeter. Seeing Yang Chen still crouched on the rocks ahead, they felt a slight sense of relief wash over them. What's going on? Jiang Xiao and the others gathered close to Yang Chen and asked in hushed tones. Those beasts and beastmen captured several beastmasters. Yang Chen replied concisely. Chapter 215, Coward. What? Ouyang Lanlan and the others were slightly startled. Yang Chen quickly raised his index finger, making a shushing gesture. The trio immediately fell silent and peered ahead. Within the forest ahead, over a dozen young men and women, along with several gravely wounded beast riders, were surrounded by the demon beasts and beastmen. Among them, a silver-white demon wolf slowly stepped forward. All the other demon beasts and beastmen retreated, their eyes filled with reverence, as if paying homage to their king. A silver-white demon wolf. My goodness, that's another mutated demon beast. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Ouyang Lanlan quickly interrupted, covering Jiang Zhao's mouth. Keep your voice down. As if those creatures couldn't hear you. Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses, instinctively reaching to cover his own mouth only to clamp down on Ouyang Lanlan's small hand. Ouyang Lanlan was stunned. You! Ouyang Lanlan stomped her foot in frustration. Jiang Zhao's face flushed crimson in an instant. Truth be told, Ouyang Lanlan's small hand felt soft and supple, quite pleasant, actually. Let go of me. Ouyang Lanlan felt the heat radiating from Jiang Zhao's face, her heart filled with both shame and anger. Oh. Jiang Xiao quickly let go. These beasts and beastmen gathering together, could it be because of that mutated beast? Xin Ke speculated. It's possible, Yang Chen nodded. Jiang Xiao, Lanlan, are you interested in hunting this mutant beast? Can we capture it? Adult beasts aren't that easy to tame. Ouyang Lanlan said. If it's possible, I'll help Lanlan get it. Jiang Xiao said sheepishly. Get what done? Get lost. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving glare. With all these beasts and beastmen around, how exactly do you plan to handle it? Let's wait and see. There might still be a chance. The Beastmaster Legion will react soon. When they do, we can take advantage of the chaos and make our move. Yang Chen said with a smile. Those mature beasts aren't that easy to tame, Ouyang Lanlan said, holding out little hope. We'll know once we try, Yang Chen said with a smile. If it doesn't work out, we haven't lost anything. Just don't take unnecessary risks. Ouyang Lanlan nodded. Yang Chen, what about those guys? Should we figure out a way to help them escape? Xin Ke suddenly asked. With so many beasts and beastmen here, isn't helping them too risky? Ouyang Lanlan frowned, unwilling to take the chance. First off, those beastmasters were human too, but they weren't connected to us. We didn't even know them. Risking themselves for them felt hardly worth it. Second, they simply didn't possess the strength or capability to play savior. Xin Ke sighed inwardly. Deep down, she still couldn't bear the thought of seeing fellow humans fall to these beasts and orcs. Let's observe first. If an opportunity arises, we'll intervene discreetly, Yang Chen offered reassurance, adding, but only if we can ensure our own safety. Xin Ke nodded. As they spoke, the silver demon wolf surveyed the captives before it. A distinctly human-like smile curved its lips as it let out a low growl. The young beastmasters nearly wet themselves in terror. Don't kill me. No, I'll surrender. I'll become your slave. Please don't kill me. The young men immediately knelt before the silver demon wolf, repeatedly kowtowing. This scene was witnessed by Yang Chen and his three companions. These are the ones we're supposed to save? They're practically begging for mercy, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but complain. If we save them, won't they just help those beasts and beastmen drive us out so they can take the credit? Xin Ke's expression shifted between awkwardness and irritation. These guys had no backbone whatsoever. How utterly shameful. Did they really think begging for mercy would make those beasts and orcs spare them? How utterly foolish. We should mind our own business and stay out of such trivial matters. It's beyond our control anyway, Ouyang Lanlan shook her head slightly. Just then, the silver-white demon wolf roared again, as if issuing some command. The other demon beasts and beastmen immediately charged toward the dozen or so beastmasters and their beasts. Ah! No! A wave of terrified screams erupted from that direction, cries as piercing as pigs being slaughtered. Yet this did nothing to alter their fate. They were all swallowed up by the horde of beasts and beastmen. Soon, even the screams fell silent. Chapter 216, The Situation. Witnessing these scenes sent chills down Yang Chen and Jiang Zhao's spines. The battlefield was indeed treacherous. In the real world, beastmasters stood high above others, envied by many. Yet on the battlefield, once defeated by beasts and beastmen, they became nothing more than food of fate of utter misery. Fortunately, those fools still attempted to surrender to the beasts and orcs. Watching them fall as the beasts and orcs devoured the beastmasters alive, Yang Chen and his companions felt little psychological burden. After devouring every last trace of the beastmasters, the beasts and orcs finally dispersed. The silver demon wolf had long vanished, suggesting its true lair lay elsewhere. However, the beasts and orcs did not immediately depart. Instead, they continued to camp in the outer perimeter. Looks like they won't be leaving anytime soon. You guys go get some sleep. Yang Chen said. It's almost my watch. You go sleep, Jiang Xiao replied sullenly. All right. Yang Chen didn't argue with Jiang Shao over the watch duty. He followed Ouyang Lanlan and the others back to the temporary shelter, pulled out his sleeping bag, and collapsed into it. Over the next 3 days, the beasts and orcs only occasionally shifted positions. Most remained camped outside the stone pile. On several occasions, some beasts and orcs even ventured into the stone pile itself. Once, they nearly discovered the makeshift camp of Yang Chen's 4-person squad. This left Yang Chen and his companions with an uneasy feeling. Are these beasts and orcs treating this place as their base? Jiang Shao voiced his uneasy premonition. Could this be the rear base for these beasts and orcs? Could they be attacking the besieged city right now? At these words, both Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan's expressions darkened. It might very well be exactly as Jiang Shao suggested. If that were the case, they were in serious trouble. At the very least, these beasts and orcs wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. And most crucially, it was uncertain how long it would take the Beastmaster Legion to quell this beast tide. Whether the Ministry of Integrity would intervene was also uncertain. Now and then, some beasts or beastmen wander into the rock piles. If we stay here much longer, we'll be exposed sooner or later. We must find a way out of here. Ouyang Lanlan declared in a grave tone. Shinku couldn't help but smile bitterly. At least tens of thousands of beasts and orcs surrounded them, layered in dense formations. Escaping would be easy, they could simply ride the magpies out. But what lay beyond the outer perimeter of these tens of thousands? Were there other beasts and orcs lurking? What was the situation at the exit? Had the beasts and orcs breached the city walls? If the siege was under attack right now, and they fled in that direction, wouldn't they be walking straight into a trap? By then, escape would be beyond their reach. Shinku slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and voiced his thoughts. Does that mean we're trapped here to die? That's just too frustrating. Jiang Zhao's face was clouded with worry. Ouyang Lanlan also wore a look of worry. Actually, we still have one option. Seeing their expressions, Yang Chen smiled confidently. If it comes down to it, we can push deeper into the rear of the battlefield. The most dangerous place is the safest place. At the very least, most of the beasts and beastmen in this sector of the battlefield have already gathered here. If we keep pushing deeper, there won't be many left. Our situation will be much safer. At these words, Jiang Shao and the others' eyes lit up instantly. Exactly. There can't be that many beasts or beastmen behind us. Jiang Shao exclaimed excitedly. I think this plan is excellent. Shall we move now? I agree, it's a sound plan. As long as we avoid being surrounded, once the Beastmaster Legion repels this wave of beasts, we can depart at any moment. Ouyang Lanlan nodded in agreement. Yang Chen, however, remained unhurried. He smiled and said, there's no rush now. We still need to wait. This plan should only be used when we're truly cornered. Unless we're in a desperate situation, we must never resort to it lightly. The rear might be free of beasts and beastmen, but it's not guaranteed to be free of Heavenly Man Organization agents. If we encounter them, we'll be in trouble. Second, once these beasts and beastmen are driven back, the Beastmaster Legion won't annihilate them all. They'll scatter and flee. When that happens, we'll face a counter-beast tide. Of course, both scenarios are probabilistic, but we must consider them. Otherwise, should that moment truly arrive, our situation might not be any better than it is now. Therefore, I suggest we maintain our position for now and avoid panic. Ouyang Lanlan and the others fell silent for a moment before nodding slightly in agreement. Alright, we'll follow your lead for now. Ouyang Lanlan nodded. Following this, Yang Chen's 4-person squad maintained their position without moving. In the days that followed, Beastmasters were captured alive by these beasts and beastmen and executed. Almost every single day. Until the night of the 5th day, just as Yang Chen had fallen asleep, the howls of demon wolves echoed from a nearby distance uncomfortably close. The sound was deafening. It instantly caught Yang Chen and the others' attention, and everyone opened their eyes. Have the beasts and orcs found us? Ouyang Lanlan's expression darkened. Don't panic. Let's investigate first. Jiang Shao hasn't made a sound, it might not be a demon beast or orc attack. Yang Chen said calmly. Chapter 217, Eating Watermelon. Holy crap, that's insane. I can't look at this. I just can't. Jiang Shao covered his face with both hands, yet his 2 index fingers formed wide gaps. His eyes were wide open, making him look rather comical. Yang Chen and Ouyang Lanlan approached, their curiosity piqued by Jiang Zhao's expression. What are you looking at? Ouyang Lanlan frowned and asked, what's going on? Are there beasts or beastmen approaching our sanctuary? Hearing the voices, Jiang Shao quickly lowered his hands and waved them frantically. Nothing. Just a few orcs making noise outside, made a little noise. Oh, come on. With me watching over things, what's there to worry about? Go back to sleep. You all need to make sure you get proper rest now. As Jiang Shao spoke, his expression grew slightly uneasy. Ouyang Lanlan and Yang Chen exchanged glances. Having spent so much time with Jiang Shao, they knew him well. Something was definitely off with Jiang Shao. Moreover, the position he stood in seemed to be deliberately or unintentionally blocking the view behind him. Jiang Shao, what's so interesting? Let me see too. Yang Chen said as he moved to the left of Jiang Zhao's position. Nothing at all. Really, nothing. Jiang Zhao hurriedly blocked Yang Chen's path, while Ouyang Lanlan seized the moment to step to Jiang Zhao's right. You! Ouyang Lanlan followed the direction Jiang Zhao had been looking and her expression abruptly changed. Not far ahead, two blue-skinned beastmen were entangled in a struggle. The earlier shrieks had come from that female blue spirit. Ah! It's not like that. Lanlan, listen to me. I wasn't peeping. I just saw them getting pretty close to us, so I had to observe, right? Jiang Zhao explained with a bitter expression. Jiang Zhao, you've got some peculiar tastes. Yang Chen glanced over and chuckled. Spying on such an exciting show all by yourself must be thrilling, huh? No, I was genuinely observing them. I was worried they might discover our shelter. Jiang Zhao looked utterly helpless. He had indeed watched earlier, but he swore part of his reason was to scout the enemy situation. Lanlan, if you were on watch here, wouldn't you be observing too? Don't try to frame me. I was doing it for everyone's safety. Jiang Zhao argued fiercely. Ouyang Lanlan was speechless. It was true, just as Jiang Zhao said. At this distance, the slightest carelessness could lead those beastmen to discover their shelter. If Ouyang Lanlan had been here, she would likely have kept watch constantly for everyone's safety too. Just as the three were speaking, Qin Ke, who had remained silent all along, suddenly interrupted. Enough talking. The orcs over there are moving. Looks like a large group of beastmen is heading this way. At this warning, Jiang Zhao immediately covered his mouth. Yang Chen lost all inclination to tease, and Ouyang Lanlan followed suit. All three quickly dropped to the ground, straining to observe the situation ahead. Just as the male and female blue spirits were in the throes of passion, dozens of blue spirits suddenly burst forth from the outer perimeter. Both males and females. Among them, a burly male blue spirit was particularly agitated, bellowing and snarling incessantly as if driven by extreme agitation. The pair of blue spirits were startled, especially the male one, who immediately prepared to flee. But before he could get far, several male spirits blocked his path and knocked him flying back. The female blue spirit, meanwhile, was grabbed by the hair by the burly blue spirit leading the group. She let out continuous wails, sounding like she was explaining something, or perhaps begging. Though Yang Chen's four-person squad couldn't understand the beastman's language, at that moment, they seemed to grasp its meaning. The blue-skinned pair had been having an affair. The burly blue elf appeared to have caught them in the act and seemed to hold some status among the beastmen. Did he steal the king's woman? What a melodramatic plot twist. Jiang Zhao watched with relish, never expecting to stumble upon such explosive gossip here. Unbelievable. Yang Chen, Ouyang Lanlan, and the others looked utterly helpless. They'd thought monsters or orcs had discovered them, but instead stumbled upon this grand spectacle. Unfortunately, before they could fully enjoy the spectacle, their hearts sank. The muscular blue spirit kicked the adulterer over 10 meters away, landing him directly in front of Yang Chen's squad, less than 5 meters away. Yang Chen's squad was stunned. This was beyond absurd. While they were minding their own business, they ended up getting caught in the middle. They had considered the possibility of exposure, imagined the beasts and orcs bursting into their location, and contemplated countless other scenarios. But they never imagined they'd be discovered by these orcs in such a bizarre way. Absurdity itself opening the door for absurdity utterly beyond belief. Unbelievable. Chapter 218, Words Become Law. Roar! 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 The adulterer let out a pained howl, scrambling to his feet and fleeing toward Yang Chen's four-person squad. Holy! It's actually running this way. Holy, with so many blue spirits, once the fighting starts, tens of thousands of beasts and orcs will surround us. That bastard deserves to die. Jiang Zhao couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Instantly, it caught the attention of that traitorous beast. Its eyes widened, flashing with terror and surprise though fleetingly. It paused only briefly before charging madly toward Yang Chen and the others. Fortunately, the uneven rocks on the pile caused it to stumble and fall. This gave Yang Chen's four-person squad their chance. Quick! Run around inside the rock pile. Don't let those blue spirits spot us. Yang Chen barked. Without a moment's hesitation, the four took off running. It must be said that Yang Chen and his group were both unfortunate and fortunate. Their luck lay in the fact that the gaps between these massive boulders were taller than they were. Moreover, only that traitor had spotted them earlier. No other blue spirits were present, so while their whereabouts weren't completely exposed yet, they were close to being discovered. The traitor spotted the four fleeing and gave chase relentlessly, bellowing loudly behind them. It seemed to be shouting things like, "Humans over here," or "I found humans." This sent Yang Chen and his companions' hearts racing. Glancing back, they saw the blue spirit's face contorted into a frenzied expression. Though they couldn't understand the blue spirit's cries, a strong sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. Fortunately, the blue spirits didn't seem to believe the traitor's words. At least, Yang Chen and his companions couldn't see any significant commotion among the surrounding beasts and beastmen. However, the noise had awakened many beasts and beastmen, who now turned their gaze toward them. They merely fixed their attention on the scene, seemingly watching the spectacle unfold. No one believes a traitor's words. Just as expected, someone with such poor character won't get far anywhere. Jiang Shao chuckled repeatedly. However, the moment his words fell, a dark shadow suddenly plummeted from the sky. With a thud, the adulterer landed awkwardly on the boulder to the left of Yang Chen and his 3 companions, looking utterly disheveled. It was also quite frightening, as it landed only a few meters away from Yang Chen and his group. Only the winding gaps between the boulders prevented it from landing directly in front of Yang Chen's squad. This time, the adulterer fared even worse. He crashed down, dazed and disoriented, unable to rise quickly. In utter disarray, he could only let out a helpless, frenzied howl toward Yang Chen and his group. Yang Chen and his companions had narrowly escaped death once more. After running a distance, Jiang Shao exhaled deeply, a smile returning to his face. I told you good karma never fails you. Like us. Look at that. Compared to that blue spirit, this is the difference. Damn it, we weren't even spotted. Who else could be? Those blue spirits are a bunch of idiots. Before Jiang Shao could finish speaking, another dark figure plummeted from the sky. With a dull thud, the adulterer slammed into the right side of the rock pile crevice where Yang Chen's squad was positioned less than 6 meters away. The sight sent a chill down Yang Chen and his companions' spines. This guy clearly couldn't catch up to them anymore, yet he kept getting beaten even when knocked flying. He still landed right beside them. What the hell was this? Was he trying to force them all to their deaths? And what the hell was going on with Jiang Shao? He just smiled, and that blue spirit got knocked flying toward them? Was that some kind of word-to-action magic? Such a coincidence is a bit far-fetched. But Yang Chen and the others had no time to dwell on it now. They could only keep running. This time, they managed to cover a considerable distance without incident. Jiang Shao breathed a sigh of relief, grinning widely. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Ouyang Lanlan shot him a fierce glare and snapped, "Shut up! Say another word, and I'll toss you out." Jiang Shao swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue, muttering under his breath. Why so fierce? I didn't do anything wrong. Why can't I even talk? Though this thought raced through Jiang Zhao's mind, he dared not utter a single word aloud. Instead, he shot Ouyang Lanlan a smile brimming with apology. After running for about 10 minutes, they were nearly out of the rocky terrain when the orcs behind them finally stopped hurling that adulterer their way. Yang Chen and the other 3 hid in a wide, uneven hollow, collapsing to sit and gasping for breath. Even as beast tamers, they were pushed to their limits. This was far too tense and thrilling. Sweat drenched every head, as if they'd just been pulled from water. They had narrowly avoided being discovered. We barely made it. Jiang Shao plopped down onto the ground, utterly exhausted. He couldn't muster a smile anymore. Yang Chen, what do we do now? Ouyang Lanlan turned to Yang Chen, her eyes filled with concern. We can't stay here. We can't rely on that scoundrel for our safety. We have to take the risk and get out of here as soon as possible. Yang Chen said in a low voice. Chapter 219, Discovered? While the outer perimeter holds unknown dangers, here we face a known threat. Yang Chen murmured. Yang Chen is right. I think we absolutely must evacuate this place now. We can't guarantee those bastards won't be searching everywhere for us. Ouyang Lanlan agreed. I agree we should retreat. Shin Kun nodded. Since you all agree, I have no objections either. Let's get moving. Jiang Shao declared. Alright, since everyone agrees, let's rest and eat something first. We'll begin our retreat in 2 hours. Yang Chen settled the matter decisively. Then, Yang Chen sat down and began pulling food out of his backpack to eat. Ouyang Lanlan and the others followed suit. No one bothered with manners, they finished their food as quickly as possible. In the time that followed, after the adulterer blue spirit had been tortured to death, the blue spirits did not grow quieter. Instead, they became even more restless. They roamed about, seemingly searching for something among the rock piles. This caught the attention of Yang Chen and his companions. Could these creatures be searching for us? Yang Chen and his companions exchanged glances, each harboring the same uneasy thought. This made them wonder if they had already been exposed. Just then, Jiang Shao suddenly cried out in alarm, "Look at the beasts on the perimeter. They're moving too." Yang Chen and the others followed Jiang Zhao's gaze and saw pairs of blue-green eyes glowing in the surrounding darkness. Though the night obscured their details, they could make out the basic outlines. The beasts had been stirred by the blue spirit. Look over there. And over there too. All the beasts around us are moving. Jiang Shao whispered in alarm again. We're done for. We're definitely exposed. Ouyang Lanlan and Shin Ku's faces instantly drained of color. Don't panic. It might not be us they've spotted. If they had, they'd be charging straight toward us. Yang Chen remained calm and composed. It was probably the earlier commotion that caught their attention. They're searching now. So we still have time. Begin the evacuation immediately. Lanlan, you and Shin Ku retreat first. Jiang Shao and I will follow later. Ouyang Lanlan and Shin Ku felt touched. Yang Chen, if we leave now, we'll make noise. What about you two? Ouyang Lanlan asked with concern. Shouldn't you evacuate first? Exactly. If those beasts and orcs spot us, they'll chase us down and leave some to search for you. We won't be able to return quickly enough to pick you up, and you'll be in serious trouble. Qin Ku analyzed. It's fine. Jiang Xiao and I can start fleeing the moment you're above us. Yang Chen replied calmly. The terrain here works to our advantage. Even if we flee, they won't catch us easily. More importantly, even if they do catch us, killing us won't be so simple. Exactly. You saw it yourself, the winding crevices between these rocks offer perfect hiding spots. Jiang Xiao grinned confidently. Don't worry about us. We're not going down that easily. But? Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke still hesitated slightly. Alright, that's settled. Enough talk. Get ready. I'm about to summon my beast. Yang Chen spoke, giving Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ke no chance to react before summoning the magpie. Fortunately, their location was open and spacious. Magpie's massive form appeared within the pit without seeming cramped at all. Holy crap, you guys are surrounded. The magpie immediately sensed the situation around them and exclaimed in surprise. But the next second, it declared, but don't worry, I'll get you out of here. Chapter 220, Familiar Faces. Whoosh! As a golden light descended, Ba Ge transformed into a crimson streak of shadow under the effect of his skill sink or swim. He soared into the sky and vanished into the night. Several nearby beasts and orcs felt a gentle breeze brush past them. They all looked up at the sky in unison. Had something just flown by? Then they murmured among themselves. Blue Spirit even rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he hadn't seen anything else. Only after a moment of chattering did they stop paying attention to the sky. They probably weren't spotted. Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao both breathed a slight sigh of relief. Now it's our turn to make a run for it. Yang Chen glanced at the several demon wolves creeping toward them from behind and dashed toward the crack ahead. His pace wasn't particularly fast, more like brisk walking. Since the beasts and orcs hadn't spotted them yet, there was no need to rush. Conserving energy was the priority now. Yet as Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao moved, they remained utterly unaware that within 20 meters of the pit they had just left, a recessed rock sheltered four figures. From within its hollow, they watched every move of Yang Chen and his companion. Who would have thought there'd be others here? They even have a flying mount. If only we had flying beasts. 3 of them wore expressions of envy. But one youth wore a dark, sullen expression, his eyes even holding a hint of murderous intent. If Yang Chen were here, he would recognize this person immediately. He was Yang Hua. Yang Hua, Yang Chen's classmate at North City First High School and his romantic rival, had pursued Zhang Shuer for 3 years only to be rejected time and again. He had channeled all that pent-up resentment toward Yang Chen. If not for Yang Chen standing in the way, Zhang Shuer would have been with him long ago. That's why he hated Yang Chen with a burning intensity. Since the wormhole erupted in North City and descended into reality last time, the entire city has suffered devastating destruction. He had assumed both Yang Chen and Zhang Shuer were dead. He never imagined he would encounter Yang Chen here. Just as Yang Hua glared hatefully at Yang Chen's retreating figure, a startled cry suddenly rang out beside him. Brother Li, look! Blue spirits are approaching from our left, several of them. Everyone immediately turned to look and saw several blue spirits, accompanied by a pack of demon wolves and black demon tigers, searching their way over. Damn it! They must have picked up our tracks from when we fled earlier. Yang Hua, it's all your fault. You had to go searching for an escape route. Not only did you fail to find one, but you got us all spotted by the beasts. You've doomed us all. If I hadn't run faster just now, I'd be dead right here. Why don't you just die already? We could have stayed hidden here safely. If we just held out without being spotted, the Beastmaster Legion would have repelled this beast tide. It's all your fault. The glances from his 2 teammates were filled with rage and resentment. They couldn't even be bothered to hold back anymore. After all, they were all about to be finished off. What was the point of holding back now? Ever since they became teammates with Yang Hua, he had been utterly arrogant, acting as if his intelligence and abilities were superior to everyone else's. He looked down on this and scorned that, behaving as if everyone should listen to him. Yet Yang Hua's actual skills and abilities fell far short. Time and again, he dragged them down. If they hadn't already signed up for the National Freshman Beastmaster Tournament, they would have kicked him out long ago. They'd put up with Yang Hua for far too long. Now that they were nearly dead, who had time to indulge Yang Hua anymore? You don't know. Our food only lasts 3 days. If the Beastmaster Corps takes 10 days or half a month to arrive, are we supposed to just wait here to die? You may want to wait for death, but I refuse to die here. If you hadn't refused to assist me or take watch, how would I have been discovered? Yang Hua argued. Earlier, those beasts, the black demon tigers, and the blue spirits had suddenly begun searching precisely because Yang Hua had exposed their location, drawing so many beasts and beastmen to track them down. You have the nerve to say that? I told you repeatedly to stockpile more food for emergencies, but you refused. When we went to buy supplies, you insisted on going in first and left us behind. If it weren't for you, how would we be running low on food? The other 2 companions showed no fear either, glaring angrily at Yang Hua. They blamed this self-righteous fool for dragging the entire squad into danger. Seeing this, Li Feng quickly raised his hand. Enough! Cut it out. Now is not the time for arguments. If we don't stick together, we'll die even faster. Keep bickering, and those beasts and orcs will surround us. We have to get out of here. One of the others, a pimple-faced teenager, grumbled, Brotherly, how are we supposed to run now? If we try to flee, we'll be too conspicuous. We'll attract every beast and orc in the vicinity. Then we're as good as dead. Yeah, Brotherly, what should we do? The other one said, his face filled with despair. At that very moment, a cold smile curled at the corner of Yang Hua's lips. I have a good plan. It might help us escape this crisis for now. Chapter 221, The Cunning Villain. What plan? Li Feng and the others turned to look at Yang Hua. Don't give us any half-baked ideas. If you screw us over again, we'll all die here. The other two teammates glared at Yang Hua warningly. Yang Hua chuckled softly. Aren't there two sitting ducks over there? If we cast a fireball spell right now, landing it right in front of them, wouldn't they be as good as dead? At his words, Li Feng and the others' eyes lit up. Yeah, exactly. If we cast fireball at them, wouldn't they be exposed immediately? The beasts and orcs would definitely be drawn to them. Yang Hua, this idea of yours isn't half bad. What do you say, big brother? Let's do it. Both turned to look at Li Feng. Li Feng gave Yang Hua an approving look, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he chuckled. Of course we're going for it. Fourth brother, take them down. Got it. Fourth brother responded, immediately launching a fireball toward the direction Yang Chen and Jiang Shao were heading. Whoosh! Amidst a fierce whistling wind, a massive fireball erupted in the sky above, illuminating the entire expanse like a colossal sun. All the beasts and beastmen were drawn to the spectacle, lifting their heads in unison. Bathed in the orange-yellow glow, tens of thousands of beasts and beastmen stretched out in a dense, hair-raising swarm. Holy! Where did that fireball come from? Another beast master here? Holy! Jiang Zhao's expression instantly darkened. He looked up, swallowed hard, and exclaimed, Yang Chen, look! That fireball seems to be heading straight for me. Run! Yang Chen's expression shifted slightly. He scrambled out of the crevice almost instantly, rolling away from the rock fissure. Jiang Shao didn't dare hesitate either, scrambling out with a roll. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the massive fireball detonated precisely where Yang Chen and Jiang Shao had been standing. Flames erupted in all directions. Yang Chen and Jiang Zhao's figures were fully exposed. The beasts and beastmen stared blankly at Yang Chen and Jiang Shao. The next instant, the two could clearly see green light blazing in the creature's eyes, as if they'd spotted a delicious meal. We're done for. We're done for. Yang Chen, someone must be setting us up. Damn it! Whoever did this, we've never crossed paths. To ambush us like this. Jiang Shao hurled a final curse into the darkness. Sadly, no one answered him. The only response came from the roars of the beasts and orcs surging toward them like a tidal wave. Holy, what do we do now? Jiang Shao panicked instantly. With so many beasts and orcs closing in, they were doomed. Keep running into the crevices. Quick! They're catching up, but they won't kill us that easily. Yang Chen said in a low voice. Though he still didn't know who was targeting them, escape was their only option now. Once inside the crevices, the beasts and orcs couldn't exploit their numerical advantage as easily. The instant Yang Chen leaped into the crevice, he saw four figures rise from a boulder in the southwest direction and leap into the crevice as well. Among them, Yang Hua even flashed a mocking grin at Yang Chen before plunging into the crevice. Yang Chen's expression darkened instantly. Having been classmates with Yang Hua for 4 years, he certainly hadn't forgotten this classmate. We're heading southwest. Circle around them. Yang Chen ordered in a low voice. What? Why? Jiang Shao stared at Yang Chen, utterly bewildered. The ones who betrayed us are over there. A cold gleam flashed in Yang Chen's eyes as he declared, if they want to harm us, then they'll die and we'll all go down together. Holy, those treacherous bastards? Jiang Shao instantly boiled over with rage. Let's go. Charge over there and draw the beasts and orcs toward us. Damn it. If only we had ranged skills, we'd have taken that bastard out. Jiang Shao sprinted even faster than Yang Chen, leaping out of the crevice. A demon wolf charged head-on, lunging to tear into him. Damn it, you beast, get lost. Jiang Shao summoned the giant rat almost instinctively and unleashed his skill. Meat shield. The giant rat launched itself like a cannonball, slamming into the demon wolf and sending it flying. Before the other beasts and orcs could close in, Yang Chen and Jiang Shao both leapt into the crevice and raced toward the direction where Yang Hua and the others were. You take the front, I'll handle the beasts and orcs behind us. Yang Chen declared in a deep voice. Got it. With me here, no one can stop us. Jiang Zhao's eyes flashed crimson, radiating intense battle intent. Chapter 222, Too Fierce. Roar. Boom. 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 A chorus of howls and shouts erupted from the demon wolves and beastmen. Jiang Shao and Shuashu worked in perfect sync, smashing through every obstacle in their path like a bulldozer. Empowered by Unbreakable, Jiang Shao seemed to possess skin of bronze and bones of iron, relentlessly sending beasts and orcs flying. Meanwhile, Yang Chen covered their rear, repelling the waves of beasts and orcs charging from behind in the flanks. Each one he struck sent them flying, their cries of pain echoing through the air. However, the commotion grew louder and louder, with more and more beasts and orcs gathering around them. The beast tide threatened to completely overwhelm the area where Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao were advancing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Hua, Li Feng, and their companion had just leaped into a crevice. After landing, they breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had escaped this peril. But before they could savor their relief, a tremendous commotion erupted outside. Damn, that's awesome. Haha, look. Look. They're surrounded by beasts and orcs. Holy crap, it's teeming with beasts and beastmen, must be tens of thousands of them. They're like a tidal wave, it's giving me goosebumps. Our pressure just got a lot lighter. Yang Hua, you get credit for this one. I won't scold you. Bro, we gotta get out of here now. If those two kids get taken out, those beasts and orcs. Before the two could finish speaking, Li Feng cut them off. Cut the crap and run, damn it. That bastard's luring the beasts and orcs right toward us. They spotted us. Li Feng bellowed, turning on his heel and sprinting away. Yang Hua and the others also sensed something was terribly wrong. The massive wave of beasts surged toward them like an unstoppable tide. Even though Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao were still some distance away, the tide of beasts was already closing in on them. The overwhelming horde of beasts and orcs bore down on them with crushing pressure, as if intent on crushing them both. Damn it, have they lost their minds? How dare they? Damn it, they've forced all these beasts and beastmen straight toward us. Who the hell are these two? Holy, run! Two of them were scared out of their wits. To be fair, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao were truly fierce. They'd managed to drag this entire horde of beasts and orcs over here. Terrifying. Yang Hua's face was deathly pale. What the hell had Yang Chen been through these past few months? Wasn't Yang Chen's beast companion a parrot? Could a parrot be this fierce? It's beyond imagination. If Yang Chen were to drive those beasts and beastmen over here, they'd be finished. Meanwhile, after holding out for 10 minutes, both Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao had exhausted their skills, leaving them on cooldown. Yang Chen, I've used up all my skills, and Big Rat is injured too. We can't hold them back anymore. Jiang Xiao bellowed amidst the chaos. Jiang Xiao was in a terrible state. His chest, back, and both shoulders bore claw marks from the demon wolf and black demon tiger, blood gushing freely and flesh torn open, a sight that was utterly horrifying. Shuashu fared even worse than Jiang Xiao. One of the adorable large ears on Shuashu's head had been clawed open, split into 3 gashes. Only Yang Chen, relying on his skill enhancements and agile movements, dodged relentlessly between the demon beasts and beastmen, escaping entirely unscathed. Recall your beasts. I'll send you flying. Yang Chen severed a demon wolf's front paw with a single stroke, his voice low and fierce. Jiang Xiao dared not hesitate for a moment, swiftly recalling Shuashu into his beast-taming space. He knew Yang Chen possessed another skill. That skill was spread wings. This was their last life-saving skill. Go! Yang Chen grabbed Jiang Xiao's arm as a pair of illusory wings instantly materialized behind him. Whoosh! As hordes of demon beasts and orcs lunged downward, Yang Chen instantly spread his wings, carrying Jiang Xiao soaring into the sky. Below, the beasts and orcs witnessed this scene. They all turned their gaze skyward, unleashing furious roars and incessant howls. They still refused to abandon their pursuit of Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao. Yang Chen, what do we do? These beasts haven't given up chasing us. Jiang Xiao's face darkened. This skill only lasted 20 minutes, and the agility boost was minimal, a mere 5%, practically negligible. If they possessed the agility of a magpie, they could have easily escaped using this skill. Unfortunately, they didn't. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. There's no better option right now. Let's hope Magpie gets back soon. Yang Chen spoke, glancing downward. Standing above the night sky, though it was already dark, the sky wasn't entirely dim. A bright moon hung overhead, allowing them to vaguely make out the situation below. Yang Chen could still make out the figures of Yang Hua and the other 3 fleeing into a crevice in the southwest direction below. Regardless, we'll deal with those 4 first. With that, a cold gleam flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. The wings on his back flapped once more, propelling him directly toward the direction Yang Hua and the others were fleeing. This scene left Li Feng, Yang Hua, and the other 2 utterly dumbfounded. Holy! They actually have flight abilities. And they're flying right toward us. Those beasts and beastmen are following them too. Damn it, if they can fly, why aren't they escaping? What kind of skill is chasing us? Holy! Li Feng and his 2 companions were on the verge of cursing like sailors. They wished they had 2 extra legs. The growing number of beasts and orcs closing in behind them sent chills down their spines. This was terrifying. None of them had anticipated this. They intended for Yang Chen and his partner to draw fire, but now they were plunged into an even greater crisis. They were done for. Yang Hua's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Yang Chen actually possessed such a skill? What kind of goddamn luck had this guy gotten himself into? But now, all he could do was run for his life. Stopping meant certain death. Unfortunately, they were already surrounded by beasts and orcs. As Yang Chen and his companion flew toward them, more and more beasts and orcs were drawn to the commotion. They hadn't run for even 5 minutes before several demon wolves spotted them. The beasts let out frenzied howls, baring their fangs as they lunged toward them, snarling and snapping. Other beasts and orcs, hearing the commotion, swarmed closer. Each was ferocious, seemingly mistaking Yang Hua's group for Yang Chen and Zhang Zhao's companions, eager to tear them apart. Chapter 223, The Selfish Yang Hua. Zhang Dao, the demon wolves on the left spotted us. They're charging. You hold them off. Yang Hua, you cover the rear. I'll lead the charge. Fourth brother, stay in the middle. Use your ranged skills if you have them. Cold sweat poured from Li Feng's forehead, but to survive, they had no choice but to fight their way through. With that, Li Feng charged forward first. A blue aura surged around him, instantly boosting his strength and agility. He violently knocked the demon wolf that had leaped into the rock crevice flying. On the left, Zhang Dao didn't hesitate either. As a melee-type beast master, his skills were similar to Li Feng's, both buff-oriented. He held off all the monsters and beastmen that had fallen on either side. The 4 of them, much like Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao before them, charged through the horde of beasts and orcs like a knife through butter, fighting desperately. This sight brought a slight sense of relief to Li Feng and his companions. It seemed these beasts and orcs weren't quite as terrifying as they'd feared. Perhaps there was still a chance to escape. Haha, Yang Chen, look at those bastards getting chased down. Jiang Xiao, observing the scene from above, laughed heartily. Those bastards tried to take us down, let's finish them off. Yang Chen, fly over there. The monsters and beastmen aren't concentrated enough in their area. Draw them all over there. Let's see how many skills they have and how long they can hold out. Without a word, Yang Chen accelerated, soaring toward Li Feng and the others. He appeared directly overhead. Hey, hey, hey! How's it feel down there, brothers? Feeling good? Got enough beasts and orcs? Let me give you a little extra firepower. Jiang Xiao shouted taunts downwards. Damn it! You sneaky bastard! Come down here if you've got the guts. I'll fight you one-on-one. What kind of cowardly attack is this from behind? Kid, you just wait. Don't think you'll get away with this. Or I'll make you pay with your life. Zhang Dao and Lao Si roared in fury. Jiang Xiao wore a sneer on his face as he said, Yang Chen, look at them, they're desperate, like cornered dogs. Yang Chen, follow them. Don't let them escape. Yang Chen shook his head helplessly. As Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao continuously drew the beasts and orcs toward them, the creatures surrounding Li Feng and his 3 companions grew ever more numerous, the pressure mounting relentlessly. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. My skills are gone. That demon wolf nearly ripped my arm off just now. We don't have any support healing skills. Zhang Dao shouted frantically. I'm out of skills too. Lao Si shouted anxiously, adding, let's summon our beasts. Li Feng's expression darkened slightly. Truthfully, he was also at his limit. But summoning beasts was out of the question now. Earlier, Yang Chen and the others hadn't summoned their beasts precisely because doing so would widen the crevices. This would allow more demon beasts and beastmen to squeeze through, making the situation even more untenable. The crevices were their only barrier. No! Hold on even if you can't. Gritting his teeth, Li Feng looked ahead and said, do you see that forest up ahead? If we can reach that forest, there might still be hope. But before Li Feng could finish speaking, a beastly roar erupted from behind them. Yang Hua summoned the giant rat and unleashed the skill meat bomb. Boom! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed, sending several demon wolves and black demon tigers flying backward. Simultaneously, the impact shattered much of the rock barrier. What had been a mere 1-meter-wide crevice instantly widened to 3 or 4 meters. Li Feng watched the scene unfold, his mind going blank. Yang Hua, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Li Feng shouted harshly. Zhang Dao and Lao Si hadn't fully processed the situation yet. They merely glanced back to see an ever-growing horde of beasts and beastmen closing in from behind, leaving them utterly stunned. Yang Hua, seeing the ever-growing tide of beasts and orcs surging in, froze in shock. He had only intended to hold them back, never expecting such overwhelming numbers to break through. The beasts and orcs surged like a tidal wave. His giant rat was utterly helpless against them, torn to shreds by over a dozen demon wolves in an instant. The rest of the beasts and orcs immediately swarmed forward. Damn it! You've doomed us all! Li Feng and the others' eyes blazed with fury, their desire to kill Yang Hua nearly overwhelming them. Yet Yang Hua showed no hesitation. He spun around, shoving Li Feng and the others aside, and charged forward. Damn it! Li Feng and his 2 companions hadn't even had time to react before they were overcome with rage. Unfortunately, there was no time for them to react. The demon beasts and beastmen charged forward like madmen. They tried to fight back, but it was like a tidal wave knocked one back, and 2 more surged forward. They didn't even have time to summon their beasts before being overwhelmed by the beasts and beastmen. Yang Hua, I'll be damned. I'll haunt you for this. As the horde of beasts and orcs swelled, it piled up like a small mountain around Li Feng and his companions. The cries of agony within gradually fell silent. Chapter 224, Out of Danger. Yang Chen, save me. It's Yang Hua. We were classmates, do you remember me? Yang Hua paid no heed to the screams behind him. Seizing a moment's respite while his teammates were being devoured by the beasts and orcs, he immediately shouted toward the sky. Holy? Jiang Shao looked at Yang Chen in surprise and asked, your classmate? Sort of, Yang Chen nodded. But he's my romantic rival. We've been at each other's throats for 3 years. Damn it. Could it be that he was the one who came up with this plan earlier? To make us the living targets, drawing fire for him? Jiang Shao speculated. Highly likely. Even if it wasn't him, he was definitely involved. Yang Chen confirmed. Then screw saving him. Let him die sooner. Jiang Shao said indifferently. Below, Yang Hua, seeing Jiang Shao and Yang Chen motionless in the sky for so long, shouted urgently, Yang Chen. I didn't recognize you earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let them attack you. Now I've avenged you. Save me. Jiang Shao sneered, this guy, trying to fool a 3-year-old? Couldn't recognize you earlier, but now that you're in trouble, suddenly you do? Yang Chen smiled faintly. Below, Yang Hua saw that Yang Chen and Jiang Shao remained unmoved. With the beasts and orcs closing in from all sides, he could no longer sit idly by. Yang Chen, save me. I know some secrets about this battlefield, I can tell you everything. We've also discovered some mutated beasts and orcs. If you save me, I can lead you to capture them. You're an orphan. If you capture these mutated beasts and orcs, you'll never have to worry about raising beasts again. You could even sell them to secure your livelihood. Save me. As Yang Hua spoke, he summoned his beast to fend off the attacks of the beasts and orcs. Unfortunately, Yang Hua was merely a defensive type beast tamer. Most of his beasts were defensive creatures, and his skills followed suit. Before long, both of Yang Hua's beasts were devoured by the monsters and orcs. Yang Hua himself was pounced upon by a pack of demon wolves and black demon tigers. Yang Hua was utterly devastated. Yang Chen, why isn't it you who's dead? You're the one with the flying skill, aren't you? Without that skill, you'd be dead too. Let's see how long that skill lasts. Ha! I'll be waiting for you down below. You'll die too for standing by and watching me die. Finally, with Yang Hua glaring at Yang Chen with venomous hatred, he was completely swallowed by the beasts and orcs amidst a chorus of screams. Countless beasts and orcs tore at his body. Though Yang Hua was now too racked with agony to utter a sound, his eyes, filled with hatred, remained fixed on Yang Chen and Jiang Shao. It seemed he wanted to witness them falling from the sky and being devoured by the beasts and orcs. Unfortunately for him, in his final moment, a crimson beam shot toward them, landing precisely beside Yang Chen and Jiang Shao. Yang Chen and Jiang Shao landed safely atop the beast. This scene instantly infuriated Yang Hua to the point of death. His eyes bulged wide, as if 1,000 words were on the tip of his tongue, yet in the end, he uttered nothing. He was devoured by the thousands of beasts and orcs rushing to consume him. Witnessing this, Yang Chen and Jiang Shao finally departed aboard the magpie. The demon beasts and beastmen attempted to pursue them, but the magpie's speed was simply too swift. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from the sight of the tens of thousands of demon beasts and beastmen. After flying for about 6 or 7 minutes, the magpie soared over a mountain forest and then dove straight down. Most of the trees here were ancient, their trunks thicker than a person's waist. Their dense foliage blocked out the sky, casting the area in deep shadow. The magpie landed steadily on a branch of a large tree. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku immediately came forward. Are you both okay? Ouyang Lanlan noticed the wounds on Yang Chen and Jiang Shao, making it clear they had been attacked by beasts and beastmen. Just a few scrapes. Nothing serious, Yang Chen shook his head slightly. No big deal. Even if there were 10 times as many beasts and orcs, we wouldn't be scared. We're not scared. Jiang Shao flexed his muscles, his face beaming with pride. Yang Chen remarked with a faint sigh, when we were screaming earlier, you were the loudest one of all. Who was shouting? I wasn't. Jiang Zhao's face didn't flush, his heart didn't skip a beat. Yang Chen, you must have misheard. I wasn't shouting out of fear, I was shouting with overwhelming fighting spirit. Come on, you little beast. Let's settle this once and for all. That's exactly what I yelled. Yang Chen was speechless. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku both got goosebumps. What's the situation over here? Any beasts or beastmen? Yang Chen changed the subject. Yes. Ouyang Lanlan's expression turned grave. But not as many as over there. There are still quite a few beasts and orcs around us. We didn't dare run toward the exit, afraid of encountering more. Chapter 225, Others? Whoa, so that means we haven't escaped the reach of these beasts and orcs yet? Jiang Shao sucked in a sharp breath. Could those beasts and orcs over there find their way over here? Are we about to be surrounded again soon? Yang Chen was somewhat surprised that Jiang Shao could think of all this so quickly. Smart. Highly likely. Yang Chen nodded. Therefore, we must find a secure shelter immediately. Hiding here isn't safe at all. The location where Yang Chen and his group were currently positioned did indeed appear safe. However, that was only because there weren't many magical beasts or beastmen searching for them at the moment. Otherwise, even a few passing beasts or orcs could detect their presence, plunging them into a disadvantageous situation. That's true, Ouyang Lanlan said anxiously, but where in these vast mountains and forests should we look for such a place? They weren't familiar with these mountains at all. The stone forest they'd hidden in earlier had only been discovered by sheer luck. Sigh, no choice. We have to search even if it's hard. Let's split up. Xin Ku and I will be one team, Zhang Xiao and Lalan the other. Meet back here in half an hour. Whether we find it or not, everyone must return. If someone doesn't show up, it means they're in danger, Yang Chen said in a low voice. Before Yang Chen could finish, Ouyang Lanlan immediately protested, Yang Chen, I'm not teaming up with Zhang Xiao. I'm with you. Ake has little combat ability, and Zhang Xiao specializes entirely in defensive skills. If they team up, they'll be in serious trouble. If they encounter beasts or beastmen, they'll have almost no chance of fighting back. If it's you two, however, with some coordination, you could still put up a fight against a few beasts and orcs. Yang Chen explained earnestly. Yang Chen was confident that even if he couldn't protect Shinko, he could still escape danger with her aboard the Magpie. But if she went with Zhang Xiao, that wasn't guaranteed. Shinko felt awkward, as if she had become a liability. Truthfully, it wasn't Shinko's fault. The main issue was that the squad members were exceptionally strong. Especially Yang Chen, 2 mutated beasts, 3 golden skills, and another beastmaster with 4 skills. His power was downright terrifying, easily matching 2 people combined. Though Zhang Xiao wasn't as formidable as Yang Chen, his defensive skills meant he rarely suffered injuries. Only when facing overwhelming numbers of beasts or beastmen might he sustain minor wounds. Yang Chen was simply too formidable, capable of covering for others. With both frontline members virtually immune to injury, Ouyang Lanlan was even less likely to get hurt. Consequently, Shinko found herself with little room to contribute. This left Shinko feeling rather frustrated. In any other team, a support-type beast tamer like her would have long since unleashed her full potential, becoming the core of the squad. Now, she felt truly awkward. Sometimes Shinko wondered if she should consider learning more buff and debuff support skills. Not only would it help Yang Chen and the others, but it could also increase her own survival options. Ouyang Lanlan heard this and pursed her lips, shooting a displeased glance at Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao wore a lecherous grin, his eyes fixed on Yang Chen. Zhang Xiao gave Yang Chen a subtle nudge in the arm and gave him a thumbs up. You really know how to handle things, bro. Yang Chen ignored the guy. He was always thinking about bugs. Alright, let's get to work. With that, Yang Chen led the way, scrambling down toward the tree. Shinko quickly followed suit. The 4 descended the tree and immediately split up, heading north and south. Yang Chen and Shinko sprinted northward. Though a girl, Shinko didn't slow them down at all. She needed no special care from Yang Chen, keeping pace with him almost as fast as he ran, staying right on his heels. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised by Shinko. She usually seemed so delicate and fragile, yet she proved to be anything but hesitant. They raced northward for 15 minutes, occasionally encountering scattered magical beasts along the way. With Yang Chen's strength, he could easily take them down, but the pair refrained from acting rashly. Doing so might attract more beasts and beastmen. Unfortunately, after 15 minutes of running, they still hadn't found any suitable hiding spots. They had no choice but to reluctantly turn back. Soon, the 4 reunited at the original tree. Yang Chen briefly recounted their situation before asking, what about your end? We didn't find any suitable shelter either. Ouyang Lanlan paused, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. However, we did discover some fresh corpses of beasts and orcs. They appear to have died quite recently. This means there's likely another beastmaster lurking around here. Yang Chen's brow furrowed deeply. This was far from good news for them. In their current predicament, encountering a beastmaster was no better than facing beasts or beastmen. Yang Hua and the other 3 had served as the perfect cautionary tale. There was a high chance the beastmaster would betray them for survival. Thus, in times like these, the value of reliable teammates became clear. Only one's own allies could be trusted. If they encountered teammates like Yang Hua, that was a different story altogether. If you encounter a beastmaster, keep your distance. If they dare attack, take them down. Yang Chen exhaled slowly. We don't harm others, but we won't let others harm us either. Next, we'll split into 2 groups, east and west. Chapter 226, Danger. 15 minutes later. Yang Chen and Shinko had sprinted eastward for 5 or 6 miles, yet they still hadn't exited the forest. There were no particularly secluded spots nearby that could offer them shelter. Yang Chen, this isn't working. There seems to be no shelter in these woods. I think we should figure out a way to get out of this forest first. Based on your earlier analysis, let's try searching in the opposite direction of the exit. Shinko suggested. Yang Chen sighed. That's our only option now. Blindly searching like this is just wasting time. Let's go. We should head back and regroup with Lanlan and the others. After agreeing, the 2 immediately retraced their steps. They returned to the tree where they had hidden within the agreed time. However, after waiting 5 minutes, Ouyang Lanlan and Zhang Xiao still hadn't appeared. Could they have run into trouble? Shinko voiced her concern. This was what they had agreed upon beforehand. While Jiang Xiao might be a bit unreliable, Ouyang Lanlan would absolutely never fail to meet up with them as planned unless there were special circumstances.
Like if they'd run into trouble or been surrounded by beasts and beastmen.
Let's go check on them. Yang Chen wasted no time, scrambling down from the tree.
But just as the two began to move, a commotion erupted from the southwest.
Boom!
A tremendous sound echoed out, resembling the crash of a giant tree collapsing and slamming heavily onto the ground, seemingly accompanied by the sounds of battle. Yang Chen and Qing could both paled slightly.
Oh no! Lan Lan and the others are in trouble.
Yang Chen and Qing could both had the same thought flash through their minds. Without a word, they took off running toward the source of the sound.
At the same time, southwest direction, Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan were being pursued by a pack of demon wolves.
The wolves continuously unleashed dazzling, colorful skills.
Jiang Xiao held up a virtual shield, managing to block most of the attacks.
However, the sheer volume of attacks proved overwhelming. After deflecting most of the assaults, the ethereal shield in his hands shattered with a crack. Jiang Xiao was sent flying backward, several skills striking his chest and arms, tearing open gashes that spilled flesh and blood.
Jiang Xiao! Ouyang Lanlan's face paled instantly. She raised her hand and unleashed a fireball spell, slamming it into the demon wolf behind them, halting its advance. Ouyang Lanlan hurriedly helped Jiang Xiao to his feet, gritting her teeth. Run! Leave me behind. I'm injured and can't run.
Besides, the scent of blood will attract more beasts.
If we run together, neither of us will make it. The beasts are closing in. We must leave someone behind to hold them off. Otherwise, we're all doomed. Jiang Xiao broke free, summoned the giant rat, and prepared for a desperate last stand to buy Ouyang Lanlan time. The situation around them was indeed dire. Shadows flickered through the trees, likely hordes of beasts and beastmen charging toward them. Moreover, it seemed they were slowly encircling the two of them. Ouyang Lanlan saw it too, but she refused to leave. We came through this together back in North City, she declared. I won't abandon you now. Damn it! Stop whining. Get out of here.
Jiang Xiao shoved Ouyang Lanlan aside, veins bulging on his forehead.
He turned to face the relentless demon wolves closing in, roaring, "Beasts, bring it on!" For a split second, Ouyang Lanlan was utterly stunned. How had she never noticed this fiercely resolute side of Jiang Xiao before? He seemed to have always stood so straight. This guy decides to play the hero now. Ouyang Lanlan gave a bitter smile. She glanced toward the east, the rendezvous point she and Yang Chen had agreed upon. All she could do now was hope Yang Chen and the others heard the commotion and fled quickly. Otherwise, they were all doomed. Don't you dare come over here. Run as far as you can. Ouyang Lanlan silently prayed as determination flashed across her face.
She spun around and dashed behind Jiang Xiao, summoning her three-tailed cat.
Fire arrows! Ouyang Lanlan roared in a low voice. 12 fire arrows transformed into 12 streaks of light, striking the beasts surrounding Jiang Xiao and sending them all flying.
Jiang Xiao had already been locked in a bloody battle with them, pinned down by the beasts.
Ouyang Lanlan's timely assistance instantly eased his pressure considerably. Unfortunately, it was of little use.
Ouyang Lanlan was only an intermediate beast tamer, and she possessed only 2 skills. After using them, she was even weaker than Jiang Xiao.
While Jiang Xiao's burden eased considerably, it couldn't alter their fate. Holy! Didn't I tell you to get out of here? You really want to die with me, huh? Jiang Xiao cursed angrily. You idiot! Do you think I can leave now? We're surrounded by beasts and orcs. Ouyang Lanlan hissed softly, slowly drawing a dagger from her waist. Enough talk. Let's fight them.
If we can't win, before I die, remember to stab me. I refuse to watch myself get devoured by these disgusting creatures.
Chapter 227, The Moment of Crisis. Let's fight. Jiang Xiao gritted his teeth. I absolutely won't let Li die before me. With that, Jiang Xiao charged forward. The demon wolves were already closing in. Empowered by Unbreakable, Jiang Xiao fought the demon wolf barehanded. Ouyang Lanlan, wielding a dagger, proved no less formidable than Jiang Xiao.
Her strikes were swift, precise, and decisive. Beyond the two of them, Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao's beasts joined the fray.
Though Ouyang Lanlan's beast wasn't a melee or defensive type, it still possessed some offensive capabilities. As the two charged into the fray, the demon wolves were momentarily stunned by their onslaught. Perhaps these demon wolves hadn't anticipated Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan choosing to fight back at this moment. For a time, the demon wolves at the front found themselves struggling to hold their ground. Unfortunately, the sheer numbers of demon beasts and beastmen proved overwhelming. As the frontline demon wolves were either repelled or slain by the pair, fresh waves surged forward immediately behind them. Moreover, these reinforcing demon wolves still had skills yet to unleash. In an instant, the blinding light of their abilities completely engulfed Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan. Jiang Xiao, bolstered by his unbreakable buff, could still withstand some damage, but Ouyang Lanlan had no such protection. Although Ouyang Lanlan had trained with Yang Chen for a period to learn how to fight on her own, she couldn't withstand the sheer volume of skills. After dodging several attacks, Ouyang Lanlan was finally struck by 2 beams of light and sent flying. Lanlan! Seeing this, Jiang Zhao's eyes widened in fury. In his momentary distraction, a demon wolf seized the opportunity, slamming into him and leaving him wounded. Ouyang Lanlan's injuries were more severe. 2 bloody holes appeared in her abdomen, blood gushing out relentlessly. Their beasts fared even worse, covered in wounds from head to toe. Jiang Zhao, kill me. Ouyang Lanlan's fair face turned deathly pale. No. I can still fight. Jiang Zhao gritted his teeth and stood up, positioning himself directly in front of Ouyang Lanlan. Even as his body trembled uncontrollably, he showed no sign of backing down. Watching this scene, Ouyang Lanlan felt both furious and deeply moved. Damn it! Ouyang Lanlan cursed with a laugh. As more and more demon wolves closed in, images of beast tamers being devoured by the beasts kept flashing through her mind. The mere thought sent a chill down her spine. After a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Lanlan pressed the dagger against her own chest. Getting eaten alive is painful. Jiang Zhao, you're still trying to be sentimental now? Screw that. Ouyang Lanlan cursed under her breath, preparing to take her own life. But at that critical moment, a furious roar echoed through the air. Roar! The sound wave shook the heavens. Immediately after, earth-shaking footsteps echoed, as if some colossal creature was charging this way. The dagger Ouyang Lanlan had raised to her chest froze abruptly. She looked up to see 2 enormous apes, one black, one white, charging toward them from the northwest like 2 colossal giants. The white ape radiated a crimson glow as it charged ahead, its overwhelming momentum sending every demon beast and beastman flying in its path. Some black demon tigers attempted to block their path, but charging forward was like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart, utterly futile. Of course, the beasts and orcs weren't fools. Realizing physical resistance was futile, they unleashed their skills. Streams of light surged toward the apes, but the red ape's body emitted a series of thuds the very next second. Shimmering red shields materialized, seemingly possessed with eyes of their own. They anticipated the spell's landing points, activating preemptively to block the attacks. Chapter 228, Saved. Boom. 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 With a series of muffled explosions, all the skills were blocked, yet they pierced straight through, striking the crimson giant ape. Yet even so, they failed to halt the red ape's advance in the slightest. They merely inflicted minor injuries, almost negligible. Jiang Zhao and Ouyang Lanlan stared in stunned silence at the scene. What the hell was this? How the hell is it so tough to withstand so many skills? It's downright insane. Unbeknownst to them, before the crimson giant ape appeared, numerous support skills had already been unleashed upon it. Behind the 2 apes stood 7 or 8 beast tamers. Leading them was a massive golden tiger, with a middle-aged man sporting an afro-style haircut standing behind it, looking decidedly non-mainstream. The nonconformist watched his beast dominate the battlefield, laughing heartily. Ha! All those support skills piled onto my beast? It's absolutely insane. Did you see that? Who can stop us? Who dares to stand in our way? I told you, Manny. When you channel all your skills into my beast, I'm unstoppable. No sooner had he finished speaking than a red falcon swooped down from the sky, carrying a middle-aged woman clad in black leather pants and a jacket. Though clearly past 35, she maintained an enviable figure with curves in all the right places, her brows hinting at a weathered, mature charm. Rolling her eyes at the punk, she snapped, Zhang Daswan, you're getting on in years. Acting like you're in a video game, is that even fun? Stop all this nonsense and stabilize the situation. Monkey, fire to the left. Zhang Yu, long-range fire. Clear the area around those 2. Don't let the beasts and orcs get close. I'm going to rescue them. Relax, I've got this. Nothing major. The right flank's cleared. Monkey, need some backup? Zhang Daswan laughed heartily. Clear my ass. Just showing off, aren't you? Follow my orders. Don't screw things up for me, or I'll kill you. Wang Manan shot Zhang Daswang a fierce glare. Zhang Daswang instantly fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Only then did Wang Manan command her red falcon to soar back into the sky. Zhang Yu and Monkey immediately split up to take action. Zhang Yu took charge of mid-range damage output, not only covering for Monkey and Zhang Daswang but also unleashing massive area of effect spells. He instantly cleared all the monsters and orcs surrounding Jiang Zhao and Ouyang Lanlan. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Zhao were utterly stunned. That's a bit too intense, isn't it? Are these guys serious? Jiang Zhao watched with pure envy, especially as he observed Zhang Daswang, a defensive beastmaster, plowing through the horde of beasts and orcs with reckless abandon. It was utterly exhilarating. Those beasts and orcs were sent flying into the sky, knocked far away, utterly cathartic. Ouyang Lanlan's eyes sparkled with awe as she remarked, it might be level suppression. Even without using skills, they're all master-level beast masters. They're several levels above these foes. Even without using skills, those beasts couldn't break through their defenses. Master-level beast masters versus second-tier beasts and orcs, a 30-level gap. It's like a group of high-level players entering a newbie village to slaughter monsters. There was absolutely no pressure whatsoever. Just as Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Zhao were talking, a piercing roar suddenly echoed from above. Wang Manan, riding the red falcon, landed beside them like a dart. Are you both okay? Wang Manan addressed Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan.
I'm Wang Manan, captain of Squad 108, 20th Legion of the Beastmasters.
From the Beastmaster Corps. Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan's eyes lit up instantly.
They breathed a long sigh of relief. They were saved. The Beastmaster Legion has come to our aid.
This is fantastic. Captain Wang, we're both fine. If you'd arrived any later, we would have been in trouble.
Jiang Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Ouyang Lanlan shot Jiang Xiao a disapproving look and said, Captain Wang, we have 2 other companions.
Could you help us find them? They're probably heading this way right now.
Though Ouyang Lanlan didn't know Yang Chen and Qin Ku's exact situation, she guessed that given Yang Chen's character, he probably wouldn't give up on the rescue. Yang Chen and Qin Ku were very likely nearby. If they followed Wang Manan and the others away, Yang Chen and Qin Ku would be in trouble.
Right. We have 2 more companions nearby too, we just got separated. Jiang Xiao nodded repeatedly. Wang Manan's brows furrowed.
While she'd been in the sky earlier, she'd already scanned the surroundings. The area for miles around was overrun by beasts and beastmen. Jiang Zhao's teammates were most likely dead.
At the very least, Wang Manan had detected no signs of other beastmasters fighting within several miles. However, she didn't mention this now.
Worried Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan might refuse to leave, she said, climb up first. We need to evacuate. But rest assured, we'll help search for your teammates.
Chapter 229, The Disappearance of Yang Chen and the Other.
This.
Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan hesitated. Wang Manan said calmly, if you delay any longer, those beasts and beastmen will close in. It could get a bit tricky. Please hurry. Let's get out of here first. Ouyang Lanlan no longer hesitated. Only by surviving first could they go searching for Yang Chen and the others.
Without delay, the 2 mounted Wang Manan's red falcon and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, upon seeing Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan rescued, Zhang Das Wang and his 2 companions immediately began their retreat, refraining from killing any more beasts or beastmen. In truth, eliminating all the beasts and orcs here would have been easy given enough time. But they chose not to, for one simple reason: the rules restricted them. Soaring high above, Jiang Xiao and Ouyang Lanlan seized the opportunity to survey the vast expanse below. The mountains and forests stretched endlessly beneath them, teeming with beasts and beastmen. The sheer numbers were so overwhelming they could be described as a veritable tidal wave. An exaggeration it was not. The sight sent a chill down one's spine. If someone with trypophobia were here, they could probably dig out a 2-bedroom apartment from their toenails. From above, the beasts and orcs resembled a swarm of ants, constantly writhing and crawling. As you can see, there are roughly 200,000 to 300,000 beasts and orcs here, spreading out across the forests. So it's highly likely your teammates have already fallen prey to these creatures. Wang Manan spoke with a calm expression, as if discussing a trivial matter. And indeed, for her, it was trivial. She had witnessed such scenes far too often. She had grown accustomed to it. Please help us find our teammates. Ouyang Lanlan bit her red lips and insisted. She hadn't anticipated that the beast tide would spread so rapidly after they became separated from Yang Chen. Wang Manan glanced at Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao. Seeing the determination in these 2 young faces, she was transported back to her own youth. When she first lost her teammates, she had been just as relentless as Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao now. But back then, she hadn't encountered the Beastmaster Legion. Instead, she'd narrowly escaped death countless times, finally fleeing the jaws of beasts and beastmen. Wang Manan slowly withdrew her gaze and asked, whereabouts are your teammates? To the east. There's a huge tree over there, we can see it from here. Ouyang Lanlan pointed toward the approximate location of the tree where they had agreed to meet Yang Chen. Without further ado, Wang Manan commanded, Defei, go check it out. Roar! The giant red falcon let out a loud cry and dove toward the direction Ouyang Lanlan had indicated. In less than 10 seconds, the falcon circled above the great tree. By then, the area around the designated tree was swarming with demon wolves and beastmen. Upon spotting Wang Manan's group, demon wolves kept leaping onto the treetops, attempting to jump down and attack Wang Manan's falcon. Unfortunately, their jumps lacked height, failing to even graze a single feather of the falcon. Wang Manan circled the giant tree several times with the red falcon. Looking down, Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao saw over 1,000 demon beasts and orcs gathered around them. Their faces grew increasingly pale. This great tree was their designated rendezvous point. There was no sign of Yang Chen or Qin Ku anywhere nearby. This filled Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao with a strong sense of unease. Captain Wang, could we expand the search further west? Our teammates might have heard the commotion and gone to support us. Ouyang Lanlan refused to give up. Wang Manan sighed inwardly. In truth, the beasts and orcs had already converged here. Even if Ouyang Lanlan's teammates had truly come to their aid, they were likely in grave danger by now. Unable to bring herself to refuse, Wang nodded. All right. Then, the giant red falcon beneath Wang Manan slowly began flying westward once more. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Xiao scanned 2 different directions, neither daring to blink, terrified they might miss Yang Chen and Qin Ku. Unfortunately, upon reaching the location where the 2 had been rescued, they still saw no sign of Yang Chen or Qin Ku.
There was no trace of combat either, only countless beasts and orcs roaming about. Please look east again, Ouyang Lanlan said, biting her red lip. Perhaps they haven't returned from their reconnaissance yet and encountered monsters or beastmen along the way. Wang Manan sighed inwardly once more and replied, alright. Wang Manan turned back toward the eastern direction. The outcome there was identical to the western sector, no trace of Yang Chan or Qin Ko, not even a hint of combat. Jiang Zhao's face drained of color instantly. He spoke in a dazed, disoriented tone, it's over. Yang Chen and the others must have been overwhelmed by the beast tide. Ouyang Lanlan, unusually, didn't snap back at Jiang Zhao this time. Given the current situation, it seemed impossible for Yang Chen and Qin Ko to have survived. After all, this place was only so big. They had searched within a 10-mile radius. Yang Chen and Qin Ko couldn't have escaped the beast tide beyond that range. No signs of life meant death. Chapter 230, Reunion. Impossible. He survived so many times before, how could he die here? They must be hiding somewhere. Ouyang Lanlan refused to accept this reality. She and Yang Chen had journeyed together from North City through the beast tide assaulting the city, then across the snowfields. Every moment had been perilous. Yet they had survived it all together. She refused to believe Yang Chen would perish here. This time, Wang Manan didn't let Ouyang Lanlan say much more. She patted the giant red falcon beneath her, immediately lowering their flight altitude as she began surveying the entire mountain forest. This time, the falcon flew slowly, allowing them to see the dense swarm of beasts and beastmen following their path. Beyond that, there were no other discoveries. If Yang Chen and the others were still alive, they should have been spotted by this many beasts and beastmen by now. Unfortunately, no. This left Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Zhao both pale as ghosts, their faces drained of all color. Don't jump to conclusions. Perhaps your teammates have already been rescued by my other companions. Come with us back to the temporary camp first and take a look. Wang Manan suggested. Hearing this, hope flared anew in Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Zhao. Immediately, Wang Manan led Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Zhao toward the temporary camp. They flew northward at breakneck speed, swiftly evading the beasts and orcs until they vanished from sight. After about 10 minutes, the red falcon swiftly descended into a mountainous region, landing on a clearing. Surrounding this clearing were numerous tents over a dozen of various types. Numerous beastmasters, some looking disheveled and others visibly injured, were present. It was clear these individuals were survivors rescued by Wang Manan and her group. Wang Manan's arrival with Jiang Zhao and Ouyang Lanlan drew little attention. The survivors merely gave them a brief glance before turning back to their tasks. Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Zhao hurriedly approached the tents. Under the strange stares of the crowd, they began opening tent after tent, drawing a chorus of curses. But at that moment, Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Zhao couldn't afford to care about such things. Only after they finished searching the last tent did Wang Manan approach, asking, so? Did you find your teammates? Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Zhao shook their heads, their expressions somber. Wang Manan paused, patted Ouyang Lanlan's shoulder, and said, find a place to rest for now. I'll keep an eye out for your teammates. Before Wang Manan could finish speaking, a voice called out from behind them. Lanlan. The familiar voice sent shockwaves through Ouyang Lanlan and Jiang Zhao. They whipped their heads around to see Yang Chen and Qin Ko following behind Zhang Dashuang and his group. Yang Chen. Ku. You guys are still alive. Holy, I almost thought you guys were dead. Jiang Zhao lunged forward in a single stride, arms wide open in an eager embrace toward Yang Chen. Get lost. Yang Chen thrust out a fist, shoving Jiang Zhao back a step. Damn it, I thought you were dead just now. I almost cried. Is this how you treat me? You've got no conscience. Jiang Zhao kept yelling. Cut the melodrama. Yang Chen rolled his eyes. Are you guys okay? We're fine. If Captain Wang and the others hadn't arrived in time, we'd be done for. Ouyang Lanlan gave a bitter laugh. Meanwhile, Zhang Dashuang had also reunited with Wang Manan. Where did you run into them? Wang Manan asked, puzzled. Earlier, Wang Manan had searched the entire area from above. We just happened to run into them on our way back. Zhang Dashuang looked at Yang Chen with admiration. But to be honest, this guy is seriously tough. You wouldn't believe it when we ran into them, he single-handedly took on over 30 demon wolves and beastmen while protecting that girl. This guy clearly has training. He's different from other beast masters, Zhang Yu added his praise. He's got potential. Just as they were talking, another middle-aged man hurried over, reporting, Captain Wang, we've found traces of the Celestial Organization. At this news, the expressions of the group shifted slightly. Could this beast tide be the Heavenly Man Organization's doing? Chapter 231, Departure. Damn it, I knew those rotten rats were behind this. Otherwise, why would a beast tide appear out of nowhere? Zhang Dashuang cursed incessantly. What good does renting do now? Find them and wipe them out. A ruthless glint flashed in Wang Manan's eyes as she ordered, you take your men and investigate immediately. Once confirmed, wipe them out. Zhang Dashuang, notify the other squads. The beast tide is spreading. We must execute the original plan immediately. Suspend the rescue operation. Wait for the Qingjing Bureau to take over. Zhang Daswang froze, glancing at Yang Chen and the other survivors. What about them? We can't afford to worry about that now. Wang Manan shook her head slightly. Now that we've uncovered the celestial organization behind this beast tide, we must prepare to prevent future threats. Who knows what those twisted bastards are scheming behind the scenes? If we don't contain this beast tide immediately, an even greater crisis may unfold. Zhang Daswang sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Yang Chen and the other survivors. Alright, this place is still relatively safe for now as long as the beast tide doesn't spread. But if it does spread, staying here won't do us any good. Wang Manan said in a low voice, this matter is yours to handle. Tell them they'll have to rely on themselves to survive from now on. Understood. Zhang Daswang nodded. Soon, Zhang Daswang gathered all the survivors together. The survivors here included Yang Chen and his 3 companions, numbering around 50 or 60 people, most of whom were quite young. In truth, most beast masters could advance quickly unless they were exceptionally unlucky, possessed low-quality skills, or were simply inept. Unfortunately, some beast masters suffered truly terrible luck. The skills they absorbed from crystal cores were all largely useless, and some were even entirely white-tier skills. Such beast masters faced extreme danger venturing into battle alone, and finding teammates proved nearly impossible. Few would willingly partner with someone like that. Thus, for some beast masters, leveling up becomes an uphill battle. Zhang Daswang wasted no time explaining the situation to the survivors. They needed to continue their mission and hope the survivors could fend for themselves. What? How dare you leave? Aren't you the official rescue team sent to save us? Exactly. You have to help us get out of here. You just leave like this? With all these beasts and beastmen around, how can we possibly protect ourselves? You can't leave. You have to escort us to the besieged city. Exactly. If you dare leave, I'll file a formal complaint against you. Many young beast tamers began grumbling in discontent. They just narrowly escaped death and were still terrified. How could they possibly face so many beasts and orcs alone? Facing the crowd's opposition, Zhang Daswang felt his confidence waver. It's not that we won't rescue you, he said, but we have more urgent matters to attend to right now. If we don't handle those properly, the situation will only worsen. Then, even we won't be able to protect you. I hope you understand. But Zhang Dashuan's explanation only fueled the young men's anger. How dare you? What mission could possibly be more important than rescuing us? If you leave now, it's tantamount to disregarding human life. Isn't the Beast Master Corps supposed to protect us? In your eyes, are we not important at all? You must get us to safety. You know the situation is getting worse. Shouldn't you prioritize our safety first? The voices of dissent rose again, growing ever more intense. For a moment, Zhang Daswang found himself at a loss for words. Wang Manan watched the scene unfold, feeling a bit helpless. This guy was usually so talkative, wasn't he? And now he's so useless. Wang Manan composed herself, stepped forward, and declared, "Explain what? Does the Beastmaster Legion need to explain its actions?" Wang Manan shot Zhang Daswang a displeased glare before shifting her gaze to survey the group. Our mission isn't rescue, it's to eliminate this beast tide. We only rescued you because we happened to be nearby on a mission. Therefore, we have no obligation to escort you to safety. Second, my comrades and I saved your lives. Not only do you show no gratitude, but now you dare raise your voice at me? Who do you think you are? Finally, as beast masters, you enjoy respect and status in the real world. That comes with responsibility. This is a battlefield. No one owes you a rescue. If you die fighting here, it's a fitting end. If you're cowards who became beastmasters just to enjoy yourselves, then let me make this crystal clear, you might as well die right now. Furthermore, my comrade isn't negotiating with you about whether to agree to our withdrawal, he's informing you. Zhang Daswang, let's go. Wang Manan finished speaking and turned to leave, ignoring the survivors whining and complaining. Zhang Daswang hurried after her. Who the hell are they? Yeah, no sense of responsibility whatsoever. Is this really the Beastmaster Legion? Protect the human race? Protect my ass. We're Beastmasters, but does that mean we're not human too? Does that mean we deserve to die? The crowd continued to grumble in discontent, many even attempting to follow Wang Manan and her companions. But unfortunately, Wang Manan gave them no chance. Every member of the Beastmaster Legion summoned their beasts and swiftly rode them out of sight. Some tried to chase after them, summoning their own beasts, but their mounts couldn't match the speed of the Beastmasters. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. The remaining crowd, seeing the Beastmaster Legion withdraw completely, grew panicked, unsure what to do next. However, someone soon stepped forward. Brothers and sisters, hello. My name is He Zhanpeng. Now that the Beastmaster Legion has abandoned us, we must protect ourselves. We can't let them look down on us. We can survive just fine without them. True, we're not as strong as they are now, but we have numbers on our side. We can stick together and keep each other warm. I refuse to believe that with so many Beastmasters here, we can't survive facing the beast tide together. Besides, our camp is still quite secure. Therefore, I suggest we all stay put for now and hold our ground. The beast tide might not even detect us. Chapter 232, Huddling Together for Warmth. Exactly. We can protect ourselves. I agree we should huddle together for warmth here. This place is indeed temporarily safe. I agree to stay. Brother He, since you're taking the lead, we'll follow your plan. Whatever you arrange, we'll huddle together. Exactly, Brother He. Whatever you say, we'll follow. The other survivors looked to He Jianping as if they'd found their anchor. From the back of the crowd, Ouyang Lanlan furrowed her brow slightly and asked, Yang Chen, should we stay? Yang Chen glanced at Jiang Xiao and Qin Ke, asking, what do you think? Jiang Xiao pursed his lips. That guy He Jianping seems like a poser, not very trustworthy. He talks about banding together for warmth, but if we really get surrounded by the beast tide, the others might not be reliable. Qin Ke nodded. I agree with Jiang Xiao. But for now, this place is at least safe. We can stay here first. As for banding together for warmth, I don't think we should place too much trust in it either. After months on the battlefield, both Jiang Xiao and Qin Ke had grown significantly. They wouldn't trust others so easily anymore. Yang Chen agreed, then let's stay and observe. If we encounter a beast tide, we protect ourselves first. Yang Chen also believed such a temporary alliance was unreliable. Forget about banding together for warmth. If a beast tide actually came, anyone who didn't stab you in the back would be considered a saint. The four agreed to stay for now. The entire survivor camp now fell under He Jianping's command. He and his three teammates began assigning tasks. Without the Beastmaster Legion present, they would personally patrol the surrounding magical beasts and orcs to prevent ambushes. Next was the distribution of supplies. Since you've placed your trust in me, I'll lay down some ground rules. Anyone with food must hand it over. All food will be pooled and distributed equally. We must ensure everyone's survival. He Jianping continued. This statement immediately garnered approval from many beastmasters who had lost their backpacks during their escape. Brother He speaks wisely. Food distribution must be centralized. Brother He is truly fair. Following him, we'll definitely survive. Support. Support. The beast tamers' praise and approval poured out like water, and indeed, it cost them nothing. But another group of beast masters who possessed food were strongly opposed. Brother He, isn't this a bit unfair? Yeah, why should we split our food with them? Many voiced their discontent. He Jianping's lips curved slightly as he smiled. Since we've decided to band together for warmth, everyone must contribute their share. Of course, you can choose not to contribute. But have you considered this? Once the beasts and beastmen attack, how will the beastmasters without food, deprived of energy replenishment, defend themselves? How will they have the strength to fight? Then what's the point of banding together? What does banding together mean? It means helping each other. Since I proposed this idea, I'll set the example first. I'm handing over all our squad's food supplies confiscated. He Jianping's action instantly earned him even more goodwill from the starving beastmasters. Brother He, what a noble gesture. Honorable. Brother He is awesome. The crowd cheered incessantly, with many female beastmasters casting admiring and respectful glances at He Jianping. Among the other beastmasters who possessed food, many were also moved by He Jianping's noble gesture and said no more. As for the remaining few, they merely grumbled under their breath but did not protest further. Soon, He Jianping's three teammates placed their food-filled backpacks in the central clearing first, and the other beastmasters followed suit. Yang Chen and his three companions, however, remained motionless, observing the scene calmly from the rear. He Jianping quickly noticed Yang Chen and his group. His brow furrowed slightly as he remarked, "Friends, I see your backpacks are still with you. You must have quite a bit of food, right? Why not contribute it for everyone to share? Do you disagree with my suggestion?" Yang Chen shook his head slightly. "Sorry, we don't have any food left. So, we're willing to do other things to make up for it. My apologies." Naturally, Yang Chen and his group had food in their backpacks, but he would never hand it over. He had never counted on this group to genuinely help each other in critical moments, so he saw no need to rely on them. Besides, food was best kept in their own hands. Who knew how long this beast tide would last? He Jianping's eyes flashed with displeasure at Yang Chen's words. He could clearly see the bulging backpacks of Yang Chen's group. Their supplies were obviously well stocked. It was impossible for them to be without food. However, since Yang Chen refused to share, He Jianping saw no point in forcing the issue. After all, the team had only just reached a consensus, and provoking Yang Chen's group prematurely felt unwise. He Jianping's smile widened as he said, "Alright then, I'll assign you patrol duty shortly. Whether you have food or not, as long as everyone works together and contributes their share, we'll all have something to eat. Let's all do our best. Let's walk out of here alive." He Jianping's final words drew applause from many, as if they felt more confident now. After descending from the high ground, He Jianping approached his teammates and whispered, "Assign those 4 guys to the most dangerous area later. I suspect they're well stocked with supplies." "Got it." The scarred man's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Big brother, you're the man. We had no food left, but now you've secured everyone's rations and made them grateful. That's awesome. Watch your language. Keep that to yourself." He Xianping shot the scarred man a fierce glare. Chapter 233, Conflict. Friends, since you have no food, head to the southwest of the camp, about a mile away, and take up sentry duty. The moment you spot any beasts or orcs, signal us immediately. Scarface stepped before Yang Chen and his 3 companions, his tone commanding. We'll send patrols. Don't slack off, or you'll be kicked out. Got it? What? Send us southwest? That direction has the most beasts and orcs. If the horde comes, that spot will be the first to fall. Isn't that way too dangerous? Ouyang Lanlan frowned. What's the matter? You don't want to go? If you don't want to, then you can get the hell out now. Scarface grinned as he sized up Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku. His smile grew even wider, bordering on repulsive. Of course, you two don't have to go. But you'll have to pay with something else. You. Before Scar could finish his sentence, Jiang Shao suddenly slammed a fist into his face. Scar's eyes widened suddenly. At this distance, he had no chance to dodge. With a loud thud, he felt darkness engulf his vision as his entire body flew backward. When he finally steadied himself, his left eye was already a deep purple-black, throbbing with pain. He sucked in sharp breaths, his face darkening as he glared at Yang Chen and his 3 companions. Just as he was about to spit out a threat, he saw Yang Chen and his group summon their beasts. Yang Chen's magpie soared into the sky, its gaze fixed on him like a predator. His 2-headed, 3-colored python flickered its forked tongue, its icy gaze fixed on Scar as if it intended to swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lanlan's summoned 3-tailed civet had already formed fiery arrows. The 4 formed a battle formation, completely surrounding Scar. There was no doubt about it, if Scar dared make any sudden move now, Yang Chen and his companions would strike without hesitation. Scar was momentarily startled. He hadn't expected Yang Chen and the others to actually dare to act. His voice trembled as he demanded, "What do you think you're doing? Damn it, apologize immediately, or we'll kill you." Jiang Shao said angrily. Apologize. Yang Chen demanded in a deep voice. Scar took a small, fearful step back. He hadn't expected these guys to actually dare to act, and they clearly meant business. No apology, no mercy. Where did these hotheads come from? They were completely different from the others, not so easy to fool. The commotion here immediately caught the attention of the camp's residents, who all turned to look this way. What are they doing? They even summoned a beastmaster? Aren't they afraid of attracting beasts and orcs? They've lost their minds. The crowd pointed and whispered. He Xianping was the first to approach with his 2 teammates. His expression darkened. He had merely instructed Scar to inform Yang Chen and the others of their patrol route, never expecting this to escalate into a crisis. What's going on? He Xianping demanded, his expression dark. Scar saw He Xianping like a lifeline and blurted out, "Boss, I told these guys to patrol the southwest sector. They refused and even hit me." At this, the surrounding crowd turned their gaze toward Yang Chen and his 3 companions, pointing fingers and murmuring disapproval at their actions. Bull. We never said we wouldn't go. It was your men who harassed my teammates. I was the one who started it. Jiang Shao retorted immediately. At this, the surrounding crowd fell silent, their gaze shifting back to He Xianping. He Xianping's expression darkened. He knew Scar well and understood Jiang Shao wasn't lying. He Xianping demanded in a low voice, "Is that true? Big brother." Scar was intimidated by He Xianping's expression, stammering hesitantly, unable to speak up. He Xianping understood perfectly well. He immediately snapped, "Apologize." Fearing He Xianping's authority, Scar's mouth twitched slightly. He dared not argue back. Lowering his head, he said, "I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn earlier." He Xianping's expression softened slightly. Turning to Yang Chen and the others, he asked, "Well? Is that acceptable?" "Oomph, that's more like it. If he does this again, he's dead meat." Jiang Shao warned sternly. "Let's go," Yang Chen said. Immediately, the 4 slowly backed away, leaving the camp and heading southwest. Chapter 234, He Xianping's attitude. Big brother. Scar hesitated, glancing at He Xianping. But before he could finish his sentence, a slap came flying straight at him. Smack! The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the air. A distinct handprint instantly appeared on Scarface's cheek. "Shut up! I told you to arrange the lookouts, and this is what you come up with? Next time something like this happens, I'll kill you." He Xianping glared at Scarred Man with murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Scarred Man dared not meet He Xianping's gaze and quickly lowered his head. He Xianping snorted coldly before turning to the other beast masters present. "All right, everyone. If you encounter anything like this again, report it to me. I will handle it impartially. I won't let you down." "Right. I knew brother he was trustworthy. Brother he speaks wisely." The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. He Xianping clasped his hands together in response to the crowd, then dragged Scar into his tent. "You fool!" He Xianping shoved Scar face first onto the bed. "We've only just gained these beastmasters' trust, and you go and do something like this? Aren't you just pushing them all to the other side? Making them lose faith in us? If you want to chase women, you have to wait. Wait, understand? He Jianping's face was twisted with ruthlessness, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor outside the tent. Big brother, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, big brother. Scar's face drained of color as he scrambled to apologize. Boss, Scar knows he messed up. Can we just let this slide? Yeah, boss, they're just a few beastmasters. Worst case, we kill them. The other two companions chimed in with their pleas. He Jianping finally let Scar off, his eyes flashing with a cold, menacing light. We have to avenge Scar's humiliation. My brothers, I can handle them myself. But if anyone else dares to lay a finger on them, I'll kill them. Scar, later tonight, head toward the beast tide and lure some beasts and beastmen over. Me and Sandao will lie in wait behind. Once those guys start fighting the beasts and beastmen, we'll ambush them and finish them off. Got it, boss. Scar nodded immediately. I'll find them once night falls. He Jianping might be ruthless, but he was loyal to his brothers. If it weren't to keep the other beast tamers in line, he wouldn't have beaten Scar in front of so many people. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and his three companions had already distanced themselves considerably from the camp. Yang Chen, I don't think they'll let this go easily. That He Jianping may have disciplined Scar, but honestly, he doesn't strike me as a good person. He gives off a really bad vibe. We'd better be careful, Jin Ko cautioned. Ever since He Jianping stepped forward to speak, Jin Ko hadn't felt much warmth toward him. Did I act a bit impulsively just now? Jiang Xiao glanced at the others' expressions, feeling a pang of guilt. Impulsive about what? If you hadn't acted, I would have. Yang Chen said calmly, they'll definitely come after us for revenge. We can't follow their plan, otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage. Then what should we do? Jiang Xiao looked puzzled. The southwest direction is the beast tide. There's definitely no way through there. What if we head straight north? Ouyang Lanlan suggested. Not advisable. Other directions still have beastmasters. Though the beasts and beastmen aren't as numerous as the horde, encountering them would be trouble. If we make too much noise, we might attract the horde itself, then we'd be in real trouble. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. My suggestion is this, we stay in the southwest direction, outside their designated area, and find several temporary shelters where we can lay low for now. That way, we'll have a fallback if anything happens. If it's just a fight, the four of us might not be outmatched. When it came to facing He Jianping and his group, Ouyang Lanlan and the others weren't afraid. They weren't greenhorns anymore, they'd narrowly escaped death countless times. Alright, it's settled. Ouyang Lanlan and the others agreed unanimously. Chapter 235, Ambush. Upon reaching the designated location, Yang Chen announced, per our prior plan, Lanlan and Jiang Xiao form one team, while I team up with Qin Ku. We'll immediately split up and seek cover. Understood. Ouyang Lanlan nodded and promptly split from Yang Chen and the others, each heading off to find cover. Yang Chen and Qin Ku said nothing further, heading off in opposite directions to find cover. However, while the camp's location offered concealment, Wang Manan and the others hadn't scouted this temporary campsite with multiple squads in mind. There were no other shelters nearby capable of hiding their figures. Half an hour later, the four of them reunited. How'd it go? Did you find anything suitable? Yang Chen asked. Ouyang Lanlan shook her head, her face clouded with gloom. Jiang Xiao looked at Yang Chen and asked, what about your side? Nothing. Yang Chen paused, then changed the subject. But I did find an alternate evacuation route. Should anything go wrong, we might be able to get out of the battlefield immediately. Let's hope we never have to use it, Qin Ku sighed. Alright, since there's nothing else, we'll stay here for now and wait for the Beastmaster Legion to handle the beast tide. Everyone should rest up first, Yang Chen said. After that, the four of them found a secluded spot to eat and take a brief respite. Come nightfall, the four of them took turns keeping watch. Each took a 2-hour shift. Qin Ku took the first watch at 9 o'clock. Not far from where Yang Chen and his group had settled, He Jianping and Scar and their 4 men slipped away from the camp under cover of night. Through reconnaissance, they quickly located the temporary resting spot of Yang Chen and his companions. They're right over there. Those bastards have some nerve, sleeping so soundly at a time like this, He Jianping whispered. Scar, how's your setup coming along? Don't worry, boss. I've lured dozens of beasts and beastmen into a narrow mountain crevice. All I need to do is open the blocked entrance, and they'll come rushing out. Scarlet's face twisted into a sinister grin. Good. But it's still early. Let's wait until midnight to give them a surprise. He Jianping licked his dry lips and chuckled. Boss, I want both of those women. Scar's eyes flashed with greed. Thinking about that now? You'll die for women sooner or later. He Jianping shot Scar a fierce glare. Enough. Now, everyone spread out. Scout the perimeter for any other beasts or orcs, and monitor the beast tide's movements. Don't let things escalate beyond control, we'll be the ones left holding the bag. Their current operation carried inherent risks, as it could easily attract a wave of beasts and orcs. Heh, these guys are lucky. We'll patrol the perimeter for the first half of the night, so you can sleep soundly. Too bad it'll be your last. Scar sneered coldly. Then, the four began to split up and spread out. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was midnight. Ouyang Lanlan sat yawning beneath a large tree, occasionally scanning the surroundings. The forest was eerily silent, not even the chirping of insects could be heard. The stillness felt almost terrifying. But in the very next second, a roar erupted from the southwest, just to her left. Arg! The roar reverberated through the mountains and forests. Immediately after, a series of rapid footsteps echoed like war drums beating across the land. Oh no! Something's wrong. Ouyang Lanlan snapped awake instantly and scrambled to her feet. Though Yang Chen and the others had been asleep, they too leapt from their tents and rushed out in an instant. What's happening? Yang Chen whispered. Not sure, but it sounds like a beast tide. Ouyang Lanlan replied in a tense voice. Without further words, Yang Chen, though he hadn't seen it himself, could already guess the situation. Retreat! Follow me! Without another word, the four retreated. As for alerting the camp with a commotion this loud, anyone with hearing would notice the disturbance. Whether they were notified or not made no difference. Chapter 236, Scarface Causes Trouble. Meanwhile, He Jianping was also startled by the earth-shaking commotion. What happened? He Jianping and his two companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Could it be that Scarface Kid causing trouble? One of them wondered aloud. He was just supposed to lure a monster and an orc. Is this commotion a bit too much? Another one remarked in surprise. Just as the three were speaking, a dark figure darted out of the jungle from the direction Scar had vanished earlier. Scar was riding a black tiger, moving at an astonishing speed. Scar, what's going on? Why all the commotion? He Jianping's tone betrayed his displeasure. He had only asked Scar to lure a magical beast, and a beast tide. This level of commotion was audible all the way back at camp. Big brother. Something's wrong. Scar's black tiger leaped forward in a single bound, landing before He Jianping. I trapped those beasts and orcs in the mountain crevice, but they attracted over 1,000 more beasts and orcs. I just went to break through the mountain pass. If I hadn't been quick-witted, I'd have been surrounded by those beasts and orcs. What? He Jianping and his two companions' eyes widened in shock. He Jianping's expression darkened instantly as he urgently demanded, have those beasts and beastmen already started charging over? Boom! Before Scar could answer, a deafening roar erupted behind him. Row upon row of trees crashed down as black demon tigers burst forth, followed by a dense swarm of black wolves and orcs. As far as the eye could see, the swarm stretched endlessly through the mountain forest, sending a chill down anyone's spine. He Jianping and his two companions paled in horror. If just a few thousand of these beasts felt like a raging torrent, what would tens of thousands of demon beasts and orcs be like? Run! Quick, summon your beasts! He Jianping scrambled onto Scarface's black tiger in an instant. The other two swiftly summoned their beasts, one a silver wolf, and fled at full speed. From above, one could see the demonic beasts and beastmen surging like waves, rapidly closing in to encircle the four of them. The commotion behind them grew louder, and sounds began echoing even from their flanks. This proved the commotion caused by these beasts and beastmen had attracted the attention of numerous others nearby, who were now converging on their location. Scarface, what the hell did you do? Are you trying to kill those guys, or kill us all? I barely made it out of that beast tide thanks to someone rescuing me, and now you're trying to screw me over again. Holy, more beasts and orcs are closing in from behind. If this keeps up, we'll draw the entire horde here. The Beastmaster Legion isn't here. We're all going to die. I don't want to experience being surrounded by beasts and orcs again. Two of the teammates were on the verge of breaking down. Unless you've been surrounded by beasts and orcs, you can't imagine that despair, a helplessness so profound you can only watch them charge while utterly powerless to fight back. Images of being devoured by those beasts and orcs keep flashing through your mind. That feeling was worse than death. Shut up, all of you. What good does arguing do now? Scar, we'll deal with your issues later if we survive. Now is not the time for infighting. He Jianping barked coldly, his gut boiling with rage. If it weren't for Scar causing all this trouble, would they even be facing this crisis? But He Jianping knew full well that now wasn't the time to blame Scar, nor to do anything to him. What good would killing Scar do? Would it solve the troubles ahead? It would only reduce their chances of survival. It must be said, He Jianping still had a clear head. There was a reason he was their leader. He possessed certain qualities. Boss, what do we do now? If we keep running like this, we'll get surrounded and wiped out sooner or later. I don't want to end up as a sandwich between monsters and orcs, one companion exclaimed, his face etched with despair. Chapter 237, The Cunning He Jianping. Right now, there's only one option. Before the main wave of monsters and orcs arrives, we lure them all to the camp. Let them hold off the monsters and orcs while we make our escape. Hang on, everyone, keep your wits about you. Don't go charging ahead like a bunch of idiots. Follow my lead. A cold gleam flashed in He Jianping's eyes as he instructed the group, simultaneously shooting a warning glance at Scar. The message was clear: within the entire squad, Scar was the one he trusted the least. Big brother's right. Only by luring these beasts and orcs to the camp will we have a better chance of survival. Exactly, let's head for the camp. The other two nodded in agreement. They weren't saints. As long as they survived, what did it matter if they brought disaster upon others? Better a dead friend than a dead companion. Scar felt uneasy under He Jianping's intense gaze, squirming uncomfortably. Big brother, don't stare at me like that. I admit this was my mistake, but I swear I won't hold you back again. Poof. If you dare pull any shenanigans this time, I won't let you off easy. He Jianping's tone was full of warning. After discussing their plan, the four wasted no time and immediately set off toward the camp. This scene was clearly observed by Yang Chen and his three companions, concealed within a crevice. The crevice where Yang Chen and his companions hid wasn't merely a hiding spot. Behind it lay a hidden passageway, their escape route. These bastards are truly treacherous. They're trying to lure those beasts and orcs toward us. If they succeed, we're all finished. Ake's sixth sense was spot on. These bastards are no good. Jiang Shao cursed under his breath. Ouyang Lanlan's expression grew grave. It seems like they're trying to lure those beastmen and monsters toward the camp. Earlier they were all holier than thou, talking about banding together for warmth. What a bunch of hypocrites. Jiang Shao complained. Yang Chen, should we mess with them? If we hadn't gotten away fast, these bastards would have ambushed us. I won't feel right unless we get back at them. Heh, absolutely. Yang Chen gave a cold laugh. But not now. We need to find a place to hide first. It's not safe here. If the beast tide closes in, we won't even have anywhere to run. We've got Brother 8. Once we find a safe spot, we can come back and take them on. Alright, let's retreat first. Zhang Zhao's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Immediately, Yang Chen and his three companions turned and retreated. As for alerting the survivors at the camps, if Yang Chen and his group faced no immediate danger, they might consider notifying the camps. But if their own safety was at stake? They weren't about to be so kind. Meanwhile, at the makeshift camp, the commotion outside had roused all the survivors. Those who had been resting emerged from their tents one after another. What's happening outside? What's causing such a racket? It sounds like a beast tide outbreak to me. No way. Didn't we have people on watch? Everyone was deeply puzzled, yet each silently reassured themselves that their camp remained safe. These beasts and orcs were likely just acting on impulse, or perhaps merely passing through. After all, their sentries hadn't sounded the alarm. Yet, at that very moment, He Jianping and his three companions charged toward the camp from directly ahead, leading hundreds of beasts and orcs. Brother He and the others are back. Good heavens, there are beasts and orcs behind them. Did the beasts and orcs spot them? The survivors gasped in shock. He Jianping shouted loudly, quick, prepare for battle. The beast tide has erupted. The scouts we sent out, they've all fled. Brother He, what are you afraid of? It's just a few beasts and orcs. We've got dozens of beast masters here. 100 beasts and orcs? Piece of cake. Exactly. Let's go support Brother He and wipe out these beasts and beastmen. Ha. I was just wondering how we'd level up being stuck here. Never thought these dumb beasts and orcs would come right to us. If I can't handle a beast tide, you think I can't handle them? Brothers, let's join forces and fight. Slaughter every last one of these beasts. The survivors roared with laughter, the air thick with joy and relief. For so long, these beasts and orcs had kept them on edge. Now, their sudden appearance ignited their battle lust they needed to vent. But just as their spirits soared, the next instant brought a scene that left them stunned. Chapter 238, Camp Raid. Arg. Roar. 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 In the darkness, the howls of wolves and the roars of tigers echoed through the mountains and forests. Hordes of beasts and orcs surged forward, covering the hills and valleys. The eyes of those demon wolves and black demon tigers glowed with an eerie green light, filling the entire forest with an unsettling presence. Holy! So many beasts and orcs. Is this beast tide closing in on us? Holy! What the hell are we supposed to do now? The beastmasters who had just been boasting about slaying a few beasts to boost their experience now had their faces turning green. With so many beasts and beastmen swarming around, how were they supposed to gain experience? What are you standing around for? Hurry up and defend. Or we'll all die here. Scar, seeing the survivors nearly frozen in terror, shouted urgently. Only then did the survivors snap out of their daze. Defend? Defend our asses. How can we possibly win? We're not even enough to fill the teeth of these beasts and orcs. My life comes first. I'm outta here. Hold the line, brothers. I believe in you. Within the crowd, many survivors were already contemplating retreat. Some survivors even turned tail and fled immediately, staying meant certain death. This scene made Scar's jaw drop in fury. If these survivors all fled, leaving no one to help fend off the beasts and beastmen, their entire four-man squad would be finished. He Jianping's brow furrowed, a gleam flashing in his eyes. After a moment's thought, he bellowed in a deep voice, "Stop running. This is the plan devised by the Beastmaster Legion. They're encircling these beasts and orcs to divide and conquer them, taking them down one by one. Don't run. If you flee, all the beasts and orcs will swarm us. We'll all be finished. The Beastmaster Legion is right behind us. If we hold them off, we can survive." He Jianping's near hysterical shouts echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. Hearing these words, the survivors froze once more. None knew if other beasts or orcs lurked nearby. Leaving now offered no guarantee of survival. And most crucially, the Beastmasters of the Beastmaster Legion were behind them. Their lives had been saved by the Beastmaster Legion's Beastmasters. They had witnessed firsthand just how formidable the Legion's forces were. With the Beastmaster Legion right behind us, why the hell didn't you say something sooner? Exactly. You nearly scared the hell out of me. It's just a few beasts and orcs, right? Guys, let's go take them down. The survivors suddenly found their courage, as if those who had wanted to flee moments ago weren't them at all. Survivors summoned their beasts one after another. Ranged Beastmasters immediately unleashed a barrage of long-range skills. Support-type Beastmasters unleashed every area of effect control skill at their disposal. In an instant, the front of the camp flashed with a dazzling array of skill lights. Area of effect skills like Frostbite and Bind proved especially devastating, instantly halting the pursuing beasts and orcs, immobilizing hundreds of them. The terrifying ranged area of effect attack struck with pinpoint accuracy, requiring little deliberate aiming. The monsters and orcs hot on the heels of He Jianping, Scarface, and the others were abruptly halted, granting them a precious moment to catch their breath. The group rejoiced. That's how it's done. Keep attacking. All defensive Beastmasters, form a formation immediately and take the front line. Melee Beastmasters, prepare to finish them off. He Jianping didn't pause, shouting commands as he fled atop Black Tiger. The survivors took his words at face value, showing no suspicion. They continued executing their skills in orderly fashion, holding back the tide of monsters and orcs. Chapter 239, Chaos. Boom. 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 The camp's perimeter echoed with continuous thunderous explosions as fireballs and ice spheres relentlessly pelted down. It must be said, these survivors had some serious skills to hold out against the beast tide until the Beastmaster Legion arrived. Ranged and support units controlled the rear, while defensive Beastmasters charged directly to the front, joining forces to repel small-scale demon beasts and orcs. Meanwhile, melee Beastmasters led their beasts to hunt down any straggling demon beasts and orcs. The four types of Beastmasters worked together with remarkable coordination. For a time, they managed to hold the beasts and orcs firmly at bay. He Jianping and the Scarred Trio successfully broke through into the camp. Everyone, stay calm. Keep casting your skills. Ranged Beastmasters, remember to rotate your abilities. Supporters, don't spam your area of effect skills. Keep track of everyone's cooldowns. You must buy time for the ranged Beastmasters at critical moments. Hold out for 10 minutes. The Beastmaster Legion is on its way. We'll tend to our wounds first. He Jianping barked out the orders in rapid succession before turning and sprinting deep into the camp. They aimed to cross the camp and flee in the opposite direction of the beast tide. The survivors didn't question him much. Brother He, you can rest assured we've got this covered. Brother He, hurry and get your wounds treated. It's only 10 minutes, right? We can hold them off. The survivors all waved greetings, enthusiastically bidding farewell to He Jianping and his group until they entered the tent. 3 minutes passed, and the survivors remained unfazed. They followed He Jianping's instructions perfectly, working with ease and cheer. 6 minutes in, they began to feel the strain as some Beastmasters and their beasts entered cooldown phases. Still, their support control skills remained active, creating openings for the defensive and combat-type Beastmasters ahead. However, by the 8th minute, most support and ranged Beast-Tamer skills were on cooldown. Only a few with faster cooldowns could continue attacking, forcing them to gradually contract their defensive line. Yet at this moment, everyone noticed a problem. Despite holding out for so long, they still hadn't seen any sign of the Beastmaster Legion emerging from behind the beasts and orcs. Not a single sound. This left the survivors feeling uneasy. Why haven't I seen any Beastmaster Legion troops moving behind the beast tide? Didn't Brother He say the Beastmaster Legion would come to support us? Why haven't they arrived yet? Could it be the Beastmaster Legion isn't coming at all? That can't be right. Brother He and the others are still healing in the tents. If the Beastmaster Legion doesn't show up, we're all done for. The group exchanged glances, panic rising in their eyes. A quick-witted survivor immediately dashed into He Jianping's tent. Moments later, the person emerged frantically, shouting, "It's bad." Those bastards. He Jianping and his crew slipped away from the back. They weren't in the tent at all. We've been tricked. What? All the survivors instantly fell into a panic. So there was never any Beastmaster Legion coming here at all? We've all been deceived. He Jianping tricked us into helping him fend off the beasts and orcs here so they could escape. Damn it, that bastard He Jianping. I trusted him so much, and he just sold me out. May He Jianping rot in hell. What good does cursing He Jianping do now? Without reinforcements from the Beastmaster Legion, we can't hold out much longer. The defensive and combat type Beastmasters up front won't last long either. Once their skills enter cooldown, we're all dead. I don't want to die. What's the point of holding out? Run! Chaos erupted throughout the entire camp. The defensive and combat beastmasters holding the line against the beasts and orcs began retreating as well. Once they fled, the onslaught became utterly unstoppable. Like a tidal wave, the beasts and orcs surged through the camp. Many beastmasters, unable to escape quickly enough, fell directly into the jaws of the beasts and orcs, torn apart viciously. No! Don't bite me! Get off me! Save me! I don't want to die! Save me! Chaos erupted across the entire camp. Screams and cries for help echoed ceaselessly, transforming the place into a living hell. Chapter 240, Blocking the Road. The entire camp descended into chaos as everyone scrambled for their lives. He Jianping and his 3 companions had already fled far ahead. Hearing the agonized cries behind them, they shared a series of cold, mocking laughs. Thank goodness these fools are taking the heat for us. Otherwise, we'd all be finished. Yeah, these fools are so naive. They actually believed in a Beastmaster Legion? If such a thing existed, do you think we'd be running away? Scar and his 2 companions wore delighted grins. It had to be said this feeling of being alive was truly exhilarating. But in the very next second, a voice cut through the air. "Ha, I knew you guys weren't that kind-hearted. You're nothing but dogs." At these words, He Jianping and the 3 men with the scar turned pale. Looking toward the sound, they saw a 2-headed, 3-colored python lurking in the woods not far ahead. The serpent's 4 eyes glowed with a blue light, like lanterns. Perched atop the serpent's heads, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao stood side by side, gazing down at the 4 men with mocking smiles on their lips, as if observing 4 clowns. "What are you doing here?" Scarface's expression suddenly darkened, visibly startled. He Jianping, Scarface, and their companion immediately huddled together warily, their eyes darting around in perfect unison. When they confirmed no one else was present, their expressions relaxed. The next second, He Jianping's face broke into a smile. "Friends, we never had any grudges to begin with. Now that the beast tide has erupted, we're each fighting for our lives. Let's not interfere with one another. Wouldn't you agree? If you've managed to survive this far, consider yourselves fortunate. I hope you'll cherish this hard-won luck." Jiang Xiao scoffed with a laugh. Hey, big brother, cut the lectures now. How phony can you get? Earlier, you were trying to lure those beasts and beastmen over here to wipe us out, weren't you? But you didn't succeed, did you? He Jianping replied calmly. So you just want to walk away like that? Jiang Xiao retorted. What else? He Jianping chuckled lightly. Ha! You two aren't planning to ambush us and kill us, are you? With just the 2 of you? Do you think you're qualified? If you can't escape, you can kneel and beg me and my big brother. If he's in a good mood, he might even let you tag along. Scarface folded his arms, sneering at Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao. Of course, if you hand over your 2 teammates to me and my brother, we'll definitely let you live. Live my ass. You! Before Scar could finish his sentence, Jiang Xiao exploded with rage. He roared, Xiao Shua, take that foul-mouthed bastard out. Meat bomb. Shuashu had long been ready for battle. In an instant, he swelled into a massive flesh missile, hurtling toward Scar. He Jianping and Scar's 4 men were also ready for battle. Scar might look cocky, but he was actually battle-hardened. In the blink of an eye, his body reacted instinctively. Wind shield. Coalesce. Scar's hands traced a circle before him, coalescing a phantom shield that materialized to guard his front. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the giant rat's flesh-bomb body slammed into the phantom shield. Scar's wind shield managed to withstand the brute force of the rat's attack. Moreover, as the giant rat spun rapidly, sparks flew from the friction. Yet the windshield before Scar showed not a single crack. Chapter 241, Rescue. Kid, your meat shield attack isn't powerful enough yet. Try a bit harder next time. Scar mocked brazenly. Jiang Xiao saw the defiant look on Scarface's face and felt his teeth itch with rage. Yet, he was utterly helpless at that moment, for he was merely a defensive-type beastmaster. Just then, Yang Chen suddenly spoke up, Jiang Xiao, recall your beast. Quickly. Jiang Xiao froze, momentarily confused by Yang Chen's order. But the next second, He Jianping's voice cut through the air. Cut the crap. 4th brother, move. Control those 2. He Jianping bellowed. The middle-aged man behind He Jianping let out a sinister grin and immediately commanded his beast, the white fox, Green Vine. As the words left his mouth, the white fox opened its massive jaws, spewing a burst of green light that rained down upon Jiang Xiao and the giant rat. Jiang Xiao's face paled with horror. He reacted almost instantly, his body violently snapping backward. Xiao Shua, come back! Jiang Xiao shouted as he retreated. But by then, it was already too late. The moment the green light touched the ground, a thick network of vines erupted from the earth. Within seconds, they had spread across the entire area, encircling everything within a 10-meter radius. Like tentacles, the vines reached out, grabbing and enveloping everything within their grasp. Every tree on that open ground was instantly transformed into a green, strip-like object. Though the giant rat attempted to retreat, as a beast primarily focused on defense with secondary offensive capabilities, it held no advantage in agility. It was almost instantly enveloped by the vines, trapped within their grasp. Not only the giant rat, but even Jiang Xiao, who reacted immediately upon Yang Chen's warning, was still a step too late. His feet were instantly bound by the vines. Jiang Zhao's expression abruptly darkened. He possessed no skills to break free. He tried to break free, but the seemingly delicate vines were as rigid as steel wire, clamping down on his ankles. The more he struggled, the tighter they coiled. Most crucially, the moment the vines seized him, they dragged Jiang Xiao entirely into their tangled mass. All the vines surged forward like bloodthirsty beasts sensing prey. Within mere breaths, Jiang Xiao was completely enveloped in vines. The immense constricting force nearly suffocated him. A chill ran through Jiang Zhao's heart. How humiliating! But just then, a cold gleam flashed before Jiang Zhao's eyes. With a sharp crackling sound, all the vines binding him shattered into pieces. Seeing Jiang Xiao ensnared, Yang Chen charged in without hesitation. His embroidered spring dagger sliced through the vines like cutting through melons and vegetables, effortlessly severing every strand binding Jiang Xiao. Jiang Zhao's face flushed crimson, whether from the vine's entanglement or sheer humiliation, he couldn't tell. Before Jiang Xiao could speak, Yang Chen grabbed him and flung him out of the vine's range. Jiang Xiao landed with a thud on his butt. Yi Jianping, Scarface, and the other two witnessed this scene. They all froze for a moment, but the next second, meaningful smiles spread across all four of their faces. Chapter 242, Is this guy cheating? Ha! Kid, you're one hell of a loyal friend. That's genuinely touching. But saving him means you're dead meat. Scar said with a vicious grin. My green vine, others would run for their lives at the sight of it, yet you still want to charge in? Do you really think you're some kind of savior? Lao Si sneered repeatedly, his gaze fixed on Yang Chen as if he were already dead. Yi Jianping sneered coldly, his eyes darkening slightly. Second brother, prepare to unleash a ranged skill. Pin this brat down within the range of the green vine's control abilities. Got it. Wang Xiao responded with a cheerful nod. Truthfully, no prompting from Yi Jianping was needed, he'd already been ready. The four of them fought with remarkable coordination. The twin-headed snow wolf behind Wang Xiao had already coalesced 12 fire arrows, and he himself stood ready to unleash fireball spell at any moment, a massive damage skill designed to crush Yang Chen. Yet, just as everyone believed Yang Chen was doomed, within the vine's control range, Yang Chen did indeed come under immediate attack. Countless vines, like the tentacles of an octopus, swept toward Yang Chen from all directions. Even at his feet, vines silently crept up his ankles, attempting to bind his legs. For an ordinary person, this would have been fatal. But for Yang Chen, this was nothing. Back when Li Susu trained him, she didn't hold back. If Yang Chen's reaction or escape speed wasn't fast enough, it would be deadly, not just binding. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Chen reacted almost instantly. The moment the vines attempted to wrap around his ankles, he sprang into action. He planted his feet firmly, using the very vines trying to bind him as leverage to propel himself upward in a swift leap. The vines reacted swiftly, coiling toward Yang Chen from all directions. One after another, they closed in from front, back, left, and right with astonishing speed. Yet Yang Chen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Almost the instant the vines attacked, he reacted swiftly, swinging his Xiu Chun sword back with lightning speed, severing every vine in its path. In fact, Yang Chen not only avoided being hindered by the vines but used them as stepping stones. He leapt forward relentlessly, charging toward Yi Jianping and his three companions. This scene left everyone utterly speechless. Holy crap! What the hell is this? This guy can actually dodge all the controlling vines. Holy crap, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like it. Is this guy even human? This is getting ridiculous. Scarface and Wang Xiao stared wide-eyed, struggling to believe what they were witnessing. It was a bit far-fetched. And most crucially, Yang Chen kept charging forward using the green vines. While others couldn't even dodge in time, Yang Chen, well, the vines he controlled actually became his stepping stones. Upside-down heavenly gangs. This was beyond absurd. The fourth brother was utterly dumbfounded. A chill ran down his spine. What the hell was Yang Chen doing? He'd seen his share of battles, even controlling vines to subdue speed-famous beasts and orcs, not because his vines were fast, but sheer numbers. But now, Yang Chen had dodged most of them? Can you believe it? This feels a bit fake. Was this guy cheating? Chapter 243, Fierce Battle. Fourth brother, hurry. Use every skill you have. Don't let that guy escape the range of our control skills. Use every single one of your control skills on him. If you land just one hit, you can hold him back. Wang Xiao, unleash all your ranged skills to disrupt his evasion. He's exploiting the wind-up time of every control skill, we must interfere. Scarface, coordinate with me. If he breaks through, we'll engage him immediately. Yi Jianping made a cool-headed assessment in an instant. Damn it! Fighting this damn thing actually requires me to use all my skills. Old Four cursed under his breath, but his hands moved with precision. He immediately commanded his second beast, the hyena, restraint. Weaken his stats. Slow him down. Let's see how he dodges now. The hyena looked ferocious, emaciated yet towering. Its gaunt frame gave off a menacing aura. It opened its jaws and spat out a jet of black smoke, shooting toward Yang Chen like a deadly arrow. Meanwhile, the fourth brother didn't hold back either, unleashing his own skill, shadow control. His hands transformed into shadowy tendrils, burrowing into the ground and spreading toward Yang Chen. Shadow control was a genuine hard control skill. Within its range, it could completely immobilize any target for 3 seconds. Fourth brother had always been unstoppable with shadow control and green vine. No one Beastmaster, Beast, or Beastman had ever evaded these two skills. Unless they possessed immunity to skills. But this guy before him looked like a melee Beastmaster. Where would he get immunity skills? Moreover, playing it safe, he'd even cast imprisonment to comprehensively reduce the enemy's attributes. If this guy isn't controlled now, that defies all logic. Meanwhile, Wang Shower by the fourth brother's side actively coordinated with him. 12 fire arrows and fireball spells were unleashed toward Yang Chen almost instantly. 12 fiery arrows, sharp as blades, suddenly shot toward Yang Chen. And that massive fireball spell descended from the heavens. This time, I'll see how you dodge. Scarface sneered coldly. Brother, we really don't need to be so tense. He's just a close combat beastmaster. How could he possibly get close enough to our faces? We'll just go finish him off. I refuse to believe this guy can dodge it again. Hearing this, He Jianping felt no relief whatsoever. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grave as a sense of foreboding settled over him. He sensed trouble brewing. Sure enough, within the range of the vine skills, Yang Chen had already sensed the abilities unleashed upon them. Without a trace of panic, he methodically severed every vine before leaping upward with all his might. Mid-air, Yang Chen summoned the two-headed tricolor python. The serpent, which had been positioned behind him, instantly materialized before Yang Chen. Its massive body enveloped Yang Chen completely in mid-air, fitting him snugly with not a single gap. The massive fireball spell crashed down, slamming heavily into the body of the two-headed tricolor python. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the mountains and forests. The serpent's body shook violently, yet it sustained little damage. As the other control skills closed in, the two-headed tricolor python unleashed its own ability in an instant. Chapter 244, What Are You Pretending? Dragon Roar increases defense by 30%. Each attack received boosts attack by 30%. All percentage-based stat increases scale with level. Sky Dancing Butterfly, for 1 second, can dispel any control effect and ignore all attacks. Usable while under control. Target can be self or a designated target. Roar. With the two-headed tricolor python's furious roar, the fireball and fire arrow spells all struck its body. The first fire arrow shattered a scale on its belly, exposing raw, bleeding flesh. Yet the second arrow could only crack its scales, and the third merely left a mark. With each successive attack, the two-headed tricolor python's attributes grew stronger, its defenses becoming increasingly formidable. When the final fireball spell struck, it merely exploded on the serpent's head, dissipating into a puff of black smoke without causing significant damage. Moreover, the two-headed tricolor python shrugged off the binding spell entirely, which had no effect whatsoever. Fourth brother's shadow control coiled around the serpent like green vines, yet it failed to hinder its movement. Within the ink-black confines of shadow control, the serpent glided forward relentlessly, even dragging Yang Chen out of the skill's grasp. Damn it! Yang Chen is awesome. Jiang Xiao witnessed this scene and exclaimed in awe, utterly stunned. It had to be said, Yang Chen was terrifyingly strong. He Jianping, Scarface, and their two accomplices were utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle, all four of them frozen in disbelief. Holy! He actually had his beast shield block the skill using it as a human shield. Is this guy even allowed to be this absurd? Damn it, what the hell is that double-headed tricolor python? Some kind of mutant beast? This isn't a mutated beast, it's a freaking psychotic beast. Scarface and Wang Shower kept shouting in shock. As for fourth brother, he was completely frozen in shock. He still couldn't wrap his head around it, a melee-type beastmaster whose beast actually possessed an immunity skill. Was this guy even a legitimate beastmaster? What legitimate beastmaster would randomly pair their beast skills during its weak early stages? Didn't they need to be coordinated? After all, at the intermediate beastmaster stage, one was still considered relatively low level within the beastmaster hierarchy. With insufficient skills, proper coordination was essential to unleash maximum power. And this guy just randomly paired them? That's utterly ridiculous. He Jianping never imagined Yang Chen would pull this move. Beast tamers rely on their beasts in combat, harnessing their fighting power to achieve their objectives. Yet he never imagined Yang Chen would wield his beast in combat. He'd only been away from the outside world for a few days, and combat tactics had already evolved to this extreme? Unbelievable. Nevertheless, He Jianping instantly regained his composure. He's already broken through. Scar, hold the line. Create an opening for me. Got it. Big brother, don't panic. I've seen his other beastmaster, it's a support type. Nothing to fear. He's already used up the double-headed tricolor python skill. You don't need to lift a finger, I'll crush him myself. Scar roared, raising his phantom shield as he charged toward Yang Chen. Damn it, what are you trying to pull? Without your beast's help, let's see how you act. Scar was thoroughly annoyed by Yang Chen's earlier performance within the skill's control range. As a teammate, Yang Chen's moves had been smooth as silk, cool and effortless. Scar was jealous. But as an enemy? Pure showboating. He was full of it. Pretenders die. Chapter 245. Is this a support type Beastmaster? He Jianping didn't pause either. In the blink of an eye, he activated his skill to boost his stats, charging at lightning speed to flank Yang Chen. He aimed to coordinate with Scarred Face for a two-pronged attack. It must be said, He Jianping had some skill. Whether it was when Yang Chen effortlessly countered Green Vine, or his calm demeanor and orderly command structure as he attempted to control Yang Chen. Even now, with all his plans spiraling out of control, he was still scrambling for a way to salvage the situation. His pincer attack strategy held a strong chance of subduing Yang Chen. Unfortunately, neither he nor Scar had anticipated that midway through his charge, Yang Chen would detect their intentions. Without hesitation, Yang Chen unleashed his skill. Spread wings. A pair of phantom wings suddenly blossomed behind Yang Chen. At the very moment he was about to collide with Scar, Yang Chen soared upward, evading Scar entirely. Holy! You got a flying skill too? Scar was utterly dumbfounded. This guy. How many more tricks does he have up his sleeve? He Jianping was utterly surprised, but unlike Scar, he kept his composure. His face darkened as he glared up at Yang Chen, sneering coldly, I'll be damned if I don't see how long this flying skill of yours lasts. The moment you land, you're dead. The words ignited Scar's excitement. Ha! Big brother's spot on. Let's see how long you can fly. If you've got the guts, come down and fight me. Yang Chen remained unmoved, offering a calm smile. Why bother me to deal with you lot? Beige, come out and stretch your wings. As the words fell, Yang Chen summoned the magpie once more. A crimson streak of light shot forth as Eight Brother let out a piercing cry, spreading its wings and soaring into the air. Finally, it's my turn to shine. Big brother, let me handle this. Beige had been itching to get in on the action for ages. He Jianping and Scar were both taken aback the moment they saw the magpie. Scar, in particular, sneered and laughed, saying, Big brother, this is the guy's support type beast. He wants to use this thing to take on the two of us. Isn't that a fairy tale? Haha, that's hilarious. Scar laughed so hard tears nearly streamed from his eyes. He Jianping's lips curved slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Damn it, you actually dare to underestimate me? I'll make you regret it. Feeling deeply insulted, Beige flew into a rage. In the next instant, he crouched low and transformed into a crimson streak of light, charging toward Scar and He Jianping. Scar's face turned pale with horror at the sight. Holy, that's fast. That speed is almost 3 times mine, right? How absurd is that? Scar sucked in a sharp breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately raised the phantom shield in his hand to guard his vital areas. With a thunderous boom, Scarface's eyes widened in horror as the phantom shield before him shattered like broken glass in an instant. Scar's head buzzed with disbelief. In that split second of blankness, only one thought raced through his mind, could this guy really be a support-type Beastmaster? That speed. That offensive power. It seemed even more powerful than a combat-type beast tamer. In that split second, Scar was sent flying backward like a bowstring released, vomiting bile mid-air. Finally, Scar slammed heavily onto the ground, knocking himself unconscious on the spot. He Jianping's face darkened instantly at the sight. He never imagined a support-type Beastmaster could be this ferocious. It was utterly absurd. He Jianping reacted almost instantly, summoning his own beasts, the two-headed wolf and the white-browed tiger. Both were close combat beasts, vastly surpassing other types in both attack power and agility. Every attribute exceeded the average. They were exceptionally powerful. As the magpie lunged to attack, He Jianping roared, "Stop that beast!" Chapter 246, Total Annihilation. A halo of light enveloped the two-headed wolf and the white-browed tiger, as if they had activated some skill, significantly boosting all their attributes. They charged at the magpie, one on the left and one on the right. Mid-air, the two heads of the two-headed wolf opened their gaping maws. Their sharp teeth gleamed coldly, as if intent on tearing the magpie to shreds. The white-browed tiger, meanwhile, lashed out with a claw strike that carried the force of a gale. Clearly, both beasts were close combat specialists, built for raw offensive power. But they both underestimated the magpie's speed and strength. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as a crimson gold light burst forth, sending both the two-headed wolf and the white-browed tiger flying backward like drawn bows. Is this thing a support-type beast? What kind of insane attack power could send two melee-type beasts flying like that? He Jianping, Wang Shower, and the other's eyes widened in disbelief, their minds buzzing with shock. Folks, who could have guessed? A support-type beast? This thing is brutal. Unbelievably agile, blazingly fast, and packing serious punch? Is this even a support-type beast? Support my ass. It's clearly an offensive beast. This is ridiculous. But Magpie didn't stop. It continued charging headlong toward He Jianping. He Jianping had no time to think. He immediately unleashed a double punch. Instantly, a pair of illusory lion heads appeared on his fists, as if they were about to come to life. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. In that instant, He Jianping's face turned a sickly shade of liver-like purple. It felt as though his fists had been struck by a truck. Both hands fractured instantly, sending his entire body flying backward like a dead dog. Wang Xiao and Lao Si were both stunned into stupor, their minds going numb. He Jianping and Scarface were taken out instantly. Now only Wang Xiao and Lao Si remained, one a support-type beastmaster, the other a ranged attack beastmaster, and neither possessed any skills. Without a word, they turned and fled. Unfortunately, before they could take a few steps, Yang Chen dove down from the sky, landing right before Wang Xiao and Lao Si. A cold gleam flashed. Fourth brother's body jerked violently as a bloody gash instantly appeared on his neck. He collapsed straight to the ground. Yang Chen stood before Wang Xiao, blade in hand, his gaze calm and his lips curving into a faint smile. Wang Xiao was instantly terrified out of his wits, his scalp tingling with fear. Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Big brother, I don't want to die. Big brother. Wang Xiao immediately knelt before Yang Chen, banging his head on the ground repeatedly. If he'd known Yang Chen was this formidable, taking out all four of them single-handedly, he'd never have dared oppose him. It was all Scarface's fault. To provoke someone so recklessly, only to face such savagery. Even if I spare you, you won't survive. With all those beasts and orcs swarming around, how could you possibly escape? So I'll just give you a ride to your final destination. With that, Yang Chen lunged forward in a single stride, raising his embroidered spring blade to strike down at Wang Xiao. No! No! A piercing scream echoed as Wang Xiao's head was severed from his body. Holy! Holy! You're the man! Jiang Xiao walked over, repeatedly giving Yang Chen a thumbs up. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. The commotion around us is growing louder. Pack up and let's get out of here fast. Got it. Right away. Jiang Xiao stepped forward and began looting the bodies with practiced ease. Chapter 247, 1 against 5? Yang Chen, we've struck gold. These guys actually hunted down hundreds of beasts. Plus dozens of gold rings and bracelets. Damn it, did these bastards bribe those beasts and beastmen with gold? Bringing this much cash. We're getting a sweet deal this time. Jiang Xiao, with a large backpack strapped to both his front and back, grinned widely as he sprinted forward, his excitement palpable. Yang Chen remarked calmly, this gold might be from murder and robbery. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment before snapping to attention. Holy! That makes sense. Who in their right mind would bring this much gold to hunt monsters and orcs? They definitely got it from murder and robbery. Damn, how many beast tamers did they have to kill to get all this gold? These people are absolute beasts. Yang Chen fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Soon, Yang Chen and Jiang Xiao arrived at a hidden cave. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku immediately came forward to greet them. What's the situation outside? Ouyang Lanlan asked urgently. We just encountered He Jianping and his men. Jiang Xiao spoke first, recounting the recent events. Ouyang Lanlan and Qin Ku's expressions darkened slightly. Those bastards really had ulterior motives. Thank goodness we were prepared. Otherwise, those bastards would have ambushed us to death. Ouyang Lanlan muttered under her breath, then seemed to recall something. She looked at Yang Chen in surprise and said, wait, does that mean Yang Chen fought 5 of them alone? 1 against 5. Jiang Xiao froze for a moment before correcting her, no, it's 1 against 4. You misheard. Actually, that's wrong too. It's 2 against 4, I'm still here. Ouyang Lanlan rolled her eyes at Jiang Xiao. The 5th enemy I mentioned is you holding Yang Chen back. Jiang Xiao. While Yang Chen and the others were talking, 2 miles southwest of the cave where they were hiding, 2 men and 2 women rode their beasts, frantically fleeing through the mountains and forests. Pursuing them were over 1,000 demon beasts and beastmen. The 4 appeared to be a small beastmaster squad. They were in a wretched state, both the riders and their mounts bearing injuries of varying severity. Among them was a massive white horse, its coat pure and flawless. Yet, a large chunk of flesh had been torn from its hind legs, blood flowing freely, flesh exposed and gruesome. A young woman clad in a black, form-fitting outfit sat atop the horse. Glancing at the horse's leg, she could clearly feel its pace slowing as she rode. The woman in black turned pale and said, my Xiao, I can't hold on much longer. You go ahead, I'll cover your retreat. Sister Xiao, isn't your skill already on cooldown? How are you holding off so many beasts and orcs? The 3 companions beside her stared in utter disbelief at the woman they called Sister Xiao. Sister Xiao, I don't think we can outrun them anymore. If we keep running, we'll only exhaust our beastmaster to death. I hear more and more footsteps approaching. The beasts and orcs must be closing in from both sides. If this keeps up, we'll all die. A rugged-looking man flashed a ruthless glint in his eyes. Rather than this, let's fight these beasts and orcs while we still have strength. If we're going down, we're all going down together. Chapter 248, Hold the Line. You guys? Xiao looked at her 3 teammates, her eyes growing slightly moist. Enough talk. My skill cooldown is almost over. Mine's almost ready too. Damn it, everyone's skills are almost ready. Let's fight these beasts head on. Sister Xiao, watch out on the left. A magic wolf is charging in. Sister Xiao. A muscular man roared, conjuring a shadowy triangular shield in his hands as he charged toward Sister Xiao. With a dull thud, the shield sent one demon wolf flying several meters away. But other demon wolves and black demon tigers had already closed in. They charged from all directions. No matter how sturdy the triangular shield in the man's hands was, it couldn't provide 360-degree protection. Beasts charged from his left, right, and rear. Directly in front, a black demon tiger pinned him down. The beast seemed to have activated some skill, its body becoming abnormally heavy. Already massive in stature, the added weight from the skill crushed the man's frame, bending him double. Behind him, another demon wolf savagely tore into his calf, ripping away a chunk of flesh. Blood poured freely. Old Lu. Sister Xiao and the other two watched the scene unfold, their eyes widening in horror. Sister Xiao, in particular, wanted to rush to his rescue. But the moment she took a step forward, before she could even charge out, she was blocked by the demon wolves and the black demon tiger. Meanwhile, the blue spirit continuously fired flaming arrows from behind, pinning Xiao Jia and her companions in place. Xiao and her companions were forced back relentlessly, eventually separated and left to fight alone. Firefox, clear a path. Charge through. Xiao immediately commanded her beast. Beside her stood a firefox, its entire body enveloped in orange flames. The moment it received the beastmaster's command, the flames surged around it, spreading even more fiercely. Like a golden lightning bolt, it charged forward. Wherever the firefox passed, it knocked several demon wolves flying, instantly easing the pressure around old Lu. Yet, far from retreating, the demon wolves' eyes burned with even fiercer fighting spirit. One by one, the demon wolves spat out streams of black arrows, firing them at the firefox. Additionally, more demon wolves extended their sharp claws, lunging forward violently, seemingly intent on wiping the firefox out on the spot. Small and agile, the firefox darted and dodged beneath the barrage of claws. Though it evaded most attacks, it was still struck by numerous black arrows. Worst of all, its belly was slashed by a demon wolf's claw, nearly gutting it open. Had the firefox not dodged at the critical moment, it might have been torn apart by the demon wolves right then and there. Witnessing this, old Lu found strength from somewhere unknown. He shoved the black demon tiger away, grabbed the firefox's body, and hurled it forcefully outward. Sister Xiao, I can't hold them off any longer. Don't come to save me. I'm leaving first. Beasts, come on. With a frenzied roar, a blue glow erupted from old Lu's body, enveloping him like a shimmering blue aura. Instantly surging with immense power, he charged headlong into the pack of demon wolves and black demon tigers. The demon wolves and black demon tigers seemed startled by Lu's sudden outburst, with over a dozen wolves knocked flying. Finally, old Lu vanished completely into the swirling tide of beasts. Sister Xiao and the other two witnessed this scene, their eyes red with fury. Yet they said nothing, only fighting with even greater ferocity, striking the surrounding demon wolves and black demon tigers with even more ruthless intensity. Unfortunately, the surrounding demon wolves and black demon tigers grew ever more numerous, their onslaught even more ferocious than a tidal wave. Sister Xiao and the others gradually found themselves unable to hold them back.